I became the prince of the founding of the country. At the age of 15, I led the army to overthrow the previous dynasty, personally helped my father ascend the throne. At the age of 17, I fought alone on the border of the empire, becoming the war immortal that made people tremble. However, I was seriously injured in the final battle, losing all my cultivation and breaking my meridians. I should have returned in triumph, but in the end, due to my brother's slander and my father's suspicion, I was tragically demoted to a commoner. At this moment in the Taiji Palace, the Emperor of War loudly declared, Prince Li colluded with the rebels, killed his relatives, and plotted treason. From today onwards, his identity as the prince and all his positions are revoked, demoted to a commoner, and confined to the Qianhui Palace. The third prince, Li Mingchen, stepped forward, with a hypocritical look on his face, saying, Father, although my eldest brother almost poisoned me last night, causing a rift between me and you and the Empress Dowager, I believe he had his reasons. Otherwise, he wouldn't have resorted to extremes, raising private soldiers and attempting rebellion to usurp power from you. Li Mingchen's words made the Emperor of War even more furious. Losing his composure, take a good look. Your younger brother is more sensible than you. Even though you sent someone to kill him, he still pleads for you. Haven't you realized your mistake yet? I sneered. Mistake? My biggest mistake was letting you sit on the throne, and sitting so securely that you forgot who put you there. Without me, you couldn't even establish the great martial dynasty. As soon as these words came out, the officials present were dumbfounded, even thinking they had misheard. The once respectful and humble crown prince in front of his majesty dared to speak such rebellious words. The enraged Emperor Wu couldn't contain his anger. Nonsense! It has come to this point, and you still don't repent, uttering such rebellious and disrespectful words. In reality, he couldn't refute what I said at all, and he knew deep down that the great martial dynasty was established by me. Li Mingchen, however, shamelessly put on a disappointed look and said, Big brother, I really don't understand. The great martial dynasty was clearly established by Father Emperor. It seems you are truly blinded by greed, even trying to steal Father Emperor's credit. I was so angry that I burst out laughing, about to respond, but a mechanical voice sounded in my mind. Ding, ding, host's anger value meets the standard. Supreme Emperor's system activation successful. Host can earn rich rewards by completing tasks, including but not limited to civil officials, military generals, provisions, troops, silver, etc. Main task, go to the Northern Territory to claim the title of Emperor. Success will unlock exclusive Imperial Territory skills and gain 100,000 Dragon Cavalry. Territory skill, all creatures in the territory that submit to the host can be enhanced, including but not limited to strength, speed, intelligence, etc. Host's life is at stake. The system begins to repair the host's body full of holes. Before I could even feel happy, Li Mingchen walked up to me with a sincere face and advised, Brother, apologize to the Emperor sincerely. Maybe he. Before he could finish his sentence, I slapped him across the face. This slap left everyone stunned, and officials were filled with confusion. Is Li crazy? How dare he slap the third prince? Isn't he afraid of the Emperor's wrath? Without waiting for everyone to react, a figure hurriedly walked out from the hall's Tianmen. Everyone looked over and saw that the person was the current Empress Lu Minlan, dressed in a phoenix robe and wearing a phoenix crown. She quickly walked up to Li Mingchen, carefully examining his face, her eyes full of concern. Shuner, are you okay? Lu Minlan turned her head to look at me, disappointment in her eyes. How did you become like this now? Why did you inexplicably lay hands on your younger brother? I know I can't explain it to Lu Minlan, and I don't want to explain it either. Looking at Li Mingchen, who was glaring at me fiercely, he sneered, Third brother, you, a cowardly and mediocre person who has been hiding in the Imperial Palace since the founding of the country, dare to lecture me repeatedly. It seems that you still haven't realized who you are. Following the experts in the palace to practice martial arts for so many years, you are still just an ordinary 7th grade warrior. The martial emperor secretly taught the grand tutor to teach you statecraft, but you still haven't mastered it. Ha ha, a person who is neither good at literature nor martial arts. I'm afraid it's you. Li Mingchen was touched by these words, revealing his true nature. Staring at me with a murderous look on his face, you're asking for death. At this moment, although he is just an ordinary warrior, I have become a waste of a person, and he thinks it would be easy to kill me. Don't forget, who is the reason you have everything you have now? And who is the reason you can become the great prince of war? I continued. You fool, do you still not regard us highly? We are the emperor of the great Wu dynasty, and Mingchen became the crown prince because of us. Moreover, look at the good deeds you have done, publicly hitting your own younger brother. Is this how we have taught you? Emperor Wu angrily rebuked. I was shocked to hear this. Teach me? When you saw me surrounded by the Chu army, but fled because you were afraid of death, was that also teaching me? What did you say? Emperor Wu and Lu Minlan both exclaimed. They looked at each other. Emperor Wu's eyes full of shock and guilt, while Lu Minlan's eyes showed confusion and questioning. Emperor Wu never expected that I already knew about this. After all, he had ordered his subordinates to keep it a secret at that time. Upon seeing the expression of Emperor Wu at this moment, Lu Minlan knew that what I said was not false. After all, she had followed Emperor Wu for decades. Your Majesty, didn't you say that you led the troops to rescue back then? Did you rescue like this? Afterwards, you said that Ear had already died, and you had no choice but to lead the troops to retreat? Lu Minlan questioned. Lan'er, listen to me. Lu Minlan was heartbroken. There's nothing to say. How did I not see it before? You turned out to be such a cowardly person. Li Outyen, I really misunderstood you. Lu Minlan's eyes turned red, leaving these words behind as she walked away from the side door. Rebel, look at how you've angered your mother. You really have no respect for your elders now. You still have the face to stand there. Why don't you kneel down and accept the family punishment? Emperor Wu roared. I laughed heartily, marveling at the fact that there are such parents in the world. I am decisive in character and believe that this matter should be put to an end. So I raised my head with an indifferent expression and looked at Emperor Wu. I was born between heaven and earth. I kneel to heaven. Kneel to earth? Kneel to my parents. But you do not have that privilege. After that, I decisively cut off a strand of my long hair. I owe you this for the care you have given me. With those words, Li Yi tossed his hair in the direction of Emperor Wu. From now on, the relationship between us is severed, and I am no longer a member of your Imperial Li family. Chapter 3, Obtaining the Great Master's Feats. As the voice landed, all the officials present, including Emperor Wu, were filled with shock, especially Emperor Wu. He didn't expect that he had only abolished Li Yi's position as the crown prince and was going to put him under house arrest in the Chenxian Palace, and the other party was going to cut ties with him. He is just too capricious. Emperor Wu admitted that he was indeed the one who had left the young Li Yi behind back then, but after escaping, he was also very remorseful inside. Besides, who hasn't made a mistake? The more he thought about it, the angrier Emperor Wu felt that Li Yi was publicly slapping him in the face as the emperor by severing ties with him in the courtroom today, and saying something about them not being qualified to be parents. Isn't that just trying to get him down in public? Adverse son, are you trying to gaslight me to death? Emperor Wu knew that he would only lose face if this matter continued, so he gave orders to the two forbidden soldiers beside Li Yi. You will drag Li Yi down to house arrest in the palace of Qian Repentance. I want him to reflect in there for the rest of his life. As the voice fell, the two forbidden soldiers hesitated for a moment, but could only nod their heads due to the emperor's pressure. Obey orders. However, they did not choose to drag Li Yi out, as the two men admired the latter's former feats from the bottom of their hearts, and they wanted to preserve the hero's last dignity. Please, Li Yi had no ripples in his heart, and likewise he did not make things difficult for the two forbidden soldiers, and decisively turned around and walked towards the outside of the court hall. Looking at Li Yi's gradually departing back, Emperor Wu's anger in his heart was always hard to dispel. Humph, I'll see how long you can keep your mouth shut. There will always be a day when you beg me to release you. However, when the time comes, I won't be soft, and will definitely make you repent inside for the rest of your life. This is the price for disrespecting me. After saying this, he let out a hateful sigh. Alas, tell me, why did I teach such an unlikable rebellious son? When the surrounding officials heard this, they all looked at each other with their eyes and noses, and they didn't dare to pick up any words on this matter. In fact, some of them felt sympathy and regret for what happened to Li Yi. However, they dared to be angry, and everyone was well aware that ever since Li Yi was seriously injured 3 years ago, Emperor Wu had begun secretly replacing those loyal to Li Yi. So much so that there is not a single official in the courtroom now who was ever a member of Li Yi's inner circle. Because of those of Li Yi's inner circle, most of them were previously exiled on various charges, and some of them were forced to sue for old age. In 3 years' time, Emperor Wu chopped off all of Li Yi's feathers at the court, leaving the other party with no one left at hand. That's why Emperor Wu dared to abolish Li Yi's position as the crown prince today. Otherwise, even if Li Yi became an invalid, Emperor Wu still wouldn't dare to make a move. At this point in time, when Li Mingchen saw his father's exasperated look, he was even more murderous inside. Li Yi, isn't it good for you to be a good loser? That way this emperor might be merciful and let you spend your life in peace in Qian Repentance Palace, but you had to jump out and seek death. So this imperial prince will have to fulfill you. Thinking about it, Li Mingchen subconsciously touched the left side of his face, and the stinging sensation of that slap made his killing heart grow stronger. He had already begun to swear that he would kill Li Yi no matter what to wash away his shame today. It's also about putting an end to the problem. Meanwhile, Li Yi, who was on his way to Qian Repentance Palace, did not have the slightest bit of frustration on his face. Instead, the corners of his mouth curved up, Just now, the system reminded him that his entire body's meridians, dantian, and dark diseases had all been repaired now that his body had recovered to its peak. Except for the fact that he still had no kung fu in his body. His body was relaxed beyond words. After that, he still had to complete the main quest. So the first step would definitely be to leave the palace first. And as for the matter of his body's recovery, it must not be revealed. Returning to his senses, Li quickly withdrew his smile and returned to his original cloudy appearance. Taking the time to return to the Qian Repentance Palace, he pondered over today's events. After linking his original body's memories in full, he realized that the reason why he was invalidated was that Li Mingchen had planned it in advance. Last night he took the initiative to come to the Qin Wangfu to find the original body, saying something about how it was hard for brothers to get together for a meal. The reason why Li, who was once the crown prince of the dynasty, had always resided in the Qin Wangfu, it was because back then, shortly after the original body was crowned as the crown prince, before he had the chance to move to the Eastern Palace, he was indirectly harmed by Emperor Wu and Li Mingchen's troop transfer operation. Since then, Emperor Wu never mentioned this matter in front of Li. Maybe he had the idea of abolishing the crown prince at that time. After all, any emperor do not want to let an invalid as the crown prince. Of course there was also the possibility of jealousy. That is, he did not want the world to only know the crown prince Li, but not know him as Emperor Wu. And after the gathering last night, Li Mingchen went back and was severely poisoned. And someone eventually found the antidote in the Qin Wangfu. The planting was too obvious. But even so, Emperor Wu still believed Li Mingchen, simply because he had never felt that the latter would lie. Or perhaps, he was also waiting for this opportunity. After all, once upon a time, Li was so accomplished that he seriously threatened his rule over De Wu. Li knew the truth that when a cunning rabbit dies, a traitor cooks. Previously, Emperor Wu was forced by the fact that the civil unrest of the previous dynasty had not been quelled, which is why he had never dared to tear his face off, and even made the original body a crown prince. The purpose was to stabilize the original body so that he would willingly give everything for Dao. It was only after the original body became an invalid that Emperor Wu took the opportunity to weaken his authority in the court, as well as making moves against officials loyal to him as the crown prince. Alas, pity you who have sincerely fed the dogs. He had just sighed when an anxious shout suddenly came from his side. Big brother. Hearing this familiar voice, Li twisted his head to look behind him. He only saw that the visitor was a general clad in silver armor with a ringed headsword at his waist. Although she was a woman, her whole body revealed an aura of valor. According to his memory, Li learned that this person was none other than Dao's famous female general, Li Guyu. The main thing was that she had another layer of identity, that of Emperor Wu's own niece, the county princess of the great martial dynasty. Unfortunately, when Li Guyu's family and Emperor Wu revolted 10 years ago, mistakes led to misjudging the enemy's troop strength and he was eventually surrounded and killed by the former army. The young Li Guyu survived, and the incident did not break her, but instead allowed her to grow up quickly, and her talent in martial arts soon showed itself. Afterwards, when she rebelled against the forces of the former dynasty, she even followed the former Li, and fought a lot of victorious battles, relying on military achievements to become a veritable general. Since Emperor Wu had only this one personal niece and the Empress was very fond of her, so the favored Li Guyu was not suppressed because of Li's subsequent loss of power. You should know that all the other generals who used to follow Li were suppressed and demoted by Emperor Wu and then assigned to the borders as guards. Guyu, why did you come over? Li remembers that some days ago, Emperor Wu sent Li Guyu with 3,000 Imperial Guards to fight bandits in the area of Huaizhou. However, when it was said that she was asked to fight the bandits, the truth was that Emperor Wu had deliberately sidelined Guyu. A famous general of her caliber going to fight the bandits would be tantamount to killing a chicken with a bull's knife. And most people knew that he had the best relationship with Li Guyu. Even when he was once falsely accused by Li Mingchen, the other party would put in a good word in front of Emperor Wu. Therefore Emperor Wu would have detached Li Guyu beforehand before abolishing him as the crown prince. Just as he was thinking, Li Guyu had already come to Li and said somewhat eagerly, "Big brother, they all say that you raised private soldiers to rebel and poisoned your own brother. But I don't believe you're that kind of person. I will now go to His Majesty to plead for mercy, so that he will reopen a thorough investigation to clear your name and restore you to your status as crown prince." She was on her way to Huaizhou yesterday when she suddenly received a message from one of the palace's inner circle that Emperor Wu intended to abolish the crown prince. Realizing something was wrong, she rode back in the night. It wasn't until a quarter of an hour ago that Li Guyu returned to the palace and finally learned of what had happened in the courtroom. So, she hurriedly chased after him from the side of the Taiji Hall. Of course Li could understand Li Guyu's good intentions, but this silly girl still didn't understand the nature of things. This is clearly Emperor Wu's early intention to abolish the crown prince. and last night's incident was just a trigger. He didn't want to explain because it would only pull Li Guyu down. Not to mention that he already had plans to leave this place. There's no need, justice is in the heart. And when it's not, it's useless to say anything more. Guyu, just go apologize to His Majesty later and explain why you came back in the middle of the day. After saying that, Li didn't say too much more and turned around to signal the forbidden soldiers to continue to take themselves to Qianxian Palace. Seeing this scene, Li Guyu wanted to say something, but she swallowed her words as they came out. Next, she immediately turned around and prepared to approach His Majesty to see if she could plead for the latter to withdraw his decree. It didn't take long for this side Li to arrive at the Qian Repentance Palace. The moment he stepped inside the palace, the system's voice sounded in his head. Ding! Detected no one disturbing the surrounding area. Starting to distribute the newbie gift pack for the host. The newbie gift pack has been successfully distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Grandmaster's Kung Fu. Chapter 4, Emperor Wu's Reverse Decision. After hearing this reward, Li Yi's heart was also violently happy. One must know that once upon a time, before his martial arts were abolished, he was still only a first-grade master. Of course, since this was only a low martial world, a first-grade patriarch was already the ceiling of the great martial dynasty's martial arts. The grading of martial artists in this world, from high to low, is from 1 to 9 grades, in which the third grade to the first grade are called martial arts masters, and above the masters are the great masters. Each stage is categorized from low to high as early, middle, late, and peak. As for the entire De Wu dynasty, there were arguably not many people who could practice to the level of a first-grade patriarch, and I'm afraid that he was the only one who was a grand patriarch. In the middle of his thoughts, a majestic energy surged out of Li Yi's dantian, quickly filling his limbs and bones. He felt that his entire body had been sublimated, and there was a terrifying internal force surging uncontrollably in his body. What power! Nowadays, Li Yi felt that even in this heavily guarded palace, he was able to leave silently. It was only that he had just obtained the Great Master's internal power and had yet to fully integrate it with his body, so he must only be able to utilize the power of an early first-grade master for the time being. Even so, those who were guarding the Imperial Palace's first-grade patriarchs, as usual, could do nothing with him, and then, Li Yi planned to leave directly. But next, he suddenly thought of something, so he fished out a red piece of rice paper from his pocket. Meanwhile, inside the nurturing center, Emperor Wu looked at Lu Minlan with a flattering face, but the latter turned her head away in anger. Seeing Lu Minlan like this, Emperor Wu not only didn't get angry, but instead smiled and explained, "Lan'er, just stop being angry. I didn't mean to leave our children behind in the first place because by the time I arrived with my troops, the group Li Yi was in was already surrounded by tens of thousands of Chu soldiers. At that time, I only had a few thousand troops in my hands. If we fought for our lives, that last card would be lost, and there wouldn't have been a chance for us to turn the tables later." Hearing Emperor Wu say this, Lu Minlan's face then looked better. "Humph, this palace will believe you this time." Immediately after that, she then suddenly thought of something and hurriedly opened her mouth to ask, "By the way, how is Ear doing now?" Seeing Lu Minlan mention Li Yi again, Emperor Wu's face instantly turned ugly as he spoke in a cold voice. "I have already relegated him to the status of a commoner and placed him under house arrest in the Qian Repentance Palace, so that he can make a good confession in there for what he has done." Hearing this, a trace of intolerance surfaced on Lu Minlan's face. "Brother Tian, isn't your decision a bit desperate? Actually, we can just keep Ear from being the crown prince, but there's no need to relegate him to the status of a commoner. It's fine to retain the status of a prince." Emperor Wu had expected her to say this, so he had thought of the wording in advance. "Lan'er, you should know that the Son of Heaven commits the same crimes as the common people, not to mention that he is still the crown prince. It was you who were too arrogant and indulgent to him, causing him to become lawless later on, not only wanting to kill his own brother, but also intending to plot against him to usurp power and seize the throne. According to the Great Zhou law, both of these can be capital offenses. I didn't take his life, but allowed him to be put under house arrest for the rest of his life, which is already merciful enough." Emperor Wu's voice was cold. When he thought of this rebellious son, the anger in his heart was instantly ignited. "Are you blaming this palace?" Lu Minlan was a bit dissatisfied. Emperor Wu froze for a moment and suddenly realized that he had said the wrong thing and wanted to explain, but Lu Minlan did not give him the chance. As the saying goes, if the son doesn't teach the father, it's not because you failed in your duty as a father. After saying that, Lu Minlan's expression also flattened with sadness. "It's just that, you really bear to put Ear under house arrest for the rest of his life? No matter what, he's still our child." Even after hearing Lu Minlan say this, Emperor Wu remained hard-hearted. "Is Chun'er not your child anymore? Don't forget that Li Yi almost killed him last night. You know what happened this morning. He even dared to slap Chun'er in the courtroom. If he is released, do you think Shin'er will be safe? This time, Lu Minlan stopped speaking. He felt that what Emperor Wu said was not unreasonable. For the sake of Chen's safety, we can only entrust ear now. The two didn't realize that the conversation they had just had was heard by Li Mingchen, who was standing at the door, which made him very happy in his heart. It seems that father and mother still prefer him, so it is even more important not to let Li continue to live, and must send people to secretly find an opportunity to get him killed. From the conversation between his father and mother just now, Li Mingchen heard that Lu Minlan still had feelings for Li, so he had to eliminate this hidden danger. Retracting his thoughts, he calmed down for a moment before walking into the hall. Father, mother. At those words, the two of them looked towards Li Mingchen together, and then Lu Minlan waved at him. Tatsuer, you're here just in time. We were talking about you and your big brother just now. I hope you don't blame him. After all, he's your big brother anyways. Lu Minlan persuaded bitterly. Li Mingchen froze for a moment, always feeling how there was something familiar about those words. Upon careful consideration, he realized that this was exactly what Lu Minlan had once often said to Li, and now he did feel uncomfortable upon hearing it. However, Li Mingchen did not show anything on his face. Don't worry, mother. I've never held a grudge against big brother in my heart, even if he tried to poison me yesterday. As he said this, he intentionally bit down on the last 4 words, causing both of Emperor Wu's hearts to palpitate violently. It was just that Li Mingchen didn't give them time to react and continue to say with an aggrieved face, he should just be momentarily haunted, and I'm sure it won't be long before he repents at the Chen Repentance Palace. Upon hearing this, the two martial emperors only felt that Li Mingchen was very understanding, and Lu Minlan even petted his head. Alas, if only your elder brother knew half as much as you do. Next, the three chattered about family matters, interrupted midway by the appearance of an old eunuch. Seeing his personal eunuch come in, Emperor Wu just wanted to open his mouth to inquire. Who knew that the old eunuch would open his mouth to report first? Your Majesty, Prime Minister Lin's daughter, Lin Ruyan, seeks an audience. Emperor Wu froze for a moment, then seemed to think of something and waved his hand. Tell her to wait in the Imperial study. I'll be right there afterward. Greetings. When the old eunuch retired and Emperor Wu was about to head to the Imperial study, Li Mingchen suddenly called out to him. Father, let my son follow along. Emperor Wu was not surprised by this and simply nodded. That's just right. Tatsuer, come along. A quarter of an hour passed, and the Imperial study. A clean-cut woman in purple clothes bowed to Emperor Wu and Li Mingchen in front of her. Ruyan, see your Majesty. Your Highness the Third Prince. Be excused. Emperor Wu waited for Lin Ruyan to get up, then opened the door. Ruyan, are you still about the marriage contract today? Emperor Wu's bluntness caused Lin Ruyan to freeze as well, reacting with a slight nod. Back to your Majesty. Ruyan today precisely wants to plead with your Majesty to break off the engagement between me and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. My father says that my daughter is too shallow in talent and knowledge to be worthy of the Honorable Crown Prince. Lin Ruyan had heard this rhetoric from Emperor Wu no less than 8 times, and ever since Li had become an invalid, this girl had begged for an audience almost every once in a while. The purpose of each visit was to use this euphemistic tone to get him to revoke the other party's engagement with Li. It should be known that Lin Ruyan was the daughter of the Prime Minister of the current dynasty, and was also a famous talent in the Imperial City of Da, proficient in piano, chess, calligraphy and painting, and very good at poetry. This, coupled with her unassuming appearance, led to countless men admiring her in the Imperial City. Even the Lin family was a meritorious family that helped him open up the Great Marshal, so he was much more tolerant of both the Lin family and Lin Ruyan. In fact, he knew very well that Lin Ruyan was seeing that Li had become an invalid, and that was why she had been thinking of breaking off her engagement with him. He could understand Lin Ruyan's mood, but if he really agreed to break off the engagement before, then not only would Li be disgraced, but their entire royal family would follow suit. Originally, Emperor Wu was still thinking that even though he had now relegated Li to the status of a commoner, he still couldn't break off the marriage contract. But not long ago, Mingchen approached him and said he had a crush on Lin Ruyan. He also said that since Lin Ruyan couldn't look at his big brother, it would be better to let the other party break off the engagement and marry him, so that it wouldn't be a disgrace to the royal family. Originally, he didn't want to agree, but today, he thought that Li had become a commoner. If he still let Lin Ruyan have a marriage contract with that invalid, he felt sorry for Prime Minister Lin as a meritocracy. After all, this old man Lin Yufeng only had this one daughter. Since Mingchen had this heart, it would be better to be an adult. Ruyan, there is something you may not be clear about. Last night Li has been relegated to the status of a commoner by me and placed under house arrest in the Qian Repentance Palace because he made some mistakes. In the beginning, it was after Li became the crown prince that I granted the two of you a marriage contract, and since he has now been deposed, this marriage contract is considered null and void. Speaking here, Emperor Wu twisted his head to look at Li Mingchen. In fact, despite the unpleasantness of this incident, it still doesn't hinder the marriage contract between the royal family and the Lin family. If Ruyan you don't mind, you can consider Mingchen. He often tells me that he has admired you for a long time. If you agree, Ruyan, I will be able to give the two of you a marriage today. What? Chapter 5, if you don't know each other, don't see each other. After hearing these words from Emperor Wu, Lin Ruyan couldn't stop herself from letting out a cry of shock. However, what shocked her was not that Li Yi had been relegated to the status of a commoner. Because of this decision of Emperor Wu, she had learned about it in advance this morning, or else she wouldn't have rushed over so quickly. She precisely wanted to take advantage of the fact that Li Yi did not have the status of a crown prince, thus taking the opportunity to break the marriage contract between the two. It was just that Lin Ruyan didn't expect that the third prince had actually been paying attention to her and admiring her as well, and it looked like he still wanted to complete the marriage contract with her as soon as possible. While shocked, Lin Ruyan was also slightly happy. It seemed that she wasn't what her father had said, that no one wanted her. What Li Yi is good enough for her? How could that kind of unmotivated martial artist who always makes mistakes and gives up on himself be worthy of a talented woman like her? On the contrary, although the third prince did not have the merits that Li Yi once had, he was diligent and studious afterward. Such a hard-working and inspiring royal son, his future achievements could never be low. What's more, the world knew that the third prince was highly favored by Emperor Wu and the current empress. Now that Li Yi has been relegated to the status of a commoner, the position of the crown prince must be none other than Li Mingchen. In the future, the position of the emperor of the Great Qian dynasty was even more needless to say. As long as she could have a marriage contract with the third prince, then she would also be the future empress. The thought of being married to this man with a future made Lin Ruyan a little heartbroken. But heartbeat to heartbeat, she can't agree right away. After all, a girl still needs to be a little more reserved. Otherwise, after Li Mingchen got it easily, he would definitely not cherish himself. Thinking of this, Lin Ruyan could only suppress her heart's joy, then responded with feigned trepidation. Your Majesty, although Ruyan also admires the third prince, the matter of changing the marriage contract is more important. I still have to go back and ask my father for instructions. Emperor Wu could understand after hearing this and nodded slightly. That works too. He felt that Lin Ruyan's reply was tantamount to characterizing the matter, and it was clear that the other party still had a soft spot for Mingchen. Li Mingchen also saw Lin Ruyan's willingness, which made him very happy in his heart. You know, this is equal to stealing Li Yi's woman. Thinking about it is a relief. Didn't this guy say that without him, not even the great martial dynasty could be established? He also said that he has made many achievements, but in the end, Li Yi's woman is still not going to be his Li Mingchen's. Retracting his mind, Li Mingchen took the initiative to step forward and commit. Please also rest assured, Miss Ruyan, as long as you marry this prince will absolutely double your treatment. After she spoke, a blush surfaced on Lin Ruyan's face. She did not bother to answer, for that would reflect the conservatism of her great lady, so she lowered her head and said to Emperor Tsutomu, Your Majesty, I think I should be allowed to break off my previous engagement before I re-engage. Since His Majesty has agreed, I will now personally go to the Qian Repentance Palace and ask Li Yi to hand over the marriage certificate. Lin Ruyan clearly remembers that this marriage certificate has always been on Li Yi's body, and he always carries it with him wherever he goes, for fear of losing it or having it snatched away. To Lin Ruyan, this was a sign that the man was unconfident and useless, and must have felt that she would be snatched away by someone else at any time. She despised such incompetent and careful men. Therefore, this marriage contract must be broken today. Emperor Wu didn't know what was in Lin Ruyan's mind, but he felt that it would be good to break off the engagement as soon as possible, and then he would be able to directly bestow the marriage to Chenner. Likewise, he could officially announce to the outside world that the person who had once been engaged to Lin Ruyan was the third prince. After all, before Li Yi and Lin Ruyan had a marriage contract, the court did not publicize it. Only the officials within the court were clear about this matter, but no one dared to rumor. In this way, the face of the royal family is truly preserved. Alright, then Ruyan, you go now and ask for the marriage certificate back, so that I can then give you a seal to break the marriage contract. If it's an unusual person's marriage certificate, it's fine. Just tear it up and call it off, because there's no way to go about recovering it. But a royal marriage certificate is different. It is a symbol and representation of royal power. Anyone who dares to tear it up would be challenging the royal authority, but it would cost them their head. So if you want to break a royal engagement, you have to give your consent with the emperor's seal of approval. Lin Ruyan couldn't wait to regain her freedom, and then hurriedly agreed and left the place to head to Qian Repentance Palace. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Ruyan had only just stepped into the compound where Qian Repentance Palace was located when she saw two forbidden soldiers fainting on the ground at the entrance of the palace not far in front of her. It wasn't clear what this was, but it was clear to her that something was definitely wrong. Immediately afterward, Lin Ruyan rushed forward and pushed the door to enter Qian Repentance Palace, only to find that it was already empty. A bad premonition surged to her heart. Then she hurriedly ran into the deep chambers, only to see that there was still no one inside. Probably Li Yi had escaped. If she wasn't wrong, the two forbidden soldiers at the entrance were also knocked out by Li Yi. Now Lin Ruyan thought it was over because the marriage certificate was still in Li Yi's possession. If the other party left, how could she break the marriage contract? Thinking about it, she once again blamed Li Yi in her heart. You're a really unconscious guy. You must have known that this young lady was coming over to withdraw from the marriage, and didn't want to give it up but had no other way to do it, so you fled like a coward. Alas, Li Yi, why are you so bitter? A strongly twisted melon is never sweet. In Lin Ruyan's eyes, Li Yi knew in advance that she was going to come over to withdraw from the marriage, so he took the marriage certificate and ran away directly so that he would have no way to withdraw from the marriage. Just as she was still agonizing over this, she suddenly saw a layer of red crumbs on a side table. What's this? Puzzled, she stepped forward, her pupils snapping when she read the contents of the shard on the table. How is this possible? That's right, she could see that this red shredded paper was none other than her and Li Yi's marriage certificate, and she even found her name on it. Lin Ruyan had an incredulous look on her face. She didn't expect the marriage certificate to be destroyed. Who the hell did this? Even if she had seen it with her own eyes, Lin Ruyan did not feel that it was Li Yi's doing because she felt that it was impossible for the other party to do so. Not only does Li Yi not have the guts to do this, but he also can't get away from himself. Previously, the fact that she had approached the Emperor several times to withdraw from the marriage had long been known to Li Yi. The guy even came to her door in the first place and said something about how he'd lost enough already and begged himself not to regret the marriage. Lin Ruyan only felt that Li Yi was too ridiculous at that time, so she refused his begging. How could she be willing to marry an invalid? The husband in her heart was an existence that stood on top of this world. Thinking about the way Li Yi fell into tears at that time, Lin Ruyan felt lousy for the other party. I'm afraid that there is no better way to describe Li Yi at that time than the word loser. It was just that Lin Ruyan seemed to have forgotten now what her father had once told her. If Li Yi hadn't existed back then, everyone in the Lin family would have died surrounded by the enemy, and it would have been impossible for them to be tilted by the Imperial Court's resources and achieve their current position in the Imperial City. Lin Ruyan had forgotten all of this. She only wanted to know at the moment just who had blatantly torn up the royal marriage contract. Wasn't he afraid of death? Just at this time, Lin Ruyan suddenly noticed that there were words under the shredded paper. Puzzled, she peeled the shredded paper away. The next moment, she saw 6 words carved into the table. If you know each other, don't see each other. Seeing this line, Lin Ruyan's pupils shrunk violently, as if she finally understood something. Li Yi, did you really do this? She was a little less convinced at this point, but there didn't seem to be any other reason to explain. Only, Lin Ruyan felt that even if it was Li Yi who tore up the marriage certificate, that the latter was not sincere in breaking off the marriage contract, but had other plans, like trying to make yourself care about him, or even go to him. She sneered at the thought. What a cheap trick. Don't think you'll be able to attract my lady's attention just by doing that. This young lady will prefer not to go looking for you, and see when you come back wagging your tail and begging for forgiveness from this young lady. Achoo! On the other side, Li Yi, who had just walked out of the Imperial City by virtue of a Grandmaster's power, sneezed for no reason at the moment. Who's thinking of me? As the words fell, the system's voice once again sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for stepping out of the Great Martial Imperial City. 10% completion of the mainline mission. Rewarding the most loyal bodyguard, the ancient evil Dianwei. Chapter 6. Anyone who tries to harm my lord will die. The character temporarily exists in the system space. The host can summon it out at any time. Li Yi's heart rejoiced upon hearing this. No matter how he was an emperor in the future, he couldn't do everything himself. And with this kind of loyal general as his bodyguard, he felt much more solid in his heart. He went into the system interface for a bit, and in there, he saw that Dianwei's martial arts was actually a bit lower than his, at the peak of the first grade Zongshi. However, the system told him that the martial arts generals he summoned possessed memories that belonged to this world. In other words, their martial arts were equal to what they practiced in this world. So Dianwei was able to explode, with all the strength of the peak of his first grade master. But Li Yi himself was different. He was equal to the fact that his body had only just recovered today, and his internal energy had been directly raised to the early stage of Grandmaster. So it will take him a while to get used to it and apply it. Right now, at most, he could only exert a mid-first grade Zongshi. which was equal to being weaker than Dian Wei's current strength. But Li Yi was also happy to have a loyal general like Dian Wei to protect him before he fully grasped the Grandmaster's power, so he didn't have to worry that something would happen to him. It was only due to the fact that Dian Wei was very tall and powerful. If this kind of big guy was summoned now, it would certainly be easy to attract attention. Although he was already out of the Imperial City, this neighborhood was still part of the crowded area. Li Yi wanted to arrive at Beiping safely and securely, and hurry to claim the title of emperor over there and enjoy the life of an emperor, and didn't want to be delayed because of these trivial matters. Forget it, let's just summon it when there are fewer people. Then he didn't continue to delay and decisively headed towards the north. Only shortly after he left, a dark shadow flashed in place. What happened in the morning court today quickly spread throughout the Imperial City. That's why the Imperial City is more lively than ever today. The people were shocked to learn that their crown prince, once the general of Tianzi, the great king of Qin, had been relegated to the status of a commoner. In fact, the people were not surprised by this result, but they did not expect this day to come so quickly. Thinking about it, how could an invalid be worthy of being the crown prince of the Wu dynasty, and even less qualified to be their emperor in the future? If this kind of cripple really inherited the throne, it would only discredit their Wu. When this news first came out from the palace, a part of the people still felt very sorry for the once such heroic figure, who had fallen to such a state. But when they realized that Li Yi was helplessly deposed by Emperor Wu because he poisoned his own brother last night, as well as keeping private soldiers who wanted to plot against him, it was only then that they withdrew the regret and pity from their hearts. Most of the people in Wu now feel that Li Yi's unconscionable actions this time are considered to have completely refreshed his once lower limit. Then, a man with a popular face in the crowd couldn't help but open his mouth and exclaim, "I really didn't expect that the once unrivaled soldier immortal, the god of war of our great martial dynasty, would now do these perverse and bottomless things." As soon as his words were spoken, the other man beside him followed suit. That's right, 2 years ago, Li Yi was unable to bear the blow, often oppressing his own men who were once born to die, and even exiled them. Now is becoming even more crazy, to go so far as to do something like killing his brother and killing his father. How could he have become so extreme? Does he still have any humanity left? I really don't know how terrifying it would be for our great martial dynasty if this kind of heartless lunatic were to sit on the throne in the future. The words fell, and the people around them thought so too. All of them felt that Emperor Wu's abolition of Li Yi's crown prince position was an incredibly wise choice. Although at one time, Li Yi was personally carrying the war flag, fighting all the strong enemies in the surrounding area who wanted to invade Wu, and protecting the Wu dynasty and them, the people. But that was only ever. The current Wu dynasty had become the most powerful country in this continent. None of the neighboring countries and powers dared to mess with them anymore, and they even had to pay tribute every year to show their goodwill to Wu. Even during the 3 years that Li Yi had become an invalid, Emperor Wu had formed the powerful Black Dragon army to protect their great Wu's borders, and no power dared to come and find trouble at all. Therefore, they didn't need Li Yi, the invalid, and only hoped that he wouldn't become a drag on the Wu dynasty. Being a commoner and under house arrest today may be the best place for Li Yi. Just like that, this voice in favor of abolishing Li Yi as the crown prince began to resound all over the Imperial City, as if someone was pushing behind it. However, no one revealed that Li Yi had taken the initiative to break off the relationship at the Taiji Palace during the morning court, because it was the mouth sealed by Emperor Wu's order. Either way, Emperor Wu felt that this morning was a disgrace to him. Li Yi didn't know about the buzz of the Imperial City today, and of course he didn't want to know. Nowadays, he only wanted to arrive at the Northern Realm earlier, complete the main quest to become the emperor, and start the life of an emperor who wakes up and holds the power of the world, and lays down on the knees of a beautiful woman in a drunken stupor. He didn't bother to linger in Daw for much longer. He had his own business to attend to. He couldn't dawdle around enjoying the scenery on the road. Although he hadn't been in this world for a long time, he already understood that this was a world of the weak and the strong. Only by becoming stronger will you not have your dignity trampled on and repeat your mistakes. As for the days that were, they are but a passing cloud. Family and all that he didn't want, or he never had it all along. The world is thin. The people are evil. The rain sends dusk and the flowers fall easily. Take back those distracting thoughts. Li Yi now know from one's memory, the distance from the great martial dynasty to the northern border there, a full more than 1,000 kilometers. Even if he was already a Grandmaster, as usual, he didn't want to run there on foot. Why did he have to suffer when he could use a horse? After all, in his previous life, it was because of overtime that he died suddenly at his workstation. So he came across this time to enjoy himself. 996 or whatever. Go to history. But before he could find a horse, there was one more little nuisance he needed to deal with. Thinking of this, Li Yi's figure shifted violently, and he disappeared into the woods in front of him. When he disappeared for about half a minute, a silhouette emerged from the same spot, clad in black robes and a scarf covering his face, looking slightly out of place in this broad daylight. Where is everyone? The man in black was a bit surprised that he had managed to lose him by following an invalid. What's going on? Could it be that the old man has been discovered? But when he thought about it carefully, he felt that it was impossible. How could that invalid notice that he, a first-grade master, was following in the dark? The probability was that someone had rescued him. Who knew that just as this thought surfaced from his mind, a cool voice came from behind him. I didn't realize I was already like this, but the court actually had no intention of letting me go. As the voice entered his ears, the black-clothed man's heart trembled violently, and he hurriedly turned his head to look behind him. Suddenly, his face suddenly changed, only to see that the person behind him was none other than the target he was going after, Li. The man in black was really confused now, not sure how Li, who had already become an invalid, was able to come behind him silently. He didn't bother to think about it much though. It was definitely better to see the other side than to lose them. I thought you had the sense to escape, but I didn't expect you to actually dare to show up on your own initiative. Just in time to save the old man from continuing to look for it. After saying that, the man in black looked at Li with murderous intent in his eyes, and the aura of a strong man also erupted from his body. I showed up because I wanted to take two things from you, otherwise I wouldn't have lured you from the palace to outside the Imperial City. Hearing this, the man in black was startled for a moment, but soon felt that this was simply impossible. How could that invalid Li have such perceptiveness to be able to discover himself early in the morning? He was a first-grade sect master powerhouse, and those words were mostly bluffing him. Cut the crap. As long as you're alive there will always be people who can't sleep. His Majesty only putting you under house arrest won't solve the fundamental problem. Only your death will solve all this. After saying that, the man in black stopped dawdling and drew his sword to kill towards Li. Seeing this scene, Li shook his head in disappointment. Geez, the only reason I lured you out was to take two things from you. Why are you suddenly so grumpy? Since you won't give it, I'll have to take it by force. The first thing I'm going to take is your life. As the words fell, a huge silhouette suddenly emerged behind the man in black, holding twin halberds. Then a flash of cold light cut through the sky, and cut through the black-clothed man's neck, directly chopping off his head. Death to those who try to harm my lord. Chapter 7 Slapping Lin Ruyan. Blood was splashed out, and the head even drew a graceful arc in mid-air. The person who came was none other than Dian Wei, who was clad in golden battle armor and wielding ice and iron twin halberds, and who had just seconded that little sprawler in one go. Of course, this was Li Yi's initiative to summon him out, as there was no one else in the location they were in, and he wasn't afraid of getting into trouble by being too flashy. So before the black-clothed man made his move, he summoned out Dian Wei. After all, with the strongest guards put aside, that's not pure size cute. What? In the midst of his thoughts, Dian Wei violently shook the blood off of his ice-iron twin halberd before slinging the weapon behind himself and walking towards himself. Lord, are you alright? Looking at the large man in front of him, Li Yi instantly felt a sense of security. I'm fine. It's thanks to General Dian Wei that you escorted me in time. Li Yi gave his affirmation. Hearing his praise, Dian Wei smiled nervously and scratched his head. This scene allowed Li Yi to feel even more that the person standing in front of him was the General Dian Wei he expected. Likewise, only he knew how loyal Dian Wei really was. In his previous life he had gone to great lengths to protect his master and kill the enemy with one man's strength. He has the courage of a man who can't be defeated. Retrieving his thoughts, Li Yi walked to the headless corpse with an expressionless face and searched for the silver tails he had brought with him. That's right, the second thing he was going to take was the money on this man in black. Everything he had was taken away from him before he was relegated to commoner status by Emperor Wu's public announcement. Since he wanted to buy a good horse to go to the north, the first thing he had to have was silver. So he deliberately exposed his breath when he was in the palace. It was knowing that even if Emperor Wu didn't drive him to extinction, Li Mingchen, the heart boy, would definitely do so. Therefore he willed the other party to be lured outside the Imperial City. Perhaps because of the reason of inheriting the original body's memory, causing Li Yi's heart did not ripple in the slightest when he saw this bloody scene. Then, he took the mask off the black-robed man's face, only to see that the other party was actually an unfamiliar face. Li Yi frowned slightly. He knew all the first-grade patriarchs stationed at the palace, but he had never seen this person before. Earlier, when he heard his voice was relatively unfamiliar, he thought that he was trying not to reveal his identity, but now it seemed that this person might be the helper that Li Mingchen had found. Of course, it could be that the other side has struck a deal with some guys. As for the reason why he didn't suspect Emperor Wu, it was because he was no longer the emperor of a country. So how could he possibly unite with outsiders to deal with himself? And with Emperor Wu's egotistical character, he didn't even bother to unite with outsiders. But no matter what the inside story is, Li does not want to continue to think about it. Anyway, come one he kills one on the line. Retracting his thoughts, he didn't want to delay any longer and planned to go buy 2 good ponies first. General Dian Wei, come with me to the north. At the same time, Li Guyu, who was in the palace, slapped Lin Ruyan's face at this time. Pop, big brother, he was really blind when he actually looked at you, a woman who doesn't know shame. Just a short while ago, Lin Ruyan came out of Qian Repentance Palace with a complicated mood, intending to meet the Imperial City to complain about this matter. No matter what, it was already a fact that her marriage certificate with Li had been destroyed, which was now equal to no marriage contract between the two of them as well. In theory, she could be engaged to the third prince at any time, or even married on the spot. Just the thought of Li, this invalid, daring to tear up the marriage contract between them made her feel blocked in her heart. How dare that guy? Even if it was to get her attention, then there was no need to go to such extremes. Was there? However, this made Lin Ruyan even more glad that she didn't marry Li, such an extreme person. Even if he is not relegated to the common people, in the future, he definitely presses himself by virtue of his status, and may be subjected to his domestic violence in case of disobedience. Being punched and kicked by then may be a common occurrence. That was close. I almost let Li have his way. Lin Ruyan was thus relieved, but halfway there, she was blocked by a silhouette, and the person who came was none other than County Lord Li Guyu. Originally, because of her status, Lin Ruyan still wanted to greet Li Guyu, who knew that the other party did not say anything and first and mercilessly rewarded her with a slap. Time to go back to the present. Although Li Guyu did not use his full strength in this slap, Lin Ruyan's pretty face still had crimson slap marks appearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was still the result of her not using her full strength. No matter what, she was also a martial artist, and she couldn't use her full strength against Lin Ruyan, the eldest young lady. Otherwise the slightest lack of control over the force and the ungrateful woman would be dead. Lin Ruyan's death is nothing, but she will also suffer punishment. Removal from office and sentenced to heavenly prison or light, most likely no life. She, Li Guyu, was not afraid of death, but if she died herself, who could clear her big brother Li's name? Her big brother had saved his life in the beginning, so no matter what, she couldn't stand by and watch Li under house arrest for the rest of his life. Meanwhile, Lin Ruyan covered her swollen face and looked at Li Guyu in disbelief. Sheriff, what are you doing here? She was very stifled inwardly. She had even been beaten in broad daylight, but now she dared to be angry. It was all Li's fault. If he hadn't become an invalid 3 years ago, how could he have kept himself from marrying him? If he hadn't become an invalid, Li definitely wouldn't have been invalidated by Emperor Wu for a day. Then she, Lin Ruyan, would have been the crown princess a long time ago. In that case, how would this sheriff in front of her, who only danced with swords and guns, dare to slap her? It's all Li's fault. If he hadn't been useless and unprofitable, how could he have suffered so much? After Lin Ruyan blamed Li for all of this, her heart felt slightly better, but she had to tell Emperor Wu and the third prince afterwards. If she dared to mess with her, the future queen, she would make the other party suffer. Li Guyu didn't know Lin Ruyan's twisted inner thoughts. She only knew that the latter had just gone to Qian Repentance Palace to find her big brother to break the marriage contract. Not only that, she also knew that this woman, Lin Ruyan, was about to agree to be betrothed to the third prince. As for these things, they were all learned from Li Mingchen bragging in front of her when she went to talk to Emperor Wu just now. Lin Ruyan's actions were humiliating her big brother. If there was only a marriage contract between the two of them, then Li Guyu could understand. But once big brother had done so much for Lin Ruyan, as well as the entire Lin family, she just felt bad for Li. That's why she didn't hold back and did it directly. To know, before her elder brother's martial arts is not abolished before, help Lin Ruyan father to sit on the position of the duke of the country, and after that also give them to allocate a lot of money to repair the Lin house. The current Lin mansion was so luxurious that it could be said to be just a little bit worse than the palace of the imperial court. There was also the fact that Li used to often bring gifts to Lin Ruyan, even when his martial arts skills were crippled. Moreover, most of those gifts were valuable jewelry, which Lin Ruyan could have accepted in the first place. Even so, Li repeatedly said that he wanted to marry that Lin Ruyan, but the latter kept dragging her feet saying that she didn't agree, and even approached Emperor Wu to break the marriage contract, receiving Li's heart while wanting to break off the engagement. I'm afraid only Lin Ruyan could do such a thing. As soon as he thought of this, Li Guyu was outright furious. Lin Ruyan, don't forget that everything you have now was given to you by my big brother. In the beginning you got so many favors from him, and now you abandon him and even humiliate him in this way. You're really a heartless thing. Chapter 8, The Hypocritical Lu Minlan. Heartless? Lin Ruyan's pupils dilated violently after hearing this. She didn't realize that she had done wrong, but she felt that Li Guyu had the right to say this about her. At one time, she was afraid that Li Yi would lose his mind, so every time the other party gave her something, she would gladly accept it. If not, how could she accept a gift from someone she hated? If this kind of thing got out, it would only cause people to misunderstand the relationship between her and Li Yi, but she was still a lady of the house, so going and accepting gifts from other men will only tarnish her image. But how could she have been willing to take this on if she hadn't had a good heart? After all, there shouldn't be a girl in the world who would take her innocence and make it good for others like she did. Luckily, Lin Ruyan wasn't confident enough to speak her thoughts out. Otherwise Li Guyu might really be unable to hold back and beat her to death on the spot right now. Sheriff, it is not the turn of others to make judgments on what this young lady is. I have always had a clear conscience. Lin Ruyan tilted her head and said indignantly, it was inevitable that this young lady and Li Yi would break off their engagement, because our engagement from the beginning was just a bad decision made by my father. He and my lady are not from the same world after all, not to mention the fact that a strong twisted melon is not sweet, isn't it? Speaking of which, Lin Ruyan was also worried that Li Guyu would be impulsive and strike himself again, so she had to lay out the crumbs in her hand. Now this young lady and Li Yi have broken off their marriage contract, or he first took the initiative to tear up the marriage contract, and the person also escaped from Qian Repentance Palace. What? Li Guyu exclaimed in shock upon hearing this, but she didn't believe Lin Ruyan's words at all. Her elder brother had obviously lost his martial arts skills, so how could he have escaped from the Palace of Dry Repentance? Isn't there anyone to guard the door? Thus, Li Guyu hurriedly urged Lin Ruyan to tell what had happened to her in the Qian Repentance Palace. Lin Ruyan over here was still explaining. On the other hand, Emperor Wu and Empress Wu, who were in the back garden, had already learned of the news by now, because the secret guards lurking in the dark parts of the palace saw the fainted forbidden soldiers at the entrance there before Lin Ruyan entered the Qian Repentance Palace. They went in and saw that Li Yi was not there and immediately rushed to report to Emperor Wu. Your Majesty, Li Yi knocked out the forbidden soldiers stationed at the entrance of Qianxian Palace and then directly fled. His current whereabouts are unknown. Hearing the report from Lu Mo, the deputy chief of the Dark Guards, both Emperor Wu and Lu Minlan were shocked. What did you say? After Emperor Wu was shocked, he was furious. He had only just sent Mingchen away a short while ago and thought of coming to the back garden with Lan'er to enjoy the flowers and let her evacuate her depressed mood. Because the later Lan'er also knew that Li Yi had cut his hair in the courtroom this morning and openly said something about severing ties with him. At that time and getting the news Lan'er can be said to be heartbroken. After all, there isn't a mother who doesn't feel for her children. There isn't a mother who doesn't see her child as her heart, even if he doesn't do well. That's why he said that he brought Lan'er out for a break. He didn't expect that just less than half an hour had passed, and then the news of Li Yi's escape came, which really didn't let him save his mind. As Emperor Wu pondered, Lu Minlan beside him directly said with a flustered face, How could this happen? Ear would actually escape from the Qian Repentance Palace. After saying that, she turned her head to look at Emperor Wu. Brother Tian, when Ear did that, was he upset with your decision to relegate him to commoner status this morning? Lu Mo, who was next to him, couldn't help but spit in his heart when he heard this. Isn't that nonsense to say? Could you be happy if you were relegated from queen to commoner? The reason why he couldn't help but bellyache inside was because he was also upset about His Highness the Crown Prince's situation. Moreover, he believed that with His Highness the Crown Prince's character, he would definitely not do something like killing his brother to rebel. If the other side really wanted to do that, they would have done it a long time ago. Lu Mo was very clear that even if the Crown Prince did lose all his martial arts skills back then, the forces under his control could still easily seize the imperial power. It should be realized that once upon a time, the Crown Prince did not need to keep private soldiers at all because he had the military power in his hands. However, His Highness the Crown Prince at that time did not do so, and even when Emperor Wu made cuts to his power in the later stages of his reign, he did not bother to resist. The prince did not go to revolt when he had the advantage. Now that he has no power in the dynasty, you say that he has raised private soldiers and started a rebellion. This who believes it? In addition, Lu Mo also knew that the reason why the neighboring countries were so peaceful and still feared the Wu dynasty all the time was precisely because His Highness the Crown Prince was there. Even though His Highness the Crown Prince had lost all his martial arts skills, back then he relied not only on force, but also on his intellect to conquer all the countries and forces, and was a well-deserved soldier immortal. What is a military immortal? That is to use the army like a god, strategy transcendent like a fairy, already cannot be viewed in the eyes of man. The battle will be won, the attack will be taken. This is what makes the Crown Prince so powerful. Hasn't your Majesty realized it by now? The reason Lu Mo knew this stemmed from the fact that he had once followed Li Yi to kill the enemy on the battlefield as well. Later on, he was spotted by Emperor Wu and specially recruited to be a deputy chief of the Dark Guards. Unfortunately, with his empty martial arts skills, he could not do anything in the face of the Crown Prince's abolition, because there was still a chief looking over his head. That guy was much stronger than him, so he came to report sometime later, hoping to give the Crown Prince a chance to escape. Just as he was thinking, Emperor Wu's next words made Lu Mo feel even more speechless all of a sudden. Humph. But even if Li Yi he dares to be disgruntled again, then he can't abscond in private. He was once the great martial Crown Prince, and he actually doesn't even have that much measure. It seems that I really did the right thing. How can this kind of mind of his be qualified for the position of Crown Prince? And how can he take up the responsibility of being an emperor in the future? As the words fell, Lu Mo was truly unable to listen. He was just about to open his mouth to say something for the Crown Prince, but a black shadow suddenly emerged from beside him. It was a man clad in a black robe and wearing an Iron Beast mask on his face. All of his body exuded a terrifying aura that made Lu Mo shudder. Most notably, this person was none other than the chief leader of their Dark Guards. As the leader of the most mysterious and powerful organization in Dawu, his strength was unfathomable. Your Majesty, let me go and bring back the sinner Li Yi. Emperor Wu nodded slightly after hearing this. I'll trouble General Leader Nye. At the sound of his voice, the black-robed chief dodged and instantly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Seeing this scene, Lu Mo was now not calm. He understood the terror of Chief Nye's strength. It was rumored that his martial arts had reached the peak of the first-grade Grandmaster, just one step away from stepping into the Grandmaster realm. One must know that Li Yi, who was once known as the great martial god of war, was similarly at the peak of his strength as a first-grade Zongshi. It was just that their chief leader had broken through up in the past 2 years, but there was a significant gap between the peaks of first-grade sect masters. That too. For example, once upon a time, the Crown Prince, was the one person who fought 4 peak first-grade sect master powerhouses alone. In the end, although he narrowly won, he ended up with his meridians broken, his dantian shattered, and he became an invalid. Lu Mo knew very well that the Crown Prince was able to knock out the forbidden soldiers and escape from the palace, so someone must have rescued him, because there was no one in this world who was still able to recover after their dantian was shattered. It was just that no matter how strong that person who saved the prince was, he was not necessarily a match for their chief leader, because there weren't many peak Zongshi powerhouses in this world. What's more, when the original Chief Nye was still in the late stage of the first-grade Zongshi, he had easily killed an assassin who had slipped into the palace and was in the same late stage of the first-grade Zongshi as him. Now the prince is really in danger. Nay, he was no match for Chief Nye, so he could only pray that the Crown Prince would be able to escape this crisis. Next, at Emperor Wu's request, Lu Mo could only retreat, and at that moment, a touch of worry surfaced on the face of Lu Minlan, who was sitting in the pavilion. Seeing this, Emperor Wu quickly opened his mouth to pacify. Don't worry, Lanner. Commander Nye will definitely be able to bring Li Yi back, and he'll be fine. To his surprise, then Lu Minlan said with a sad face, I'm afraid that he'll hold a grudge against Mingchen. What if he secretly deals with him again? When these words came out, Emperor Wu all froze for a moment, obviously not expecting the other party to be worried about Li Mingchen, but he could only comfort him. Mingchen will be fine in the palace, and since Li Yi's previous forces have all been dismantled by me, he doesn't have the ability to hurt Mingchen. Hearing this, Lu Minlan was much more relieved. At this time she also felt an immense heartache for Ear's departure, especially when she thought, after he cut his hair in the courtroom today and said in public that he wanted to sever his relationship with them, Lu Minlan felt that there was something missing in her heart. Can't they all be nice as a family? At the thought, she shed tears of aggravation. It looked as if it was genuine, but if Li Yi were here, he would definitely yell at her for being hypocritical. Lu Minlan only felt that it wasn't like she could be blamed for this, and soon she thought of an outlet to vent. Her willow brows furrowed as she glared at Emperor Wu. Li Ao Tian. The reason why Ear fled the palace this time is all because of you. If you hadn't put him under house arrest in Xian Repentance Palace, how could he have left in disappointment? No matter what, you have to get Ear back, or there's no end between us. After saying that, Lu Minlan let out an angry cold snort before she simply turned around and left, leaving behind Emperor Wu, who was dumbfounded at the spot. Chapter 9, stopped by the chief of the Dark Guards. Soon Emperor Wu came back to his senses and hurriedly chased after him. Lanner, don't be angry. I will definitely send someone to find Li Yi again. Tell you what, I'll send out all of my secret guards and get him back no matter what. Over the next 2 days, I don't know who leaked the information. The matter of Dawu Crown Prince Li Yi's escape from the palace quickly spread from the palace to the entire Imperial City, and eventually to all parts of the Dawu dynasty. The eyes of the various countries hidden in the Imperial City were shocked upon learning of this news and rushed to send people to send the news back to their respective masters. This incident meant that Dawu would never be sheltered by Li Yi from now on. That former great martial god of war, the soldier immortal of tactics, and the feared admiral of heaven's policy had become a thing of the past. Because it was already common knowledge in the world that Li Yi had no more martial arts skills. The only thing he is powerful at is having the ability to strategize and campaign for thousands of miles with his troops. Leaving the palace, he could no longer interfere in the military and political affairs of Dawu, and could no longer threaten the neighboring countries of Dawu, as well as various forces. In this way, these countries of theirs will also have no fear of Dawu's army and will not have to curry favor with them, and they might be able to take back from Daw all that they had lost before. In the great martial Imperial City, those people who had learned of this news were all very surprised. What's going on? Why are there big events happening so frequently these days? Previously, Li Yi's relegation to commoner status by the emperor was enough to shock me, and now he actually escaped the palace. As soon as these words came out, there was a person next to him who had a worried look on his face. Yes, I wonder where he has fled to. Will he come back for revenge then? Earlier, I heard that Li Yi is a vindictive and extreme villain who has repeatedly tried to frame and plot against the third prince in the palace. So what should we do in case he escapes and then organizes some vicious outlaws to turn against us? Daw, when the time comes, it's us common people who will suffer. After saying that, a group of people around them were all worried. No matter how to say, once Li Yi's prestige is still there, just not too much more. For soon there was a sharp-tongued young man. Disdainful. What are you guys afraid of? Don't forget that Li Yi is now an invalid. He has long since ceased to be the great martial war god he once was. Speaking here, the sharp-tongued man suddenly lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "Also, you guys don't know yet, do you? But a relative of mine who was an official told me yesterday that Li Yi openly cut ties with His Majesty in the courtroom." What? The surrounding people were surprised to hear this and did not expect Li Yi to be so lawless, so they opened their mouths. It seems that what we said before wasn't wrong. Li Yi's character has run out of bounds. He doesn't even respect the most basic filial piety. In vain, His Majesty raised him so big, but I didn't expect to raise a white-eyed wolf. I really don't know how cold His Majesty and the Empress Mother should be. Hearing that the people present were accusing Li Yi, the sharp-tongued man's mouth curled up slightly. What His Highness the Third Prince said was indeed not wrong. These foolish people only believe what they think. It seems I can continue to lay down the gauntlet. It is necessary to make the once high and mighty Li Yi an existence that everyone spurns. With this thought in his mind, he then once again pretended to be mysterious and said, "By the way, there's one more big thing I'm going to tell you, and you mustn't tell anyone about it." Upon hearing this, the curiosity of the crowd was once again piqued, so they opened their mouths for reassurance. "Don't worry, we always keep our mouths shut." The man laughed coldly in his heart at the sight before speaking in a low voice. "Let me tell you, 2 days ago when His Majesty learned of Li Yi's escape, he immediately sent almost all of his secret guards to search for him. It also includes the chief of the Dark Guards. Now Li Yi shouldn't be able to run for long before he's captured." The crowd was surprised to hear that His Majesty was obviously angry. Once upon a time, folklore had been circulating rumors about His Majesty's side, with that group of secret guards, each one a first-class expert. Because of this, the people felt that Li Yi was really in deep, and that he would definitely have to suffer a harsher punishment if he was caught and brought back. Of course, they didn't sympathize with him. Instead they felt that Li Yi deserved it. Just because he was relegated to the status of a commoner, he fled by any means necessary, and there was simply no pattern at all. After that, although the people around them had said that they would keep it a secret, soon all the news about Li Yi was once again spread throughout the entire Imperial City. On a northward official road of the Dawu dynasty, 2 good horses were galloping fast. The 2 people on horseback were none other than Li Yi and Dianwei. In 2 days' time, they ran through 1/3 of their journey, which meant that in another 5 or 6 days, they would be able to reach the northern border without any problems. At that time, Li Yi will directly claim the title of emperor, unlocking the emperor's exclusive territory skills. Who wants to work for someone else when you can be your own boss? Previously, the original body had put in so much effort to make Li Outyan become the martial emperor, and to make Lu Minlan the great martial empress. But in the end, what did it end up as? Framed and vilified. He was relegated from prince to commoner, and eventually died in despair and injustice, without receiving a word of concern until his death. Pathetic to the core. It's true that if you can't knock on the door, stop knocking or no good will come of it. Since Li Yi had taken over this body, how could he let this kind of thing repeat itself? He wanted to be the emperor of the ages and become the overlord of this world. Just as Li Yi was thinking, that familiar mechanical tone suddenly sounded in his head. Ding! The host has passed through Linchuan City. 30% of the main quest has been completed, rewarding 10,000 quintals of grain and grass. After hearing this beep, Li Yi's face did not change in the slightest. In the past 2 days, he realized that his main quest to go to the north to claim the throne was still rewarded according to his progress. It was that for every 10% of progress in mission completion, the system would randomly give itself a reward. And last time it was also 10,000 quintals of grain and grass. From the system he learned that a quart in this world is equal to 100 pounds, and all of it adds up to almost 5 days of rations for an army of 100,000 men. Obviously, this was for his 100,000 dragon riders. Now that he already had 10 days of rations, he could just directly call himself emperor when he arrived at the northern border. And then he could send out 100,000 dragon cavalry to open up the territory. The aim is to occupy the entire northern territory in the shortest possible time. Only that entire territory would be worthy of his dynasty. From his memories, Li learned that the climate of this northern realm was relatively harsh and most of the area was grassland and wasteland. So most of the people over there were nomads. For example, there are Huns, Donghu, Linhu, Yiki, Yohan, Rong and Di. Not only that, very many small states were established over there, such as Zhou, Jiang, Su, Ing, Chen and Zhang. Among the nomads, the Xiongnu tribe was the strongest, and Zhang was the most powerful among the small states. Originally, Xiongnu was the strongest force in the northern realm, but once, in a fight with Li Yi, he was directly injured. When the same 300,000 strong, highly mobile Xiongnu army fell. Since then, the Xiongnu retreated deep into the north, while the fringe state of Zhang took advantage of the opportunity to grow. As a result, the situation in the north is very chaotic today, so much so that in the 3 years since the original body lost all of its cultivation, the northern realm had changed drastically. Later on, without an intelligence agency, he was unable to learn about the news in the north, leading to the fact that now Li was not quite sure about the situation over there. But it didn't matter. He was going to the north to claim the throne, and the new emperor would change the situation over there then. The only way to try to stabilize them is through grand unification. Just as he was thinking about it, Jian Wei, who was on the horse beside him, suddenly changed his face. Lord beware, there's an enemy attack. As he spoke, Dian Wei had already taken out the ice iron twin halberds on his back and decisively swung them towards his body. Dang! 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 3 metallic clashes rang out as Dian Wei blocked all of the flying concealed weapons. Li instinctively raised his head and looked forward, only to see that 100 meters in front of him, there stood a black-robed man clad in black robes, and the other party was still facing their backs. What's the situation? When he was puzzled, the black-robed man suddenly turned around, only to see that the man was wearing an Iron Beast mask on his face. Dark Guard. Chief. Chapter 10, Dare to touch my people. You are not worthy of death. Li Yi's brows furrowed slightly at this time, obviously not expecting the chief leader of the Dark Guards to come after him. Since the Dark Guards only took orders from Emperor Wu, it seemed that the latter had realized that he had escaped, and that was why he had sent the chief of the Dark Guards over to bring him back, or maybe to silence them. As for the reason why he instantly recognized the identity of the chief of the Dark Guards, it wasn't because he had seen it before, but because he had heard that the man often wore an Iron Beast mask. This was the first time Li Yi had seen the other party, and in his memory as well, because the establishment of the Dark Guard was after he had lost all his cultivation. Although Li Yi had not seen the chief of the Dark Guards himself before, he was clear that his martial arts was already a peak first-grade Zhongxue expert. In the same realm, the strength of this Dark Guard chief was, as usual, a top-notch existence. But it didn't matter. He trusted General Dian Wei's strength. Earlier in the system panel, he had seen the qualifications of this first loyal general of his, and it was top-notch. I'm sure that if there was only the chief of the Dark Guards, General Dian Wei would be able to take care of him easily. In the middle of his thoughts, Dian Wei suddenly yanked on the reins in his hand, then let his horse block Li Yi's body. In fact, he had already sensed that the strength of the masked black-robed man in front of him was not weak. But what the hell? Trying to force the Lord to sit on something he doesn't want to do just won't do. If you alone want to take away the Lord, this general still advises you to go back to wherever you came from, or else this precious halberd of mine will have to carry another human life. It wasn't that Dian Wei was soft, it was that he didn't want his lord to see blood too often. After all, that scene after the murder was truly stomach-churning. It was just that the chief of the Dark Guards remained unmoved, standing right where he was and blocking their way, as if he was going to fight them to the death. Then he even spoke, but his voice was incredibly cold and raspy. Who says I'm the only one? As the words fell, one black shadow after another surfaced around the road, all of them clad in a black robe. Obviously they were all secret guards and numbered nearly 20. The strength of these people were not weak. Not only did they have 2 peak second-grade sect master powerhouses, but the rest were all 4th-grade martial artists. Don't look at the fact that most of the secret guards were 4th-grade martial artists. but any one of them placed in the Jianghu would be a first-class expert. And among the Dark Guards, anyone below this realm was not qualified to join. So this was the difference between a dynasty and a Jianghu power. As long as the emperor wanted to, he could just send a little bit of people to eradicate all the Jianghu forces. The reason not to do this is because there is still a need to use these forces and make some revenue. Your Highness, please come back with us. One of the Dark Guards stood out to speak at this moment, and Li recognized him at a glance. It was none other than Lu Mo, the deputy chief leader of the Dark Guards. But what Li didn't know was that Lu Mo rushed here for him as well. That day, not long after Lu Mo had returned to the Jinfu division where the Dark Guards were located, His Majesty sent someone over to inform him to bring all the Dark Guards with him to retrieve Li. At that time, Lu Mo only felt that Emperor Wu's decision was very childish. There were just over 40 Dark Guards in total, and most of them had their own duties, such as secretly guarding the palace, as well as protecting the Emperor and Empress. If we transfer all our men to look for someone, what if some Jianghu master slips into the palace? Although it was said that there were several other first-grade patriarchs underlying in the palace vocation, there were only those few in total, and it was simply impossible to take care of the entire palace. Although Lu Mo was the deputy chief, he usually docked with Emperor Wu for the most number of missions and understood this monarch's nature better. If he was right, Emperor Wu had made this ridiculous decision because he wanted to curry favor with the Empress. Anyway, as far as he could remember, this hadn't happened once or twice, and he was used to it. So 2 days ago, he chose to personally take 20 men from out of the palace to find someone. Of course he was also by selfishness. That is, he was afraid that Chief Nia would impulsively hurt His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. It was a good thing that when he ran into Chief Nia halfway, the latter hadn't found His Highness yet. Lu Mo now prayed in his heart that Your Highness he must not resist, or else Chief Nia would likely strike out and injure someone. But as he was thinking, Li next asked him back. Go back? What do you want to go back for? Is it to be put under house arrest in the Qian Repentance Palace for the rest of your life? This, Lu Mo was dumbfounded, but this was also His Majesty's decision and he had no right to intervene. Seeing him being abrasive, a man with a scarred face among the Dark Guards began to impatiently urge Lu Mo. Chief Lu, what are you wasting words with him? A commoner. Hurry up and forcefully bring him back. We'll be considered to have accomplished our mission. Hearing this, Lu Mo looked at Aochi in displeasure. This fellow was at the peak of the second-grade zongsure like him, but because he had become the vice chief of the Dark Guards, this person had been displeased with him. It was because Aochi had always believed that he was a foreigner, that's why he wasn't valued by His Majesty, while he, Lu Mo, was a native. Just as he was pondering, at that moment, Aochi approached towards Li while cursing disdainfully with his mouth. You're really troublesome for a wastrel. Isn't it good to stay in the Qian Regret Palace and be a wastrel? Why do you have to run away? To the detriment of all of us, we had to take the time and trouble to find him back. As soon as he said this, Dian Wei in front of Li immediately became furious. You dog scum dare to insult the Lord. See this general cut you down now. After saying that, his figure disappeared in a flash, and the next moment he appeared on the side of that Aochi, and threw a halberd up towards the other party's chest. What? Aochi's pupils shrunk violently, obviously not expecting this big guy to be so fast. Therefore, he was completely unable to dodge, and received this halberd solidly. Bang! Aochi, who had suffered a heavy blow, flew straight out, eventually smashing through a tree before stopping. Seeing this scene, the faces of all the people present suddenly changed instantaneously, obviously not expecting that this guard by Li's side would actually be so strong. One must know that Aochi was a peak second-grade sect master powerhouse. However, he hadn't been able to catch a single blow from that guard, and now both were down and unmoving, most likely dead. What kind of monster is this? Everyone looked at Dian Wei in shock, even Lu Mo. He hadn't seen the other party's movements just now, and if he hadn't guessed correctly, this person was a first-grade master. It was only that earlier, when this person was by His Highness' side, there was absolutely no aura of danger on him, and they all thought that it was just an ordinary guard, perhaps just a 9th-grade martial artist. That's why Lu Mo can't figure out nowadays. The people that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince used to have around him weren't all sent out by His Majesty and transferred away. How come there's still a first-rate sect master powerhouse? Dian Wei didn't want to talk nonsense. He still had to follow his lord to the north to help him claim the throne. He didn't have the heart to waste time here. In the next moment, he no longer hid the aura on his body and directly released it all. Anyone else who wants to take the lord. All together, the surrounding secret guards, after feeling that terrifying might, all of their faces turned white. This was because this was exactly the aura and power that could only erupt from the body of a first-grade sect master powerhouse. Most of them, however, were only 4th-grade martial artists, and it was simply easy for the other party to kill them. so the crowd looked towards Chief Nya, who stood in front of the road. Perhaps he was the only one who could take care of this big guy. He only saw that Chief Nya was walking towards Li, seemingly not even putting Dianwei in his eyes. Dare to touch my people. You're not worthy of death. As he spoke, he didn't make a move on Dianwei either, but swept past the latter. Seeing that he had been ignored, Dianwei was also furious in his heart, and immediately wanted to strike out to tear this rampant child apart. Just before he had the chance to do so, that Chief Nya disappeared in place like a ghost, and when he reappeared, he was already behind Li. My lord, be careful. Dianwei quickly rushed over to protect him, but the chieftain had already drawn his sword and stabbed out. Suddenly, the sound of a sharp sword piercing into flesh and blood rang out. But the people present all had unbelievable faces, because from their perspective, they were the ones who saw Chief Nya laying down a deadly blow. What the hell is going on here? Didn't His Majesty just tell us to bring Li back? Why did Chief Nya want to kill him? Those dark guards were confused and subconsciously tensed up, for the people were not certain whether His Majesty would actually punish them when he learned of this. Just as the crowd was imagining things, Dianwei had actually rushed to Li's side early on, not much slower than the speed of that chief of the dark guards at all. He was thinking of protecting his master immediately, but he was confused by the scene in front of him when he came over, only to see that his lord was not at all in trouble, and the person who was stabbed with the sword by the chief of the dark guards was Aochi. Chapter 11. Because I'm waiting for you. What's going on? Dianwei's mind was spinning. Why was this chief of the dark guards still killing his own people? Is there a personal vendetta? However, what makes Dianwei even more puzzled? Why this scarred man has obviously already received a halberd from him. It is reasonable to say that this person will be seriously injured even if he does not die. He certainly wouldn't be able to stand up, at least for a short while. However, the other party was still able to come behind the lord silently, and looking at Aochi's current posture, it was when he wanted to stab his lord with the dragon scale dagger in his hand that he was stopped by that chief of the dark guards. This is obviously very unreasonable. Of course, Dianwei wasn't the only one who thought so. The other dark guards around him did as well. I'm not going to blink, am I? The person that Lord Chief wants to kill is actually Aochi? A dark guard who happened to see the reality of the situation finally reacted at that moment and twisted his thigh in shock. It was only after feeling the pain that he realized with certainty that this was not a dream. What nonsense are you talking about? The other dark guards around, who originally couldn't see much due to the wrong angle, all came up at this time. To be honest, they still didn't believe it during this period, but soon they saw the reality. All of them had their jaws dropped by the chief's move to kill Aochi. The way things were going nowadays was completely out of their expectations. Is Lord Chief so ruthless? To actually kill the court's second-grade sect master expert just like that? Is he not afraid of His Majesty's rebuke? The secret guards all whispered. They all knew that even the chief of the dark guards, as usual, did not have the power to execute the people under their hands without authorization. If His Majesty knew about it, he would definitely be furious and then smite Chief Nya. But why wasn't he afraid at all? Just as the crowd was thinking, Li turned around early. To be honest, he wasn't surprised by the scene in front of him. When Aochi appeared behind him just now, he actually felt it for the first time. Most importantly, he also sensed that Aochi was actually not a peak second-grade zongsher, but a peak first-grade zongsher powerhouse who had hidden his strength before. Plus, the clothes in front of Aochi's body were torn, and he could clearly see that he was wearing a silver armor. This was also the reason why the other party was able to stand up here again and sneak up on him secretly after receiving a halberd from General Dianwei. It was just that the sword of the chief of the dark guards was even sharper, so it pierced through the silver armor on Aochi's body and pierced her heart all the way through. Associated with Aochi's actions, it was not difficult for Li to guess that this person might have something to do with Zhao Wenshon, or else he definitely would not have hesitated to lay a deadly hand on him, knowing that just now, during the process of the chief leader of the dark guards coming towards him, he did not feel the slightest killing intent from the former, so he thought of dealing with Aochi behind him first. Who had thought that the chief of the dark guards suddenly accelerated and preceded him from behind, stabbing Aochi, who was trying to sneak up on him, through his sword, and the whole process was very decisive. This even caused Li to mistakenly believe that the sentence, "If you dare to touch my people, you are too dead to be spared," the first half of the sentence referred to himself, while the second half referred to Aochi. Of course, Li was not narcissistic enough to think that a stranger he didn't know would say such things to him. Although he wasn't sure of the real inside story, he guessed that the odds were that it had something to do with Emperor Wu. It was probably because Emperor Wu had already given an order that these people had to bring themselves back alive, so the chief of the dark guards had to follow the order as well. Of course, this was not to say that Emperor Wu was merciful to him. According to the other party's previous urbane nature, doing so was mostly because he wanted to see his repentance. as well as the way he looked when he admitted his mistake. Only then could Emperor Wu relieve his anger or satisfy his hypocritical heart. Because even if Emperor Wu is smearing his credits, that heart is still very clear. When he did not, Li dynasty cannot be established. It was probably in trampling him underfoot that Emperor Wu could truly fool himself. As he was thinking about it, a voice short of breath sounded. Chief Nye, what are you doing? Aochi looked at the sharp blade that pierced through his heart from behind and turned his head incredulously to look at Chief Nye. Looking at the eerie iron mask, a sense of fear instantly took over his heart. However, when he thought of dying, Aochi still felt unwilling. You actually dare to kill me? Are you not afraid that the Emperor will descend on you? However, the chief of the Dark Guards in front of him sneered. Oh, well, that wouldn't be something you should worry about, because you're about to die. After saying this, he continued to sneer coldly in his still raspy voice. I have to say you can really hide. It actually took you this long to choose to make a move. It really made me wait for a while. For someone like you who harbors a private evil intent to threaten me, don't forget that if Emperor Wu knew that you dared to kill, he would not let you off the hook, as usual. And, the chief of the Dark Guards paused for a moment, then sent the longsword in his hand, continuing to send a portion inside, and gritted his teeth. And you should never, ever touch my people. After he said this, he did not immediately draw his sword to end Aochi's suffering. Instead, he spun his long sword around in his heart, subjecting him to the maximum amount of pain and suffering. You guys, hearing that burst of screams, the other Dark Guards felt shuddering, even Lu Mo included. They didn't dare to set their eyes on Chief Nye for fear that they would be the next to be killed. For his part, Li Yi's face remained unchanged. Generally strong people were temperamental, so he thought this was normal. Yes, it's normal. Waiting until Aochi was completely tortured out of life, the chief of the Dark Guards then pulled out the sword in his hand, but then smacked the sword to the ground. TSK, that's still disgusting. At this point the crowd froze as the voice of the chief was no longer a raspy male voice, but an unfamiliar female voice. Those secret guards were all shocked and said with an unbelievable face, Holy, I just hallucinated, didn't I? You didn't hallucinate because I heard it too. Listening to the comments of the surrounding crowd, Chief Nye completely ignored them and instead looked at Li Yi. Next, as she walked towards her opponent, she brought her hand up to the Iron Beast mask that was on her face. When the Iron Beast mask was taken off, it revealed the angelic face inside. At the same time, she had walked up to Li Yi with a meaningful smile. Li Yi, are you okay? Looking at the woman in front of him who had picturesque eyebrows and looked like a heavenly fairy, Li Yi always felt that this person was somewhat familiar. After a few moments of recollection, he finally remembered the identity of this person. You're the princess of Zoron Yang. Seeing that Li Yi finally recognized herself, Yang then smiled while showing her teeth, looking even more beautiful. You finally remembered me. Only, you forget that I have long since ceased to be a princess and am your wife. Ha! Li Yi froze directly after hearing this. I second that. The others blushed again. Regarding what happened on Li Yi's side, Li Mingchen, who was in the palace, was not yet aware of it. He was pacing his palace. In fact, originally his father wanted him to move to the Eastern Palace. His father had even promised him that it wouldn't be long before he would make him the crown prince, and even let him try to handle the imperial government. Only that father had said that since Li Yi had been relegated to the status of a commoner, many of the old ministers in the court had advised him that he must think twice before making a crown prince in the future. And it's only been a short while since he abolished a crown prince, so father will let him wait for now. And after that, when things calm down, then let him live in the East Palace, and then it won't be too late to make him the crown prince. But Li Mingchen knew that a delay would lead to a change. And now he was also murmuring with some urgency. Why is it that so many days have passed and no news has come back from the Dark Guards? Have they not found Li Yi yet? As long as Li Yi didn't die or was no longer under his control, Li Mingchen had some trouble sleeping and eating. It was all because Li Yi's light was too bright back then, giving him a psychological shadow. Fearing that this guy would have a comeback that day, just 2 days ago, the group he was working with brought news. It said that the first-grade patriarch that he had let go to meet Li Yi before had inexplicably died outside the Imperial City. Li Mingchen had been feeling very surprised, and he surmised that this person must have sensed that Li Yi was about to leave, so he followed him out of the palace. He ended up going out of the Imperial City with the other party, and his people were sure to take advantage of this opportunity to kill him, but for some reason they were actually killed in return. If he wasn't wrong, someone must be secretly helping that punk Li Yi. That's why Li Mingchen was a bit anxious that this was also an unpredictable variable. However, for the time being, there was no other way for him to retrieve the benefits. After all, his men and his father's secret guards had gone looking for them. Even among the secret guards, there had been his men hidden, but why hadn't they brought back any news by now? Although he was very anxious inwardly, Li Mingchen knew that this would not be of any use, so he could only comfort himself that Li Yi was already an invalid. I don't want to think about that much. The amount of that waste can't turn over any big waves. After saying that, Li Mingchen licked the corner of his mouth. And it won't be long before big brother your woman is this emperor's. Back to Li Yi's side. At this moment, he was not the only one who was shocked by Nie Ying's words. Even the surrounding secret guards were as well. But what made those dark guards even more surprised was that their chief of dark guards was actually the same Zoron princess that Li Yi had years ago snatched. They had all heard of this matter. That is, when Li Yi had once led his troops to suppress the neighboring countries, in which he had also struck the Zoron tribes in the north. Although Zoron was a tribe, it actually practiced a state system. And yet the scale has far exceeded that of the smaller countries, and the governmental orders follow the example of some of the countries of the Central Plains. For example, originally the daughters of other tribal chiefs were supposed to be called Juji, but the daughters of Zoron Khan were called princesses, and the chief's sons were called princes. Rumor has it that when Li Yi won the battle against Johan, he forced their Khan to hand over the beautiful princess of Johan, and then offered her to him alone for his pleasure. Even after that, he took Princess Zoron straight away and kept indulging in beauty. Li Yi is not clear about the thoughts of these people. He only remembers that this Zojiran princess, indeed, was snatched by himself from the hands of the Khan of Zojiran. Only, at that time, he sort of negotiated with that Khan to make the latter voluntarily hand over this only daughter. The reason for doing so is also the fear that Zoron will be dishonest and covet the De Wu dynasty again, which is why this is the next best thing. You should know that the Zojiran tribe back then was not weak, and it was stronger than all those small countries in the surrounding area. And after that, he brought the Zojiran princess Nie Ying with him. Li Yi clearly remembers that back then. He also promised the Khan of Zoron that he would return her daughter after 5 years, but after the battle in which he lost all his martial arts skills, Nie Ying disappeared before he even returned to the Imperial City, and he didn't have the ability to look for it after that. It was thought that she went back to Johorn at that time because Nie Ying's strength was not bad at that time. Having already reached the peak of the second grade Zongshi, she was gifted in martial arts, so if she was taught a random move, she would soon learn it very quickly. Therefore, at that time, Nie Ying had the ability to go back to Zoran by herself and continue to be the noble princess over there. Who would have thought that only today did he learn that she had actually been serving as the chief of the secret guards at the Imperial Palace, and that her realm had actually grown so fast, and that she was now at the peak of the first grade master, only one step away from the Grandmaster. Looking at Nie Ying in front of him, Li Yi couldn't help but open his mouth. Why didn't you go back in the first place? At the sound of the voice, Nie Ying, however, revealed a sweet smile. Because I'm waiting for you. Chapter 12 Because I am your wife. Wait for me? Li Yi was really puzzled now. Nie Ying could obviously go back to Johor by herself. Why did she have to wait for herself? However, Nie Ying didn't seem to have any intention of explaining. Then she turned her head to look at the other dark guards. Get lost before I change my mind, or this Aochi is your downfall. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the rest of the dark guards suddenly and instantly changed. They all looked at Nie Ying in horror. As Aochi, who was a first-grade Grandmaster, had been killed, the crowd didn't think her words were a joke, but if they just go back, His Majesty will most likely be furious. They weren't stupid and could see that Nie Ying was going to take Li Yi's side and would definitely not take the latter back to the palace, so if he just went back to resume his orders, not only did he fail to bring back Li Yi, the court would be equal to losing the chief of the Dark Guards as well. When His Majesty learns of this, he will most likely take his anger out on them. The Dark Guards, who were momentarily out of ideas, looked at Lu Mo, the deputy chief who hadn't said anything. Feeling the gazes around him, Lu Mo could also tell that the crowd wanted him to make a decision. Regardless, he's at least a vice lord commander. After taking a deep breath, Lu Mo then also spoke bluntly to the Dark Guards. You all go back to the palace with me, and if His Majesty blames you, I'll take the blame alone. After saying this, he gave Li Yi a complicated look in his eyes. Then his figure disappeared in a flash. The rest of the people saw that the vice chief had said so they all reluctantly left as well, and soon only 3 people, Jian Wei, Li Yi and Nie Ying, were left in the field. The atmosphere instantly became awkward, and Jian Wei wasn't sure about Nie Ying's relationship with his lord, so he couldn't interject. Therefore, he had to go ahead and calm the frightened horse, giving the 2 of them a chance to be alone. Li Yi also had many questions in his mind right now that he wanted to ask Nie Ying, like why did the other person help him, and why did she join the Dark Guards before, and now chooses to defect. After all, Nie Ying's actions today really weren't any different from mutiny. Only, Li Yi didn't know how to open his mouth to ask. Just as he was getting tangled up, Niaing took the first step and asked, "What's next for you?" "I plan to head to the Northern Realm and claim the title of Emperor." Li didn't bother to hide it. Niaing froze at first, but quickly recovered to her original state. If that had come out of any other person's mouth, she would have just thought the other person was delusional. But it was Li who had said this, and Niaing was convinced of this, believing that the downtrodden former Dawu prince in front of her was absolutely capable of doing it. It was as if Li had once promised her something, and eventually forcefully did it. Retrieving her thoughts, Niaing said with a smile, "It just so happens to be on the way. I'll accompany you to the north as well." Aha! Li was shocked for a moment. In fact, he was a bit reluctant, because until now, he hadn't known what this woman was up to, but no matter what, just now the other party had come to his rescue, so it was not good for him to say no again. "Follow if you want to. It just so happens that I can send you back to Johan on the way." Who knew that after he said this, Niaing shook her head at him. "You misunderstand. I'm not asking you to send me back to Johan, but I want to follow you. Forever." Why? Li couldn't understand why this woman, who was a princess in any case, was so obsessed with himself. Thinking about it, Niaing's reply almost made his jaw drop in shock. "Because I am your wife." Ha! This was the second time that Li heard her say this. His heart still felt very strange. When did he have a wife? If he had to say it, at one time he only had Lin Ruyan as his fiancée. As for the Niaing in front of him, Li couldn't remember having any overly intimate interactions with her before, let alone referring to her as husband and wife. "Don't be ridiculous. I'm not married yet?" At the sound of his voice, Niaing then looked at him with a smile. "It's true that you're not married. And let's not forget that you're the one who snatched me away from my father earlier and ended up giving me a bad name. Everyone out there thinks that I've had something with you, so shouldn't you be responsible for me?" Niaing's words managed to make Li speechless, because he remembered what happened 5 years ago, when he had taken Niaing away in order to checkmate Zoron and keep them honest. But after that, for some reason, there have been rumors in the outside world that he forcibly took away the Princess of Zoe in order to make her a lover. These words had even reached the ears of Lin Ruyan in the Imperial City. He hadn't forgotten that Lin Ruyan was furious at the time and wrote several letters scolding him. Since the rumors were more than just that, Li had no choice at that time but to let the outside world spread the rumors. Thinking about this, he didn't know how to refute Niaing, but nothing had really happened between the two of them. "I'm afraid of you. Since you want to follow, just follow. Don't add to the chaos." Li didn't want to think about what had happened before, and now his brand new self was definitely going to start a new and wonderful life. "Come on, it's time for us to continue our journey." With that, he walked over to Dianwei's side, intending to roll over and mount his horse. Who knew that at this time, behind him, Niaing's voice once again sounded. "Right now there are only 2 horses for the 3 of us, so can I share a horse with you?" Li shook his head decisively after hearing this. "No." With that said, he turned around and tried to tell Niaing that he could go to a nearby town to buy a horse. However, just as he turned his head back, he saw Niaing's imperial face actually reveal a pleading expression. "Husband. Okay then." The next thing Li did was regret it a little, because Niaing wasn't sitting behind him, but in front of him, as if she was in his arms. "Hey, don't get so close to me. Time flies." After a few more days of fermentation, the relegation of Dawu Prince Li and his escape from the palace had reached the ears of the leaders of the neighboring countries. The first reaction of any leader of any country or power, upon hearing this news, that is disbelief. "What did you say?" Wu Yu, the emperor of the kingdom of Wu, immediately stood up from his dragon throne upon learning of this. Next, he couldn't wait to double-check. "Are you sure that Li was not only demoted by Emperor Wu? He also escaped from the great martial palace because he didn't want to be humiliated." At those words, the scout on the stage hurriedly responded, 1,000 times over. "Your Majesty, this is a message sent out by the people we have planted in the great martial court. It says that Emperor Wu, in front of the civil and military officials, openly announced that Li would be relegated to the status of a commoner, and that he would also be placed under house arrest in the Qianxian Palace." Less than half a day after this had passed, our people sent out another message that not only had Li fled the palace, Emperor Wu had sent out his secret guards to find him. "I just don't know if I recovered it." When he finished speaking, the excitement on Wu Yu's face overflowed, and the curled-up corners of his mouth simply could not be suppressed. "Oh, I have finally waited for this day. Our kingdom of Wu will finally not have to be trampled under the feet of Dawu and bow down to pay tribute to them every year." He said this because over the years, Wu had not only had to pay tribute to Da, but was also subjected to their suppression and restrictions at every turn. This suppression is reflected in every aspect. For example, in terms of economy and military, as long as they don't listen to Da to develop, then Emperor Wu will move to threaten them with the Da army. You know that back then, his Wu Kingdom's army was nullified by Li Yi with the Dawu army, and that battle almost killed them in Kyoto. In the end, he was really scared by the Dao army, so he could only grovel and surrender, and had to cede land and pay for damages. It was a lifelong shame for him. It's just that he knew deep down that back then, Dawu was able to win because he had Li Yi, the soldier immortal and god of war, leading the army and killing them every time they fought. The situation in Wu at that time was such that every soldier or general who heard Li Yi's name was too frightened to answer the enemy. There was no way out for him but to eventually compromise by surrendering. Since he was no longer young, he had thought that he would have to live in Li Yi's shadow for the rest of his life, but he did not expect to receive such good news today. All these years he had thought about revenge all the time, only that the great martial dynasty still had Li Yi in the driver's seat, and he really didn't dare to return the favor. Now that Li Yi was gone, it was a great opportunity for him. In the next moment, Wu spoke straight to the scout on the stage. You continue traveling to Dao to investigate. You must completely confirm the truth of this matter. Yes, Your Majesty. After the scout left, Wu Yu looked out the window at the sky. He arranged this because he was afraid that this was Li Yi's trick, that he was trying to put on a show with Emperor Wu to trap them. Although this possibility was not high, it did not mean that it was not there, and as the king of a country he had to be a little more cautious than that. Meanwhile, he was just in the meantime, seeing what the other countries were going to do. After all, Wu wasn't the only country being suppressed by Dao, especially in the countries surrounding Dao. They had almost all been beaten by Li Yi with his army before, and some of them had been taken away from their country. After that, all were suppressed by Emperor Wu to varying degrees. Now that Li Yi was going to really leave Dawu, this was an opportunity for them to strike back. However, Wu Yu guessed that the news was most likely true, as Dawu was now the overlord of this territory, and there was absolutely no need to put on a show for them. Only, Wu Yu was still very surprised by Emperor Wu's decision to relegate Li Yi to the status of a commoner. It seems that even if they are as close as father and son, they still can't escape the truth that a cunning rabbit dies and a traitor cooks. Retrieving his thoughts, Wu Yun sneered. I'm afraid that Emperor Wu doesn't realize that without Li Yi his Dawu's army is nothing. This time, I will wash away the shame of that year and take back my kingdom of Wu. Chapter 13, Against the Wu and Back to Chu. Now not only the Emperor of Wu, but also the kings and leaders of other countries were very excited. In particular, the Jin Kingdom, whose borderline was close to Da, and their Emperor Ge, wanted to immediately send troops to counterattack the Da dynasty now. Therefore, he decisively summoned the civil and military officials of Jin to meet him, and did not hesitate to give orders. Pass on my word to start preparing the army. This was done for no other reason than to avenge the deaths of his people in Jin. Back then, Dawu occupied their land and cities even if it was not enough, and after that, they were made to hand over food and war horses every year. This was nothing, Dawu had once overbearingly allowed them, the Jin, to use only the wheat seeds they had provided. The most annoying thing is that Da doesn't do anything at all, and a lot of the seeds provided to them were boiled in water. However, in the first year at the beginning, they Jin didn't know this at all, and had no defense against it. No one had expected that the Dawu dynasty would be so bottomless. Because of this, they Jin really fell for it, which ultimately led to a massive reduction in food production on that day, starving quite a few of their people to death. Back then, Ge took this in his eyes and remembered it in his heart, and after that, he always thought of waiting for the day of revenge to come. Since he was previously afraid of Li Yi's existence, he had delayed until today, and now he was finally seeing the light of day. Oh, indeed, Kung Fu is not enough. It seems that the old heavens have opened their eyes to give me this opportunity. Now I don't know why that Emperor Wu had gone mad, but he had even relegated Li Yi, the god of war of Dawu, to the status of a commoner, and even forced the other party to leave. To be honest, even though Ge held a grudge against Dawu, he still sympathized with Li Yi. Dog Palace has always had his eyes, so he is very clear about what happened to Li after he lost all his martial arts skills. The latter in the dynasty is completely out of any right to speak. It could be said that there was no way to interfere in the Da dynasty's politics at all. This meant that Li Yi was not involved in the design to victimize their Jin country back then. The result after the investigation did verify Ge's suspicion, and finally found out the real culprit of the scourge of their people in Jin. That person was Li Mingchen, the third prince of Dawu. It turned out that after Li Yi lost all his martial arts skills, Emperor Wu was a bit anxious in the first place, so he secretly called out to the ministers of the humorist to come and discuss how to suppress the neighboring countries so that they could not pose a threat to Dao. At first, all the ministers did not dare to speak out for fear that if they failed in such a great matter, they would probably have to take the blame. Li Mingchen ended up coming up with this solution because he was eager to express himself. When Li Yi was constantly suppressed, So many of the ministers in the De Wu dynasty were siding with Li Mingchen. They all agreed to this measure. But only Emperor Wu was uneasy. So he took them and practiced on Jin first. This later led to a grainless harvest in most parts of Jin, with people starving to death and starving corpses all over the country. GE later brought this incident to light, and a number of countries joined together to boycott De Wu's actions before Emperor Wu eventually refrained from continuing the practice. However, due to the fact that the Da dynasty was strong and powerful, the matter ended up being settled without giving them any compensation from Jin at all. Every time he thought about it, GE felt enraged. This Emperor Wu is really deceiving no one in my Jin. Nowadays, he all wanted to immediately kill the great martial dynasty's palace and twist off the heads of that Li Mingchen and Emperor Wu. At this point in his thoughts, GE's vicissitudes of eyes looked out the door in the southwest direction, which was exactly the direction where Da was. It's time to settle the grudge between us. Prepare the troops, we're going south. Nowadays, the movement of Li leaving the palace was like throwing a stone on the surface of a calm lake. It can be a stone's throw away. This matter was not only making a lot of noise outside the country, but it was even more intense within De Wu, especially certain remnants of the former dynasty that had only disappeared within a few years. Somewhere in the underground world of the great martial dynasty, there was actually a lofty palace here. On the gate of the palace, there was a plaque with the words Chu Xiong Palace engraved on it. The palace looked very new, as if it had only been built not 2 years ago, and there weren't many people in this world. However, within the Chu Xiong Palace, there were quite a few people gathered to deliberate. As for the matter they were talking about, it was related to Li Yi's relegation and escape, which was great news for them. After the crowd talked for a moment, they shifted their gazes to, on the stage, the young man wearing a dragon robe and sitting on the dragon seat with his eyes closed. They both tensed up since the other hadn't said anything. However, soon an old man in the middle of the field, who was short in stature and old in appearance, stepped forward and said, "My lord, this is a great opportunity for us. I feel that we have been silent for so long. It's time for us to wake up and take back our lost rivers and mountains of Chu. This is also to fulfill the late emperor's last wish, to support the Chu family." As the voice landed, Xiongyan's expression on the stage changed slightly, and then he looked at the old man under the stage. What Prime Minister Yin said is very true, but now is not the time for us to turn the tables into Chu. After all, our clusters are just too few. We should see how the countries react first. They should be more anxious than we are. As the saying goes, snipers and muscles will win. Not to mention there are so many snipers and muscles. When the time comes, we will be the biggest beneficiaries if we seize the opportunity. And we might be able to revive our once great Chu dynasty. After hearing Xiong Yanyan's words, the others present were very excited. You have to know, they can all be officials of the former dynasty of Chu, once even if it is not considered to enjoy the glory and wealth. That is also the scenery is infinite. Now they are reduced to living in this dark place, and have become street rats that everyone shouts at. Emperor Wu was not only able to seize their kingdom, but also brainwashed their former subjects, making the latter hostile to them. This kind of humiliation is very human to endure. They have long been fed up with it, so they have been making actions for anti-Wu to restore Chu. At the same time, they saw hope in Xiongyan because he was trying too hard. Xiongyanzheng was the last prince of their great Chu. The late emperor had already given the throne, before his death, to their great Chu's crown prince. But by that time, they, De Chu, had disappeared from the map, replaced by the rising De Wu. Therefore at that time, Xiongyan did not bother to recognize his emperor's status, but instead let them, the old ministers, address him as Duke, and he did so by enduring humiliation. The Duke said that only on the day he recaptured the Great Chu Kingdom would he be qualified to call himself an emperor. The Duke's ability was obvious to them, and he had been making preparations to take back the kingdom all these years. Moreover, it could be said that they, the so-called remnants of the former dynasty, were able to survive until now thanks to the leadership of the Duke. Just then, a number of people spoke up. "We insist on following your excellency, in the vain hope that we can assist him on the day he reclaims the Great Chu." Xiongyan was silent for a moment after hearing this, and finally waved his hand. "My lord is not without action, and it is only when he gets up ahead of steam that he can do so. Pass down the order to have that army in the southwest act as an insurrectionary army in 10 days' time, and strike the banner of anti-Wu restoration of Chu." Regarding the conspiracies of the various countries and forces, today's Li Yi, Niaing and Dianwei were still unclear, due to the fact that the other day, Li Yi and Niaing were sitting on the same horse, which ultimately caused the horse to become tired and sick, delaying their arrival in the northern realm. But in the end, they switched to a good horse, and now they had finally arrived at Linbei City, the closest to Wu border to the north. As long as they passed through the front pass, they were considered to be completely out of dodge. Arriving at the fringe of the northern realm, Li Yi couldn't wait to go and claim the title of emperor, so he urged Nianying and Dianwei to do so. Let's hurry through. Who knew that as soon as his words were spoken, countless soldiers and horses suddenly sprang out from all around them and quickly surrounded them, and then the army stepped out. A short and fat general, who had a sneer on the corner of his mouth at this moment. Li Yi, I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Chapter 14. Where is the Imperial Guard? Hearing this, looking at the Dewu soldiers that were constantly approaching around him, Li Yi's face did not have any ripples. Although he had spent 3 years in the palace, he still recognized that they were none other than the Black Dragon army from the border from the armor that this army wore. There have been rumors in the outside world that this Black Dragon army was formed by Emperor Wu. In fact, it is not. The predecessor of this army was the Imperial Guard, and the Imperial Forest Army was established by him back then, and afterward. He brought these people to fight in the north and south before finally capturing this world. It was just that the Imperial Forest Army he led back then had already lost more than half of them in countless battles. Later, Emperor Wu was afraid that he still had prestige in the army, so he broke up the Imperial Forest Army from within and then expanded in new recruits to form such an even larger Black Dragon army. After so many years of expansion, the Black Dragon army was already the main army of the Great Martial Dynasty, with over 1 million men. For this situation in front of him, Li Yi guessed that the delay was due to the tiredness and sickness of his warhorse. This ultimately led to the news that he was fleeing to the north to reach the ears of the generals guarding the area first. Thinking of this, Li Yi smiled at the lowly general among those Black Dragon army. I didn't expect you guys to actually get the news so quickly. It seems like my good brother had to kill me. When these words came out, the pupils of the leading great general, Huan, shrank violently, not expecting to be seen by Li Yi. In fact, he had only learned the news yesterday that Li Yi had fled all the way towards the north of Dao, and would most likely pass through their Linbei city and eventually exit through Linbei Pass. This news was brought by none other than the third prince's men and promised that if he could kill Li Yi, he would definitely mention him in front of Emperor Wu. Most of all, the third prince also said that as long as he sits on the throne in the future, he will make himself a marquis with a different surname. Under these temptations, Huan began to select the soldiers of the Black Dragon army yesterday, after which he squatted here in ambush. The effort was not lost on him. He was finally waiting for Li Yi. With a future princely title right in front of him, how could he not be excited? You should know that he was the great general stationed in the Linbei region, and nowadays all the soldiers here had to listen to him. Even if we killed the original prince here, so what? Absolutely no one will tell. So what if Li Yi saw through him? He was bound to win today. Oh, cut the crap. This general had received word from the court that you, a sinful citizen, had dared to escape the palace in private, and now you even presume to flee to Wu. It seems that you have never repented. Such a you really doesn't deserve to be a prince, only a lowly pariah. Huan felt a great deal of satisfaction in his heart even as he said these words. Thinking back then, he was still a little general with little fame, and every time he saw Li Yi, he lowered his voice, and even so the other party did not pay attention to him, or he simply could not enter the eyes of Li Yi, the great martial god of war back then. After all, the other party still hadn't recognized him until now. It showed that at that time he was so small that he didn't even dare to look directly at Li Yi, but now he was able to casually trample this guy under his feet. One must know that this was their great marshal's former god of war, with names and titles such as King of Qin, Crown Prince, and Soldier Immortal on him, but now it was still not in his hands. This feeling of controlling Li Yi's destiny was really cool. Just as Huan was secretly pleased, Dianwei directly opened his mouth to curse angrily. You dog, shut your doggy mouth. Who are you to judge the Lord? When he heard that guy beside Li Yi dare to curse himself, Huan instantly became furious. He had already figured out how to get the big guy, so there was no more delay, and he directly gave orders to the Black Dragon army around him. You guys go and take these 3 down. The voice fell, but Dianwei was not the least bit abashed, immediately taking down the ice iron twin halberds behind his back. At the same time, he quickly blocked in front of Li Yi. Don't worry, my lord. I will protect you from the siege even if I die. Seeing that Dianwei was so protective of his master, Li Yi's heart was somewhat moved. It seems that even the military generals summoned by the system are likewise loyal generals with flesh and blood. A flash of surprise also flashed across Nie Ying's eyes. She had observed Li Yi from the shadows for 3 years before and had never seen this person by the latter's side. Moreover, Emperor Wu wouldn't let a peak first-grade sovereign powerhouse stay by Li Yi's side. One must know that the men who once followed Li Yi were not weak, and there was no lack of first-grade zone-sure powerhouses among them, only that all of them were targeted and suppressed by Emperor Wu. For example, some of them were demoted and sent to the border to man the passes and cities, and some were forced to resign. Therefore, before, Niang was honestly a little less daring to believe when she saw that Li Yi was followed by a loyal and powerful person like Dianwei. Moreover, after the past few days, she found that Dianwei was simply loyal and scary, and she was stared at every time she got close to Li Yi. The reason why the other party had this move should be because he was afraid that he would be unfavorable to his lord. Retracting her thoughts, Niang also drew the long sword at her waist, ready to fight at any time. If these soldiers dared to make a move, she would definitely take Li Yi and kill him straight out. At this moment, at the sight of Dianwei and Niang who were protecting Li Yi's body, Huan then directly laughed out loud. Li Yi, I see that you've been in the palace for too long and now you've become stupid. Their 2 first-grade masters are strong, but do you think they can deal with the 10,000 troops that this general has brought with him? One must know that the Linbei region on their side of the Dawu border had 100,000 Black Dragon army stationed there. However, most of them had to guard the border and the city, and the only people Huan could mobilize at will were now these 10,000 soldiers. But even so, it was enough to deal with Li Yi's trio. The peak of the first-grade sovereign was very strong, but that was not as strong as a well-trained army. After all, those who were stronger were still flesh and blood after all. If 2 random first-grade sect master powerhouses were able to exterminate an army of 10,000 people, then wouldn't a few more of these powerhouses be able to destroy a small country? Which would be a real mess. So that being said, Huan was now very confident that when he took down Li Yi's trio, it wouldn't be up to him to decide what to do with them. After getting Li Yi killed, he could send someone to the third prince to claim credit. Oh, what a bright future. Nowadays, Li Yi also knew that they couldn't fight hard against the army, but he still didn't panic in the slightest, because just a few days ago, his main quest had rewarded him with a Western Liang Iron Cavalry with 10,000 men when he completed 50% of it. The general leading the group was none other than the divine mighty heavenly general Ma Chao. The other day he felt that it would be too ostentatious if he summoned the Western Liang Iron Cavalry out now that it was still within the territory of the Dawu dynasty. He just wanted to hurry up and claim the throne, so he didn't want to cause any trouble. After all, these could all be unknowns, and right now his heritage was still insufficient, so it was better to keep a low profile before becoming an emperor. When he became an emperor, not only would he be able to have 100,000 dragon riders, he would also have the territory skill boost. He was the son then. No, I should say it's a direct incarnation of the motherland. Of course, not summoning out these 10,000 Western Liang Iron Cavalry was just his previous thought, but now that he was blocked by the Black Dragon army, there was no need for him to hide it anymore. The system had hinted that his own group of Western Liang Iron Cavalry was elite. Therefore, there was absolutely no problem defeating these Black Dragon army in front of him, and it could also lead him to rush out of the Linbei Pass not far away. Although the Black Dragon army stationed in the Linbei region had 100,000 troops, it was impossible to transfer them for support in a short period of time, and as long as he summoned the Western Liang Iron Cavalry, he could immediately kill the Linbei Pass in front of him. Retracting his thoughts, just as Li Yi was about to use his own thoughts to summon out the Western Liang Iron Cavalry, Huan's voice suddenly rang out at that moment. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take down the 3 of them. However, the surrounding Black Dragon army remained unmoved. What's going on? Huan was confused at this point, and was thinking of exiting and continuing to chide. Who would have thought that a voice suddenly rang out from the back of the team? Where are the Kingsguard? At these words, all the soldiers present raised their lances in the air and shouted, "We are here." Chapter 15, Old Thief. How dare you insult His Highness? Those soldiers shouted out in unison, a deafening sound resounding through the sky. This majestic aura even startled Huan. What's going on here? Huan was now confused. Weren't they all Black Dragon army? Why did these soldiers dare to respond to the Imperial Army's call? You should know that when His Majesty established the Black Dragon Army before, he had ordered anyone to forbid mentioning the Imperial Forest Army in the army, and those who disobeyed the order would be executed by military law. Therefore, when that "Where are the Imperial Guards?" rang out from the rear, Huan was already shocked. Unexpectedly, these soldiers around them, who were tired of living, actually dared to make a response. As Huan was in disbelief, he suddenly felt that the voice just now was somewhat familiar, and when he looked back, he realized that the soldiers behind him had already made way, only to see a young and heroic general walking over from not far away. Yankee. Huan subconsciously called out his name, but the latter directly ignored him and walked straight towards Li Yi. Yang Qi immediately bowed low after walking to Li Yi's side. "My lord Yang Qi meets His Highness the Crown Prince." Aha! Huan was shocked at the sight. Is this Yang Qi going to turn against him? Now he did guess right. What Yang Qi is doing today is because in his mind, nowadays, Li Yi is still the crown prince that he followed back then. even if the other party has now been relegated to the status of a commoner by Emperor Wu. Just then, Li also recognized the man in front of him. It was the young Qi among the 5 tiger generals he once had under his hand. He was also surprised the moment he saw the other party. You should know that back then, Emperor Wu started to take action against those around him after he lost all his martial arts skills. So much so that he felt like he was surrounded by people, all of whom had disappeared. Yang Qi was the weakest existence among the 5 tiger generals back then, no matter his ability to unify the army, as well as his martial arts. But the fundamental reason was that he was too young, because he was the youngest of the 5 tiger generals, and also the general that Li Yi looked more favorably upon. The two had the best relationship. It can be said to be both a teacher and a friend. That's why Li Yi had always felt before that the emperor would probably force Yang Qi to resign from his position as a general because he considered him extremely threatening. But what he didn't expect was that the other party was transferred to the border of Linbei. Thinking of this, Li Yi inexplicably felt a little heartbroken, and then went forward to pat Yang Qi's shoulder. General Yang, you've suffered these years. It is important to realize that the brothers who once followed him, especially the 5 fierce generals of the army, each of them has made outstanding achievements. Back then, before the outbreak of the final battle, they could all envision that after the victory of this battle, they would surely be rewarded by Emperor Wu with an official title, fame and fortune. However, it was because of Li Yi's loss of martial arts achievements that led Emperor Wu to not only not offer any rewards, but even find ways to place charges on the heads of these meritorious generals. Although Emperor Wu was not so tragic that he would directly kill them, the meritorious generals. But these generals who had bowed and scrapped for Dao were suppressed to varying degrees, with the most severe punishment that of resignation. To put it nicely, it's called a return to one's hometown, but to put it bluntly, it's called being outright abandoned by the court. That would be a huge blow no matter who it happened to. Most of the generals would surely not be able to stand it, and odds were that they would also hate him, the once Dao prince, for it. After all, if these generals followed the others to make these great achievements, the rewards would surely be small. Even if it's not good enough, then at least it won't be suppressed. But because of following him, they all ended up in such a bad situation. Just as Li Yi was blaming himself, Yang Qi bowed low and said, "As long as your highness is unharmed, I don't even feel that this is suffering. Rather I feel that it is an experience arranged by heaven." In Yang Qi's opinion, Li Yi has really suffered all these years. Not only do we have to suffer from the world's blank stares, but he may also be plotted and framed by his so-called brother. Even his so-called real parents, as usual, will not treat him kindly, even to the point of taking advantage of his remaining value. Therefore, yesterday, after learning that his highness had left the palace, Yang Qi's heart couldn't be happier. But this old boy, Huan, is going to say that he's going to bring people to block his highness. Most importantly, he was sending 10,000 men to block his highness, which was obviously a bit abnormal. Since Yang Qi was demoted that year and then transferred to the Linbei border as a named vice-general, perhaps Emperor Wu did not want to waste his ability to lead troops. It was only for fear of him plotting a rebellion or making other unfavorable moves against the De Wu court that Emperor Wu only made him a vanguard vice-general, a position that could be said to be worlds apart from what he had been before. Moreover, the duties were more dangerous than before, for he had to lead the vanguard in the forefront of whatever war occurred. As a matter of fact, Emperor Wu gave him an option back then. That is, if he didn't accept the above conditions, he would just resign from his position as a general. Yang Qi could see that the emperor was crossing the river. As the saying goes, when the cunning rabbit dies, the traitor cooks. That's why at first, Yang Qi had already expected that his highness the crown prince, who had already lost all his martial arts skills, would most likely be abandoned in the end. If not, there was no reason for the emperor to first go after them around his highness. But he knew that his highness had always longed for affection, even if he had discouraged it back then to no avail. There was no other way, but Yang Qi could only agree to Emperor Wu's way, to raise his strength here as a vanguard vice-general and secretly seek out the once Imperial Guards. He secretly spread the will of his highness, and that Huan, who knew nothing but fun and hangovers every day, was completely unaware that he was in the barracks, looking for the full 10,000 or so former Imperial Guards. As for why Huan was so extravagant, it was because his highness had once led his army to strike fear into the neighboring countries, so much so that no one dared to invade Dao's Linbei border. In this way, Huan, the great general, felt that since no one was coming, he could live a free and easy life here. In the middle of his thoughts, Huan finally sort of reacted and angrily pointed at Yang Qi. "Yang Qi, how dare you deliberately conspire against me?" Yesterday when he was drinking in the middle of the barracks, Yang Qi reported to him about the situation of the vanguard army as usual. Just at that time, the news that Li Yi might be coming came over, and at that time, Yang Qi's body aura changed when he heard it. But it wasn't joy. Instead it was unbridled anger. Next, Yang Qi directly opened his mouth to angrily rebuke Li. Said if he guy hadn't become an invalid, how would he have been demoted and transferred to the border? At that time, Yang Qi did not look like an act at all, and felt that his animosity towards Li was high to the top. If Li had been standing in front of him at that moment, Huan didn't doubt for a second that Yang Qi would have chosen to strike out and behead him with a sword. Not only that, after that, Yang Qi volunteered to go to the military camp to transfer troops. Since he was having a good time with his own wine, he didn't think much about it and left the matter to Yang Qi, not realizing that he was looking for all the Imperial Guards from before. It was obvious that he had been tricked by Yang Qi, and the latter's hatred for Li was only feigned. Huan, who felt cheated, was so angry in his heart at the moment that he even showed it on his face. But Yanqi was not amused. Who said that this general is trying to plot a rebellion? We were all His Highness's men before. Hearing this, Huan's face showed a sneer. You're still calling him His Highness now? It's hard to believe that you've forgotten that he's been relegated to the status of a commoner. He's just an ordinary pariah now. Even if you continue to follow him, you still won't get any good results. Huan had the guts to say that at this point in time, just to make Yanqi recognize the situation. Li wasn't the same De Wu Bingxian in God of War he once was. He was just an incompetent invalid. But what Hon didn't know was that his words had just hit Yanqi's muzzle. Old thief, how dare you insult His Highness? With an angry roar, Yang Qi's figure directly disappeared, followed by a flash of swordlight in midair. Put! The sound of a sharp instrument cutting through flesh and blood rang out. The next thing the crowd saw was Huan's arm, which was just chopped off by Yang Qi's sword. Chapter 16, The Death Penalty of the Humble Servant. The next moment, blood spurted out from Huan's wound, and that's when he was startled. The hand of this general. Although he was the great general of the Lin Bei border and Yang Qi was just a vanguard vice-general, the gap could be seen when the two just exchanged one move. It could be said that before Huan could react, he was chopped off an arm by his opponent, and this result in front of him was actually within Li's expectations. It seemed to be the reason why he possessed the power of a Grandmaster, so he could easily tell that Yang Qi was now a late first-grade Grandmaster. And the same was true for Huan and him. But even martial arts practitioners in the same realm may have vastly different qualifications and strengths. As long as Yang Qi trained and cultivated regularly, he could be too much stronger than Huan, who had his body emptied by alcohol and sex. Just from the performance just now, the two were not on the same level at all. However, Huan was at least considered a first-grade Grandmaster, and by this time, he had already sealed the wound on his left arm with his internal force to avoid dying from blood loss. After doing so, he still didn't recognize the current situation and still looked at Yang Qi angrily. You have really turned against the sky, and even dare to make a move against this general. Who knew that after he finished speaking, Yang Qi's face remained unchanged, and Huan knew that the other party was no longer making sense. So he took his idea and hit those soldiers around him. Since Yang Qi insisted on betraying Emperor Wu, he could only all but persuade these former Imperial Guards to return to his side, so that Li and the others would pose no threat to him. As long as these soldiers can listen to their orders, they are still the Black Dragon Army, and when the time comes, they will directly order Li and the others to kill them all. Thinking of this, Huan said to the soldiers who called themselves the Imperial Guards, "Do you know that what you are doing now is a rebellion? If His Majesty finds out about this, you will be executed." Huan thought that the soldiers would have second thoughts after he said this, and he couldn't believe that all of these people were orphans. Therefore, as long as these 10,000 soldiers were sensible, they would definitely not dare to betray De Wu again, thus siding with him. Who would have thought that those people still didn't make the slightest movement, as if they hadn't heard his words? Seeing this, Huan also realized that he was being ignored. He was just about to say something else, but Yanqi was one step ahead of him. Give it up. They thought this day would come 2 years ago, and with the help of this general, they moved all of the Imperial Guard's loved ones ahead of time to safety. When he said that, he flung the blood from his sword. As for the location of that place, I'm sure I won't tell you. All you need to know is that even Emperor Wu's hand can't reach there. After finishing his words, Yang Qi immediately made his move again. This time he chopped at his opponent's right arm. Huan saw this and hastily drew the sword at his waist to parry, but he was still a step too slow. A flash of cold light cut through his right shoulder, which separated his right arm from his body. That wasn't all. Yang Qi didn't seem to want to give him any chance, once again swiftly swinging out a sword, aiming at exactly his 2 legs. Because he couldn't wait for His Highness to get his act together, he had been patient. I don't know if it was an order from Emperor Wu or if it was permitted by the other party, but Huan didn't usually suppress and taunt him. What he couldn't stand the most was that most of the disparaging things this guy said were still related to His Highness. It was because of this single that he tried to make a move several times in the first place, because he was originally just an orphan, and had once only been favored by His Highness. He had once sworn to follow him to the end of his life. However, in order to support His Highness in the future, he tried to put up with all of this, and finally the time had come for him to vent. Meanwhile, Li Yi had guessed exactly that, so he didn't try to block it. On Huan's side, because the difference in strength between the two sides was too great, even though he tried to dodge but his speed was still not as good as Yang Qi, the end result was that his two legs, which were already short, were now completely gone. Hon instantly became a half-finished human swine, and Yang Qi, being the nice guy that he is, cut off his head with a sword immediately afterward in order to keep him from being in less pain. After killing this guy, Yang Qi only felt relaxed, as if releasing all the grievances that had been pent up over the years. After doing so, he seemed to suddenly realize something and hurriedly came to Li Yi's body, arching his hand and with an apology. My lord did not resist the urge to kill Huan for a moment, and I ask your highness to please apologize. Li Yi understood Yang Qi's approach and waved his hand without any concern. General Yang is overstating things. This Huan just dared to humiliate me, so originally I had no intention of letting him live. It's just as well that you made a move to kill him. It's a way to take a breath of fresh air for me. Hearing that His Highness would not punish him, Yang Qi was naturally happy. However, he soon thought of something and hurriedly urged Li Yi. Your Highness, while the Black Dragon army stationed at the pass hasn't discovered anything unusual, we'll use a surprise attack tactic to kill our way out of the pass at the Linbei border. Even if His Highness had never said anything to himself, Yang Qi knew that he was going out of the great martial dynasty this time. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't have traveled all the way to the Linbei border. It was just that Yang Qi wasn't sure if Emperor Wu would still send pursuers from behind, so it was safest to let His Highness get out of Dawu early. As for the Black Dragon army stationed in the Linbei region, they were almost all new recruits recruited by Emperor Wu later. These people are at best fearful and respectful of His Highness, but they can definitely not talk about loyalty. Plus, the Black Dragon army all had loved ones within Dawu, so trying to convince them to follow His Highness was clearly impossible. Therefore, it is only necessary to take these former Imperial Guards out of Dao, and the only way to get out is to kill your way out through the gates of the Linbei border. Li Yi also understood Yang Qi's concern, and he didn't want to continue staying here for much longer, so he nodded slightly. Generals, break the barrier. Next, the two of them, Dian Wei and Yang Qi, took the lead and charged in the direction of Linbei Pass, Dawu Imperial Palace. In the Imperial Study Room, after Emperor Wu heard the reports from the secret guards, he was infuriated and slammed the table. Bang! A dull voice rang out, and the hearts of the crowd of dark guards present, including Vice Chief Lu Mo, also trembled violently. In the next moment, they all knelt down in unison towards Emperor Wu, but Emperor Wu still angrily rebuked. You guys are a bunch of losers. The tone fell. The presence of all the secret guards do not dare to talk too much, and even subconsciously control their breathing amplitude. The movement can be small to minimize. However, when he saw Li Yi, he failed to bring the person back, but instead, the dark guards comforted the general leader to defect and follow the other side. Such a thing would be a strange shame for the emperor and the court. Because of this, how could the emperor's anger be so easily quelled? At this moment, Emperor Wu was furious in his heart, but he could do nothing about it. Just from the descriptions of the secret guards, there was no way for them, those of them, to forcefully bring back Li Yi, as none of them were a match for Chief Nia. It was just something that surprised him that Chief Nia was not only a woman, but also the princess of Johorn back then. This was something he had never thought of, because when Nia Ying had approached him, he had a man's face and a male voice. At that time, the other party said his name was Nia Win, to which Emperor Wu didn't think much of it. However, due to the fact that Nia Ying was already in the late stage of the first grade Zongshi, as well as his consistent expression of loyalty to himself, that's why he finally chose this person to be the chief leader of his dark division. I didn't realize he'd been cheated for 3 years. If he hadn't guessed correctly, Nia Ying had used a disguise back then, and had even deliberately changed her voice, just to try to hide it from the world. It's just that Emperor Wu still doesn't understand what Nia Ying's purpose for doing this is. Is it possible that it's just to save Li Yi? But 3 years had passed. Why had Nia Ying never acted? But she did so after Li Yi left. And Emperor Wu still clearly remembers that this Zoron princess was still snatched by Li Yi back then, which made the outside world spread a lot of unpleasant remarks. Anyway, no matter what, everyone thought that Zoron princess was already Li Yi's woman. Her life is ruined, since Li Yi destroyed her innocence. It is logical that this woman should be very hateful towards the former. In fact, not long after she disappeared, she impersonated Nya Win again to become the chief of the Dark Guards. In the end, he did not hesitate to betray him, the Emperor of De Wu, to save his former enemy Li Yi as usual. Emperor Wu really couldn't figure it out, and likewise he couldn't swallow this breath. Therefore, he felt that even if he didn't give these Dark Guards in front of him a felony conviction, then he had to punish them in order to do so. Only then would he feel better in his heart. He then set his eyes on Lu Mo, who was on the stage. I'll start with you. With that in mind he then spoke sternly. Lu Mo, you can. Before the word no the crime could be said, Lu Mo directly bowed his head and kowtowed, and justly said, the death penalty of a humble servant. Emperor Wu. Chapter 17 Emperor Wu, how dare he be discontented? I haven't even begun to ask about the crime, and you're saying you're guilty of death, so how can I go on? Emperor Wu was very upset right now, and he suddenly had the feeling that he had nowhere to take his anger. But then it suddenly occurred to him that he could use this to first take it out on Lu Mo, and in the process make an example of him to the other Dark Guards. However, before he could speak, Lu Mo once again spoke before him. Your Majesty, this operation was caused by the fact that I was not as skilled as I was, and was not a match for Chief Nye to cause the loss, and had nothing to do with the other Dark Guards present. So, I beg your Majesty to pardon them. The moment he said this, the Dark Guards in the arena were all a bit moved. They didn't expect that the Vice Chief really didn't miss a beat, and indeed took all the blame for the crime. This moved them all, and then, with a heartbeat, they all followed and bowed to the ground. Your Majesty, this matter has nothing to do with Lord Lu. It's because we are incompetent and not a match for Chief Nye. If you want to punish us then punish us. The crowd spoke in unison, and this was now equivalent to holding Emperor Wu on the fire. Now if he continued to choose to chastise Lu Mo, it might chill the hearts of all the Dark Guards present and spread to the outside world to tarnish his image as an emperor, because if it were a benevolent, saintly ruler, it certainly wouldn't go about things that way. After all, the strength of these secret guards was just like that. Letting them take down Li Yi who had Nye Ying's help was entirely too much. Then again they were all secret guards protecting the palace, and this guy Lu Mo, although his martial arts skills weren't the top of the bunch, was definitely very loyal to him as the emperor. If you arbitrarily punished loyal officials, what would the other officials of the court think? So it's not a wise move. After weighing the pros and cons, Emperor Wu had no choice but to let Lu Mo and the others go, so he waved his hand at the crowd. Forget it, who made me magnanimous? I'll pardon your innocence this time. Upon hearing this, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief, especially Lu Mo, who was now glad that he had actually made the right bet, and it was good that His Majesty was not that dim. Thank you, Your Majesty, for pardoning us. Lu Mo kowtowed again, and the other Dark Guards followed suit. At this moment, the only person in a bad mood in the arena was Emperor Wu, who directly issued an expulsion order to the crowd. All of you hurry up and get out. I am disturbed by the sight of you all. Yes. At the same time, in the Imperial City's Lin Mansion, Lin Ruyan inside the boudoir sat in front of the mirror and rubbed the left side of her face, realizing that the redness had completely disappeared before she let out a sigh of relief. Humph. If that sheriff master disfigures this young lady will definitely not be finished with her. Hearing her say that, the little maid beside her, Shui'er, followed and agreed. Yes miss, this Li Guyu is really too detestable. Relying on the fact that she is a county princess she is lawless, and actually dared to hit you in the face in the middle of the palace. Miss, this is her not putting you. No, it's not putting our Lin family in her eyes. The most infuriating thing is that after you told the Empress and His Majesty about this matter, they actually didn't punish Li Guyu. That's just too biased. That Shui'er said this, not noticing that Lin Ruyan's expression had become gloomy. She continued to complain. Well, at least miss, you are going to marry the future crown prince. You will be the crown princess in the future. How can they do this? Your Majesty. Shut up. Lin Ruyan directly scolded her. Our Lin family is at the feet of the Son of Heaven. How can you say such treacherous words? As the words fell, Jade was so shocked that she immediately fell to her knees and began to punch herself in the face. Miss, don't misunderstand. Shui'er, I'm just giving you a shout out. I don't have any other thoughts. When he finished, the room continued to resound with the sound of slaps. Seeing that Shui'er was indeed scared, Lin Ruyan then raised her hand to signal her to stop. Never mind. Just be more careful in the future. It's a good thing it's just you and me in this room. If there were others, they would have reported what you said today, and if you died alone, it would be fine, but then it would probably even involve our Lin family. Shui'er always felt a bit uncomfortable after hearing this, but she realized the seriousness of this matter, so she kowtowed repeatedly. Miss, the slave girl knows the mistake. In the future absolutely will not commit again. Seeing that Shui'er recognized her mistake, Lin Ruyan let her go. Forget it, You go down first, this lady wants to be alone. Shui'er let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly got up and left the place, but a trace of unwillingness showed in her eyes. Lin Ruyan was now incomparably distressed. Ever since the last time she was beaten up in the palace, she had informed His Majesty and the Empress of the matter. She had thought that this time Li Guyu would definitely suffer, or at least be dismissed from the post of great general. Who would have thought that only suffered a painless reprimand? At the time she was so aggrieved that she almost cried, but held her tongue and insisted until she got home to tell her father about it, because she was thinking that her father would surely comfort her. Who would have thought that he would actually slap her again, saying that she was ungrateful and had no conscience? However, her father's slap was much lighter than Li Guyu's, and her face was not red or swollen as a result, but it still left her incredibly cold. After that, her father told her not to go out for a few days, and said that she should die of that heart, and never agree to her marriage with Li Mingchen. So much so that when Li Mingchen approached herself later, she could only say that she would reconsider. Thinking about this, Lin Ruyan felt that this was based on nothing. Is it because the Lin mansion was built by Li Yi's advance? Or that the other party had once saved their Lin family? But that was all in the past, and now she should be pursuing happier things. Thinking of this, Lin Ruyan couldn't help but murmur. Since father has always felt that my Lin family is ashamed of Li Yi, then let the whole world see at this conference that this young lady is much better than that Li Yi who used to only dance with swords and guns. For this conference, this young lady will definitely display her talent and let everyone know that Li Yi is not worthy of this young lady at all. Although her heart was like this, Lin Ruyan still felt very unwilling. These few days she has been at home, but already know the news from the outside world. That is, Li Yi really escaped. It seems that he also want to escape from the great martial dynasty. In that case, the two of them may never see each other again in their lives. It was supposed to be good for her, but for some reason she couldn't be happy about it. In fact, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the reason she wasn't happy was that she felt like there was one less lickspittle giving her regular gifts. Think it's a big loss. This was still equivalent to Li Yi dumping her, so Lin Ruyan was unbalanced in her heart. The palace, this side of the imperial study. After Lu Mo and the others retreated, Li Mingchen just happened to walk in from outside, seemingly having been waiting outside before. As he walked up to Emperor Wu, he first gave him a salute, and then hurriedly walked up to the other party. Father, don't get angry again. Big brother must have been disgruntled because of father's decision-making and acted on impulse to make that kind of treacherous move. When he said this, Emperor Wu was even more furious. Humph, how dare he be disgruntled? I just used the De Wu laws to punish him, and this is still the result of a lighter punishment, on which he is actually still dissatisfied with me. His mind is really too narrow. As the saying goes, the Son of Heaven commits the same crime as the common people. Does he, a crown prince, still want to get away with his crimes? Seeing that Emperor Wu still hated Li Yi so much, Li Mingchen was of course very happy in his heart, but he certainly couldn't show this mood. So after adjusting his emotions, this was a pretense of helpless persuasion. Father, instinctive avoidance is human nature. This matter is the big brother he alone insisted on doing. Hope that the father or do not in anger. If you are angry with your dragon body, then how to manage my great martial dynasty? Hearing these words from Li Mingchen, Emperor Wu's mood was then much better. At the same time, he felt even more in his heart that the indomitable Li Yi was simply inferior to the filial son in front of him. Next, he patted Li Mingchen's shoulder with satisfaction, signaling him to relax. Mingchen, you can rest assured. I'm in good health. How can I be angry because of this? Hearing this, although Li Mingchen showed a smile on the surface, his heart was a bit uncomfortable. Since Li Yi had already rolled out, the next crown prince would be him, Li Mingchen, and likewise the future emperor. But in his heart, he didn't want to be the future emperor of Dewu, but wanted to be the emperor now. Judging from Li Yi's relegation to the status of a commoner, he recognizes that what is not in his hands, that will never be his own. Although his father and mother favored him the most now, Emperor Wu had more than just his own son. Now that Emperor Wu was still young, in case his mother passed away first, there was a good chance that he would also lose favor and be replaced by another prince. In order to avoid this, he thought that he had to get the throne of the emperor as early as possible. In this way, he had more power to continue to hunt down Li Yi, not giving the latter the chance to rise again later in turn against him. As he was thinking, Emperor Wu's words beside him pulled his thoughts back to reality. By the way, Mingchen, how is your marriage to Lin Ruyan going? Why is it that even after so many days have passed, I haven't seen that old man from the Lin family make a stand? These days he had been busy over Li Yi's affairs, so to speak, because before when the other party was there, even though he did not let him participate in the dynasty politics, but there were difficulties in the dynasty that were difficult to solve, he would send his personal great companion to ask. Every time after a nudge from Li Yi, things seemed to become less difficult to handle. This was the reason why he had previously, in the courtroom, decreed that Li should be placed under house arrest in the Chen Repentance Palace, and that he could still use his remaining value. Because of this, he was willing to listen to the Empress and sent most of his secret guards to bring Li back, only that the ending was a bit not so good. Plus, he usually had to coax that willful Lu Minlan, and even less time to care about Li Mingchen's marriage to the Lin family. I don't know what the situation is really like. Just as Emperor Wu was pondering, he suddenly realized that Li Mingchen's face looked a bit unattractive. What's wrong? Could it be that old man Lin Shi doesn't agree? Li Mingchen shook his head after hearing this and then explained. No, it's that since that day when Ruyan he was beaten by the sheriff, he went home those days without news or any statement. My son therefore also made a trip to the Lin family, and although he was able to meet Ruyan in person, she said that she would have to think about it for a few more days before doing so. What? Emperor Wu bellowed, obviously not expecting Lin Ruyan and Lin Shi to be so bold that the emperor's bestowal of marriage actually dared to consider it. It wasn't obvious that he couldn't look at the royal family, it was simply humiliating him. Seeing his father so angry, Li Mingchen did not feel the slightest bit touched in his heart, but instead felt grateful that at least now the other party was still toward him. Oh, let's just say that what does the current Li Yi have to fight him with? As long as there was an opportunity in the future, he would definitely send someone to find the other party and screw this scourge. But Li Mingchen still underestimated Emperor Wu's anger, at which point he spoke bluntly. Mingchen, you now send someone to call this old thing Lin Shi over. I will personally ask him what his intentions are. Chapter 18, Meeting the Huns in Person. As the words fell, Li Mingchen knew that his father was asking for punishment, so he had to step forward to discourage that as well. Father, don't be impulsive. I'm sure that Duke Lin has his own reasons for doing this, and the more things get out of hand, then it will make our royal family's face even more disgraceful, because not only within the court, there are many people in the Imperial City who know that there was a marriage contract between Big Brother him and Ruyan back then. The reason why Li Mingchen advised Emperor Wu so much was not really for the sake of the royal family's face, but because he felt that now was not the time. It was true that he had his heart set on Lin Ruyan, but that was only a secondary reason. What was more important was that this woman and Li Yi had once been engaged. This was the reason why he couldn't wait and wanted to marry Lin Ruyan immediately, in order to take advantage of the fact that there were a lot of people talking about Li Yi's affairs now, and he could use this to humiliate the other party. As long as he and Lin Ruyan got married, he would quickly release the news to the public, so that the whole world would know that he, Li Mingchen, had gotten Li Yi's woman. Even though this would bring dishonor to the royal family, he still had to use this way to prove that he was better than Li Yi. At that time, I think it won't take long for this matter to reach Li Yi's ears. Angry at this incompetent and arrogant waste, Emperor Wu did not know what was in Li Mingchen's mind right now. He only felt that what the latter said was indeed reasonable, and then he had no choice but to take a step back. Mingchen, then you send someone to visit the Lin family now. Tell Lin Shi that I will only give him 7 days, and that he must give me a satisfactory answer by then. This must be finalized before the poetry festival begins. However, after he said this, he realized that Li Mingchen did not make the slightest move, which made Emperor Wu a bit puzzled. What's the matter, Mingchen? What else do you have going on? Li Mingchen hesitated for a moment before speaking. Father, didn't you say a few days ago that you wanted my son to move to the East Palace? Now that my things have been packed, I wonder if I can. Speaking here, Li Mingchen didn't continue, but Emperor Wu had already understood what he meant, which was that he wanted to move there today. But at the time, he remembered that he had said so, in front of the Empress, and it was really just a casual mention on his part, because Lanner had told him before, saying that since Li Yi had been deposed, could he make the last son between them the crown prince? In order to please Lanner, he must have agreed immediately, but it was a bit hasty to think about it now, so Emperor Wu had no choice but to say, let's put this matter aside for now. You also know that your elder brother has just been relegated not long ago, and this has actually drawn the discontent of quite a few old ministers, and now the court is full of rumors about Li Yi. You'd better wait over after this storm, then move in and start construction is not too late. Then I just happened to make you the crown prince. Hearing this, Li Mingchen's heart sank. He didn't expect his father to actually say this. Could it be that father still doesn't believe in his own abilities? Or is it something else? With this thought in his heart, he did not make a sound on the surface, intending to wait for some days before approaching his mother to talk about this matter. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Yi, with his imperial army, had already killed his way out of Linbei Pass, as no one expected that an army would be killed from within Dao. Moreover, there weren't many people guarding the entrance of the Linbei Pass, plus they had no defense, and they were all confused when they saw 10,000 Imperial Guards. Therefore, the Imperial Army equivalent to no losses. rushed out of the Linbei Pass, which is considered to be the real sense to come outside the borders of Dao. When they had run some distance and were sure that there would be no Dao Black Dragon army catching up behind them, Dian Wei and Yang Qi wanted to stop and ask Li Yi what they were going to do next. After all, before, both Dian Wei and Niang knew that Li Yi was going to the Northern Realm to claim the throne, but the details of how exactly the emperor should be called, or the exact implementation were not revealed. Li Yi seemed to know what they were thinking, and before they opened their mouths, he pointed his finger in the direction of due north. Seeing this scene, how could Dian Wei and Yang Qi not know what he was thinking? So they took the lead and said to the Imperial Guards, "Generals, we continue north," because he was already out of Linbei's pass. At this time, Li Yi only felt much more relaxed all over. As a matter of fact, originally he thought that when he waited until he reached the northern border in front of him, he would just claim the throne, but shortly after leaving the Da Pass, he gave up the idea. At that time, he subconsciously opened the system home panel to see if anything had changed. Who had ever thought to find himself in this land under his feet now, which was already considered to be within the boundaries of the north? However, the completion level of the main quest was 99%, which by all rights should be 100%, and only when the progress went full he could be crowned emperor. So he also had to ask the system what was going on. It was only in the end that I learned that a stronghold was needed to claim the title of emperor. Otherwise, how could I claim the title of emperor if I didn't even have an inch of land? The definition of this stronghold is simple. It just needs to have a city. Li Yi could also accept this, not to mention the 10,000 Western Liang Iron Cavalry that he had yet to summon. The 10,000 Imperial Guards that he was leading now could casually rob a city, so they did need to continue north, and only then could they encounter the cities of the north. Just then, seemingly sensing that the Li Yi in front of him had something on his mind, Niang subconsciously opened her mouth to inquire, "What are you thinking?" At the sound of the voice, Li Yi snapped out of his thoughts, so he shook his head. "No, nothing." When he thought of the Niang of today, who was still on a horse with himself, he felt very speechless. There were only 2 horses to begin with, and it was fine for the 2 of them to ride together. After taking over the Imperial Forestry Army, there were still quite a few people in the ranks who had war horses, so it wasn't unreasonable to share one with Niang. But this woman said in front of all the Imperial Guards that the generals didn't have enough horses, so it would be fine for the 2 of them to ride together. Once the words were out of his mouth, there was no way he could refuse them again. Li Yi was clear that Niang had done it on purpose. He just didn't have any evidence. Since he wasn't sure of the woman's true purpose, he was still a bit uneasy about bringing the other party with him, so he took the opportunity to ask, "Right, Niang? It just so happens that this place is close enough to Zoron. Do you want you to go back and take a look?" After saying that, Niang seemed to not even think about it and directly opened her mouth to express her refusal. No. Although he had expected this answer, Li Yi was still very confused about it. "Why do you have to pester me? Can't I make amends for what happened back then? Besides, I have never defiled your innocence, which you should know better than I do." As the words fell, Niang immediately opened her mouth to retort, "It's true that you don't, but that doesn't mean others think so. So I'm stuck with you, and you're not going to get rid of me." Li gave up the idea of persuading the other party after hearing this, because he had already persuaded him too many times along the way, but he never succeeded. With this thought in his heart, he completely failed to notice that Niang, at this moment, was looking in the direction of Zoron in the distance, with a complex color in her eyes. "I have to say, the north is pretty big." Li Yi and the others had been running with their army for 4 days and still hadn't seen a single city. Li Yi was not surprised by this. After all, once he had led his army in the north with various countries and forces that had gone to war. Even though 3 years had passed, he still had memories of this side of the world and knew that it would take a few more days before he could see the cities. It's just that, previously, when the Imperial Guards were in the territory of Dao before, because they didn't have the chance to go and recapture their own horses, almost 90% of the entire army was on foot. This kind of slowed down the marching speed, but Li Yi was not in a hurry. He would arrive sooner or later anyway. Because of this, he planned to let the Imperial Guards rest here first. The generals had been running around for days, and if they didn't slacken off to catch up, they'd all be worn out sooner or later. This was exactly why he hadn't summoned the Western Liang Iron Cavalry out after so much time had passed. As soon as they were summoned, they had to be managed in order to do so, in addition to consuming the stockpile of food he had acquired from the system rewards. Therefore, he planned to let the generals rest after crossing the small dirt slope in front of them. Who would have thought that Dian Wei, who had opened the way in front of him, would immediately raise his hand to signal him after he had gone up the small dirt slope? Li Yi understood that he was trying to get the team to stop. If it was an unusual situation, Dian Wei would never do that, so something must have happened up front. Thinking of this, He had no choice but to also immediately raise his hand to signal the Imperial Guards behind him to stop, and asked Yang Qi beside him to inform the generals to try not to make any noise for now. After the group came to a complete stop, Li Yi then rode his horse alone with the intention of checking out the dirt slope. When he was almost behind Dianwei and the others, he had opened his mouth to inquire, "General Dianwei, what happened?" Upon hearing this, Dianwei first made his team take 2 steps backward before pointing to the northwest. "Lord, it seems that a cavalry army has been killed in front of us." "Aha!" Li Yi froze for a moment after hearing this. Where did the cavalry army come from in the middle of nowhere? Or from the front? Obviously unrelated to the army of the Dewu dynasty. With this doubt in mind, he rushed up to the dirt slope and looked in the direction of Dianwei's finger. At the first glance over, he realized that indeed, as Duan Wei had said, there was a black cavalry army in front of him. However, when he and Niaing looked at the second glance at the same time, their pupils were both slightly shaken. "It's the Huns." Chapter 19 Ambush an army here. The two men spoke in unison, for they saw the flag of that cavalry army. As there was a time when Li Yi had taken Niaing along with him to conquer the Xiongnu after fighting Zoron, she was also no stranger to this battle flag. The only unfamiliar person was Dianwei, who was seeing the Huns battle flag for the first time. Nowadays, I don't know if it was because of the Great Master's power, but Li Yi was able to clearly see that the Hun cavalry was not actually killing towards their side, only to see that they were in pursuit, a team of still less than 20 men. Upon closer inspection, one could notice that most of the people in that group were injured, especially the only general in the group, whose body was coated in blood. The man wore different armor than the other soldiers and had a red robe draped behind him, so it was very easy to identify his general. It was just that the distance was a bit far, and Li Yi could not see the general's face at all. The only thing that was clear was that the direction the group was fleeing was exactly where their side of the Imperial Guard was. In that case, the Huns will surely kill them too. Li Yi had 10,000 Imperial Guards behind him, so it was already too late to get out of the way, and there might even be an unnecessary conflict later, because these were Huns, and they were notoriously vicious in the north. Li Yi still clearly remembers that once when he was leading the Imperial Forest Army like a force to be reckoned with, these Huns still dared to challenge him. In the end, he did beat the Huns to the back of the north as well, but they were bound to make a comeback as soon as they had recuperated. Keep in mind that this has happened more than once in the past. There was also the fact that these Huns were very vindictive, and even if they came over and couldn't recognize themselves as the original Dewu Crown Prince, then they could recognize from the armor they wore, that the soldiers he was leading were none other than Dewu's army. In that case, there is a high probability that both sides will go straight to war, so he might as well take the lead. Afterward, Li Yi then immediately asked Dianwei to instruct the Imperial Guards in the rear to get everyone ready for battle first, but not long after he gave this order, Niaing beside him suddenly let out a cry of alarm. "Big brother!" As the words fell, before Li Yi could react, Niaing suddenly said incredulously once again, "It's Big brother. How did he get here?" Now that Li Yi understood, he once again turned his head to look at the group that the Huns were chasing. As the group was getting closer, he was also finally recognizing the general. No wonder when he first started seeing this person, he always felt that there was something familiar about the other party. After being reminded by Niaing, Li Yi recognized this person as the one in the north, the only Zoron general who could have a few moves with him, Nialong. At the same time, this person was also Niaing's older brother, the Grand Prince of the Zoron Kingdom. Back then, because only the other party, a great general of the Johoran Kingdom, was able to last 3 moves under his hand, he had a deeper memory of this person. Li Yi also remembers that it was because of Niaing's matter that caused the two of them to have deep conflicts on both sides. Just as she was thinking about it, Niaing seemed to have been unable to hold back any longer, and immediately wanted to go forward to save her big brother. Li Yi, who had sensed her thoughts in advance, immediately pulled her arm. "Wait first. This Hun cavalry army is estimated to be at least in the thousands. Do you think you can handle that much cavalry?" Even if Niaing was a peak first-grade zongsher, she could at most only manage to fight 1 against 100, and the enemy army had to be all infantry. But this Hun cavalry army is different, not to mention the impact power of their horses. Let's just say that their meticulous formation is dozens of times stronger than an ordinary infantry team. So if Niaing wanted to go up alone and save Nialong, it was something that was simply impossible to do. Seeing that her big brother was about to be caught up, Niaing became anxious for a moment. What do I have to do? Li Yi understood Niaing's feelings while signaling her not to be anxious. It was just that he felt that behind him, even though he was with 10,000 Imperial troops, which might be more in number than the Hun cavalry in front of him, their generals had been running around for days, coupled with the fact that theirs was an infantry, while in the distance was a manly cavalry. the two sides no longer belonged to the same level. Therefore, if it was a hard fight it definitely wouldn't work. Even if a close victory could win this Hun's cavalry army, his Imperial Forest army would definitely have to pay a huge price. That's not the result Li Yi wanted. Also, now that he had summoned 10,000 Western Liang Iron Cavalry, that would take a while to come over. Now there is only one way in front of him, which is to set up an ambush here in advance before that Hun cavalry comes over. My idea is to ambush an army here. After saying that, seeing that the Hun cavalry was still some distance away from them, Li Yi instructed Yang Qi to take most of the Imperial Guards and stoop down to slowly retreat backwards. The reason for going that way was to try to use the dirt slope in front of you to block the Hun's view, as the same level could not be seen at all. In that case, Yang Qi, with most of the Imperial Guards, would be able to hide by the terrain. As for Li Yi's own side, he took the remaining 1,000 Imperial Guards and relied on the terrain to ambush right underneath the dirt slope, ready for battle. These Imperial Guards were veterans, and they had experience with this tactic, so they weren't slow to move or coordinate their ranks. They were already in ambush before the Hun army arrived. A moment later, a group of people flew over the heads of Li Yi and the others, and they were none other than Nie Long and Zoran's warriors. After seeing all these people fly over their heads, Li Yi immediately ordered, "Rigo!" As the words fell, the Imperial Guards, who were ambushed behind the breakthrough, all stood their longbows up in their hands. The Xiongnu army had already arrived in front of them by this time, but since their eyes had been on Nie Long, after all, that was the great prince of the Johorran kingdom, whoever captured Shan Yu would be greatly rewarded. It was because the Huns were so eager to make their mark that no one looked down at their bodies, so they didn't notice the long gorgets standing up at their feet. In the next moment, the sharp edges on that long gorget directly cut through the belly of the Hun horse's abdomen. Because the horse's belly was unprotected by armor, the flesh and blood was very easy to cut open with a sharp instrument. Blood instantly spurted out. The warhorse just landed on its knees due to the pain, and the Hun cavalry in front of it were all thrown out. What the hell is going on here? Due to the speed of all the warhorses running fast, the people behind them barely reacted and all continued to charge forward. The ground was all covered with horse carcasses, so the Hun cavalry behind them were all tripped up in this way. Now that the group of people who had fallen to the ground, after seeing the way the warhorse was wounded and drenched in blood, they instantly realized what was going on. Oh no, we've been ambushed. However, because the scene was now so chaotic, the Huns at the front of the line were completely unable to alert the rest of the cavalry that continued to charge behind them, because the cavalry in the rear was simply too numerous, and went forward and backward to be struck down as much as they could by the Imperial Guards. Using this tactic, just at this time, Nie Long and the others all saw at this time, those densely packed Imperial Guards ambling in front of them. The crowd was so startled that they pulled the reins in their hands and stopped immediately. At the same time, they noticed the movement behind them and instinctively turned their heads towards those pursuing Huns, only to see rows and rows of Huns falling on their side. This could make Nie Long and the others look directly dumbfounded. What's going on here? Because the Hun cavalry has always been strong, Nie Long had thought that he was going to be planted in their hands today, but he didn't expect things to reverse. He could tell from the armor that this army ambushing the Huns was De Wu's Black Dragon army. Even the soldiers in front of him who blocked his way were the same. All of them were De Wu's army. This situation left Nie Long in a daze, not sure why the Black Dragon army had appeared here, and had even stepped in to save them. As for why it was determined that it was saving them, it was based on the fact that when they had jumped down from the mountainside just now, they had not been attacked by this Black Dragon army standing on their long gorges. Instead, he waited for them to pass, and only then did he make a move to set up his long gauntlet. It was clear that the army was not aimed at them, but at the group of Hun cavalry. In the middle of his thoughts, a familiar voice suddenly came to his ears. "Big brother, you guys quickly dodge to the sides. Little sister." After hearing this familiar voice, Nie Long's heart skipped a beat and he instinctively glanced around. However, he did not see the familiar relative, but he trusted the voice and immediately ordered the warriors to spread out in both directions. At this time, all of the Imperial Guards who were previously crouching on the ground had risen and drawn their bows with the intention of shooting arrows. After Nie Long and the others had all withdrawn to the sides, Yang Qi didn't hesitate to give the order, "Release the arrows." As the words fell, all of these Imperial Guards loosened the bowstrings in their hands. Shoo, 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 an ear-piercing cracking sound rang out, and the densely packed arrows were like a rain of arrows, falling from high altitude towards those Hun cavalry who had fallen to the ground. Chapter 20, Shi Liang Jin Ma Chao is here. Yes, that's the tactic Li Yi came up with. He divided the Imperial army into two groups of men, one led by him to ambush behind the hillside, and used his long gauntlet to make these Huns fall off their warhorses, making them briefly incapable of resisting. Then the group of Imperial Guards led by Yang Qi, the one with the ambush card vision, would allow the archers to take advantage of the opportunity to strike and harvest the Huns' lives. In this way one side controls and one side kills. Killing Huns was like an assembly line, and it didn't take long to make them lose half of their men. During this time, Nialong looked at the scene in front of him and was extremely surprised. He was aware of the strength of the Xiongnu cavalry, as he had lost to the other side, and that was with equal strength on both sides, only he was being counted on, due to the presence of a traitor on his side, who had secretly revealed the whereabouts of their Zojiran army to the Xiongnu. In yesterday they were ambushed by a large army of Huns, and an army of 50,000 men fought with only a few of them left. It also ended up fleeing overnight until it was now rescued by Da's army. Now things are reversed and the Huns' army is ambushed. It seemed that their situation was even more miserable, and it could be said that they had no room for resistance at all, and were slaughtered like pigs and dogs. Nialong really admired it. I don't know which general in Dawu thought of this tactic. It can simply be said that killing the enemy is as simple as chopping melons and cutting vegetables. However, Nialong didn't think much on it, as he was now taking a closer look around, because just now he had heard his little sister's voice. He just didn't know if he had misheard it, but after searching several times in a row, he still hadn't seen where his little sister was, which made him wonder if he had heard wrong or recognized the wrong person. But this thought only existed in his mind for a breath, because at that moment, behind Nialong, that familiar voice once again resounded. Big brother. Nialong immediately turned his head to look behind him, and the moment he saw Nia Ying again, his mood could be described as incomparably excited. Little sister. He ignored the injuries on his body and immediately walked quickly towards Nia Ying. A mist of water had risen before his eyes as he walked up to the other man, although the men have tears in their eyes, but the two sides have not seen each other for 5 years. Once the little sister and her family are very close. However, ever since his little sister disappeared 3 years ago, both he and his father and second brother had sent people and personally inquired about her. Ultimately there is just no trace of it. It's like it's evaporated. It was thought that they would never be able to see their little sister again in this lifetime, but he didn't expect that he would be lucky enough to run into his little sister today after the robbery he suffered last night. It seems that God is not so desperate. Seeing that Nia Ying had been silent, Nialong also hurriedly opened his mouth to inquire. What's wrong with you, little sister? No, it's fine. Although Nia Ying's mouth was so back, but she had mixed feelings in her heart. Looking at her big brother who was so seriously injured and still cared so much about himself, a touch of guilt even flashed in her eyes. 3 years ago she went into hiding and disappeared. I'm sure her father, big brother and the others were sad. It was just that she had a compelling reason to suffer, and there was no way to explain it now, so she had no choice but to deal with the business at hand first. By the way, big brother, what happened to you? Why were you chased here by the Huns? And father, are they alright? It was the first time she had seen that her big brother would be so embarrassed, which made her worry if something had happened to Zoe. Nialong, who had watched Nia Ying grow up, seeing his little sister's current appearance, how could he not be clear about what she had in mind? So he first returned to her most concerned question. Don't worry, little sister. There's not a single thing wrong with father and the others. His mouth said so, but Nia Ying didn't notice a hint of sadness flash through the other party's eyes when he mentioned the word father. In just an instant, Nialong regained a smile on his face, and Nia Ying didn't think much of it, afraid that Nia Ying would see the difference. Nialong talked about what had happened about Zoran over the years. Little sister. In fact, during these years of your absence, the situation on this side of the northern realm has been very complicated. Soon after the Huns learned that Prince Li of Da had become an invalid, they began to make a comeback. Afterwards, Nia Ying learned from Nialong's mouth that the Huns struck various forces on this side of the northern realm once they made a comeback. Although the Xiongnu was beaten by the former Li with his troops, but they still have a strong heritage. Thus the small states and powers on this side of the north were hardly a match for the Huns. After the Huns had annexed some of their forces, they soon grew strong again and began to move against them. Johann. The reason for this was that the Huns wanted to set up a huge Hun court in the northern part of the country, and the neighboring countries and powers would have to obey in order to do so. But they were not afraid of power in Zoron, so they rejected these Huns straight away, and after that they have been retaliated by these Huans. Xiongnu even joined with some weak forces in the north to suppress and squeeze them together, making the condition of Zoron worse and worse. As the second largest tribal power in the north, Zojiran was almost squeezed by Xiongnu and had no room for survival, so the two sides had no choice but to go to war. Just the Huns have a strong force and backup, so that the Johoran each time cannot take the slightest advantage. The first few times have been consuming the power of this Johoran. After listening to Nialong's introduction, Nia Ying couldn't help but sigh. I didn't realize that in just a few years, the northern realm has changed so much. At the same time she looked angrily at the Huns, the murderous lot that had been hitting her homeland. Unforgivable. Over here, the assembly line set up by Li was very efficient. It hadn't been long before less than half of that Hun cavalry army in the field was left, for it was not until now that the rear of this Hun cavalry braked. After all, cavalry was completely different from infantry, and there was a huge difference in speed on both sides. If they were infantrymen, they would stop their forward movement as soon as they noticed the unusual movement in front of them, even if there was some congestion in the rear. Then as usual they would stop very quickly. However, cavalrymen had to take into account the speed of their warhorses, so if they wanted to make them stop immediately, it was impossible to do so, because if the horse stops sharply, it needs some time and distance, plus the Hun cavalry in the rear. At first they didn't even know what was happening in front of them, and even for those who just knew, they couldn't react. This caused them to keep getting hit front and center until a shout rang out from the field. There's an enemy ambush ahead. Stop. Come on. Point stop. In this way, the shouting continued for several minutes, and only then did those cavalry in the rear actually stop. However, by this time the cavalry had already lost most of them. Even if the Imperial Guards were to fight them hard next, they would still be able to win easily. Nia Long, Nia Ying and the others thought so when they saw this, but they had all overestimated the hardiness of this Hun cavalry. The Huns in the rear, upon realizing that they had been ambushed, immediately reversed their direction and began to flee in the direction from which they had come. Although the Huns had all seen that the people attacking them were De Wu's army, those people didn't know how many people De Wu had come this time because the situation was so chaotic. Then again, they were also frightened by the scene just now, so now they didn't care. They just fled with their lives, in case there were too many enemy troops, or if they had already begun to outflank them on both flanks. This time, all of them might have to be wiped out. Looking at the remaining cavalry that had fled, Niaing was extremely unwilling in her heart and really wanted to shred them all to pieces. This group of people in their Zoron has done a lot of hurtful things. Before, the people in the border zone of Zoron were all helped by these people to go to give a live boil and eat. I'm afraid that only the Huns in the entire north would do such a heartless and inhumane act. What a pity that they escaped, she said coldly. But as soon as these words were uttered, Li Yi's voice suddenly sounded from her side. No, they can't escape. Although Niaing did not know when Li Yi came over, she once again looked towards those Hun cavalry that continued to gallop far away, not far away because of the latter's words. Originally, she thought that Li Yi was swindling himself, and that even if all of their Imperial Guards were now equipped with war horses, they would still be unable to catch up, not to mention that they don't have, almost entirely, infantry. But soon Niaing thought otherwise, only to see that at this time, an unknown cavalry army appeared on both flanks of the Huns. There. Before she could ask, she saw the two flanks of the cavalry, rapidly encircling towards the remaining Huns. This sudden appearance of a cavalry army was very fast, much faster than the Huns, who were always good riders, so they soon caught up with them. At this moment, compared to Nia Ying's bewilderment, Li Yi's mouth curled up slightly. General Divine Mighty Sky, these shrimp soldiers and crab generals are all yours. As soon as his words fell, the two flanks of Western Liang cavalry had already run in front of the Huns, stopping them hard. Western Liang Jin Ma Chao is here. Thieves and others suffer death. Chapter 21, 200,000 Huns army. What? Although those Huns hadn't heard of Ma Chao's reputation, they all felt a wave of fear when they looked at the cavalry army in front of them, which exuded murderous intent. They already had a bad feeling that this might be their burial place. Ma Chao didn't give them a chance to continue thinking, and then directly ordered to the surrounding Shilian Iron Cavalry, "Generals, follow this general to kill all the Huns." When the tone fell, Ma Chao held a tiger head Zhenjin spear and took the lead in charging towards the generals among the Xiongnu. The surrounding Shilian Iron Cavalry also did not hesitate, all transformed into ferocious beasts rushing towards the Hun camp. The powerful aura scared the Huns into instantly losing their bearings. Quickly, get ready for the sentinel. A Hun will lead the press over and immediately open his mouth to give orders. But just as these words were spoken, Ma Chao had already killed in front of him. No good. The Hun general was still trying to resist, but his speed was completely unable to keep up with Ma Chao, and he was directly taken away with a spear through his heart. At this moment, the surrounding Hun soldiers, after seeing this scene, only then did they want to get up and take a shot at Ma Chao. But the Shiliang Iron Cavalry army had now killed right in front of their eyes. They had no choice but to go ahead and fend off the attack of the Western Liang Iron Cavalry. But the Western Liang Iron Cavalry is not only a very strong attack, their formation is also a strict line, well organized. First of all, with the hands of the lance rushed to kill a wave of Xiongnu soldiers. Kill! In an instant, the soldiers in front of the Huns row were all stabbed through the heart. Then, they immediately gave up the lances in their hands. decisively drew the two ring-headed swords at their waists, and continued to charge through the Huns' formation. They were in step in their tactics, and as if they were destroying the world, they were reaping the heads of all the Huns present. At this point the Hun soldiers were really scared. They had no idea how to resist. What exactly are these people? Why does have such strong fighting power? One Hun was so frightened that he had even lost the courage to fight back, which demoralized those around him. The other Hun general next to him saw this and wanted to just slash the other party. The presence of such a person who affects morale is the most taboo on the battlefield. But just as the sword in his hand was about to be swung over, his head was penetrated by the tiger-head Zhanjin gun. That's right, the person who struck was none other than the Western Liang Jin Ma Chao, who had been taking the lives of the generals in the Xiongnu army. As long as the Huns are left leaderless, then the Western Liang Iron Cavalry will kill more smoothly. They were not to defeat the Huns, but to kill them all. For this was the order given by the Lord. Generals, kill all the Hutzes. Just after these words were said, many Huns were scared and scattered. But now that the Western Liang Iron Cavalry had surrounded them, there was nowhere to escape. Looking at the Western Liang Iron Cavalry not far away, killing the Hun ranks with ease, Li Yi was also very satisfied. In fact, originally, he just wanted to crush this group of Huns and then just save Nialong quickly. But just now, after he heard from the sidelines, Nialong's words about what the Xiongnu had done in recent years, he couldn't help but summon the Western Liang Iron Cavalry out to wipe them all out. These Huns simply regarded human life as grass, relying on their strong and powerful armies with great fighting strength to plunder and massacre on the northern side of the border. When there was little food in the winter, they even made fun of other foreign women and children in the north. Although in ancient times, cannibalism was not uncommon, the Huns would eat people even if they grabbed grain. It had become their habit, after all. To put it bluntly, how could ordinary grain taste as good as meat? And they view all other foreign races as two-legged sheep. Previously, the Huns had called the people of Dawu the same way, but since that battle a few years ago, these people didn't dare to mess with the Dawu dynasty anymore. To put it bluntly, they are a bunch of bullies. Li Yi despised this kind of person the most. Plus, after claiming the title of emperor, this area of the northern realm was under his jurisdiction. So the Huns were tantamount to victimizing his people. How could he himself sit back and do nothing? Because in order to rule this complex area of the north, there were definitely some hidden dangers that had to be taken care of first, and a disturbing factor like the Huns was included. Also, Huns are Huans, and all the people of this tribe are extremely hard to tame, so it would be better to kill them all. What he wanted was a truly great unification of the northern realm, and these people were considered to be making some contribution, and that was to become stepping stones on his way to achieving unification. Of course, that doesn't mean he discriminates against any tribe. He just wants to get rid of the extreme ones. As he was thinking about it, a sudden cry of alarm came to his ears. Li Yi, the person who called out to him, was none other than Nialong. The latter was attracted by the Western Liang Iron Horseman just now and thus did not recognize Li Yi. Now after recognizing it, he was in disbelief, because not long ago, Nialong had also received the news that Li Yi had escaped from the palace. But at that time, he was only slightly shocked. But at that time, he was preparing his army for war with the Huns, so he had no time to pay attention to such trivial matters. So the follow-up news is lost on him. He didn't expect to run into Li Yi today, and he had mixed feelings in his heart. And after being surprised, he was a bit angry. If it wasn't for this guy taking his little sister away in the first place, how could their family have been separated for several long years, and also tarnished her reputation? Niaing thought of something at that moment, so he had to explain for his big brother why he, Li Yi, and the Imperial Guards appeared here. After hearing this, Nialong also sympathized somewhat with Li Yi. Plus, now the other party had stepped in to save him. Not being unreasonable himself, he didn't mention what had happened before, but spoke first to say thank you. Nialong, thank you in advance for today's favor. Although he had always hated Li Yi, it was also his father who had agreed to send his little sister out in the first place. And in fact, this could not be blamed entirely on the other party. Blame it on the fact that their Zojiren was too weak, or else they wouldn't have had no choice but to send their little sister out back then. Li Yi didn't know what was going on in Nialong's mind as he just waved his hand in response. It's a small matter, and I'm not used to seeing these barbarians who run amok and burn and loot in the north. No one has sanctioned them for so many years, and it's amazing that these people have been allowed to become a climate again. The Huns were once the #1 force in the north, and I thought that the battle that year would allow them to withdraw from the north region. But I didn't realize how long it had taken for them to make a comeback. When you think about it, this makes quite a bit of sense because the Huns were a nomadic tribe and the royal court could move at any time. Otherwise, back then, he wouldn't have simply beaten them away. He would have definitely made them kneel down and bow down. Only, that was also before Li now just wanted to hurry up and finish the matter at hand, and then go find a city to call himself emperor. After retrieving his thoughts, he wanted to say something else to Nielong. At this time a Jian Wei, who was clearing the battlefield, dragged a Xiongnu general in heavy armor and walked up to him. Lord, this guy is still alive. At the sound of the voice, Li and the others looked towards the general together, only to see that this person had several arrows sticking out of his body, and was obviously seriously injured. As for the armor he was wearing, it was obviously more refined than the other generals, and with 3 feathers sticking out of the sea of his helmet, he was most likely the general leading the group. As Li thought so, Nielong seemed to know exactly what he was thinking, so he opened his mouth to explain for him. Now the Huns have plundered a lot of money and talent by burning and looting, forcing these people to help them make new armor and weapons. With the new equipment, these Huns' fighting strength has risen even more by a large margin, and at the same time, it has made them more reckless in expanding their territories. The other day, the left virtuous king under the hand of Xiongnu monarch, with an army of 100,000, wanted to exterminate our Zoron, so I had to bring 50,000 troops to block the attack first. Who would have thought to have fallen for their cunning plan, and ended up being chased here by this great captain under the hand of the left virtuous king? When he thought of this wretched experience, Nielong's eyes were on fire. If it is not the suppression of the De Wu dynasty in recent years, how can they Zoron become more and more weakened, and have not even slowed down from the battle with Li that year? Therefore, this time out of the gate with 50,000 soldiers and horses to Zojiren. In fact, has been able to send out the limit of troops, because Zojiren total only 200,000 troops, less than 100,000 can be fully mobilized, because the other soldiers need to guard the Zojiren border cities. This time the loss of 50,000 soldiers and horses are already considered to be hurt Zojiren's vitality. It couldn't be helped. The environment on this side of the north was just too harsh, and the population was much smaller than that of the central plains on the Da side. After thinking about his Johoran 50,000 warriors being killed by these Huns setting up ambushes, Nielong's heart was incomparably angry. So he stumbled, step by step, over to the Hunnik Grand Captain. Although his injuries coupled with the exertion had made him extremely weak, Nielong still clenched his teeth and kicked at the body of that lieutenant. Quickly, where is the left wise king now? Nielong hasn't forgotten that Zuosian Wang attacked them Zoran with an army of 100,000 this time, and he himself hasn't even eliminated 50,000 enemy troops yet in this battle because he was ambushed. If King Zuosian now leads the army to attack Zoron, Zoron may really be in danger this time, but as long as he asked where the Huns were, he could quickly rush back to Johor and organize the rest of the local forces to return, and I believe he could catch up. In the middle of thinking, who knew that at that moment that Hun Grand Captain sneered, "Oh, don't think that this captain doesn't know what's on your mind. I advise you to put away the delusion in your heart, because this time we Hu people actually brought not 100,000 troops, but a total of 200,000 troops. You, Zoron, will soon disappear from the north." Chapter 22. Kindly unable to see anyone suffer. Saying that, the great captain laughed uncontrollably. How? Nielong was somewhat incredulous. He didn't expect the Huns to be so cunning, and he didn't expect them to be so ambitious this time. Originally, when the scouts were sent to bring back that the Huns had an army of 100,000, he thought that these people were still the same as before, just wanting to extinguish their Zoran's morale. After all, the Hun had used this maneuver many times before, because if it's just 100,000 troops, even if they put their lives on the line, they won't necessarily be able to overthrow Johan. I didn't expect them to go off the beaten path this time and directly send out an army of 200,000 men. You know that this number of regulars could walk across the north, because in the entire northern realm, there are not many troops that have more than their Zojiren, not to mention the 200,000 troops that are still mobilized at will. If it is 100,000 large army is okay, although Zoron was once just a tribe, but the good thing is that there are cities built. The size is also considered a small country. As long as there were troops stationed at the border towns and cities, it was definitely an advantage of the terrain, and defending against the 100,000 strong army would not be a problem. However, due to the fact that the Xiongnu came too many times, each time it caused them a certain amount of losses in troops, money, and other resources in Zoron. In the long run, they, Johan, will definitely not be able to hold out. This was the reason why he took the risk of taking 50,000 troops and going out of the pass to ambush the Xiongnu. It was the idea of taking a gamble to see if we could defeat the 100,000 soldiers and horses of the Huns, As long as it succeeds, it will make the Huns temporarily fearful, at least for a short period of time will not come back to offend, and Zojiren can also take the opportunity to take a breath of relief, but heaven forbid, he actually lost in the hands of Xiongnu, and also made Zoran lose 50,000 troops. Plus, this time, Xiongnu was bringing 200,000 troops. If all of them forcefully attacked Johann, they would definitely not be able to hold out this time. Zoran is likely to be overthrown as a result. With his thoughts at this point, Nialong didn't even dare to think about it any further. However, some panic was visible on his face to the naked eye, and that Hun Grand Captain took the opportunity to sneer at the situation. This time, our single lord ordered not to destroy Zojiren, but to slaughter all the Zojirens. As long as we make you disappear, our Shan Yu will soon take over a large portion of the northern realm, and eventually the entire northern realm will be ours. The Hu people. Ha 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 ha. That Hun Grand Captain forced out a loud laugh even though he was severely injured. Apparently, he had already put life and death at risk, and wanted to spend his last moments properly mocking this great prince of Zoron. His laughter soon stopped. However, because Niaing couldn't stand to watch anymore, she directly kicked him heavily in the face. Teeth and blood froth flew across the room while making him shut his mouth for the time being. Big brother, stop worrying. Maybe this guy is lying to you. Even if the Xiongnu sends 200,000 troops this time, our Johoran warriors might still be able to hold them off. As the saying goes, it's easy to defend a city, but hard to attack it. Although she said so on her lips, she understood in her heart that it was 200,000 troops, not 200,000 pigs. According to the situation just described by the big brother, Zojiren's border definitely cannot be defended, but whether it will perish we'll have to put up a fight to see. Therefore, Niaing planned to interrogate this Xiongnu Grand Captain about their 200,000 strong army, which was now attacking the city of Zoran. Before he could do so, only then could she figure out how to stop it. This thought had just been born out of her mind, and as if he knew what she was thinking, Li immediately spoke. General Dian Wei, find a way to make this guy listen. Although Dian Wei was a rough man, he still instantly understood his lord's meaning, so he planned to use some means on this person. But in order to prevent his lord from seeing that bloody and violent scene, he pulled this Hun Grand Captain away to serve. Seeing that Duan Wei had started to make his move, Li twisted his head and glanced at the Western Liang Iron Cavalry not far away, realizing that it was almost over there. General Nye, I'll go with you to save Johann. Aha! Hearing Li say this, Nialong and Niaing both froze for a moment, and it was clear that they were both extremely surprised, because De Wu and these forces in the north, or rather their relationship with the foreign races had been bad. Most of the neighboring countries and forces had been served by De Wu. Most of all, this was still Li personally leading his troops to do so. Of course he did this for the stability of De Wu. When De Wu was first established, it was indeed invaded by many forces, but no matter what, Li was the enemy of most of the forces in the north. Zoran had also been taught a lesson once, so Nialong and Niaing were surprised that he would offer help. Just now, Nialong also learned that this 10,000 Dao army was the Imperial Forest army that Li used to lead. As for the army that surrounded the Han remnants over there he did not know, but almost never would that general or leader be willing to use his own soldiers to help another power. Anyone who can do that must be profitable. As expected, Li suddenly opened his mouth at this time. By the way, I definitely have a request for helping you guys, and that request is, Li lowered his voice and told his request. Nialong, who was listening, immediately refused. No, I can't agree to that condition. Although Nialong refused very dryly, he agreed next under the persuasion of both Li and Niaing. Never mind, I'll agree to this condition for the sake of the people of Johann. If father doesn't agree then, I'll do my best to persuade him. Hearing Nialong agree, Li also smiled and patted his shoulder. I'm so relieved to have you say that. He raised the request is after the completion of the matter. He is going to be the two cities of Zojiren, need to borrow their territory to hold the enthronement ceremony, and notify the world. This had a lot of advantages. It was easier to make a name for yourself and pave the way for the great unification that followed. In fact, he could have integrated Zojiren by then, as his own goal was to unify the north. It's just that he didn't say anything about this, because Neron wasn't qualified to make that decision, and still needed to go to their Khan. As he was thinking, Nialong suddenly spoke again. Then how are we going to deal with that 200,000 Han army? Are we going to do it with just these men of yours? Li just laughed when he heard it. Oh, I have my own way. He didn't bother to say what he really thought, because he was clear that even if the Western Liang Iron Cavalry wasn't weak, together with the 10,000 Imperial Forest Army did have a chance to put up a fight. but he didn't want to take any chances, much less let his own people take them. So when the time came, he would go ahead and claim the title of emperor, so that the reward of 100,000 dragon cavalry would come to him, as long as his tactics are added. Exterminating these 200,000 Huns should not be a problem. Soon, Dian Wei came over from a short distance away. Lord, this guy has been honest, so if there's anything you want to ask you can do so now. Well done. Li Yi nodded in relief, then brought Niang and Nialong both to ask for some news from this guy's mouth. When they came in front of that great captain, their hearts actually flashed with a trace of intolerance, only to see that this guy was dripping blood all over his body. The armor on his body was also taken off, and all of his body was covered with horrible wounds, but none of the wounds were fatal, which made Li Yi unexpectedly glance at Dian Wei. Dian Wei, on the other hand, scratched his head nervously as he locked eyes with him, which suddenly made him understand why people couldn't look at each other. In any case, this way of Dian Wei was violent, but it did work very well too. That great captain was originally not afraid of death, but now it was a life worse than death, and that was the real torture. Now, the hostility on his face completely disappeared, and fear even filled his eyes. So after that the guy was very cooperative and told everything he knew. A few moments later, Li Yi and the others got the big news they wanted. This so-called Xiongnu great captain is completely worthless. The frail grand captain, too, spoke slowly at that moment. Ahem, I have said all I need to say. Can you let me go? That's right. Originally he really wasn't afraid of death, but now after one foot stepped into the ghost gate, he actually felt the fear that death brings. It was this fear that destroyed all the faith and courage in his heart, and he actually became afraid of death, which is only to say that this Hun Grand Capitaine was a tough talker before, and only feels fear now that it's been confirmed. Li Yi looked at his incomparable weakness and pain. His heart was also a little intolerant. Benevolent, he most disliked to see people suffering in this world, so he had to order Dian Wei to finish him off. It kind of helped him out. Chapter 23, The Forces Conquering Dao. After the Hun Grand Captain was dealt with, Ma Chao and the Western Liang Iron Cavalry side also ended, having put all the Huns to death. Not long after, Ma Chao immediately rushed to Li Yi's side with the remaining Western Liang Iron Cavalry. Since nowadays, Li Yi hadn't bothered to explain the identity of this Western Liang Iron Cavalry, so Nie Long and the others were a bit nervous. The combat power of this cavalry army was something they had witnessed just now, so it was only natural that they were a bit wary of it. Li Yi also sensed that the atmosphere around him was serious, and it was only then that he realized what was going on, so he hurriedly said to the people around him, "All take it easy, it's one of our own." At the sound of the voice, the rest of the people were relieved, and not far away, Ma Chao quickly rushed to him. After getting down from his warhorse, Ma Chao put away the tiger head Zhanjin gun in his hand and knelt down on one knee to arch his hand. "My lord is late to save us. I hope you'll forgive me." Seeing this scene, Li Yi on the other hand immediately went forward to help him up from the ground. "General Meng Qi doesn't have to be like this. You've come just in time, and we haven't suffered any losses on our side." Ma Chao got up before he hurriedly reported, "My lord, I have killed all the remnants of the Xiongnu army, leaving no one behind." Hearing this, Nie Long and the others couldn't help but draw in a breath of cool air. Even though he had already seen it with his own eyes just now, when he hadn't heard it, he was still in immense awe of this group, actually being able to kill all the cavalry in such a short period of time. What the people didn't know was that the reason Ma Chao and the Western Liang Iron Cavalry didn't leave a single Hun behind was because it was Li Yi's order. The moment they appeared, they had been instructed by the Lord, and then they came here to kill all the Huns. Li Yi's side was silent for a moment, and finally this patted Ma Chao's shoulder. You guys did a really good job." The reason he was silent just now was because in his mind, once again, that incomparably familiar mechanical tone resounded. Ding! The host kills 5,000 Huns for the first time, completing the system's hidden mission, rewarding the divine Dr. Hua Tua with 10,000 horses. Rewards are temporarily stored in the system space. After hearing the system's broadcast, Li Yi was also very happy. This time, the Imperial Guards he brought out from Da, because they left in a hurry, all didn't bring their warhorses, which greatly slowed down the speed of the march. And going on foot to march in the huge northern territory makes the generals very tired as well. And these 10,000 good horses just solve this problem. There's also the character of Hua Tua who has a much bigger role, though both armies, whether it was the Imperial Forest Army or the system-rewarded Western Liang Iron Cavalry, did have military doctors in both armies. It's just that their medical skills are really limited, and they certainly can't compare to the divine Dr. Hua Tua. And since the medical care in this world was very backward, it would be very troublesome if the generals got some difficult diseases. Now with Hua Tua, he doesn't have to worry about these problems anymore either. In consideration of the fact that they were still in a hurry nowadays and were surrounded by soldiers, Li didn't summon Huatua and 10,000 good horses out on the spot. After all, if a divine doctor suddenly appeared in the middle of nowhere, along with 10,000 good horses, this was just too sudden. By then, Niaing would definitely notice the difference, and he wouldn't even know how to go about explaining it. One must know that before, when they were on their way to the northern realm together, Niaing had been asking him after him about Dianwei, just to say how he still had such a strong man following him, because the system had helped him conceal the internal energy in his body. Niaing hadn't realized until now that his cultivation level was already that of a Grandmaster. All that was known was that his originally damaged meridians, as well as his dantian, had actually miraculously healed, but it was completely impossible to see his realm. I guess Niaing thought that he had only recovered not long ago and should not have any martial arts skills either. As for Niaing's questioning at the beginning, Li just made up a reason to muddle through, and now he has to make up a reason to explain the existence of the Western Liang Iron Cavalry. If at this point again, a Huatua and 10,000 good horses suddenly appeared, it would be really hard to explain. Therefore, Li planned to wait for a suitable opportunity to summon both of them. Retracting his thoughts, Li did not continue to think more on this matter. Because it is now in the life and death of Zoron, he is not good to continue to delay again. Next, he spoke to the crowd about his tactics. Once the crowd agreed with his tactics, Li first asked both Yangqi and Denwei to take the Imperial Guards to rest here for a while. It is not too late for the generals to continue their march after they have regained their energy. While interest in Niaing and Nielong were the first to lead the energetic Western Liang Iron Cavalry and saber towards the location of Johoran in the northwest direction. Western Liang Iron Cavalry, march with me to Johoran and annihilate the Huns. As the words fell, the generals of the Western Liang Iron Cavalry all raised their lances high in their hands and bellowed, "Annihilate the Huns!" Since they were going to rescue them, the sooner they got to Johor, the better, so they couldn't wait for the Imperial Guards. However, as long as the Imperial Guards got their hands on those 10,000 good colts, they would surely quickly keep up with Li and the others. Time flew by and the day passed quickly. The fact that Li killed the great martial border general and took away 10,000 Black Dragon army from the border and broke through the Linbei Pass to head to the northern border was already known by the neighboring countries. After all, it happened at the border and spread faster to the neighboring countries. This incident has shocked the leaders of the countries beyond belief and they are very excited about it. This showed that not only was Li determined to leave the Dewu dynasty, but he had already left completely. His act of killing the great general of Dewu and taking away 10,000 troops of the Dewu dynasty could be said to be very bad in nature, tantamount to plotting a rebellion. Therefore this time everyone knew that Li and the great martial dynasty were considered to have made a complete break. There is simply no possibility of making up, or working together, again. Now, apart from the people of the great martial dynasty, everyone in the outside world is gloating, and some of the forces that were originally still waiting to see what would happen have already begun to take a stance. The first to take a stand was the kingdom of Wu, and their emperor Wu Yu immediately released the news to the public after learning about this. Pass on my decree that from now on, my kingdom of Wu will stop paying tribute to Dewu and restrict all Dewu merchants from coming back to Wu territory. As for the Da merchants who are already in Wu territory, deport them all. In the courtroom of the Wu kingdom, the officials were jolted as they heard their emperor's decree, obviously not expecting their majesty, after confirming that Li had left Da, to treat the Da dynasty in such an aggressive manner. This attitude is already very tough. However, they also understood their own emperor. Many countries and forces have suffered from the suppression of Dewu in recent years, but they have always dared to speak out. Now that they have a chance to turn around after a long time, if they continue to pay tribute to the Dewu dynasty and be their vassal, then their country, and their people, will not be able to straighten their backs for the rest of their lives. Since he had already completely torn his face, Wu Yu no longer hesitated and first called out to disperse everyone in the courtroom. Then, he immediately secretly summoned several great generals, intending to mount an expedition to crush Dao. Not long ago, they had already assembled an army on standby, just to see if Li really left. Now that it was confirmed, they wouldn't continue to hide and began to discuss strategies to attack Da and reclaim their territory. After the discussion, Wu Yi solemnly said to those great generals, "This time we will make Dewu pay and take back the land that belongs to our Wu kingdom." Soon after Wu released this news over here, some countries and forces seem to have taken a tranquilizer pill. From originally sneaking around and dividing the boundaries with Da, they are now all stating that they will no longer pay tribute. At the same time, they were no longer hiding, but were brazenly preparing their armies, completely unafraid of being known by the great martial dynasty. One must know that the once great martial dynasty had given regulations to all these countries and forces of theirs, that they could not gather armies at will, or else they would have to accept the questioning of the great marshal. Now that they're ignoring this rule, it's clear that they've all had enough of dog's oppression and have plans to fight back. But if you want to talk about the most radical person, it was Ge, the Emperor of Jin. He had initially ordered the secret gathering of troops after hearing that Li had left the palace. The main thing is that he did not stop to wait for news about Li after he had assembled, but directly swung his army south. Conquest of Dao. Chapter 24, The Furious Emperor Wu. Obviously, Ge couldn't help himself long ago. If we were to say whose family had suffered the most from Wu's persecution in the past few years, it would be their country, Jin, because they were the closest country to Wu. And, although Jin was also in the north of Dao, this was not part of the northern region. This was because the northern realm was in the northwestern part of the Wu dynasty, while Jin was in the northeastern part and was still the closest neighboring country of the Wu dynasty. Therefore, even though Jin's army had set out from their own capital, they had still arrived at Wu's current border after only 4 or 5 days of traveling. Only they didn't show themselves, but hid in the woods on the far outskirts of the country. First, let the generals take cover here and wait for orders. You have to know that their Jin army is acting very stealthily this time. As for the route chosen for the march, it was the same, going in the middle of nowhere and generally unnoticed. Even before, in the middle of the Jin kingdom, they were secretly doing it when they transferred their troops. Plus, this time, the ones that were brought were all cavalry, so the Wu side wouldn't get the news that they had marched out first. Not only that, but because they had planned ahead, it was far enough away from the pass in front of Dao, so there would be no scouts that would simply not be here to inspect, much less spot them. At this moment, looking at the blurry pass in the distance, Ge's eyes were on fire. Emperor Wu, your days of peace are gone. That's right, this attack on the great martial dynasty. He, the Emperor of Jin, was personally leading the army, which could even be described as an imperial expedition. He also brought 200,000 troops with him, which shows how seriously Ge took this matter. Now the more Ge looked at the pass in front of him, the more the anger in his heart was suppressed. It was important to realize that not only this Da Pass, but even the closest border city to them, Ningchen, was once a city of their Jin kingdom. Most of all, this Ning city used to be the hinterland of the Jin kingdom, and the hundreds of miles of land in front of it were all theirs. However, the Da Pass in front of them now became the demarcation line between them and the Da dynasty. And back then, Jin had all but cut off a third of their country. It was a humiliation that they, Jin, had once suffered. After Li defeated their Jin state a few years ago, he only made them pay out in silver and resources and did not overrun their land. But after Li became an invalid, that Wu dynasty became completely under the power of Emperor Wu, and this person became even more greedy. Back then, they sent 300,000 troops to the borders of Jin, forcing them to cede 1/3 of their country to Wu, or else make them pay. Although the 300,000 strong army is large, in fact, for the Jin of that year, even if it could not be defeated, it could still be resisted for a while. However, once he thought that Wu had Li, a freak, in his midst, he could only give up his resistance in the first place and finally agreed to cede the country. But now without Li, the two sides had already changed shape in terms of offense and defense, and he had the means to play this Wu army to death. Damnable dog curmudgeons. You even victimized our Jin kingdom with ripe seeds in the first place. Now it's time for you to pay the price. After murmuring, he opened his mouth to give orders. Generals, prepare for a night attack at night. Nowadays, not only is there a big fuss outside of Dao, but also within its borders. Only the emotions of the two are completely different, and the territory is all about accusing Li of being a rebel. This Li is truly a chaotic son, really taking things to the extreme. To do such a heavenly thing, in the crowd, one person had just opened his mouth indignantly and angrily, but was immediately covered by another person. Don't talk nonsense, he is the son of His Majesty. How dare you say he is a chaotic son? Are you referring to His Majesty as a chaotic? Having said that, the man didn't dare to continue. He only warned the person who had just cursed Li. You don't want to die. Originally, the person who opened his mouth first was still in a stable mood, but who knew that after hearing this, he immediately removed the hand that covered his mouth, and then opened his mouth in an agitated manner. So what? I'll say it even if I lose this head. For someone like Li, he is not worthy of being our Majesty's son at all, and I have heard that the father-son relationship has been severed between them, so I can say whatever I want. I must make Li's reputation stink, so that he can't hold his head up for the rest of his life. The man's impassioned speech instantly resonated with the people around him, and they all rallied in support of it. It's just that these people didn't realize that other than the beneficiaries of their Dao dynasty, the outsiders had a very high opinion of Li Yi. Although they had a grudge against Li Yi, they also admired the latter's ability and heart, having once bowed and scrapped for the sake of De Wu. Even though, after the latter held heavy power that could seize the throne at any time, he still didn't do so, didn't rebel or force his incompetent father to abdicate. Even when he later lost all his martial arts skills and was liquidated by Emperor Ruthless Wu, Li Yi still did not put up any resistance. Honestly, this kind of thing would be impossible to put up with if it fell on anyone else. This alone is proof of Li Yi's loyalty and filial piety, which is incomparable to anyone else's. In the end, it was that Emperor Wu who took things to the extreme, and Li Yi couldn't help but resist. Who had thought that those people of Dao who had once been protected by Li Yi, not only did they not have the slightest gratitude to the former, but even kept thinking of pouring cold water on them. Now that's true ingratitude. People from the outside world couldn't help but scold the people of Dao when they learned of their operation, but these people didn't realize it. They also feel that Li Yi killed the general of the Dao border, and also fooled away 10,000 of their Dao soldiers, saying that he is clearly trying to rebel. He also said that if someone with an unusual status rebelled, it would be fine, but Li Yi was once not only a royal, but also the crown prince of their De Wu dynasty. Although he had been relegated to the status of a commoner, the traces of the past could not be erased. The matter of the royal family plotting a rebellion was a disgrace to their great martial dynasty. The people were all filled with righteous indignation because of this, and they could not wait to curse Li Yi 300 times, but everything is divided into groups. And what Li Yi did was another story in the eyes of the Dao officials, because it was clear to the ministers that Li Yi's move was only to integrate his former subordinates. To be honest, Li Yi's behavior was bad, and it did bring losses to their great martial dynasty. However, they were also very impressed in their hearts, and it had to be said that this person had a very strong charisma, and after so many years, there were actually still people who followed him. Leaving aside the fact that Li Yi has become an invalid, when Emperor Wu was worried that this would happen, he intentionally moved all of his soldiers to the border. After all these years, it was only logical that his relationship with the soldiers he once held under his hand should have faded long ago. That's why those officials didn't understand why the former Imperial Guards were now still determined to follow Li Yi. The officials were puzzled on their side, while Emperor Wu in the palace was furious. Not long ago, when he learned that Li Yi had escaped from the north and had taken 10,000 original Imperial troops with him, first his brain went straight down. I really didn't expect that my previous arrangement would still have a loophole, and that there would still be people who were loyal to Li Yi, a derelict who had been relegated to the status of a commoner, rather than him, the emperor. Afterwards, the infuriated Emperor Wu directly swept all the Zhangji on the dragon case to the ground. Why did you betray me? Was it not I who paid your salaries? Why are you still ungrateful to follow a rebel who was already going to rebel? In what way is he better than me? Chapter 25, Corpses and Blood Everywhere. The point of Emperor Wu's anger today was not that Li Yi had killed the great general of their Dao border, much less taking away 10,000 Black Dragon troops, as this loss was negligible for the strong and powerful Dao. What he was angry about was that Li Yi had become an invalid, but there were still people who risked following him. You know, before, he was worried that there were still people following Li Yi, so he forcibly broke up the original Imperial army, even went so far as to put Li Yi grounded in the Imperial City for 3 whole years. That's right. Since this good eldest son of his lost all his martial arts skills, he asked the other party not to go out of the Imperial City at will, and usually sent people to watch, in order to prevent Li Yi contacting former subordinates or soldiers under his hand. Coupled with the fact that so many years had passed, it was reasonable to say that time had erased Li Yi's prestige, but I didn't realize that there were still the original Imperial Guards following. It was a good thing that he had broken up the original Imperial Guard's men and horses before. Otherwise the consequences would have been truly unimaginable. Otherwise, Li Yi casually go to a barracks, then a call, such as if the plot to usurp the throne that is really troublesome. Maybe his throne really want to be taken away from the throne. Thinking of this, Emperor Wu instinctively breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, good thing I had the foresight. It was just that this incident was a disgrace to him, which made Emperor Wu a bit regretful now. If he had ruthlessly put Li Yi into a heavily guarded dungeon after realizing that he wanted to kill the enemy and was also intent on plotting a rebellion, the other party should not have been able to escape. That way, there wouldn't be so much to follow. These days whenever news about Li Yi came in, almost every one of them was like a slap in the face. As the emperor of the De Wu dynasty, he was able to let Li Yi escape from under his nose. In the end, he also escaped from the De Wu dynasty and took away 10,000 of his soldiers. These things almost invariably no longer illustrate his incompetence. If the other neighboring countries knew about it, they would surely laugh at him as an emperor. Just as Emperor Wu was in an irritable mood, the door to the Imperial study was violently pushed open from outside. It even all went straight bam and made a huge commotion. This sudden sound startled Emperor Wu, and he was thinking of opening his mouth to teach that ungrateful one a lesson. But just as he turned his head towards the doorway, his face suddenly changed violently. Lanner, what are you doing here? The person who came was none other than Lu Minlan, who wore a phoenix crown and a golden phoenix robe, but the other party's face was so unattractive that it could all be expressed as gloomy. Seeing this, Emperor Wu's heart thumped, always feeling like he had done something wrong. As expected, then Lu Minlan walked to his side, then coldly spoke. Li Guyu, didn't you say that you would definitely bring Ear back? Why is he out of Dawu now, and has gone to the Northern Realm? Emperor Wu didn't know how to defend himself. After all, this matter had already spread throughout the entire Dawu, and it certainly wouldn't work if he wanted to deny it. In addition, this made him even more furious in his heart. Obviously he had no place to spread his anger, but at this time Lanner even came over to mess with his temper. It's just that it was indeed he who promised Lanner in the first place, saying that he sent out his secret guards to see that he would definitely be able to bring back Li. He who hadn't done it really didn't know what to say now. Seeing that Li Guyu did not say a word, Lu Minlan's eyes glittered with tears, and soon bean-sized teardrops fell. You irresponsible father! Do you know what that Northern Realm is? Lu Minlan cried out at this time, not even bothering to consider Li Guyu's identity as the emperor at all. But Emperor Wu had gotten used to it. After all, it was the woman in front of him who had accompanied him until now, and he himself had to be a little more tolerant. At this moment, looking at Lu Minlan crying, Emperor Wu felt some heartache all of a sudden, so he thought of going forward to comfort him, but just as he approached, the other man pushed him straight away and accused him. The Northern Realm is so chaotic. If anything happens to Ear when she goes there, this palace will definitely be done with you. Hearing that, Emperor Wu felt a bit speechless. Before Li in the palace, did not see how you care about him at all, and now that the person is gone you have been messing with me for 3 days. Even he couldn't tell if Lanner was really sad or if she was putting on a false show in front of him in order to set herself up as a good mother, but it wasn't like there were any outsiders present, so she didn't have to perform. Actually, when you think about it this way, Li is quite pitiful. It seemed that when he was in the palace, he and Lanner really hadn't given each other much care. It was just that this thought only existed in Emperor Wu's mind for a brief moment, because he still had to pacify Lu Minlan in front of him. He had no time to think about what Li had once done, because nothing can erase what this rebellious son has done to his heart. First of all, the delusion of poisoning their own brother, and privately raised soldiers and horses in a bid to rebel are not enough, but also disobedience to discipline said to cut off relations with them, and a glance of the escape without a pit. He even killed his Dawes general and talked more than 10,000 soldiers into plotting against him. Either of these things made him, as a father, incredibly frustrated. Retracting his thoughts, Emperor Wu intended to reassure the woman in front of him first, so he had to say what he didn't want to say. Well, Lanner, I didn't know that our Ear was actually that powerful, that he could actually make the Dark Guards take him and even took away the real chief of the Dark Guards. And, this time, he also took away 10,000 of our Dawu's Black Dragon army, so I'm sure no one in the Northern Realm would dare to mess with him. Don't worry, even if Ear leaves Dawu, I won't give up on finding him back, and one day he'll come around. Hearing Emperor Wu say this, Lu Minlan's mood was then better, but her tears still didn't stop. She only had 2 sons, Li and Mingchen, and now one of them was gone. How could she not be sad? Especially every time she saw, in the bedchamber, the hairpin Ear had once bought for him. She felt somewhat ashamed of this eldest son. There is also the fact that last time, after learning from Li Guyu that Ear was abandoned as a child, she felt even more guilty and could hardly sleep every night. In the next moment, Lu Minlan couldn't help but blame all of this on Li Guyu, and hit his shoulder with his fist. If you hadn't abandoned Ear for 10 years and then treated him that way, how could he have left us out of cold? Emperor Wu was even more helpless after hearing this. Why did he start bringing this up again? Is this his problem? It was clearly that Li had a poor mental capacity and actually couldn't take this blow. The next day, on Li's side of the northern border, he finally arrived at the border of Johorhan with the Western Liang Iron Horsemen. However, the scene in front of him caused Nialong's face to suddenly change, only to see the outermost pass of Zojiran. The ground was densely packed with corpses lying on the ground, and the ground was stained with the color of blood. The place was dead silent, and there was no sign of the Huns, who had evidently broken through the pass. It is possible that they are now attacking the border cities of Johorhan, but of course it is also possible that they have already breached the city and are burning, looting, and ravaging inside. His biggest worry was that most of the cities in Johor had already been captured. Seeing a flash of despair emerge on Nie Long's face, Li Yi had no choice but to speak. Brother Nie, don't worry. As strong as these Xiongnu are, it's not that simple to attack a city. At most we can still snatch them back if we lose a few cities. At the sound of his voice, Nie Long glanced at the Western Liang Iron Cavalry behind him. Can these men alone really take the city back from the Huns? Li Yi could understand Nie Long's concern. After all, the Western Liang Iron Cavalry only had 10,000 men, plus the Imperial Forest Army had more than 20,000 men at most. If you brought these people to fight to the death, you might actually be able to hold the other cities in Johor that had not been captured. But the ones that had been captured would be difficult to recapture. But how could Li Yi be willing to let his people take the risk? So he would claim the title of emperor after capturing a city, and then receive the 100,000 dragon cavalry given by the system. Only, there was no way for him to give Nie Long and the others a straight talk about this matter. There was no way around it, and he had to make up a random excuse. With just the Western Liang Iron Cavalry and the Imperial Forest Army, it's indeed a bit tough to recapture the city, but I actually still have soldiers and horses on their way here. So, what we need to do now is to use these people to hold off the Huns. After saying that, Li Yi didn't care if Nie Long was half-hearted, and directly began to divide the labor. And he didn't notice that incomprehension and alienation surfaced in Nie Ying's eyes. I don't know how much time has passed, but the territory of Johor. The Xiongnu army had already captured 2 cities in a row, and the army continued to advance into the interior of Johoran. As this time, the Han army not only concealed their troop strength, but also conducted raids on the Johoran border gates as well as the border cities. After all, none of the people in Zojiran had thought earlier that their great prince with 50,000 troops had actually lost. It is because the Han army came swiftly, resulting in the people in the 2 cities on the border of Zojiran did not have time to evacuate. Huns are vicious by nature, treating their own kind with ruthlessness, and even more so with cruelty to foreigners. The people in both cities were massacred almost as soon as the cities broke down, and the Huns went on a rampage inside the cities, burning and looting. Corpses were strewn everywhere in the city, blood was flowing, and the Huns, who started it all, had absolutely no sense of guilt or pity. After they were tired of killing, they even ate the flesh of the people of Zojiran alive, which was simply trenchant. That's all. There was Huns who weren't satisfied and felt a bit sorry for the meat after they ate it. Alas, it's a pity that we don't have much time. If only we could be stationed inside the city first. I really want to cook the meat of these 2-legged sheep of theirs and eat it. That would be really tasty. Hearing what he said, the companions around him nodded in agreement. It can't be helped. The general has already said before that we should hurry up and eat and work, and we have to continue to push into the interior of Zojiran. Their Shanyu's goal this time was not as simple as defeating Zoron, but to exterminate the entire Zoron. Spare no living soul. And those were the exact words of their single ruler. However, it was all the fault of the Khan of Zoron, who did not bow down and had made their tribesmen dead or wounded in the first few frantic attempts to resist. This incident angered their single lord, which is why he gave this order. Nowadays, all the other armies have begun to attack other cities, leaving more than 10,000 men in this city to take care of the slaughter. At this point one of the Huns nearly choked, so he couldn't help but open his mouth and spit. I have to say, the meat of these guys in Johoran is so old, not at all as tender as in the Central Plains. Who knew that? Just as he said this, an icy voice came from his ear. Tender it is, but unfortunately I'm afraid you won't get a chance to eat it. Before a few Huns could react, a sword light sliced through them and several heads were chopped off. Chapter 26. Have you ever heard of your horse's grandfather in Liangzhou? After a few corpses fell to the ground, Yang Qi's figure emerged. At the same time, he drew the attention of the other Huns around him. When those people saw an outsider attacking them, they immediately put down the food in their hands and touched their hands to the curved swords at their waists. At the same time a wary opening questioned, "What are you?" The Huns could tell from the armor on Yang Qi that this person was not from Johoran, so for a while they were cautious and didn't immediately make a move on this guy. But Yang Qi looked at the scene of purgatory in the city, and he who had a conscience had long been incomparably angry. And these Huns said that they were exaggerating them. To be able to slaughter a city so brutally, even an evil spirit wouldn't do that. The Lord had told him before he came that there was no need for him to keep his hands off these guys, so he spoke back coldly to the puzzled Hun. "Kill the Huns." With those words, he also gave a direct order. "Generals, follow this general to kill the enemy." Just as the voice landed, countless Imperial Guards rushed out from the roads around the street, holding longbows and shooting arrows at the Huns on the street. As for those Huns around them, they didn't expect this to happen suddenly, so they were shot through their bodies with arrows before they could react, directly to the burial of those Johanese people. Next, Yang Qi took the lead and started to kill those Huns inside the city without stopping. Yesterday, after resting for a period of time, their imperial army started to rush in the direction of Zoron, but halfway there, they encountered someone delivering nearly 10,000 warhorses. The man said it was from the Lord and was told to give him a message. The Lord said that he had long anticipated that the probability was that the city of Johan had already been captured, and told them to just go over and kill the enemy directly, but not to be brave. After that, the Imperial Guards used their fastest speed to come here, but they were still one step too late. Almost none of the Joran people in this city could be said to have survived, so he killed his way right in through another gate that was weakly defended by the Huns. Since one of the cities in Zoron was only 1/5 of the size of a city in the Dewu dynasty, of course in the northern realm Zoron is not an exception. Almost all other countries and powers are the same, because they have few people so they can't build big cities, because that would be a waste for them. And of course there's the fact that the building process doesn't support it. Moreover, the climate here is harsh, and many places are not suitable for expansion, so even if the city attacked the Huns, there wouldn't be too many of them, so that's why Yang Qi directly led his army to kill in. Only, there were originally at least 50,000 people in this one city, and now they have all been brutally murdered. Thinking of this, Yankee emphasized again, there's no need to keep our hands on killing these people, we're doing the right thing for heaven. Kill. Yang Qi's killing of the Huns on this side was completely unknown to the main Hun army on the other side. They are attacking the city of Longyan in Zoron. The goal of these Huns' main force was very clear, and that was only to make a frantic attack on the city. After the city was captured at any cost, a portion of the men would be left here to proceed with the slaughter, while the rest would all bypass the city and run as fast as they could to the next city. In this way, it will increase the speed of exterminating the Joran tribes. You have to know that the entire Zoron is only a dozen cities. As long as it goes on at this rate, the Huns will be able to complete the task in less than a month. If things go well, half a month might be enough. It was only because most of the Huns were cavalry, who were suited to fighting in the field and not in sieges, that 30,000 men died in the attack on the first city. However, that was because the main force of Zoron was guarding the border, and it took less than 5,000 dead to take another city later. There were still 150,000 of the main force left, attacking the third city. All of Zoron's border guards had been exterminated, so it was assumed that there weren't many defenders in this city. Plus, it would take a day for reinforcements from elsewhere to try to get here, so the Huns felt they could kill until they got good. Who warriors, keep breaking the city. Bold Yen, the left sage king of the Huns, now commanded at the front of the procession. At this time, his eyes are full of excitement, because according to this progress, this time will definitely destroy Zoron, as long as he can get rid of Zoron. Not to mention the fact that Shan Yu will surely give him a generous reward afterward, but also the entire territory of Zoron will be theirs for the Hu people. At that time, as long as he put in a few more good words in front of Shan Yu, maybe this would be his territory. Thinking of this, Bold Yen once again opened his mouth to motivate the other Huans. Warriors, when the city is broken, all the beautiful women inside will belong to you. These words were indeed worth 1,000 words, and the Xiongnu army behind them were all stirring at this time. If it wasn't for the fact that King Zuoxian had been emphasizing that they should attack the city in an orderly manner, the Huns at the back would have been unable to resist all of them charging towards the city in front of them. Of course, the Huns attacking the city in front were also inspired, and now with reddened eyes, they were using simple siege wagons and frantically banging on the city gates. The environment in their northern realm was bad, plus they were a bit backward culturally, so they only made such simple siege vehicles. Even so, the gates of Longyan city had begun to shake continuously under the bombardment of the Hun army. Standing on the walls of Longyan city at the moment, a stout general was shooting arrows towards the Huns under the city gates while commanding the Zoron soldiers below. Zoron sons and daughters, guard the city gates, don't let them be breached. He was none other than Nyehu, the second prince of Johan, now armed with a longbow. He had killed, but at that moment the adjutant general beside him, once again, couldn't help but urge him on. Your Royal Highness, this city is obviously barely holding up. You'd better hurry up and leave with the guards. Let's just keep defending this city. As soon as he said this, the few guards around him also said in a hurry, yes, Your Royal Highness, the great prince has been lost. If anything happens to you, how can we go back and explain to the Khan? However, not mentioning Nye Long was fine. Just mentioning him Nye who became even more agitated. Shut up, big brother, he's definitely fine. Besides, my mind is made up. You don't need to persuade me anymore. This time I'm going to fight with these Hu bandits until the end. After saying that, he once again held his longbow and shot arrows wildly at the Huns outside the city. Before Big Brother left, he had entrusted the safety of the border to him, but he had lost 2 of their Joran cities. It led to those Hu bandits in the two cities, wantonly killing their people of Johorn. This made him want to eat the flesh of the Hu people and drink their blood. This time, even if he died, he had to live with the people of Longyan City. Seeing Nyahu's death-defying demeanor, the surrounding guards and lieutenants were helpless, and they were all able to understand the second prince. But now that the Huns are powerful, if the second prince continues to stay here, he may have to be martyred when the city breaks down. So the crowd tried to persuade a little more. Who would have thought that before they had a chance to speak, they heard a loud click from below the city, followed by the screams of the Zojiran generals. All the people present, including Nyahu, secretly said that it was not good in their hearts. It was obvious that the Huns had already crashed through the city gates. Their city's garrison had long since run out, probably less than 3,000, and it would take some time for reinforcements from all over to arrive. But with these 3,000 people, how could they possibly cope with the more than 100,000 Xiongnu army outside the city? What to do? Nyahu instantly some despair. He is not afraid to die, but he is worried that the people in the city will suffer, worried that they will be overthrown by Zoran. Just when he was disheartened and planning to rush down to fight to the death to better himself, a miracle occurred. Outside the city suddenly rang out, a loud and clear voice. Generals, kill the Hu tigers. Nyahu heard the sound and looked towards the outside of the city, only to see an army of iron horsemen rushing in from the side. Their body armor looked to be glittering with silver light, and their formation was very neat. When the left sage King Bold Yin saw this, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. Seeing that army killing over, the Huns were actually frightened by the aura on them and panicked for a moment. As the silver-armored cavalry got closer to them, one of the Hun generals looked into the silver-armored cavalry and rushed towards the general. It was obvious that this person was in command of this cavalry, so he asked directly, "What are you?" When Ma Chao, who was leading the group, heard this, he then coldly opened his mouth to respond to the Hun general. "Who thieves? Have you ever heard of Liangzhou your grandpa Ma?" Chapter 27, Brother and Sister Reunion. Ha! The Hun general, although he had never heard of this man's name, knew that the visitor was not good, and the fact that this man dared to be so arrogant in the face of their Human army showed that he was either powerful or stupid. Although these silver-armored cavalrymen were all emanating monstrous killing intent, but that didn't mean that these people were enemies, because there weren't many forces in the north that dared to make an enemy of them, the Huns. So it was that the Hun general spoke up again. "This general advises you to hurry up and stop. Just you people aren't enough for us to stuff our teeth, so it's better not to seek death." Thinking that the silver-armored iron horsemen in front of them would stop, they didn't expect that the next thing that responded to them would be a life-threatening crossbow bolt. Since those Huns were unprepared, and since they were also a mounted army, they had no real shield protection at all, except for a small shield in their hands. The small shield, in turn, couldn't block all the crossbow arrows that flew at it, so soon there was a loud scream in the field. One by one the Huns fell from their horses as a result of being hit by arrows. Seeing this scene, Bold Yen immediately came to the left rear of the army and presided over the battle. "Don't even mess with it." But his words were only useful to the dead, because the living Huns were still suffering from the crazy shooting of the Shilian iron horsemen with strong crossbows. There was no way around it. Bold Yen could only choose to organize a Hun counterattack first. However, Ma Chao wasn't stupid, although he had brought his very elite Western Lian iron cavalry with him. In the end, there were only 10,000 of them. So if you are hard against the Xiongnu army of more than 100,000, then it can be said that there is no difference with looking for death. Because of this, he's going to be fighting a guerrilla war. The iron cavalry he led was only a few dozen meters away from the Hun army, when the generals ran towards each side, keeping parallel to the Hun army. Of course, while running, the Western Lian iron cavalry was still attacking with crossbows and arrows. That was their tactic, precisely to use the mobility of the cavalry to infest the Hun army and try to make a big mess behind the left side of their army. In this way, it will always attract the attention of the Hun army here, as well as the leading Zhuo Wang. They had to delay the lord until the latter claimed the throne in Huangzhou City. I hope that the Zojiran defenders in Longyan City will be able to hold out for a while longer, and by then these Huns will be all destroyed as well. Although now the Hun army, because of this sudden attack, was somewhat overwhelmed. However, under the leadership of King Zhuo, they quickly calmed down and took out the crossbows and arrows behind them to counterattack against the Western Lian iron cavalry. Seeing this scene, Ma Chao ordered without panic, "Generals, fall back." Before coming here, the Lord gave him a tactic to deal with the Huns' counterattack, not a hard fight. Instead, the enemy advanced and I retreated. The enemy stopped and I disturbed, and the enemy retreated and I pursued, adopting this approach to keep dragging down the Xiongnu army. As for using 10,000 men to fight the Huns, that's definitely impossible. Although there is a certain chance that he can win, but the Shilong army under his hand will certainly have to pay a huge price. It wasn't something Ma Chao wanted to see happen, because it was a pointless casualty for them. In the meantime, on the walls of Longyan City, Niahu saw that the unknown iron cavalry outside the city had actually been helping them deal with the Huns. It was as if he saw hope now, and he immediately ordered the Zojiran defenders under the city wall. Sons of Zojiran, follow this prince to continue to defend the enemy. Don't let these Hu bandits kill their way into the city. After he said that, he asked the deputy generals under his hand to lead the troops to kill the Huns attacking the city, while he went down to the city to block the enemies who wanted to come in through the city gate. With Niahu leading the way to kill the enemy, the morale of the city's defenders soared. Thus for a time the Huns were blocked from advancing these enemies by blocking them under the gates of the city. Although the situation was getting better, but since there were just too few defenders in the city, if this fundamental problem wasn't solved, Niahu and the others would soon run out of steam. This was true, and after half an hour he was physically exhausted. Not only that, but even his body had several stab wounds. However, in order to prevent the people in the city who have not yet evacuated from encountering the inhumane massacre of the Huns, Niahu can only grit his teeth and hold on. It seemed that his vision was getting blurry because of the loss of blood. I don't know how much time had passed, but when he completely couldn't hold on, his body was about to collapse. He was held up by a strong arm. At first Niahu didn't react, wondering why he hadn't fallen to the ground yet, but immediately afterward, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Second brother. Aha! Niahu's mind instantly cleared up because there was only one person in the world who would call out to him like that. That's his big brother Nialong. He opened his eyes and twisted his head to the side, realizing that the visitor was really his big brother. Big brother, you actually came back alive. What? Don't you want me to come back alive? Nialong smiled and opened his mouth in response. Upon hearing this, Niahu forced himself to stand up straight with his own will, and his mouth was quick to explain. You misunderstand me, big brother. I'm just surprised to see you again. How could Nialong not know that the other party was worried about him? And then when he was about to say something, Niahu urged him on first. Big brother, you'd better hurry up and get out of here. It won't be long before our Longyan City in Zojiran, too, falls before the Han army. Upon hearing this, Nialong then gestured for him to relax. That's not necessarily true. Look around you. Second brother. Niahu did as he was told, only to see a group of Black Dragon army appearing around him. That's right. It was the Black Dragon army of the Great Martial Dynasty. What's going on here? Nowadays, he was really confused because in his perception, they and Dawu would always be incompatible. Not to mention that back then, they will be Zoron, to beat the Vitality, and even forcibly took away their sister. This is simply a blood feud. Looking at Niahu's current demeanor, Nialong of course knew what was going through his mind. These dog Black Dragon army, in fact, is the original Imperial Forest army? Yang Qi caught up with them when he gave him a part of it, in order to first come here to help defend the city. But in response, Nialong didn't immediately explain to Niahu, but instead told him to look behind him. Eru, look who's here. As the tone fell, Niahu suspiciously turned around to look behind him, and his pupils shrunk violently next. Little sister. Even though he hadn't seen him for 5 years, he still recognized Nia Ying at once. In the next moment, he braced himself and walked towards the other side. The three were reunited here. But the situation outside the city was not optimistic. Although Ma Chao and the others were able to hold back the Huns, it was only a small portion. And now even left virtuous King Boljian can see that the Western Liang Iron Cavalry is just trying to hold them back. Boljian felt that these people were futile because no matter what, their army of more than 100,000 could easily overthrow Longyan City in front of them. Now he didn't want to waste any more time. Even if he was more confident, he knew that the longer he dragged it out, the more likely it would be that changes would occur. So he let some of his men play along with the Western Liang Iron Cavalry, while he himself returned to the main army side, urging the soldiers to increase their efforts in attacking the city. Keep attacking the city for this king, and don't stop if the people behind you follow. In the distance, Ma Chao saw this situation and thought of going back to continue to disrupt the Han army. He understood that even if Nialong had now taken a portion of the Imperial Forest Army and entered Longyan City through the side gate to defend the enemy, that wouldn't last long. When Ma Chao was about to order the Western Liang Iron Cavalry to continue to go back and attack the Xiongnu, who had thought that on the distant horizon there now appeared a black mass of dark shadows. Seeing this, Ma Chao breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It looks like His Majesty has succeeded. Chapter 28 Slaughter of the Huns. Your Majesty in his mouth was none other than Li Yi, as the Lord had previously said that he would arrive with his troops as soon as he succeeded in claiming the title of Emperor. Now it is done now. Boom! Outside of Longyan City, the land here was now shaking. and a distant rumbling soon drew the attention of the Han army. What happened? They hurriedly looked towards the surroundings, and then their faces all suddenly changed drastically, only to see a huge cavalry army appear in the distance, all of which managed to surround them in a circle, which instantly confused the Huns. The same was true for Bold Yen, who had absolutely no idea what was going on. Why had so many cavalry suddenly appeared? The one armed to the teeth in black armor was clearly not from their tribe, much less from Zojiran's army. It was important to know that the north didn't have that many resources, and even iron ores were very scarce, so armor was rare, and their Huans didn't even have a full set of armor for each of them. But the cavalrymen who surrounded towards them not only had heavy armor on their bodies, but even their horses had armor on them. Seeing this, Bold Yen suddenly realized something and his face became very ugly. Heavy cavalry. These are all heavy cavalry. That's right. Charging towards them were none other than the heavy cavalry that looked well trained and organized. A scene that he had once only seen in the Dawu army. Only this time, the heavy cavalry was even more oppressive than the last time he'd seen it, because the army was so neat. Just by feeling the earth shaking today, Bold Yen subconsciously wanted to flee with his soldiers, but he has not yet taken Zoron. If he goes back like this he is not willing. Khan will also chastise him, but if it was a fight, he really didn't have the confidence to do so, and Bold Yen, who couldn't make up his mind, nervously looked at the heavy cavalry that was getting closer and closer. He wondered which force was responsible for such a large force of heavy cavalry, because looking at their battle flag, it was obvious that they had nothing to do with Dawu's Black Dragon army, much less the Imperial Forest army that was once Dawu. However, what Bold Yen didn't know was that this time, just like the battle several years ago, the person in the rear who was in command of the heavy cavalry was still the once chilling god of war, Li Yi. Li Yi had already claimed the title of emperor in Huangzhou City and established the state name, Great Qin. The reason why he used this country's name was not because he was once the Qin king of Dawu himself, but the location of this place was similar to the location where De Qin was located in his previous life. However, he had not yet had time to hold a ceremony of enthronement as a way of making it known to the world. Only no matter what, he had finally completed the system's side quest and obtained 100,000 dragon cavalry. Unfortunately, right now, only Huangzhou City was considered his territory, and his lord's skills couldn't be used here for the time being. Even so, Li Yi still feels that his dragon cavalry can still exterminate these Huns who don't do anything. After all, his 100,000 dragon cavalry were all heavy cavalry with armor, and as long as they took off the heavy armor outside they were light cavalry. Since a heavy cavalry, all of them had to be equipped with 3 horses, so now he sort of had 300,000 horses in his hands, which was considered his important founding resource. After that he would reduce the number of heavy cavalry and expand the number of light cavalry soldiers. But what he wanted was not to fill the light cavalry with heavy cavalry, but to continue to go and expand his army and expand the dragon cavalry. Li Yi knew that if an army was all heavy cavalry it was also not conducive to combat, so he only had 50,000 dragon cavalry with heavy armor and the other with light armor for the final harvest. Kill, kill, kill. Just as Li Yi was thinking, there was a burst of shouting and killing from the front. Looking up towards the battlefield in front of him, he saw that his dragon riders had already killed in front of the Huns' eyes and pushed straight through with the flat of their shields. Those Huns in the field in front of the heavy cavalry were just like paper mache, either being knocked away or trampled to death by the heavy cavalry's horses. Not only that, but they had sharp blades on their horses' tread, 2 sharp edges flanking the outside on each side, and not an inch of grass was left wherever they went. Huns are physically incomplete before they die. Ah, the screams went on and on. After all, the weight of the horses themselves, plus the heavy armor on them, and the heavy cavalry on their backs, this adds up to several hundred pounds. The horse's hooves on the Hun's head, it will be able to easily trample it. Now the dragon cavalry was like a machine for harvesting Huns, killing crazily in the Hun army, and no one could stop them at all. Sparing the well-informed Bold Yen, he was dumbfounded by the scene before him. The battle was clearly one-sided, and none of their men could hold back the charge of the heavy cavalry at all, as if the army they had brought with them had been reduced to pigs and dogs, and were being slaughtered wantonly. Just that he may have forgotten that when he led the group to slaughter the people of Johan, he laughed while killing, and it was much more brutal than it is now, because the Huns do things too brutally. Li Yi has long since ordered the dragon cavalry to not have to stay their hands and kill this group of people, and Bold Yen, on this side, could only stiffen his own men and counterattack these heavy cavalry. He was going to take a gamble that while the heavy cavalry were indeed very strong, they could not fight for long periods of time due to the heavy armor they wore. As long as they, the Hu people's army, can last through the upper limit of these heavy cavalry, when all these people are tired, they then counterattack may be able to win. However, he did not know that Li Yi, who was in the distance, was blandly enjoying the battle in the field. Behind Li Yi, there were still densely packed light cavalry, and at this time, a general in front of the platoon even opened his mouth to ask, "Your Majesty, when are we, the men, going to make our move?" Hearing this, Li Yi then waved his hand. "There's no rush, just wait." No one within the great martial dynasty was yet aware of what was happening in the northern realm. In one of the outskirts of the countryside, a team of officials was walking along the main road. In the middle of the procession were all the people in plain clothes, and around them were the officers and soldiers on guard. It was almost all going to be no different from an escort, except that they weren't committing a crime. They were being conscripted to go to Wang to mine. There were 1,000 of them in all, and not many officers and soldiers to see them off. But they still did not dare to put up the slightest resistance. The reason was still that the Dawu court was too powerful, and as soon as they had just resisted on their side, they were afraid that there would soon be an army sent by the court to exterminate them. These people's faces were not good. The reason why they were forcibly conscripted over there, in order to help Emperor Wu dig for mines, which he was going to use to repair and remodel the palace. But in the eyes of them, the common people, that palace was already opulent enough. So why did the emperor still want to invest in it? They should know that once when Li Yi was around, they didn't have to suffer like this. Ever since Li Yi lost all his martial arts skills and the court was put in power by Emperor Wu, he has been suppressing the people in their regions. It seemed that they felt that they were people from the original Dachu, and that at any time they might unite with the remnants of the former dynasty and make a move of resistance. Nowadays, only those who are not of pure blood from the original Dachu were treated favorably by the court. All others were subject to suppression. A phenomenon that also followed the complete assumption of power by Emperor Wu. To the people, Emperor Wu was just not confident in his own abilities and was afraid that someone else would take his throne. Because of this, the 1,000 people present were suffering. They had been running for 2 days and still hadn't rested much on the road because they had to arrive at Muyang's mine on the stipulated day. Otherwise, you will be beheaded according to the law. It was not long before one of the cantonniers in the group was suddenly overcome with exhaustion, but he was held up by the man beside him. Wu Shang, be careful. Chapter 29, A Mountain of Corpses and a Sea of Blood. Killing Huns all over. Aha! Wu Shang was only slightly more awake at this time, because the wind chill he had contracted from the change of weather some time ago had not yet completely healed. As a result, the body was very weak before it was exhausted and almost fainted. After coming back to his senses, he forced himself to stand up straight before waving his hand at the man who had just helped Jean. Brother Chen Guang, I am fine. Thank you so much just now. Ahem. When he said that, Wu Sheng could not stop coughing a few times. Seeing this look on the other side, Chen Guang of course knew that he was lying, so he had to go to the front to find the leading official. Since the leading officer was riding a warhorse, Chen Guang could only humbly raise his head and say, "Lord Li, you see that we've been walking from morning until afternoon, and the brothers are all a bit unable to hold on. Why don't we rest here first before rushing on?" At the sound, Li Ruyan twisted his head to look behind him, then spoke impatiently. "This official has recruited young and strong men this time, and the officers and soldiers have traveled with you all the way. They can hold out. Why can't you?" Hearing this, the corner of Chen Guang's mouth jerked. These officers and soldiers ate every meal with grease, and even dabbled in some meat, but they, the laborers, ate clear soup and water, and their stomachs kept grumbling on the road, and they were losing their strength to hurry. Thinking of his only hometown Wu Shang, who now seemed to be really close to holding up, Chen Guang could only plead with his head once again. "Lord Li, just do me a favor and let the brothers take a break, so that they can work at the Muyang mine as well. No, if we get exhausted on the road, we might not be able to contribute to the court any more than." Originally spoke in a good voice. Who would have thought that Li Ruyan suddenly asked in a cold voice, "What do you mean by that? Is it to threaten this official?" How could Chen Guang not see that Li Ruyan was angry? So he hastened to defend himself. "Don't misunderstand me, Lord Li, I didn't mean that at all." Li Ruyan snorted coldly at the sight. "Humph, it's best if you don't mean it, or I'll cut you now." And as usual, no one will say a word. You have to recognize your own identity. Don't think that I have any privileges or status just because I promoted you to the rank of tuna chief. In the end, you're just occupying the status of Wu people, but you're like ants in front of my Li family. Hearing Li Ruyan say this, Chen Guang was also very upset in his heart, but still could only accompany the smile on the side. However, he had already cursed Li Ruyan in his heart. Also what he Li family members. This person is just lucky in the current royal family a surname. But this dog official in the royal family is not at all half a hair relationship. But in the past few days, Li Ruyan has been using this to put gold on his face. Thinking so in his heart, Chen Guang once again lamented in his heart that Emperor Wu was really prudent and would not reuse people from the previous dynasty. Chu, at all. It was important to realize that he and Wu Sheng had fled from the Wu Kingdom, and it was because of their two Wu Kingdom identities that Li Ruyan chose to promote the two of them to the position of cantonment chief. Let the two of them manage these 1,000 men from the original Dechu. Of course, they were only the cantonment leaders of these people, and were totally unqualified to control the officers and soldiers. Just as Chen Guan was thinking, Li Ruyan saw that he was still following beside him, and at this point, he became completely impatient. What are you waiting for? Get your ass back in line. After saying this, he set his eyes on the other people at the back and sneered. At your slow speed, you actually want to rest here? The court stipulates that if you don't arrive in Muyang by the deadline, all of you will lose your heads. I don't care if you guys want to die, but don't get me involved. Chen Guan knew that this was Li Ruyan's warning, so he could only snappily return to the group. This entire process was all watched by Wu Sheng. He then subconsciously looked up towards the sky, only to see dark clouds high in the distance, which seemed to be a sign that it was going to rain. This caused him to frown tightly, with a sudden bad feeling in his heart. In the northern realm, outside of Zojiran's Longyan city, seeing that it was about time, Li Yi immediately gave orders to the light cavalry behind him. Generals, listen to my order. Kill all the Huns. Kill. The 50,000 light cavalry of the dragon cavalry behind him immediately pulled the reins towards the Huns in front to kill them after hearing Li Yi's command. Previously, under the non-stop charging of the heavy cavalry, the formation of the 100,000 Huns army was completely broken up and there were countless deaths and injuries. This also led to a number of Huns getting scared and starting to frantically scatter in all directions. However, when they messed up, they were prone to stampede, and a number of Huns were trampled to death by their own people. For this result, Li Yi was of course quite satisfied, and now the Huns were considered a complete rout. This was because heavy cavalry could not charge for too long, or their horses might be overloaded, thus causing irreversible damage to them. It was with this in mind that Li Yi planned to switch to light cavalry to enter the field to harvest the Huns. Anyway, these Huns are completely demoralized and have been killed by the heavy cavalry without the ability to resist, so it will be faster for the light cavalry to harvest the heads. Even if any Huns tried to escape, that light cavalry would still be able to catch up with them. Things did develop as he expected. The next light cavalry, after entering the field, relied on riding skills and formations to kill the Huns. Don't kill me. There were even some Huns who were so scared out of their wits that he couldn't dare to resist. He could only panic and beg for mercy. But what responded to him was a flash of sword light that directly cut off his head. For when the people of Zojiran had begged them for mercy before, these Huns had not spared them. On the other hand, Nia Long, Nia Hu and Nia Ing, who were inside Longyan city, were guarding the city gate but did not go to kill the enemy, because under the previous killings by the dragon riders, it was too late for those Huns to escape, let alone for anyone to continue attacking through the city gates. But just by looking out of the city through the city gates, their view was really obstructed because there were mountains of Hun corpses piled up at the city gates. Nia Ing, because she was hung up on Li Yi, so she rushed to propose, "Big brother and second brother, since there aren't any Huns attacking right now, we'd better go up to the city wall and see what's going on outside." As the words fell, Nia Long and Nia Hu agreed. Then, the three of them didn't continue to wait tightly under the city gates, but instead had the only remaining bit of Zojiran defenders, as well as those Imperial Guards, guard the city gates. Instead, they went to the city walls and observed the situation outside the city. Not long after, when they Qin Yen saw the situation outside, they were all a bit shocked, only to see that at this moment, there was already a mountain of corpses and blood outside the city, with Han's corpses all over the place. The blood dyed the earth red, while also reflecting the white clouds in the sky into a reddish haze, which looked poignant and eerie. Shouts and screams constantly echoed in his ears. It wasn't like Nia Long's trio hadn't seen it before, a scene as gruesome as the current one, but it was the first time they felt a strong visual impact. The reason for this is that the Huns died too easily, and they saw the Huns slaughtered wantonly for the first time. You have to know that the Huns are in the north, but they are a very valiant and warlike tribe, and back then, Li Yi led the Dawu Imperial Army, and it was not easy to repel them, which is not as easy as it is now. Now Niang had more astonishment on her face. She had absolutely no idea where Li Yi got so many soldiers from. Just by looking at these people's body armor she knew that they were all elites. However, in the 3 years after Li Yi lost his martial arts skills, she had been guarding the other side as a secret guard, and she had never seen the latter contacting the outside world. If that's the case, then how on earth could one explain that Li Yi was able to raise so many soldiers outside of Dao? Thinking, Nia Ying raised her head to look at the distant silhouettes outside the city. Although the distance was too far to see the person's face, she was still clear that the other party was none other than Li Yi. Just how many other things are you keeping from me? Chapter 30, A Great Victory. Gaining additional attributes. Nyat-ing murmured out of her mouth, and it was only now that she truly realized that she didn't even understand Li at all, even after secretly watching him for 3 years. However, in the end, she still chose to believe in Li, as the latter had always been able to perform miracles before. She just had to be steadfast in her belief in the other person. Outside the city, Bold Yen was now incomparably regretful in his heart. He shouldn't have let his soldiers counterattack, but should have ordered all of them in the first place, and together they tore open a breach. At that time, although surrounded by heavy cavalry, as long as more than 100,000 people worked together, there was still a chance to kill their way out. But he wanted to take a gamble, thinking to rely on their numerical superiority to slow down the heavy cavalry. This was thought to be successful until a light cavalry was killed again in the distance, their battle flag the same as the heavy cavalry's, clearly that of an army. It was then that Bold Yen realized that the enemy might be more than that, so he immediately opened his mouth to have his men withdraw. However, their Hu people's army had been thoroughly disturbed by that original heavy cavalry, and now this light cavalry had once again surrounded them, not giving them a chance to catch their breath at all. Watching the Hu people around him fall one by one, Bold Yen knew clearly that if they didn't escape, they would be completely wiped out. With that thought in mind, he continued to give orders to the Hoosier soldiers around him. At the king's command, withdraw your troops. However, there was no one to respond to him. After all, those Huns were already in the middle of a fight. Bold words some despair. He this time but buried 200,000 troops. Even if alive back to Shan, you will not let go of him. Anxious, he cried out again. Withdraw. This time someone finally responded to him, but it wasn't the Huns, it was a rugged figure. Withdraw what army? Since you've come all this way, you stay too. Just as these words came to his ears, a cool air flooded behind Bold Yen, while a soldier opened his mouth to remind him, Your Majesty, watch your back. Without even thinking about it, Bold Yen immediately swung the scimitar in his own hand, towards his back. Clang! A crisp metallic clash rang out as his weapon apparently stopped his opponent's attack, but the next thing that happened was a terrifying force that directly swept through his entire body, directly sending her flying. The mid-air Bold Yen, seeing the person who attacked him, was none other than an incomparably stout man, a big guy who was at least 8 feet tall. However, this person's speed was still very fast, and he saw the other person's figure sway in mid-air, disappearing from his sight. Nervously, Bold Yen immediately looked around him, and who would have thought that the voice would have sounded in his ear at that moment? Don't look around. This general is here. He hastily turned his head in the direction the voice came from, only to see a twin halberds coming at him. Put. Meanwhile, Li, who was presiding over the battlefield from outside the battlefield, had already seen General Dian Wei settle the left virtuous king. Since he had watched the entire process, he was also surprised that Hun Xian Wang, who was clearly at the same level as General Dian Wei, was both at the peak of the first-grade Zongshi. However, this person could not even last 3 moves in front of General Dian Wei, and this point was enough to prove that Dian Wei's martial arts were overwhelming. Since the man he had now sent, Dian Wei, had cut down the leader of the Xiongnu army, the Xiongnu beneath him now posed no threat at all. With no leader in the group, I'm afraid they're all thinking about how to survive and how to escape this purgatory field right now. What Li wanted was to execute them all, because after he finished the main quest of claiming the throne, the system gave him the next main quest, that is to unify the north. Of course this process takes a while, so there are quite a few side quests, such as exterminating this Hun army, so this time he will not let the Huns escape. In this way, several more hours passed, and the battle lasted from daylight to dusk. Those Huns were almost completely wiped out, and halfway through, 10,000 Imperial Guards that Yang Qi had brought with him, ran over from the rear of the city to help, because the Huns in that city had already been taken care of by all of them. After all, Yang Qi's ability to lead troops was also top-notch. Ding! The host wiped out the Hun army, eliminating the harm for the people, rewarding the Lord with an additional attribute: open up the land. Open land, any poor soil in the host's territory can be opened up to more fertile land as long as it's in the host's territory. Hearing this reward, Li was also very happy in his heart. Prior to claiming the title of emperor, the main quest would randomly reward him for every 10% that passed. At that time, he not only got grain and grass, but also a lot of seeds, which could really be used somewhere. You should know that the reason why there are so few people in this northern realm is not only the climate, but also the fact that the soil quality is really too poor to be suitable for cultivating food. This has led to many backward tribes that have to rely on hunting for their livelihood, and even big tribes like Zojiran, or small countries don't have enough food to eat. As a result, many forces became evil-minded and began to plunder people from other places. This made the north even more chaotic. The people could not recuperate, and the population was never able to go up. and even decreased like crazy when there was a drought. But the Central Plains is different. The land there is suitable for farming, so it is very nourishing, and the survival rate of the people is also greatly increased. This was why the Huns in the north once wanted to plunder the Dewu dynasty as well, because they had so much resources and food. Now that he had the attribute of open land in his territory skill, it was simply a boon to him. At least he wouldn't have to worry about food in the future, no matter how big his territory expanded, which would also make his territory more stable. In the middle of his thoughts, Jian Wei, who had the head of Zhuo Xianwang hanging on his waist, walked over from a short distance away. Only after he had waited until he was in front of Li Yi did he open his mouth to report. "Your Majesty, the Han army has been completely annihilated." Li Yi nodded slightly, then opened his mouth to command. "Well, send some of the men on guard, and the rest of the soldiers will clean up the battlefield first." "Yes." Shortly after, Jian Wei left to greet the generals. Nia Long, Nia Hu, and Nia Ing walked over, and behind them followed the Zojiran defenders. Nia Long was now walking at the front, and what he had on his face was not elation, but a serious look. Seeing this scene, Li Yi thought that he was thinking of coming over to ask for his pardon after his business was settled. Because of what happened back then when he took Nia Ing away, he offended the relatives around the ladder, or the whole of Johorn. However, when Nia Long decisively gave him a kneeling salute since he had walked up to him, this startled Li Yi, realizing that he was in front of the Grand Prince and Second Prince of Johor as well as the Princess. Not only them, even those Zojiran defenders were also like this. How could Li Yi not understand something when he saw this? And hurriedly went forward to try to help Nia Long up. "Brother Nye, you don't need to perform such a great honor." But it was rejected by Nia Long, who added, "It was you who saved us, Zoron, and we, Zoron, are grateful. We deserve to receive our obeisance." Chapter 31, Co-creating a rich and powerful Qin Empire. Hearing Nia Long say this, Li Yi also changed his opinion of these people somewhat. To be honest, it was expected that they would remain hateful towards themselves because of what happened a few years ago, because he had already learned that it was because he had led his troops to attack Zodan that year, and that time had directly caused the entire Zojiran's military strength to be greatly injured. At least it's not recovered until now. That's the bad thing about having a small population. There are no people of the right age who want to expand their army in a short time, so it's only logical that these Johans hate him, especially Nia Long and Nia Hu, but he himself had taken their sister away back then. However, they still discarded their former grudges because of today's incident and were still grateful to him, and that alone was enough to prove the character of Nia Long and the others, as well as the majority of Zoran's people. Anyway, these guys are at least reliable. Retracting his thoughts, he still helped Nia Long up first. "You don't have to be like this. After all, I've been busy with you guys for a favorable reason. You don't owe me anything. All rise." After those people from Zoran all got up, Li Yi didn't continue to talk more on this, but first discussed the subsequent matters with Nia Long and the others. "You have to realize that now, not only do you have to deal with the mountain of Han corpses outside Longyan City, but you also need to find a way to settle down his 100,000 dragon riders. Moreover, this time he claimed the throne in a very hasty manner, and there were very many things that were not prepared. There was also the fact that he had claimed the empire in Huangzhou City, so this city would be his, Li Yi's. Since Nia Long had previously promised to give him 2 cities after the deed was done, he planned to clear out the city first, as there were quite a few corpses inside. After that, he had to find someone to repair Huangzhou City, which was considered the first piece of their great Qin Empire. It was a bit small, but it was just the beginning, and he believed it wouldn't take long for him to unify the north. Retracting his thoughts, after Li Yi's side instructed Longyan City, he took most of the dragon cavalry back to Huangzhou City. Since that side was also considered an empty city, he felt just right to pack it up first and settle the dragon riders for the time being. The night passed quickly. At noon the following day, Li Yi was woken up by the commotion outside. He opened his eyes in a daze, thinking about the events of yesterday as if he were dreaming. First, he claimed the title of emperor in Huangzhou City, and then he took the dragon cavalry to Longyan City as fast as possible to kill the Han army. After that, he had the dragon cavalry and the people of Zojiran, together, clean up the battlefield first, while he brought the other dragon cavalry to deal with the corpses in Huangzhou City. He had been busy until almost dawn when Niang suddenly approached him. After that, the other party started to persuade him to rest first, and Li Yi, who couldn't resist, had to find a clean room to sleep in first. The recollection was quickly interrupted by a sharp voice at the door. "Father Khan, your old body is not well. Why don't you go back and rest again? And my daughter will just wait for His Majesty here alone." Although this voice was not big, Li Yi could still hear that its owner was none other than Niang. Before he could think about it much, a breathless, an old voice resounded once again outside the door. No need to rush. Old man, I'll wait. Li also seemed to have realized something after hearing this voice and hurriedly put on his shoes and walked towards the door. After pushing open the door of the room, he saw Niang assisting a middle-aged man with white sideburns, and although the other party didn't look old enough, his body was incomparably weak. This person was at most in his 50s, but he was using not only a cane to support his body, but Niang beside him was still supporting him. Even so, he was still a little unsteady on his feet, and it was obvious that there was something to hide. Just now, the moment Li pushed open the door to his room, both Niang looked up towards him. Although the face of the man beside Niang was a bit visified, Li still recognized the other party as Nia Wudi, the Khan of Zoron. Back then, although the two of them had never exchanged blows, Nia Wujing was also a peak first-grade sect master powerhouse back then, so it was reasonable to say that his physique was much stronger than that of an ordinary person. But it's only been 5 years. Why does his body look so weak? This thought only existed in Li's mind for a breath, as he soon realized that Nia Wudi had no internal energy in his body, and it seemed that he had already lost all his martial arts skills. He hadn't had time to be surprised, but Nia Wu spoke up first at this time. Emperor Qin, you're awake. Emperor Qin? Upon hearing this title, Li couldn't help but freeze. I didn't realize that he had only just claimed the title of emperor yesterday. Yet Nia Wujing, a senior, had used such a respectful title for him, and so, he rushed to speak in response. Khan, what brings you here? Old man, I came here this time to express my gratitude to you. Nia Wudi said bluntly. If you hadn't led the troops to help Zojiren, our tribe would really have been annihilated this time. Speaking of this, Nia Ruyan bent down and bowed even though his body was constantly trembling. On behalf of the people of Zoron, the old man and I extend our heartfelt thanks to you, Emperor Qin. Seeing that Nia Wudi was also so polite, Li had no choice but to help him up. Khan, you're flattering me. We're just taking what we need. No matter what. Nia Wuji was the Khan of Zojiren, able to endure his physical weakness to wait for him for so long, and bowed to him. This was already enough to give him face, so Li didn't want the other party to be too forced in his heart. Just thinking about it, who knew that the next thing Nia Endless said? This morning Inger already told me, saying that you want to unify the Northern Realm in the future, and to be honest I was shocked to hear it at the time, but I'm more impressed. When I was young I also had such lofty ambitions, but it's a pity that when I'm old I can't even protect the people of my own tribe. Speaking of this, a flash of loss flashed across Nia Wudi's eyes. Yesterday, after he learned that Nia Long, with 50,000 troops, had gone out of the city to ambush the Huns but failed, he realized something was wrong. Thinking that this time the Xiongnu ambitions will be even greater. Uneasy he came directly, last night halfway to learn that the Xiongnu 200,000 army was destroyed. And the person who saved their Zojiren was actually the same Li who had once defeated their Zojiren. But no matter what, they Zoron was saved by the other party. So he rushed to Huangzhou City in the night to say thank you. After coming here in the morning to learn the details, he brought Niang here to try to meet Li, only that the latter happened to be resting. So he didn't choose to disturb but waited. In the meantime he considered many things, and then went on. Right now I'm most relieved that it's the clansmen of our Zojiren tribe, Nia Long and Nia, who they do have the ability to command troops. But they're just too reckless and not very suitable for managing Johor. Much less can they take the people of Johannan and become more prosperous. After saying that, he once again looked at Li. That's why I want to entrust Zoron to you, or let us, the clansmen of the Zojiren tribe, join in the Great Qin Empire. What? Li was shocked violently upon hearing this, obviously not expecting Nia Wudi to say this. In fact, he had had this idea for a long time, and had even planned to go to the Khan of Johor after the war to talk about it. After all, what he was trying to do was to unify the north, and the tribe of Zoron was definitely included. But what he wanted was not to occupy Zojiren, but to make Zojiren a part of their Great Qin, and just become his Great Qin's people, because there were simply too many forces and tribes in the north. It was always impossible to wipe out all the foreigners by himself, or else he was tantamount to becoming a bare-bones commander. So, he would eventually need the different forces and tribes of the north to be integrated into their Great Qin Empire. It was just that Li hadn't mentioned it to Nia Wudi yet, but the other party had agreed to it first. Oh, from now on the people of the Zojiren tribe are the subjects of my Great Qin Empire. Let's create a rich and powerful Qin Empire. Chapter 32. It's worse than eating a dead fly. After the two reached an agreement, Li then opened his mouth to ask, by the way Khan, what's going on with this body of yours? When Li touched Nia Wudi's body just now, he used his internal force to sense that the latter's dantian was shattered and that many of his meridians were broken. Obviously injured before and still seriously, but he knew very well that even if his dantian was shattered and his meridians were broken, as long as there was no damage to the rest of his body, he wouldn't be so weak by definition, because he had suffered this kind of damage before, and while he did have some bad health afterward, it was no more like this. Li Guyu sighed helplessly at this time. Alas, this is a long story. A year ago we have begun to go to war with the Xiongnu. At that time personally commanded the army of me, accidentally by that Xiongnu monarch to be seriously injured. Next, Li Guyu told what had happened to him. After he was seriously injured by Xiongnu monarch, he lost all his martial arts even though his health was not as good as it was every day. If it weren't for the fact that he was now being assisted, he could have fallen at any moment and would normally have to spend most of his time in bed. This was a mental and physical torture for Li Guyu. However, because he was the chief of the Zoron tribe, he still braced himself to deal with official business for the sake of the people, because none of his two sons could manage Zoron well, even though they were gifted in commanding the army. After listening to Li Guyu's narration, Li Yi also understood why the other party made, letting the clansmen of the Zojiran tribe join in the Great Qin Empire. It's for the sake of the whole of Zoron. Before, Zoe is getting worse by the day. Li Guyu was as worried as possible that their tribe and their people would disappear one day if this went on, so now he was willing to hand over their people to himself. In the middle of his thoughts, Li's endless voice came again. There is one more thing that I am not assured of, and I hope that your majesty will fulfill it. Since he was going to join the Great Qin Empire, Li Yi would be their king, so he changed his tone to call the other party your majesty. What is it? Go ahead. Li Guyu sniffed and glanced at Niang beside him before this continued. Your majesty, I should also be running out of time, so I intend to entrust my little daughter to you as well before that happens. At these words, Niang's pretty face slightly reddened. What are you talking about, Father Khan? And don't you say those unlucky words, you have a long time ahead of you. Li Guyu forced to smile. To this day he still didn't know the reason why his body had become like this. He only felt that he didn't have many days left. As a father, he understood what the latter had done after hearing what had happened to Niang in the past 5 years this morning, and had never blamed his daughter for it. Moreover, he now knew what was on Niang's mind, so on his deathbed he intended to push the envelope. Niang didn't know what was going on in Li Guyu's mind. He was just feeling very self-condemned now. I didn't realize that she hadn't been back in a few years and that Zoe and her family had taken such a turn for the worse. She actually didn't know herself how much longer her father would last and how long she would be able to stay with the other. Just as she was getting sad, Li Yi's voice suddenly came. Don't take what hasn't happened as a result, you guys. In fact, I have a miracle doctor under my hand. Let him give you a look at the Great Khan first. Li Yi didn't dawdle afterward, first letting Niang assist Li Guyu to come to the house to rest. Then he sent someone to invite Hua Tuo over. In fact, after the war ended yesterday, he summoned Hua Tuo. A quarter of an hour later, Hua Tuo arrived. After Li Yi finished talking about Li Guyu's situation, Hua Tuo's brows furrowed slightly, but he still took his pulse first. Only after some examination did Hua Tuo's frown suddenly ease away. Seeing this, Niang and Li Yi understood that he saw something. As expected, then Hua Tuo said directly to Li Guyu, Khan, you are poisoned. Aha! Niang and the others were all shocked upon hearing this, but Li Guyu's heart was filled with doubts. He had been to several doctors for this before, but none of them said he was poisoned, and all of them could not find out the cause of the disease. In the end, he only attributed the weakness of his body to the broken dantian and damaged meridians. However, this physician in front of him directly said that he was poisoned, and Li Guyu had some half-belief in this. Hua Tuo spoke with a smile as if he knew what he was thinking. Oh, because the poison was hidden in the bone. It wasn't detected before. Although the poison didn't spread quickly, the cumulative erosion of the years has eaten away at your bones. Great Khan, so now you can't even stand. Then is there a way to get rid of the poison? Niang said anxiously. Hua Tuo's next reply was a delight to her and the others. Of course I have, but the poison has been in the body for too long, and it will take a while to get rid of it. After that, Hua Tuo begins to try to get rid of the poison for the first time, but first he kicks both Niang and Li Yi out of the room. Since there were still a lot of things left to do, Li Yi had to go ahead and arrange other things. No matter what, Li Guyu was going to give him all the people of the Zoisite tribe, so he definitely had to make some arrangements before he could do so. In addition, the matter of ascending to the throne had to be put on the agenda, or else his plan to unify the north afterward would not go well. Time flew by and a few days passed. The news of the Hun's defeat quickly spread throughout the north. Anyone who had acquired the exact information was, without exception, very shocked, especially when they learned that the Xiongnu's 200,000 strong army couldn't last more than a day and a night before it was wiped out. This made them even more a bit disbelieving. How is this possible? That's an army of 200,000. Even if it was 200,000 pigs, that couldn't have been killed off in such a short period of time. Nowadays, except for the leaders of the forces who had the strength to receive first-hand intelligence, the rest of the ordinary people were all questioning this news. Questioning it. One should know that the total number of countries or powers that could deploy 200,000 troops in the Northern Realm did not add up to more than 3. The only ones that the world was familiar with were the Xiongnu tribe and the Zhang state, and only these two forces were able to send out 200,000 troops at once. There was a time when Zoe could have, but that was just a time, and it was almost clear to most people in the north that the Huns were the number one power, with a stronger force than the largest country in the north, Zheng. Coupled with the fact that the Han tribesmen were valiant and warlike, it was reasonable to say that the 200,000 strong army was more than just walking sideways in the north, and could even be described as being able to push everything sideways. But when they were attacking Johorn, they were all wiped out by an unknown army, and this news is really hard to believe. Only the monarchs of some countries in the north, as well as the tribal leaders, were convinced of this. The reason for this is that the information was not something they had inquired about, but had sent someone to verify it. The army of 200,000 Huns had indeed been defeated, and the bodies had all been burned in their entirety. Most importantly, their people had already investigated that the mysterious army was under the command of the former Dawu Crown Prince Li Yi and commanded it alone. Even more explosive news is that 3 days ago Li Yi ascended the throne as emperor in Johorn and renamed the entire Johorn as Great Qin. It's just that the story just got out a little while ago and fewer people know about it today. However, Li Yi had already made it known to the world, and it wouldn't be long before not only the people in the north would know about it, but also the people in all the other neighboring regions would also learn about it. Some of those who already knew about it couldn't help but be curious in their hearts. If this matter reaches Emperor Wu's ears, I really don't know how the other party will feel. Oh, that must have been worse than eating a dead fly. 33. Countries cut off trade with Taal. After all, to be abandoned by one's own people, yet to claim the title of emperor in the Northern Realm in less than half a month is simply slapping that Emperor Wu in the face. After saying that, the man directly laughed out loud, his tone all mockery of Emperor Wu. It was important to know that some days ago, the matter of Li Yi being relegated to the status of a commoner had long been rumored in the outside world. Everyone knew that Emperor Wu was practicing the path of the dead rabbit and the dog. Dao, who had once taken over the kingdom in that uprising, had grown to become a dominant party under the leadership of Li Yi some years ago. The national and military power is superb in this continent. However, Emperor Wu returned the favor with a grudge, relegating Li Yi, the most meritorious official of Dawu, to the status of a commoner, forcing the other party to flee the Dawu dynasty. To be honest, at first, the entire world except for the great martial dynasty was almost all upset for Li Yi in their hearts. Thinks he's not with the wrong master, but doesn't have a good father. Over the past 3 years there had been many people who knew that Emperor Wu's attitude towards Li Yi and his other son, Li Mingchen, could be described as one heaven and one earth. Because of this, those who are now in the process of learning that Li Yi has claimed the title of emperor, the first thing they do is not to feel a crisis, but instead, they feel a little bit cool. Excluding personal interests, they even wanted to see Li Yi rise. In the end, Li Yi stepped all over Emperor Wu and the people of Dawu who had abandoned him, or, rather, to become an unattainable presence for them. The reason why most people have this mentality is solely because most of them are ministers, so they bring themselves into it. If I were Li Yi, I would definitely seek revenge on Emperor Wu when I grow up. I just don't know if Li Yi will do so then? Some people are starting to look forward to it. Anyway, this is really something. A few more days passed. Almost most of the people in the Northern Realm already knew that Li Yi had not long ago claimed the title of emperor in Johor Bahru and set the country's name as Great Qin. The news hadn't reached Dao yet, so today's Dao pilgrimage went on as usual. It seemed no different than before he left. Although it was said that during the 3 years that Li Yi had become an invalid, he would still send people to the other party to make some suggestions for some difficult-to-handle dynastic affairs, but not too often, and he's been a fish out of water in the courtroom for the past few years. Regardless of any problems that arose, he was able to solve them in his own way, and at the same time, Emperor Wu felt that managing a country wasn't really too difficult. For example, if there is a disaster in Dao, just directly allocate funds to send people to provide relief. If there is a bandit problem, then just order the local governor to bring in officials and soldiers to fight the bandits, and if there are not enough people, then send the army to fight the bandits. Anyway, things will be solved in the end, and every year, the financial income of Dawu is also increasing year after year, and the tax accounts for a large part of it, which shows that the people have become rich. The Dawu dynasty had been moving in a good direction, so Emperor Wu did not regret devaluing Li Yi. To leave power to such extreme people would be irresponsible to the people and leave a hidden danger for their Dao. Thinking of this, Emperor Wu smugly darkened. Li, without you I will still be able to manage De Wu. You must not come back one day out of regret, and then it will also be a scourge to our De Wu. Emperor Wu hadn't forgotten that not long ago. Before Li left Dao, he abetted 10,000 former Imperial Guards to rebel. Since he dared to do it once, it showed that he dared to do it a second time, and if he kept him by his side, he would certainly turn against himself at any time as well. This made Emperor Wu feel even more how wise his decision to relegate Li to the status of a commoner was. It killed Li's chance of rebellion in advance and maintained the stability of the entire Dao. Just as he was thinking about it, when the first companion eunuch on the side saw that Emperor Wu had not spoken again, he shouted out according to the process, "Rise for something, and retire from the court for nothing." I had thought that the day would pass so uneventfully, and that the next step would be to break up the court. Who would have thought that just as his voice fell, the minister of the household took a step forward directly. "Your Majesty, the old minister has a book to present." Emperor Wu was a bit surprised to see this, but he still spoke bluntly. "Granted." After hearing this, the minister of the household, Wang Yu, immediately presented the zhengzhua in his hand. Carefully, that big companion also came down to the stage to receive the zhengzhua, and after checking that there were no problems, he then handed it to Emperor Wu on the stage. "Your Majesty, please read it." Emperor Wu didn't think much about it, thinking that it shouldn't be a big deal either, as he noticed that Wang Yu didn't look much flustered, so he thought it must not be a big deal either. Oh ho, things were just as he expected too, only to see that the zhengzhua said that there was a flood in the area of Yuezhou. Wang Yu was going to apply to him for 3 million taels of relief money and 1 million taels of relief grain. That amount of resources may be very large indeed for other countries, and the treasury may not be able to afford it. Still, it was something they could easily take out for their strong De Wu dynasty, and that's how several previous floods had been handled. It just makes him wonder if the number of times there have been floods around the world this year is a bit much, isn't it? Just as Emperor Wu was thinking, Wang Yu on the stage suddenly opened his mouth and urged, "Your Majesty, we are now in the rainy season in Dao, causing the high water level of the White River to cause a dike break. Now that the people around Yuezhou are in dire straits, I ask your Majesty to hurry up and make a decision." Hearing Wang Yu say this, Emperor Wu withdrew his doubts and spoke decisively. "I approve." After saying that, he directly used the jade seal of transmission on the dragon case and stamped Wang Yu's zhengfu on the spot. But what he didn't notice was that Wang Yu, who was now bowing his head, had a flash of cunning in his eyes. "Oh, it really is tried and true." Off stage, Left Minister Lin Shi frowned slightly. He only felt that there were too many dog disasters this year, and although the treasury could hold out, it was not a solution in the long run. Next, Emperor Wu explained that as soon as Wang Yu's court meeting was over, he would go to the state treasury to apply for relief grains and silver taels for disaster relief, and he also gave him the Emperor's oracle. After doing so, just as Emperor Wu was about to announce the end of the court meeting on the spot, Right Prime Minister Su Changguan came forward at that moment. "Your Majesty, the old minister has something to report." Seeing this scene, Emperor Wu frowned. You should know that this guy, like Wang Yu, was a vassal of the former Chu dynasty. The energy of the families behind them are all very large, especially the Su Chang boy in front of him. The Su family behind him is the largest family in the former Great Chu. As the saying goes, 100 years of dynasty, 1,000 years of family. This one sentence alone was enough to show that the heritage of the lineage was greater than that of a country. Since the purpose of their Li family's uprising back then was only to overthrow the regime of Great Chu and inherit everything they originally possessed. After all, if he destroyed it, he would only inherit a broken country. So when they overthrew the De Chu regime, they didn't liquidate the original lineages, they just made these people loyal to them. Do Wu, Su Changhua has always had a high position in the court, both in the former and current dynasties, which is why he set up a left prime minister to check and balance him. Usually, Su Long boy is also very restrained, almost will not find anything, but today why something to play? With this thought in his heart, Emperor Wu still nodded his head. Granted, but after that, Su Changhua's words caused his face to suddenly change. Your Majesty, I have learned this morning that 18 countries, including Wu, Jin, and Yin, have now announced to the public that they will no longer pay tribute to my De Wu this year. And they are also going to cut off trade with us in De Wu. What did you say? Chapter 34, The Great Martial Dynasty lost 5 cities in a row. Emperor Wu let out a gasp of surprise, and if not for Su Changhua's louder voice, he would have even thought that he had misheard him. I don't know that it was him, but all the officials in the arena were shocked. This is because almost all of these countries that Su Changhua just spoke of are large neighboring countries. Of course the big country expressed here was relative to the other countries on this continent, but the size of these countries could not be compared to De Wu. A few years ago, all these big countries of theirs were unruly, and seeing that the De Wu dynasty would be weak when it was first established, they thought of bullying them. In the end, all of them, beaten by the Dao army, surrendered and ceded their territories to show their sincerity, which made the Dao dynasty territory become unprecedentedly huge. Not only that, they also said that in the future they would honor Dao and would pay tribute every year in food, treasures, horses, livestock, and so on. Emperor Wu never looked at these countries because he felt that these people were just afraid of death, and that's why they gave him favors for self-preservation. And as far as he was concerned, the fact that these people could have the opportunity to pay tribute to Dao was an honor and a blessing for them, because then he will not give these countries a hard time and will give them asylum, which is supposed to be a win-win situation. But why are those dogs now disobedient, having the audacity to declare that they will no longer pay tribute to Dao, and cut off trade with them? This is obviously to draw a line with De Wu. How dare they? These ants? Aren't they all afraid of death? Emperor Wu was enraged. These countries dared to draw a line with him today and rebel tomorrow. Secretary Su, is this news reliable? Why did we not even receive any news this morning and there was no sign of it before? You know, you've planted a lot of eyes and ears in those countries, but those eyes and ears, why didn't they bring the news back? As if he could see what was going on in Emperor Wu's mind, Su Changwa spoke again at this time. Your Majesty, the eyes that you had previously sent to hide in those countries have all been silenced some time ago. It should be that the emperors of those countries have long since grasped their identities. After deciding to draw a line in the sand with our Dao, all those eyes have disappeared as well. Su Changwa said so with his mouth, but in his heart, he cursed that this Emperor Wu was really stupid. Previously, he had actually placed his own eyes and ears, all in the imperial palaces of various countries, as well as other relatively important places. The movement was so obvious that it would have been seen by those monarchs long ago. It was only previously because of the pressure from the great martial dynasty that the kings of the various countries had not been able to take action against those eyes and just turned a blind eye. Now that they had seen Li Yi's complete departure, they no longer feared their De Wu and decisively cleared out the eyes and ears that Emperor Wu had planted. Returning to his senses, Su Changwa also explained for himself. The old minister was able to learn of this news this morning, or it was passed on by a student who was once under the old minister's hand. He traveled through various countries some time ago and suddenly learned of the news, so he asked someone to travel all night to bring the news back. Su Changwa cannot lie. He wants that student said in the letter, this matter in the outside world has been spread. Only their great martial arts dynasty people have not yet known. Emperor Wu was now furious from the bottom of his heart. He had actually guessed why those great powers suddenly dared to do so. The probability was because of Li Yi's departure. Because not long ago, the left minister Lin Shi approached himself alone and told him about the possible agitation of the countries after Li Yi's departure. So Lin Shi went so far as to let him, at that time, continue to send people to the north to beg Li Yi to come back. But he was the De Wu emperor. How could he possibly bow down to that rebellious son? So he scolded Lin Shi away. Now that this has come out, he seems to believe Lin Shi's words, but Emperor Wu didn't want to admit it in his heart, and just thought that it was those countries' itchy skins that dared to openly provoke him. Humph. Since they preferred to seek death, then don't blame me. Pass on my decree to gather an army to attack Wu. He chose the Wu kingdom because it was one of the strongest countries in terms of overall national power besides the De Wu dynasty. I'm sure one of those 18 countries, all of whom had the audacity to say they would draw a line in the sand with them this time, must have had one of the stronger countries take the lead. Emperor Wu guessed that the probability was that this country was Wu, and even if it wasn't, that would be the country to take it on. It is because only by doing so can we truly serve as an example to others. As long as their leader was removed, I think the other countries would clearly realize the gap between them and De Wu. Retrieving his thoughts, Emperor Wu had not yet had the time to discuss this matter with the 100 officials in the courtroom, but at this time outside the door suddenly ran in a gray-looking black dragon army. Your Majesty, it's not good, the man shouted as he quickly ran to Emperor Wu. At this time, the people present, from the flag carried behind the other party, could tell that this person was none other than the messenger soldier in their black dragon army. Seeing the hurried and panicked appearance of this messenger soldier now, the officials of the court, including Emperor Wu, all had a bad feeling in their hearts. However, Emperor Wu felt even more ashamed of his face. This was the Taiji Hall, the court hall of their great Zhou court, and I didn't expect that messenger soldier to just venture in. Why didn't the forbidden army stop them? If that messenger soldier knew what Emperor Wu was thinking, he would definitely bellyache about his old age and memory loss. It went so far as to forget that they had a rule in De Wu that no one, not even the king, could go and stop the border messenger soldiers from reporting the news. Emperor Wu didn't want to lose his temper, so he just opened his mouth to question. Just what kind of urgent matter has happened, to have you be so reckless? That messenger soldier wasn't stupid and heard that Emperor Wu was angry, so he hastened to explain. Your Majesty, Please forgive me for being impatient. But now that we've lost 5 cities in Dawu, my heart can't help but be impatient. As the words fell, Emperor Wu's brain went blank as if it was down. Only he reacted quickly and slammed the table in anger. Bang! How dare you! How dare you misrepresent the military! Emperor Wu's side subconsciously felt cheated, so he was very angry. Li Yi on the other side was different. He was holding the drawings and in a happy mood directing the craftsmen to build the palace. Though now all the cities of Zoron, as well as their clansmen, have been returned to him, Dechin. But Johann hadn't even had a decent palace before because of workmanship and materials and so on. Although Li Yi had just been proclaimed emperor, his goal was to make the entire northern realm the land of Great Qin, which could not be done without a palace as a stronghold. In addition, these artisans in front of him were the ones he had acquired from his territory skills in recent times. Because of his territory skill, not only does it allow those who are in his territory to gain a certain amount of bonus in speed, strength, intelligence, etc., but it also has a really great function. That is, after he went to the home panel and tapped on the territory skill, there was an expanded talent feature in there. Once you tap in, you can choose to summon a variety of talents as needed, such as top carpenters, artisans, blacksmiths, imperial chefs, and more. You can choose one type of talent per day and can summon 10 people to appear in your territory. It's a small number of people, but it's a very nice feature indeed, which just makes up for the fact that Zoe is lagging behind in all kinds of cultures, because in the future, he will let these top talents in all walks of life, all of them will publish books for the people of Johor. No, I should say that it is for the people of Great Qin to learn. Just as he was thinking about it, Yanqi happily came over from the distance and couldn't wait to report before the person reached him. Your Majesty, the East Hu tribe has chosen to submit to Great Qin. Chapter 35, Pan Feng invites for help. Hearing the news that Yang Qi brought, Li Yi's face did not have the slightest surprise. A wise choice. And the chief of the East Hood will be thankful in the future for the choices he is making now. A few days ago, after Li Yi officially ascended the throne and became the emperor in Huangzhou City, he released the news to the public that he wanted to unify the northern realm. The purpose of his doing so was to probe the mouths of the forces in the north. After so many years had passed, he didn't know too much about the situation on this side of the northern realm. In fact, even Nia Endless and the others didn't know what the other forces thought. The main thing was that it was unclear what these forces thought of him, Li Yi. Therefore releasing this news was also a screening to see which forces would cooperate with their Great Qin, and which forces would firmly oppose it. Only after knowing this first, Li Yi can target the way to deal with it. But his philosophy was also simple. If he cooperated he would smile, and if he didn't then he would have to use force. Those forces that cooperate will have two choices. One is to submit to Great Qin, or choose to move out of the north. As for the forces that didn't cooperate, they would only face one outcome, and that was to be beaten into cooperation by Great Qin's army. As these few days passed, a small portion of forces in the outside world had already chosen to submit to Great Qin, and they were all forces in the vicinity of Great Qin's current territory. Li Yi guessed that the probability was that these people knew about the fact that the 200,000 strong army of the Huns had been destroyed some time ago. At the same time, it should all be known that he has soldiers under his hand and that they are very strong. The surrounding forces that were closer should have feared their Great Qin's retaliation and had no choice but to eventually choose to submit. Of course, it could not be ruled out that some forces were looking at his ability to make their clansmen's lives more prosperous and rich under the leadership of Great Qin. Most of those who had submitted in the past few days were small forces, and most of the large forces that were farther away from Great Qin had never taken a stand, except for this current East Hu. In the middle of his thoughts, Yang Qi had already walked up to him and respectfully handed over a black and gold sword in his hand. Your Majesty, this is the sword of the Donghu chief, a sort of token to call upon their Donghu tribe, and he asked me to pass it on to you. With this, all the people of the Donghu tribe will be at your Majesty's beck and call. Li Yi received this black and gold sword, and after pulling the sword out of its scabbard, he could see the black and gold runes engraved on it. This thing would be considered something like a jade seal or tiger talisman in the Eastern Hu tribe. He had also heard that only those who had obtained this item, even if they were the true leader of the Eastern Hu, could order their soldiers and generals and all their clansmen. The fact that the leader of the East Hu handed this item over to him was enough to show the sincerity of the other party and the entire East Hu. Therefore, without even thinking about it, Li Yi then immediately ran his body's internal energy. Ka-ching! A crisp sound rang out, and that black and gold sword broke directly in front of Yang Qi. That's right, it was broken by Li Yi's internal force. After so many days had passed, he had fully grasped the inner strength of a Grandmaster, so it wasn't difficult to break this sword. But Yang Qi was looking at it with his pupils shrinking, obviously not sure why His Majesty was doing this. At the same time, he was surprised that His Majesty's inner strength was so strong. knowing that this black and gold sword was made of a special material, and it would take some effort for him to break it, but His Majesty gave it a break so easily, and that alone was enough to prove that His Majesty's martial arts might not be below his. He remembers that His Majesty lost all his martial arts skills back then, but has he regained all of them? But no matter what, this is a good thing, and I'm sure that this time, His Majesty will still be able to lead them and start a powerful dynasty. Retracting his thoughts, Yang Qi still asked the question in his heart. Your Majesty, this is. He was just about to ask His Majesty why he broke the black gold sword. After all, with this item he would be able to control the people of the Donghu tribe, but before his words could be asked, Li Yi had already opened his mouth to explain. Since they have submitted to our great Qin, they have to give up the old ways before. I will abolish all these backward systems. I want them to accept great Qin's system, culture, writing, and ideology. Only then can we truly realize the great unification. Just letting them surrender to great Qin, that's not called true submission. Hearing this, Yang Qi nodded with seeming understanding. However, he still didn't understand Li Yi's deeper meaning. Li Yi knew very well that without changing the mindset of these submissive forces people, they would never be able to integrate into another community. This has a hidden danger. That is, even if Great Qin makes the forces in the north submit and control the entire northern continent, but such unification was only superficial. For the eastern who were still united only with their own people, as were various other powers and peoples. One day in the future when he dies, his descendants will not be able to suppress these communities, and then the entire Great Qin will fall apart. It will become again what it was before it was united. Therefore, what Li Yi had to do was simple to say and very difficult to say. That would be to take all the communities in the north and integrate them into one nation, which would unite them even more. It might be a bit of a long process, but if it came to fruition it would only benefit their great Qin. Retrieving his mind, Li Yi didn't explain anything more to Yang Qi, as he could naturally understand these things down the road. General Yang, laboriously go and talk back to the leader of the Eastern Hu, and say that he should come to Great Qin to meet me in person, and that I will make him king. Since the leader of the Eastern Hu chose to submit, he could not just take what he wanted, but he had to give the other party a sweet date. Tomorrow just happened to discuss with the chief of the East Hu. Their East Hu people settled matters. This is not a small matter, because the East Hu in the north, in fact, is considered to be a medium to large tribal forces, but the population is 30 to 40 million. This amount is nothing to Da, or their neighboring strengths, as it speaks of the total population, not the strength of the army. But this population is actually quite impressive when placed in the north. Meanwhile, on the Da Taiji Hall, Jin, how dare he, to actually send troops to attack my Dao? Emperor Wu said angrily. He had already learned from the messenger soldier on the stage that it was their northeastern border of Dawu that had been attacked by an army of 200,000 from Jin the other day. Originally, when he heard that messenger soldier's retelling, he didn't believe it at all, not to mention the Jin kingdom and whether they dared or not. Let's say they dared. Then with their Jin's troop strength, it would be reasonably impossible for them to capture the passes along their Dawu border, let alone directly capture 5 cities. Only when Emperor Wu saw with his own eyes the urgent report from the border gate that the messenger soldier raised from his arms, his whole body felt like being struck by lightning. That urgent report was stationed in the border Ning city. Zhang Yu great general's handwriting, the content and the messenger soldier said no different. The reason why the Black Dragon army stationed at the border would be routed was because the Black Dragon army was not prepared for the sudden night sneak attack by Jin. In addition, I don't know what happened, but at first it was clear that there were 100,000 Black Dragon army troops guarding Ning city, but they suddenly disappeared by 10,000 to 20,000 people. Although he didn't lose many soldiers and horses, it still caused problems with the Black Dragon army's formation, and even when defending the city, there were many flaws, and in the end, Jin's army seized the opportunity to directly take down Ningcheng. Since there were quite a few of Jin's 200,000 troops, and the Black Dragon army was routed time and time again, they lost 5 cities in a row. This was still news from 4 days ago, for it had taken the messenger soldiers precisely that long to expedite the military information 800 miles to Emperor Wu's hands. One can only say that Jin advanced too quickly, breaking 5 cities in a row in almost one night. Luckily, the intelligence said that the attack of Jin's army stopped later, and that they might need to fight again after resting. However, since the palace was too far from the border, Emperor Wu did not know what was going on in the northeast of Dawa today. Damnable GE, do you really think that I, Do Wu, have no one? Emperor Wu also learned that the Jin army this time led by none other than Emperor Ge of Jin, actually have been imperial troops. It seems that they really want to fight with Da to the death. At this point, Emperor Wu clearly remembered that when Li Yi was around before, Jin didn't even dare to move a single soldier. Did he really do something wrong? No sooner had the idea been born in his mind than he dismissed it outright. He was the emperor of Dawu. How could he be wrong? It's just that now that it's happened, it's only right that he has to fix it. But the question arises as to who to send with support. Just as he was torn, a burly general on the stage stepped forward. Your Majesty, my General Pan Feng is willing to lead troops to support and destroy this 200,000 strong army of Jin. By the way, kill the might of that Jin Emperor. Chapter 36, Pan Feng, I'll give you 300,000 troops. At those words, Emperor Wu subconsciously turned his head toward the stage. Looking at Pan Feng's confident look, he nodded in relief at this point. Well, it's true that there are no cowards in my Dao. Pan Feng was not a general that Li Yi had ever brought out, but he was as usual a veteran general of their Dao, and was likewise their Dao's present-day Xingui Grand General. It can be said to have received the highest honor and title of a military general. Some years ago, when Li Yi led his troops to conquer the neighboring forces, it's not like he didn't contribute at all as the Emperor of Dawu. In other words, Li Yi alone couldn't defeat the entire Dao's kingdom. He, Li Outyen, also took a lot of trouble in those years. For example, almost all of the land in the south of Dao now was snatched by him by sending his army over there. And back then, he was the one who appointed Pan Feng as the commander-in-chief, and he made a great success in the south. Looking at Emperor Wu's relieved appearance on the stage, Lin Shi below frowned slightly. It was obvious that the other party really wanted Pan Feng to bring his troops forward to support them. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but open his mouth to warn. Your Majesty, Jin has sent 200,000 troops this time, so it's obvious that they prepared for this. So the old minister suggests sending an extra general to accompany General Pan. It's more stable that way, too. At the sound of the voice, Pan Feng felt a little embarrassed about his face and asked in displeasure. Left Minister, what do you mean by that? Could it be that you don't trust me? Pan Feng? General Pan misunderstands. The old minister is not distrusting your ability. It is because this is a big matter, and it would be more appropriate to have one more person to assist you. Pan Feng didn't see it that way. In his opinion, it was just a small Jin country. If they hadn't led an army to suddenly attack Dawu, it would be impossible for their mighty Dawu dynasty to lose 5 cities just like that. The reason why he disliked Lin Shi's proposal was not only because he felt underestimated, but also because this time it was a good opportunity for him, the great general of Xinguo, to make a merit. Since Li Yi was abolished not long ago, he had the name of Great General of Xinguo. But after that, there was no more country or power that dared to mess with his great martial dynasty. Although this is indeed very good news for the people of Dao, as their lives will be more stable and they won't have to worry about war anymore. But this is for their military generals, is considered to be completely cut off from the channel of ascension, because without merit the emperor cannot give you a promotion, or there is no reason to do so, and he had always coveted the title of Duke of State, a position that was second only to that of a prince or marquis. Most importantly, in their Dawu dynasty system, the Duke of State was able to be exempted from paying taxes, which was also very attractive to him, and with the title of Duke of State, in the future, as long as he continued to make meritorious achievements, he might be crowned as a king of a different name someday, though he was still very far from that goal today. It wasn't that there wasn't one. Moreover, in Pan Feng's opinion, Lin Shi is the back door to sit on the state duke, so his heart has always been unconvinced by this, that Li Yi was once the light of the day or higher than him, even after the loss of martial arts, but also to support Lin Shi sat on the state duke, which makes him old long ago upset. Thus, Pan Feng once again asked for orders from Emperor Wu on the stage. Your Majesty, please believe in my general. One man with an army will be able to annihilate the Jin army, and after that, my general will also continue to attack Jin's mainland to make them pay for their recklessness this time. Speaking here, Pan Feng's heart crossed and he continued in a stern voice. As long as your Majesty grants permission, I will definitely be able to directly destroy Jin this time. When the tone fell, all the officials and ministers present drew in a breath of cold air. They didn't feel that Pan Feng was talking big words, but were surprised that the latter was so ruthless. But it was his last sentence that managed to speak to Emperor Wu's heart. Emperor Wu was truly infuriated by this betrayal of Jin and their counterattack on Dawu. He felt that he really gave that Jin a face. If he didn't punish him severely this time, then there would be a second power against him in the future. This was the last thing Emperor Wu wanted to see, so he directly agreed with Pan Feng. I'll allow it, as long as you can do it, General Pan. There's no harm in directly destroying this tiny Jin country. Hearing this, Pan Feng was very happy in his heart, knowing that His Majesty intended to let him alone lead the troops on the expedition. Please rest assured, Your Majesty, I will guarantee with my head that this expedition will not only drive the Jin army out of Dao, but will also destroy their gene state. Good. Then I will give you 300,000 troops this time. Hearing this, Pan Feng's heart couldn't be happier, and had even written it on his face. At first, he thought that His Majesty would give him an army of 200,000 at the most, because their Dao weapons and equipment were better than those of other countries, and it would not be a problem for them to deal with the small Jin country. Even if destroying Jin isn't enough, with an oracle from His Majesty, he can unite with the Black Dragon army on the border to counterattack Jin. Unexpectedly, His Majesty gave him 300,000 troops on the occasion, knowing that he had never led such a large number of troops before. After all, at one time the main force of Dao was in the hands of Li. He then led an army of 200,000 at a time, but at that time, even though he was the commander-in-chief, as usual, he was followed by a number of generals, which sort of stole a lot of the limelight from him. This time, there was no one to steal the limelight, so he was able to let go and have a big fight with Jin. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your fulfillment," he said with a happy arch. Seeing Pan Feng so pleased with himself, Lin Shi's brows stayed locked. He could clearly remember that Pan Feng led an army of 200,000 to the south back then, and eventually did achieve a great victory. But in the process, Pan Feng never encountered any regular army. At that time, the southern part of Dao was just occupied by quite a few bandit forces, because it can be all mountainous over there. So, instead of saying that Pan Feng helped Dao fight back then, it is better to say that he just went to fight the bandits, or sent 200,000 troops to fight the bandits. But now that His Majesty's will had been decided, if he were to speak out to stop it, he would surely cause the other party to resent him. Knowing that in the previous days, he had been disagreeing with the marriage between his daughter Lin Ruyan and the third prince, which had already displeased Emperor Wu, any further words would surely be met with misfortune. It's just that the matter has never been resolved, and Lincer has always had a headache about it. He always did not want to carry ungrateful scolding. Wants Li to his Lin family to pay so much, how can he be unkind and unrighteous? Well, Ruyan these days also did not mention again his marriage with the third prince Li Mingchen, has been reading in the study said to participate in this year's poetry meeting, so he, as a father, was able to catch his breath, and he was really afraid that his daughter would mess with him. His daughter had lost her birth mother at a young age, so he felt he had always owed her. If Ruyan kept messing with him, he didn't really know what to do. It's just a matter of letting it go. 2 more days passed. Li Yi sighed and Nye Wujing, whose body was gradually improving, watched the people of Great Qin clearing the land outside Huangzhou. Nye Ing was also accompanying him, and the scene was very cozy. Not long after, looking at the fertile land that the people had opened up, Nye Wudi couldn't help but stare in disbelief. "I really didn't think the land could be so fertile here too. Your Majesty, you really chose a good place." Chapter 37 Omu, the man who got himself into trouble. Hearing this, Li Yi just gave a dry laugh. "Oh, maybe I'm just more lucky." Nye Endless didn't think much about it, because he thought the same thing. Only Nye Ing, who was standing on the side, was now looking at Li Yi with a complicated gaze. She always felt that the other party was hiding something. She had grown up in Zoe and had never heard of any land here that was just right for farming. Even the only part of Zojiran's previous arable land was all land that his father's Khan had spent a lot of manpower and material resources on, constantly trying to pick out. Though none of them in the north were highly educated, they knew, as usual, which lands had soil suitable for farming, and which lands were so completely unsuitable that not even grass could grow. After choosing the right land, they, Zoron, still needed to pull in large quantities of water from among the White River, hundreds of miles away. Eventually, with a lot of water and nutrients, it was transformed into arable land that was sort of barely suitable for farming. The reason why the process is so difficult is because not only is the climate not good on this side of the north, the soil is also very dry and there are no rivers nearby. This makes it less common to find grass, let alone food, and there is frequent exposure to wind and sand. As for the territory of Johorn, although it had once taken time and effort to dig a number of wells, the water in the wells was the root of the people. If this life-preserving water is used to irrigate the farmland, and there is a drought in the future, then the people will not last long enough to run out of food because they will die of thirst in advance. So this led to, they Zoron before the process of planting very difficult. The harvest compared to the central plains is also much worse. Food is often not enough to eat. As a result, they, Zoron, could only rely on hunting again before to solve the food problem of the whole tribe. The available hunting for food can be very precarious, and many people end up freezing and starving, especially in the winter without food. Many people can't hear over it. It is all these reasons, her father that year hit up the idea of the Central Plains region of Dao, in order to want to see some of the land that can be cultivated. to solve the food crisis in Zoron. Only, they ended up losing at the hands of Li. Every time she thought of this, Nyang breathed a sigh of relief in her heart, while she couldn't help but think secretly, "It's a good thing father he's sensible. Otherwise he certainly wouldn't have agreed to submit to Great Qin." But it was also because of what had happened before that Nyang was well aware that her father and the entire clan of Zoron had always wanted arable land that could feed them. Previously, no matter how much they searched, they Zoron had not found a single good plowed field in their own territory. However, today, Li brought them to the outside of Huangzhou City and just picked a piece of barren land at random and said that this site is very suitable for farming. Nyang still clearly remembers his original words. "Well, the feng shui here is good, and it's logical to expect good land." Having said this, he directly asked the people to start clearing out the land for cultivation here. Originally, she and her father hadn't had much hope, or had planned to continue transforming out farmland, but they hadn't expected to find fertile fields just a short time after digging. What made Nyang even more unbelievable was that the land was so fertile that it was all wet and muddy inside, clearly looking that dry on the surface. But she had learned from her father that it hadn't rained on the Johoran side for some time, even if it was still considered the rainy season. Retrieving her thoughts, Nyang looked at Li and murmured in her mouth, "Could it really be luck?" Nyang always had a feeling that it was something else, because ever since she followed Li from Dawu to the northern realm, all the difficulties in the middle of the journey were handled very smoothly. Also, Li's personality is just too strong. Ever since he established the Great Qin Empire, almost every day, top talents approached him, saying that they admired Li before coming to serve Great Qin. "Together, we will add to the strength of Great Qin, but aren't things going too well?" Just as Nyang was pondering, Li's voice suddenly came over. "Nyang, what's wrong with you?" At the sound of the voice, Nyang's thoughts were instantly pulled back to reality, so she explained in a panic, "No, I'm fine." Possibly because of her weakness, Nyang's face flushed red. Seeing this, Li only felt a little strange. Just now he saw Nyang frowning tightly, that's why he subconsciously opened his mouth to ask the latter. "I didn't realize that the other party was reacting in this way. And it was obvious that something was on his mind." Just when Li wanted to open his mouth again to make sure to Nyang that she was really fine, he was interrupted by the voice that came first from behind him. "Your Majesty!" The voice shouted so loudly that it froze the people who were opening up the field, and they joined Li in turning their heads to look in the direction from which the voice came, only to see that the person coming was none other than Yang Qi. Although the distance was far, Li could still see that Yang Qi had a smile on his face, and it was obvious that there was something good going on. As expected, when the other came to him, he couldn't wait to speak. "Your Majesty, my lord brings you good news." It was only just after saying this that he noticed the countless pairs of eyes around him looking at him, which made him instantly realize that he had lost his temper, and that his voice was a bit too loud just now. Fearing that his Majesty would be displeased, he instinctively wanted to open his mouth to explain, but Li spoke up first as if he knew what he was thinking. "It's okay, just tell me if you have any good news." After seeing that his Majesty wasn't angry, Yang Qi was relieved in his heart. "Your Majesty, news just came from Daewu's side that their northeastern border was attacked by the Emperor of Jin with his troops, and now at least 5 cities have fallen." As the tone fell, Li Yi's face did not have the slightest surprise, as this result was expected by him. The day before yesterday, he had already learned that some big countries had begun to draw a line with the Great Martial Dynasty. Not only did they declare to the outside world that they would no longer pay tribute, but they even cut off continued commerce and trade with Dao. At that time, Li Yi could see that all these countries were thinking of settling a good score with Daewoo because of his departure. He was the one who led the fight against these countries back then and did make them cede quite a bit of territory, while being clear that they were all very disgruntled, but they were probably all beaten out of their shadows by him. So even during the years he was invalidated, none of them dared to resist. However, he had only just left Dao a short time ago, and all of these strengths had already been contained. That's why Li Yi had guessed that there would be a counterattack on Daewoo to take back everything that once belonged to them. And he expected that there was absolutely no way that Jin was the only one that wanted to make a move, and that the other powers were most likely waiting and watching before. Now that Jin has acted openly, I'm sure those forces will take the opportunity to bite Daewoo. Let's just leave aside the fact that they are doing this because they want to reclaim their territory and face. There is also the more important point that after Emperor Wu came to power, he constantly suppressed these countries, thinks they are just outsiders and are going to be beneath them in Dao. To put it more bluntly, the role of the existence of these foreigners was to serve their Daewoo dynasty, or him, the Emperor of Daewoo. As a result, the persecution of other countries has deepened over the years. It was like a spring. The lower the pressure, the greater the force of rebound would be at that time, and the backlash suffered by Daewoo would be stronger. If Emperor Wu had left some leeway in his behavior, perhaps this would not have been the outcome. It's just self-inflicted. Chapter 38, Wu Sheng and Shen Guang are blocked on the road. Li Yi hadn't wanted to put his mind on this. After all, he was no longer related to Wu now. Back then, when he lost all his martial arts skills, that Emperor Wu took the opportunity to divide his power even if the people of Wu did not speak out for him. You know, the reason why these people can have a later peaceful life can be because he led the soldiers to fight. Even during the previous dynasty of Chu, these people still had to suffer from frequent wars. After all, that place was the Central Plains, which was very rich in terms of resources, good land, water, etc., and could easily be targeted by neighboring countries or powers. Li Yi had taken this into consideration in the beginning, so he led his troops to fight all the forces in the Circle of Da, which made the people of Da a bit carefree and peaceful nowadays. However, ever since he was relegated to commoner status by Emperor Wu, those people would only drop stones one by one. This was all what he had heard with his own ears from those people after he had escaped from the palace. Even if you go to a restaurant for a meal, you can hear the waiters and customers talking about it. Of course, all the words were accusations against him, so Li Yi had long been completely chilled and no longer had any illusions about Wu. All he needed to do now was to develop Great Qin at ease, and wait until the day when the Great Qin dynasty was prosperous and strong. He could enjoy the life of an emperor. Li Yi's own emotions were fairly stable, but the others around him were incredibly agitated. Nia Ying, in particular, directly opened her mouth and sneered. It's true that good has its reward and evil has its retribution. Emperor Wu had it coming to him. Your Majesty, you helped him so much in the beginning, as well as those ordinary people in Wu, but I didn't expect that these people wouldn't be grateful, and even kept bad-mouthing you behind your back. In my opinion, even if they get madly retaliated by other countries afterward, that's what they deserve. When these words came out, Yang Qi, who had just wanted to voice out for His Majesty, directly chose to be silenced. He had also thought to spit a few words at the people of Wu, but he hadn't expected Niang to speak so harshly, especially mentioning Emperor Wu, because in Yang Qi's opinion, Emperor Wu, no matter what, was once His Majesty's father. Even if the relationship had been severed, he didn't dare to badmouth Emperor Wu like Niang did in this manner, as he was afraid of upsetting His Majesty. In fact, Niang also realized that something was wrong after she finished her words. She obviously had nothing substantial to do with Li Yi either, but her reaction just below was bigger than everyone else's. Not only that, but she had noticed her father, as well as the clansmen around her, looking at her with strange faces. Feeling embarrassed, Nia Ying's pretty face had begun to rapidly heat up, and she no longer even dared to look into the eyes of the people around her, instinctively giving herself a defense. Why are you all looking at me like that? I'm just not used to seeing the ingratitude of these people from Wu. Nia Wudi knows his own daughter's temperament. If irrelevant things, she will not care more, even if for others feel injustice. At most mouth casually say a few words, but definitely not as agitated as just now, as if she was the one who had suffered the injustice, and the news had raised her eyebrows. Obviously, she was heartily happy for Li Yi, which was also considered to be an outlet for the latter. I'm sure my heart is in the right place. This was something that Nia Wudi had seen a few days ago, or else he wouldn't have said that he would entrust Nia Ying to him in front of Li Yi at that time. It's just that this daughter of his never said exactly how she saw Li Yi back then, but no matter what kind of decision Nia Ying made, he would support it unconditionally. It's just that Li Yi didn't seem to have that aspect in mind for this daughter of his. It looks like the old man is going to have to broker a deal out of this. Just as Nia Wudi was wondering in his mind how exactly he should obtain this outstanding son-in-law, Li Yi spoke up at this time. I don't care what happens on Wu's side. We'll just get by on our side. As long as we work together, the Great Qin dynasty will surely prosper, and then the people of Great Qin will also live a life free of food and clothing. Hearing Li Yi's words, Nia Wudi instantly felt moved. This was the life he wanted his people to live, and this is the goal that the people of the whole world have been striving to achieve. Your Majesty, old man, I will assist you unconditionally in accomplishing this goal. Nia Wu had previously thought that he wouldn't be able to see, on his deathbed, his clansmen living a life of plenty of food and clothing. But now it was different. He thought that as long as he fully supported Li Yi and followed his guidelines to develop Great Qin, this kind of day would definitely not last long. Immediately afterward, even Nia Ying, Yang Qi, and the other Great Qin people present all spoke in unison. Your Majesty, we will all support you unconditionally. The crowd's words infected Li Yi, and then he made a promise. You may rest assured that I will not let you down. In the territory of Dao, Pan Feng's side had already assembled a main army of 300,000 and was marching towards the northeast. The reason he was able to gather a good 300,000 troops to go out in just 2 days was precisely because the Wu army was very densely divided, with military camps all over the country. In other words, the army was strong and spread all over the Dawu dynasty. In addition to a portion of the Dao Black Dragon army guarding the border, most of the other main forces were spread out in the cities around the Imperial City. This was to protect the Imperial City on the one hand, and to facilitate the mobilization of the main army, as well as to strengthen the Emperor's control over Dao's military strength. After all, the main army was so close to the Imperial City, and something happened that Emperor Wu could quickly resolve, preventing someone from trying to steal the military power. On the road, Pan Feng led the march with a confident look on his face. Oh, this general will return with great success this time. As long as he could drive Jin's 200,000 strong army out of Dao, then he would be considered to have accomplished a great feat. And he thought that if he mentioned the matter of being a Duke of State to Emperor Wu in the future, the other party should also agree. If he then pursues the attack and destroys the entire state of Jin, it will really be considered a world-class achievement. You should know that even once Li Yi, as usual, did not overthrow Jin, as long as he, Pan Feng, succeeded, not only would he be able to securely sit in the position of Duke of State, but he would even have a chance to be named a king of a different surname in the future. Just as Pan Feng was thinking freely, a sudden explosion came from the sky far to his right. Boom! Since Pan Feng was too absorbed, he was startled by the blast. What the? Twisting his head toward his right front, he noticed several flashes of lightning in the sky over there, along with a couple of thunderclaps. It looks like it's going to rain in the east. I hope the heavens don't send the rain not to this general's side, or else it will delay the march and maybe even delay the military situation. Pan Feng did not think much about it. He had brought 300,000 troops this time, even if the delay in the military situation does not really matter. Anyway, no matter what, that ungrateful Jin army could be driven out of their Dao. He's just marching in peace now. Pan Feng was now thinking this in his heart, completely unaware of the torrential rain that had already fallen to the east of Dao. Now, the ranks of Wu Sheng and Chen Guang, who were traveling towards the east in the direction of Muyang, had been seriously hampered. The leading official, Li Ruyan, was sitting on his horse in a straw raincoat, urging the 1,000 people who had been chilled to the bone by the downpour. Keep on the road. If you don't arrive on schedule, this officer will take all of your heads. Chapter 39 Angry Li Mingchen. Immediately after his words were spoken, the officials and soldiers around him, also wearing straw raincoats, flung the whips in their hands. Pop! The crisp sound rang through the rain, sounding even harsher, especially in the fall when the weather turned cooler. Those people couldn't stop shivering. Even they didn't know if it was because of the cold or if they were startled by the sudden sound, but the rain was so heavy that their vision was so blurred that they had no time to think about anything else. Did you hear what my lord said? Hurry up and walk faster. Snap, snap, pop. The officials and soldiers all around raised their whips in their hands and threw out a crisp blast, in order to try to make these drags speed up their pace. The officers and soldiers know the Dao laws. If they couldn't arrive at the Muyang mine 5 days later, these pariahs in front of them would lose their heads, and even if they did, these officials and soldiers who were escorting them would also be punished. Of course, except that Lord Li Ruyan is not included, because he knows the governor on the Muyang side, and with just a few words he can bail him out. It was for this reason that those officers and soldiers around were more anxious than Li Ruyan. Nowadays, the two of them, Wu Sheng and Chen Guang, were walking at the very back of the group, and they both looked at the surrounding officials and soldiers with a cold face. It was clear that they were ordinary people who had been conscripted, but the treatment they were now suffering was almost like that of slaves, with no human rights at all to speak of. Those officers and soldiers were waterproofed by their straw raincoats and oil boots, plus they usually ate enough oil and water, but they made the people keep up with those of them. But which of the people in the field is not wearing straw shoes and cloth? Not to mention whether they have the strength to walk or not. It's good that they don't fall down when they walk on the muddy road after being constantly ravaged by the rain. Thinking about this, Wu Sheng felt incomparable injustice and developed a strong hatred for the Dawu court, especially to Emperor Wu. If he hadn't had to spend a lot of manpower and material resources to build him some kind of imperial tomb in advance, he and the rest of the people wouldn't have suffered all this. Then, just as he was thinking about what exactly he should do to get out of his current situation, a vain man beside him accidentally slipped and fell to the ground. My leg! His foot was also wrenched. Yet before he could get up from the ground, a whip came straight at him. Ah! The fatuous man screamed in pain and his face was on fire, but the officer who had hit him was still urging with a stern voice, "Get up quickly!" But since the man tried to stand up because his foot was broken, he could not do it at all. It was his abrasive appearance that caused the impatient officer to whip at his face again. Along with the man's screams, 2 marks appeared on his face, looking truly miserable. Perhaps because the commotion at the back was too great, causing many of the people to turn around and look this way, the speed of the procession instantly slowed down even more. Seeing this, the officer was afraid of causing displeasure to Lord Li in front of him, and in his anger, he intended to continue his hands, trying to urge the fatuous man to stand up quickly. Mother asterisk 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 her, you get your ass up. With that, a whip was swung towards the fatuous man's face. Seeing this, the surrounding people were all filled with righteous indignation. They all thought that this officer was so inhuman that it was obvious that the man's foot was injured and he could no longer even support himself on the ground. Next, when the fatuous man closed his eyes to meet the thorn-like whip, he did not feel any pain. Puzzled, he opened his eyes to find the officer suddenly frozen. With a sideways glance, he realized that it was Wu Shang who was holding the other end of the whip, catching it for him. The surrounding people were also surprised by this scene, obviously not expecting anyone to stand up for themselves. Even Chen Wang, who was on the side, was surprised, and at this moment, he could see a stream of blood oozing out of Wu Shang's hand, which was grasping the whip. Wu Shang, are you looking for death? After the officer returned to his senses, he looked at Wu Shang with an angry face, feeling that the other party was rebelling against him and slapping him in the face in public, especially the icy cold eyes when Wu Shang looked at himself. He was very upset anyhow, so he thought of grabbing the whip to teach this person a good lesson. Wu Shang is just a temporarily established cantonment chief. Do you really think you're some kind of big official? Just before he had the chance to do so, Chen Guang next to him hurriedly stepped forward to persuade him to make peace. This military master, my brother Wu Shang's head is more axial. He can see that this little brother's foot has been crooked. That's why he stood up to stop you. After all, it's not that this little brother doesn't want to stand up, it's that there's just no way out. So, I'll help this little brother up now to catch the road, so that it won't slow down the group's journey. Saying that, Chen Guang hurriedly helped the fatuous man up and pretended to be concerned on his mouth. Dahu, are you okay? The fatuous man shook his head after hearing this, and then spoke with a trembling voice. Thank you. Daho had just finished thanking him when a chiding sound came from the front. What are you doing back there? Hurry up. Hearing this, Wu Shang loosened his grip on the whip at the sign of Chen Guang's eyes. That official just scolded Wu Shang and the others because he didn't dare to delay any longer. Damn it, old me. I'll spare you for once. Why don't you hurry up and follow me? The crowd could only listen, and so did Wu Shang, but a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He used to be a native of Wu and had no choice but to come to Dahe to take refuge because of a sudden change in his family. Originally, I came here to make a break for it, but I didn't expect to end up like this. Some days ago, he failed to recover from the wind-cold disease, and it was exceptionally difficult for him to hurry, and if it had not been for the people around him assisting him together, he would not have been able to hold out until now. So now, looking at what the people are going through, he feels very bad in his heart and wants very much to help them get rid of this torture. Chen Guang's eyes dripped at this time, not knowing what things he was thinking about. In this way, the party had only traveled half a day towards the front when suddenly an officer and soldier scouting in the distance ran back in a panic. Lord Li is in trouble. The stone bridge in front of us has been collapsed by the water. What? Li Ruyan exclaimed, knowing that the nearest was only this road. If the stone bridge was washed away, the only thing they could do was to go around. But in that case, the odds were that they wouldn't be able to reach the Makwang mines as expected. It didn't take long before both Wu Shang and Chen Guang in the rear were informed of this, and they both looked at each other as if they had made some kind of decision. How could Emperor Wu, who was enjoying a state banquet at the palace, be aware of the trivial matters happening within the territory? Looking at the table full of mountains of food, he just felt entitled to be really good. Ever since he became the De Wu Emperor, he had hardly had any major worries other than worrying about the throne being snatched from him. Now that he was drinking the bird's nest, of course he didn't know that on the other side of the room, Li Mingchen, who was in the Biluo courtyard, was smashing everything in the room. Damn it, why does Father Emperor distrust me so much? He never made me the crown prince. What the hell are you dragging? Chapter 40 Letter of War from Huns. Li Mingchen had some regrets. Had he known that he wouldn't kick Li Yi out so early? It was because when Li Yi was around, his father had always drawn him closer, even though he had always been wary of the other side. To be honest, this made even the then Li Mingchen have the illusion that his father was doing it for him, wanting him, the most favored son, to be the crown prince. Most of all, father had mentioned it in front of him quite a few times. Before that, even his mother and queen were the same. Both of them were on the verge of training him as a future emperor, and Li Mingchen himself felt that the future was promising. It didn't occur to him that Li Yi had only left a short time ago, and his father's promise to make him the crown prince was delayed again and again. During this time Li Mingchen had been investigating privately and found that there were no ministers in the court who opposed making him the crown prince. Therefore he felt that his father was doing it on purpose, so he had to confide in his mother, trying to get the latter to talk about the matter in front of his father. but the end result was very unsatisfactory to him. Mother said that father was worried that if he set him up too early, it would cause resentment among some of the older ministers in the court. Since Li Yi's affair had just passed, Li Mingchen exploded at that time. This is not the same as the previous words. The old ministers who used to support Li Yi have long been forced to resign by his father, so there is no such thing as an old minister who is dissatisfied. Again, they have no reason to be upset. Obviously, it was just that his father didn't want to make himself the crown prince for the time being, and I'm afraid that he was also worried about him growing up to be the next Li Yi. Sure enough, father, he hasn't changed. Back then, it was because Li Yi, who was the crown prince, had an unlimited scenery and stole the limelight of Liao Dian as the emperor, so his father had always had a grudge and worry about it. Li Mingchen saw exactly this, so he tried to find ways to provoke the relationship between the two. The most serious one was when his father openly ordered Li Yi to withdraw most of his troops during his military campaign, which ultimately also led to Li Yi becoming an invalid. Originally, Li Mingchen felt that his father's jealousy and worry was only towards Li Yi, but now it seems that he himself cannot get rid of this fate. No, something has to be done. Li Mingchen didn't want to remain a prince, even if in the future, before Emperor Wu died, the probability was that the throne would be passed on to him. It's just that there are definitely variables in the middle, and he has to do something about it to make it work. Since his father was jealous of excellence, it was obviously impossible for him to sit on the throne of the crown prince if he wanted to take the test of merit. The only way to do that is to make the father fall ill. That way the other side is forced to set up a crown prince to oversee the country as well. The most suitable person nowadays was obviously him, the third prince, who was both a scholar and a martial artist, and at that time he might have the opportunity to ask his father to abdicate, and he would be able to sit in the coveted position of the emperor. In addition, he had always felt that Lin Ruyan was dragging her feet in not agreeing to the marriage contract because she had not become the crown prince of De Wu herself. This eye candy woman may not be able to see him for a while, but when he became an emperor, a woman like Lin Ruyan would still not obediently crawl into his bed. Thinking of this, Li Mingchen's heart crossed and he planned to just go for it. Father, he is a martial artist, so he doesn't usually get sick. The best way is to poison him. Oh, just put down a chronic poison that doesn't kill you. And then again, he's my father. Compared to Li Mingchen, there were no hooks on Li Yi's side. Another 3 days had passed, and now he was usually quite leisurely, apart from developing and remodeling Great Qin every day. Even his plan to unify the north was on track as it was. Of course, Li Yi also knows very well that things will never be so smooth afterward. The reason out of the major forces in the north has not taken a position. For example, Zhang, Zhou, Jiang, Su, and Ying, as well as the Xiongnu, Ichio, Rong, and Di tribes. They were all considered relatively large forces in the northern realm. What Li Yi was most concerned about was that the two biggest forces, Zhang and Xiongnu, didn't take a stance, as they were both the main targets for his own integration. Even if he was in conflict with the Huns, as long as the other party was in the northern region, then he had to take a stand before he could do so. They could of course choose not to agree, but Great Qin's iron horsemen would trample them to pieces. A short conflict for a better peace. Li Yi knew that the north thought that there were many forces, coupled with the scarcity of resources, not capable of robbing the great powers of the plains region. They could only infighting with each other to rob other forces of resources. Because of this, the forces on this side of the northern realm had always been in constant conflict, both before and now. When a tribe disappears, when a small country is overthrown, it can be said to be a common occurrence. This has led to a large number of casualties every year in the north. Despite the small population, and ordinary people living here are fearful and suffering from the war. That's why Li Yi was thinking of unifying the northern realm, so that not only would they be able to grow their Great Qin Empire, but also make peace with all the people here. It can be the best of both worlds. That day Li Yi inspected the progress of the construction of the palace as usual, but Yang Qi suddenly approached him. Looking at the other party's gloomy face, Li Yi knew it wasn't good news. Things were just as he expected. Yang Qi first saluted when he came to him and then opened his mouth to report. Your Majesty, the ruler of the state of Zhang has declared to the public that they, the state of Zhang, are not afraid of power and are bound to fight injustice to the end. Hearing this, Li Yi knew very well that Zhang would not submit to Great Qin and would not move away from the northern border. When you think about it, it's normal. No matter what, Zhang is the #1 country in the north, and they have many more cities than Zoron. So if they were to move away from the northern border, it was indeed unrealistic, and since they didn't move or submit, they must have wanted to fight to the end with their Great Qin. For this result, Li Yi is actually not surprised. The next step would be to martialize Zhang. Thinking about it, he suddenly saw what Yang Qi seemed to be holding in his hand, so he directly opened his mouth to ask. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Qi still handed out the item in his hand. Your Majesty, This is a letter of war from Xiongnu Shanyu. He was afraid that His Majesty would be unhappy to learn of this, and had been hesitant to say anything about it just now. Since Xiongnu dared to give a letter of war, it means that it is treating their Great Qin as an enemy, which is tantamount to provoking Great Qin's bottom line, and likewise challenging your Majesties. But what Yang Qi did not expect was that not only did Li Yi not get the slightest bit angry, but instead he laughed. I can't believe that the Huns know how to do that whole war letter thing too. I have to say that this Hun tribe is indeed hardened. It seems to be very unhappy about what happened last time. The last time the Huns' 200,000 strong army was destroyed by him, Li Yi knew that the Huns wouldn't cooperate afterward. After all, they are notorious for holding grudges. It was a 200,000 strong army, and I'm sure the Huns had long regarded it as a deep hatred. So in the end, it would be justifiable to choose to give Great Qin a letter of war. But that's not a wise choice. Li Yi sneered. He liked this kind of prick the most, especially when it was a big power being a prick. Then as long as the destruction of Xiongnu, I think the other forces will have to weigh their own choice of whether to return to the Great Qin. General Yang, you entrusted someone to bring a letter to Xiongnu Shanyu. Let's just say I accept this war cry. Chapter 41, Li Mingchen, steady. Yes, sir. After Yang Qi responded, he immediately went down to arrange this matter. Only his face was a bit gloomy when he left, because under the investigation the other day, he learned that the Huns originally had a huge army of 800,000. That's right, it's the whole 800,000. This is going to be really tricky. The reason they had so many troops wasn't because of a larger population, after all. They weren't even close to the population of a Jin. So the real reason was that the Huns were almost universal, though this universal did not include the old, the young, the women and the children. Even so, that's a terrible ratio. So it's understandable that the Huns could have an army of 800,000 men. If it were any other country or tribe, only a portion of their young and strong men could go to fill the army, and the rest would have to take up important roles in developing the economy. For example, farming, merchants, artisans, etc. Without them, the people would have problems even eating, wearing clothes, or even having their usual trade. One could argue that there is absolutely no way to develop the economy. This also does not allow for self-sufficiency. But the Han tribesmen were not in this traditional mode. They ate and clothed themselves except from hunting, and most of the rest came from looting. It's about plundering the resources of other powers. The Huns were wild and aggressive by nature, so they crushed other forces of the same strength by force. Therefore, looting is the fastest way for them to acquire resources. In this way, more people in the Han tribes would be keen to join the army, making looting more efficient as well. The Xiongnu can use this to grow stronger in a short time. And even though they were heavily defeated by His Majesty's troops a few years ago, they are now back to their strongest days. If it wasn't for the fact that His Majesty sat in Dao a few years ago, Yang Qi would have thought that the Huns would have been unable to hold back their vengeance long ago. Now that His Majesty left the strong Dao, that's why those Xiongnu dared to make war. Even though they didn't have 200,000 troops last time, they still had 600,000 left. But today, their De Qin's army, in total, added up to less than 200,000. So there is definitely a hard battle ahead. Thinking of this, Yang Qi, who had just left a short distance away, twisted his head to look at Li Yi behind him, and then his eyes instantly became firm. Even if the enemy has more troops, I believe that under your Majesty's leadership, my Great Qin will still be able to exterminate the Xiongnu. After Yang Qi left, Li Yi's brows furrowed slightly. Judging from Zhang's refusal to submit to Great Qin, as well as Xiongnu's letter of war to him, it was clear to him that things were heading in the worst direction. The North's former big brother and second brother, together, openly refused to submit, so the other powers would likely do as they were told, as there was a taller one on top. In fact, this was nothing. The most worrying thing was that these people would group together and fight against their Great Qin Empire together. If this were to happen, they, Great Qin, would almost have to take on half of the northern realm alone. And to be honest, this was not what Li Yi wanted to see. It wasn't that he was scared, but he had a feeling that things would be a bit of a pain in the ass to deal with. And of course he'd be happy to cooperate if he could. It's just that the reality of things was not what he'd hoped for. Humph. Since you won't cooperate, then I can only give you strength. It just so happened that he could also use this to verify just how terrifying the bonuses that his territory skills boosted to his army and weapons were in real combat. In the middle of his thoughts, a familiar mechanical tone suddenly sounded in his head. Ding! The Baku tribe has agreed to submit to Great Qin. Congratulations to the host for being one step closer to unifying the North. Rewarding the Divine Mechanism Battalion with 1,000 men. Hearing the system's broadcast, Li Yi was a bit surprised. Although it was said that when a power submitted to Great Qin before, the the system would give a certain reward regardless of the size of the other party's power. However, before it was all about resources such as military food, swords and ores. There wasn't a time like just now, when a 1,000-man divine mechanism battalion was directly given, and it was important to realize that this was much stronger than the previous rewards. As far as he knew, the Shinji battalion did not use cold weapons, but more advanced firearms. For example, cannons, fire rope guns, tenai guns, etc. These are almost always descending blows against cold weapons. The only pity was that the Shinji battalion given by the system was too few people. If he dared to give him more than 10,000 people, he would have sent out troops to annihilate the Huns by now. But now that there were only 1,000 men, he'd better develop the Divine Mechanism Battalion properly first. Li Yi's aim was to unify the north with the smallest cost. On this side of the De Wu Imperial Palace, Emperor Wu was in the middle of approving the Zhengfu. He was in a very bad mood right now because just now Lan Er had come to mess with him again, saying that so many days have passed. Why is there still no news of Er? Emperor Wu was also very distressed about this. A few days ago he had already sent people to the north to look for Li Yi because he really couldn't argue with Lu Minlan. But in such a short period of time, his people might not have run out of the territory's huge dao, and how could they bring back news of Li Yi? Although he had explained his thoughts to Lan Er, the latter just continued to mess with him as if she didn't understand. When he thought of the situation just now, Emperor Wu couldn't stop himself from sighing. Alas, Li Yi and the time have not seen you so attentive, and now that the person is gone you begin to care about it. This is not purely in the torture of me? Emperor Wu wouldn't dare to say this in front of Lu Minlan, or he wouldn't be able to rest peacefully tonight. If he hadn't coaxed Lan Er in a nice, low voice just now, the other party might have been angry with him until when? It was Lan Er who made this mess and delayed his handling of the Jinji. Therefore, Emperor Wu intended to take advantage of the free time in the afternoon to finish approving all these Zhengfu. A few hours passed and night began to fall. Emperor Wu, who was still in the Imperial study room at this time, had even already lit the oil lamps, intending to go back to rest after dealing with the last Zhengji. Who knew that just at this time, the door of the room was suddenly knocked on. "Father, my son begs to see you." Hearing that it was Li Mingchen's voice, Emperor Wu opened his mouth to respond without even thinking. "Enter." The next moment, Li Mingchen, who had a bowl of soup in his hand, pushed the door and walked in from outside. "Father, you've really worked hard, actually laboring in the Imperial study for the whole afternoon." Li Mingchen had a heartbroken look on his face while he quickly walked over to Emperor Wu. "This is the ginseng soup that my son specially had cooked. Drinking it will nourish your body. And please, Father, don't mind. Give it to drink while it's still hot." At the sound of his voice, Emperor Wu did not think much about it and reached out to take the ginseng soup handed over by Li Mingchen. "My son is so thoughtful." After saying this, Emperor Wu raised his hand and drank the bowl of ginseng soup. When Li Mingchen saw this scene, an imperceptible glint of strange light flashed in his eyes. As a matter of fact, this was not the first time he cooked ginseng soup for his father. Previously, in order to compete with Li Yi for favor, he used this way from time to time to draw closer to his father and mother. This approach also worked because not only were they touched, but even the court knew he was filial. And when that Li Yi, often years not in the side of the father and mother, so ultimately out of favor is also normal. When Emperor Wu finished the ginseng soup, Li Mingchen was ecstatic in his heart. Steady. Chapter 42, Li Yi, I'm a woman you can't afford, because inside this bowl of ginseng soup, he has already put a chronic poison. This poison is colorless and tasteless, and it is so rare that no one sells it at all on this side of the De Wu dynasty. As for him, Li Mingchen, being able to obtain it, he had asked for it from the group of people he had partnered with, who were not De Wu people. In the midst of his thoughts, Emperor Wu suddenly stood up from his dragon throne at this time, but suddenly his eyes went violently black. He stumbled and almost fell to the ground accidentally. Seeing this scene, Li Mingchen immediately stepped forward to support Emperor Wu. "Father, what's wrong with you?" He opened his mouth with a feigned look of urgency, the word concern seeming to be written all over his face. Only, Emperor Wu waved his hand at him unhappily. "What's the panic? I'm just sitting for too long. I got up violently and didn't stand still." Hearing this, Li Mingchen hurriedly loosened his supporting hand, while he let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Father obviously didn't notice. It seems that the person who gave him the poison didn't lie either. This poison can't even be detected by a first-grade master's drink. What's more, his father didn't have any attainments in martial arts. He was just an ordinary 7th-grade martial artist. Li Mingchen himself was a 7th-grade martial artist, and in this regard, he was considered to have inherited Emperor Wu completely. Only that Li Yi was an exception for some reason. Retracting his mind, Li Mingchen felt that since his purpose had been accomplished, it would be inappropriate to continue staying here for much longer. so as not to be detected as different. Father, then if you're not feeling well again, go see the eunuch. My son has suddenly remembered that he has things to do, so I will not continue to bother father here. After saying that, Li Mingchen saw that Emperor Wu didn't look too good, so he didn't wait for the latter to reply, so he directly turned around and walked towards the outside. As far as he knew, the chronic poison worked so well that it almost only needed to be poisoned once. For the next period of time, his father's health would deteriorate day by day until he fell ill in bed. Although this move was indeed dishonorable, Li Mingchen could no longer think of any other way, and it wouldn't take his father's life anyway. It was for this reason that Li Mingchen didn't feel much guilt in his heart. It was just that before he could walk out of the Imperial study, a secret guard suddenly surfaced at the door, which startled Li Mingchen. What made Li Mingchen even more angry was that he was clearly standing at the door, but that secret guard directly ignored him and quickly walked into the Imperial study. Seeing this, Li Mingchen was extremely upset. Even Emperor Wu was the same. Seeing that the dark guard didn't bow to him first, he couldn't help but want to immediately open his mouth to reprimand him. It was just that the dark guard had an anxious face, and as he walked to the center of the room, he hurriedly opened his mouth to report to him. Your Majesty, our secret guards have learned news about Li Yi. What news? Emperor Wu instinctively inquired. However, that dark guard's next words caused him and Li Mingchen, who hadn't stepped out of the room, to be shocked. Back to your Majesty. Nowadays there are many rumors outside of Dawu that Li Yi has already claimed the title of emperor in the northern realm of Johorn some days ago. What did you say? If he hadn't been close enough, Emperor Wu would have even thought he had misheard. Li Yi claimed the throne? These four words he recognized. Why they were combined together he found them incomparably unfamiliar, even going beyond his understanding. Li Mingchen's heart was even more shocked. There was no worse news than this. At one time, he had been thinking of catching up with Li Yi, and he was pulling out all the stops in order to prove that he was better than the latter. With his tireless efforts, he finally saw Li Yi relegated to the status of a commoner some time ago, and was even forced to flee the palace as a result. Previously, although he was worried that Li Yi would grow up and make a comeback one day after he fled, but at that time, Li Mingchen felt that the probability was not too great. Li Yi had become an invalid is already a fact. Even if he grows in the outside world, what point can he reach? He felt that even until he died of old age, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to wait for the day when Li Yi made a comeback. Reality, however, gave him a hard lesson. Li Yi, who had only left for less than a month, had actually already claimed the title of emperor in the northern realm. What speed this is! How amazing it is! Even Li Mingchen, who hated Li Yi, really felt somewhat ashamed of himself now. The unattainable dream of an emperor that was once out of reach for him was actually realized by Li Yi first. Thinking about this, Li Mingchen's heart was getting more and more unbalanced. At the same time he hated Li Yi even more. Why did he have to surpass him in everything? Isn't it good to be an honest invalid? Why do you still want to call yourself an emperor? Unbalanced in his heart, Li Mingchen still forced himself to calm down. As long as his plan could go smoothly, it wouldn't be long before he could be an emperor as well. And it's still the emperor of the Dawu dynasty. It is much better than Li Yi, the person who can only call himself an emperor in the north, because even if he utilizes the power of Zoron, he is still not enough to look at in front of Dao, or as if it were a mole. Li Mingchen felt much better in his heart at this time, but I'm afraid his father was not so good. Twisting his head, he saw Emperor Wu cackling with both fists even though he didn't say a word. He felt that Li Yi was slapping him in the face with this move. Li Yi, who he had just relegated to the status of a commoner not long ago, had actually claimed the title of emperor in such a short period of time, which was nothing but a statement that he had no vision. Emperor Wu knew very well that since he claimed the title of emperor that he absolutely had to have his own territory. Li Yi obviously already possessed it, and that alone was enough to show his ability. So Emperor Wu was very angry. He was now somewhat regretting that he should not have hastily relegated Li Yi to the status of a commoner, so that the latter would not have been forced to leave the palace, leading to so many subsequent events. He should have been more magnanimous in the first place and just deprived Li Yi of his crown prince position and just let him be a useless prince. Or maybe he should have sent those old guys after the other party without any stint when Li Yi escaped. These people are the backbone of their Dao royal family. Even if the chief of the Dark Guard's row poop, according to the reasoning at that time, can easily bring back Li Yi. But it's too late to say anything now. Holding on to the last vestige of fondness in his heart, Emperor Wu once again opened his mouth to ask the Dark Guards, are the rumors true? 1,000 times over. For this news, almost everyone outside of Dawu knows about it. The Dark Guard looked determined as he said this, but after waiting for a few breaths, he hesitated and finally burst out with a fierce news. By the way, Your Majesty, I heard that before Li Yi claimed the throne, he also brought a mysterious army to exterminate the 200,000 strong army of Xiongnu. and saved Zoron, who was almost overthrown. That's why the Zojirans embraced him as emperor. As the words fell, Emperor Wu sat his butt back on the dragon seat, his gaze incomparably complex. He completely suppressed his astonished heart, not realizing that Li Yi, isolated in the Imperial City for so many years, still had such a terrifying army that he was able to exterminate the 200,000 strong Hun army. Now he was a little glad that he had gotten rid of Li Yi ahead of time, or else this mysterious army might have dealt with him at some point. It was just that Emperor Wu also had some regrets. Had he known that he had controlled Li Yi as a person in the first place, he would not have let the tiger return to the mountain as he did now. In order to worry about this matter terrifying the people, Emperor Wu directly ordered the shadowy guard. First, release the news to the outside world that Li Yi has claimed the title of emperor in the northern realm, and rigorously spread the rumor that his mysterious army has destroyed the 200,000 strong army of the Xiongnu. Emperor Wu decided so because he wanted to use Li Yi's claim to the throne to suppress the latter yet show his former war power. It would definitely lead to a lot of trouble once the people knew about it. And so it was. For the next few days, the matter of Li Yi claiming the title of emperor in the north was already well known within the Dawu territory. To say that the only person who didn't know was Lin Ruyan, who kept herself locked up in her room and read every day. It wasn't long before the poetry festival started, and she had to make time to study for it. Li Yi, as long as this young lady shines at the poetry festival, by then everyone will know that I, the #1 talented woman in Dawu, is a woman that you will never be able to reach. Father, he will also understand my choice, and let him know that choosing to withdraw from you was the wisest choice of his life. Lin Ruyan thought this in her heart, completely unaware that outside the room, Lin Shi was pacing non-stop. He had been hesitant to tell his daughter that Li Yi was already in the north as an emperor. Chapter 43, The World Family Terminator appears. As his father, Lin Shi was well aware of Ruyan's strong character. Therefore, he feared that after telling the other party about it, the latter might not be able to accept it for a while. Back then, the reason why Ruyan had always wanted to withdraw from the marriage with Li Yi was that Li Yi, her future husband, had lost all his martial arts skills and had become a complete invalid. Of course there's more to it than that, such as the subsequent rumor that Li Yi had given himself up in the palace and often did some sneaky things. Even though it was just a rumor, most of them thought it was true since the royal family never did anything to make the rumor go away. As time festered, after that, Li Yi's reputation was all stinky, and he was even on the verge of being reduced to a waste. It's this set of reasons that led to his own daughter's inability to accept a marriage down the line. According to the situation at that time, Li Yi was indeed like that for the rest of his life, but Ruyan always wanted to marry a talented man with a future. But Li Yi, who was disliked by his daughter, is now directly claiming the title of emperor in the northern realm. If this matter was known by Lin Ruyan, then she would definitely feel bad in her heart and might regret her previous decision to withdraw from the marriage. Just things have already happened. Even if then regret will not have any effect. In the end Lin she still intends to still hide it from his own daughter first. Alas, one step at a time. Lin Shi sighed. After remembering how he was supported to become the duke of the country he also looked guilty. It's just that perhaps my Lin family will never be able to repay Li Yi's favor again in this lifetime. Lin Ruyan in the boudoir is still imagining things, but the outside world has already made a mess. Those people of Da had been discussing for days because of the news of Li Yi's claim to the throne. At first, they definitely all didn't believe it, thinking that it was questionable whether Li Yi, a lost dog who escaped from Dawu, could survive in the northern realm. How is it possible to have the ability to claim an empire in the north in a short period of time? It is with this in mind that most people doubt the veracity of the message. It was not until someone within the imperial court revealed the news that the matter of Li Yi claiming the title of emperor was investigated by the secret department and had long been known outside of Dawu. Now the people of Da were no longer skeptical, but just found the matter a bit shocking. Even after a few days had passed they still felt so. At the same time, they were all feeling a little beat up. Previously, they had all privately predicted that Li Yi would be hunted down by various forces soon after he left Dawu, as he did have quite a few enemies. It was reasonable to say that without the shelter of the great martial dynasty, the people of the other forces would have torn him apart long ago, but the reality shocked their jaws off. To be able to claim an empire in the land of Zoron, then there was obviously some strength in it. After all, the people also knew about Zoron back then, as well as their Zoron princess, and it was reasonable to say that Zoron and Li Yi were enemies. However, in the end, the Zojiran people were able to support Li Yi as the emperor, which was obviously something happened, just that the vast majority of the people were not aware of it. However, it is a fact that Li Yi has claimed the title of emperor. At this time, in a crowd on the streets of the Imperial City, a hesitant and unattainable drunken youth opened his mouth with some jealousy. It's really hard to understand why a wastrel like Li Yi can casually claim the title of emperor while I can't. Once these words came out of his mouth, the other people around him were startled and looked at them like little cuties, looking at the youth as if he were a cutie. They really didn't expect that someone would dare to make such a rebellious statement in the middle of the Imperial City, saying you want to claim the title of emperor at the feet of Dawu Tianzi. What's the difference between you and looking for death? After noticing the youth had a scholarly air about him, and the way he was drunk in the middle of the day, it seemed clear to the crowd why he was like that. I think he had the misfortune of failing in the imperial examination not long ago. It is important to realize that before Li was relegated to the status of a commoner, Emperor Wu launched a nationwide imperial examination for the purpose of selecting talents. As long as the people who knew better, it was clear that this was Emperor Wu's preparation in advance for the devaluation of Li. With more talent in Dawu, there will be even less need for Li, who has become an invalid. No one expected that this invalid would kill his brother and rebel, and Emperor Wu had no choice but to relegate him to the common people in advance. After the last imperial examination, many candidates who failed the examination broke down and spent every day in the taverns of the Imperial City to drink away their sorrows, and there were even people who could not think of committing suicide. But today they have seen a more courageous person in front of this young scholar actually made a death to, said in broad daylight to be the emperor. If such treacherous words were heard by the court, he would certainly lose his life. The surrounding people who thought of this place wanted to stay away from this death-defying youth. They didn't want to get into trouble, but they had only just dispersed when two people in the crowd didn't make a move, and the next thing they knew, they were even walking towards the young man. Seeing the two approaching, the youth spoke blankly. What are you guys doing over here? Burp. Just after the words were spoken, one of them directly stepped forward and punched the youth in the face, directly knocking him to the ground. It doesn't matter what we are. What matters is that you dare to think of rebellion in broad daylight, simply looking for death. After saying that, the two of them punched and kicked the drunken youth, and only dragged him away when they had beaten him half to death. The people all around looked dumbfounded. Although these two had never revealed their identities, it was not difficult to hear from their words that they were courtiers, and the youth was dragged away in the direction of the nearest courthouse. Some of the more daring ones can't help but open their mouths and spit now. This is too much of a dog for them to have been eavesdropping on our conversations in the guise of ordinary people. Just after saying this, he didn't dare to continue staying in the same place for much longer. From the way that youth was treated just now, it wasn't hard to see that the other party would definitely be lifeless. Most of the people around them also chose to keep quiet, and even began to scatter to their homes, for no one knew if there would be any more such courtiers hiding in the crowd. If they misspeak again, they may not be alive either. But no one noticed that not far from a corner, a middle-aged scholar with a very heavy scholarly aura on his body was looking angrily at the youth being dragged away. Humph. If it weren't for the fact that your mid-ranking students had already been internally determined, how could we have fallen off the list? And how could we have been reduced to this? Huang Zhao remembered that he had spent most of his life participating in the imperial examinations, from the previous dynasty Dechu to the current Dawu. Every time it is clear that he should be on the list, but time and time again, he failed. Originally, I thought I was unlucky or not strong enough, but after investigation, he realized that the original vacant official positions in the dynasty has long been monopolized by the family. Even if there are imperial examinations, that the examiner or reviewer are their people, and Emperor Wu, who was on the throne, had been ignoring this, making the people of the lineage underneath go even further. Huang Jiao thought that since he couldn't get into the Imperial City on the exam, he would kill his way in. He intends to leave for his hometown today, sell all the salt in his house for money, and use it to privately expand an armed organization. This was because not long ago, he had heard whispers from his close friends that the remnants of the once great Chu were planning to organize an uprising. Therefore, Yellowhorn was prepared to expand to his own people and then find an opportunity to join in as well. Bah! What 1,000-year-old family? This time I'll let you all break your roots. Chapter 44 Joint Crusade against Great Qin. Nowadays, the Dawu dynasty seems to be very calm except for the borders, but in reality, there are also dark currents within. Not so long ago, people used to gather together in some areas, but they soon dispersed again. Therefore this did not attract the attention of the court, and now those people gathered together again. But this time not only did they not disperse, but they even took up arms. The first thing they did was to eliminate the local officials and all forces related to the Dawu court, eventually raising the war flag of the previous dynasty, the Great Chu dynasty. The slogan against Wu and Restore Chu was sounded. Li Yi, who was in the northern realm of Deqin, was still unaware of what was happening in Dawu, because he still had to deal with this side of the issue. He had no time to care about Dabu, who was no longer connected to him. Not long ago, Li Yi received the news brought to him by his eyes on the Hun side. Those Huns, although culturally backward and with survival habits like wild beasts, hunting other people inhumanly, Had to be said that they were indeed practical fighters. Not long after the war letter had been issued, the Xiongnu had already assembled an army of 500,000 men, ready to march towards their side of Great Qin. They only left 100,000 troops in the tribe. To be honest, this is something that Li Yi did not expect. It seems that the Huns are really warlike, so much so that they are on the verge of moving out all the troops at home, and it seems that they really want to play with Great Qin. Of course, this also allowed Li Yi to smell an opportunity. When the enemy arrived, he would send his men directly to steal the home and try to eradicate them all. At this moment, Li Yi, who was standing on the wall of San City, was conceptualizing a plan to deal with the Xiongnu in his mind. Shacheng is the northernmost border city of Qin, again the closest end to the Huns, and it was sacked last time, but then it was guarded by the Zojiren garrison. Now that they are garrisoned by their Great Qin army, Li Yi is confident that those Huns will not be able to step in again. Just as he was pondering, a general of the dragon cavalry came running from the distance, then reported respectfully to him, "Your Majesty, the walls have been repaired and the 2 city defense cannons have been successfully installed." Hearing this, Li Yi nodded in satisfaction. Well done. Take me over there and take a look." The general nodded after hearing this, and with that, he led Li Yi towards a short distance away. One should know that since the last time San City fell, the walls here were in a state of disrepair in addition to the city gates being breached. Therefore, on the second day after Li Yi got the top architects, he let the ordinary craftsmen and a part of the dragon cavalry cooperate together to build the city wall. There was no way around it. The original city wall was broken in too many places, and the amount of work needed was so great that the generals could only work hard to help. He will not let the generals work for nothing, in addition to adding military pay to their original base, but also have meat and wine to eat and drink at all times. It was because of his generosity that the generals were very active. Based on the principle that there is strength in numbers, Li Yi all agreed to their participation in repairing the city wall. Previously, when some small forces in the north submitted to Great Qin, the system could reward itself with quite a lot of wine, meat, grain, and so on. So these consumptions, he was holding up perfectly. Moreover, his goal in the future was to make the soldiers and people of Great Qin able to eat meat and grain at all times. It was just that Li Yi knew very well that he would not be able to accomplish this goal if he only relied on the system rewards. Therefore, when this storm passed, he was going to develop Great Qin's agriculture and animal husbandry in a big way. Because of the situation, he had to prioritize the development of his military power in order to do so. Retracting his thoughts, Li Yi walked to one of the walls, and looking at the blackened gun barrel in front of him, he couldn't help but reach out and knock on it. Dang! Clang! An ethereal voice rang out, and Li Yi was getting more and more satisfied the more he looked at it. Looking at the people of the Divine Mechanism Battalion on the side, as well as those top-notch craftsmen, he did not mince words in praising them. "I really didn't expect you guys to be able to make it in such a short period of time. I'm deeply gratified. It's been a lot of hard work. This city defense cannon is exactly what the Divine Mechanism Battalion has been working together with various top craftsmen to produce these days. It was a good thing that they all had proven techniques, so they were able to make it in such a short time. And of course the special crafting tools given by the system also got the credit. Although there are only 2 of them, their power is not to be underestimated, because the prototype of this city defense cannon is the famous Red Razor cannon, which can be set on the city wall through modification." Retracting his thoughts, Li Yi continued to command the men of the Divine Mechanism Battalion, as well as the surrounding craftsmen. "You continue to invest more, without estimating losses and costs, in the vigorous production of firearms such as these city defense guns, and the shells or bullets they correspond to." "Yes." After those men responded, they retired, intending to do as His Majesty requested. And the reason why Li Yi made such an arrangement was that he thought that since he had the ability to make firearms, he definitely had to go into production in a big way. As long as there are enough firearms and artillery shells, then when the Huns or some other large army comes to attack the city defense guns will just blast the out of it. What carbon-based organism can carry it? In this way, it just also compensated for the shortcoming of his lack of troops, and it would also reduce the casualties of the generals. The only problem that would then need to be solved is the number of firearms. Theoretically, if there were enough of them, they could deal with any powerful army, even De Wu's million Black Dragon army. Recovering his chaotic thoughts, Li Yi began to inspect the newly repaired city wall, looking much stronger than before. This was all due to the top architects who possessed building skills that were so much better than the original Zojiren architects. So this time the repaired wall was superior to the previous one in both material and structure, and was better able to withstand the enemy's attack. Afterward, Li Yi inspected the new gates under the city that had just been installed not long ago, and their sturdiness really did not disappoint him. Just when he wanted to continue inspecting the city defenses elsewhere, Niaing approached him. Li knew very well that if Niaing was fine she would never specifically look for herself. Sure enough, Niaing reported directly to him afterward. Your Majesty, the Aizen Zhang brought back news not long ago that they've been building up their army these days, and as for the purpose it's unknown. Li laughed coldly upon hearing this. Oh, what's so unknown? Isn't it just trying to deal with our great Qin? Maybe, they've collaborated with the Huns. Niaing was shocked in her heart. She originally just thought that Zhang was doing this, probably just worried about Great Qin sending out troops to clean them up for defense. I didn't expect these people to be so bold as to want to join the Huns in targeting Great Qin. To be honest, this was the first time Niaing had seen this situation. What surprised her was not that someone was targeting Great Qin, but that someone dared to cooperate with the Huns. You know, even once when Li Yi led his troops to sweep the northern border, none of the forces cooperated with the Xiongnu. Your Majesty, the Huns are brutal by nature, and coupled with a thoroughly infamous reputation, there shouldn't generally be any forces willing to cooperate with them. Li Yi understood what Niaing meant, but then he pointed out the essence of the matter. No, that's just the appearance you're talking about. In fact, each power is only concerned with its own interests. Since my unification of the Northern Realm has harmed the interests of the Xiongnu and Zhang, it's not impossible for them to cooperate. Speaking here, Li Yi paused for a moment and then continued, also following this line of thinking. It's not hard to guess that the other forces in the north that haven't expressed their submission to Great Qin may not be long before they join forces as well. Crusade together against Great Qin. Chapter 45 Wu Shang and Chen Guang fleeing for their lives? Niaing's face changed violently. Obviously she was shocked by Li Yi's words. In her opinion, if this really happened, their Great Qin would probably be in jeopardy. It wasn't that she was exaggerating, because the territory of the Northern Realm was large enough to be twice the size of the Great Martial Dynasty. Although the population here is not as large as that of De Wu, as long as the forces that have not submitted to De Qin are united, they can casually gather 1 million troops. After all, this was the north, a place where there were more tribal communities than small nations. In most tribes, any young, strong man is considered a war veteran and can go to war if he takes up arms. It was for this reason that Niaing knew that 1 million troops was a small number, and if all of those forces contributed, the number would be absolutely immeasurable. When millions of enemy troops pressed on Great Qin, with only the current less than 200,000 dragon cavalry, the probability was that they would not be able to block the enemy's attack. Even if it could be blocked, it would only be for a moment. As long as the soldiers and horses of these forces surrounded the whole of Great Qin, then the consumption would be able to consume them to death. Niaing knew exactly that, which was why her face was a bit ugly, but she always felt that Li Yi's speculation should be impossible to happen. This side of the Northern Realm was a mixed bag of fish and dragons, with dozens of forces, large and small, and it was difficult to get them to unite. Besides, if some small forces can't protect themselves, how could they follow other slightly larger forces against Great Qin? Unless they were tired of living. Your Majesty, the situation you mentioned will never happen, so for now we should go ahead and plan how to take care of the two powers, Zhang and Xiongnu. In Niaing's opinion, both of these forces were the leaders of the Northern Realm. As long as the two of them were resolved, it would be considered an example, and it was thought that all the other small forces in the Northern Realm would not dare to act rashly. Looking at the current Niaing, Li Yi already knew exactly what she was thinking, as he himself had originally thought the same. At first, he thought that at most, only the Huns would rebel against the next, and the other forces would not say that they would directly submit to them, but they would certainly try to cope with their Great Qin. But at that time, she felt that with so many forces in the north, the possibility of joining forces was very small. It wasn't until Zhang declared to the public that they would fight to the end, as well as after Xiongnu openly gave his Great Qin a letter of war, that Li Yi came to realize their true purpose. Although they didn't say it explicitly to the public, it already showed that they wanted to call on other forces, and then Great Qin would have more enemies. Li Yi, however, clearly remembered that in the past, when the Huns fought other forces, they never gave a war letter. It also doesn't fit the way the Huns go out to war. Obviously, the purpose of this letter of war was not to inform them of Great Qin, but to show the other forces in the Northern Realm. Now that he had gotten the news that the 500,000 strong army of Xiongnu was already on its way to Great Qin, and since they dared to go directly to war, the probability was that they had already entered into cooperation with some forces. It was still unknown what these people were planning, so Li Yi felt it was only right to be careful. Since Niaing insisted on his point of view, it wasn't good for him to change the other party's mind, so he had no choice but to give a reminder. Regardless of whether or not the other forces will unite, we have to make preparations well in advance to do so. After all, the way to use an army is not to use it to come. Niaing heard Li Yi's meaning, that is, Don't be lucky that the enemy won't come. I know. Next I'll have someone notify the local governors so that they can unite with the local garrisons and strengthen the alert. Aha! Li nodded slightly. Ever since he ascended the throne, he changed all the systems of the original Zojiran's court to those of a true dynasty, and the official positions and whatnot were changed that way as well. Take for example the local governors, who were originally the capital guardians of the various cities of Yohan. Now these Thai guards, temporarily in charge of the city defense of various cities, while being able to order the army of irregulars, are the original Zojiran defenders. Now there are only two regular armies of Great Qin. One is the Western Liang Iron Cavalry led by Ma Chao, and the other is the main force of Great Qin, the Dragon Cavalry. Only, the Western Liang Iron Cavalry would not recruit another person, and the Dragon Cavalry had always recruited, but the standard was a bit high. Aside from the elite of Zojiran's original army, there were only the elite of the former Imperial Forest Army brought from Dal left, qualified enough to join the Dragon Cavalry. This left Great Qin with less than 200,000 regular troops. Therefore, in order to make up for the gap in troop strength, Li could only allow the troops that did not meet the requirements to be assigned as garrisons in various places. Subsequently, they could still continue to participate in the recruitment of the Dragon Rider Army. As long as they met the requirements, one day they could join. When Nya Ying left, Li's side also started working on the preparation for the battle. Outside, the forces on this side of the northern realm had already begun to move, and they were frantically preparing resources, such as armies, military food, weapons, and so on. No one knew whether they were going to take advantage of the Xiong Nu's move to fight against Great Qin together, or whether they were just preparing for war to protect themselves. However, compared to the small disturbance in the north, the Dawu side could be said to be in a state of turmoil. In the southeastern region, an insurgent army has just sounded the slogan against Wu and restore Chu, and in Yan County, which is directly east of Da, a major event is happening at this time. In the middle of a stable in the county, the people sat in dense piles. Since Marpan was so small, a number of people were sitting outside the shed as the pouring rain poured down on them. There was no concern that these people were dead or alive because they were all going to die soon too. In the pile of people, a strong-looking middle-aged man had tears of fear in his eyes. My daughter-in-law gave me a big fat boy not long ago, and before I had a chance to hold him, I was forcibly taken away by the officials, so I don't want to die yet. At least let me go back to see my son and daughter-in-law again. After he said this, many of the Hans in the crowd shed tears. They felt that death was not scary. The scary thing was the process of waiting for death, and what it's like to never see your loved ones again. The two of them, Wu Shang and Chen Guang, now looked at the scene in front of them and strengthened their will even more. The reason why it had turned into the current situation was because their original group that had gone to Muyang had been in Yin County for 3 whole days. There's no way around it. It's raining really hard out there, plus the previous detour due to the broken bridge made them already a day overdue. According to the Da laws, now their group of 1,000 could only rush over to Muyang's site to receive their deaths. Li Ruyan, the county lieutenant who escorted them, felt that it would be a death sentence to deliver the people anyway, so he planned to take a good shelter from the rain in Yin County first. The governor of Muyang was his great-uncle, so Li Ruyan himself wasn't worried at all because he wouldn't suffer any punishment at all. Only, the officers and soldiers who escorted the team were miserable. Although they will not lose their lives because of this, I am afraid that this clothes on their bodies that served the court will have to be taken off. The most innocent of all were the 1,000 people, none of whom had thought on their way here that they would have to lose their lives if they could not arrive because of bad weather. The depressing atmosphere went on like this until the evening. It wasn't until a man suddenly ran quickly this way in the rain in the distance that the curiosity of the crowd was aroused. The man looked short, but he was really fast on his feet. Within a few breaths, he ran to Wu Shang and Chen Guang and hurriedly opened his mouth to urge them. 2 brothers, while Li Ruyan has not yet arrived with the officials, you should hurry to escape now. Chapter 46, King Wu Shang, Overthrowing the Tyranny of Dao. Hearing this, both Wu Shang and Chen Guang were shocked. What happened? The panic on their faces was visible to the naked eye, but the bottom of their eyes were extremely calm. The surrounding people, all attracted by the commotion, then looked towards the 3 Wu Shang people. Only the shorter man had a flustered look on his face as he let out another deep breath before he hurriedly explained to both Wu Shang and Chen Guang. 2 brothers, you should know that I have been serving Li Ruyan. Just half an hour ago, when I was serving tea and water to Li Ruyan at the county office, an officer and soldier rushed in. That officer said that when he bought the fish in the afternoon, he found a palimpsest inside the belly of the fish with 3 words on it. What a word! Wu Shang and Chen Guang pursued their questions, and the surrounding people were also piqued with curiosity, so they didn't notice the excitement in their eyes. King Wu Shang. What? Of course, The cry of alarm was not from the two Wushangs, but from the surrounding people. They were now all curious and puzzled as to why there was a silk book inside the fish maw, and the silk book actually had the words King Wushang on it. This caused the crowd to be a bit puzzled, so they all looked at Wushang, to whom the contents of the palindrome were clearly referring. Feeling the gazes of the people around him, Wushang was still at a loss. What are you guys looking at me like that for? Next, he turned his head and asked the lowly man, by the way Eru, you just said that Li Ruyan is coming with the official soldiers, and that he wants brother Chen Guang and I to escape together. Is this related to that silk book as well? Eru nodded as he listened. That's right, Li Ruyan feels that this is the guidance of the heavens, revealing to him that you are about to plot against the king. So that's why the officers and soldiers were brought in, with the intention of nipping the hidden dangers in the bud. They're here for your life. Hearing that, the surrounding crowd was also shocked. How they hadn't thought of this. Since Wu Shan was going to plot against him, Chen Guang, who was with him, would surely be implicated as well, which was why Era told the two to hurry and escape. The people also knew why Era took the risk and ran to report to Wu Shang and Chen Guang. A few days ago his elder brother Dahu was behind the team and was madly beaten by the officials and soldiers with whips. If not for Wu Shang, two people stood out to save Dahu, they might have all been whipped to death. The arrow at the time was serving Li Ruyan in front of the team, so he never knew what happened to his big brother. When he found out, he also hurried to give thanks to the two Wu Shang. Everyone was watching at the time, so Era definitely wasn't lying. The crowd was thinking this in their hearts, and they didn't notice that Chen Guang was making eyes at Erhu. How could Era not know what Chen Guang meant? And then he said to the surrounding people, we should all know that big brother Wu Shang is so honest and usually tries to take care of us. How could he possibly deliberately plot against us? Upon hearing this, the rest of the people instinctively nodded their heads. Apparently they all thought so. Before they were on the road, Li Ruyan didn't even treat them as people. However, Wu Shang mentioned to Li Ruyan to let them all take a break every once in a while, which made them all feel incredibly warm at that time. Looking at the reaction of the crowd of people in front of him, Chen Guang was very satisfied in his heart, and then he stood out and continued. According to me, this should be a decree from heaven. It's revealing that Wu Shang has the appearance of an emperor. That's why the fish envoy was asked to bring the palm book. The heavens are telling us that only King Wu Shang can lead us and overthrow the tyranny of the De Wu dynasty. Only by following such a virtuous king will we have a chance of survival. After the crowd heard these words, their faces showed a touch of excitement. They had begun to feel that Chen Guang's deduction was the correct one. Now that they are all about to die, they may only be able to survive if they support King Wu Shang's uprising. Chen Guang felt stabilized at this point, because he saw the desire to survive in all the eyes of the people. Only, most of them still had some hesitation on their faces, but Chen Guang knew what they were worried about and continued. Who cares? We're going to die anyway. We might as well just turn against them. As long as we can call on more people to join the ranks of the uprising, we can kill our way back to our own hometowns and pick up all our loved ones at home. This way not only can the whole family be reunited, but the family's lives can be saved. At these words, the hesitation on the faces of a portion of the people turned into determination, and then one by one, they knelt down towards Wu Shang. Eventually in unison, we pay our respects to King Wu Shang. When Wu Shang saw this scene, he was relieved that he had actually convinced these folks. The corner of Chen Guang's mouth curled up slightly. In fact, the matter of fish envoy was deliberately arranged by him, and the three characters of King Wu Shang were also written by him, for the sake of giving them an uprising and molding a good start. Of course this was just the beginning. To overthrow the tyranny of Dao, it was far from enough with just the 1,000 of them. After resolving Li Ruyan, they still had to convince the people of Yin County, because of Emperor Dao's tyrannical rule, increasing taxes and labor every year, as well as pressuring the people in all regions in every way. This had long overwhelmed the people, especially these people around them, who were in the remote areas of the great martial dynasty. Almost all of them were people from the former dynasty of Dechu, because back then, Emperor Wu had driven all the people who had kept the bloodline of Dechu to areas far away from the palace. This was because only Dechu people who were not of Dechu bloodline, or of impure bloodline, were eligible to live closer to the palace, such as in the middle of the Imperial City. It was the blood of the Great Chu that flowed through their bodies, so they suffered more from unfair treatment. Therefore, Chen Guang was clear that as long as he guided them well this time, he could definitely make their uprising team grow rapidly. It didn't take long. Li Ruyan took the officers and soldiers and rushed to Ma Peng's side in the rain. Seeing that the pariahs were squatting in the rain, his heart breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Wu Shang hadn't started the rebellion until now. I think that the palindrome is sort of predicting that Wu Shang should be deliberately plotting a rebellion, but hasn't started to act yet. This is much better. Just get rid of him as a hidden danger. Afterward, he would add more fuel to the report to the court, and it would be best to let Emperor Wu learn about it, and then maybe he would be in a good mood and give him a promotion to a higher rank. Thinking of this, Li Ruyan couldn't wait to come to the crowd and shouted, "Where is Wu Shang? I'm here, Lord Li." Wu Shang walked out from the depths of mapping at this time. His face was full of puzzlement, as if he didn't know what had happened. Li Ruyan also walked straight toward the other party, and in his eyes was a viciousness that could not be concealed. "Lord Li, are you trying to?" Before his words came out, Li Ruyan had already drawn the longsword at his waist, intending to finish off Wu Shang with a single blow, because the palm book is in his hands, and now he says Wu Shang is plotting a rebellion that is a rebellion. No more words are needed, just kill it. And Li Ruyan is also afraid of the night is long and dreamy. Sesame officer of his original promotion channel is not much. In the middle of his thoughts, he stabbed his sword at Wu Shang's heart. Who knew that just at this time, Chen Guang, who had been hiding in the crowd with his head down, instantly got up and hit Li Ruyan's arm with his knee. Li Ruyan let go of his longsword in pain, and then was grabbed by Wu Shang, who was waiting for his chance. Without the slightest hesitation, he jerked his wrist around and stabbed out towards the person in front of him. Put! The sound of a sharp metal weapon piercing through flesh and blood rang out, and Li Ruyan was directly stabbed through the heart. Chapter 47 Rebellion? No! We're an uprising. It happened so fast, almost in a breath. Because of this, before the officers and soldiers behind him could react, Li Ruyan had already been stabbed through the heart. Li Taoshi. After the officers and soldiers came back to their senses, they immediately rushed towards Li Ruyan. Only, they didn't run a few steps before stopping their movements, because at that moment the people around them all stood up and blocked their way. Those officers and soldiers were all startled by this scene. The people were too numerous compared to them, and for a while all of them did not dare to act rashly. Feeling the passing of life, Li Ruyan looked at Wu Shang in front of him incredulously. You actually dared to kill an imperial official." Wu Shang sneered at that. So what if I kill you? Scum like you don't deserve to live in this world at all. Also to be the first to die at the hands of this king is considered an honor for you. Since the people had embraced him as king, Wu Shang had to accept that status, and only then could the uprising continue. He was now the spiritual pillar of the people, so he had to bring out the caliber of a king. Li Ruyan wanted to say something else, but he didn't have any more chances. With his heart pierced through, his pupils had begun to lax. A few short breaths passed, and Li Ruyan completely lost his breath. Seeing this, Wu Shang drew his longsword. Then without hesitation, he swung out another sword and chopped the guy's head off. Meanwhile, those officials and soldiers who were stopped were completely unclear about how Li Ruyan was doing now because they were blocked from view by the people. But just now, they could all see with their own eyes that Li Ruyan had been stabbed through the heart by Wu Shang with his sword, and the probability was that he would not survive. At the thought of this, the officers and soldiers all panicked a bit, so they drew the long swords on their belts. "What are you pariahs going to do? Are you trying to revolt?" They glared harshly at the people who were blocking the way, originally thinking that this would deter. In front of them, these unknowing pariahs, who had thought that the pariah that followed their mouths not only did not make any move to give in, but even glared at them with a cold face. Just then, Chen Guang stepped out from the crowd. "Rebellion? No, we're an uprising." As the words fell, the eyes of the surrounding people became even more determined, and those officers and soldiers didn't even dare to meet their eyes. However, because of the backing of Dao behind them, there are still some more daring people among the officers and soldiers, especially Zhang Xiong, Li Ruyan's former lapdog. Although his name was Zhang Xiong, his stature was not at all majestic and strong, but instead he was very short, even half as short as Eru, but now he looked incomparably fierce, seemingly very angry about Li Ruyan's murder, pointing at Chen Guang and the others angrily. "You seem to have really lived long enough. Actually dare to kill imperial officials and deliberately join forces to plot against the government. Do you realize that this is an unforgivable sin? And that if you die, you'll bring your family down with you?" Although Zhang Xiong was looking very chic, it had to be said that his mind was turning very fast. It is amazing to think at a time like this that you can threaten the people around you with the lives of your family members, but he didn't realize that the people in the room had been brainwashed. They are convinced that if they follow King Wu Shang, they will survive, and will be able to rescue their families, as well as overthrow the tyranny of Dao in the future, and live a rich life. Seeing that the people were unmoved, Zhang Xiong's heart was not good. He did not expect these people to be so united. This time he planned to change his strategy, because with just this amount of officers and soldiers they had, it was completely impossible to fight hard against so many rebels, even if they had weapons in their hands. Therefore, Zhang Xiong was ready to find a way to leave this place and then report the truth to the magistrate of Yin County. This will bring in more officers and soldiers to wipe out these rebels. Retracting his thoughts, Just as he signaled the officers and soldiers beside him to slowly back up together, a black ball smashed towards them from midair. Zhang Xiong subconsciously proceeded, and when he saw what was in his hand, his face was instantly turned white with fear. Li Taoshi. That's right, what he was holding in his hand was Li Rui's head, and then he hurriedly dropped it. Just at this time, the people in front of him made a path, and Wu Shan walked out from it. Seeing this, Chen Shang immediately opened his mouth to warn the officers and soldiers. If you put down your weapons, our king may spare your lives, or you will all die. As the voice landed, Zhang Xiong was the first to give a knee. Frightened silly, he began to beg for mercy continuously, Li Rui's miserable condition turning into his psychological shadow. The other officers and soldiers also dropped their weapons and then surrendered obediently, as they saw that Wu Shang and the others had prepared for this and had their men block their escape path in advance. After that, Wu Shang and Shen Guang didn't intend to kill inside Yin County in a high profile. Instead they planned to convince some aspirants tomorrow. That very night, however, the shrill cry of a fox resounded simultaneously from several temples in Yin County. Great Chu Xing, King Wu Shang. The next day, on the northern Great Qin side, it was still business as usual. This is the quiet before the Great War, even giving the illusion of calm. However, Li Yi was quite aware that the 500,000 strong army of Xiongnu was on its way, and other forces might have made a move as well. The situation now seems to be calm, but in reality there are dark currents. Li Yi was talking to Niaing beside him while he was writing something with his pen. In fact, he didn't have any worries about the enemy's attack because everything was under his control. In Li Yi's opinion, so what if all the forces in the northern realm were united? He would still have a way to crush them, because they are all about profit. There is no real sense of unity, so these people simply do not pose much of a threat to Great Qin. The preparations they should make for Great Qin, Li Yi has already commanded yesterday. As a result, he was quite leisurely today, and was now writing poems on the Moonwatch Terrace to cultivate his feelings. In fact, there was a more important purpose for him to do so, and that was to carry forward the Han culture he had learned in his previous life in this continent. Now whether in the north, or other territories, their countries and tribes have different cultures, and some don't even speak the same language. Under such circumstances, even if they were forced to submit by force, the people of their various forces would still not be able to mesh together afterward. In that case, they would be in danger of splitting up again. In order to prevent this hidden danger from arising, Li Yi planned to slowly change the culture of these forces. Poetry was actually just a part of Han culture, and in the future, he would instill Han culture in them in terms of food, clothing, skills, and so on. Still, it's too early to think about all that. After all, we haven't gotten all these forces to fall in line yet. He intends to let poetry and other Han culture circulate in this continent first, which is also considered to be the first start. Nia Ing, who was on the side, looked at Li Yi's serious appearance, and at this moment, she was also curious about what kind of poem he had actually written. She had always thought that Li Yi was just a martial artist and had never thought that the other party could write poetry. It's just that since she can't wipe her face, she's not good enough to go up and look at it. Knowing that she made a lot of snide remarks before Li Yi wrote it, just as she tried to look up, a gust of wind suddenly blew by, just in time to scrape the paper out of Li Yi's hand and onto the ground. I'll pick it up. Nia Ing saw the opportunity, so she hurriedly bent down to pick it up, but just then, she saw a verse above. A hall full of flowers drunk with 3,000 guests. A sort of frost-chilling 14 states. Chapter 48. They say they want to fight against Wu and restore Chu. With just this one line of poetry, Nia Ing was greatly shocked. Although she was also a martial arts practitioner, she had been forced to read many books in her childhood. As such, Nia Ing could now deeply feel the shock that the poem's mood had given her. What a great poem! She savored from this poem that Li Yi now had a great ambition to dominate the world, and the meaning of this poem could no longer be expressed in words. Nia Ying's curiosity was also aroused, and then she couldn't wait to spread out the paper and read the entire poem. By the time she finished reading it, her pupils had been dilated in shock, and even the joy in her eyes couldn't be hidden. Although she was not considered proficient in poetry, she did learn a lot, but none of the poems could be comparable to this first phase of Li Yi. It was important to realize that she hadn't practiced much martial arts as a child, but had first been raised by her father as a man of letters. The reason for this is that the culture of Zojiren is so backward that most of the people cannot even read a few words, which in turn leads to Zojiren being backward in all aspects. Because her father had previously learned that many countries that were ruled by the written word had very good economies, at least it's better than them Zoron. Even De Wu's previous dynasty, De Chu, back then, they had always ruled by the written word, so there were even heydays in De Chu's history. Only later on, because of the corruption of corrupt officials, as well as the emperor who ruled De Chu was too mediocre, which eventually led to the uprising of soldiers and horses from all over the country. The once powerful Chu dynasty was still overthrown by Li Yi with his troops and established De Wu on the original foundation. But that didn't mean that ruling by literature was useless, so she was then forced by her father to arrange a literature teacher, who was said to be considered a literary master of this continent. Nia Ying's memory is very good, and even now she still remembers the poem taught by that teacher, which is simply incomparable to this poem composed by Li Yi. Retrieving her thoughts, Nia Ying returned the piece of paper to Li Yi and praised it without mincing words. I really didn't expect that you actually know how to compose poems, and so well. Before I was not as good as you in martial arts, even if I did not expect that even the literary aspect is also inferior. Alas, Nia Ying, who said this, couldn't help but sigh. In fact, she also had a good heart, especially when facing Li Yi. At one time, she was not as good as Li Yi in martial arts, but since she had just been taken away from Johor by the latter, she had always thought about how to escape. At that time, because there were soldiers guarding her closely, Nia Ying was thinking of waiting for Li Yi to see her, so she would hijack the other party and then leave. But the end result is that she falls into Li Yi's hands every time. As for why she stopped resisting later, it was because of Li Yi's words. You can leave at any time, but the Dewu army might show up at your Johoran border at some point. Whenever she thought of this, Nia Ying felt a bit upset. Li Yi wasn't sure what was going through her mind and just continued writing while smiling in response to her. There are more things you can't think of. Maybe your current martial arts are not as good as mine. How? How is that possible? Nia Ying didn't believe it at all. Although she could already tell that Li Yi's previously damaged meridians in Dantian were better, it was reasonably impossible to recover to his peak. Most importantly, he himself was now a peak first-grade Grandmaster. Li Yi couldn't be a Grandmaster, could he? After this thought surfaced in her mind, Nia Ying was also subconsciously startled. But soon, she shook her head in disbelief herself, thinking it was impossible. At least in this continent, she hadn't heard of a Grandmaster powerhouse. Of course it was possible that such a powerhouse would exist but had yet to show his face. In the middle of his thoughts, Li Yi's voice sounded again. Oh, why are you so nervous? I'm just kidding. Have you ever joked like that? Nia Ying spat out, but quickly realized that it was wrong for her to talk like that. No matter what, Li Yi was already the emperor. But she didn't know that Li Yi didn't care about it at all. Ever since his own ascension to the throne, the people around him have been very respectful, and I'm afraid that in the future, only Nia Ying will dare to talk to him like this. Next, after Li Yi had once again written a few poems and words, he handed them over to Nia Ying. Please print more of these poems and distribute them free of charge to all the people of Great Qin. After that, I will set up private schools and arrange for teachers to teach the people. Li Yi himself is very clear. This way in fact will not let the people of Qin learn how much poetry, because many people come to take the word do not know, and these people are older and even if taught most don't necessarily want to learn. However, things have to be taken one step at a time after all. He made a big distribution actually to publicize his ancient poems, which are tinged with Han culture. As soon as it was printed on a large scale, it would soon afterward flow throughout the north, if not all of this continent. That's what he's really after. Because his craftsmen knew printing and paper making, this consumption of paper was still affordable for Great Qin. 2 days later at the Dewu Imperial Palace, the current emperor and empress are now leisurely strolling through the back garden. Since learning that Li Yi had claimed the throne, Emperor Wu was in a very bad mood though. Of course not only the mood, even the body is always feeling sick, often dizzy, as if the head is filled with lead. Just Emperor Wu didn't think much about it, and took it as a sign that he was too tired during this period of time, and would only drink some more ginseng soup that Mingchen said he would send to him in the evening to make up for it. But more than his annoyance, Lu Minlan was now happy. She even said that she would personally make a trip to the north to meet Li after learning that he had claimed the throne. To be honest, this startled Emperor Wu. How could he not have expected that Lu Minlan would actually have this kind of intention? But the northern realm was so chaotic and dangerous. How could he be comfortable with the other party traveling there? After all, as the Emperor of Dao, it was impossible for him to leave Dao, so he could only let Lu Minlan go alone when the time came. Besides, what kind of mother travels a long way to see her son? It's the son who should come back to see his mother. So in order to stabilize Lu Minlan, Emperor Wu proposed to write to Li Yi first. The content says that he has been forgiven, and that your mother misses you terribly, etc. All of which is melodramatic. Emperor Wu really didn't want to pass on this letter, but in order to get Lu Minlan to give up going to the north, he had no choice but to do so. The contents of that letter, of course, were not written by him personally, but he asked a civil official to write it for himself. Lu Minlan looked inside the flower bed at this time, the colorful and beautiful flowers, and couldn't help but open her mouth. Your Majesty, Look at all these flowers in full bloom. They're beautiful. Hearing this, Emperor Wu followed suit, thus coaxing this woman who still had a young girl's heart. Only in his heart he was reluctant, and even secretly spat. Can they not be open with the fall rains just the other day? Doesn't it happen every year? Emperor Wu was more concerned about the war situation in the northeast than these fartless flowers. If we extrapolate by time, Pan Feng, with his 300,000 strong army, was already close to engaging the enemy. He didn't have the slightest doubt about Pan Feng's ability to lead the army, and 300,000 Black Dragon army was enough. I hope that this time, we can destroy the Jin Kingdom, so that other forces won't dare to jump in front of De Wu. He was well aware that since Jin had attacked Da, there must be quite a few forces that were also foolish, so he had to have Da's army and stifle these people's minds. Just as he was thinking, a secret guard suddenly appeared and reported in a panicked manner. Your Majesty is not well. Our Dark Department has received news that an insurrectionary army has appeared in Fishing State in the southeastern region of Da, and the Dark Guard hesitated for a moment before finally speaking directly. They say they want to fight against Wu and restore Chu. Chapter 49 Pan Feng's army was ambushed. Are you kidding me? Emperor Wu's first reaction upon hearing this was disbelief, as was Lu Minlan beside him. But they clearly remembered that the remnants of the former De Chu had been purged long ago. Even if there will be a few slip-ups, it's reasonably unlikely that they'll have the ability to make a comeback in just a few years. In fact, the main thing was that Li Yi had only just left a short time ago, and so many big events had happened in De Wu. Was this indicating something? Emperor Wu didn't dare to think in that direction, so he instinctively felt that the secret guard's information was not accurate. However, the Dark Guard was sweet enough to explain it to him. 1,000 times over, Your Majesty. Our Dark Guards have eyes all over De Wu for better intelligence gathering. This news was brought to us by our eyes, who said that not long ago the people of Fishing State gathered together regularly. Because it was quickly dispersed all over, it didn't attract the attention of the local authorities at the time, but that eyesore smelled something strange. In the midst of the subsequent tracking and investigation, it was discovered that these people were trying to revolt, and eventually had the message brought back to the palace overnight. After listening to that secret guard's explanation, it was impossible for Emperor Wu to disbelieve it. It was just that he wasn't sure if this uprising was related to the remnants of the previous dynasty. Chu, after all, many uprisings would have a justifiable reason, or a name to fight for, because that's the only way to get more people to support them. For example, this insurgent army, they do carry the banner of De Chu, but it is likely that their leader is just born with a rebel bone wanting to make his power bigger. These people probably didn't really want to fight De Wu hard, but rather wanted to use the banner of De Chu to grow their power. Just when Emperor Wu thought so, that Dark Guard poured a pot of cold water once again. Your Majesty, that insurgent army has declared to the public that it's going to kill towards our side of the palace, so we have to make some preparations in advance. It's best to gather the army earlier and nip this insurgent army in the bud. Hearing this, Emperor Wu's face was gloomy as he said, Are you teaching me how to do things? Noticing that he had said the wrong thing, the Dark Guard immediately knelt down. Your Majesty, you misunderstand. My subordinate is just giving you a suggestion, because if we wait for the insurgent army to grow, it will not be easy to handle. Emperor Wu was usually temperamental and would be punished whenever he was displeased, which was why that secret guard was that nervous. However, it seemed that Lu Minlan was present, and Emperor Wu didn't want to act out of character. Of course it was possible to feel that the Dark Guard's words were, indeed, a bit reasonable, and then he opened his mouth calmly and asked, How many of those rebels are there now? Back to Your Majesty. There has been no investigation yet. Emperor Wu pondered for a moment, but in the end, he just waved his hand. That's just it. You should retire first. As for your suggestion, I will consider it. The Dark Guards breathed a sigh of relief, and then hastily stood up and hoofed it back down like they were avoiding the plague. After he left, Lu Minlan then said with some concern, Brother Tian, the information from the Dark Guards is usually not wrong, and the hidden dangers he mentioned do exist. In my opinion, why don't you mobilize a portion of the Black Dragon army right now to take care of this insurgent army? Hearing Lu Minlan call himself Brother Tian again, Emperor Wu's mood was happy. You know, since Li Yi left Da, Lu Minlan had been angry with him. When there were outsiders present, they had always honored him as His Majesty, and without outsiders directly called him Liao Yen. Now that he was once again addressed with such affectionate terms, it seemed that Lanner no longer blamed him. With this thought in his heart, Emperor Wu also responded in a domineering manner. Lanner, don't you worry, they're just some rebel thieves and bandits who don't know how to die. There's absolutely no need to send the Black Dragon army forward to suppress them. I'm sure the local officials and soldiers of Fishing State, who have already noticed their movements, should be able to clean up these rebels soon. In Emperor Wu's view, an insurgent army that had only just begun was completely inadequate. The previous incident of Li Yi sending troops to suppress the remnants of the former dynasty must have given a great warning to the people everywhere, and there shouldn't be many people willing to risk their lives by following this insurgent army. So he surmised that this current insurgent army was less than a few dozen and more than 100 at best. However, all the soldiers in Yuzhou together amounted to more than 10,000 people, so even if the insurgents had thousands of people, they were not enough to worry about. It couldn't be helped. Who made them had enough troops? Even if they were official soldiers. This was all thanks to the prosperity of the Da dynasty, as there was more than enough money to recruit officers and soldiers. Although Emperor Wu was speaking easily at this point, Lu Minlan was still a bit worried. Brother Sky. That. She wanted to say something else, only for Emperor Wu to give her an instant interruption. Well, with me you can rest assured. The big thing is to let people keep an eye on this insurgent army. When the time comes, if the government soldiers are no match for them, I will not be late to transfer the Black Dragon army to suppress them. After saying that, Emperor Wu domineeringly wrapped his arm around Lu Minlan and walked towards the depths of the garden. And, more than this small army of insurrectionists, I think we still need to focus our attention on the war situation in the eastern region. Ever since Jin made a move against Maida Wu, the other neighboring forces have all been stupid, so we need to dispose of Jin as soon as possible. Emperor Wu felt that Pan Feng should be close to engaging the Jin army, and thought it wouldn't take long to settle them. His mind thought so, completely unaware that the person who was about to be tackled was Pan Feng, northeast of Dao, 1,000 miles away from the palace in a valley. The 300,000 strong army led by Pan Feng was being slaughtered by Jin's army in a frenzy, due to the fact that they were ambushed, and, still in exhaustion, it was still raining torrentially around them, completely different from the clear white sky of the palace right now. Back in time to 3 days ago, Pan Feng was only halfway to the border in the northeast with his 300,000 strong army. Since he was eager to make a mark, Pan Feng didn't stop his 300,000 strong army much in the middle of the journey, and by reaching the border earlier he would be able to exterminate the Jin army sooner. But the dark clouds from the southeast drifted to their northeast, and the torrential rain followed. It rained very heavily and soon the roads became muddy. Even under these circumstances, Pan Feng still allowed the generals to continue marching and snubbed the crowd. Generals, this shower will soon pass. Let's hurry and continue our journey. This battle is an unparalleled opportunity for you to make your mark. Only Jin has not been afraid of death for so many years and dared to mess with our Dao. Ordination is just around the corner. Although this is just a scene, it is very applicable to soldiers who have not been promoted to the channel for a long time. They were like chicken blood, gritting their teeth and insisting on marching even when they were tired. Although the peace and prosperity is good, but for them soldiers will not be friendly. Do not make merit will always have to be an ordinary soldier. Everyone has ambitions, and who wants to stay ordinary? Pan Feng had seized on this very point and had the generals rushing around at their leisure. In his plan, he could wait until he arrived at a place 300 miles from the border, then set up camp for a night's rest before rushing off to battle, for he sent scouts at all times to keep track of the movements of the Jin army. The opponent did not attack again after taking the 5 cities of Dao, and according to reliable sources Jin's army also paid a painful price. Plus, it had also been raining heavily over there, and Pan Feng thought that the Jin army wanted to attack after the rain stopped. However, his deduction was wrong, and today he was clearly 500 miles away from where the Jin army was, and he did not expect to be ambushed. Kill them all. With a command from the Jin general on the valley, countless boulders smashed down from all around. Boom! Chapter 50, Poison on the Knife. It was only when he heard the loud sound of boulders rolling down that Pan Feng reacted from his shock. Hurry up and duck. However, after he said this, the Black Dragon army all twisted their heads to look at him in puzzlement. Now they were in a narrow valley and the group was also very dense, so there was nowhere to hide but forward out of the valley. But even in front of them, they had already been blocked by the Forbidden Army, and as long as they went up, they would be attacked by arrows, so there was absolutely nowhere to hide, and there was no time to even go back the way they came. Pan Feng was at first puzzled as to why all these soldiers were looking at him with that look, but then after realizing that he couldn't hide, he could only give the order again. Shield soldiers, hurry up and mount a defense. In fact, when he hadn't spoken, the shieldmen had already begun to set up their shields as they had no other way to deal with the boulders. They had thought they could block it this way, but they had underestimated the impact of the falling boulders, as well as overestimated their own strength. When the boulders smashed onto the shields of the shield soldiers, they were directly crushed to death on the ground, unable to even support themselves for a single breath. Soon, a scream rang out in the field. Originally, because of the long journey, the soldiers of the Black Dragon army were all very tired, and coupled with the incessant ravages of the rain, their spirits had long been tormented and overwhelmed. After being suddenly ambushed by the Jin army, the string that was tightly taut in most people's minds went straight taut, especially after hearing the screams of their companions who were hit by the boulders around them. All of them began to flee in all directions. There was certainly no escape from the confined space, so most people were constantly crowding, stepping, and pushing. A short minute had passed, and the Black Dragon army was already in a huge mess. Seeing this, Pan Feng hurriedly began to command. However, the chaotic situation made his words not effective at all. The Jin troops on the valleys around them were still pushing down boulders, and soon the rainwater on the ground was colored red with blood, and the group had begun to push back, as if trying to escape this valley. When Pan Feng saw this scene, he was also incredibly anxious at this time, knowing that their 300,000 strong army had all entered the valley and traveled a great distance. They should be in the middle of the valley today. Therefore one must never go backwards or one may not escape and most of the people die in the stampede. Looking at the Black Dragon army that kept squeezing him, Pan Feng's heart crossed and he decisively drew his sword and stabbed one to death. "Stop, all of you. If you take another step back, I will not forgive you." As the words fell, the surrounding soldiers who saw Pan Feng kill people instantly calmed down. Only their steps were stopped, yet the soldiers in the distance, who had not heard what was going on over here, were still forcing their way through the crush. In the very next moment, Pan Feng saw with his own eyes that some of the soldiers in front of him were being squeezed to the point that their bodies were deformed and the corners of their mouths were bleeding. In the end, it just died alive in front of him. Its death by crushed internal organs. Seeing this scenario, Pan Feng knew that if he did not continue to control the situation, soon the number of people who would die from squeezing and stepping on would soon be more than the number of people who would die from the boulders around them. In order to calm down the situation, he chopped down, sword after sword, those ungrateful soldiers in front of him. "Stop, all of you. This marshal. All of you kill towards the enemy in front of you. This is your only chance to survive." As it turned out, while his approach was somewhat cruel, it was very useful indeed. The order of his commander-in-chief quickly reached the ears of the soldiers far in front, and those who knew that fleeing would not survive at all could only charge towards the Jin army blocking the road in front. However, they were greeted by arrows from the Jin army. Pan Feng was in a good mood when he saw that he had finally stabilized the situation. "Ha ha, it seems that the 300,000 strong army isn't that hard to lead. If this army was led by Li Yi, I'm afraid that I wouldn't know what to do by now." Pan Feng thought that in all aspects of leading an army, he had long since surpassed that invalid Li Yi. At this time in the battlefield, he was even still feeling very unbalanced in his heart over the fact that at one time Emperor Wu had reused Li Yi and was not reused him. What great martial war god? Soldier immortal? Ah shucks. This marshal I can now lead an army of 300,000, but he can only set out of Dao like a lost dog. It's simply a disgrace to my Dao. Pan Feng now felt that even if he was ambushed, so what? Who has never been ambushed by the enemy in battle? Obviously, the Jin army was the one who got the information in advance that the 300,000 troops he was leading were going to support the border, so they took a detour to ambush them here. To this he put the fault, all the blame on the Black Dragon army stationed in front of the city. Why the enemy detour these people did not know. In fact, Pan Feng did not know that the Black Dragon army, which he presumed to be guarding the city in front of him, had long since ceased to exist. They didn't get knocked out. They just disappeared. They disappeared into the Dmo dynasty, but appeared in the northern realm, just marching in one direction. Who knew what they were going to do? Pan Feng was even less aware that he was just a little surprised right now. Surprised that those Jin troops could accurately grasp their marching routes, as well as their exact location. Obviously except for traitors in their army. Who could it be? After thinking for a moment, he suddenly reacted to the fact that trying to find the traitor among the 300,000 troops seemed undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. He then had no choice but to withdraw his thoughts and set his eyes on the soldiers in front of him. But immediately afterward, his face changed slightly, only to see that the attack of the Jin army in front of him was too dense, with a dense rain of arrows like they didn't need any money. His men couldn't even touch the enemy army, let alone break through their defense. Most of all, some of the Black Dragon army were too fearful to come forward after seeing these deaths and injuries. Pan Feng was confused. Could it be that just because of the long period of peace, which had worn down the hearts of these soldiers, that they were so fearful on the battlefield? Thinking of this, Pan Feng had to once again use the way he did just now, by forcing these soldiers to make them attack, since the boulders were still rolling down around them. Delaying one more minute here would cause more casualties for them, so it was definitely quite worth it for him to kill a few to invigorate the soldiers' fighting spirit. However, just as the long sword in his hand, was about to slash another shivering soldier. A person on the side suddenly dodged over, and before Pan Feng could react, his left eye went black. Ah, this handsome eyes! The pain of hindsight sobered Pan Feng, who had been stabbed in the eye by the man. Although his instincts prompted him to slash towards the soldier before he could react, the other party was clearly not an ordinary person, and just dodged his early first-grade sec master's sword like that. Not only that, but this person didn't tangle with him next, and just scurried into the army after smiling at him. Pan Feng wanted to chase after him, but because the soldiers in front of him all wore the same armor, so it was just a blink of an eye and he lost his target. Damn it! He hurriedly ran his internal power to stop the bleeding, and the surrounding soldiers were too scared to come forward to help because of what he had just done so cruelly. Seeing this, Pan Feng's only remaining eye immediately spoke angrily at them. You guys hurry over and protect this marshal. He had to put a bandage on his eye, fearing that the thieves disguised as the Black Dragon army would return just now, so he had to let the soldiers around him escort him. It couldn't be helped. Just now, after he was ambushed, he had retreated to the back of the group, allowing all of his subordinate generals under his hand to take the front. Therefore, he could only let these soldiers come and protect him for a while first. However, most of the soldiers hesitated, and only 4 of them walked out with cold faces. Right at this moment, he suddenly remembered the thief who had just assassinated him. That icy smile before he left, but without waiting for him to come back to his senses, those 4 soldiers had their right hands rotated, and sharp daggers appeared in their hands, all of them stabbing towards him. Die! Pan Feng's face changed drastically. He was already certain that these people were assassins planted by the enemy. Just as he tried to duck aside, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. Oh no! There was poison on the knife just now. However, it was when he delayed this moment that the daggers of the 4 men plunged into him. Put! Chapter 51 Borrowing Poetry to Become Famous. Ah! Pan Feng screamed miserably, which really caught the attention of the surrounding soldiers. Marshal! After those people shouted, they rushed towards Pan Feng. Northern Realm, Great Qin Empire. Under Li Yi's arrangement 2 days ago, many of the people now received a copy of the ancient poems. Of course, all just a small capital. After all, Qin has just been established. Resources are still very limited. This kind of free stuff also need to control the cost, since most of the people in the Great Qin Empire were now clansmen of the original Zojiran tribes. Even the forces that were subordinated later were, as usual, the original tribes of the north. Most of them were illiterate and therefore could not even read any complete poem, let alone understand its meaning. However, the person responsible for distributing the books has told them to take good care of them and that a literature teacher will follow up to teach them. As for whether or not to come to learn, it is purely a matter of individual voluntarism, and there will be no one in the Great Qin court to force the issue. However, Li Yi acted as if he had done a screening, so that there were some people who had once had the opportunity to read books, and they could see the gold content of these poems at a glance. This is not to mention in the entire Northern Realm, even in the whole world that is also unprecedented. No one will come after, especially when they learned that the poems in this book were all from the hands of His Majesty. Everyone's first reaction was shock. Really did not expect that His Majesty has such literary talent. Originally thought that he was the reincarnation of the god of martial arts, but did not expect that he is still the star of literature and music descended to the earth. Any one of these poems taken out can be called the best of the ages. Speaking of this, those Great Qin subjects couldn't help but sigh. Alas, I don't know what that Dewu Emperor was thinking, actually ever treating our civil and military majesty like that. In fact, most people know that the reason why Emperor Wu relegated Li Yi to the status of a commoner was because the latter had lost his martial arts skills. But the world does not necessarily have to be honored by the martial arts. After all, just with the martial arts cannot govern the country, but also must have the text. As the saying goes, the country is ruled by the written word, and only those who are learned enough are better able to bring the country under control. A flash of longing appeared in some people's eyes as their thoughts reached this point. With your majesty leading our Great Qin, I'm sure it won't be long before we can all prosper together. By then, Emperor Wu he won't even be able to regret it. Some literati in Qin were indignant. They felt that they should also do something for Qin. Only if they all contributed, Qin could be stronger. It didn't take long for Li Yi's side to get the news that many literati in Qin had applied to the court, saying they wanted to be private tutors. This pleased him greatly, though he had no shortage of learned men of letters to be Great Qin's teachers as he was able to gain in territory skills every day. However, the literati who applied to be the private tutors of Great Qin now were all from the original Zoron or other tribes. Even though these learned people were indeed few, the fact that they could take a stand to work for Great Qin showed that they really wanted to make Great Qin better. This likewise shows that his Great Qin was established very successfully. His Great Qin people had begun to unite and even had faith. Well, Find a suitable place for these people to settle down first, and next speed up the number of private schools and academies being built, and get them on board as soon as possible. Li instructed the middle-aged man in front of him, and the other party was Hu Yan-yi, who was the temporary minister of the Ministry of Revenue. I obey. That Hu Yan-yi immediately retreated after answering, because the original Zoron Khan, Nye Wuji, had been learning the dynastic system of the Middle Kingdom. Therefore, he was also very smooth in putting into effect the system of dynastic government of Great Qin that he had formulated. The only bad thing was that the palace was clearly building fast now, but it would be at least a month before the courtroom was built out. And before that, he could only work in the small courtyard where he was located. And even when he usually had the officials meet, that was also in this place. As for the content of the meeting, it is to deal with the miscellaneous affairs of the dynasty. To put it bluntly, it is to go to the morning court, just no longer meeting in the courtroom. Thought, when Dian Wei walked in from outside. Your Majesty, General Yang seeks an audience. Let him in. Yes. After Dian Wei responded, he went out to inform Yang Qi. Since Dian Wei was more suited to be a bodyguard, Li kept him around as a personal guard, perhaps for fear of an accident. When he had gone out to inspect before, Dian Wei had been secretly escorting himself. To be honest, even though he, Li, was already a Grandmaster, he still felt a sense of security every time he saw Dian Wei. Not only that, but in recent days he had sensed that the internal energy of Dian Wei's body had begun to become unstable, and seemed to show signs of being about to break through to become a Grandmaster. Half a minute passed and Yankee walked in from outside. After he saluted Li, he immediately opened his mouth to report. Your Majesty, the scouts sent out by the last general have already sent back word that the Han army is expected to arrive at Shacheng on our Great Qin border in just 2 days. There is also news coming from the side of the Zhang state. The emperor of the Zhang state ordered to gather 200,000 troops, and is rushing in the direction of Great Qin. Hearing this, Li Yi's expression did not change much. It seems that I have not guessed wrong. This Zhang state has indeed joined forces with the Xiongnu. After laughing coldly, Li Yi gave a direct order. Have the men continue to keep an eye on them and report the enemy's position every 4 hours. Yes, Yang Qi responded. While seeing His Majesty so calm, his heart was very impressed. You should know that this Zhangguo and Xiongnu together have a total of 700,000 troops, not counting some other forces that are foolishly planning to deal with their Great Qin together. And they, Great Qin, don't even have 200,000 regular troops right now. His Majesty, however, still managed to keep his face unchanged, a heartiness that no other emperor or leader had. Yang Qi had great faith in His Majesty's ability, and the latter clearly had a good plan. As expected, then Li Yi's voice sounded again. As for the Xiongnu side, when they come, start acting according to the plan. They must all be eradicated. As the enemy army was getting closer and closer, Li Yi also had to put down his leisurely mood and put all his energy into the next battle. No matter what, the enemy had so many troops present, Li Yi still felt it was better to be cautious. Almost all of the people of Great Qin had known about the Han army approaching Great Qin, but they did not have any panic, because the last time, their Majesties, destroying 200,000 troops had refreshed everyone's perception. It seemed that the god of war wasn't necessarily the god of war back then, but the soldier immortal was definitely the soldier immortal back then, and most people felt that with His Majesty around, nothing would happen. But at this time, a showman from another country who had just passed by this place felt very surprised after seeing the reaction of the people of Great Qin. Do they trust Li Yi that much? Of course, he didn't dare to say this explicitly, and could only slander it in his mind, but he didn't care. He was just passing through this place, and seeing that Daqin San City hadn't closed its gates yet, he planned to come in and have a good meal. After all, he still had to rush to the Great Martial Dynasty to participate in the poetry festival, so he had to fill up his stomach before he could do so, and in the meantime, he bought a little more dry food for backup. What's that? That Shotsai was walking when he suddenly saw a blue book fall out of the pocket of a Daqin citizen in front of him. He didn't make a sound, but waited for the other man to walk away before going up and picking it up. Wang Shio loved reading the most in his life, so he curiously opened the book to see what was inside. After a few moments, his eyes went from puzzled to shocked. These poems are also too fantastic. He couldn't help but sigh. Even after just reading one poem each in the book, he realized that this was the highest caliber of poetry he had ever been exposed to in his life. Next, he couldn't help but read it all over, his heart beating faster all the time, until he saw the last page. That line of small words, his heart was even more shocked beyond words. The penman is actually Li Yi. He really didn't think that Li Yi, who was famous for his martial arts, had such high attainments in poetry. Next, he inquired about it right and left. and learned that it was a poem composed by His Majesty not long ago, for the sake of their great Qin people's learning. An idea suddenly surfaced in Wang Xiu's heart. That is, now these poems have not been circulated from De Qin. Then I'm afraid that if he uses these poems and participates in the Great Martial Dynasty Poetry Festival in his name, he would soon become famous all over the world. He'd lived his life unwillingly, dreaming of making a name for himself in the history books, one way or another. Therefore, he felt it was a great opportunity. That's right, that's it. Chapter 52, Where is my son Fengxian? Wang Xiu now felt that it didn't matter even if he was exposed afterward, because he believed that with these poems, he would be famous in a short time and everyone would know about his Wang Xiu's existence. At that time in the poetry meeting, surely the entire audience will address me as the poetry immortal. Wang Xiu murmured under his breath. He's not talking big, because with any one of the poems in this book, he could be catapulted to the altar. Wang Xiu had already thought about what would happen after the exposure. Even if it didn't matter if he left behind a reputation, he would still choose to take the risk. The reason for this is that he is very aware of what he would have been capable of. Growing up with a love of reading and poetry, he was gifted in other aspects of literature, but poetry and lyric writing was his shortcoming. After studying for so many years, I still can't make a good poem or lyric myself, and all I can make are mouthfuls of poems and lyrics. That's why this time he participated in the poetry meeting. Originally he wanted to take his chances, because he had long since seen through the world, and simply did not want to just bumble along for the rest of his life, or at least let the world remember his Wang Xiu's existence. Either way, knowing that he was only a shiozai from a small country in the north, and that the population of his own country was not even 100,000, he was completely unable to become famous by virtue of his own learning, but the book of poems in front of him gave him hope for a turnaround. When he thought of this, he cautiously glanced around and after realizing that no one was looking towards him, he hurriedly put the book of poems into his arms. At the same time, he no longer had the heart to have a good meal in Sand City because he wanted to arrive at the Great Martial Dynasty earlier. There's only half a month left before the poetry festival begins, and if he's late, his dream of becoming a poetry immortal will be lost. Imposter poets are poets too. After consoling himself a bit, Wang Xiu immediately walked towards the South City gate. As for the food on the way, he could buy it elsewhere, for he was now afraid that the man who had just dropped the book, realizing it, would return to look for it. It was the only thing he relied on to become famous, and he could never let anyone take it back. Dog territory. Pan Feng was now frantically fleeing towards the back under the cover of his personal guards, as well as his lieutenants. As for this 300,000 Black Dragon army, he didn't want to bother with it. He was going to lose his own life if he stayed any longer. Not long ago, he had many more wounds all over his body after being stabbed by 4 assassins, but these wounds were not fatal. What was fatal was the poison on those assassins' daggers, so he could only protect his heart and veins with his inner strength. It was a good thing that he was a first-grade Zhongshu powerhouse, or else he would have died long ago, and what he had to do now was to hurry up and find an unoccupied place, and then let these vice-generals use their internal force together to force out the poison inside his body. It was the only way he could survive. Otherwise, if he kept dragging it out, the toxins might have to eat away at his internal organs, and then there would be no way back, because he still didn't know how many Jin assassins were hidden in the Black Dragon army until now. So Pan Feng, who was afraid of death, didn't even dare to get rid of the poison in the team again, but had someone take him out of the valley from the back. He even ran a few more kilometers after that, and he still didn't tell his personal guards and lieutenants to stop. Just then, the deputy general, Lu Catch, who was trotting along on his pack, couldn't help but open his mouth. Righteous father, if we just run away, who will take care of the 300,000 troops? As he said this, a flash of longing flashed in Lu Catch's eyes. How could the weak Pan Feng care about this? So he said with some displeasure, Bang Xian, why do you care so much? Aren't there still some vice-generals commanding over there? As long as they do what this marshal explained beforehand, they will definitely be able to break out of that valley without any problems. Pan Feng said this, and the surrounding vice-generals were somewhat contemptuous. To be honest, it was the first time they had seen that a commander-in-chief had fled on the battlefield, leaving his soldiers behind to continue charging. Originally, the Black Dragon army was all panicked enough because they were ambushed. Now that the commander-in-chief had fled due to his injuries, it would definitely demoralize them once again, so leaving it unchecked would definitely result in heavy losses in the end. At the thought of this, the surrounding vice-generals all glanced at each other, and in the end, all of their eyes were placed on Lu Catch's body. Feeling the gazes cast around him, Lu Catch made a quick decision in his mind before nodding in response to them. This was a 300,000 strong army. He didn't want to throw it all away for no reason. Most of all, He had been a vice-general for 5 years, and since he followed and worshipped Pan Feng as his righteous father, he thought that the other party would hold himself up as a great general. Who knew that Pan Feng would not let anyone under his hand be a general because he was afraid of being overtaken, and kept his men as vice-generals. At one time, LV Catch didn't know, and was even complacent because Pan Feng gave him the name Fengxian. Unexpectedly, this old piker had such a heavy sense of jealousy that he was actually afraid that his own righteous son would steal his thunder. When there was still a warring dog 4 years ago, even though he, Lu Shou, had made great achievements in battle, it was still all taken by this old piker. In the end, the other party was Emperor Wu, sealed the title of a great general of Xinhua, their own as the dog did not get, but also every day to shout this old dog righteous father. Lu Catch was now getting angrier and angrier the more he thought about it, and he couldn't even resist throwing this old dog on the ground and then dropping him alive. In that case, he could go back and inherit the 300,000 strong army, but now is not the time. After all, there are still Pan Feng's personal guards around, and they must be taken care of together. Just like that, after running for a kilometer again, Pan Feng then opened his mouth. Well, here it is. Bong Xian, you put it under the tree over there for my father, and then join the others in dispelling the poison for my father. Yes, righteous father. LV Catch agreed with his mouth, then hurriedly placed Pan Feng under that tree. When Pan Feng sat down on the ground, Lu Catch and the other vice-generals then rushed to work their internal energy and began to force out the toxins in his body. As for the personal soldiers, they guarded the perimeter to prevent anyone from approaching. Being too desperate for his life, Pan Feng himself was running his internal energy, preparing to work together to force the toxin out. Before long, Pan Feng was already sweating profusely. There was no way around it. There were simply too many wounds, each with toxins invading them, so trying to force them all out, that should take a little longer. After that, Pan Feng didn't dare to think any more nonsense and concentrated on using his inner strength to get rid of the poison. It was because he was so concerned that he didn't pay any more attention to the movements in the outside world. 10 minutes later, seeing that not all the toxins in his body had been forced out, Pan Feng felt that the vice-generals behind him had stopped channeling internal energy to him. What's going on? Pan Feng opened his eyes in confusion and anger. This is a major event concerning his life. How can he allow these people to fool around? However, at that moment, he was violently startled, only to see that all of those vice-generals stood up, and had even taken out weapons in their hands to surround him. What do you guys want to do? Upon hearing that, those lieutenants all approached him once again, all with a sneer still on their faces. Seeing this, Pan Feng was a bit flustered, because weak as he was, he didn't have any fighting ability at all. Soon he had a flash of light in his head and shouted, "Where is my son Fengxian?" Chapter 53 Ignition and Firing. But just as he cried out, a mournful scream came from his left. "General Lu Dan, kill me." Ah! Pan Feng twisted his head in the direction the voice came from, and then his face changed violently, only to see that at this moment, Lu Catch was holding the Feng Tian paint halberd that he had bestowed upon him, and chopping off the head of the last of his personal guards. Now Pan Feng's head went blank, and he wasn't even clear about the situation yet. "Bong Xian, my son, what are you doing?" Lu Catch did not reply, but flung the blood on his square sky painting halberd, and then walked towards Pan Feng with a fierce face. Just then, the lieutenants gave way. Seeing this scene, Pan Feng suddenly had a bad feeling, as it was now obvious that Lu Catch was in league with the vice-generals. He could even feel a strong killing intent from this righteous son of his. As soon as Sheriff Louis came up to him, he extended his square halberd at him and said viciously, "Old thief, this is where you will be buried." Although he wasn't sure why Lu Catch wanted to kill him, Pan Feng was already getting scared. The weak in him was no match for any of the vice-generals at all. What's more, Lu Catch was already in the same realm as him, both at the early stage of the first-grade sovereign. It's just that this matter was suppressed by him and never reached Emperor Wu's ears because he, Pan Feng, only authorized the existence of vice-generals under his hand. And in their great martial dynasty, as long as a general stepped into the first-grade zongshi, he could be titled as an upper general. However, Lu is still very young, and if this continues, it won't be long before he surpasses him, which is not something that Pan Feng wants to see, because if Emperor Wu knew that after he, the great general of Xinhua, was surpassed by someone under his hand, he was afraid that he would be replaced one day. However, Pan Feng thought that he was usually not mean to LV Catch, so why would the latter have a murderous intent towards him? Although he was very suspicious in his heart, he didn't dare to be tough in his attitude in order to save his life, so he didn't tear his face off. Bong Xian, what is the reason for this? He wanted to know how he had failed to satisfy Lu arrest. The other side wants a woman to give him a woman. Want money is also never stingy. Even when Lu arrests were thinking about his beautiful concubine, he didn't blame the other party for it, so why are the two fathers and sons turning against each other now? Just as he was thinking about it, Lu Kach said angrily at this time, "Shut up, old thief. Is Bang Xian also something you can call? As the commander-in-chief you deserted on the battlefield. According to the laws of Da we have the right to regard you as a rebel. Now you will be executed on the spot." Hearing this, Pan Feng's originally weak face now looked even paler. It was true that there was such a clause in the Da laws and military laws, but that was only a deterrent to the commander-in-chief. After all, in marching and fighting, the commander-in-chief is the supreme overall commander in the army, and no one will care, or rather no one dares to care, even if he is gone. What's more, these vice-generals in front of him were all his beloved ones, and Lu Kach is even his righteous son. They can both obviously disobey that military law. At that time, even if the war was lost, it could still be fooled by any reason. Although there were 300,000 troops, the only person who could speak to the emperor in the end was him, the great general of Xinhua. So at that time, what he said was what he said. Bang Xian, rules are dead. People are alive. You can't make a big deal out of a little thing like that. Little things? Your move is going to get 300,000 troops killed. And you're actually saying it's a small matter. And don't climb into bed with me? I'm at loggerheads with you, old thief. Lu Kach had completely run out of patience. In his opinion, this kind of life-hungry person did not deserve to be the commander-in-chief of a 300,000 strong army, or did not deserve to live at all. As long as he killed Pan Feng, not only would he be able to inherit the Black Dragon army at the valley, he would also inherit that old thief's beautiful concubine. What's more, his action was justified because earlier he and that beautiful concubine were in love with each other, and it was this old thief who broke them up. With this thought in mind, he no longer hesitated and simply shouted, "Old thief, suffer." After saying that, he directly used the square sky painting halberd in his hand and stabbed through Pan Feng's neck. Bang Xian, you. Pan Feng words did not come out. Blood up just blocked his airways. The already poisoned he quickly died. Bah! Lu Kach spat at his corpse, then hurriedly greeted the other lieutenants to go back to preside over the battle, just wondering how many men they had lost now. It didn't take long, and when Lu Kach and the others went back and saw the scene in front of them, they only felt like the sky was about to collapse, only to see countless Jin soldiers, at some point, outflanking their Black Dragon army from both sides of the valley, trapping them all inside the valley. Seeing this scene, Lu Kach roared angrily, "Old thief Pan Feng, you really deserve to die." 2 days later, the Xiongnu army arrived outside Deqinsha city as expected. During the previous days of marching, their 500,000 strong army had been on tenterhooks, fearing that Li Yi would send someone to set up an ambush on their marching route in advance. The man who led the group this time was none other than the Xiongnu monarch, Bolden. He was very cautious along the way, thinking that a military wizard like Li Yi would think of ways to deal with them on the road when he received a letter of war from their army. Unexpectedly, Li Yi didn't even do that. This is a bit of a reversal of Bolden's understanding of Li Yi. After all, the two had fought each other back in the day. Although it was said that Bolden was defeated that time, this time he not only reorganized his army, but also joined forces with other powers, so he was 80% sure that he would be able to take down Great Qin. It's just that, originally, he wanted Li Yi to send troops to ambush him so that he could counterattack them and crush them outside the city, because they Huns are suited to fighting in the wild. It's not actually particularly advantageous for them to attack a city. What's more, in order to deal with Li Yi, he had made all the preparations. As long as Li Yi's army dared to ambush them, he had the ability to make them have no return. Ugh! What a shame! Bolden looked at the distant sand city of Deqin and first told the generals to set up camp here. Since the Great Qin army was cowering and defending the city, they could only forcefully attack the city, but this was not their strong point, so it was best to do it at night. In addition, this time, in the hands of their Huans, they had siege weapons provided by Zhang, which was definitely enough to make Great Qin drink a pot of water. Regarding Li Yi's failure to set up an ambush outside the city, Bolden took it all as a sign that he didn't have the vigor he used to have. After all, ever since he had lost all his martial arts skills, he had been controlled by Emperor Wu all the time in disguise, and he definitely didn't have the bloodlust he used to have. "Oh, you really aren't as good as you used to be," Bolden sneered. In his opinion, the reason why his 200,000 troops lost was all because that left virtuous King Boldian was too wasteful. He thought this in his heart, but did not realize that the reason Li Yi did not send anyone to set up an ambush was that there was no value in doing so, because most of the northern realm was a plain. It could be quite difficult to ambush an army. What's more, he had the territory skill in his hand, so he would have an even greater advantage within his own territory. Meanwhile, Li stood on the walls of San City, blandly looking at the blackened army outside the city. Though that 500,000 troops, almost filling up everything in sight outside the city, made the atmosphere outside the city incredibly depressing. But Li was not the least bit weak. His territory skill was not only useful for the generals within the territory, but also for all the buildings within it. It adds 20% resistance to walls and 50% resistance to gates. Plus, his walls were repaired by top architects, and it wouldn't be easy for those Huns to take this city. Retrieving his thoughts, looking at the Hun army that was about to set up camp about 2 kilometers outside of the city, the corner of Li's mouth curled up slightly. Oh, dare to set up camp so close? Now let's give them some color first. Upon hearing this, the men of the Divine Mechanism Battalion also understood His Majesty's meaning, and then aimed the 4 city defense cannons at the Hun army 2 kilometers away. Light the fire. Chapter 54, Kings and Lords. Since the city's defense guns were already loaded with shells, they only needed to be aimed and ignited. Fire! As the voice of the Divine Mechanism Battalion's commanding officer fell, all 4 of those gun ports lit up with bright flames, and the cannonballs inside flew out directly under the impetus of high air pressure. Bang! 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 In the distance, Bolden was directing the soldiers to set up camp. He dared to get it so close because he just wanted the soldiers to just rest for a while during the day, and then start planning for the attack straight away at night. Anyways, they didn't rush this march, and even let all the soldiers rest for a while before arriving at the Great Qin border. As such, there is no such thing as playing tired, which is why he is so bold. Even just now, a general couldn't help but open his mouth and ask him, Shan Yu, nothing will happen if we set up camp so close to San City, right? Bolden was a little offended to hear this. What can go wrong? It's broad daylight. I don't believe the Great Qin army can sneak up on us. Who knew that just as his words left his mouth, several dull sounds came from the direction of San City. Bolden craned his head in confusion, but did not see anything. What's going on over there in Daqin? Since this was the first time he had heard this sound, he had no idea what caused it. However, the doubt on Bolden's face quickly disappeared and was replaced by shock, only to see a black spherical object flying over in midair not far away. Bolden couldn't tell what it was, but his body instinctively felt that it was dangerous and had to be kept away. There were no stone throwers in the vicinity, and for this thing to come down from the air, it must be something extraordinary. Get out of the way. He also rushed to the side to hide after yelling out, as this was so close to him that it almost landed at his feet. However, since most of the Huns were camping, not to mention whether they could hear Bolden's reminder, even if they did, they couldn't react. The next moment, those 4 shells landed in different places. Boom! The moment it hit the ground, the gunpowder inside the shell directly exploded, and the steel balls inside shot out in all directions. That's right, the shell inside this city defense cannon was precisely a blooming shell, which as the name suggests exploded after landing. Relying on the terrifying impact, it blew up the bodies of nearby Hun soldiers. That's not all. The steel balls hidden inside were also like bullets, shooting out in all directions. Ah! A miserable scream rang out, and those Huns directly fell down a piece. It couldn't be helped that the Huns' army wasn't rich in the first place, and most of them didn't even have armor. Therefore, when the steel ball struck them, it easily penetrated their bodies. Some had round bloody holes in their legs and arms, and of course the unlucky ones were shot through the heart, as well as the head. Even Bolden wasn't spared, as he was hit in the shoulder by one of those steel balls due to the range of those balls. As the smoke from the explosion cleared, one of the generals noticed Bolden's side and rushed over to prepare to pick him up. Shan Yu, are you okay? He saw that on Bolden's shoulder, red blood holes had appeared, and blood kept oozing outward. Bolden grimaced at this and waved his hand. I'm fine. Fortunately, just now, he had been running his body's internal energy just to prevent accidents. It didn't just happen to come up, so his arm wasn't pierced, just the steel ball stayed in his arm. Feeling the pain coming from his arm, Bolden's face was more than a little mortified. Although he didn't know what the hell it was obviously related to Li, and it was definitely some kind of new weapon the other party had come up with. Thinking about it, he gave an indignant glance at the distant San City. What a disgrace. I didn't expect to make this Shan Yu in such a sorry state after only just exchanging blows. Only after finishing, he was puzzled and flustered. But, what kind of weapon is this that can actually hit 2 kilometers away? The other Huns are significantly worse compared to his heart. It was the first time they had experienced such a thing, and they even thought it was a punishment sent down to them by the gods, and they all knew that they had usually done evil. So it was at this point that some of the men decisively fell to their knees. I don't dare to do bad things anymore, and I beg the gods in heaven not to punish me. Just now, he saw with his own eyes that his companion had his limbs blown off and died in front of him, and that miserable look had scared the piss out of him. Just as he was still begging, then a flash of cold light flashed before his eyes, and then his head was cut off by Bolden. At a time like this, he could never let someone like that affect morale live. Nobody panic. The whole army pulled back 5 kilometers. Since Li Yi was able to hit them, he could only ask his soldiers to retreat farther away, which was a lesson learned. In the distance, when Yang Qi saw the Xiongnu army retreating, he also shouted with great excitement at this moment, "Get the hell out of here, or you won't get any better." Watching the enemy troops fall and flee, both Yang Qi and the other defenders felt a great sense of pain. Only they were also curious as to why His Majesty did not allow them to proceed to ignite and fire the cannons, which were still able to hit at this distance now. Li Yi also knew what these people were thinking, and then he smiled and spoke. "Oh, if it's just this shell, it won't kill many people. So I have a big surprise waiting for them." After saying that, Li Yi twisted his head to look at the commander of the Divine Mechanism Battalion. "Stick to the plan." "Yes, Your Majesty. Great Qin's side of the Great War is on the verge of breaking out, and the territory of Dewu is even more unsettled. Under the leadership of Wu Sheng and Chen Guang in the past few days, they had long since gained the support of the people of Yin County and killed the magistrate here. Even the local officials and soldiers were all beaten and surrendered, and they considered the place completely occupied. Of course, their goal could be more than that, because Wu Sheng and Chen Guang fought under the slogan of Dechu, so they definitely wanted to overthrow the tyranny of Dewu. Because of this, they kept absorbing the neighboring teams to strengthen their insurgent army, and when the time was right they would kill the Imperial City. Originally, the people in the surrounding area were still hesitant, but with Wu Sheng shouting out the phrase "Kings and Lords, it's better to have balls." After that, everything changed. Countless people have joined the uprising, saying that they are bound to destroy Dewu. In the meantime, Wu Sheng and his men heard that an insurgent army had also appeared in the southeast, and that it had the slogan of opposing Wu and restoring Chu. This surprised Wu Sheng and Chen Guang because they were just using the momentum. After all, an uprising needs a good motive. In fact, that was exactly why they were under the banner of Chu, and by doing so more people from the former dynasty would join them. As for the insurrectionary army that was said to oppose Wu and restore Chu, they didn't bother much about it. After all, they all had the same goal, which was to overthrow Great Qin. The news of the Yanxian uprising, now passed on by the eyes of the Dark Ministry, quickly reached Emperor Wu's ears. "Why is someone against me again?" Chapter 55, Night Attack on Great Qin Tonight. This news was brought back by the eyes of the secret guards, so Emperor Wu did not doubt its authenticity. It just made him feel very helpless as well, and at the same time very puzzled in his head. How come so many things have happened since he left? One must know that in the past 2 days, news came back from the border that the great martial dynasty's western neighbor, the Wu Kingdom, had long since assembled an army of 200,000 men. Now, the 200,000 strong army was heading towards the western border of Dao, obviously not coming to support them. From the intelligence, Emperor Wu learned that Wu had sent a great general this time, as well as a martial marquis to co-lead the army. Just this kind of configuration is enough to show that Wu is moving for real, and is determined to turn against them in Dao. Damn it, how can these bad people be so unaware of their own lives? Do they think they have a chance because of Li Yi's departure? Wanting to arm wrestle with the powerful De Wu, as much as Emperor Wu wanted to dismiss this idea, he couldn't think of a second reason that would explain it. Moreover, before Li Yi left Dao, everything over here was very stable and there would be no uprisings, foreign enemies, or other problems. Even the nervous man was on the verge of thinking that the root cause of this White River dike breakage that led to the flooding in Yuezhou was also because of Li Yi. Because before Li Yi lost all his martial arts skills, the people of Da held him up to godlike heights. Some said he was the reincarnation of the heavenly god of martial arts, while others said he was an immortal who had descended to earth. Anyway, there are those who say anything, and there are even those who hold him in high regard. All of these were related to the supreme gods, so Emperor Wu now wondered if he had privately relegated Li Yi to the status of a commoner and thus angered the positive gods. This ultimately led to the gods no longer blessing Dewu, and even made Dewu's national fortunes already damaged, which led to so many problems. Have I really done wrong? Thinking of this, Emperor Wu actually vaguely felt a trace of regret in his heart. Had he known that he wouldn't have made things so desperate? At least retaining Li Yi's identity as a prince. The other party probably wouldn't have left Dewu either. However, Emperor Wu was clear that it was useless to regret now. After all, the people had already left the Dewu dynasty. Most importantly, if he really felt regret inside, wouldn't that just prove that his previous decision was wrong? Thinking of this, Emperor Wu snuffed out the trace of regret in his heart. It was impossible for his decision to be wrong. While Li Yi left, many things happened in Dao, but that doesn't mean it's all related to Li Yi, or maybe it's just a coincidence. Maybe even if the other side was there, so much would still happen. However, Emperor Wu believed that with his own abilities, he should be able to settle everything soon. It's just that there are too many things, and I'm afraid it's going to take a lot of effort for him to deal with them. Ugh, is still a headache. Emperor Wu couldn't help but hold his forehead, because this headache was not talking about mentally, but physically really feeling a headache. He wondered if he was coming down with something. His head had been so groggy for the past few days that it felt like lead, and he was also very drowsy. But he had privately asked the eunuchs to look at it and had not diagnosed any illness. After he had voiced his symptoms himself, that doctor said he was probably too tired. Looks like it's going to be an early night. After muttering a sound, Emperor Wu began to review the zhangfang in front of him, but it didn't take long for his consciousness to blur, and his body couldn't help but fall asleep. It wasn't long before Li Mingchen passed by the door, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but hook up after seeing Emperor Wu sleeping over inside. It's finally about time. It won't be long before the great marshal will have this emperor's son in power, he said darkly in his heart, but he didn't dare to stay at the doorway for long, and then he turned around and went to his own courtyard. However, he did not realize that Emperor Wu, who was asleep on the dragon case, had a stream of blood coming out of his nose. It ended up in the form of drops of water that dripped down onto the case's sunga. Northern Realm, Zheng Palace. A greasy man wearing a purple dragon robe with a fat head and ears was sitting on that luxurious dragon seat, embracing two stunningly beautiful concubines on his left and right. The two beautiful concubines looked so much alike that they were like twins. The beautiful consort on the left extended her slender jade fingers and fed him grapes, while the beauty on the right fed him lychees. Your Majesty, just eat from your slave's hand first. No, you should eat concubine's lychee first. Two stunningly beautiful concubines competing with each other for favor, which can make Emperor Dong Chui of Zhang State laugh happily. Ha ha, two no one all don't be jealous. I'll eat. Will delicious fruit to eat xiaoho. Dong Chui is also rushed to the two promised. Don't worry two beauties, as long as this time I and Xiangnu take the territory of Great Qin, I will absolutely give your unproductive. No, it's nice to have your brother crowned with a different name and given a fief, but it's just a verbal promise. Whether or not you'll fulfill it for them then is another story. Now it's just a matter of coaxing the two of them, which doesn't cost anything anyway. Neither of the two beautiful concubines knew what Dong Chui was thinking. They were just very happy because of the other party's promise just now. Your Majesty, with your words we are relieved. Dong Chui was still smiling, but in his heart, he was calculating the progress of their Zheng army's arrival in Great Qin. No matter what, this time he must all eat up to Qin, which was Zoron's original territory. Although the territory of Zojiren was not too big in front of the great powers, it was certainly not small in the north, and its resources were much stronger than those of the barren places. What Dong Chui could not tolerate the most was that this Li Yi was so unaware of the sky and the earth that he had obviously been raised by Emperor Wu as an invalid for 3 years, but he still had the audacity to come to the Northern Realm to claim the title of Emperor. It even made all the forces in the Northern Realm subordinate to their Great Qin Empire. In Dong Chui's opinion, this was really deceiving them that there was no one in the north, deceiving them that there was no one in Zhang. This time, he was going to let Zhang's army step on the Great Qin army led by Li Yi, and take over the Great Qin's land, so that the whole world would know that their northern Zhang was also a great power. Li Yi, aren't you very godly? This time, I will knock you off the pedestal. At one time, the whole world only knew about the Northern Realm, but they didn't know that there was the largest country in the Northern Realm, the Zhang state. This time, as long as they defeated the mythical Li Yi back then their Zhang kingdom would not be looked down upon by any country. Dong Chui was thinking in his heart, completely unaware that a great Qin iron cavalry had already hidden outside the border of their Zhang state, waiting for an opportunity to move. The time came to evening. The night was dark now, but at that moment the walls of Sand City, as well as the barracks 7 kilometers away in the distance, were lit up with bright fires. It's clear that both sides realize there's a bad fight tonight, but all are biding their time. Several hours had passed and the night was dark, because of the presence of dark clouds tonight, blocking out that otherwise bright moonlight, resulting in less than 2 meters of visibility in the unlit areas outside the city. Bolden, who was outside the Hun's camp, saw this and knew that the opportunity had come. Generals, use the night to attack Great Qin at night tonight. Chapter 56, Night Raid on Great Qin. Upon hearing their Shan Yu's words, the Huns had all begun to leap to their feet. During the daytime, they were all blindsided by that mysterious weapon of Great Qin, and at one point, it even made them think that they had invoked divine punishment. Later, under Shan Yu's explanation, they realized that it was only a weapon that could only attack once in half a day, or else why it only attacked once during the day and then stopped. It was reasonable to assume that it would take some time for them to withdraw their troops at that time. Great Qin has every reason to continue attacking with such powerful weapons, so that they can at least lose their troops. For many Huns had heard that some unlucky generals had also died in that attack, killed by steel balls through the heart. Although this mysterious weapon was powerful, it didn't seem to be very good when it couldn't attack a second time for so long. Just one attack of this level would at most cost them hundreds of men, but their Hu people army was 500,000 strong. As long as they take advantage of the night to attack the city tonight, they will definitely be able to cause a considerable shock to Great Qin. At the thought of this, the vast majority of Huns were confident, especially when they thought of what Shan Yu said before, that the Zoron tribe was full of beautiful women. The wariness in their hearts was even more sufficient. You know, once Princess Zoron was also famous for her beauty in the north, so the Huns believed in Shan Yu's words, because it is to be a night attack, so the movement cannot be too big. Shan Yu just first sent the first wave of more than 20,000 people team, first to the Great Qin on the pressure. Get moving. He was not very loud when he gave this order, so it was left to the various leading generals to pass on his orders. After that, more than 20,000 Huns took a detour in the dark and divided into two groups to sneak over towards the east and west of San City respectively. As for the barracks of their army, the place that was facing them now was actually the northern city gate of San City. So Bolden thought, this north city gate must have big Qin heavy guards, then it is easier to break through from the other two city gates. Of course, tonight is just the first test, and he, Bolden, is not a little cute, and could not possibly fight hard before Zhang's army arrived. He only has so many family members. The tribe only has 100,000 soldiers and horses. If the fight is over, then he will become the prey. In addition, Bolden hoped that the other forces in the north would be smart enough to send troops over to attack Great Qin together. In his opinion, even though Li Yi was not as good as he used to be, he was still a dark horse and also an uncontrollable unknown. It was the scariest thing, and originally Bolden thought that was all there was to Yi, a man who once had the ability to control all of Diwu, but little by little the power was being taken away from him. Honestly, what good is such a person? Because he, Bolden, would not be so stupid. At least once he was the one who killed his father to stand up for himself, so he despised Li Yi from the bottom of his heart. However, today's mysterious weapon made him pay attention, so he couldn't be too reckless. At least he had to explore the real reality of the Great Qin army before he could do so. In the middle of his thoughts, the 20,000 Huns who had attacked at night had all disappeared in front of his eyes. Li Yi, let me see if you can block this night attack. The numbers were small, but the men under his hand carried ladders. As long as you seize the opportunity, you can quietly sneak to the city wall, and then sneak attack to kill the Great Qin defenders, and ultimately attack the city gate. When his men took the city gates, they would immediately beat the drums to send a signal, at which time he would have 100,000 ready cavalry troops, fast and furious, quickly attack the Sandy City. Of course, if you can't take the gates, forget about it. You'll lose a lot of money if you forcefully attack to take the sandcastle. However, as long as they are not discovered by the Qin army, there is definitely a chance to break through the city gates. The reason why Bolden wanted to take Qin was not only because he coveted the resources over here, but more importantly because Li Yi was here and he wanted to wash away the shame of that year. Once when he killed his father and established himself, controlling the entire Human tribe. What kind of spirit was that? Back then, quite a few Northern Realm forces were like papier-mâché in front of the large army led by him, and he soon grasped 1/3 of the Northern Realm. I had thought that if this progress continued, it would take less than a few years before I could take the northern border and thus continue to rule the central plains from the south. Who would have thought that they would meet the Dao army led by Li Yi halfway? Originally he thought to cut a little, because she has also long admired the great name of Li Yi. Who knows that he was beaten to rout, directly led him Hu people tribe a few years to slow down. When he thought of the disappointment in the eyes of those clansmen in the tribe after the defeat, Bolden felt that those days were really the shame of his life. Li Yi, I will make you pay back the shame of the next day 100 times over. However, not long after his flag was set, a loud noise suddenly came from the location of San City's west city gate in the southwest. Rumble. The next moment a bright fire lit up over there, and even for a time the sky over there was as white as day, which startled Bolden and the other Huns in the barracks. What's going on here? The voice was deafening, and although it was several kilometers away, Bolden had the feeling of being in the presence of the sound, just not waiting for him to be surprised. Soon the location of the east city gate of San City in the southeast direction appeared as it did just now. Although Bolden did not know what had happened, he felt very bad in his heart, for both positions were where the 20,000 soldiers, who had just been sent out, were about to attack the gates of the city. Hurry up and find out what the hell just happened. Bolden's side was very tense, while on the other side Li stood on the wall of the north city gate and gazed at the lighted fire in a calm manner. Oh, It looks like it worked. Niaing beside her was also very happy to see this. She didn't expect that it was all predicted by Li. These people really wanted to sneak attack the east and west city gates of San City tonight. So before the Huns arrived outside the borders of Great Qin, Li had sent his men to bury a very large amount of explosives on both sides of the road. It was also the first time Niaing knew about this weapon, but having already seen the power with her own eyes, she was clear about the terror of explosives. Even a small amount of dynamite can blow a cow's body right to pieces, let alone several thousand pounds of equivalent dynamite. Previously, Li had instructed the men of the Divine Mechanism Battalion that as long as those Huns stepped into the explosion range, they would ignite the fuse to blow them over. I'm sure those Huns are now heavily dead and wounded, and it's not hard to see that just from the deafening explosions just now. Li also thought so in his heart. After all, that explosive was improved. Although it was not as strong as TNT, it was actually not much worse. What's more, the steel balls inside the explosives can make up for the gap in power. As for the raw materials for making gunpowder, they were all collected within the territory. After all, things like sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal are not uncommon, and it's just a matter of having mines and wood. It just so happens that this side is the one with more minerals. It's just that the people of Zojiran wouldn't have utilized them before, but it just so happens that the minerals have been preserved. Retracting his thoughts, Li felt that it was about time, so he instructed the men of the Divine Mechanism Battalion beside him. It's time for Yankee and the other generals to get their hands dirty and send them signals. Yes. After the man responded, he decisively lit the flare beside him, which was made by the people from the Divine Mechanism Battalion. Shoo! The flare flew into the sky and eventually exploded in mid-air with a thud, releasing colorful flames. Outside the city, after Yang Qi saw this scene, he immediately opened his mouth to the dragon cavalry beside him. Do it! As the words fell, those dragon riders ignited the red razor cannons placed in front of them, with the direction facing the Huns barracks in the distance. Oh, let you bunch taste tonight. What is called artillery fire? Chapter 57 Nya Ying's Worry. At the same time, the fuses of several red razor cannons were lit in the distant darkness in all 8 directions around the Hun barracks. They, like Yang Qi and the others, aimed their cannons at the Huns barracks. Bang! The barrel of the gun flared brightly with a dull sound, and then the blooming shells inside were pushed out. Seeing this scene, Yang Qi also laughed out loud. Oh, don't sleep, all of you hucksters, it's time to wake up. The words fell, and soon from all sides flew out the blossoming bullets, all of which fell into the camp of the Huns, and most of the shells fell in the center of the camp, where many soldiers were still resting. When they set up camp outside of San City during the day, they had to be forced to retreat 5 kilometers to set up camp because they were attacked by the mysterious weapons of the Qin army. But they had an army of 500,000, and although they only retreated 5 kilometers, they were delayed for 2 hours. This, of course, includes setting up a tent. It just didn't include putting up a fence around the camp, because that only required a small number of men to do it. But even then they didn't get enough rest. Since they didn't have to launch a general attack tonight, most of the Hun army was resting in the camp. It was for this reason that they were still asleep even moments before the blossoming shells landed and exploded in front of them. Boom! In the originally silent night, a thunderous explosion suddenly rang out in the camp, and the terrifying impact directly overturned the camp tent. How? Bolden was shocked, obviously not expecting their camp to be attacked as well, knowing that their camp was 7 or 8 kilometers away from San City. Most of all, they had eyes all around their barracks, so it was reasonably impossible to wait for the enemy to hit them before realizing there was a problem. However, he soon calmed down, because the Qin army has a mysterious weapon that can shoot out 2 kilometers away. It is actually considered normal to sneak up on them from a distance around the barracks. It was also blamed on the other party's weapon being too perverse to have such a long range of attack. Meanwhile, the unlucky ones in the camp who were closer to the blast range just slept forever. They weren't the worst. The worst were the Huns whose bodies were blown up by the shells, but who didn't die from the pain of living. It would be better to sleep forever. So there's no pain yet. The rest of the men, which were caught in the aftermath of the explosion, especially the steel balls from the open-ended shells, streaked through the camp like countless scattered bullets. Actually, people who lie down and fall asleep are okay because it's hard for bullets to hit them. But those who are on duty to guard the barracks at night, Huns miserable, close to the people, were hit into a hornet's nest. Far away from not being hit in the vitals, okay, but if they were hit on the life of the dead. On top of that, the loud noise caused the camp to panic. Seeing this, Bolden hurried over there to preside over the battle. All don't panic, nobody mess. He calmed the soldier as he continued toward the location of the explosion. Although it was very dangerous over there, if they didn't go there soon the whole camp would be in chaos. And if the Qin army came over then, their army would suffer heavy casualties. To be honest, He had thought that with this mysterious weapon of the Qin army, the time between each attack would be very long, and that way soon he would be able to stabilize the situation. Before 2 minutes had passed, however, a dull sound resounded again in the distance. Crap! Bolden hurriedly greeted his soldiers from the tent and then used his shield to defend himself against this horrible attack, as he had no better way to do so. Only, what he was doing now was in vain. The shells were coming in much faster than he could get the order down. Because of this, the Huns who were attacked places, even if they survived, were like headless flies, running around, and soon many of them were trampled to death. Seeing this scene, Bolden's heart was furious to the core. Li, how dare you attack my people? If I catch you, I will definitely break you into pieces. He was so overcome with rage that he seemed to forget that he had also sent out his soldiers tonight, in 2 separate directions, to raid the sand castle. Anymore, Bolden has been through the ringer. It was clear to him that this must not go on, and that the attack of these Qin troops must be stopped before he could do so. Since the range of this weapon's attack was very far, he was unable to tell for a moment where the Qin troops around the barracks were standing right now. So, he could only yell out first, "Come on, man!" The voice fell, and soon a beloved general walked over. "Subordinate, take more men and search anywhere within a 3-kilometer radius to find this group of Qin troops that attacked us and kill them all." "Yes." After that heartfelt general responded, he immediately led his men there, because he was afraid that these people would be ambushed. Bolden asked that general to bring in more people to try to make these Qin troops pay, in addition to snatching their mysterious weapons. In any case, this was the first time Bolden had been subjected to such a powerful weapon with such a wide range. If they could get their hands on it and work out how to make it, their Human tribe would definitely be stronger. In the distance, Li, who was on the northern gate of Sand City, was smiling at the lighted fire. These red barbaric cannons were made by the Shinji battalion together with top craftsmen. The reason they are so efficient is not only because they are very competent, but part of it has to do with territorial skills. There was an effect in this territory skill that was to deliberately and dramatically increase the work efficiency of everyone in the territory, and the magnitude was still 20%. This increase was already not low, plus the fact that his people knew how the red razor cannons were made was what allowed them to be made so quickly. Of course, it's a credit to the system king. If it weren't for the provision of so many handy tools, such as casting tables, grinders, etc. So some time ago they worked overtime and eventually built nearly 20 red barbaric cannons, as well as 10 of the city defense cannons. The number of shells is even more numerous. Niang was also in a very good mood after watching the Hun camp being bombed. Finally, I can teach these people a good lesson. I don't know how many people in the north have suffered from their poisonous hands before. It's cruel to take people for food, if it is really hungry, and then eat people that is still reasonable. After all, this kind of thing is not rare in the chaotic world. But Hun's cannibalism is not so simple. They almost treat human flesh as a delicacy. Especially the younger the flesh, the more tender it is. Even more abominable is the fact that these people tease their prey to death, or torture and abuse them to death, before eating them. Even pregnant women are not spared, just to satisfy the evil selfish desires in their hearts. So getting rid of this kind of scourge is also considered to be doing justice to heaven. Only, then a flash of worry flashed across Niaying's eyes. "Your Majesty, what if we wait a while and those Huns find General Yang Qi and the others?" Chapter 58, Emperor Wu vomits blood in anger. Niaying is not only afraid that something will happen to the Qin army, but she is also afraid that the Hongyi cannon will be snatched by the Xiongnu. For his part, Li Yi said without worry, "Don't worry. The Huns won't be able to find them because they'll underestimate the true range of the city's defense guns." He said this because in his territory, long-range weapons also had a range bonus. This is a 20% increase just like any other aspect of the attribute. To know, his Qin army's red barbaric cannon range originally have 2.5 kilometers. If the increase of 20%, the range has reached 3 kilometers. And, that's not even the actual range. It's actually more than 3 kilometers. Now not only was the territory of Great Qin his territory, but even 100 miles beyond its borders had actually been categorized as his Great Qin territory, because all of the tribes, or other forms of power, within these 100 kilometers had already submitted to the Great Qin Empire. So, Yanqi and the shells they were hitting right now all had the increase of the territory skill. Not only that, but he had instructed Yang Qi and other generals beforehand to randomly change positions again after a few shots, aim to be able to harass the Huns all night long and give them a good taste of that torture. It's always been the Huns teasing others. Now it's my turn to tease them too. The corner of Li Yi's mouth hooked up, and he proceeded to walk towards the bottom of the city gate. Niang froze and instinctively opened her mouth to ask, "Your Majesty, you..." Before her words even left her mouth, Li Yi knew his question and opened his mouth with a smile. "I'm going back to rest now. Do you want to join me?" As the tone fell, Niang also directly froze. and immediately, she seemed to have thought of something, and her pretty face flushed pink. At the same time, he turned his head away, not daring to look directly at Li at all. That's really annoying. What are you talking about, sire? Seeing Yang suddenly like this, Li was directly baffled. What's going on in this woman's head? Still, he opened his mouth to warn. After this, the Huns won't attack the city again tonight. We should just rest directly. After saying that, Li looked at the leading general stationed beside him on the city wall, then said to him, "It's shift change time. Go get the next shift to come up and stand guard, and all of you go back to rest." Hearing this, not only the leading general defending the city in front of him, but even the other defenders on the city walls were dumbfounded. Even though they knew it was time for the shift change, it was a big army, so was it really a good idea to be so lax? But His Majesty had given the order, and they were forced to follow it. They didn't realize that Li had a deeper purpose for doing so, which was to torture and infest the enemy, and to nourish his strength internally. The army wouldn't be in any better shape if it fought a war with its nerves on edge all the time. Moreover, with Yang Qi can play that 500,000 Xiongnu for one night, Li is not worried that they still hit the idea of attacking the city. That Xiongnu Shan you can stabilize the army is a problem. Niating raised her head and saw that Li did not wait for her to leave, which made her stomp her foot angrily. Damn Li, you actually didn't wait for me. Of course, this was something she only spat in her mind, not daring to say it out in the open, but she was also very torn nowadays. After spending some days together, she realized that Li seemed to have no feelings for her at all. To be honest, she was now torn about whether or not to tell what had happened before. Does he really not remember me? After murmuring a sigh, the forlorn-looking woman simply stayed where she was, intending to wait for the next shift of guards to come up and then she would go back. The next day, early morning, Great Martial Palace. Emperor Wu was absent from the morning court, or rather he had directly sent someone to inform the ministers of the Imperial City that they did not have to attend the morning court today. As for the reason, it was not said, but only some people in the palace had heard that His Majesty was not feeling well today, and that was why he did not attend the court. Discussing this kind of thing was a felony that killed the head, so almost no one dared to voice it. No matter what, they all coincidentally chose to shut up, not even the usual small talk, for fear of being mistaken for discussing the emperor. And at this moment, Emperor Wu was walking around the imperial study dealing with it, but his face was a bit white and his forehead was sweating coldly from time to time. Lu Minlan was right beside him, and at this moment, she looked at Emperor Wu with some concern. Brother Tian, if you're not feeling well, why don't you go back and rest first, and stop dealing with these trivial matters? Hearing this, Emperor Wu waved his hand. No need. Yesterday I have some things I did not finish, so I have to get it out today. Otherwise it will affect my image in the hearts of the 100 officials. In Emperor Wu's opinion, he had to set up the image of a strict ruler in order to deter these people. Of course, this strict must start with himself. If the dynasty can't get it right on a daily basis, it will really be underestimated by this group of guys. Seeing Emperor Wu being so feisty, Lu Minlan couldn't help but sigh. Alas, Brother Tian, you might as well have taught Mingchen more about dealing with political affairs in the first place, so that he can step up and help you when you're not feeling well. Now you're obviously unwell, yet you're bracing yourself for all this annoyance. Hearing Lu Minlan keep nagging, Emperor Wu's heart, which was already a bit irritated, now became even more annoyed, so he loudly scolded. Have you said enough? If there is nothing else to say, hurry up and get out. I still have to deal with these Zhangjis seriously. If he let Lu Minlan go on talking like this, he wouldn't be able to do anything for himself. He wouldn't be able to concentrate at all. But he had underestimated the woman's capriciousness, and the other party froze for a moment when she saw him in this attitude. The next moment, Lu Minlan was directly angry. I can't believe you yelled at me. With these words, Lu Minlan directly gave Emperor Wu dry silence. He admitted that he had just been a little loud, but it shouldn't be called a yell, should it? Also, he regretted a bit that he had just shouted instinctively because he was too annoyed. It was now clear to Emperor Wu that he was too late to explain even if he wanted to, because at this time, Lu Minlan, that was already visible to the naked eye with tears in her eyes, then directly went forward and violently stepped on his foot. The kick was delivered with almost full force, with complete disregard for the fact that his body wasn't feeling well today. Good you Li Ao Tian, you actually dare to treat me with this attitude as well. It seems that you have been mesmerized by those vixens in the harem and don't care about me at all. After saying that, Lu Minlan did not give Emperor Wu a chance to explain at all and directly walked towards the door. Since you treat me so poorly, I'll leave now and let your little vixen keep you company. Hearing this, it took Emperor Wu half a day to organize his thoughts for an explanation, but Lu Minlan had already walked out of the imperial study by this time. It made him very helpless. Alas, The entire harem of women are full of face. You do not allow me to touch. But also said what a little vixen fascinated me. Spitting in his mouth, Emperor Wu continued to deal with the folders on the dragon case. If it were usual he would have chased them out long ago, but today there was little strength. Looking at the fact that there were still so many zhangfu that hadn't been approved, Emperor Wu also regretted it. It was all his fault for accidentally falling asleep yesterday. Otherwise how could he continue to be busy in such a state of discomfort? When Lu Minlan walked out of the door, she didn't pay attention to the corner where Li Mingchen was waiting. He heard all the words in the room just now, and didn't realize that his father thought of himself that way. It made him want to speed up his plans, so he hurried into the Imperial study only after his mother had left for good. What are you doing here, father? Just now intelligence came from the Black Dragon army in the northeast saying that their 300,000 strong army was ambushed by the Jin army nearly wiped out, and General Pan was executed for deserting the battlefield. What did you say? After Emperor Wu let out a cry of alarm, his throat suddenly began to churn, and then he couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. Chapter 59, Emperor Wu. In danger. Seeing the scene in front of him, Li Mingchen's face didn't have any panic. Instead, the corners of his mouth were slightly hooked up. Oh, finally waiting for this day. It seems that the medicine those guys gave was really useful and didn't disappoint this emperor. As a matter of fact, what he just said was a bit exaggerated. He knew that Pan Feng and the others had been defeated, but they had only suffered heavy losses, not to the extent of near total annihilation. The reason why he chose to say that was because he had overheard the conversation between father and mother. When he was outside just now, he originally wanted to come to the Imperial study to find his father and ask about Li Yi on the side. Before, he definitely wouldn't have done so himself, but since learning that the other party had claimed the throne in the Northern Realm, Li Mingchen also felt threatened. After all, back then, Li Yi fled to Wu like a lost dog. Even if he had taken more than 10,000 Black Dragon army with him, it was questionable whether he could survive in this harsh environment in the north, because at that time, he still felt that not only did Li Yi not have any territory, he also did not have any food in his hands. So this big brother of his, he definitely couldn't even afford to take away those 10,000 soldiers. Those people might also give up following Li Yi once they suffered from starvation. They no longer believed in the right, relegated to the interests of the plebeians once the god of war and soldier immortal of the great martial arts. Under these circumstances, Li Mingchen naturally did not worry that Li Yi would develop and even one day bring a large army to kill back to Dawu. But after learning that he had claimed the throne and also held all the territories of the original Zoron, he knew better than to let this unknown threat grow. Because of this, he needed to keep tabs on Li Yi at all times. Whoever thought that on the way to look for father, he met the Black Dragon army that brought back military information from the war zone. The man was covered with wounds and was still very weak. He himself had to go up and ask him what had happened, but he didn't expect to actually get the news that Pan Feng had been defeated. Quickly tell His Majesty that our army has been ambushed, and that General Pan Feng was executed by General Lv Catch for deserting the battlefield. When Li Mingchen heard this news, to be honest, his heart was also incomparably shocked, not expecting Pan Feng to bring 300,000 troops or defeat. The most important thing was that Pan Feng, who was the great general of Jingui of Da, would be so afraid of death. As the weak military ambassador fainted later, he himself had to rush to the Imperial study alone with the military information. Later it was at the door. Heard his father is not yet intended to give his own release of power of mind, so deliberately said heavy military, good gas their own this father. As long as you can get him up and down who is also weak, your first step will be the supervisory crown prince, and after that, you will even be the emperor of Dao. Seeing how Emperor Wu's body was now shaking, Li Mingchen hurriedly put away the smile at the corner of his mouth before stepping forward to support the other party. Father, what's wrong with you? The man who had been stealing inside was now acting very panicky, and proceeded to yell out to the outside of the room. Someone, call the Imperial doctor, go get the eunuch. Emperor Wu looked at him at that moment, then fainted with both eyes closed. Li Mingchen shouted father a few more times, and after seeing that the latter didn't react in the slightest, the joy in his heart was already overflowing. The crown prince, the throne, it's all secure. At this time, his mind was all about the days when he sat as the crown prince supervisor for a period of time, and eventually wore the dragon robe and sat on the throne with his hands on the throne. Thinking of this, he glanced down at Emperor Wu. Don't worry, father, I will definitely not take things to the extreme, and then I will make you the supreme emperor. While Emperor Wu was unconscious, he was also having a good time being the emperor's mouth. I don't know how much time has passed. In the Hall of Nourishment, this was Emperor Wu's chambers, and now he was lying in a coma on his bed, with several imperial physicians all continuing to diagnose him by his bedside. Lu Minlan was also here now. She had rushed to the Yangxin Hall without stopping after being informed that the emperor had fainted. In fact, if it wasn't for this incident with Liao Yan, she would have wanted to go back to her mother's house tonight to complain, because Liao Yan dared to yell at her tonight. Then in the future, he would dare to beat her without any hesitation. So this matter had to let her father step in and give Liao Yan a good lecture. When Liao Yan revolted back then, almost all the troops were provided by their Lu family, so he still had great respect for his father even after he sat on the throne. I just didn't expect that something would happen before she even left Liao Yan. This made her panic for a moment. The country can't be without a king for a day. If this guy never woke up, then it would definitely cause instability in the dynasty. At that time, the people and the powerful ministers of Da will be tantamount to saying that they have lost their backbone. And at that time, some people with ulterior motives may want to cause trouble. Retracting her thoughts, Lu Minlan once again opened her mouth to question those eunuchs. How is your diagnosis going? His Majesty, he should be fine, right? And when will he wake up? Upon hearing this, the eunuchs present all looked puzzled, and it was clear that they had not discovered the cause of the illness. Next, one of the eunuchs reported truthfully, back to Empress Mother. Although His Majesty's pulse is a little weak now, no cause of illness can be found. Speaking here, that eunuch paused for a moment, obviously a little less daring to continue. Eventually, however, he shuddered and explained. Then, that means that theoretically the emperor is fine now. Hearing the eunuch's answers, Lu Minlan became even more angry in her heart. Are you guys joking with this palace? How dare you say that the emperor is still fine? Why would he vomit blood if he's fine? Why hasn't he woken up yet? After hearing Lu Minlan's questioning, those eunuchs were scared and knelt on the ground. Empress, forgive us for our lack of skill, but we really don't see the problem. Seeing the crowd of eunuchs in this state, Lu Minlan was very disappointed, feeling like she had raised a bunch of rice buckets that had no role to play at critical times. Only she didn't know that Li Mingchen was relieved in his heart. He was really worried that these people were very skilled in medicine and could find the chronic toxin in his father's body, in which case it would probably be traced back to him. Relaxing is relaxing, and face saving is definitely the way to go. In the next moment, he directly went forward and kicked those eunuchs to the ground, then angrily scolded them. What's the use of the palace needing a bunch of you losers? If we can't get father to wake up tomorrow morning, then this emperor will kill you all. Hearing Li Mingchen's words, the bodies of those eunuchs shivered, then hurriedly got up to continue their diagnosis. At that moment, Li Mingchen also looked towards Emperor Wu. What he wanted was for his father to fall on the bed and not even be able to get off of it, but definitely not to die. Li Mingchen knows in his own heart that he is not capable of ruling De Wu for the time being, and everything still needs to be done by his father. Only by standing on the shoulders of giants can he see farther. After that, he rushed to Lu Minlan's side, then softly comforted him. Mother, don't worry. Father, he is blessed with a great life. He will never be alright. It might be time to wake up. Words follow laws, and at this point Emperor Wu really woke up, but only to vomit a pool of blood once again. Your Majesty, in danger. Chapter 60, a cannonball in the face. When the eunuchs saw this scene, their old faces were turned white with fear. My life is in danger, they were thinking in their minds. The emperor is now awake, but in a very bad state. If something still happened to the emperor in their presence, then the probability that they, the imperial doctors, would end up being executed by the third prince as well. Mixing in the palace for so many years, these eunuchs can know too much about many things in the palace. At that time, the probability was that the third prince would say that it was due to their failure to save the emperor's life that the emperor had collapsed. There is another possibility, though, and that is to kill them to seal the deal. Normally, if an emperor unexpectedly died without a posthumous edict, the De Wu dynasty would definitely be in chaos as long as the news got out. A timely news blackout at this time is indeed the right choice. There was no way around it. Right now Emperor Wu was spitting out too much blood. To put it bluntly, if this continued, the odds were that he would die. All that blood they were catching in pots, and the scene looked very scary. Li Mingchen was also shocked. He had only administered chronic poison. How could he have caused so much damage to his father? What the hell is going on here? Even he was a bit flustered. He had only intended to poison his own father, not thinking of taking the latter's life. Besides, if father really dies, will he be able to suppress those ministers now? Although there were always people in the court supporting him, there was still a part of the old ministers who didn't think highly of him behind his back. After all, he couldn't do anything in the civil or military field. So in his original plan, he was thinking of getting the power of the supervisor and then getting rid of all those who opposed him. In this way, even if his father died, it wouldn't matter. He would still be able to control the De Wu dynasty, but not yet. His father must not die now. The eager Li Mingchen, once again, went forward to give those eunuchs a kick each, and urged, "You guys hurry up and think of something for this emperor." But the eunuchs don't even know the cause of the disease. So what can they do? Li Mingchen regretted at this time. Had he known to ask those who cooperated with him to ask for the antidote, at least he wouldn't have watched his father die so much. Luckily, his father finally stopped after throwing up for a while. Emperor Wu was awake at this time, but his face was as pale as paper and could shatter at any time. Father, are you all right? Li Mingchen hurriedly inquired. And at this time, next to him, Lu Minlan also came up, and was also concerned. Brother Sky, how do you feel now? Does it feel any better? Emperor Wu sniffed and didn't answer because she really didn't have the strength. After taking a breath, he waved his hand decisively at the surrounding eunuchs. You, guys, stand down. After breathlessly spitting out 4 words, those eunuchs instantly felt as if they were relieved and hurriedly nodded their heads, then walked towards the outside of the Yangshin Hall. It was only when they were walking to the door that they were stopped by Li Mingchen. Wait! Those eunuchs' bodies lurched. Then they all turned their heads to look at Li Mingchen in fear. When you get out there, all of you wait at the door. And don't even think about leaving, do you hear me? The eunuchs all hurriedly slipped away after responding. Next, Li Mingchen looked at Emperor Wu with tears in his eyes. And that look acted even deeper than the sad Lu Minlan beside him, who looked even more affectionate. Seeing this, Emperor Wu was very touched in his heart. He really had a good son. At least it's much better than Li Yi's unfilial and rebellious son who can't do anything but gas himself. Emperor Wu, who was thinking this way in his heart, might have forgotten who helped him to sit on the throne and did not rebel against him even after being treated like that. I have to say, Li Mingchen is really an actor. Now can be said to be in tears. Even Snotso can be said to be snotty. Oh, father, you're going to be fine. It also proved that Emperor Wu did eat this, and then stroked his head favorably. Stop crying. But Li Mingchen didn't care, and even cried while doing so. Father, you can't fall. Or what should the great martial dynasty do? Those ministers have always only obeyed you. Father, and when the time comes that I want them to listen to my royal family's orders, they won't even necessarily care. In that case, my Dao's kingdom can be. When he said this, Li Mingchen didn't say any more. But Emperor Wu already understood what he meant. Although he didn't like to hear these words at this point, he had to say that this statement did have some truth to it. It was a good thing that he was a 7th grade martial artist tonight, and at least he had the internal strength to support his body, or else that second spitting of blood would have caused him to vomit to death straight away. Therefore, now that he wasn't sure if he could save his life, he had to plan for Dog later. At the very least, the royal family must be preserved, and they must not let their Li family lose the kingdom. After pondering for a moment, he immediately said to Li Mingchen, Mingchen, go study the ink and draft an imperial decree. Hearing this, Li Mingchen seemed to realize something and was overjoyed in his heart. Yes. After responding, he hurriedly went to the imperial study to get his things, even taking the jade seal with him, fearing that there would be a mistake in the process, because Li Mingchen was so excited. What would have taken him a quarter of an hour to bring, he returned in less than 5 minutes. Father, my son has brought the things. Emperor Wu nodded slightly. I say you right. After that, Emperor Wu decreed to make Li Mingchen the crown prince and allowed him to move into the eastern palace whenever he wanted. Most of all, granting him, the new crown prince, the right to temporarily supervise the country, and giving him all the imperial orders for the time being to keep. Of course it may still be due to mistrust that Emperor Wu did not make a posthumous edict, such as passing the throne to Li Mingchen upon his own death. After all, he wasn't dead yet, and if he did write out this posthumous edict, he might die even sooner. Emperor Wu didn't dare to gamble. Although his own son's look just now had indeed touched him, it's just that this human heart is unpredictable. He still needs to guard his hand against it. But what Emperor Wu didn't know was that he had actually considered it a gamble when he asked Li Mingchen to supervise the country, and it was the worst decision he had ever, in his life, made. The beginning of the demise of Dao. Li Mingchen himself was overjoyed, and the moment the jade seal was stamped on, he felt that the air became sweet-smelling. Oh, this palace will finally be able to show off its skills. What Jin army? What insurgent army? Kill them all. He had long wanted to send out troops to settle these trivial matters, but unfortunately he didn't have any power before, and now that he had it he definitely wanted to do something to show his father, let him know how wise a decision it really was to make him the crown prince, so that if he forced his father to abdicate in the future, the other side might not be so resistant. Thinking that the future Dao miles of rivers and mountains would be his, Li Mingchen couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth, and was even seen by Lu Minlan. At this time, his willow brows were slightly furrowed, not knowing what he was thinking. In the northern realm, outside the sandy city of Great Qin, Bolden sent out to find the Huns who attacked their Qin army. Searching for half a day without finding any hair, Every time they heard the sound of artillery fire, they immediately rushed over to try to stop the Qin army and then grabbed their mysterious weapons. But they were a step too late each time, and by the time they arrived the people had all run away, while the Qin army appeared in a new place and continued to attack their barracks. Looking around at the artillery fire still flying, Bolden was seething with rage. Are these people all losers? Why haven't they stopped the Qin army's attack? Seeing that deaths and injuries kept appearing in the military camp, he also angrily rebuked Li. Bolden, am at loggerheads with you. But just as his words left his mouth, an ear-piercing air-breaking sound suddenly came, and he, who had just raised his head, changed his face. No good, only to see a black shell fly in, about to hit him in the face. Chapter 61, Numb Bolden. Bolden instantly broke out in a cold sweat, and now he had no time to dodge. Having no choice, he hurriedly grabbed the two soldiers beside him who had not yet reacted and forced them to block in front of him. You are sacrificing for the future of the Hoosiers, and I will remember you all. He did this not because he was afraid of death, but nowadays neither these 400,000 to 500,000 troops nor the entire Hu people tribe could do without him. That's right, that's what he thinks, Bolden reassured himself, only he couldn't continue to think about it much longer at that point, because the shell had blown up. Boom! Since the shell was so close, the impact of the explosion shook Bolden's eardrums, and that was with internal protection. The deafening sensation made him lose his hearing instantly. Next, a terrifying impact bombarded his body, and even though he was blocked by the flesh of the two soldiers in front of him, it still blew him away. Bolden, in his armor, naturally wouldn't be hurt by falling to the ground, but now he had tingling pains coming from his legs and at his arms. Apparently it was wounded by the steel balls hidden in the shells. That was close. Even so, Bolden was relieved to have at least saved a life. Only, when he looked in front of him again, his pupils also shrunk violently. Originally, he had grabbed the two soldiers by the neck and forced them to keep them in front of him. Now he was holding a headless body in his left hand, and in his right hand he was holding only half of the body. Upon closer inspection, one could also see that the bodies of the two men were densely packed with circular blood holes, obviously penetrating wounds caused by steel balls. It made Bolden gulp. This is too powerful. By now he had realized that all these round bloody holes in his body were caused by the aftermath of the steel balls that had passed through the two bodies. That alone was proof of the otherwise terrifying power of that steel ball, although he had experienced it once during the day, but at that time, because he was far away. Now after getting close, even if someone was blocking it, as usual, he was not lightly injured. Bolden couldn't even begin to imagine if he hadn't pulled someone in his way, if he would have been a goner by now. In the middle of his thoughts, a beloved general ran over from a short distance away, then quickly helped him up from the ground. Shan Yu, this place is too dangerous. We'd better leave here first. The general spoke under his breath while helping him towards the fringes of the barracks. After being bombarded for so long, the general had noticed the problem. Now only the central area of the barracks was in the most danger, and it was possible that another blooming bomb would fly in at some point. So now Shan Yu needs to be helped to the edge of the camp so that he is safe, at least for the time being. Bolden's face was horribly gloomy at this time. He didn't expect that he had come to this Shacheng border for less than a day, but he was beaten by the Qin army in such a sorry state. Not only did he lose a lot of soldiers, even he himself hung up his colors, even almost lost his life. Thinking of this, Bolden completely pulled Li into his must-kill list. Only then could he release the anger in his heart. Li, you wait, when I recover I'll make you pay. Bolden's mouth began to get high, when in reality he had spent almost the entire night just being treated for his wounds. There was no way around it. There were just too many wounds, almost all of which were damage caused by steel balls, and those balls stayed in the body. There were 3 of the already few military doctors who came to treat him, and it took several hours to remove all the steel balls. Because those military doctors? They had never seen this kind of weapon before. They likewise had little experience in taking steel balls, which is why they were so slow to heal. For fear of Shan Yu's displeasure, they had been boasting about the Qin army's mysterious weapon halfway through. Shan Yu, this weapon is just too powerful. It actually managed to make you, who is highly skilled in martial arts, suffer so many injuries. It's really terrifying. Having said this, neither of them noticed that Bolden's face hardened even more. Only the heartfelt generals on the side, who could see that Shan Yu was even more angry, rushed to relieve those military doctors. It would be even better if this kind of horrible weapon could be used by us Hu people, and then we would surely kill all over the northern realm. Mute. He also gave the corpsmen a wink and told them all to shut up. Now, the Han army has been tossed around for the night, and there are at least tens of thousands of dead and wounded. Although this kind of damage was nothing to an army that originally had 500,000 soldiers, what happened last night was torture for all the Huns. All night long they had been running around under fire, but Shan Yu had ordered them not to leave the barracks, and had not ordered the soldiers to retreat first, because if hundreds of thousands of troops are randomly mobilized, or in such a chaotic situation, in time more people will be trampled to death than will be killed by shells. That's not counting the fact that someone would take advantage of the chaos to escape, which is why Bolden had his army in camp, resisting the whole night straight away. Alas, it can't be helped. Bolden sighed helplessly. He had sent out nearly 100,000 soldiers in batches last night, and still couldn't find the Qin army's position, and was wounded by the enemy's perilous situation. Because the Qin army had long ago buried a lot of explosives in various places of the barracks, they were directly blown up if they were not careful, and this likewise led to the fact that there were no Huns behind them who dared not wander off. Searching with such trepidation made it even more difficult to find the location of the mysterious weapon used by the Qin army. Realizing that it was so dark last night, the only way they could discern the position of the Qin army was to listen with their ears. As soon as they heard the sound of that mysterious weapon attacking, they would hoof it over. But often, at this time, there will be more explosives buried on the road. So the night passed without them even touching the Qin army, and if it wasn't for the fact that the Qin army stopped their attack at dawn, I'm afraid that their camp would still be bombarded furiously right now. Meanwhile, looking at the casualties and remnants of the soldiers in the camp, Bolden was unusually angry in his heart. What a shame. A strange shame. He had recovered quite a bit now after the night's treatment, but he just couldn't swallow the breath in his heart. It was obvious that he had brought 500,000 troops over, but why was he fighting such a lousy fight? After a night of reflection, Bolden knew he couldn't go on like this. The morale of his army was wearing thin, so he desperately needed to fight a winning battle so that he could stabilize his morale. Thinking of this, he didn't intend to continue waiting. If so many troops were to die here in a nest, then wouldn't he also be laughed at by the world? The next moment, he ordered directly, despite the fact that the Huns had been tortured all night, "Pass on my order. Now prepare the army and begin the official siege." But as soon as his order was given, he was stopped by a general under his hand. "Shan Yu, never. The soldiers just went through that mess last night. If we let them go into battle now, there will be quite a few casualties even if we capture Sand City." How could Bolden not know this? But he couldn't wait, or neither could his army. If we can't win any more battles, then the disorganization of the army will be even more terrible. With that, he insisted on his own way of retaliating, which was to organize tens of thousands of people to force a wave of attack during the daytime, so as to make the Qin army pay at least some price. Soon, however, he was honest, because before his men could rush to the sandcastle, they were sent to the west by buried explosives. Bolden's whole body was numb, and his anger was overtaking his reasoning. Chapter 62, Li Mingchen's crazy appropriation. Incompetence after a furious cry. He all intends to use all of the 500,000 troops. Forcibly attacking the city is not afraid of not being able to take the Sand City, because he realized that consuming the power of the great Qin army on a small scale at a time was something that simply wouldn't work. The weapons of those Qin armies were too strong, and their small-scale attack by the Hu people would only be consumed by the other side. And it wasn't other resources that were consumed, it was the strength of the troops, the strength of their Hoosier troops. This time it seems that they Hu people with a lot of troops, originally has 500,000 troops, but this is almost their tribe's entire war power. As for the remaining 100,000 soldiers, they had to protect their tribesmen. And, after several encounters with the great Qin army, their Hu people's 500,000 strong army was now only 42 or 30,000 left. That's how quickly their numbers were depleted in the face of hot weapons. Also, when Bolden said that he was fighting against the great Qin army, the words were actually already in his face. Because so much time had passed, they could see the shadow of the Qin army completely when they were being attacked, except for seeing the Qin army on the city wall in the distance. To put it bluntly, the two sides are not fighting at all, just the Qin army is unilaterally slaughtering. After all, until now, they hadn't killed a single person from the Qin army, and there were still 0 casualties on the Qin army side. This was a disgrace like no other for Bolden. Li Yi must be made to pay. Seeing his own Shan Yu in this state, the surrounding group of generals were all urging him to calm down. It was already daytime, and the soldiers had all been tortured for a night without closing their eyes, so if they chose to attack the city now, it really wasn't a wise move. Next, those Xiongnu generals persuaded half a dozen times, but it did not help much. Bolden still wanted to take all the troops to fight. Soon, the older Right Honorable King Boldy couldn't stand to look at it anymore and directly opened his mouth to tell the pros and cons of it. "Shan Yu, you must realize that our enemy is not only Great Qin. If we are made to pay a huge price just to capture a Great Qin, then how will we be able to grab territory from Zhang then?" Although it was agreed beforehand that it would be split 4 or 6, How could they willingly take only 4 if our Hoosier armies were not strong? As soon as he heard this, Bolden came to his senses, and unwillingly he eventually chose to let his army continue to retreat backwards, at the suggestion of the others. In any case, it was now necessary to find a safe place where all the soldiers could rest and recuperate. Also, if they want to attack the city again, then they should wait until Zhang's army arrives, or at least they can't just let them who people suffer losses. With that, the Han army began to continue retreating backwards. Not long after, Li Yi, who was standing on the wall of the North City Gate, also laughed coldly at the sight of this scene. Oh, they actually withdrew their troops backward again. What a surprise to me. I thought these Huns would be impulsive for once, but I didn't realize they actually had some brains. Really underestimated them. Hearing Li Yi's words from the side, the corners of Nia Ying's mouth all jerked. How much does that look down on the Huns? It is important to know that although these people are all in the north, their battle power is unquestioned in the north, and can be said to be the #1 power. Before that, they, the Huns, would be able to walk horizontally in the northern realm, and almost any power on this side wouldn't dare to mess with them. Even their original Zojiran tribe, which had actually been considered a top power in the north, might have perished in the hands of the Huns if Li Yi had not come over to help them. However, Li Yi's current breezy appearance was not at all like being blocked at his doorstep by an army of 500,000. It was more like he was watching a play. During the time she was in contact with Li Yi, Niaing had wondered if the other party wasn't nervous. How is it that preparing for and meeting a battle is so easy? Like playing? Retracting her thoughts, she was also curious and tentative in her inquiries. Your Majesty, should we ride out the storm then? Hearing this, Li Yi then shook his head. What's the chase for? These people of theirs are not yet worthy of my attention. Also, if I'm not mistaken, they definitely want to wait for Zhang's army to come and deal with our great Qin together. But I like to see them wait. I just don't know if they'll be as stoic when they get their home stolen. Upon hearing these words, Niaing seemed to anticipate something, and then the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. It seems that when the time comes, it's really going to be a good show. This side of the north was very lively, and so was the other side of Dao. Starting from this morning before court, an imperial edict came out from the palace that the emperor had made the third prince, Li Mingchen, the crown prince, and granted the other party to stay in the eastern palace. To be honest, the ministers who heard the news at the time were confused. Previously, they did all know that the emperor had been wanting to depose Li Yi as the crown prince and then give way to the third prince. But when Li Yi was relegated to the common people, the emperor not only did not go to let the third prince to be the crown prince, but instead the palace frequently rumors some of the remarks about this. For example, the third prince wanted the emperor to make him the crown prince, but 3 times the emperor was shunned by the emperor. Even the empress to help speak is not good. Originally, he thought that Emperor Wu was too suspicious and did not trust the third prince. Unexpectedly, today he was actually established as the crown prince without any warning. These are nothing. The important thing is that after they went to the court, they were even more surprised by the scene in front of them, only to see that this time, the person sitting on the dragon throne and presiding over the court was not Emperor Wu, but Li Mingchen, who had just been made the crown prince. Li Mingchen also explained that it was that the emperor had been a bit tired in recent days, so he wanted him to supervise the country. It just so happened that it was also to exercise him as the future crown prince. For this explanation of Li Mingchen, the 100 officials were all skeptical, but the other side of the imperial decree and imperial edict are real, and there is also a jade seal chapter seal on it, and Li Mingchen also indicated to them that they could go to the emperor's palace to see his father at any time. This statement is very obvious, is to show them that he did not do anything to the emperor, everything is the latter initiative to give orders. In this way, even if there were some ministers who could not accept it, there was nothing they could do. After all, the emperor had already decided so. Of course, they still can't help but talk and spit. At this time, seeing the way those ministers below were chattering, Li Mingchen became a little impatient. His father has already agreed. Why are you complaining? Is it because you don't believe in his abilities? Thinking about this, Li Mingchen became a bit angry and then spoke out. Alright, now you all must have no objections to the identity of this palace's crown prince, as well as this palace's supervision of the country. So this court declares that the pilgrimage will now begin. This was the first court meeting that he had presided over. Li Mingchen was also very excited in his heart, and to be honest, sitting on the dragon throne, he really enjoyed the feeling of being an emperor. Is this what power feels like? It's simply marvelous. Just before he could enjoy himself for a few moments, the Minister of War, Ma Da, stepped forward. Your Highness the Crown Prince, the military pay for the defenders of Lin Bei City on the northern border is already insufficient. So, before he could finish his sentence, Li Mingchen spoke bluntly. Appropriation. Hearing Li Mingchen agree to the appropriation so dryly, The corners of the mouths of the other ministers in the courtroom also curled up slightly. Some fished. Your Highness the Crown Prince, the dam of the White River that collapsed this time needs to be rebuilt. Our Ministry of Public Works has already calculated the advance amount and it will cost roughly 500,000 taels of silver. Granted, Your Highness the Crown Prince. The temples in the Imperial City are all a bit old and need to be renovated this year. Roughly 200,000 taels of silver. The Crown Prince. Chapter 63, Lu arrests, a direct reversal. With that, one minister after another came forward, all of them asking for money from him. Even so, regardless of whether these people's demands were reasonable or not, Mingchen agreed to release the money. The reason was simple, and that was that they, the great martial dynasty, just had a lot of money. He had heard before that Dawu's annual financial revenue, on average, was 50 million taels of silver per year. In this continent, I'm afraid that they were the only one who could have this volume of financial revenue in the great martial dynasty. Moreover, Dawu had already been founded for more than 5 years, so I guess the treasury was very rich now, and could definitely withstand this little consumption. That's why Li Mingchen was so bold. For the prosperous and powerful Dao dynasty, the issue of money was not a problem at all. Of course Li Mingchen, was no cutie pie. He is aware that so many powerful ministers are anxious for money, but in the end, the probability is that they will enter their own pockets. But so what? He has just supervised the country and definitely needs to buy people's hearts, so it is not impossible to give them a little bit of small profits. In this way, most of the powerful ministers in the court will support him. And then when he forces his father to abdicate in the future, it will be smoother. Who made himself so generous that those powerful ministers would benefit more by following him? I believe that all these people who can climb to this position are certainly not cuties either. They will know when the time comes whether it is more favorable to follow their father or him, the generous king. Next, after Li Mingchen had agreed to all of these people's requests, those powerful ministers also gave him great face, all bending over and bowing. Your Royal Highness is wise. We will certainly not fail the court and your expectations. Oh, with your words this palace is relieved. Li Mingchen responded with a smile. He enjoyed the feeling of being courted by the ministers. It gave him the illusion that he was already an emperor. However, immersed in pleasure, he completely failed to notice the smiles at the corners of the mouths of the Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Wang Yu, the Right Prime Minister, Su Changhua, and several other ministers on the stage. None of them had expected that this newly appointed Crown Prince, Li Mingchen, would actually be so stupid. When Ownership Chen asked for money just now, he almost overstated it by a large margin, and he didn't expect this guy to actually agree to it. Even they know very well that being so generous will only make those powerful officials even more unscrupulous. In time some bold people may dare to receive them all in their pockets. This is not a lightweight, because in the future, Dao may have problems everywhere. As to whether it is man-made or not that is hard to say, but Wang Yu and Su Changhua, the two of them will not stop. This is just what they want. Most of all, they might have profited from it, and Li Mingchen's generosity made it even more convenient for them. Northeast of Dao, in the middle of a wilderness. Nowadays, LV Catch, with the remnants of his army, kept fleeing towards the southwest, as they had been pursued all night. It didn't take long, and by the time they arrived outside a nearby city, they realized that the Jin army had finally stopped chasing them. Seeing this scene, Lukács raised his hand to signal the team behind him to stop, then spoke bluntly. Since no one is chasing, let the generals take a breather and rest here first. He commanded one of his beloved generals beside him, and the man was very obedient to do as he was ordered. During the battle in the valley not long ago, he had been pushed by the generals and a group of generals to become the new temporary commander-in-chief. He couldn't be happy, though, because this time they lost the battle. Since LV Catch was already exhausted, he then sat on his butt on the ground without any regard for his image. It couldn't be helped, he was just too tired. He fought continuously for almost 2 days even in that valley where he was ambushed by the Jin army, and then it took him another day and night to escape. In the middle of this he, and the generals, hardly stopped for any reason, the reason being that the Jin were always behind them, and stopping would result in death. It could be said that until now, he and the only remaining part of the Black Dragon army behind him had sort of picked up the pieces, because not long before, is their great martial dynasty hinterland? The same this side is also very strict defense place. Jin army does not continue to chase down is also very normal. It was just that how could Lukács not expect that after their Black Dragon army had fought the Jin army for so long, not a single reinforcement from the Imperial Court had arrived. You should know that those Jin troops had taken a detour from the border area to get to that valley to sneak up on them. In the subsequent re-war game, those cities that were bypassed did not send a single soldier to help them. And to be honest, Lu Arrest was dumbfounded until now. What's going on here? Did the defenders of those cities mutiny? Or has the Jin army already taken care of them? After a murmur from his mouth, Lu Kach was also clear that with his current ability, it was simply impossible to know the truth. He couldn't blame the court. After all, in such a short period of time, it was impossible for them to move their main army over to assist. They could only notify the defenders in other surrounding areas to help. But for some reason, none of the governors of the nearby cities were willing to lend them a helping hand. It wasn't long before an adjutant general came to him, then couldn't help but open his mouth and complain. Marshal Lu, we've been victimized by this old thing Pan Feng this time. I've had our remaining generals counted, and I didn't realize there were only 40,000 or so, even though Lu Kach knew that they had suffered heavy losses. When he learned firsthand that the original 300,000 strong army was now down to only 40,000 people, he still couldn't help the surprise and indignation in his heart. Letting this old thing die like this is simply cheap. If it wasn't for Pan Feng leaving the Black Dragon army behind, the 300,000 Black Dragon army they had brought with them would not have been all besieged in the valley any longer. That's all that was left when we finally killed it. Alas, Marshal Lu, what shall we do now? We can't go back to resume our orders like this, can we? That beloved spoke up with worry once again. Of course, Lu Kach knew exactly what he meant. They had suffered such a huge defeat. It had simply brought the face of the great martial dynasty into disrepute. Plus, the army they led had suffered heavy losses. So if they went back like this they would definitely be held responsible and would probably be executed. Since Pan Feng, who was most to blame, was already dead, then Emperor Wu would surely choose a few of them, the generals, to pay for this failure. Immediately afterward, another heartfelt general nearby opened his mouth to advise. Marshal Lu, we must not go back to resume our duties, whether it's according to De Wu's military law or Emperor Wu's narrow-minded way of dealing with things. The odds are that we'll be sending ourselves to death if we go back. After all, since the great martial dynasty was founded so long ago, it's kind of the first time we've suffered such a big defeat. That man Emperor Wu is capable of abandoning even his own son for selfish reasons, not to mention us junior generals. Hearing these words, Lu Arrested felt that they had a point. He seemed to know what was on these people's minds, but still asked tentatively, so we're now. Before the words were finished, one of the generals directly stepped forward to state his position. It's the direct opposite. Chapter 64, Emperor Wu, who was scolded for being petty. As soon as he said this, another person stepped forward to agree. Right, we're going to die anyway, so we might as well just turn against them. If we don't, the generals under our hands will suffer then. To be honest, it was a small matter that they had suffered a defeat this time, but it was a big matter that they ended up fleeing in a sorry state. Because in Da's law and military law, soldiers can only die in battle. If they flee then they are considered deserters no matter what the reason is. Especially when they fled in defeat. That desertion would be even more eye-catching. And the 40,000 soldiers they had brought with them would not be spared then. Let's not talk about whether or not they can save their lives, even if they can. They will all be exiled or sent to the frontier to do hard labor. And they will not be able to meet their families again in this life. But it would have been different if there had been a rebellion. Because the army sent out this time was 300,000 men, which is 300,000 families. Now that so many soldiers had died in battle, there was no way for the court to know what had been killed in battle and what had escaped and lived. It was for this reason that the court could not make things difficult for the families of their rebels. One can't do the punishment indiscriminately, or else when the time comes, the people of Da, each with a mouthful of spittle, can drown Emperor Wu to death. Lu Kach also saw this, so he planned to talk all the remaining generals into revolting. Fine, then we'll counter, not to seek glory and wealth, but at least to survive first so that there can be a future. A few of them hit it off, and then they did some psychological guidance to all the soldiers present. As the soldiers were also aware of the consequences, they knew even more of Emperor Wu's desperation, not even sparing his own son, let alone their minions. As a result, they have spoken out against it. Seeing this scene, Lu Kach was also very satisfied, and then began to discuss the next step of the plan. Since they had already rebelled, they definitely had to take up a piece of territory to do so. Or else they wouldn't even have a defensive position when the Imperial Court's Vindication army killed them. Marshal Lu, then what place shall we capture first? Lu Kach glanced at the city not far away and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Isn't this close? Of course we don't need to attack. Just occupy. Upon hearing this, the surrounding group of generals also seemed to understand what was going on. So they simply rested here for a while, and then afterward, they would blend into that city as a defeated army. Northern Realm, Great Qin Border Sand City. As Li expected, those Hankashi became calm and did not choose to attack the city for 2 consecutive days. Or rather, they did nothing. all retreated a few dozen kilometers away, then set up camp and waited. Li was very clear that they were waiting for Zhang's army, and even other armies of northern strength, to arrive so that they could attack Great Qin together in several ways. But Li didn't panic because everything was under his control. At this moment, he was standing on the wall of the northern gate of San City, and after seeing everything calm down, he said to Yang Qi, "Oh, just let the people in the city eat and drink well. These people are not capable of breaking through San City yet." Of course, even the other border cities of Great Qin are likewise the same. The reason why Li was so confident, of course he had his confident capital, and in his opinion, the longer the enemy delayed, then the more favorable it would be for their Great Qin Empire. The Shinji battalion and craftsmen under his hand were now working day and night to make and process explosives, as well as those firearms. So as the time delay gets longer, Great Qin will be more and more well equipped. He hated that the Huns, and the other powers, could wait out a few months or a year, when his own army would be considered truly strong and unrivaled. In this way, even if forces such as Xiongnu and Zhang didn't come to his door, then he, the Great Qin army, would take the initiative to find them. Nia Ing, who was beside her, did not have the slightest doubt after seeing Li Yi's confidence once again now, just from the part of the plan that the other party had revealed to her earlier. She understood that the Northern Realm was really going to have a new master, the master of the entire Northern Realm. This place will not be a patchwork then, but a hegemony on a larger scale than Dao. After stealing a glance at Li Yi, Niaing couldn't help but secretly sigh. I'm sure that day won't be long now. On the other hand, the territory of the Great Martial Dynasty, nowadays, whether it was in the eastern part of Dao, the uprising led by Wu Shangchen Wang, or that uprising in the southeastern part of the country, which was labeled as opposing Wu and restoring Chu, they had all achieved good results. In just a few days, they had captured a number of surrounding counties and towns, and more people were joining them. However, compared to the insurgent army with the slogan Oppose Wu and Restore Chu, Wu Shangchen Guang's side had a stronger reaction and more people were willing to join them. After all, the ideas propagated by Wu Shang's side were all about making things better for the people of Dao. The insurgents on the other side were different. Their purpose was not for the people, but for the revival of the Chu dynasty. Because of this, the speed at which this insurgent army grows is completely inferior to Wu Shangchen Guang's side. Now both sides have actually known that the existence of the other side, and each other also sent letters to try to explore, but ultimately did not talk about it. For example, on the item of cooperation, that uprising army with the slogan Oppose Wu and Restore Chu wanted Wu Shang's team to join them, but the other party rejected it. There was no way out, and in the end, both sides had to compromise first, and both eventually said that they would not interfere with each other. After all, the mighty Dao regime hadn't fallen yet, and the infighting among them gave the court even more of a chance, which was why they didn't see each other as enemies, but they all have the same purpose for the time being, which is to overthrow the regime of the Dao court. Both sides were also aiming for this goal, constantly capturing the surrounding lands and continuing to each grow their ranks, and their performance also had a huge impact in the Great Martial Dynasty, with many unknown forces forming up right away to take advantage of the chaos for their own benefit. Of course, there were quite a few small forces that imitated them and began to rebel against the Wu court, especially when Wu Shang's line, "Kings and lords would rather have seeds." After these words reached their ears, it was as if these people had opened up the two chakras, and each of them felt like they had the posture of an emperor. The Emperor Wu, who was far away in the palace, as well as the newly appointed supervising crown prince Li Mingchen, were unaware of the coming storm. Li Mingchen, in particular, had been immersed in power until now. Is this what it feels like to be an emperor? It's simply marvelous. He was now supervising the country for the emperor and was exercising his power with the emperor's token, which was honestly no different from a temporary emperor. The palace maids and eunuchs, who had once been only slightly in awe of him, now saw their first reaction was fear. As the saying goes, when an emperor is angry, he ambushes a million corpses. He wasn't an emperor yet, but he had about as much power as an emperor now. It was close to that identity. Only the prerequisite for that identity needed to make father abdicate, even if it forced him to do so. Li Mingchen was also self-aware. He was clear that this day would come sooner or later, but not yet. Now his father in the dynasty can still have a very strong voice. Their own cannot shake its position. Besides, he hadn't gotten rid of those disobedient ministers yet, so it would take a while to force his father to abdicate. Only he didn't know that Emperor Wu, who was now recuperating in the Hall of Nourishing Heart, was gasping for air after learning about what he had done in the courtroom today. How could the Crown Prince of Tai be so unintelligent? Lu Minlan, who was tending to Emperor Wu on the side, froze for a moment when she heard these words. Because of these words, she had always heard them from Li Aotian's mouth, but at that time, This prince was referring to Ear. Now that Mingchen had just been established as the crown prince, Liao Tian had placed the 3 words unintelligent onto this son of his, and to be honest, she felt that the other party was incomprehensible. Mingchen is not just agreeing with those ministers, allocated a little payment. You to it? How petty. You. Chapter 65 The real cause of the river dam collapse. Emperor Wu was directly infuriated after hearing this. Really, he really wanted to curse angrily, but he was afraid of making Lu Minlan angry again because she was just too capricious. Even when his life was in danger, it was still possible to get angry with him. If, in a fit of pique, they chose to leave themselves at this time to go back to their mother's house, it was not clear that they would ever see each other again in their lives, but it wasn't spit out, and he eventually grumbled. What a woman! As for the most fundamental reason for his anger, it was that Lanner just now did not speak up for him, even if it was not enough, but also because towards Li Mingchen said that he was petty. To be honest, Emperor Wu was really mentally exhausted right now. Now he not only has health problems, but the cause of his illness has never been identified until now, so he may not live long. Moreover, this candidate for the throne that he had chosen on a temporary basis seemed to be very ill-equipped. Once when Li Yi was still around, he did find a lot of teachers for Li Mingchen to learn about governing. In fact, he had originally done this because he wanted Li Mingchen to grow up quickly so that he could at least hold Li Yi back. There is no way. Once Li Yi light is too bright, and in the court of the energy is very big, it was no exaggeration to say that Li Yi's martial arts skills, when he had just been abolished, were still able to decide the change of the throne of Dewu with a single sentence. After that it was him who spent 3 whole years before slowly weakening the other party's power in the dynasty, and ultimately relegating him to the status of a commoner without any qualms. During the period of weakening Li Yi's power, Emperor Wu was clear that he also had to weaken the other party's influence in the dynasty, as well as in the hearts of the people of the Dewu dynasty. It was for this reason that he chose to package Li Mingchen. Didn't Li Yi know martial arts? Then not only teach Li Mingchen martial arts, but also let him practice literature, so that he can say that he is the emperor of both literature and martial arts. Only a few people knew that Li Mingchen had absolutely no talent at all in martial arts, and of course even his learning of governing policy was not good. Under these circumstances, one still makes him the crown prince supervisor for the very reason that there is no other way. To say that Li Mingchen didn't have the ability to supervise the country, the other princes were even less so, because those were too young, with the oldest being no more than 10 years old. Alas, Emperor Wu sighed, while confused as to whether it was right or wrong to agree to let Li Mingchen supervise the country this time, even if the other party was the most filial one among the many imperial sons, and was also his favorite one. But he's really not very good as an individual, and he's only at his smartest when he's coming up with crooked ideas. For example, when he dealt with Li Yi in the beginning, he did come up with a lot of ideas. After calming down a bit, Emperor Wu couldn't help but complain. What do you say about me being petty? Do you know that if you give those ministers this opening this time, these people will be even more unscrupulous afterward? Emperor Wu understood this because it was told to him by Li Yi back then, and likewise he himself had suffered in this regard. I remember that I had just become the emperor at that time, and I was relatively generous when the 100 officials asked for money, but the end result was to raise a few big corrupt officials. Not only that, the lower-level petty officials also began to take, and soon the atmosphere of the court turned foul. In the end, it was Li Yi who took the initiative to find out a few big corruptions and executed all of them in public, ending that gluttonous feast by killing the chickens to warn the monkeys. Seeing that Liao Tian was still holding onto it, Lu Minlan became a bit unhappy. Liao Tian. Mingchen is not just allocated a few $1 million of silver. You put aside this muttering endless. If you say again this palace will accompany you. As soon as he heard this, Liao Tian panicked and hastily opened his mouth to stop it. Don't do it, Ronnie. I'm not going to say anything. Okay? There was no way around it. And he was very worried that his body wouldn't hold up and then he would die. It was fine that Lu Minlan was here with him, but if he didn't have the other party here, Emperor Wu didn't dare to imagine how terrified he would be in his heart. Fear of loss. Fear of death. Seeing Liao Tian bowing his head, Lu Minlan didn't intend to hold on to it, and then he smiled back. Oh, that's more like it. Lu Minlan was not an unreasonable person and then continued. Since you're worried that Mingchen's move will encourage the trend of corruption in the court, then this palace will go over to meet Mingchen later and ask him to be more careful in this regard. Only then did Emperor Wu squeeze a smile on his face after hearing this. With Lanner's words, I am much more relieved. In fact, Lu Minlan was just paying lip service to this kind of small matter. She didn't feel the need to tell Mingchen. In any case, Mingchen had just been made the crown prince to carry the burden of the supervisory state, which must have been a huge pressure for Mingchen. If he was pressured again at this time, Lu Minlan was afraid that he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Da Dynasty, downstream of a dam on the White River. 3 areas are now completely flooded. They are Yaozhou, Zhengzhou and Nandu. These regions are named after cities. For example, Yaozhou City is the city of Yaozhou, but the Yaozhou region is the area governed by Yaozhou City. One region has about 7 or 8 counties, and now half of the counties in 3 regions have fallen. If you look closely, you can even see a lot of bodies floating up in the floodwaters. Most of these bodies were drowned and many of the houses were collapsed by the floodwaters. Not far away on a hillside, many of the surviving people were waiting for rescue. Only they were all besieged here for several days, and all of them were starved and dizzy. But so many days have passed. The court's relief food has been delayed. Many people cannot hold out or are starving to the ground. Even more dramatically, many families with children have begun to opt for easy childcare. The parents are also very distressed, but they have no way out, because if they don't do so the little children will not survive, and they might as well feed the whole family easily. Jesus Christ, somebody help us. And the same situation has not only happened here. There are a number of places where the victims really do not have begun to embark on the extreme of cannibalism. At the same time they began to complain, not only about God's injustice, but also about the fact that the court had not rescued them until now. From the White River Dam collapse, to now almost have 10 days. It is reasonable to say that even if the court sent the rescue troops did not arrive, but not so local officials and soldiers also did not come. Obviously, the people were abandoned. Thinking of this, the victims cursed Emperor Wu, those officials who didn't care, and that entire court in their hearts, but that didn't help. They couldn't change the status quo at all, and everyone was in despair. As a matter of fact, they were not aware that the relief grain from the imperial court had already been sent down to the local authorities. Just why it didn't go down, as well as relief for the victims, that's not clear. The moment, in the residence of the governor of Zhengzhou City, a few people looked at the relief silver in front of them, as well as the caravan of grain, and surprisingly, they could not mention how happy they were. Oh, the court has finally sent money again. A slightly chubby middle-aged man laughed. He was the local governor Zhao Qing. The heartthrob beside him couldn't help but laugh playfully at the words. Oh, the emperor should not have imagined by now that this White River Dam collapse is still our doing. Chapter 66, Putting Pen to Paper. Li. The words of that heartthrob had just been uttered when he was glared at by Zhao Cheng. Seeing this, the man seemed to realize something and hastily slapped himself decisively as if he recognized his mistake. Egu, Mr. Governor, look at my mouth. It's my mouth that's cheap. You're a big man. Don't be angry. Seeing the nervousness of the two men, the minister of the household department, who hadn't said anything, sneered. He, what are you so nervous about? Lord Zhao, this is your mansion, your territory. Could something still happen? Besides, we've all worked together so many times that not a single whisper has reached His Majesty's ears. So all of you relax. There's plenty of this kind of giveaway to come. Hearing that, Zhao Qing also hurriedly opened his mouth. Lord Su, I'm sure I believe your words, but it's not true, to be careful. He boasted that he was the emperor of the land in Zhengzhou, but he was still somewhat instinctively afraid when facing the ministers of the capital. After all, the person standing in front of him was a minister of the 2nd grade of the imperial court, and a 4th grade official of his own was indeed not enough to look at in front of the other party. Sumu didn't care and just smiled. You, but sometimes being too cautious can backfire. Next, several people didn't continue to gossip, but began to discuss how to divide up the relief grain and silver. At the end of the day, you just have to leave the scraps for those victims, because they do this every time. No matter what, as long as there is porridge cooked for the victims, then the court will not go deeper. Even if that porridge is as thin as foot wash, that's still already cooked, isn't it? Although in that situation, there would often be some ungrateful people making trouble because of it. Most of them would be cleaned up by them and the sound would not reach His Majesty's ears. A few corrupt officials just conferred, oblivious to the fact that the ruthless man was about to arrive in Zhengzhou. 2 days later, Zhang's army finally arrived at the Great Qin border city. That's right, Li Xian hadn't set up any gates outside the city, and while that would have stopped the enemy, no city had a higher defense, mainly because of the territorial skills. It's actually safer to use border towns as a first line of defense. It was just that these 200,000 Zhang troops, instead of joining up with the Xiongnu's army, they were stationed 5 kilometers outside of Tianai City to the east of Great Qin. Those of them who did not approach the city obviously already knew that the Qin army had extraordinary weapons in their hands. In addition, after arriving, their 200,000 strong army of the Zheng kingdom did not take the first step to attack, and they were obviously discussing some kind of tactics. Soon this news reached the ears of Li Yi, who was in San City. After hearing the information about the arrival of Zheng's army, Li Yi's face didn't have any change because the other party's marching route had always been within his grasp. The moment Zheng's army left the country, it was already being watched by his people. It seems that this Zhangui is quite anxious to have its army rush over in such a short period of time, obviously wanting to share a piece of the pie with the Xiongnu. Nia Ing, who was on the side, couldn't agree more when she heard his statement. In this world, people are almost always profit-seeking no matter what, and those big powers are even more so. If it wasn't for that, absolutely no one would have cooperated with the Huns, given their reputation in the north. But when they give up the lion's share of the benefits, that's a different story. Even if the Huns were once evil, all forces would choose to cooperate with the Huns as long as when the benefits were sufficient. Just as she was thinking, Li Yi let out a cold laugh. Want a piece of the pie? Only this time I'm afraid they'll be disappointed. If I'm not mistaken, my people have already started to make their move to steal home. Although Li Yi was only guessing, the reality was true. 3 days ago, not long after Zhang's army left, an iron cavalry with 10,000 men suddenly appeared at the border. They took advantage of the night to attack Zhang's border passes without explanation, relying on their horrible fighting strength to quickly capture the passes and push forward without stopping. That closed gate looked solid, but before and after that iron horsemen rushed up, they threw out a black lump of iron with a fuse. Before the Zhang defenders on the city wall could react, an explosive sound came from that city gate. Just like that, the seemingly strong city gate was directly blown apart by explosives, and all the defenders behind the gate were also victimized. After forcibly blowing open the city gates, those cavalrymen took the opportunity to kill their way into the city. Of course, even without the gates, the Zhang defenders still used their human lives to block the entrance to the gates, trying to stop the iron cavalry army from attacking. Eventually, however, that cavalry chose to open the road with explosives. Anyway, this time, in order to make a big mess in Zhang, they brought quite a lot of explosives. This is just the right time to take the Zhang defenders to try its power. In time, those explosives quickly cleared a path. The cavalry saw this and thought they had had their chance, so they planned to go straight into the city to kill the enemy. Just at this time, a great general in the cavalry army held a tiger-head Zhanjin spear and pointed angrily at the Wu border city in front of him. Generals, follow this general to kill the bandits. After saying this, Ma Chao took the brunt and ran in the direction of the city gates. That's right, the army that sneaked up on Zhang's border this time was none other than the Western Liang Iron Cavalry of the Great Qin Empire, led by Ma Chao alone. Even so, Li Yi still felt that it was enough. Such a strong army, even with a small number of people, can still wipe out Zhang. Things were just as Li Yi expected beforehand. Ma Chao with the Western Liang Iron Cavalry quickly captured a city and then ran towards the next one. Now that 3 days had passed, the Western Liang Iron Cavalry had already occupied several cities in Zhang. The next day, in the palace of the Zheng state, Emperor Dongchua was originally jostling with his consort, who was soon interrupted by the sudden intrusion of one person. This made Dongchua incomparably furious. Is this undead fellow blind? How dare he interrupt his own good deed? He was about to open his mouth in anger, but at that moment, he saw that the man was still wearing armor, and was obviously a border stagecoach soldier. Because the Imperial Court has a rule that only the postmen who deliver information from the border are allowed to enter the middle of the palace with their armor, and they can even break into any palace to see the emperor at any time. So at this point the stagecoach man barged in. Obviously something big was going on. As it happened, that's when the stagecoach soldier straightened up. Your Majesty, urgent report from the border. Hearing this, Dongchua had a bad feeling in his heart. Speak, Your Majesty. Our borders were attacked by an unknown army a few days ago, and now we have lost at least one city. What did you say? Dongchua angrily slapped the dragon case in front of him while standing up directly. The stagecoach soldier was so frightened that his body couldn't help but tremble. Even so, he continued to report truthfully. Your Majesty, my subordinate wouldn't dare to lie. After that stagecoach soldier finished speaking, he handed over the folded paper in his hand. Seeing this, Dongchua hurriedly went down to receive it and then quickly looked at it. Next, his brow furrowed into a chuan. Because that postal soldier was right. The border had indeed been attacked, and now that foreign army had already captured several of their Zhang kingdom cities, the exact number is still unknown. After all, this is 3 days old information. Just then, a strip of cloth suddenly fell out from inside the folded paper on which the information was written. Dongchua picked it up suspiciously, and then his face changed violently, only to see a sentence written on it. Old pigdog, this is my big gift to you. Drop the pen, Li Yi. Chapter 67. Why does Li Yi still have soldiers? After reading the words on the note, Dongchua's old face was instantly reddened with anger. In the next moment, the angry man directly tore up the note. Damn Li Yi, how dare you insult me? He was angry and at the same time felt overwhelmed. You should know that this is an urgent report sent by the stagecoach, and the Jingji was written by the great general of that border guard himself. And even the route to send the information is also hidden. Even so, Li Yi's people actually managed to put this note, to put into that Zhangzhou. Just based on this is enough to prove the ability of the great Qin people. If he wasn't wrong, it must be Li Yi's people who had mixed into their Zheng domestic ministry. Otherwise it was absolutely impossible to do this quietly. He then had no choice but to ask the stagehand in front of him, "Have you met any suspicious people on the road this time?" "Back to your majesty. My subordinates have not encountered anyone suspicious. And the information had already passed through the hands of 2 stagecoaches before it reached me. So that is why it is not clear to my subordinates whether they have touched this Sangha or not." Although Dong Chuo was very reluctant after hearing this, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, if you want to send urgent reports from the border around the clock, a postman can't do it. Because of this, they had their own stagecoach system in Zhengzhou, which made it easy for the stage soldiers to alternate between the various stations along the way when sending information. This would allow them to hoof it to the palace, but it's just a shame that they can't catch the person who delivered the note. However, Dong Chuo was also aware of the crisis in this matter, because the total number of troops that could be mobilized throughout Zhang was only just over 300,000, which was less than 400,000, but not too long ago, he had just sent 200,000 troops to the Great Qin border to cooperate with Xiongnu and then destroy the country that Li Yi had built up. He had thought that it would go very well. After all, the Huns had sent out 500,000 troops this time, together with the 200,000 sent by his Zheng kingdom. This adds up to 700,000, which is almost close to 1,000,000 troops. Therefore both the remaining troops of the original Johoran and the 100,000 or so mysterious troops that Li Yi had brought with him last time were reasonably unlikely to be able to hold back the combined impact of both of them. Even if they could block it, they would surely have to go all out to do so, and it was unlikely that they would still have the energy to sneak up on them in their homeland. That's what Dong Chuo thought at first, which is why he dropped his guard. I didn't expect that Li Yi could still send people to fight them in Zhang, and he had even already conquered several cities one after another. When he thought of this, he knew he couldn't put it off, so he hurriedly shouted outward, "Men, call General Zhong here. I want additional support." What Dong Chuo didn't know was that the corner of the mouth of the postman who had just retreated shortly afterward was slightly hooked up. The dragon, pig, slaying program is about to begin. Now if someone were to stand in front of him and look closely they could notice that a layer of skin had peeled off at the corners of the man's hooked mouth. Great Qin, outside Tenno City. That Zhang's 200,000 troops did not suffer any attack last night. This boosted their self-confidence, and they felt that the Huns were just too timid to say anything about Qin having a mysterious weapon that could hit 2 or 3 kilometers away. I told you that was bull ********. How in the world could there be a weapon with such a long range? The Huns must have misrepresented it. That's right, even the now powerful De Wu doesn't have this kind of weapon. How can he, Li Yi, have it? Alas, these Huns are really all barbarians who keep growing others' ambition and destroying their own. In Zhengguo's military camp, many of the soldiers were now starting to talk. Xiongnu had warned them before that Great Qin's mysterious weapon not only had a very long range, but was also terrifyingly powerful, saying something about how even wearing armor and a shield, as usual, would not be able to withstand the attack of such a weapon. How is this possible? To be honest, earlier when this news came into Zhang's army, everyone from the commander-in-chief and generals down to the ordinary soldiers were in disbelief, because everyone has a hard time believing in things that are outside of their perception, unless they see them with their own eyes. This, coupled with the fact that Zhang's makeshift military camp last night was not attacked by such a weapon from Great Qin, made the original reminder to the Huns even more disdainful. In the opinion of the commander-in-chief of Zhang's army, these Huns were not becoming timid, but were deliberately showing weakness, trying to make their Zhang's army strike first. This was tantamount to weakening their Zhang army in disguise. When they took the Great Qin sub-territory afterward, their Zhang had even less leverage. Thinking of this, that Zhang army commander, Dong Badian, didn't want to continue to dilly-dally and procrastinate. For every extra day they spent outside the city, they were responsible for huge expenses in the army, so they informed the Xiongnu that they must launch an all-out attack on Great Qin tonight, aiming to take the 2 border cities first in one fell swoop. Most importantly, it symbolized that they had exterminated the main garrison of Great Qin, and it would be much simpler to capture the other cities of Great Qin afterwards. Pass the word down. All hands on deck. Attack Great Qin with all your might tonight. As for the Hun side, Bolden agreed to attack Shachang with all his might tonight because he didn't want to be underestimated by Zhang. The previous disgrace was still fresh in his mind, so this time he was seeking revenge on Great Qin. Meet our wrath, Li Yi. It didn't take long for the scouts to have brought this news to Li. Your Majesty, they intend to fully attack the city tonight. At that time, both San Castle and Tenno Castle will be subjected to attacks by the Han and Zheng armies. The surrounding Yang Qi, Nia Ing, and the other generals all changed their faces after hearing this. Even if they all believed in His Majesty, no matter what, it was an army of 700,000 men. It was fine if they attacked their cities in batches in sequence, but if they attacked the city in a big way, or if it was a continuous force, I really didn't know if Great Qin could withstand it this time. Li Yi's face did not change. When Zhang declared his rebellion against their Great Qin, he actually expected that there would be such a day. There was only one way for him to resolve this matter, and that was to beat everyone into submission. This was his territory, his field, and these people couldn't break through the city with just the sheer number of people. Then, Li Yi himself first said what the crowd thought were big words. It's just an army of 700,000. They can't hop around for a few days. He didn't believe that these people had the heart to do the aggression thing over here after they were stolen from their homes. When Niang saw how confident Li Yi was, she honestly felt a lot more relieved in her heart, except that she had always had a doubt. As far as she knew, there were now at least 10,000 dragon cavalry in Great Qin territory, as well as those 10,000 Western Liang Iron cavalry. One group was attacking Zhang, and the other was attacking the horde of Xiongnu. But even though these two forces, both of which had used most of their own troops to attack Great Qin, had left quite a few troops in their own countries and tribes. For example, Zhang left more than 100,000 troops, and so did that Xiongnu tribe. See why Li Yi is still so confident that his 20,000 troops will be able to take down Xiongnu and Zhangwei respectively. Niang was clear about Li Yi's character and would never fight a battle that he was unsure of. Thinking about it, Niang suddenly understood something and looked at Li Yi with fierce shock. Does that mean he still has soldiers? Chapter 68 Prince, you don't have military power. Li Yi wasn't sure what Niang was thinking right now, but even if he knew, he wouldn't bother revealing anything, because it's his killer. Even until now, even Yang Qi and Dian Wei didn't know about this, and the only person who was clear about it was himself. Retracting his mind, he yawned. Well, inform the generals to prepare for battle. After saying that, Li Yi on the city wall also walked towards the bottom, seemingly unconcerned about the enemy's attack at night. This made the generals on the city walls confused. His Majesty was also too confident. Nia Ing and Yang Qi felt the same, but only Li Yi himself knew that even if he cared more, he couldn't handle anything, and what needed to be done, he had done long ago. It definitely seemed to him to be able to withstand it, and that was enough as far as counterattacks when he had let the others do it. The day passes and night falls. The armies of Xiongnu and Zhang had been impatient for a long time, and they began to organize the attack on the city just as it was getting dark. They knew very well that Great Qin had always been on the defensive, so trying to launch a surprise attack was out of the question, and the only thing they could do was to forcefully attack, relying on their troop strength to forcefully take down Great Qin's border cities. They had enough troops combined anyway, so the chances of a successful strong attack were very high. It was just a pity for both the Huns and Zhang that the other forces in the north were not as united as they thought they were, and up to now they were just preparing their armies. There hasn't been any other power that is said to bring troops to join them in their crusade against Great Qin. I'm afraid that these forces are also timid, fearing that if their two northern realm giants join forces, they still won't be able to take care of the Great Qin Empire under Li Yi's command. By then, if they were to really lose, then the remaining small forces would definitely not be able to withstand Great Qin's wrath, fearing that they would be settled by it in the fall. As a result, those forces are still on the sidelines, which both the Huns and Zhang understand. It's just that it's not what they expected. Hoosier warriors, the time for glory has come. Tonight we kill our way into the sandcastle. Kill, kill, kill. When the Xiongnu army heard the words of their own leader, Bolden, they all just shouted in unison to kill, and monstrous killing intent surged outside the city. After these days of recuperation, and Bolden's brainwashing, the Huns were now fighting fit. Those Xiongnu even felt nowadays that what happened a few days ago when they were beaten by the Qin army and held their heads in their hands was not a shame they had once felt, but a deep hatred. Now, it was precisely to take revenge and kill everyone in Great Qin without leaving a single piece of armor. In this way, both the Huns on this side of Shachang and Zhang's army outside Tenno City soon engaged the Qin army. Of course, this firefight meant that the Qin army was using their city defense guns and bombarding them like crazy. There are also explosives buried outside the city that are still killing the enemy. Even so, this time neither the Huns nor the Zhang army announced a withdrawal, but instead met the Qin firearms attack and kept charging forward. It was with this kind of desperate fighting that they took 3 hours to finally arrive under the gates of the Qin army. However, they knew very well that this also had the credit of the darkness of the night as a cover. making it possible for their siege wagons to arrive safely under the Qin army's gates under the cover of the night. So both the Han and Zhang armies understood that it was all the more important for them to hurry up and try to break through the city gates before dawn. When the sight was better at dawn, the Qin army would surely attack their siege equipment. Warriors, there's only 1 hour left. Let's seize the city and attack. One of the Han generals commanding the siege wagon, at this point, urged the other soldiers to start banging on the gate. However, they do not know that Li Yi on the city wall. This directly choose to ignore, because it is time to let these guys, before they die, to experience a bit of despair. Bang! A loud sound came from under the city gates, and it was the sound of a siege vehicle hitting the city gates. But this time the Huns who pushed the siege wagon were confused, because the gates in front of them were almost unmoving. It's very unreasonable. The normal city gates were also strong, but in front of a huge object of thousands of pounds like a siege vehicle, it would at least shake upon impact. However, the gates of the city in front of them were not. Even the surface where the machine had just been mounted had no puddles. What's going on here? Only I'm afraid there was no one to answer them, or they didn't have a chance to ask for an answer, because at that moment a black metal object fell from the walls. The thing had a fuse on it, and by this time it was all burned out. Seeing this, the Han general commanding the siege vehicle seemed to realize something and hurriedly opened his mouth to remind him, "Get out of the way." But Zhou's besieged Huns not to say whether they could react. They simply had nowhere to hide, and then just watched that dynamite explode. There was a loud boom, and the Huns who were still pushing the siege wagon instantly all stopped moving. Even the siege wagon was blown up just in front of the gate, sort of creating a huge obstacle for the people behind to attack the gate. They had to clean up before they could continue their attack. Not only the Huns, but even the army of Zhang on the other side was facing this situation. The battle continued until daylight, and they still hadn't breached the gates. With the suppression of firepower from the city defense guns and other firearms, the bowmen in the enemy army outside the city were unable to cover the infantry using ladders to get up to the city wall. So the night passed and the enemy army's progress in attacking the city was zero. De Qin's side was not fast enough to attack the city, but De Wu on the other side was different. Under the leadership of Wu Shang and Chen Guang, the insurgent army had a strong momentum all the way, winning consecutive battles and rapidly approaching towards the Imperial City. That insurgent army with the slogan of opposing Wu and restoring Chu, although not as smooth as Wu Shang, had been advancing towards the Imperial City, and soon several areas had fallen. The local officials and soldiers could not hold back the attacks of the powerful ranks of the insurgents. Although the insurgents were underarmed, they were superbly outnumbered and the people along the way joined in. It can't be helped that a lot of the original Chu people have suffered from bullying for a long time. Coupled with the fact that Wu Shang Chen Guan was very charismatic, many distant outsiders joined in, and the title of King Wu Shang quickly spread in Dao. In fact, originally Wu Shang wanted to declare himself King of Chu, but another insurgent army made him realize that there were still remnants of the former royal family in the land of Dao. Therefore, he could simply call himself the King of Wu Shang, and change the title when he himself became the emperor after overthrowing the Great Qin's regime in the future. Due to his fame, it soon reached the ears of Li Mingchen at the palace. He, the supervisory crown prince, was also surprised that this insurgent army was growing at a rate far beyond his expectations. It couldn't be helped. If he didn't send an army to intervene now, it might not be long before they hit the Imperial City. So he said angrily, "Let this palace order generals to send troops to suppress these insurgents." Who knew that just after he said this, that Minister of War Modish shook his head. "Your Highness, the matter must be referred to the Emperor. You don't have military power." Chapter 69, Emperor Wu was once again infuriated and spat out blood. Aha! Li Mingchen was first shocked when he heard this, and then he became a little frightened. If he hadn't been reminded by Martyr, he would have forgotten that he hadn't been given military power yet. How could you forget something so important? He slandered in his heart, and at the same time felt that he seemed to have been a bit hasty as the supervisory crown prince. You should know that the reason why the emperor can make the civil and military officials listen to orders, as well as let the world fear, the fundamental factor is that there is military power in the hand. Theoretically speaking, in the De Wu dynasty no matter who could hold all the military power, then he would be qualified or capable of seizing the throne. Back then, when Li Yi was in a position of military power, his father was also very fearful. Not only that, back then, Li Yi precisely possessed the power to mobilize the main army of De Wu in order to lead the army to attack the neighboring countries, eventually reap titles like God of War and Soldier Immortal. Even after he eventually lost all his martial arts skills, his father did not dare to immediately depose him as the crown prince, just slowly weaken Li Yi's power, as well as slowly take away his military power, and eventually all the military power in the hands of his father before he dared to relegate Li Yi to the common people. By virtue of these things, It is enough to prove the importance of military power. It's a good thing the dose of poison was low in the first place, or else we'd be in real trouble now. Li Mingchen was really scared afterward. After all, now the military power of the Dawu dynasty, almost most of them were in the hands of his father. But the chronic poison he had given himself had almost killed his father. Although his father had military power, it didn't mean that Li Outyen alone could mobilize it. The military law of Daw has stipulated that in order to lead the Black Dragon army of Daw, a military general with a military talisman given by the Imperial Court is one of the requirements. And the second requirement is that there must be an imperial decree from the emperor. Only the edict of the current emperor is useful. The crown prince or other royal person, even if they have the power to supervise the country, if there is no emperor personally issued an edict, as usual, cannot mobilize the main force of Dao. If anything, his father had simply died before he had officially ascended the throne as emperor. At that time, military generals with ulterior motives would probably disown themselves as the next heir and take the opportunity to forge the emperor's imperial decree to lead the army in a rebellion. Of course, with the emperor still alive, they wouldn't have the chance to plot against him in this way. Therefore, Li Mingchen thought that if he wanted to fully control Dawu and make the civil and military officials submit to him, then he should find a way to ask for the military power from his father's hands. On the bright side, the only way to get military power is to be properly enthroned as emperor, and the available means of forcing the father to abdicate, that would take at least a while, so there was a secret trick that would allow him, the crown prince, to quickly take back all the military power, and that was to start with those military generals. First, we will get the people to Karma to prevent those military generals who have embraced the army from objecting, and then we will collect the military talisman. Although the way was a bit sinister, but with the power of the army he had, his father would have to retreat even if he didn't. Only, now is not the time to think about this. Now the uprising army are about to kill over. We must find father to transfer troops to suppress it. Lord Ma, you follow this palace to inform father. After that, the two of them, Li Mingchen and Ma Da, went to the Palace of Nurturing Heart together. After obtaining the consent of Emperor Wu inside, the two of them walked in together. During these 2 days, Emperor Wu's health did not improve, so he became very haggard and agitated. On one hand, he was worried that he, who had supreme power, would die so unexplainedly, and on the other hand, he was worried that if he allowed Li Mingchen to supervise the country, there would be some kind of trouble. Therefore, when Li Mingchen and the minister of the household, Ma Da, asked for a meeting just now, the first thing he thought was that something had happened. So he told the two men to hurry in, and he disregarded the risk of exposing himself to his illness. After all, he had always borrowed the excuse of physical exhaustion before letting Li Mingchen supervise the country for a period of time, in order to not let the civil and military officials of Dawu think too much, because if they all know that he is seriously ill and dying, then these ministers will certainly make some trouble, and the situation of the Dawu dynasty will become unstable. Even this time when he let both Li Mingchen come in, he likewise first let Lumen Lanjiang his bed curtains down and had the eunuchs hide behind the screen. Mingchen is already all know, but must not let the household secretary Ma Da know, otherwise it is possible that soon all the ministers, up and down the court, will know that he is seriously ill and dying. My son pays his respects to father. Mother, I see your majesty. Empress Dowager, Li Mingchen and Ma Da, who had come into the Yangshin hall, now both spoke at the same time, though Martyr kept his head down the entire time. His afterglow was always looking upward, and he kept wondering what was really going on with the emperor on the dragon's bed. Earlier, after Li Mingchen announced in the court that he was supervising the state and explained the reasons for it, the ministers in the court were not quite convinced. So after the court, they all went to the emperor's palace, saying that they had to see his majesty with their own eyes before they could feel at ease. But the emperor's chambers, not everyone can enter. In the end, Emperor Wu just let the ministers of the 6 ministries, as well as the left and right prime ministers, go into the Palace of Nurturing the Heart. Upon entering, however, he realized that Emperor Wu was covered by the bed curtains on the dragon bed, exactly as it was now. The reason given by the other party at that time, that was that they had been too tired in recent days, plus they had contracted wind cold and needed to rest for a while before they could do so. Several of their ministers, when they went out, expressed their disbelief that this emperor was a 7th grade martial artist no matter what, and that his body was not so weak under normal circumstances. But they didn't think much of it, as long as the emperor of Dawu was alive. Level off. Emperor Wu's words interrupted Ma Da's thoughts. Only after the two of them stood up did Emperor Wu's voice ring out again. What is it that the two of you want to see me for? Li Mingchen wanted to let Ma Da answer to this, because it was not good news that the insurgent army was growing after all, and letting the other side say it would save him from being scolded. Seeing the crown prince signaling with his eyes, Ma also opened his mouth to report immediately. Back to your majesty. That insurrectionary army that appeared in Yin County some days ago was not suppressed by the local officials and soldiers. I don't know what they used, but they even allowed this insurgent army to grow rapidly, and the local magistrate and governor were both killed in turn. Today, the insurgents have captured 3 cities and areas and are advancing continuously towards the Imperial City. As Martyr spoke, Li Mingchen looked through the bed curtains at the already frozen figure inside and suddenly had a bad feeling. He was just about to stop Martyr from making too much out of it, as his father's health was in a bad way, etc. Who knew that before he could say the words, Martyr's voice would fall first. Your Majesty, if we don't intervene, that insurgent army may kill the Imperial City. In addition to the southeast, there's also that insurgent army that has been fighting against Wu to restore Chu. They are also not to be underestimated, and are now almost on the verge of occupying the entire southeastern region of Dou. If this continues, our Dou is in danger. What did you say? Emperor Wu's words were tinged with trembling, obviously unbelievable and at the same time infuriated. Put, Emperor Wu, who was too emotional, directly spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Seeing this scene, Lu Minlan hurriedly shouted out, Quick, Doctor! Chapter 70, I will destroy Emperor Wu's letter. The words fell, and Martyr instinctively tensed, originally looking at the frozen Li Mingchen. He was wanting to hurry himself out of the Yangxin Hall and have someone quickly rush to the Imperial Hospital to call the Imperial doctors. Who knew that just at this time, the 5 eunuchs behind the screen ran out without a care for anything. Your Majesty, the Emperor's life was their life, and several people did not dare to delay at all. Lu Minlan was now so panicked that she didn't know what to do, and could only shout at the eunuchs one after another, and those eunuchs were all very fast, going up and pulling the bed curtains apart directly, and after seeing the quilt being stained red, they all changed their faces drastically. The next moment, when they went to look at the Emperor himself, they found that the other party had fainted. Your Majesty, a couple of people yelled out again, and then the first aid measures were initiated. The current Li Mingchen was still in a daze, and was obviously shocked by the scene as well. He didn't want his father's life right now. If he dies like that, how will he get the military power? How will he be able to ascend to the throne? Thinking of this, he also hurriedly came forward, then shouted for his father to try to wake Emperor Wu. To be honest, Li Mingchen really regretted it in his heart now, but it was not the drugging of his father that he regretted, but the belief that those partners of his, with this chronic poison, were too strong. Last time, his father had walked on a ghost's doorstep. He later approached those he had partnered with, and they all said they were innocent, blaming the cause on Emperor Wu's weak health. But they assured me that the poison was not life-threatening. But today his father, once again, life and death were uncertain, and to be honest he was now panicked. Father, you must wake up. As for the most overwhelmed person in the arena, I'm afraid it was Martyr, who had no idea what to do now. Staying felt a bit redundant, as he couldn't help with anything since he didn't know how to heal either. Most of all, Mada suspected that it was because of what he had just said that he had made the Emperor vomit blood. As a matter of fact, originally, he only wanted the Emperor to take the matter of the insurgents seriously before he made it sound more serious. He was certainly not the only one using this approach, and usually when other ministers and the Emperor explain things, they almost always love to talk in a serious direction, because often, the Emperor would grant the official minister's request. But how could Mada not expect that the Emperor's body was actually so weak now? A few words made him spit out blood in a hurry and anger, and even fainted. Only, he didn't dare to leave casually now, or he would definitely suffer the Emperor's punishment afterwards. Of course this comes with the caveat that the Emperor can carry through. Nowadays, even if Mada was even more stupid, it was clear that Emperor Wu couldn't be as simple as being exhausted, as well as having contracted a wind chill. Anyway, having lived for 40 to 50 years, he had never seen, much less heard of, someone who would vomit blood so badly and pass out after exertion and contracting wind cold. What is happening to the Emperor? At this time, on Li Yi's side, he could not receive this good news. He was now inspecting the walls as usual, the only difference being that there was a barrage of artillery fire from above and a chorus of shouts, screams, etc. from below. Those rising and falling voices were unmistakably stating that this Huns were still attacking the city, and on the other side the Zhang soldiers outside of Tenno Castle were doing the same. Even after fighting all night, their offense continued unabated. This was all due to their troop strength. If one wave got tired or lost, another wave of soldiers would follow to attack the city. As a matter of fact, nowadays, both the leaders of the Xiongnu and Shu armies were shocked at the defensive strength of the Great Qin city, as well as the fighting strength of their defending generals. The casualties on their own side had far exceeded their expectations. Until now, It was clear that they were unable to break through the gates because the gates of the Great Qin Citadel were simply too strong. So they used the tactic of the Sea of Men, with the ladder on the city wall, and attacked the city from above first. Eventually, in conjunction with the soldiers outside, they opened the gates, which were not easy to break open. Only up to now, their soldiers had not attacked it, and the reason was that the defenders above had all sorts of weapons, and whenever men went up they were knocked down. But the Han army and the Zheng army both felt that they had no way to retreat, so they planned to give Great Qin a chance to wear them out. A life for a life. Crowds are an advantage. Both Bolden and the Zheng commander thought so, but neither of them seemed to realize that being outnumbered was the only advantage they had left. Sand City, on the wall of the North City Gate. At this moment, finally another lucky Han soldier climbed up, intending to fight with the Qin troops above, but when they looked at the scene in front of them, the faces of those soldiers all suddenly changed. What are these? Even though the Huns were infected by the battlefield and only had murderous intent and anger in their eyes, what was in front of them instantly calmed them down, only to see that there were rows and rows of blackened gun barrels, all pointed squarely at them, though the Huns couldn't recognize it for a moment, what it was, or what kind of weapon it was, but for some reason, a wave of fear instinctively surfaced within them all. A cool air also rose from the soles of their feet and went straight to their heavenly inspiration, but the Qin Army Shinji Battalion did not give them a chance to think. Fire! As the words fell, the men of the Divine Mechanism Battalion all pulled the triggers, and the explosives inside the cannons instantly burst into flames, propelling the spiked bullets inside to fly out. The bullets hit those Huns and they all fell straight down as almost all of them were hit in the vitals by the bullets. The position that the Qin army was aiming at was exactly their heads. Even those fortunate enough to have armor were still penetrated by the sharp bullets. You should know that the bullets inside this cannon were modified. Originally, it was actually just pellets, but the killing power was not quite enough. So Li asked the people in the Shinji battalion to replace them with sharp bullets. The walls were now thick with Hun corpses lying on the edge of the city, and the more they piled up, the more difficult it was for the later enemies to kill up. And the men of the Divine Mechanism Battalion had the tactic of switching to the next wave up behind them after the fight was over. As for the retreating wave, they could take this opportunity to fill their powder and bullets and continue to prepare for a new round of shooting. Therefore, the Great Qin defenders fought very easily, and last night Li still let the replacement squad guard the city, so as to ensure that all the generals had enough sleep. Li swept a glance at the killed Huns and did not care to continue his inspection forward. It just wasn't long before Niaing suddenly approached him with a letter in her hand. Before he had time to inquire, Niaing handed the letter to himself and said bluntly, "Your Majesty, this is sent over by the messenger soldiers of Dewu, saying that it is written by their Dewu Emperor himself, and I hope that you, the Sun, Qin Emperor, can take a look at it." Seeing Niaing change her words, Li did not say anything more, and he who received the envelope did not open it to look at it. While Niaing was still puzzled, Li directly threw the envelope into the air. Bang! The envelope directly exploded and turned into a cloud of broken pieces. Chapter 71 Mad Dog Emperor, are you dead or not? Seeing this scene, Niaing's eyelids couldn't help but jump. Li actually didn't even look at it and directly destroyed the letter with his inner strength. Your Majesty, Niaing wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. For Li's behavior of destroying the letter, she had not thought about it beforehand, because in her opinion, the reason why Emperor Wu was able to send a letter now, the probability was that after giving some soft words to Li, he was told to hurry back to the Dewu dynasty. After all, in these days, she had also learned about the changes in the Great Martial Dynasty. Since Li's departure, the countries surrounding Dewu as well as the forces within its borders had begun to stir. First, the neighboring countries had announced to the public that they wanted to draw a line with the Dewu dynasty, and even began to prepare their armies in droves. Most of all, that Jin and Wu have already made their move. Even yesterday, they had already learned that the first official encounter between that Jin and Dewu, the latter was completely defeated. In the beginning, the Dewu dynasty was taken by the Jin army, who forcibly took the cities on the border. Even after transferring another 300,000 main force troops, as usual, they were easily defeated in the hands of Jin's army. And to be honest, Niaing was also very surprised when she learned this news. The Dao army without Li had actually become so weak. Even within Dao, several insurgent armies had appeared, which was nothing short of dynastic instability. It was because of these things that Niaing instinctively thought that the probability of this letter written by Emperor Wu was to beg Li to return. That's how you can keep Dao and those neighboring countries in check. Niaing originally thought that when Li had openly announced that he had severed his relationship with the Emperor and Empress of Dewu in the Dewu courtroom, it was only because he was gambling, or just want to see, when the time comes, The Empress and Emperor Wu regret it. It's also human nature. But Li Yi's actions just now were clearly a complete severance of relations with the two martial emperors. And he didn't even want to pay attention to De Wu's situation. Just as he was thinking, Li Yi spoke quietly. The past is with the wind. No need to remember. This is the beginning of my life. I want to unify the North, and thus the world. Hearing these words, Niang was also a bit moved. She seemed to be able to understand Li Yi's current mood, and at the same time, she was also a bit heartbroken for the other party. He had obviously given so much to his parents, and to the entire De Wu, and in the end, he was actually abandoned, blamed, and humiliated by these white-eyed wolves. Now these people are paying the price for their ingratitude, for crossing the river and for repaying kindness with hatred. Niang no longer thought much at this time, because she felt that Li Yi was right. The past is gone with the wind. As long as they live their own, as long as Great Qin could grow, their original clan in Zojiren would also be rich. So she and Li Yi were working in the same direction. Turning her head to look at the Huns outside the city, Niang was more than relieved. After a night's attack by these men, the siege was still without any progress. One must realize that right now, apart from a few people among the dragon riders who were accidentally injured, the Qin army did not have any other casualties. According to this progress, the Great Qin dynasty will definitely be able to hold out until the next progress of Li Yi's plan. The day passed and the time came to evening. Ma Da, who was in the Dao Imperial Palace, was still standing in the middle of the Yangxin Hall. That's right, he's been on his feet all day, but until now, the Emperor hadn't woken up, and to be honest he was so nervous that he was numb. Dog Emperor, are you dead or not? Although he complained so much in his heart, he really didn't want the Emperor to fall, or else he would definitely be jointly responsible. You know that this day, Crown Prince Li Mingchen is rebuking him, but after a day of diagnosis and treatment by the eunuchs, the Emperor did not have any reaction. And now even if he says he is dead, Mater believes it. Only, those eunuchs all said that the Emperor was not a bit of trouble and would wake up in no time. Martyr was skeptical about this, but he really didn't want to be here much longer. Moreover, when he and Li Mingchen first started to come to see the Emperor, wasn't it because they wanted the other party to give some military power to suppress those two rebel armies that were reigning supreme in De Wu? Now not only did he not get the military power, but he also caused a lot of trouble. Ma De really regretted following him here. Otherwise he would definitely still be at home waiting for Emperor Wu to collapse. That way he could also find a way to make a profit. By the way, operate a bit to take away a bit of military power from the dead Emperor Wu. It was just that it was too late to say anything now. Emperor Wu had vomited blood and fainted because of the words that came out of his mouth. So the last thing he wanted now was for him to die. Otherwise, when the time came, being held accountable would be light, and Li Mingchen might push him out to take the blame. Because if the Emperor died so unexplained, the other ministers wouldn't agree and would definitely ask Li Mingchen for a statement. My royal grandfather, don't die. It seemed that the heavens heard his plea until Emperor Wu woke up late at night. After he opened his eyes in a daze, his body could be said to be weak to the extreme, and it wouldn't even be an exaggeration to express it in terms of being breathless. What's wrong with me? Me? When Lu Minlan saw Emperor Wu finally waking up, that sad look was finally replaced with joy. Tian, are you okay, Tian? How do you feel now? Her words made the eunuchs beside her feel speechless. It's almost dead and you're still saying something's wrong? But in the eyes of the eunuchs, the Empress and the Emperor are really on good terms, and the Empress can be said to be dripping with water this day. The crowd thought so in their hearts, completely unaware that Lu Minlan's mentality this day had actually been emphasizing that she had to play out the role of a good wife. One must let the world know that she was not only the mother of a nation, but also a good mother to her children, a good wife to her husband, and a being to be sung praises of and honored by the people of De Wu. Emperor Wu had nothing but fear in his heart now, and he didn't know how long he could live. It was only when he saw that the imperial doctor, as well as Mada and Li Mingchen were present that he pretended to be calm and said, I am fine. Seeing that at this point in time, Emperor Wu was actually still showing off, Mada couldn't help but curse him in his heart for being facetious. No matter what, it was definitely a very good thing for him that the Emperor was able to wake up, which caused him to breathe a slight sigh of relief in his heart. But I just don't know, will the Emperor blame him? Just as he was thinking, Emperor Wu's voice came over. That's right, Lord Ma. Mada's heart trembled violently after hearing this. To be honest, he was still a bit flustered, but still rushed forward and arched his hand. I am here. Didn't you say that those two insurgent armies appeared in Dao? And now the local officials and soldiers can't do anything to take them. So now Zhang is giving special permission for the Crown Prince to be able to mobilize some of his troops. As Emperor Wu spoke, Li Mingchen's heart couldn't help but be ecstatic. This is fantastic too. Although the soldiers that he was allowed to mobilize might not be much, it was disguised as a way to let him experience in advance what it was like to have imperial power. With this military power, he wouldn't go ahead and suppress the insurrectionists because it would be too much of a shame. He had to use this part of his military power to properly fix those ministers who opposed him, as well as those who did not support him as emperor. Even if he only had a portion of the military power, he still had the ability to end all the ministers who didn't listen to him as the crown prince. When the time comes, anyone who dares to disobey this palace's order will be killed. Chapter 72. Li Mingchen intends to trap his own people? After a dark cry, a flash of killing intent flashed across Li Mingchen's eyes, because if you just put a random charge on a disobedient minister, you can do it in a fair and square manner. Most importantly, as long as the reason is reasonable, then father will neither be angry nor blame him when he learns about it. He would even praise him for doing a good job in getting rid of the scourge for the great martial dynasty. Oh, it's like the best of both worlds. Li Mingchen was thinking freely in his mind, and he didn't notice that Martyr was looking at him. When he saw the eyes of that prince with an extremely heavy heart, Mada's heart suddenly had a bad premonition. The crown prince won't use his military power for anything else, will he? Emperor Wu didn't think much about it. He didn't even know how long he could live, so he had to hurry to eliminate the hidden dangers of De Wu before he could do so. In his opinion, he would definitely not be able to sit on the throne again even if he died. But no matter what, the next heir to the throne would definitely be one of their Li family. Take for example Li Mingchen in front of him. In fact, the first face that came to his mind when thinking of an heir was actually Li Yi. Although Emperor Wu very much didn't want to admit it, the reality was that Li Yi was capable and completely stronger than the Li Mingchen in front of him, and even himself. But so what? Li Mingchen's character is definitely above Li Yi. Not only is he very filial, but he is also kind and polite. Whenever he thought of the son, who also cooked ginseng soup for him to drink late at night, Emperor Wu felt warmth in his heart. On the contrary, Li Yi not only presumptuously tried to kill his relatives to plot against him, but also spoke out against him as his father. Most of all, Li Yi actually broke off his relationship with himself and Lan'er in the courtroom. They lived to raise a white wolf. Even if this white-eyed wolf ran to the northern realm, he even claimed the throne in that place, clearly going against him. Logically, by now, Li Yi should have learned that their dog was being attacked by Jin and Wu. If he had a little bit of conscience, he should have sent some troops to help his father, instead of not sending any reply or indication until now. Every time he thought of this, Emperor Wu felt an incomparable chill. That's just it. Let's pretend we didn't give birth to him. In his opinion, it was useless even if Li Yi was more capable because he would not give back to the De Wu dynasty. Right now, his tentative heir, that would only be the one in front of him, guarding next to him, Li Mingchen. After that he didn't delay, and immediately asked Lu Minlan to help himself to draft an imperial edict, on which the content was to be able to let Li Mingchen transfer the troops of that military camp. The total number of 100,000 is not much, but it should be more than enough to suppress a newly grown insurgent army. However, this edict is a designated edict. Of course, according to the laws of Dao, it was not possible to directly mobilize troops by imperial decree alone. That's why Li Mingchen needed to give this edict to the great general holding the tiger symbol in the designated military camp. When that great general had both, only then could he mobilize the troops in the barracks to suppress the insurgents. Li Mingchen's face was also slightly gloomy after hearing the edict drafted by Lu Minlan. This edict had the designation that when the great general got the edict, he had to go and suppress the insurrection. It didn't say that he could do anything else. In this way, he, Li Mingchen, had no room to maneuver, because he wanted to take military power for himself and still be able to mobilize the Black Dragon army at will to do whatever he wanted. After thinking for a moment, Li Mingchen already had an idea in his mind. That is to do away with the great general of the designated military camp. That way, he would be able to get the tiger's talisman himself. After that, with only a slight misinterpretation of what was written in the edict, most of the soldiers in this barracks should be under his command. That's right, do it. After making up his mind in his heart, Li Mingchen looked at his father with anticipation in his eyes, and with difficulty picked up the jade seal and stamped it on that imperial decree. Next, he tremblingly picked up the imperial decree and handed this out. Mingchen, this thing is in your hands, don't let me down. As the tone fell, Li Mingchen excitedly took the imperial decree, and then he hurriedly opened his mouth to assure himself, please rest assured, father, my son will definitely accomplish this properly and will not fail you. Hearing Li Mingchen's assurance, Emperor Wu also nodded slightly in satisfaction. Well, what a good son of mine. He didn't bother to blame Martyr after that, because he knew very well that being Qi was just the trigger, and the real reason that made his body like this hadn't been clarified until now. You know, after your own health problems, then surely the most feared thing is the chaos of the court and the instability of the dynasty. Because of this, He didn't give Martyr any punishment, but only cautioned the other man to never tell anyone about what he saw today. Mada was of course well aware of Emperor Wu's concerns, so he assured himself that he would definitely not talk too much and would forget about today's events. Only after seeing him say this did Emperor Wu let him and Li Mingchen leave. Ma, who exited the Yangxin Hall, always felt that something big was going to happen to De Wu when he saw the desire for power in Li Mingchen's eyes. He still wanted to be the Minister of War for a few more years, so he couldn't help but ask, "Your Highness, do you want to give the edict to General Louis now?" At those words, Li Mingchen, however, waved his hand. "There's no hurry, it's not too late for this palace to inform him tomorrow." The words were on his lips, but in reality, he had already figured out how to get Louis killed. The Northern Realm, Great Qin side. Even though it was already nighttime, the Han and Zhang armies didn't stop. In fact, it was the fact that Li Yi didn't move for real, which is why he didn't launch a counterattack and instead chose to play defense. Of course, if they fought like this, Great Qin could totally afford to spend it. After all, they had all the resources behind them. There is no shortage of food, water, or weapons, but the Huns are not necessarily. They are already relying on plundering to obtain food. Now they are spending time outside of Qin's borders, but they can't obtain any source of food. They pointed out how long they might be able to hold out. Also, Zhang is a bit better. They have a specialized army of supply wagons for transporting grain. It's just that if Li Yi was right, this grain transportation team shouldn't be able to deliver a new batch of grain because Ma Chao wouldn't let them succeed. Therefore, the longer it took, the more favorable it would be for their Great Qin. Anyway, there is not much to lose. It is not a loss to play well with these grasshoppers in the fall. And by the way, we can also see how long these jumping clowns can toss. Seeing that it was almost time, Li Yi waved his hand at the defenders. It's almost time for another shift to let all the newcomers practice and try out how all these firearms work. Hearing Li Yi say this, Nia Ying really didn't know what to say. Dare to completely not put the Han army in their eyes off. In this world, I'm afraid that only Li Yi was still able to have such a mindset when faced with this kind of scene. But his two older brothers were not necessarily the same. Nia Long and Nia, who were both sent by Li Yi to guard Tianyi City, even according to Li Yi's plan, they all defended very well, but the pressure should be very high. After all, there are too many enemies. 2 more days passed, and the enemy was less numerous. After a long period of exertion, they both lost a third of their troops. This was really nothing. The main thing was that the generals were very tired and their will to fight was all gone, because until now, that city gate actually hadn't been broken. Just as Bolden and the Zheng commander were pondering whether to continue the attack or not, Li Yi no longer wanted to play. Looking at the exhausted enemy troops in the distance, Li Yi sneered, "Oh, time to end the farce." Chapter 73, a joint petition to impeach Li Mingchen. After defending the city for so many days, he didn't want to keep dragging it on. It's time for the Huns, who still have delusions of grandeur, to counterattack with the army of Yum already. Remove the illusions from their minds. Let all the other powers in the north see what will happen if they don't listen. Li Yi thought that he was not a good person. After all, he couldn't do it to allow the existence of other forces in the north besides Great Qin, because there were simply too many forces in the northern realm. The situation was very complicated, and the various forces were not far apart from each other. This had the result that there would be more forces staring at Great Qin and could become a hidden danger in the future. De Qin now had his dragon riders in place, so the fighting force was strong in the northern region. It's just that the territory is so small that it's definitely limited in terms of eventual development. In the future, when the day of his death comes, the entire Great Qin may be in a straight line of decline. At the same time, the other forces in the north might feel that it was an opportunity to then attack the Great Qin dynasty that he had created with his own hands. His people, too, will then be in a crisis of deep water and even overthrow. This is something that Li Yi doesn't want to see in any way. Since he said that he wants to bring the people of De Qin to prosperity, he should do his best to do it, instead of just stagnating. Besides, the way he eliminated the other forces in the north was not to get rid of them, but to make them surrender and join the north. Retracting his thoughts, Li Yi looked at Yang Qi, who was following beside him. "General Yang, now inform the generals of each battalion that the operation will begin tonight." "Yes, sir." After answering, Yang Qi immediately retreated to inform the generals of each battalion, likewise including the generals on the side of Tianyi City. Li Yi also did not go to idle, but decisively left the walls of the Sand City, to find the Ministry of Household Secretary to inquire about the situation of these days on the land opened up in the territory of Great Qin. It is important to realize that the Great Qin, which he had built up, almost used the system of the Middle Kingdom. Now that he had found someone to manage the 6 ministries, it was just a matter of seeing how they would follow through. When the time comes, if someone is not capable enough, or if they go against the grain, Don't blame him for getting cold feet and replacing them. Everything he does is for the sake of the big picture. Since the palace in Huangzhou City had not yet been established, Li Yi had been living in Sand City in recent times. That's 6 ministers because in order to facilitate the report to him, as usual, are also in this border city, not at all worried about the enemy army can break through this city. I don't know if they believe in Great Qin or themselves as the emperor of Great Qin. On the way, Li Yi stopped walking. Without turning around he had asked first, "Why are you still following me?" As soon as these words were uttered, the man following behind him hurriedly accelerated his steps before coming to Li Yi's body. "What? Are you tired of me?" The person who spoke to him was none other than Niang, and at this time, she was puffing up, completely lacking the ice-cold goddess paradigm she had at first. One must know that the woman standing in front of him was once the chief of the Dark Guards of the Great Martial Dynasty, and her strength was also the peak of a solid first-grade zongsher. This woman would be a very dangerous presence almost anywhere, but the other man was pestering him as if he were following him almost wherever he went, never saying that he was following him for anything. At first, he didn't care about it, treating it as if the other party wanted to see if he could cope with the intrusion of external forces such as the Huns. Soon he didn't think it was that simple. The battle outside the city over the past 2 days should have already made Niang recognize that neither the Xiongnu nor the Zhang state's armies were able to cause too much damage to Great Qin, not to mention whether or not they could battle a city. They hadn't even breached the city gates by now, but Niang was still following him now, which made him feel a bit subtle. Thinking of this, Li Xian subconsciously blurted out, "You don't like me, do you?" As the tone fell, Niang directly froze, followed by a violent reddening of her cheeks. The next moment, she twisted her head decisively. "What are you talking about?" Seeing her like this, Li Xian was puzzled in his heart. "Then why do you keep following me? Since I've seen you, you're almost inseparable." Hearing this, Niang became even more distraught, so she panicked and explained. "Math, Genus, you are now the emperor of Great Qin, and leading the people of the original Zojiren. I surely cannot let anything happen to you. That is why I followed you to protect your safety. So what you're saying is that you're my bodyguard? But I already have General Dian Wei to protect me, so I don't need you as a bodyguard." Who knew that the moment he said this, Niang's face instantly turned icy cold. You're no fun." After dropping these 2 words, Niang directly walked away, not giving Li Yi a chance to continue talking at all. Li Yi didn't chase after him either, because right now he had business to attend to. Soon, he came to the office of the Minister of Revenue, and then learned about the current situation of Great Qin's arable land openings. You know that ever since he ascended the throne, he started to let the people from the Ministry of Revenue lead the people to start opening up the land out of arable land, because of his territory skill. So theoretically, if you open up land anywhere in Great Qin itself, all of it would be rich land. Of course, he certainly didn't mean that he would let the household department bring in random people to open up the land. That would just be too counterintuitive. That's why not long ago, he first checked the original Zoron's dossier, and after that, he looked for Nyawujin to find out more about it, to see where the other party had sent people to open up the land before, and he just needs to avoid such positions. That way almost no one is suspicious as well. It will only feel that he, the emperor, has good dragon luck, and likewise the national luck of the Dacian dynasty is very good, and every place that has been opened up can be made into fertile arable land. In the middle of thinking, this time the minister of the household reported, "Back to your majesty. The progress of opening up the land for cultivation has been very smooth in recent times, and the people are opening up the land in the places you have designated, all of which are fertile. Now our Great Qin can grow food." The minister of the household was now very excited, and he was obviously happy about it. Li Yi nodded slightly. Everything was going according to his plan, and a few days ago, after he had his poetry book printed and sent out to the people of Great Qin, he completed a system achievement. That would be the great poet. At that time, the system gave him a reward, which was 1 million pounds of fine seed potatoes. In fact, when completing side quests before, the system had rewarded seeds of many types of grain, but usually only tens of thousands of pounds, although these are quite a lot, but want to satisfy the entire Great Qin next arable land. Obviously still a bit of a drop in the bucket, but that time, he gave 1 million pounds directly, and Li Yi was also a little surprised. However, this is just to fill the vacancy of their Great Qin without staple food. In the future, we will first use the potato as the staple food. As far as he knows, the potato is a crop that is not only drought resistant, but also adapts to other extremes of harshness and has a very high rate of return. As long as after planting, in the first result can be completely solved. The Great Qin dynasty there are still people who do not have enough to eat the problem. As a matter of fact, it was already a temporary solution. After all, With the food bush subsidy given by the system earlier, there were very few people in Dechin who couldn't eat right now. Recovering his mind, Li began to discuss with the minister of the household the planning of the subsequent planting of grain in the arable land. He was busy on his side, completely unaware of the uproar on Da's side. Mingchen has already designed to frame a great general to death in order to gain military power, but his action caused other military generals to be upset, and they all said they wanted to go to the Yangxin Hall to see Emperor Wu. The old minister wants to impeach the crown prince. The military generals have jointly written a letter to the emperor to directly impeach Mingchen, completely not giving face to the supervisory crown prince. Chapter 74, Emperor Wu angrily slaps little green tea. Not only that, it was as if there was a big hand pushing behind this incident, and some civil officials were beginning to condemn it. It really didn't occur to me that the crown prince actually took the initiative to get a general killed for his own selfishness. It's really saddening. Does such a person really deserve to be the crown prince? If he becomes emperor in the future, will he still be able to tolerate us, who were once instrumental in building De Wu? Of course, these words were passed privately by the civil officials. After all, they could not have the vigor on the military generals, and they did not dare to accuse Crown Prince Mingchen openly yet. Only the topic they were discussing caused a great deal of repercussions within the court, and it eventually reached Mingchen's ears. He was really pissed off now. Who exactly is it? You have to say that it was this prince who poisoned General Louis. While it was true that he had done the deed, he didn't want people to spread the word about it. If such words were to reach his father's ears, he would surely be held accountable, and he would even be suspected of having unruly intentions. He had been with his father for so many years, and clearly knew how much the latter was suspicious, but he was so bold as to design the death of a third-ranked military general. In that case, father might associate him with trying to plot against the throne. What's going on? What step went wrong? Mingchen was now confused, not knowing exactly what made why the military generals and civil ministers all thought that he had killed Li. To be clear, this is not how things originally developed, because he originally from his father's hands, to get that can mobilize the Tiger Leopard Battalion of the Imperial Decree, did not the first time to give it to Louis. He didn't poison Louis either. No matter what, Louis was also a great general in charge of 100,000 troops. Of course, this great general was not his official position, but the name that the Black Dragon Army of the barracks called him, as did all the other camps. The real great generals with official positions can be preceded by military generals with titles, the kind that are of very high status. For example, the previous Pan Feng, he was the Zhenghua Grand General, almost the ceiling of the martial arts generals of the De Wu dynasty, only this was in reference to his status as a ceiling. As for the ability to lead an army, or martial arts could not be the strongest presence in Dao. Even so, Louis's official position was a third-ranking minister, and Mingchen definitely needed a reason to want to move him. So smart, he bought Louis under the hand of a so-called beloved. Let this person to pretend to want to report themselves to the other party intends to conspire against. After that, he even forged evidence of collusion between Li and Louis, just like some letters. The content of those forged letters is exactly what Li said when he was thinking of rebelling, saying that he would join hands with Louis to rebel together. All that was written inside the follow-up letter was that Louis wrote back agreeing to the rebellion. It was only a pity that Li was found out first, and only after Emperor Wu demoted him to commoner status did Louis come to his senses. Of course, all of this is false. Then didn't Louis already believe it? And he also drank the poisoned wine. So it is reasonable to say that there is no chance of telling the truth to the outside world. But why does everyone know about it? Since Mingchen didn't want to get into trouble, that's why he wanted Louis's death to be as clear as possible from him. So that day he had someone take this evidence and secretly approach Louis and give him poisoned wine. Not only that, he also used the life of the other family as a threat. And eventually Louis drank poisoned wine and died violently. And in the eyes of outsiders, Louis just can't bear the pressure, and then afraid of the crime and drank poison to kill himself. Later on, Mingchen logically recovered the military talisman and grasped the right to mobilize the entire Tiger and Leopard battalion at will, because he added a few strokes to the edict. Anyway, most of the people in the outside world, except for Martyr, did not know the original content of the edict, so if you just get it right yourself, I guess it's not a problem. Originally, the plan was seamless and watertight, so it was reasonable to say that no mistakes would be made, but who knew that someone would blow the whistle on this matter? Mingchen was afraid that this matter would reach his father's ears. Otherwise, he might take back his power to supervise the country, and maybe even depose him as the crown prince outright. What the hell is this supposed to do? Mingchen is now really panicked. The outside military generals are trying to find him to ask for a statement, and even jointly petitioned at the entrance of his father's palace. Saying something about his virtue not being worthy of his position and making such a move to harm his minister simply chills the hearts of all the military generals of the Dewu dynasty. And Li Mingchen does not care. These military generals cold or not cold. He only knows that things have become so big. The probability that his father already know. What a disaster. Speak of the devil. As they say. At that moment he was approached by the first companion beside Emperor Wu and made his intentions clear straight away. Your Highness, His Majesty summons you. After hearing this, Li Mingchen's heart trembled violently. Although he had already thought of an excuse and wording, he still felt that his father would not believe it at all. It's just that people have come over to invite him, so he has to go anyway. Go, lead the way. Li Mingchen knew very well that he would never be able to enter through the main gate of the Emperor's palace and then go to the Palace of Nourishing Heart to see his father, because the doorway was surrounded by military generals. He certainly could not avoid a crowd of taunts in the past, even if it was not a straight taunt, but he certainly could not avoid a burst of yin and yang. The reason why this great companion of the Emperor in front of him could easily come over to notify himself was that he must have taken the back door, and he himself could go to the middle of the palace through this back door. It also proved that this was really guessed correctly by Li Mingchen. That first companion led him into the palace through the back door and soon came to Emperor Wu's presence. It was just that at this time, Emperor Wu's face was calm, and Lu Minlan was not in the Hall of Nourishing Heart, which gave Li Mingchen a bad feeling. Even so, he forced himself to be calm, because the more vain he was, the easier it was to have a break. Father, my son is coming over. Hearing this, Emperor Wu waved his hand towards Li Mingchen before speaking quietly. Mingchen, come here. Hearing his father's breathless voice, Li Mingchen thought that the other party was worried about speaking too quietly, causing him to be unable to hear, so he let up. Since it was the same the other day, he immediately took a few steps forward and walked over to the dragon bed. Parent. Before the word emperor could be uttered, a black shadow flashed past his eyes. Pop. A crisp sound rang out as Emperor Wu slapped him across the face. Li Mingchen's brain directly went blank as he looked at the other party incredulously, because this was the first time Emperor Wu had hit him, and at the same time, he saw in the latter's eyes an anger that he had never seen before. Adverse son, kneel down for me. Without waiting for him to react, Emperor Wu angrily rebuked, possibly because of his body's instincts. And of course it was possible that in his heart he wanted to keep the crown prince's position. Li Mingchen knelt down like this. There was simply no hesitation, as if he was born to kneel. Of course it's also possible that he was born with a bone in his body. But the next thing that happened was that a huge grievance welled up in Li Mingchen's heart, and a big man's tears flowed out. He had thought that by doing so, he would still be able to gain his father's sympathy, but who knew that the other party would angrily rebuke him. Take back your cowardly tears. It's disgusting for a big man to cry in front of me. Chapter 75, One Mistake After Another. Louis plots against the government. S.H. What? Li Mingchen somewhat couldn't believe his ears that his father would actually say that about him. In the past, when he shed tears, no matter if it was father or mother, they would be the first to give him comfort. Even if he had done something wrong, he would still obtain forgiveness from both of them. Why is it different today? Not only did he not obtain his father's forgiveness, but he was also scolded by the other party for being disgusting. To know, this kind of words Father Emperor to Li Yi have not even said. At most is to scold the latter is the rebellious son, but absolutely not to the point of scolding disgusting, because Li Mingchen knew very well that even if Li Yi was no longer good, as usual, he still had value to the great martial dynasty. His father must have been clear about this, so he didn't say those kind of harsh words to Li Yi in the beginning, but now he has no qualms about calling himself disgusting. Could it be that father is being biased again? It was just that he thought that once his father had favored him, but now he really didn't. Thinking of this, a wave of hatred arose in Li Mingchen's heart. He hated Li Yi for stealing his limelight. Obviously his ability was not bad, although his martial arts skills were not as high as once Li Yi, but at least he was able to write and fight. Fortunately, these words in his heart did not let Li Yi hear, or he would certainly scold him. In terms of martial arts he is only a 7th grade martial artist. Thesis he can't even learn how to rule the country. This is still considered to be able to write in martial arts? What a way to put a face on it. However, that was how Li Mingchen himself felt right now. And now looking at Emperor Wu's angry gaze, he once again said with an innocent face, Father, you. Just before the words were out of his mouth, he was interrupted by another slap in the face. Pop. The voice was still very crisp, and Li Mingchen was now confused. Although this slap was very loud, Emperor Wu did not use much force because he was originally very weak. Li Mingchen didn't feel much pain, but the slap was like a slap to his heart, making him feel very humiliated. Instinct clenched both fists, and even began to mobilize his body's internal force, itching to directly slam his fist hard into Emperor Wu's face. But in the end, Li Mingchen still held back, the emperor in front of him was now in very poor health. Even if he was only a 7th grade martial artist, if he didn't grasp the strength well, he would still be able to send Emperor Wu to the Western Paradise with a single punch. No matter what, he who didn't have full control of the De Wu dynasty absolutely couldn't let the emperor die. In particular, the matter of him killing Louis has now spread throughout the De Wu dynasty, and many military generals and civil officials have opinions about him. If Emperor Wu were to collapse now, Li Mingchen knew full well that he would never be able to suppress them. It was just that he was still unclear as to who had told the truth about his design to get Louis killed, and why everyone believed it just by hearing it. Just as he was thinking, Lu Minlan, who had been hiding behind the screen, came out. She quickly walked over to Li Mingchen's side, then held the latter's face with incomparable heartache to see how the beating was going. After realizing that there was no redness or swelling, Lu Minlan then smoothed her heart and pretended to be relieved. Good thing I didn't break my face. In the next moment, she looked at Emperor Wu with an angry face. Li Ao Tian, you've really grown up, actually taking the initiative to beat up your son, and you hit him twice. Mingchen, is he your own or not? Lu Minlan had already left behind the nobility of being the Empress, and now looked like a shrew. Looking at Emperor Wu was even more of a headache. The eunuchs in the Yangxin Hall were driven out by Emperor Wu before Li Mingchen arrived here. The only outsider left in the room now was the Emperor's personal first companion. After seeing this scene, he knew that it wasn't something he could get involved in, so he decisively chose to avoid it. Emperor Wu had originally felt the despair of approaching death because of all the things that happened to his body, so this made him very anxious and irritable all this. Therefore, after he learned that Li Mingchen had actually gone so far as to design the death of General Louis in order to obtain imperial power, he was even more enraged. But he was aware of his body and couldn't be that angry anymore. Otherwise you might get so anxious that you end up just dying. Thinking of this, Emperor Wu forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart and then asked Lu Minlan, do you have any idea what this son of yours has actually done in the last 2 days? Saying that, Emperor Wu glared at Li Mingchen again. The latter subconsciously shrunk his neck. His head almost lowered into his pants. He didn't just do it because he was inwardly fearing that he would be deposed as the crown prince. Also he knew very well that his eyes were now filled with hatred and defiance, which could not be seen by his father. Lu Minlan also glanced at Li Mingchen, but she didn't see anything strange either, and then said indifferently, isn't he, Mingchen, accidentally poisoning a third-ranked martial general? But so what? Your son is the crown prince of the great martial dynasty. Is it possible that he still wants to pay for the life of that dead military general? Emperor Wu's face became even more ugly when he heard this. Easy for you to say. These are the pillars of my great martial dynasty. Even I wouldn't dare to give them death at will. When he said that, he paused for a moment and then continued in a whirlwind. Although these military generals don't usually obey anyone, they are united in big matters. Like now, it may seem that only Louis is poisoned, but the other military generals think of themselves, and they are more courageous than the military generals, especially in the face of injustice. Lu Minlan was not amused at hearing this. So what? Could they still rebel? Dare to do so, and in the future the world will put on their heads the hat of unkindness and injustice. Emperor Wu froze at his words. He obviously didn't expect Lu Minlan to think this way. Now Li Mingchen is just a crown prince, yet he casually poisons and kills court officials. That's the real injustice, isn't it? Even if he came up with a way to calm down the anger of the court's military generals, they still had a grudge against Li Mingchen in their hearts after all. At that time, the odds are that they will not support Li Mingchen as the next emperor, because these people will go to worry that they might end up in the same place as Louis after Li Mingchen takes power. Emperor Wu understood all this in his heart, but he no longer wanted to explain it to Lu Minlan. With this woman's character the odds were that she wouldn't understand. Or maybe it's that even if she understands, she'll still play dumb and still do what she does. Retracting his thoughts, Emperor Wu sighed deeply. Ugh, just, now that it's all happened, we should be thinking about what to do to fix it, and pointing fingers won't do any good. Although he wanted to punish Li Mingchen a lot, but he was all but at stake now, and this unintelligent crown prince was the most knowledgeable heir of all the imperial sons. Therefore, even if he was hardened now, he would have to raise him up, unless he was really incorrigible, and then he himself could only let the other younger imperial sons be the heirs. After all, there were still a bunch of ministers around, so I'm sure it wouldn't be a problem to assist a little emperor. In the middle of thinking, at this time, Lu Minlan beside him opened his mouth and asked, so what should we do? Should we make Mingchen admit his mistake in public? Hearing this, Emperor Wu shook his head. No, now that it's happened, we'll just have to make the mistake continue. We're going to sit on the fact that Louis is plotting a rebellion. Chapter 76, inviting the Huns to their deaths. What? At this moment, Lu Minlan, as well as Li Mingchen couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise. If they hadn't been close enough, they would have even thought they had misheard. After all, just now, Emperor Wu, in his anger, had been saying that Li Mingchen shouldn't have gotten Louis killed. With the intention of doing the latter's bidding, Li Mingchen was about to pee in his pants. Fearing that he would be deposed as the crown prince, he had found the opportunity with great difficulty, and it was only after drugging his own father that he made the other party have no choice but to make him the crown prince. This is his only hope of sitting on the throne in the future. So, he was really very nervous just now. Right now, his entire body was covered in cold sweat, and if it wasn't for the fact that his mother had been speaking up for him, Li Mingchen might have really been unable to withstand the pressure completely. No matter what, it was the first time he had been scolded by his father, and it was impossible for him not to have a mental breakdown. Why? Lu Minlan asked after Emperor Wu at this point. Of course it's to save Mingchen's life. Emperor Wu's reply made even Lu Minlan a little confused. Li Ao Tian. What do you mean by that? Mingchen, he only accidentally killed a third-ranked military general. Do you still want him, the titular prince, to pay for the life of one of De Wu's subjects? At this time, Lu Minlan started to get angry again. She thought that it was just accidentally killing a third-grade martial general. Was it necessary to make things so serious? In her opinion, their Li family was the royal family of the De Wu dynasty, and his son was the honorable crown prince. How could he pay for the life of such a small person? But she didn't notice that Emperor Wu's face was grim at that moment. Can you call that ing manslaughter? It's clearly intentional poisoning. Only, he did not say this in the open, but instead forced down the anger in his heart and began to explain the pros and cons to Lu Minlan. Lan'er, this matter is not as simple as you say. You should not have forgotten that back in the day, when the De Wu dynasty was first established, in order to gain the prestige of the native people at the time, I told them that the Son of Heaven's offense was the same as that of the common people. Later on, this thought has been ingrained in the minds of the subjects of almost the entire Dao dynasty. Think about it, I, the great martial emperor, have to take the blame for killing someone for no reason. So can you, the good son Li Mingchen, still get away with it? After saying that, Emperor Wu let Lu Minlan digest for a while before continuing. So as long as the matter of Louis being poisoned is thoroughly confirmed by the outside world to be the work of Li Mingchen, they will definitely ask for a statement from me. In all seriousness, the 100 officials will call on me to execute such an unrighteous crown prince. Emperor Wu said so, and at this time, he looked at Li Mingchen with hatred. After seeing his opponent lock his neck once again, Emperor Wu was more regretful. I had thought that this son of his, not only was he a good person, filial and cognizant, but he was also a man of letters and arms, and very courageous. It didn't occur to him that he was wrong. This kind of cowering was really not like a qualified crown prince. Most of all, he was still the supervisory crown prince of De Wu nowadays and had a great burden on him. He shouldn't still be so weak. However, Emperor Wu didn't know if he would get better or how long he would live. So choosing Li Mingchen as the crown prince was already something that could not be helped. And until the other party was truly hopeless, one certainly could not depose him. The other man was his son no matter what, and he didn't want to see the other man pay for his life. So the only way to make it right was to make it wrong. At the same time, Lu Minlan also understood Emperor Wu's meaning and then spoke again to confirm. Brother Tian, then you mean that as long as he admits his mistake, Mingchen he might have to go and pay for his life. But as long as Louis is allowed to sit in on the rebellion, then Mingchen he'll be fine? Emperor Wu nodded slightly. Well, it's the only way to go now. Li Mingchen didn't have any reaction on the surface after hearing this, but he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. Now it seems that father will not depose him as crown prince for the time being. Most of all, father, as long as he can make Louis sit down and plot against the emperor, not only will he himself not be condemned by the outside world, he may even gain a good reputation. When the time came, people from the outside world were praising him for his ability as the crown prince, actually being able to pull out Louis, a tumor with delusions of rebellion. He almost laughed with delight at the thought, but held it back. Emperor Wu, who would be wrong, could only continue at this point with a stiff upper lip, so he spoke bluntly. Well, now the military generals outside are waiting for me to give them an explanation. Crown Prince, you now do as I say and destroy all those forged evidence of framing Louis. Hearing this, Li Mingchen was a bit puzzled. If this was all destroyed, then how else could Louis sit on the charge of rebellion? Father, wouldn't this make Louis completely innocent? But Emperor Wu no longer wanted to explain. If you're told to go, you go. Where's all this nonsense? There was no way around it, so Li Mingchen could only do as he was told. But there was a flash of killing intent in his eyes as he left. As long as he resolved this time, he must speed up his rise to power and force Emperor Wu to abdicate as early as possible. Or failing that, he would have no choice but to kill. Northland, Great Qin, Li Yi has already in the Ministry of Households. discussed the next grain planting plan, and gave each other potato seeds. He definitely wouldn't take all the potato seeds out of the system space in front of the other party, because that would also be too out of character. So a few days before, he had taken these seeds and placed them in a more remote warehouse. That warehouse was originally used by the Zojiran people for grain, so the place was also big enough. Of course, Li casually explained where these seeds came from, and that was brought over from the Dewu dynasty. I'm sure it's impossible for someone to find out anyway if they want to, because it hadn't been introduced to this continent yet. As to whether it would be available elsewhere in the sky, he didn't know. On his way out, Li admonished the minister of the household, remember to have the seeds planted as soon as possible. Now that we have a decent climate in the north, early planting will also lead to early harvesting. Please don't worry, Your Majesty, I'll make the arrangements now. Time came tonight. Those Huns were still attacking the city, even if they, the soldiers, were exhausted. Although these days they didn't attack the city together, but in waves without stopping, because if they really attacked all of them, they would have died of exhaustion long ago if they hadn't attacked the city for so long. In fact, at first, Bolden wanted to use all of his troops to take down Sand Castle with a single blow, who had thought that a day and a night had passed and there was still no progress, so he had no choice but to attack wave after wave. For example, when these 100,000 men in front of them attacked the city, the rest of them were responsible for resting and standing guard. In fact, it wouldn't help. The rest of the soldiers didn't sleep too well because of the very loud commotion caused by the Qin army's city defense guns after firing their shells. So many days have passed and they are not in good spirits to the naked eye. And the original 500,000 Huns army was only 300,000 left until now. At this moment, Yang Qi, who was in the middle of the city and had assembled his army, ordered immediately after raising his head to look at the moon high in the sky. All hands on deck. Invite the Huns to their deaths tonight. Chapter 77 Wake up the enemy sun. The surrounding dragon riders did not answer back at the sound of their voices, but instead raised the weapons in their hands. They're raiding tonight, so keep the commotion as low as you can. Okay, we're off now. After Yang Qi said that, he began to lead the dragon cavalrymen in the direction of the west of the city. As for now, outside the north city gate, there was also a burst of shouting and killing, as well as the sound of artillery fire emitted by that city defense gun. Boom! However, the cannon fire was significantly louder. Because of so many days, the Divine Mechanism Battalion had long ago built another batch of city defense cannons for bombarding those death-defying Huns. As a matter of fact, after these days of bombardment, those Hun soldiers had long since lost the will to fight. Even some of the soldiers had already shown fear, only because retreating and being a deserter were both deaths, so they could only attack the city with a stiff upper hand. It was because they all knew very well that only by capturing the Sand Castle would they have a chance of surviving. Only these Huns didn't understand that what they had done was in vain. And now the North City Gate walls and gates were damaged to a degree that was not even half of what they had been. But these Huns still went ahead and attacked the city, apparently treating the breakthrough as their only life-saving straw. After all, as soon as one steps back, they will be directly executed by the supervisors behind them. Even so, Yang Qi and the others couldn't sympathize with what happened to those Huns. If we really let these people enter the city, they will turn into demons and madly torture, abuse, and slaughter the people of Dechin. And then the whole Dechin will be a hell on earth. So these Huns are the aggressors and the only way to deal with aggressors is to destroy them. For this reason tonight the defenders on the walls of the North Gate are fighting back even harder against the Huns outside. Generals, keep firing arrows for me, a general on the wall shouted out. And the defenders moved very quickly, coming up again in an extra wave and firing arrows at the outside of the city in a continuous stream. It was dark, but it couldn't help that there were a lot of Huns out there. In that case then feel free to shoot arrows and kill some unlucky people as usual. At the same time, the defenders along the walls poured kerosene downward and used an even greater amount than before, and the horrific attack blocked the Huns from attacking. Most of the Huns didn't get near the edge of the wall and were burned outright or killed by arrows. This was the order that Li had the generals on the city walls give in order to attract the attention of the Huns outside the city as a way to cover the dragon cavalry that would be raiding tonight. On this side, Yang Qi and the others accelerated their speed and took a quarter of an hour to run to the pre-dug tunnel entrance, from which the whole army led to the outside of the city. The exit of this tunnel, of course, could not be in plain sight, for that would easily be discovered by the Huns. So the location of the entrance to this tunnel is actually near the western city gate, and the exit is also outside the western city gate. Under the cover of the dark night, Yang Qi had arrived outside the city with his dragon cavalry. Afterwards, Yang Qi looked towards the location of the enemy camp a few kilometers away in the distance, and then gave a direct order. Generals, let's give these new stocks a big surprise tonight. Li, who was now at the north gate of Sand City, Although he was not personally involved in the command, he believed that Yang Qi and the others would definitely succeed tonight. He believed in Yanqi, and likewise believed in his own plan. Retracting his thoughts, Li Yi looked at the distant sky. I hope things go well on Nielong's side too. When he said that, a cold voice suddenly came from his ears. Big brother and the others will definitely succeed. And you don't have to worry. Your Majesty. As the words fell, Li Yi turned his head toward the direction the voice came from, only to see Niaing appear beside him at some point. In fact, he hadn't seen the other side once since Niaing had gotten angry during the day, but he could feel eyes watching him from the shadows all day today. Since the look was not malicious, Li Yi did not bother. If he was not wrong, the other party was Niaing. This made him confused as to what this woman in front of him was thinking and why she was pestering himself. But the way Niaing had acted towards him, it didn't look like she was interested in him at all. Can it be that she is looking for a chance to take revenge because of what happened back then? Li Yi secretly thought. He hadn't forgotten about the time when he had asked Niaing away from Johorn, and at that time, this woman had preferred to die. Several times later, he tried to get away from him, but was unsuccessful. In the end, Li Yi was on the verge of wanting to set the woman free at that moment, because the neighboring countries were all brought down at that time. It was impossible for a single Johan tribe in the north to make a scene. Just how could he not expect that when Li Yi approached Niaing again, the latter actually said that she would not leave. Just as he was thinking, the cool voice beside him came again. What are you looking at? Li Yi's thoughts were pulled back to reality, only to see that at this time, his gaze had indeed been stuck on Niaing's body. Most of all, he stayed in a not-so-good place, and it was no wonder the other man was a little angry. But Niaing did misunderstand. She was just lost in thought just now. Kui understood that the more he explained, the more confusing it became, so he proceeded to ask in return. By the way, what did you go and do during the day? Niaing skimmed his head at that. Humph. It's up to you. Ha? There were many question marks in Li Yi's head. Was this the attitude of talking to the emperor? However, he wasn't angry about it, but rather found it very amusing to have someone talk to him like that. Since ascending to the throne, the people around him were more in awe of him. Even Dianwei and Yang Qi were restrained. But to be honest, he didn't like this feeling. He preferred to get along easier. So he just glanced around, and after seeing that no one was paying attention to this side of things, he spoke bluntly. I am the emperor. Why can't I care anymore? Don't forget that you are also a citizen of Great Qin, so you are obligated to answer me. Niaing was shocked when she heard this, and she seemed to have realized this as well. Although she wasn't as in awe of the Li Yi in front of her as the others, she was definitely following the other party herself. Thinking about it, Niaing intended to tell the truth. Actually, I've actually been following you today. Before the words were out of her mouth, she realized something was wrong. How embarrassing it would be for her to tell the truth about secretly protecting Li Yi for a day. Niaing couldn't see Li Yi's strength right now, only knowing that the latter was only recovering his meridians in Dantian. Therefore, she instinctively felt that Li Yi might no longer have internal strength and everything needed to be recultivated. This was the reason why she was secretly protecting the other party. Even though the other party had General Dianwei to protect her, she was still uneasy. It just couldn't be said in the open. And then she made a little lie in a hurry. In fact, I've been angry with you all along. It's just too chilling to see you say that when I wanted to protect your safety that much. Saying that, Niaing even shook her head, feigning a face of disappointment. With her poor acting skills, Li Yi definitely didn't believe it. But he didn't break it down either. And I didn't say I wanted your protection. You, Niaing gasped and stomped her foot again. On the other side, the dragon cavalry of Tianyi City also acted. They had also left the city through the tunnels, and the people leading the group were none other than Nialong and Niahu, and their target tonight was none other than Zhang's military camp. After that, they quickly approached towards Zhang's military camp, and when they were only 3 kilometers away from their target, they had the men set up the red razor cannons. Of course, only a portion of the men were left behind and the rest continued to approach towards the enemy camp. As for the Zhang soldiers in the camp, most of them were resting now, and it wouldn't be long before they had to be woken up and shift to attack the city. Only it wasn't long before it wasn't the sound of the drums that woke them up, but the sight of the evening sun. Boom! Chapter 78. Slaughtering these tonight. Deafening explosions rang out, and this so-called sun at night was the glare of the explosions. No good. There's an enemy attack. Some of the Zhang soldiers stationed at the camp on duty exclaimed at this time, but they only reacted when the shells landed and exploded in the camp. So, this led to the fact that it was now too late for them to alert the soldiers resting in the camp. Many of Zhang's soldiers, in fact, were blown up before they woke up, or were pierced by flying steel balls, and went very peacefully. As for the soldiers who woke up in shock, they were not so lucky, because they saw the lighted sun and it was right in front of their eyes. and this fear of facing death directly was very torturous. Might as well go in peace. Now both Zhang's camp and the Hun's barracks on the other side were all under heavy attack from the surrounding red barbaric cannons. Since most of the camp soldiers were resting, this really caught them off guard. As a matter of fact, this was something that the Hun and Zhang soldiers couldn't avoid, because the range of the red barbarians' cannons was so far that it was useless even if they sent people to stand guard nearby. Those shells should come from a distance. Then they can't detect it. And even more so, they can't stop it. Only when the shells landed on their camp did these people guarding near the barracks react, and then hastily sounded the gold to alert all the soldiers. Duong! 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 There's a hostile attack! There's a hostile attack! The Hun side frantically struck gongs, and the loud sound spread throughout the barracks. Such a big commotion soon woke up the soldiers throughout the camp. However, as they were all men who had attacked the city during the day, they were already very tired, and were now awakened before they had slept long. Because of this, their heads hadn't really switched on yet and they were all a bit confused. For a moment, I didn't know how to react. Only some of those who were still somewhat sober picked up the shields in the tent at the first opportunity, and then held them over themselves, keeping their bodies as close to the ground as possible. Having been baptized by artillery fire before, they had long since been shadowed by this mysterious weapon. Today they are almost scared out of their wits, fearing that the next shell will fall at their feet. Plus, one's first instinct is to protect oneself, so they didn't do what Bolden Shan Yu commanded them to do ahead of time. That's rushing out to Lipton to block the next shell when it comes. It won't stop the blast, but it will block some of the marble shots. But when faced with this situation, most of the Hun soldiers were panicking inside. They didn't dare to go out of their tents for fear of just colliding with the flying shells. So instead of going out to protect others, you can neutralize and protect yourself in the tent. As for the Huns stationed around the camp, they did not receive an artillery attack. Therefore, the general who was in charge of the duty guarding the camp, he gave a direct order to the Huns around him after a calm analysis. Some of you go to the barracks and organize the soldiers to respond to this attack, while the rest of you go and line up everything in the surrounding 3 kilometers and make sure to find this group of Qin troops. Yes, those Hun soldiers responded and then immediately began to move. A coldness flashed in the Hun general's eyes as he looked toward where the barracks were covered in shells. Humph, we'll definitely catch you tonight. He spoke coldly, thinking that he would be able to find the Qin army that attacked them with the mysterious weapon tonight and still be able to kill these people in one fell swoop, because they alone had, beforehand, already anticipated this situation and the way they would respond to it afterwards. That is, as long as their barracks were attacked again, the soldiers on the front line who were attacking the city would immediately return to encircle these Qin troops. The movement of that shell explosion was so loud that the Shan Yu, who must have been commanding the siege outside the Sandy City, must have noticed the movement over here. Next, their side just need to hold on, and when Shan Yu brings his men back to kill, they can kill these Qin troops inside and outside. When it's done, they Hu people will also get the mysterious weapon in the other party's hands. Just as he was pondering, a breaking sound suddenly entered his ears again. The Hun general first froze for a moment. After reacting he hurriedly dodged to the side, but he was still a step too slow. In the next moment, an arrow stuck to his cheek and pierced his right ear. Hiss! A stabbing pain hit him and he instinctively went to cover his ears. In the end, it fell flat and there was only a wetness. When he looked at his right hand again, he realized with the help of the moonlight that it was covered in blood, and it was obvious that his ear was gone. What the hell is going on here? To know, the front is exactly the direction where his men went to search for the Qin army just now. Why are there still arrows shooting from that side? It is hard to believe that someone has mutinied. Although there was this doubt in his heart, there was no more time for him to think about it now, because at this time, there was coming from the front, one breaking sound after another. Obviously there were still people attacking them. Before that Hun general had time to warn, the soldiers around him had already been killed by random arrows. It was important to know that most of the men originally stationed at the camp had been sent by him to search for Qin troops within 3 kilometers, as well as to the barracks to organize soldiers to fend off the attack. So it's not like there are many of them really left around him. Although it was a situation that was still unclear, he no longer dared to stay in the same place for much longer and planned to go back to the barracks to seek help first. But he had only just turned around when a cold laugh came from above his head. Ha! Want to leave? How can it be that easy? Hearing this, he immediately looked up, and then his pupils shrank violently, only to see a sword blade coming straight at him, only a stone's throw away. The fear of death instantly enveloped her. He couldn't avoid it, and it was too late for him to even think about saying something. In the next moment, he was pierced through the head by this sword, and the blade pierced through his chin, unable to make any sound at all. The person who struck out was none other than Yang Qi. Of the generals leading the Dragon Riders tonight, he was the only one who was able to come to the opponent's head silently. If he hadn't opened his mouth and reminded the Hun general, the other man might have had to wonder how he died. By now he had let go of his hand, and the longsword was left on the Hun general's head. The Hun general's life was rapidly draining away and his body fell to the ground uncontrollably, when he saw a Qin army running out of the darkness not far away. Those Qin troops were all holding weapons in their hands, obviously running towards their camp. No good. Fell for it. This situation was now very obvious. The mysterious weapon bombarding them from afar was just a front. In reality they were trying to attack the barracks in a big way. It was a pity that he couldn't say a word right now, let alone alert the soldiers in the barracks. Yang Qi just glanced at him, then immediately ordered the surrounding Dragon Rider army. Generals, follow this general to kill the enemy barracks and slaughter these tonight. Kill. Chapter 79, Tuning the Tiger Away from the Mountain. The surrounding Dragon Riders all shouted in unison in their hearts, but did not make any movements in plain sight, because most of the Huns in the enemy camps now thought that the Qin army was still bombing wildly this time, and wouldn't think that they had already killed them, so it's a surprise attack tonight. At this time, Yang Qi got on the warhorse behind him, and then led the dragon cavalry behind him, galloping towards the Hun camp in front. The Dragon Riders behind them now, all of them ignited the torches in their hands. They were all on light horseback tonight, with light armor, in order not to interfere with the mobility of the group. Only in this way can we kill the enemy by surprise, and if the situation is not right, we can still retreat in one piece. Generals, wait and follow the plan, Yang Qi reminded again. In this way, the Hun general who fell to the ground and had not yet breathed his last was quickly trampled to pieces by the hooves of the horses. After that, when Yang Qi and the others were about to kill the enemy camp, the sound of artillery fire suddenly stopped. Before tonight's action, the Dragon Riders had planned how long they would bombard the area, so as to avoid accidentally injuring their own people. In addition, their majesties anticipated in advance. Once the Dragon Riders bombarded the Hun camps with red razor cannons, those Huns attacking the city would surely return to the rescue. If the Dragon Riders with their red razor cannons don't leave, odds are they'll be outflanked by the Huns. So in the plan, those dragoons were the ones who could stop and leave after firing their quarter-hour shells. Only the dragon cavalry led by him, Yang Qi, continued to take advantage of the night to attack the Xiongnu's barracks in a bid to quickly disintegrate the enemy army. And Yang Qi wasn't afraid of them being outflanked because along the way, they had people who had planted explosives and thought that they would be able to block the Huns who were coming back from the outside side of the city. Just be able to drag it out for a while. Tonight their extermination of the Huns in the barracks will be quick. Next, the Dragon Riders spread out in all directions at the enemy camp, and they threw the torches they had in their hands right into those tents. You want to hide? Then we'll burn you all to death. And similar scenes are now playing out in the camps of Zhang. The reason they were worse off than the Huns was that the Zhang soldiers were not as bloodthirsty as the Huns, and the original artillery fire had paralyzed them, so much so that they didn't even dare to get up from the ground. So when the torches began to burn their tents, the soldiers were too weak in the legs to stand up and were eventually burned alive. Ah! Scream after scream. The Dragon Riders were very mobile after all, and soon spread torches over every tent in the camp. Even if someone mustered up the courage to get out of that tent, the thing that eventually greeted them was a ringhead knife with a glint of cold light. Tonight's attack has become a one-sided slaughter of the Dragon Riders on both sides. Kill them all. Sand City. On the walls of the North City Gate, although they were relatively far apart, Li was still able to vaguely hear the movement of the Huns' military camp a few kilometers away. It seems that Yang Qi and the others have already gotten their hands on them, and if I'm not mistaken, these Huns outside the city will soon be withdrawing altogether. In fact, Bolden outside the city had begun to get some of the Huns to go back immediately to see what was going on, especially the location where the suspected mysterious weapon had just been fired. It was imperative to go over and find the Qin army to exterminate them all and seize the weapons in their hands. After giving his orders, he twisted his head to look at the sandy city not far away. Li, you really can't help it after all. He was waiting for this move from the other side. As long as they could get their hands on that mysterious weapon, they could use it to blast the city gates open. Although it was said that the gates of the city were sand castle gates were very sturdy, he was sure that the mysterious weapon would be able to break them open. Blowing up the wall when you really can't is definitely better than the passive situation you're in now. Bolden, thinking about it, finally felt comforted for the first time, for they have been at a disadvantage ever since they Hoosiers attacked the city. In fact, they still had an advantage in troop strength, but after these days of depletion, this only advantage was going to be gone. 500,000 with only 300,000 troops left. Honestly, this rate of depletion really can't be topped. At first, Bolden thought that he would be able to drag the Qin army down with this kind of exhaustion, but so many days had passed, and the Qin army's defense hadn't weakened a bit at all. This made him incomprehensible. He had thought of fighting for 2 more days, and then a truce if it was not possible. It didn't occur to him that the Qin army had counterattacked tonight, but that was exactly the result he wanted to see. Oh, Li, you will definitely regret for this decision. A long-awaited smile appeared on Bolden's face. Only soon he couldn't smile anymore. It hadn't been long since the men he'd sent back to help had left when several explosions were heard not far away. Seeing this scene, Bolden had a bad feeling in his heart. Crap! As this explosion was not too far away from his current location, it was obvious that the people he had sent back to help had been ambushed by the Qin army. Most notably, the bombardment of what had been the Qin army's secret weapon stopped, most likely in anticipation of his actions. Unaware of the situation, Bolden could only send someone to see what was going on, but after waiting for nearly half an hour, the man came back to say that their return reinforcements had been stopped in their tracks by explosives. The Hoosier soldiers, who were not sure where the enemy was, were completely unable to continue their approach towards the side of the barracks. Bolden, who had learned of this, now thought of going to see for himself. Who would have thought that just at this moment, he noticed an unusual fire lighting up the wounds of the barracks in the distance. The fire was so bright that it was obviously not caused by a campfire in the campground. Intense uneasiness surged through him, and now something suddenly occurred to him. No good. It's a transfer. On this side of the Hun camp, many of the soldiers were burned outright. Those who didn't burn were cut up, and as for the rest began to run and hide. No one counterattacked at all, because they had already been scared out of their wits by the densely packed iron horsemen. The battle lasted until morning, and halfway through, as Li expected, Bolden returned with all the Huns outside the city, but they were also deterred by the ambush of explosives everywhere. In the end, Bolden had no choice but to make a heavy decision after he felt that there was no salvation for the soldiers over at the barracks. All withdraw. That's right, he didn't intend to go back to the barracks, but rather, he planned to abandon the remaining 200,000 troops inside and then flee in the southeast direction. It couldn't be helped that there were less than 100,000 soldiers who could follow his orders today. If he fills them all in, he's really all out. As for the commander of Zhang's army on the other side, he didn't have his brains and vigor. They had been thinking of returning to help, only to end up being counterattacked by the dragon riders who had gotten rid of the soldiers in the camp, obliterating them all. A short night has passed and the situation has changed drastically. This is also all due to Li's proposed tactics. If not for the dragon cavalry's use of fire, it would be impossible to kill the enemies so quickly. With so many tents burning together, the smoke rolled in, making many people die not by burning but by inhaling the toxic gases of the burning. Li did wait all night tonight and had someone report back to him with news soon after. Your Majesty, Xiang new monarch Bolden has fled with his engaged men. At noon Niehu approached and threw a spear over. Your Majesty, the Zhang army has all been hanged, and this is the head of their commander. Chapter 80. Li Mingchen wants to face the martial arts general straight on. Upon hearing this, Li glanced at the human head on the ground and then nodded slightly. Well done, General Nye. The current Nye Long and Nye who were no longer the princes of Zoron that they once were, but two of their great generals of Great Qin. However, because there was Nye Wujing, the king of Johor, the status of Nye Long and Nye who were considered sons of the world, while Nyang was a county princess, although the status of a few of them, compared to the previous Sojiran Khans, princes, and princesses, was indeed one level lower. The four of them never had any complaints. Not only that, Nye Wujing and the others had been assisting him in building up this great Qin empire. Li knew very well that a large part of the reason why they were working so hard was because of their Zojiran clan, but no matter what, it actually helped him. Also, there really aren't many people in the world who can give up the status and position that was theirs and are willing to downgrade. Niehu was also quite excited at this point after being praised and recognized. Your Majesty, you don't know, the plan you set up is just too perfect. Last night our dragon cavalry didn't lose many men at all before we wiped out all of Zhang's army. Right now our men should still be cleaning up the battlefield. It shouldn't take long to calculate the exact casualties on both sides. He didn't say that as a pat on the back, but from the heart. You know, Li's plan last night almost turned the entire battlefield into a slaughterhouse for the dragon riders. And the massacre was also very fast, because the fire attack that their dragon cavalry army mainly used, it was simply effortless to exterminate the enemies in the camp. Since they still had firearms in their hands, even when those Zhang soldiers who attacked the city later came back to help, they were still completely annihilated by their dragon cavalry. In front of the powerful firearms, those Zhang soldiers fell down without getting close, mostly due to the cannons, although the cannons could only fire one bullet at a time. With the tactical coordination of their dragon cavalry, they could fire one team after another. This allowed for a sustained attack, frantically shooting those Zhang soldiers, coupled with the fact that the dragon cavalry were all cavalry. In the end, Those enemies didn't even have a chance to escape, and all of them were caught up by the cavalry and chopped up. There were no waves on Li Yi's face now. This result was what he expected. Then, after glancing at the tired Niehu, he waved his hand. General Nya, you've also worked hard. If you're fine, go back and rest now. Yes. Nya Ing immediately turned around and left after responding. But before he could go far, Li Yi's voice came from behind him again. By the way, have someone informed General Nya Long and the others that the cleaning of the battlefield will be left to the soldiers who didn't participate in the battle last night, so that the rest of the generals can all rest for a day first. Niehu heard this and immediately responded. Please don't worry, Your Majesty. I will do as I am told. Time flew by and the day passed. It wasn't until the evening time that Yang Qi rushed back to San City with the dragon cavalry. Ignoring his fatigue from not closing his eyes for a day and a night, Yang Qi immediately hoofed it to Li Yi, then opened his mouth to report in a self-condemning manner. Your Majesty, we've been chasing for a whole day, and we still haven't found the fleeing Bolden, or the location of those remaining Huns, but according to the last general's deduction, the probability is that they have fled to the southwest, for fear of chasing too far and being ambushed by other forces. The last general ultimately chose to bring his troops back. Hearing Yang Qi say this, as well as seeing his guilty look, Li Yi just sullenly patted his shoulder. General Yang, you have done a very good job. Bolden and their escape is also expected by me. This person can be much more cautious than that Zheng's commander. That guy, after seeing that his military camp was attacked, at the first moment he actually didn't rush to return to help, but immediately abandoned his 200,000 odd troops and fled. Honestly, it's definitely not something an unusual leader can do. When he realized last night that Bolden didn't bring his army back to help, Li Yi expected that they would succeed in escaping. It was just as well that it was out of his expectation, for few could do that and give up more soldiers than they could take with them. If he had estimated correctly, Bolden had been able to take less than 100,000 soldiers with him at the time, yet he had been able to give up the remaining 200,000 with a straight face. This kind of boldness is really rare. And the same Bolden's approach managed to preserve the remaining nearly 100,000 troops. If he had dared to return to the camp at that time, the entire army of generals that greeted him would have been wiped out. Now that the Han remnants had fled to the southeast, and that was where the Dawu dynasty was located, I wondered if there would be some friction between the two sides. He wasn't too concerned about this, because the next thing he needed to do was to take back the location of the Han tribe, as well as the state of Zhang. Only by doing this could the other forces in the northern realm truly feel the true strength of his great Qin. Just imagine, the original big brother and second brother of the northern realm, together, were unable to cause any harm to great Qin, let alone their small forces. After the Han tribes in Zhang were destroyed, they had no leading power left. At that time, as long as the people of these forces were a bit more sensible, most of them would submit to their great Qin empire, unless those people want to leave the north, or are tired of living. After so many days had passed, he guessed that the location of the Han tribe, as well as Zhangguo's side, was more than likely almost settled by his people, so all he had to do next was wait. Retrieving his thoughts, Li Yi waved his hand at Yang Qi in front of him. General Yang, you have also labored for so long. Now go back and rest. Wait for tomorrow and we'll discuss the arrangements afterward. On the other hand, the territory of the great martial dynasty. Until now, those military generals outside the emperor's palace still hadn't left. They were all filled with righteous indignation, in order to demand a statement from Emperor Wu, in addition to getting the crown prince to come out and confront them as well, to confirm whether General Lu Yi is really plotting against the throne, or was he poisoned by the crown prince? Those military generals all knew Lu Yi's character, so they knew very well if the latter would plot against them. And, as many others have guessed, Li Yi didn't intentionally plot against the government in the first place. If he had really done so, why had so much time passed and there was still no news about the batch of soldiers and horses that Li Yi had privately raised throughout the court? Everyone wondered where these privately raised soldiers and horses actually were. What was Emperor Wu's punishment for them in the end? Because of this, many people speculated that Li Yi's original intentional rebellion was a lie, and their Dawu emperor's desire to kill the rabbit and the dog was real. It's just that it's not good to say these things out in the open. But it is also Li Yi rebellion did not really sit, so General Lu Yi is not likely to collude with it. The only explanation is that the Crown Prince Li Mingchen lied. He just wants to get the military power. That's why he uses such a despicable ploy. Thinking of this, a military general once again said to that guarding the doorway, that the emperor's personal great companion who had been calming the emotions of the crowd, Eunuch Xiao, we want to see His Majesty or we won't leave tonight. That's right, we're not leaving. Eunuch Xiao was helpless upon hearing this, but His Majesty had ordered him in the morning that he could not let an official in. It was already nighttime, and he'd been on guard for a whole day. Subsequently, when he wanted to continue opening his mouth to pacify, a clear and cold voice came from behind him. Eunuch Zhao, get out of the way and let this palace talk to them. Tai. Prince. Chapter 81 Xing Daoyong, you're in a hurry. Eunuch Zhao was startled for a moment, not expecting Li Mingchen to dare to come over at this time. It gave him, in his heart, a sudden bad feeling. No good. Something's going to happen. He was at the door all day today, so he was clear that these military generals were not only asking the emperor for a statement, but also wanted to punish the crown prince Li Mingchen, though none of them cried out, saying that they wanted the emperor to smite the crown prince. But what these people were talking about was almost always related to this aspect, and all the military generals were indignant. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that Li Mingchen had the identity of the crown prince as a cover, Eunuch Zhao felt that the military generals in front of him would have hated to directly tear Li Mingchen apart on the spot. Military generals were different from those civil officials. Many of them had been comrades in arms and had experienced life and death battles together. Louis was one such military general who had once climbed up step by step from the bottom of the ranks. Many military generals in the court were related to him, and some were even his old friends. It was this important reason that caused the military generals present to be very hateful towards Li Mingchen right now. But Li Mingchen even dared to come forward at this time. Eunuch Zhao was really afraid that these people would be impulsive and make a move against this De Wu's crown prince. Even if this is not very likely, it cannot be completely ruled out. After all, more than half of the military generals in the court had come over, and if they really made a move, as long as they didn't go overboard, then it wouldn't be easy for Emperor Wu to punish these people afterward. Just as Eunuch Zhao was pondering, Li Mingchen had already walked out of the gate of the palace and stood in front of those military generals outside. Gentlemen, this palace knows that you are resentful in your hearts, but things are by no means what you think they are. Although this palace doesn't want to see it either. It's a fact that Lu Yi is plotting a rebellion. Hearing this, the military generals who had originally quieted down to listen to Li Mingchen's words instantly exploded again. They had all waited here for a day, originally thinking that Emperor Wu would mediate and make this emperor in front of them admit his wrongdoings to the outside world. Although they were only military generals, their brains weren't bad. It was clear that even if Emperor Wu had said in the first place that the Son of Heaven was guilty of the same crime as the common people, this slogan was actually just a superficial statement. Trying to get the prince to pay for his life is surely an impossibility. Everyone knows that Li Mingchen is the emperor's favorite son, so at most he will be subjected to a little discipline. Who knows that a day of waiting did not let them hear the prince's apology? On the contrary, the other side will have to make mistakes. This made the crowd even angrier. And then a rough-looking military general came forward and angrily rebuked. Crown Prince, aren't you just talking nonsense with your eyes open? Everyone knows exactly what's going on. Is it so hard to admit a mistake? The man who spoke was none other than Dao's Hussar General, Criminal Daorong. He's a serious first-class military general. Although he was only from the first rank, that was still a first rank as usual. Of course, the fact that he dared to speak to the crown prince of the dynasty like this was of course not by virtue of his official position, but by virtue of the backing behind him. It should be known that Lu Tu, one of the 3 eunuchs of the dynasty, was the righteous father of this man. Not only that, Governor Lu is also a veteran of 3 dynasties, and was once the teacher of the former emperor of Chu. His seniority, means and status can't be said to be high. Even if Emperor Wu later ascended to the throne and became the emperor of the De Wu dynasty, he still didn't dare to offend this person too much. And more importantly, when Emperor Wu revolted back then, he was actually favored by Governor Lu. Had it not been for Governor Lu's mercy in the beginning, he and his insurgent army would have been destroyed. When Li Mingchen saw that interdiction Daorong dared to talk to him like this, he was also a little angry in his heart. But in order to follow his father's instructions to do so, he still held back and did not have a fit. Instead, they chose to continue to patiently explain. General Xing, you're mistaken. This palace has never told a lie from the beginning to the end, and now Lu Yi's guilt has been confirmed. At those words, Interdictor Rong directly let out a cold laugh. Oh, sit down? With those envelopes you forged, do you think you can fool us and the others? Still talking about General Louis plotting against us? In my general's opinion, the one who wants to plot a rebellion is you. What did you say? Li Mingchen exclaimed in shock, obviously not expecting Xing Daorong to speak so bluntly. To say that he wanted to rebel in front of so many people present was simply to put him to death, because even his father, the emperor, never said that he was suspected of plotting against him. But Xing Daorong just put the hat on his head. To be honest, Li Mingchen really couldn't help himself a little bit. How come he didn't realize before that this coarse martial artist was so fond of going against him? He thought this in his heart, completely unaware that Xing Daorong and Louis were actually former friends. The two used to often drink and talk, and now that they have lost this old friend, Xing Daorong's heart is of course difficult to the extreme. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Mingchen was the crown prince, he would have gone up and chopped him up right now. General criminal. Meals can be eaten indiscriminately, but words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. What you said about forging an envelope as evidence was completely unknown to the palace beforehand, and it was obviously a rumor. The thing was originally done by him, but father had already asked him to destroy the forged envelope, because his father explained to him that it was too false to use this as evidence, and that it could easily be seen to be a forgery. He gave up this way. Also the way to make Louis sit on the charges. Father has already done it for him, so now just do it yourself as said. With that thought in mind, he looked to the other military generals and addressed them. In fact, before, this palace determined that the real reason Louis plotted against us was because someone under his hand reported him. And then this palace sent people to track it down and found that Louis did have this idea. He has an army hidden in a place in Daw, and that army is the same insurgent army that is making a lot of noise these days, directly east of Daw. After saying that, he paused for a moment to give the military generals present time to digest. A moment passed before Li Mingchen continued. And the reason why this palace secretly gave him his death was purely with the idea of using the shortest possible time to make the entire uprising army stop resisting. As the saying goes, to catch a thief is to catch a king. There was some truth in what he said, but the military generals present were not yet convinced. Although Louis had some status in the army and his personal ability was quite good, but none of the generals in the room believed that he could control that huge rebel army. You have to understand that it was an insurrectionary army that could shout the slogan, "The king's vassal would rather have a seed." And Louis was not capable of commanding these people. Xing Daorong wasn't used to Li Mingchen, and this time he directly applauded. Not bad, that's a good one to make up. Are you going to say next that you also captured alive the subordinates of Louis who wanted to rebel together in the first place? Hearing that, Li Mingchen's heart trembled violently. How did this make Xing Daorong guess? Obviously, his father had sent someone to do it, so it was reasonable to say that it would not be known by outsiders. What if I'm caught in the act? Should we continue the show? Li Mingchen panicked. He had forgotten all of his father's previous commands. In the next moment, the nervous man had lost his temper, and then he couldn't help but angrily rebuke Xing Daorong. Don't you bleed. Not only that, he also took a step forward, wanting to use his prince's might to suppress the other party. But Xing Daorong wasn't intimidated. He also moved closer towards Li Mingchen, pointing his finger and sneering coldly. In a hurry? You are in a hurry. Chapter 82. The martial arts generals surrounded Li Mingchen. Xing Daorong didn't care about his status as a prince at all. The smile on his face at this moment was completely unconcealed. In Li Mingchen's opinion, this was total provocation. He was about to say something else, but was once again interrupted by Xing Daorong. Are you annoyed because you were poked by this general's words? What a lack of talent. Li Mingchen was once again choked by these words, only that he couldn't do anything else right now other than glaring at evil Daorong in death. Tonight his father had told him in advance that he only needed to name those under Louis's hand who had rebelled, for the latter had all been bought by the imperial power. Even if this is a matter of losing one's head, the people under Louis's original hand, as usual, will cooperate well. It can't be helped. Father gave them too much. Although before coming here, father had explained that there might still be military generals who didn't believe it, but that didn't matter because there was no need for those people to believe it. Just show the hard evidence in front of them. Then even if these military generals are skeptical again, as usual, they have nothing to say. After all, when the time comes, these people have no evidence at all to prove Louis's innocence, which is exactly how his father saved the day. However, how could Li Mingchen not have thought that before he could pull out those rebellious people under Louis's hand? He himself was sprayed by Xing Daorong. It was a little too much for him to bear. No matter what, he was the Dao crown prince and Xing Daorong was just a hussar general. To actually make him lose face in front of so many people, Li Mingchen's patience really reached its limit. Do you really think that this palace is soft? Once when Li Yi was the crown prince, when would he be in such a sorry state like him, letting a military general taunt him with impunity? The desire to win in Li Mingchen's heart was instantly aroused. It occurred to him at that moment that on the day that Li Yi was relegated to the status of a commoner, he had been slapped hard by the other party. The main thing is that you didn't fan yourself back afterwards. It was probably also because of these things that the military generals of the court did not take him seriously at all. Thinking of this, Li Mingchen felt that he should take advantage of this incident to establish his authority among the Dawu court. Now that so many military generals are here, as well as the Xing Daorong fellow openly mocking himself, there won't necessarily be such a good opportunity in the future. Since you dare to take the initiative to come forward and taunt this palace, then this palace will take you on. Li Mingchen looked at the evil Daorong standing in front of his eyes with that beat-up look on his face, and instantly slapped his face. Pop! The silence of the dark night resounded with heavy slaps. Since Emperor Wu had previously expressly forbidden that all generals outside the Imperial City could never enter the palace with armor unless it was exceptional. Xing Daorong did not wear a helmet either. Because of this, Li Mingchen's slap hit evil Daorong's face hard. Of course, as a first-grade Zonshur martial general, interdiction Daorong didn't feel much pain from being hit by a 7th-grade martial artist. But the shame of being punched in the face in front of so many people was more intense than the pain in the face. Especially when he thought that a waste of space like Li Mingchen, who was incapable in literature and martial arts, dared to treat himself, a pillar of the nation, in such a manner. Xing Daorong was even more furious. You trash prince dared to hit this general. You really think I am not afraid of you? Hearing this, Li Mingchen was not amused, but instead laughed a little smugly. So what if I beat you? This palace is the crown prince of the dynasty. What? Do you still want to beat this palace? So what if I beat you? Xing Daorong's anger grew out of his guts, and he decisively slammed his fist on Li Mingchen's face. Immediately afterward, Li Mingchen's eyes went black, and his entire body took a few steps back and almost fell to the ground. The real reason why he didn't fall to the ground was that Xing Daorong didn't use any internal force. Otherwise he, a first-grade Grandmaster, would be able to kill Li Mingchen with a single punch. As for the remaining one reason, it was eunuch Zhao who was watching the show from the sidelines, and the very discerning man immediately stepped forward to support it. However, eunuch Zhao is also shocked today. Apparently did not expect Xing Daorong dared to openly hit the Prince Point favorite. At the same time, he had a very bad feeling. Only the surrounding military generals, their eyes seemed to be a bit off. He also wanted to speak out to tell everyone to calm down, but who knew that at this time, Li Mingchen, who had been beaten, covered his nose that was bleeding and angrily rebuked. Xing Daorong, you actually dare to hit this palace. It seems you really don't want to live. Saying that, Li Mingchen also pointed at the other military generals. And you bunch of reckless people, daring to make trouble in front of the Emperor's gate. When I inform my father I will surely not spare you. He completely stopped pretending now that Xing Daorong had hit him in the face, so he must let the other party die this time. And the rest of the martial arts generals don't want to feel good either, because in his opinion, if these people hadn't given Xing Daorong the bottom line, the other party wouldn't have dared to make a move against him. Now he just wanted to hurry up and tell his father about this, so that the other party would issue an order to punish everyone in front of him. In the midst of his thoughts, he didn't notice that the military generals had all gathered around him. By the time he saw it, his entire body was outright stunned. Under the illumination of the moonlight, he could see clearly that all these people had fierce glares on their faces, not treating him like a prince at all. What do you reckless people want to do? Do you still want to beat up this palace? When those words came out of his mouth, Li Mingchen instantly realized something, and his instinctive reaction was to regret it. He subconsciously went to cover his mouth, but realized that it was too late, and those military generals directly charged towards him quickly. Seeing this, Li Mingchen instantly lost his footing, then immediately said to the forbidden soldiers at the door, "Quick! Stop them now!" But the forbidden soldiers at the entrance, when have they ever seen this kind of scene? They all dare not intervene at all. And, after thinking that Li Yi, whom they respected before, was forced away by such a villain, there was some indignation in their hearts. So it was that several of the forbidden soldiers looked at each other. In just a moment, they both read what was going on in the other's mind, and then they both nodded slightly in greeting. The next few forbidden soldiers were all pretending to come forward to help after the martial general rushed over and greeted Li Mingchen with his fists. And with their respective martial arts skills, how could they stop those military generals? So they had to pretend to stop them. It was these reasons that caused Li Mingchen to be greeted by a rain of punches. Ah, don't fight. You guys don't fight. At first, Li Mingchen just screamed miserably, and then he was shouting to try to stop these military generals, but he realized that this way was not good at all. At this point he felt like his bones were going to break, and his small frame quickly opened his mouth to beg for mercy. Please, you stop. I was wrong. You stop. Only his words were not good at all. Those military generals never thought of letting him off that easy, and their whole body was baptized. Xing Daorong was the hardest hit of them all, going straight for the bee's knees elbow. Chapter 83, beat the piss out of Li Mingchen. This roundup came down and beat Li Mingchen, screaming miserably. When eunuch Zhao saw the scene, he was all incredibly alarmed, and had been persuading and pulling for a fight from the side, but he was also just an old eunuch. How could he be capable of stopping the riotous scene? So he hoofed it towards the inside of the palace. He had to hurry up and tell the emperor about it, as only the latter was capable of handling the matter. Emperor Wu, who was currently in the Yangxin Hall, was completely unaware of what was happening at the entrance of the palace. He's still trying to figure out what exactly he's going to need to find in order to look after his illness. Since he was the Emperor of Da, It was inconvenient for him to disclose his health problems to the outside world, so he couldn't issue an imperial decree to find someone with excellent medical skills. As far as these imperial doctors of the palace were concerned, they didn't even see the cause of his illness, and Emperor Wu was even open to doubting their abilities. Therefore, right now, he could only have his trusted people to go around to Wu to look for physicians with top medical skills, only that he hadn't gotten any news up to now. Alas, I really don't know how much longer I can hold out. No sooner had he uttered these demoralizing words than Lu Minlan's chiding came to his ears. Brother Tian, what unlucky words are you saying? Hurry up and touch the wood 3 times. Emperor Wu froze after hearing this, and then he gave the other party a favorable look before touching the head of the bed as he did. Only after doing so did he force a smile. That'll work, won't it? Seeing this, Lu Minlan's originally tightly knit brows then relaxed, but soon lost her head. Alas, Brother Tian, do you think we went too far with the year before? So what's happening to you now is God's punishment. Emperor Wu was in a bit of a trance, not knowing what to reply. If before, he was convinced that what he did was not wrong, and the only thing that was wrong was perhaps leaving Li Yi to escape back then. The incident had left him with a guilty conscience, but at the time it was a decision of necessity. At first, he brought the insurgent army was not much. Li Yi's team was surrounded by so many enemies. If he went to save it, he might have to be wiped out. But then it is true that Li Yi's character is not very good, and even murdered his own brother, and intends to plot against him. This kind of offense, in any country or dynasty, would almost always be punishable by death, even if he was the crown prince of a country. That's why he still showed mercy in the first place and just relegated Li Yi to the status of a commoner. So he has always felt that he was right. The big one was that these days, after he'd been afflicted with an unknown illness for so long, it made him somewhat begin to doubt his decision. Obviously he was originally in such good health. Why is he suddenly like this? Was it really because of what happened to Li Yi that the gods were angered? Did he really do wrong? Just as he was pondering, Eunuch Zhao suddenly barged in from outside and shouted, "It's not good, Your Majesty, the crown prince he." Before the words were finished, Emperor Wu instantly sat up and subconsciously blurted out, "What's wrong with him?" To be honest, as soon as he heard the news about Li Mingchen now, his expression was a bit tense, fearing that this unintelligent crown prince would do something unfavorable to De Wu. Not long ago he had just asked the other party to deal with it, the matter of the military general at the entrance of that traveling palace. Now that Eunuch Zhao was running back so nervously, it was obvious that something had happened. As expected, Eunuch Zhao spoke bluntly after catching his breath. His Highness the Crown Prince was beaten up by the military generals outside. What did you say? Emperor Wu let out a gasp of surprise. This result was something he had never expected. Originally, he thought that Li Mingchen would at most be scolded or shamed, which were the worst outcomes he could think of. It didn't occur to him that his prediction was still conservative, and what the Crown Prince had done had actually reached the point of being beaten. At this point in his thoughts, Emperor Wu was also a bit angry, although he also knew that this matter was originally done wrong by Li Mingchen, poisoning General Lu Yi to death. But no matter what, the other party was only the Crown Prince, a member of their De Wu royal family, and those military generals were just too bold. It was because he was so angry about this that Emperor Wu did not pursue the matter in detail, but shouted from within the hall, "Come on, man!" As the words fell, a dark shadow flashed across the hall, and a dark guard appeared in the middle of the field. "You go and bring the secret guards to stop these people and bring them all to me," Emperor Wu directly ordered. Since in recent times, the De Wu dynasty was already unstable, Emperor Wu didn't let the dark guards arrest these military generals. Getting into an irreparable situation was not an outcome he wanted to see. Only after the secret guards had left did Emperor Wu remember to ask Eunuch Zhao what had happened at the entrance of the palace that had actually caused these military generals to go out of their way to commit crimes. At this moment, the entrance to the palace, it was at this point that those military generals stopped, and Li Mingchen was all beaten up and unable to move at this point. It just kept lying on the ground wailing, but being able to howl meant it was still okay. Although the military generals were generally impulsive, they weren't stupid. At least they wouldn't beat Li Mingchen to death. At most they would just make him suffer a little bit. Li Mingchen now only felt that the bones in his entire body were about to break. If these people hadn't stopped just now, he even thought he would have been killed. You guys. He was just about to complain 2 more times. Only before he could say anything, he felt a dense killing intent enveloping his body once again. Instantly he was honest, so he continued to wail about his own, but inwardly sentenced them all to death. As long as he sees his father, he will make them all suffer. It didn't take long for the secret guards to rush out. They had originally thought that they would have to fight with the military generals. After all, they were also all trained in martial arts, and the probability was that they had also guessed the other party's temperament. Normally, as long as the military generals didn't stop. They dared to come forward to block the two sides might clash. What they didn't expect was that the military generals had actually stopped now. This made the Dark Guards think that those military generals should be on point as well. No matter what, Mingchen was a prince, and these people would more or less have a light hand. However, when the Dark Guards walked forward and tried to help the crown prince up, they were all instantly confused, only to see that Mingchen had a bruised and swollen face, and there was a foul odor in his lower body. Obviously he had been beaten and urinated on. I second that. The secret guards were stunned. None of them thought that Mingchen would be beaten like this, which was close to killing him. They instinctively glanced at the group of military generals and gave a thumbs up in their hearts. So powerful. Although there was some admiration in their hearts, they didn't dare to disobey the emperor's will and first set Mingchen up to go to the Imperial Hospital to take a look. After that, they said to these military generals, "Generals, His Majesty summons." None of the military generals present wimped out and then followed the Dark Guards to the Palace of Nourishing Heart, Northern Realm, Great Chin San City. Seeing that the night was already late, Li had thought to go straight to sleep, but when he was just about to lie down, he suddenly sensed something and immediately looked at the door. "Don't stand there. Come in here and say what you need to say." Chapter 84 Nye Ying's contrary speech. After he said this, there was first a silence outside the door, as if he was speaking to the air. Soon, though, the door to the room was pushed open from the outside. The candles in the room had not yet been extinguished, and Li could see that the visitor was none other than Niang, which was the same as the aura he had felt. But there was something strange about the way the other person was dressed right now, as well as his demeanor. "No, I should say very strange. What's going on with you?" "You?" Li subconsciously blurted out. At this time he couldn't even believe his eyes, doubting whether he was asleep. He was still inside the dream. "I only saw the Niang in front of me, wearing not the usual dry black long shirt, but a long purple skirt. Most of all, the outfit was too bold. Not only was it showing off her shoulders, but also her willow waist. The dress was embellished with purple sequins and had purple tassels hanging from it, which looked very nice in an exotic dancer kind of way. One must know that Niang was a martial artist, and was still in the top batch. I thought that this dress worn by a woman for Niang to wear must be very mismatched, but I didn't expect there to be no sense of incompatibility." In other words, Niang had utilized this outfit to its fullest extent, and her temperament had risen several notches. Now Li could sort of understand why Niang was called the #1 beauty in the north in the first place, and she was now truly displaying the image of the princess of Zoron. Just after admiring it for a while, Li was puzzled in his mind. Why did this woman suddenly change tonight? And what was the other party doing looking for her at this late hour? In the middle of her thoughts, Niang had already walked up to him and took out a jug of fine wine from behind her, plus 2 exquisite wine glasses. Although Li didn't know what she was going to do, he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Niang walked to a side table, then took the initiative to pour out a cup of fine wine. She opened her mouth as she poured. "Your Majesty, this time our great Qin has won a great victory, and I am also very happy. Just wanted to come over and celebrate with you tonight and share a couple drinks." After saying that, she picked up the cup of fine wine with both hands, then walked over to Li and handed it to him. "Your Majesty, please." Li looked stunned, and with that, he couldn't help but flirt a bit. "You didn't poison it, did you?" Although he said that on his lips, the movement of his hand didn't stop, and he decisively downed the glass of wine. Hiss. The thing that surprised Li was that the wine was unusually strong. Without any internal protection, he felt the wine sliding down his throat like lava, and to be honest it was a really bad feeling. But when the glass of wine was all down, there was not the slightest sensation of burning in the stomach, and a feeling of warmth. The wine is flavorful and lip-smacking. What kind of wine is this? It's so strong. However, Niang was smiling without saying anything, and then she poured 2 more cups. 1 cup was handed to Li, and the other was reserved for himself. However, the sharp-eyed Li realized that the cup in his hand seemed to be a new one, while the wine glass held by Niang was the one he had just used. What's wrong with this ninny? With doubts in his heart, Li did not make a sound, but once again drank it all. After he finished drinking, he noticed that Niang also had red cheeks and drank the fine wine down with her sleeve covering it. What surprised him more was that the woman in front of him didn't have any expression other than a smile at the corner of her mouth. That is to say, such a strong wine could not help Niang. "I don't know if it's the wine that's strong or the people that are stronger." Li this time came to his senses. This woman is still the original martial arts woman, and now the soft side is all pretense. "Niang, now that the night is late, you should go back first. Tomorrow is when the celebration banquet will begin, and it won't be too late for you to celebrate with me then." But at this point in time, his words as emperor were no good. Niang poured another glass of wine and leaned toward him smoothly. Your Majesty, that's all for tomorrow. Let's both celebrate early tonight. As she said that, the corner of Nia Ying's mouth curled up slightly, and her rosy vermilion lips slowly moved forward. Seeing this scene, Li Yi subconsciously took a step back. He did not take the drink, as the situation was getting out of hand. So he gave the order of eviction once again. I haven't closed my eyes for a day and a night since last night, and now I want to celebrate with all my heart. So, when he said this, Li Yi didn't continue, but Nia Ying already knew what he meant. She originally wanted to continue, but she really couldn't act anymore. And with that, she put away the winks on her face and replaced it with an icy face. Your Majesty, I came to you tonight to ask you something. Seeing Nia Ying return to her usual self, Li Yi then breathed a sigh of relief, while subconsciously blurting out, "What's up? Just ask." However, Nia Ying's next words caused him to instantly freeze on the spot. "Can I stay tonight?" "What?" Even the usually unperturbed Li Yi couldn't help but exclaim in shock now. "Are you kidding me?" Li Yi really didn't expect that Nia Ying would be so bold. Could it be that she really looked at herself? However, he soon realized that this idea was completely untenable, because the woman in front of him still had her face unchanged, and obviously didn't mean that. As expected. Then Nia Ying said bluntly, "Vizier, have you misunderstood something? I mean to stay and protect you. General Duanwei was sent by you to clear the battlefield tonight. If there's no one to protect you again, maybe some well-intentioned people will turn against you." Nia Ying's voice became very small when she said the latter, and it was obvious that she was serious. Li finally understands Nia Ying's concern, knowing that in the previous days, not only some nearby forces and tribes surrendered to Great Qin, but also some other local people came here in admiration, when they said they wanted to follow him as emperor. Of course he would not refuse. It's just that during this period of time, those unidentified people from all over the world have been frequently appearing and disappearing, and some of them aren't weak, so it's obvious that they're trying to make something happen. In response, Li Yi thought of how he had gotten an unknown mysterious person killed outside of the Imperial City when he had left the Dewu Imperial Palace. At that time, he guessed that this person might have some relationship with Li Mingchen, but he shouldn't be someone from Dewu. With this, he understood that it must be that Li Mingchen had cooperated with some unknown forces, and that the person he wanted to target was him, Li Yi. Now in the Great Qin Empire, there were probably these people mixed in there as well, so it was normal for Nia Ying to be worried about this matter. Seeing that the woman in front of him was so insistent, Li Yi couldn't say any more words of refusal, and then he could only say, "All right then, you'll stay here tonight." After saying this, he seemed to realize something else, so he pointed to the bed and couch in the room. "But this is the only bed in my room. You see." Before the words were finished, Nia Ying directly snatched the answer. "We can't just sleep together." Chapter 85 Li Mingchen to become a eunuch? Li Yi's eyes widened once again as he somewhat couldn't believe his ears. What kind of tiger and wolf word is that? Although he was very shocked, he couldn't help but sweep a glance once again at the cool clothes on Nia Ying's body, which really made her look even more attractive. "But I am not a casual person, so I thought of declining." It wasn't that he wasn't interested in the woman, but there was a lesson to be learned from the past. Back then, when he was still the Prince of Da, Nia Ying also wanted to use her beauty trick at first, and deliberately softened to go to the banquet with him. During the meal, the woman launched a sneak attack on him. Fortunately, at that time, his martial arts had not been abolished, so he still managed to stop her narrowly. So Li Yi is also sort of a shadow. Now cannot dare to let Nia Ying lean so close to him, or always feel that the other side to be on the not his benefit. Originally, he pondered what reason he should use to rebuff. Who knew that the next moment, Nia Ying snorted and laughed. "Oh, I'm just kidding. You're not taking it seriously, are you?" Hearing this, Li Yi's face froze, and to be honest he really took it seriously. It's just that he wanted Nia Ying to be favorable, not plotting against him. Nia Ying herself didn't know what Li Yi was thinking, and then she just laughed. "You want me to sleep with you? You wish." Li Yi just laughed dryly at the words. He did not get angry at Nia Ying's flirting. On the contrary, it gave him a sense of relief. But there was really only one bed now, so how were the two of them going to sleep? Thinking about it, Nia Ying perhaps saw his thoughts and then spoke bluntly. "I'll just sleep on the beams of the room. After all, Your Majesty, you're a man of 10,000 pieces of gold. You can't be allowed to sleep on the floor." When this statement came out, if the Li Yi before, he thought that this was nothing. But now looking at Nia Ying's delicate appearance, he honestly didn't want to let such a great beauty sleep on that narrow and dangerous beam. What if you accidentally fall and knock that delicate body? He thought this in his heart, but Nia Ying didn't seem to think about it that much, and with a sway of her body, she went up to the roof beam. Seeing this, Li Yi also wanted to say something. As a matter of fact, he was about to say that hitting the floor would be fine, but seeing the other party's stubbornness, he didn't say anything more. Thinking carefully, Niang was at least a first-rate sect master powerhouse, so it wouldn't hurt to fall at this height. What Li didn't know right now was that Niang, who had gone up to the roof beam, had a flash of loss in her eyes. The thing she wanted to ask just now was actually not to sleep here for a night, but to ask about what happened back then. But the words could not come out of her mouth. The reason he himself had come over tonight was actually because his father had asked him to. His father misunderstood the relationship between the two of them, so he made himself dress a little more womanly, which ultimately led to what just happened. That's just it. It's not too late to ask when you get another chance. After consoling herself for a moment, she too began to meditate with her eyes closed. Li Yi and Niang on Daqin's side could be said to be getting along very well, but on the side of the Demo Imperial Palace, it wasn't so harmonious. It was obviously a big night, but the entire palace was full of noises, and the matter of Li Mingchen being beaten quickly spread. That's right, it's a late-night rumor. Almost everyone who had learned of this matter was incredibly shocked, and they somewhat couldn't believe their ears. It was all clear that Li Mingchen was the newly appointed crown prince and had the power to supervise the country, so it could be said that he was a symbol of the royal family with a heavy hand. But it was such a one-man, 10,000-man crown prince who was beaten up in the middle of the palace. Not only that, the place to do it was the entrance to the emperor's palace. Such a blow-up that those who knew about it couldn't sleep and started discussing it with glee. Some of them talked about what kind of a beating the crown prince had gotten, and some of them talked about what kind of punishment these military generals were going to suffer afterward. Yet, no one talks about what the military general did wrong with this move. Obviously, they didn't have anyone fighting for Li Mingchen, and there were even people who wanted to step on a few feet. Only being in the palace, they didn't dare to be so bold. In any case, they were happy to see such a good show tonight. Now everyone in the palace almost looked at Li Mingchen as if he was having fun. As for himself, is now in the Imperial Hospital by the Imperial Doctor diagnosis and treatment. Wailing until now has not been broken. Light, light, you give this palace light, with such a strong force, is it want to make this palace hurt to death? The eunuchs who were administering medicine to Li Mingchen were currently experiencing abuse from the other side. The eunuchs didn't get angry about it. Instead they were all secretly snickering, because the prince suffered a lot this time. His whole body is either blue or purple, and even some vitals are also so. So even if Li Mingchen is cured, I don't know if he can still be a man in the future. Perhaps the palace is going to have one more eunuch. Although Li Mingchen in front of the outside world has always been set up for both civil and military persona, once in the eyes of the people, is the kind of ability is not extraordinary honored prince. He was also very filial in front of Emperor Wu, and there seemed to be no flaws in him. But they, the palace's subordinates, have not seen Li Mingchen's arrogant and domineering appearance on weekdays, and it is not at all like what the outside world has rumored. Now that they saw such hypocrites being taught a good lesson, their hearts were of course very pleasant. At this time a eunuch doctor thought of this and didn't hold back a direct laugh. Hey! Even though he covered his mouth the first time, it was still noticed by Li Mingchen. How dare you? Were you laughing at this palace just now? That eunuch's heart tightened as he listened. Then he shook his head decisively. No, my humble servant did not. We were all professionally trained before we came to the palace and would never just laugh. Although his mouth said so, the curled up corners of his mouth couldn't be suppressed and he looked as if he was holding back a laugh. Li Mingchen didn't bother with this eunuch because his body was in too much pain, but now a murderous intent had surfaced in his eyes. Tonight's events were nothing short of a disgrace to him, and those manginas had nearly beaten him to death. Therefore, he would not let these people go no matter what, and he believed that his heartbroken father and mother would likewise make these people pay the price in blood. Before he was brought to the Imperial Hospital, he saw those military generals being brought into his father's palace by the secret guards. I'm sure that father will be furious when he learns of what happened to him, and the odds are that he will first dismiss these people from their official positions and then send them to the dungeon. When a day is chosen, they will all be beheaded. It was the only way to live up to the damage he had suffered tonight. While thinking in the dark, suddenly a sharp pain came from his leg, making him unable to resist wailing once again. Egu, go easy on me. Subsequently rubbing, bandaging, immobilizing and other treatments were used almost entirely on Li Mingchen, who was soon wrapped into a mummy. Seeing himself in this miserable state, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. It didn't take long for news that made him even more angry to reach his ears. Your Highness, now those military generals have all gone back, and they don't seem to have been punished in any way. Chapter 86, Li Mingchen's Revenge Plan. The man who had come to give him the news at that moment trembled as he put the words into his mouth, and this person kept his head down, not daring to look up at Li Mingchen at all. Obviously, he also thought the result was a ripoff. and knew equally well that the crown prince would surely be angry when he heard it. As expected, Li Mingchen, who hadn't reacted just a moment ago, was now in disbelief. You are telling the truth. Even though he had heard it with his own ears, he still felt that it was impossible. How is it possible that he, the crown prince, was almost paralyzed? And you say that those culprits still didn't have any problems at all after they went to meet the emperor? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. But the next reply of the man who reported the news made him recognize the reality. Your Highness, how dare my subordinate lie to you about such things? If you don't believe me, I can call one of the forbidden soldiers at the entrance of the palace, who saw all 25 military generals leave with their own eyes. Absolutely. Absolutely no one is missing. Upon hearing this, Li Mingchen's entire body went numb. Knowing that the man in front of him was still his confidant, there was clearly no suspicion of lying. But why did father do this? Didn't he know he was hurt so badly? No. Even if they didn't know he was hurt so badly, these people's end from the moment they made their move was only to be executed. At least be sacked? The more Li Mingchen thought about it, the more angry he became, and he didn't want to just let it go. Tonight he deliberately asked those imperial physicians if his body could recover as before, yet these people answered in a faltering manner. Apparently, the eunuchs can't guarantee it either, which means he's probably going to lose his manhood. As soon as he thought of it, he immediately spoke. No, I have to ask father myself. Saying that, he subconsciously tried to get up, but a sharp pain came from his body next, especially his vitals. It hurt so much that he grimaced and almost fainted. Seeing this, the eunuch next to him rushed forward to stop it. Your Highness, you'd better not move around, or some of the injuries might get worse, and it would be bad to leave a dark disease then. Yeah, leaving a dark disease that's a lifetime away. The other eunuchs also began to agree, but in their hearts they were snickering. In terms of Li Mingchen's current injuries, the dark disease was definitely staying. However, they have to get this out of the way now. When the time comes, even if they can't get the other person healed, they can still use that excuse to dump them. It was the prince himself who moved about and involved the injury that left the dark disease. Li Mingchen wasn't aware of the petty thoughts in the imperial doctor's mind. He was just shocked by these people's words. He was the future emperor of Dawu. If he left a dark disease, he might even die young. By then, before you get a good seat on the throne, you'll just die. When he thought of this, he also honestly lay still. Only he didn't want to just let it go. So he let this heart of his own go over and beg to see his father. He had to find his father and ask for clarification. Otherwise he was really not willing to do so. Alas, I hope father will make a decision for this palace. That said, it didn't take long for his mind to blow up again. The reason was that the man he had sent there had come back, and was still gray, because Emperor Wu had said he would see no one. Even if this beloved showed that he was meeting the emperor on behalf of him, the crown prince, he was still ultimately ignored. Li Mingchen was completely unable to endure it. Is it all directed at the palace? Looking at the surrounding eunuchs who bowed their heads, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. No matter what, he wouldn't let go of those military generals, especially the one leading the charge, Xing Daorong. If this person had not been the first to hit himself, if the other military generals had given them 10 guts, they would not have dared to make a move against him. And then there was his inactive father, who had gotten himself into such a big trouble, and actually did nothing about him. So true, he had already thought of a plan for his revenge. Since his father did not give him the go-ahead, he would let those who worked with him avenge him. And he felt that his father no longer had the ability to be an emperor, and he couldn't even handle this. So it seemed it was time for him to take over. Li Mingchen thought so much that even his mind conjured up the image of him saying, "Please abdicate, father," to Emperor Wu face to face. These words, the moment he ascended the throne and became emperor, he would definitely wash away all the shame he had once felt. On Emperor Wu's side, he was also very angry and helpless. This stupid thing, it actually screwed it all up. If I had known that he wouldn't do what I said, I would have let someone else handle it, and definitely wouldn't have embarrassed our royal family so much. Hearing Emperor Wu's complaint, Lu Minlan then looked at him with a sly grudge. Li Ao Tian, you're still shelving your complaints. Do you know that your own son was almost beaten to death? That's pretty generous of you to just let those guys go. Lu Minlan's conspiratorial voice caused Emperor Wu's face to be a little embarrassed. You think I want to, but it's not because the situation in Dawu is bad right now. You have to ask your good son about this matter, actually causing such a big trouble for me. It's his due to be beaten like that. Lu Minlan didn't know what to say after hearing this, because she was aware of the cause and effect of the matter, so she was also clear about what Mingchen had actually done. It was true that being beaten was not wrong, but it was her son, so how could she let these people beat him up just because they said so? Emperor Wu also sighed helplessly. He had no choice but to let those people go. He couldn't handle so many military generals himself. It was important to know that the number of military generals in their Dewu dynasty was originally small because the batch of military generals that Li Yi had once brought with him had all been gotten rid of by him. The rest of the people, all of them were not related to Li Yi in any way and were also trusted by him. Nowadays, the Dewu dynasty could already be expressed as an internal and external disaster, and it was especially in need of capable military generals. And all of the military generals who made trouble tonight add up to half of the entire Dewu dynasty. Of course, this is referring to the capital city's military generals. As for the military generals from other regions, they were all just minor generals, and could not even be compared to these people tonight, as the lowest among them was a 4th-grade military general. In the current situation of the Dewu dynasty, if they are punished, the situation will be even more unstable. Therefore, not only did he let these people go, but he also expressed his apologies on behalf of Li Mingchen. After all, tonight's matter was indeed also caused by Li Mingchen. Leaving aside the fact that Louis was killed because of her, those military generals would not have gathered at the entrance of his palace. Let's just say that when Li Mingchen explained later, he actually didn't have the slightest ability to resist the downward spiral, and had to mock and scold back. If he didn't have a mouth on him, he wouldn't have angered so many military generals to come out together to teach him a lesson. He knew very well that with Li Mingchen's character he would definitely be unconvinced. The reason why he also didn't let Lu Minlan visit him was that he wanted him to learn this lesson and realize his mistake. Alas! I hope Mingchen can understand my father's good intentions. Emperor Wu thought so, completely unaware of Li Mingchen's psyche, which had already cursed him. If it wasn't the wrong time, the other wanted to curse him to an early death. Chapter 87, Shocking Lin Ruyan. After that, after sulking for a while, Lu Minlan still couldn't resist saying that she wanted to go see Li Mingchen. Emperor Wu couldn't stop him even if he wanted to, which made him feel very helpless. Li Mingchen was now the crown prince of Dewu, and also had the burden of being the supervisor of the country. If he was constantly protected by them, he would never be qualified to be a qualified emperor for the rest of his life. Emperors are lonely and have no one behind them to help. After Lu Minlan completely left the Yangxin Hall, Emperor Wu could not help but murmur in his mouth, "Isn't it time for me to try for a new heir?" But in his mind, he simply could not find a better candidate than Li Mingchen. Perhaps if he had convinced Lan Er to take more concubines when he was younger, he might have many sons who were already adults by now. It was just too late to say anything now. He had to come up with a solution before he could do so. In fact, at this time, the figure of Li Yi flashed through his mind, but he didn't dare to think about it further, because that would leave him with nothing but endless regret. So he forced himself not to think about it. I have done nothing wrong. I have never done anything wrong. Nowadays, Emperor Wu could only shake his head while brainwashing himself. Early the next morning, in the northern realm, in the city of Huangzhou, Great Qin, this is where the palace was built, and likewise the future Kyoto of Great Qin. So yesterday, Li Yi decided to celebrate the feast in this place. Then both the people, or generals, can all participate. But because this celebration was organized on a very large scale, preparations had begun yesterday evening, and many of the people were involved in helping. Whether it was the entire palace city, or the people all over Great Qin, all of their faces were filled with smiles. This time it's such a relief. I didn't realize that all those Huns were almost finished, and that ridiculous Zhang's army, it was directly wiped out. Yes, we really did win a big battle, thanks to His Majesty's leadership. I believe that under Your Majesty's leadership, it won't be long before our Great Qin is able to become the powerhouse of this continent. Almost everyone in the Great Qin Empire was now very excited about their future. All seemed to be able to feel that prosperity and happiness are beckoning them. Keep in mind that not too long ago, they weren't in this mindset. When they had heard earlier that the Han and Zhang armies were pressing in jointly, they felt a little depressed even though they didn't have much fear in their hearts. The reason they are not afraid is that they believe in His Majesty's ability. No matter what, their Majesties had once been the god of war and the soldier immortal of Dewu, and they had even both been named Tian Su admirals. These titles are not terrible when taken individually, but if they are all concentrated in one person, it is enough to express that person's ability. There were just too many enemies, and they were still worried about the consequences of losing the battle. Now the armies sent by these two forces were all destroyed by their Qin army. This was indeed very good news for them, the people of Great Qin, and completely reassured everyone in Great Qin, because with this incident, it was enough to prove that in this continent, there was hardly a single power that could pose a threat to Great Qin. Moreover, after the other forces in the northern realm saw the strength that they, Great Qin, had demonstrated this time, the probability was that they would all choose to submit. It can't be helped. The Huns and Zhang are practically the leaders of the northern realm, and they're not even Great Qin's rivals when they're united, not to mention the other weak forces. At that time, they, Great Qin, would be the overlord of the Northern Realm. It was because everyone was optimistic about Great Qin that they couldn't help but chant, "Long live Great Qin." Time flew by and the morning passed quickly. The current Li had arrived at Huangzhou City from border Sand City. In the morning he was outside the city of Sand Castle, directing the generals to continue cleaning up the battlefield and taking care of some of the aftermath. Only after all the orders were given did he bring Nie Ying and Dian Wei to Huangzhou City, leaving only Yang Qi to take command over there for a bit first. In any case, all the Xiongnu were beaten away, and Shachang was safe for the time being. Li Yi did not worry in the slightest that there were still people who dared to come and violate the law. The only thing that made him helpless was that Nie Ying seemed to be a bit upset since this morning. The whole thing was cool and didn't even bother him much. This was a far cry from the Nie Ying of last night, and Li Yi thought that she was still angry about last night's incident. The odds were that she was so upset because she wouldn't let her sleep in the bed. Next, a few people first inspected the palace under construction, and found that a third of it had actually been built out. This speed was really something. After the inspection, they looked at the celebration dinner again and found that it would be opened properly by the end of the night. Seeing that there was nothing more to do, Li Yi wanted to find a place to catch up on his sleep, but just as he wanted to go back to his temporary residence, Nie Ying's voice sounded behind him. "By the way, Your Majesty, do you know that there is a big event in Diwu tomorrow?" At those words, Li Yi then shook his head. He didn't care about that place long ago, whatever big deal it was, as long as it didn't affect their Great Qin. Thinking, Nie Ying then said with interest, "Your Majesty, in fact, Dog planned to organize a poetry festival 3 months ago. They have invited the literati and ink artists from all over the world because they want them to compete at the poetry meeting, and in this way they will be able to screen out the top talents, which might be able to be used by their Dao." Li Yi nodded slightly after hearing this. From his memory he knew that once upon a time, in the first year when Dawu was just founded, a poetry fair was similarly organized. That was the purpose of that time as well. He also remembered that his fiancée, named Lin Ruyan, had also made a great show of herself at the poetry meeting. Many people were impressed, and no one underestimated this woman after that, all praising her as the first talented woman in Dawu. But so what? He had long since lost interest in them. "Nie Ying, what are you telling me to do so?" Li Yi was very clear that this woman was definitely not asking herself for no reason. Most likely she had some purpose, but Nie Ying smiled at that moment and asked him back, "Your Majesty, what do you think would happen to the poem you made earlier if it appeared at the poetry conference?" Hearing this, Li Yi was stunned and seemed to realize something. Great Marshal Imperial City. In the Lin Mansion, Lin Ruyan was now humming a song, a confident smile appearing on her face. After all these days of hard reading, and the inspiration of her genius, several poems had been made. "I'm sure that this time, she will definitely be able to make a splash at tomorrow's poetry meeting." Just at this time, a silhouette flashed through her mind, and then she also murmured in triumph, "Li Yi, this time this young lady will definitely prove to the world that I, Lin Ruyan, am much stronger than you. By then everyone will think that you don't deserve this lady at all." When she thought that, in the future, everyone would feel that Li Yi was inferior to her, Lin Ruyan felt happy. The preparations for the poetry meeting were all done, and now she was a little bored, so she thought of going out to get some fresh air. You know, ever since she decided to participate in the poetry meeting, she had been alone in this room all the time, with underlings serving her meals and everything else. She was feeling like she was going moldy, but it felt really good after the effort and she felt incredibly relaxed all over. Only, soon she couldn't be happy. Ever since she'd gone out, she'd noticed that the underlings were looking at her strangely, and none of them dared to meet his eyes. What the hell is going on here? She'd even gotten a few people to ask them how they were doing, and those people had all just shaken their heads. The more this happened, the more curious Lin Ruyan became. After that, she could only find a maid with a weak character and then call her to a place alone and question her. "It seems to me that all these people in the mansion have something to hide from this young lady, so quickly tell me exactly what happened." That maid had originally stammered and dared not speak, but after being intimidated by Lin Ruyan for a while, she told all. "Miss, you don't know yet, do you? Li Yi has already claimed the title of emperor in the Northern Realm." Hearing this, Lin Ruyan's pupils shook and she nearly sat on the ground as she stumbled. "What did you say? Say it again." Chapter 88 Numb Lin Ruyan. She looked incredulous as the news hit her like a bolt from the blue. Lin Ruyan shook her head at this moment while muttering under her breath. "How is this possible? This is absolutely impossible to happen." How she wished she was dreaming. How could Li Yi have the ability to claim the throne in the north? The maid next to her at this time could not help but feel a little weak, so she hastened to make an explanation. "Miss, the matter that Li Yi has already claimed the title of emperor in the Northern Realm is actually known to the entire Dawu now. It's the master who doesn't let us tell you because he's afraid it'll affect your studies. Having laid it out here, the maid hesitated for a moment, but eventually continued to speak. Miss, please don't tell the master that it was the slave girl who said it, or else. Before the words were finished, Lin Ruyan waved her hand. Go about your business. I want some quiet time. That maid breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. It was impossible for the young lady to be bothered with her as an inferior when she was so disoriented. After the maid on this side left, Lin Ruyan stayed frozen in place the whole time, and her mouth seemed to be muttering something. The reason why this news could hit her so hard was because the sheriff master's accusation some time ago had made her face up to the gap between herself and the former Li. She's taking advantage of the fact that Li is down and out, so she wants to desperately prove herself, proving that she wasn't inferior to Li and letting everyone know that it had been the other person who had been high on her. Originally, she thought that as long as she made a splash at the poetry conference, then her name, Lin Ruyan Talent Girl, would once again appear in the public eye. After all, once upon a time she was praised by the outside world though, but since Li and her engagement, the former's exaggerated honors have overshadowed the light in her. After that, no one ever said she was the first talented girl in Dawu. When anyone mentioned her, they only said that she was the fiancée of the crown prince, as if it was her special honor to be engaged to Li. This made Lin Ruyan feel very uncomfortable, feeling like she was just Li's vassal. Ever since Li had been relegated to the status of a commoner and left the Dao Imperial Palace, she had seen this as an opportunity to prove that she was better than her opponent. She could do that if she took advantage of this year's poetry festival. You should know that at that time, after Li left Dao, all the people of Dao called him a lost dog, but now the other party has changed and directly become an emperor in the northern realm. And this kind of status is already in existence that is hard for her to reach. Unless she marries Li Mingchen, then she is the crown princess of the dynasty. Not long ago, Xiao Chui told her that Li Mingchen had been made the crown prince and had the power to supervise the country, and at that time, her heart went wild. It was obvious that Emperor Wu had clearly chosen Li Mingchen as his successor, so as long as she could marry the other party, she would be the empress of the great martial dynasty in the future. At the thought of this, Lin Ruyan's heart then felt better. However, since the last time Li Mingchen came to see her once, this almost a month had passed and the other party hadn't come to see her. Could it be that he's too busy? Or is he no longer interested in Ms. Ben? Lin Ruyan murmured, although she was confident in her own charm. It was true that there was no shortage of women around Li Mingchen who was in a high position. What's more, ever since Li was deposed as the crown prince and left the palace, most people could guess that the next crown prince was bound to be that highly favored younger brother, Li Mingchen. In this way, there must be many ministers who have the intention to send their own daughters to this future emperor. If any vixen approached Li Mingchen during the time he was closed for reading, perhaps he simply couldn't help it. No, it looks like this young lady is going to have to be more proactive. As the saying goes, the child that cries gets the sugar. She planned to wait for tomorrow's poetry meeting to pass, and then personally make a trip to the palace to meet Li Mingchen. I believe that with her charm, she can hook this prince with just a little sugar, because from the founding of Dao until now, it was unheard of that Li Mingchen had taken the initiative to look for any other woman, and she was still the first one. It was a pity that his father was so pedantic that he had actually prevented her from seeing the other side last time, and that time must have caused the latter to misunderstand. After tomorrow's poetry meeting, this young lady must go and explain herself properly. While Li's rise to fame had certainly dealt her a huge blow, she had a fallback no matter what. There were so many forces in the north, it was thought that even if Li claimed the title of emperor over there, the probability was that he would only be the emperor of a small country, probably not as big as a city in Dao, and she was, by then, the queen of the largest dynasty on this continent. It was no exaggeration to say that the forces of the entire northern realm combined could not necessarily compare to the great martial dynasty, because once they, Dao, had beaten all those great powers in the north, and the mighty Xiongnu were all beaten so much that they didn't dare to show their heads. Lin Ruyan thought so in her heart, but she seemed to have forgotten that the reason why Dao once had that kind of strength was because Li had fought alone with his troops. As for them existing in Dao, they are just eating the fruit picked by their predecessors. Soon, Lin Ruyan recovered her bad mood and planned to prepare herself to deal with tomorrow's poetry meeting, but it didn't take long for her to calm down. The matter of Li Mingchen's beating yesterday had long been rumored in the Imperial City, and there were people talking about it both above and below the Lin house. Curious, she asked a random person about it and eventually learned that the crown prince was about to become a eunuch. How did this happen? Lin Ruyan was a bit numb. How was this all bad news? She first thought it was just a rumor, but as more and more people talked about it, she had to take the news seriously herself. At least it's true that Li Mingchen was almost crippled yesterday by those military generals. Lin Ruyan, who had learned this news, was a bit devastated. If the crown prince really became a eunuch, would he still be interested in her? Besides, even if he was interested, it wouldn't be of much use. Emperor Wu couldn't possibly let a eunuch continue to be the crown prince, because if the future emperor was queenless, then when he died De Wu would be in chaos. So Lin Ruyan could only pray that he wouldn't be hurt so badly. Nightfall. On the northern realm Great Qin Huangzhou city side, the celebration banquet had officially begun. Smiles were on the faces of both the generals and the people. After today, they are considered to be a real foothold in the north, and it is also the time to recover all the territories on this side. In the northern realm, there was already no one who could compete with Great Qin, and when the entire northern realm was occupied, their Great Qin's strength would further increase. Although the northern realm had very many forces and the situation was very complicated, this land was also very large, as long as it was utilized well, surpassing that so-called overlord of this continent, the Great Martial Dynasty, would be absolutely easy. Li Yi is also open to drink tonight. He is also very happy that Great Qin can have this achievement. You should know that in this encounter with Xiongnu and Zhanghua, their Great Qin casualties were very small. At the most, it's not at all a big deal to consume some firearms. Looking around at the happy faces of the crowd, he felt that everything he had done was worth it. Turning his head to look, he only saw that Niang was also very happy, downing wine cup after cup. It's just that the other guy approaches him every now and then to clink glasses, and I don't know if it's unintentional or intentional. Just as he was thinking about it, the mechanical voice of the system suddenly came to mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for overthrowing the Zhang state and gaining 1,000 brocade guards, 20 large building ships. Chapter 89. Why don't you reward the aircraft carrier? Whether it was learning about the destruction of Zhang or hearing about the rewards given by the system, he was very surprised. Although he believed in General Ma Chao's ability and knew that it was only a matter of time before Zhang was destroyed, because this time, Zhang, but sent more than half of the troops, they have not much left in the country. What's more, General Ma Chao is launching a surprise attack this time, plus there are still his people supporting him over in the north. A small Zhang state is completely insufficient to worry about. He was surprised that it just so happened that tonight was a celebration dinner, and that such good news had actually come again. There was also the reward given by the system this time, which made Li Yi very satisfied. I can't believe the rewards of the Genie Wei. You know that this is a famous intelligence agency in history. They used to make countless officials and ministers in the Ming dynasty. They are afraid of the wind. After all, the brocade guards were not only responsible for complex tasks such as intelligence gathering and assassination, but they were also able to monitor the 100 officials. His Great Qin had just been established not long ago and was lacking such an intelligence organization. So Unity Z had really sent a gift this time. Only the large building ship rewarded later in the system made him a bit confused. The northern side of the realm is almost entirely wasteland. Not to mention the sea or anything, not even a canal. The large building ship has nearly 10,000 tons, with a length of more than 100 meters and a width of an amazing 60 to 70 meters, capable of accommodating more than 1,000 people. Of course, I wonder if the building ship given by the system will be so exaggerated. With this doubt in mind, Li Yi decisively opened the system panel and then looked at the data about the building ship above. I second that. Is it really that much of a stretch? Only to see that the figures of the building ship were similar to what he had just guessed, and even a little bit bigger. Most importantly, these 20 building ships were all equipped with 4 fighting ships for the escort of the building ships as well as for offense. And both the building ships and those fighting ships were almost all equipped with cannons, large bed crossbows, rockets and other weapons. Looking at the dazzling introductions, Li Yi's heart was also slightly shocked. Isn't it a bit of a downgrade to have such an exaggerated and advanced building ship in a world that can't even make a 10-ton warship? Unico, why don't you reward the carrier? Li Yi secretly asked in his heart. He was clear that the system was able to hear it, but it did not answer him anything. He didn't think much about it. Something was better than nothing. Moreover, he remembered that there was indeed a sea located to the northeast of the northern realm. Only, that place was slightly remote, and to this day, the people of this continent didn't even know where that sea actually led to. Li Yi wasn't sure if the world he lived in was the same as the map of his previous life, but he guessed that the odds were that there was some difference. Therefore, he was asked to guess what was over there in the waters. When he had the chance later, he could send someone on a voyage with a building ship once to see what might be found. Anyway, tonight is all good news. I think the Han tribe side should be settled soon, but Li Yi didn't take too much pride in it, because it was just the beginning. As the saying goes, it is easy to fight the world, but it is difficult to rule the world and keep the world, and there is still a long way to go before his ideal life. Of course, that's all for tomorrow to think about. Tonight it has to be a drink. As for the destruction of Zhang, He planned to keep it to himself for now and wait for the news to come back so that everyone could be happy again. Retrieving his thoughts, he then offered to take up a cup and looked at the ministers around him. "Gentlemen, get drunk tonight. One drunk." Over here, the ministers at the celebration feast were all happy, just that they didn't know that in one part of Huangzhou City, a man in black was handing over a letter to another seemingly ordinary Dechin citizen and instructing him to say, "Go back and tell the master we'll be late if we don't do something." The disguised citizen just nodded slightly, then turned around and left the place. At this moment, in the imperial palace of the Zhang state, looking at Dong Chua who was pierced by the tiger-head Zhanjin gun in front of him, Ma Chao coldly said in disgust, "It's really not easy to kill you. We fought for so many days before we were able to kill our way into the middle of the palace. You really have a good life." Hearing him say that, Dong Chua, who hadn't even gulped down his breath yet, was about to be infuriated and laughed at. The whole process of their Zhang kingdom from being attacked at the border to being killed in the palace was less than 10 days. It's safe to say that his army didn't do much at all, and couldn't even give him a ing message. Who understands? One second he's sleeping with his stunning consort in his arms, the next a lance is pressed against his head. Most of all, he had been very cooperative, and had even said that he agreed to submit to Great Qin. However, this Great Qin general in front of him still didn't spare him, and stabbed him through the heart with a single shot. Now his life was rapidly passing by, but he still felt that it was all a bit dreamy. Their Dong family had been founded for nearly 100 years, and they had actually been destroyed in less than 10 days. Is this God's joke on him? Dong Chok harbored this doubt and soon died. Ma Chao watched him completely gulp down his breath before he retrieved his tiger-head Zhanjin gun and then had his head cut off. He was so ruthless because it was all done at His Majesty's request. Because since Zhang sent troops against Great Qin, it means that their original intention was to overthrow Great Qin, which is the bottom line of His Majesty, so he was told to bring back the head of the Emperor of Zhang. Soon, his men cut off Dong Chua's head and gave it to him. Ma Chao looked at him again, then murmured, "Blame it on your arrogance. How dare you presume to go against His Majesty? You simply deserve to die. Just pay attention in your next life." Today, almost all of Zhang's ministers are under control, and those who resist are all killed. Their armies also all surrendered, and the royal family was all butchered, which declared the complete demise of the state of Zhang. The reason Ma Chao he was able to do all of this was not only because the Xiliang iron cavalry he brought with him was very powerful, but also the Dewu army that joined him halfway through. That's right, they were exactly from the great martial dynasty, but they were all former Imperial Guards. The leader's name was Simon. He was one of the 5 tiger generals that His Majesty once had at his disposal, and when he learned of His Majesty's arrival in the north, he thought of gathering his original men to follow. Originally, they were stationed at the northeastern border of Da, which was exactly where Jin was attacking. They also took advantage of the chaos to leave, so it all fell over there. In response, Ma Chao also felt that Simon and the others had not betrayed anyone, as they had always followed Li Yi. Not only that, he also learned from Simon that he had sent some of his men to support the Hun tribe side because he had received a letter from His Majesty. I'm sure it won't be long before the entire Hun tribe will be eradicated as well. General Simon muttered under his breath as he looked to the other side of the north. As long as the two forces in the north, Han and Zhang, are resolved, all the other forces should be able to recognize the time as well. Meanwhile, the Dragon Cavalry and the former Imperial Forest Army, who were in the northern Huns, were already killing like crazy over here. Chapter 90 Annihilation of the Hun Tribe. Kill. Destroy these. Both the Dragon Riders and the Imperial Guards gave a chorus of voices and then unleashed a massacre on the Hun soldiers in the horde. Since the enemy was unprepared tonight, they could be said to be helpless in front of the well-prepared Qin army. But this battle in the Hun horde was only just being fought. The reason for this is the location of the Hun tribes, on the northernmost fringe of the north. After rushing for so many days, the Dragon Riders only arrived here a day ago. It's just that they only had 10,000 soldiers, and they didn't have the certainty of destroying the remaining 100,000 soldiers with fighting ability in the Xiongnu tribe, so they had to wait for another group of soldiers, who were none other than the original imperial army of the Dewu dynasty, which His Majesty had said in his letters had a full 50,000 men. Together they were 60,000 men, and with some tactics it would not be difficult to exterminate the entire tribe of Xiongnu. The Dragon Riders didn't have to wait long. The 50,000 Imperial Army had arrived last night, and they moved after a night's rest. Of course, during this time, the Dragon Riders were not idle. They surveyed this Hun tribe all over, know exactly where the Hun army is, and what's going on inside their tribe. Suffice it to say that except for the 100,000 men who had some fighting ability, the rest were old and weak. Therefore, it was only necessary to destroy the 100,000 strong Xiongnu army, and the rest of the tribes were not enough to worry about. Since tonight's dragon cavalry, as well as the Imperial Forest Army, were sneaking in during the night, they kind of caught the Huns off guard. Plus, those Huns felt that their Shan Yu was leading an attack on Great Qin, and it was unlikely that the latter would free up his hands to attack their tribes, so all of the Huns here had let their guard down. Faced with the sudden attack of the Great Qin army tonight, these Hun soldiers were simply defenseless, and the Qin army has killed the Red Eyes. The more they kill the Huns, the more they get on top. This kind of feeling of doing justice to heaven is really great. For the sake of Great Qin, for the sake of His Majesty, generals kill for me. At this moment, the leading general, Su Lin, shouted out, once again increasing the morale of the surrounding generals. He was the very general who was leading the 50,000 Imperial troops this time, and was under the very command of Grand General Simon. This time, the great general trusted him so much that he even gave him 50,000 Imperial forest troops to command, so he was more than capable of failing the great general's trust. So, during tonight's attack on the Hun army, he rushed to the front every time. Son of A, actually scourged so many girls, I really don't know how many families you scourged. Su Lin was very angry right now, and of course so were the rest of the Imperial Guards and the Dragon Riders. Once they arrived, they sent a good survey of the entire Hun tribe and found that most of the women in the tribe were not Huns. Moreover, these women were all in a very low mood, and some of them even had a look of despair on their faces, so it was obvious that they were the very innocents who had been taken captive by the Huns. In places baptized by the Huns, all the men are usually killed, leaving only the women to reproduce with the tribe. So it's not hard to guess how tragic it must have been for those women whose families had long been torn apart and whom the Huns would eventually have to turn into instruments of procreation. I'm afraid the Huns are the only ones in this area who could do something so underhanded. Even if some forces would choose to massacre the city, it was still better than doing such torturous things, not to mention that massacres were rare in this world. In general, wars are about getting resources, not about consuming them. Population is also considered a resource, so when you take a place, you usually take in the locals, and the Huns are doing just the opposite, doing things that the average person wouldn't dare to think of in heaven. Therefore, Su Lin felt that their battle was not only for the Great Qin dynasty, but likewise for the sake of acting on behalf of heaven. That's right, they have long since not been the once great martial imperial army, but the Qin army of Great Qin. Generals, follow this general to kill all the Hu bandits. In this way, the one-sided battle continued throughout the night. Finally, at noon the next day, the fighting sort of stopped, as the last Hun soldier was decimated. This time all the Qin troops in the field, all unloaded the force on the body. The rapid beating heart is slowly tend to calm down. At last, we've finally exterminated these hucksters. All the Qin troops breathed a sigh of relief, and after the adrenaline wore off in some of them, they sat down on their asses in exhaustion. Some of the original Zojirans and the Dragon Riders were now in a bit of disbelief. It's amazing that they could one day kill their way into a Hun tribe and still wipe out all of their soldiers. We really won big this time. Su Lin, who was in charge of commanding this operation, couldn't help but raise his longsword high in his hand at this moment. Long live your majesty! Long live Great Qin! Long live Great Qin! Even though the generals had run out of strength, they were still infected by these words, and they all could not help but raise their weapons in a great holy chant. After shouting, Su Lin looked at the Hun corpses all over the ground, and at this time, there was not the slightest bit of pity in his eyes. Instead, the corners of his mouth were slightly curled up. Although their Qin army was small this time, they still insisted on using the siege tactics, in order not to spare any person present. As for the women and children, the Qin army still spared their lives. In any case, all of them are innocent. If we really slaughtered them all, it would not only be inhumane, but it would also make the world feel that Great Qin is incredibly ruthless. In this way, their Great Qin is the second Hun. Such negative hats should never be placed on the head of Great Qin, or then more people in the north would weigh in and choose not to submit to the brutal Great Qin. Even some well-intentioned people prepare armies in the name of crusading against them. So it is important to put an end to this negative influence. His Majesty has said in his letter that it is enough to bring all these women and children back to Great Qin, and then assimilate them into the people of Great Qin. After that, Su Lin had the Qin army gather all the women and children of the Xiongnu tribes to one place. Looking at the condemned women in front of him, as well as the children born from their sins, Su Lin couldn't help but shake his head slightly. But this is human suffering. Even if he does not want to see this kind of tragedy, but things are already happening. The only thing he can do today, and that is to give these people a good afterlife. Retrieving his thoughts, he then addressed the women and children in front of him, who looked wary and nervous. Don't be nervous, all of you. This general is not executing you, but only still needs your cooperation to do so. Now that the Han soldiers who oppressed you have been gotten rid of, now this general is going to bring you back to Great Qin. I don't know if you are willing?" When they heard him say this, the women and children began to look at each other and whispered. Seeing this scene, Su Lin's eyes flashed with a cold light and continued to tell these people, "Of course, you can choose not to go to Great Qin. This general will not force it. Now those who don't follow back to Great Qin stand on the left side of the line. Those who are willing to go stand on the right side of the line. This general will only give you a quarter of an hour to think about it." Who knew that as soon as he said this, a Han tribe woman stood out. "Great Lord! The people's daughter is willing to follow to the Great Qin Empire." Chapter 91. Then return to the earth. After one person took the lead, a number of others followed and stepped forward. They all chose to follow them to Great Qin. After all, they had been scourged by the Huns for so long, it was not easy to see the light again. This opportunity must be seized. Of course, there were those who were willing and those who were unwilling, and Su Lin slightly swept his eyes and realized that those who were unwilling were all Han natives. There are also children who have been brainwashed by the Huns, so they may only have hatred for Great Qin today. Su Lin could understand this, but he definitely wouldn't spoil it. A quarter of an hour passed, and when everyone had stood in line, he told those who were unwilling to follow along back to Great Qin to all get out of the northern realm. Here's the bottom line. However, these Huns had offended a lot of people, so what happened to their families afterward was probably worse than dying here. This was not something Su Lin needed to care about, he just had to arrange it as required. At the same time, in the ears of Li Yi, who was in Qin, came the mechanical sound of the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying the Xiongnu tribe, obtaining the Orthodox Jade Seal of Transmission, and increasing all values of the territorial attributes by 10%. After hearing this, Li Yi was also very happy. I really didn't expect them to be so quick and eradicate this Xiongnu tribe. The rewards that the system gave him made him very satisfied as well. As far as he knew, there had once been a Transfiguration Jade Seal in this world as well. That thing was made by the first Great Oneness King Chao, and it was engraved with the 8 big words by the order of heaven, both life and eternity. This object symbolizes the highest imperial power and the orthodoxy of the dynasty, and is something that the world aspires to obtain. However, that imperial seal was lost in this world without passing through several dynasties, and its ultimate whereabouts are unknown. As for the Great Martial Dynasty's state seal, it was merely a replica, a matter known to almost everyone. The reason for this is that Emperor Wu, in order to brag about himself, had a fake made, but claimed it was real. However, it didn't take long for the imperial family to be infiltrated by some experts on a regular basis, and even if Emperor Wu sent someone to get them killed, it didn't help, and there were still people who came forward. They have only one goal, and that is to find the Jade Seal of Transmission. Although the De Wu Palace was tightly defended, the feeling of being watched still kept Emperor Wu from sleeping well. In the end, Emperor Wu could not resist the pressure and had to admit that the Jade Seal of Transmission was a fake. It was because of these things that Li Yi knew very well how much of a stir this orthodox state seal could cause in this world if it were to appear. With this item, in the future, as long as he was powerful to a certain extent, he would take this item out and make more people accept to submit to Great Qin. He wasn't afraid of being missed. He would kill as many as came. And the second reward of the system was also very important to him. It was a 10% increase in all the attributes of the territory. For example, in the middle of a territory, adding longer range, more power, and stronger walls, etc. So, Li Yi was very satisfied. It seems that Tunshan really isn't stingy to have so many rewards. He felt that the Imperial Guard on Simon's side, as well as the Dragon Cavalry, deserved the credit. After all, in the beginning, he had only sent out 10,000 Dragon Riders, and the rest of them still had to rely on the Imperial Forest Army in Simon's hands. When Simon first sent him a message saying that he was going to leave Da with the Imperial Army to find him, his first reaction that was disbelief, because from memory, he learned that Simon was once one of the 5 Tiger Generals, but the relationship between the two was limited to superior and subordinate, not to say much, and all the other Tiger Generals were closer to him. When he met Yang Qi before, he had actually talked about the other 4 Tiger Generals. Yankee had said that with the exception of Simon, the remaining 3 had all gone completely rogue and no longer cared about the friendship they once had. Back then, since he had lost all his martial arts skills, Yang Qi had already approached them, and in the end, Simon had not made a statement, while the other 3 said that they would only follow Emperor Wu. Originally, he thought that Simon didn't reply and just didn't want to take care of Yang Qi, but he didn't realize that he had also been following him silently. In the letter he learned that Simon had taken more than 100,000 Yuan Imperial Guards with him this time, and these were the ones who voluntarily wanted to follow him to Great Qin. However, Simon should have known in advance that their great Qin was being besieged by the Han and Zheng armies, so he proposed in his correspondence that he would do his best to help him. Later, Li Yi made plans to counterattack Zheng's homeland, as well as the Xiongnu tribes. It was ultimately a success. Looks like it's time to deal with the aftermath of the war, Li Yi murmured. Then had someone call Yang Qi here. I'm sure that soon the overthrow of the Zhang state, as well as the destruction of the Han tribe, will spread throughout the entire northern realm. He was about to use this whole thing to take all the land in the north. It doesn't matter if someone resists or refuses. Since you won't submit, then all of you will return to the soil. Great martial dynasty. In the Imperial City. Today, both inside and outside of Spring Fragrance House have been surrounded by people, and it can be said that it is very lively. Even with the emergence of insurrectionary armies all over Dawu and even all of them coming towards the Imperial City side to kill them, it still didn't kill their enthusiasm. In their view, those insurgents were just a bunch of clowns in front of the Dawu court. Not enough to worry about. Just now the court has not sent the Black Dragon army. As long as they are sent, we'll certainly quickly disintegrate them. As for the defeat of Pan Feng, the great general of Xinhua, right now, although there were quite a few people in the Imperial City who knew about it, none of them believed it. After all, they hadn't seen it either and just assumed it was a rumor. This poetry meeting in Dawu was publicized a few months ago, so now almost all the literati from all over the world had gathered here. Even the court sent officials to preside here, so it can be said that the court also took this matter seriously. If the poems they made could win the top spot at this conference, I really don't know how high the gold content would be. It was even said that if you could make memorable poems, you could become an official if you were lucky enough to be valued by the court. Even if it's a minor official, it would be worth it. At this moment, in the second floor box of the Spring Fragrance House, a maid looked out the window and said in surprise, "Miss, it's the first time the slave girl has seen so many people. It's not even comparable to the poetry fairs held in the past." Looking at the maid's unseen appearance, Lin Ruyan was also speechless. "Shui'er, as a maid of the Lin family, can you act like this, young lady? Don't make a fuss all the time. It's a loss of face for the father of the family, the duke of the country." Hearing her own young lady say this, Shui'er could only shut up. She had noticed that the young lady seemed to have become very irritable since yesterday when she had learned what had happened to the prince when he had been beaten. For the matter of the crown prince that night, she as a maid had also heard about it, and heard that Li Mingchen had all chickened out. If the young lady marries like this, she'll be a widow for the rest of her life. Who can stand that? As a matter of fact, not only was Jade thinking this in her mind, but quite a few people downstairs were also talking about it nowadays. They saw Lin Ruyan, the miss of the Lin family, arrive in the middle of the box on the second floor. Thus she became the center of discussion. Almost everyone knew that the crown prince had been beaten by those military generals, and it seemed that it was only because of his yawns that he had said something he shouldn't have. If Li Mingchen really became a eunuch, he might not be able to sit on the throne for long. The main thing is to get crickets for the rest of your life. What a sin. Chapter 92. Let Li Mingchen die outside the palace. Almost everyone who learned about what happened to Li Mingchen felt very sorry for him. Anyway, let's hope he gets better. We can't let that one mistake ruin his life. Nowadays, except for those in the palace who knew Li Mingchen's character, the people in the outside world almost all wished him well. This is what Li Mingchen, before, desperately tried to establish a persona in the outside world to his credit. Now the people on this side of the Imperial City of the Dawu dynasty almost all feel that he is a good prince, and his character doesn't know how many streets away from Li Yi. They all know that during his time as a prince, they all worked very hard to learn the policy of governing the country, and all of them called him a literary and military wizard, much better than Li Yi, a reckless man. In addition, the biggest flashpoint on his body is both good character and behavior, just like very filial piety. Often gets some nourishing food for his father and mother. He even used to give both of them shoulder squeezes, leg presses, and other dutiful things. Because of this, many people felt that the punishment that Li Mingchen had suffered this time was too severe. Just because he was rumored to have poisoned General Lu Yi and then condemned by those military generals, the crown prince could not help but stand up and scold those military generals. But because of this thing, those military generals even in the palace will prince beat, and still in the door of the emperor's palace. These military generals are truly lawless. Some people expressed their difficulty in understanding the reason for Li Mingchen's beating and rushed to the prince's defense. It was a good thing that Li Yi wasn't in Dawu, or else they would all think that it was all because he instructed those military generals to do it. What makes the people of Da feel even more angry is that those military generals didn't suffer any punishment in the end. Is there any justice in the end? Has the emperor been threatened? Or that he doesn't care about his own son and doesn't even step in to do anything about it when he gets beaten up in front of his own house? Thinking of this, those people even secretly condemned Emperor Wu, feeling that he had done a very poor job as a father. It's just that these brainless things don't even think about it. If Li Mingchen really had the upper hand, how could Emperor Wu let those military generals off so easily? De Wu Palace. In the Imperial Hospital, the chicken and egg Li Mingchen, after resting here for a day and a night, was finally considered to be able to get out of bed. Hiss! Why does it still hurt so much? Hearing his complaint, the two palace maids who were assisting him beside him only felt very speechless. The face swollen to a pig's head hadn't recovered by now, and I'm sure there was some serious trauma elsewhere, so I'm surprised it didn't hurt. Also, I wonder if the prince is deluding himself by making a move on them all the time. It was only after teasing them for a while that Li Mingchen had a bitter look on his face, and combined with the rumors from the palace in recent days, they felt that the crown prince might really have become a eunuch. I'm afraid that the reason why he moved against them was that he wanted to verify the physical condition. And now, looking at Li Mingchen's frustrated look, the probability was that it wouldn't work. In response, the two courtesans snickered in their hearts. Originally, there was just one word difference between the crown prince and the eunuch, but now both titles could be placed on a single person, which was really an advancement of De Wu's system. Just then, Li Mingchen, who was groping the two courtesans, was a bit anxious at the moment. What the hell is going on here? Is this all there is to this life? Put. The left side of the courtesan heard really clamport to live. In front of Li Mingchen faced directly light laughter. Even if the sound is very small still be heard. Li Mingchen looked at the courtesan on the left, but found that this person's face was unchanged, as if the voice just now was not from her. Was that you laughing just now? At those words, the courtesan shook her head in bewilderment. Your Highness the Crown Prince, you heard it wrong, right? The slave girl did not laugh just now. After saying this, she looked to the other courtesan on her right. Joy, did you just hear that? They, the palace maids, although their position in the palace was very lowly, those who managed to survive were all old farts. So Joy nodded on the spot. Your Highness slave girl can testify that Xianger did not laugh. There were only the three of them here, so Joy had her eyes open. It was just that she also had some grudges in her heart. This little Xianger was too bold, wasn't she? Actually dared to laugh out loud in front of the crown prince. This if he grabbed the braid words, I'm sure to avoid a beating. They, the palace underlings, all knew very well that Li Mingchen was not at all the elegant and easygoing person he appeared to be, but rather an incomparably conceited and careful person. Quite a few of his subordinates who had offended him before had ended up with no good end. At the thought, she gave Keat a warning look. Grow a pair. After working together for so many years, Xianger easily read the look in Shier's eyes, so her expression pretended to be even more bewildered and puzzled. At this time, Li Mingchen saw that the two did not look like they were faking, so he did not continue to pursue the matter. As a matter of fact, originally the eunuchs had advised him to rest for a few more days, which would also help him recover from his injuries. If you exercise strenuously, you are likely to be left with a dark disease. It scared him badly, but unfortunately he couldn't keep dragging it out any longer, because as the supervisory crown prince, he must definitely continue to supervise the country in order to do so, and if both he and his father did not show up to the court, the situation in De Wu would be even worse. Today, he had already learned that the insurgent army was still on its way to kill, and it was getting closer and closer to their imperial city. If they were not stopped, they would surely kill the Imperial City soon, and then they would directly threaten the Imperial Palace side. However, his father had already sent a general with 100,000 Black Dragon troops to suppress it last night, so he thought that the matter would be resolved soon. Returning to his senses, he suddenly thought of something and asked the two courtesans, by the way, isn't today the day that the Imperial City is hosting the poetry festival? Yes, Your Highness. I've heard that the sons of the Imperial City's families, as well as literati from the south and north of the heavens are going to attend. So it's quite lively. I wonder if you're going to attend. Your Highness? Li Mingchen did not reply after hearing this, but fell into deep thought. He remembered that his fiancée, Lin Ruyan, was also coming to the poetry meeting this time, and he might be able to gain the other party's heart if he went over to support her. Some time ago, because there were just too many things happening in the palace, he didn't have the chance to see this woman at all. Maybe both of them have faded. Before, Father had approached him and said that Lin Ruyan had actually been interested in her, and the only obstacle in between was this old thing Lin Shi. Lin Shi didn't want his daughter to be betrothed to herself because the old thing always had Li in her heart. Therefore, Li Mingchen wanted to find a way to force Lin Shi to let Lin Ruyan marry him when he succeeded in taking power after a while. Today is a good opportunity to promote feelings. Anyway, he finished his morning court this morning, so he planned to hide his identity and take an ordinary carriage to take a look at Spring Fragrance House. When Lin Ruyan made her poem, he would reveal his identity as the crown prince and then give her a good compliment, and then publicly declared that he was unharmed. and that the matter of becoming a eunuch was a rumor, so that not only could Lin Ruyan be assured of himself, but also be able to preserve his reputation. He didn't want to bear the title of eunuch for the rest of his life. He then immediately sought out his beloved and commanded him, "Prepare the car and leave the palace for Spring Fragrance House." It didn't take long for Li Mingchen to rely on the supervising prince's token and just get out of the palace, but he didn't know that a pair of eyes outside the palace was already on him. Oh, finally out of the palace. Brothers, get ready. We must let this bastard prince die outside tonight. Chapter 93, Making the Worldly Family Spit Out What They've Eaten. Achoo! Li Mingchen, who was on the carriage, sneezed for no reason at the moment. What's going on? Who's cursing the palace behind my back? Although he said so on his lips, he always felt uneasy in his heart. What's wrong with some dinghan? Is that injury getting worse? The thought came to him and he couldn't help but peel down his pants and take a look. It was a relief to find that it didn't continue to get worse. That was a close one. Never hold out for me, asshole. It's now afternoon and the main event at the poetry meeting has begun. This heavy hitter is composing poems. After all, they'd been having fun this morning, watching the flower girl take the girls dancing and putting on a show. It kind of warms up the atmosphere for the poem making and livens up the scene. Lunch was also a casual meal, and then the poetry competition officially began in the afternoon. Some of the literati who wanted to express themselves had already begun to recite their best poems. The reason why it's a take on poetry and not a take on words is that writing words is generally more difficult than writing poetry. Therefore, most people are choosing to compose poems, because without a little level, the words made must not be easy to achieve. It's my turn. The poem I make will surely amaze the audience. This is the only thought that comes to the mind of every man of letters before he recites his own poetry. However, when they are chanted in public, they generally don't elicit much response. The 4 university professors who were responsible for scoring the poem would likewise all score low. The 4 of them, after all, were known as the most learned university professors in Duwu. The famous Heavenly Fragrance Academy of the Great Martial Dynasty was managed by none other than the 4 of them. One of them is a full dean and the remaining 3 are associate deans. The Heavenly Fragrance Academy was the top academy in Dao, and the students who came out of it could each enter the court as an official. In addition, the Heavenly Fragrance Academy is an academy left over from the previous dynasty. It has been established here for hundreds of years, and when the cultural heritage is said to be the first in Duwu, absolutely no one would dare to say the second. The fact that there were these 4 deans as judges was enough to show the importance that the Dao court attached to this poetry meeting. At the same time, there are a lot of people who feel that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once they were favored by the 4 deans, they would have the opportunity to go to the Tianxiang Academy to further their studies. And when they came out, they would be able to join the dynasty as an official. It's just that maybe the 4 deans were too demanding, or the poems those people did were so bad that they were all given low scores. An hour quickly passed, but there was no one who could enter the eyes of the 4 deans. At this moment, among the 4 deans, one of them, a middle-aged man with a slightly rough look, couldn't help but burst out in foul language. What the hell is going on here? Is there no more literati in the new generation of my Dao? This was the first poetry meeting they had attended since the founding of the Dewu dynasty. Nowadays it leaves them slightly disappointed. Once upon a time when they were in the former dynasty of Chu, although the emperor was tyrannical, the poetry fairs held almost always pleased them. Although not many famous poems appeared, the level of poems made by almost every literati was not bad. What a piece of 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, what the kind of poetry is this? The rough-hewn dean spoke out again. This time his voice was intentionally very loud, just for these people to hear. Immediately after that, he was pretending that he didn't even want to pretend anymore and directly snapped. Next, I don't want to hear that kind of bad poetry just now, so I hope you can all be more serious. At these words, the scene was instantly silent. Those literati who had been disparaged by this person were now cursing each other for not knowing what they were talking about. But this person is the vice president of the Tianxiang Academy, Wang Tianqing, or the court's university sergeant. Those literati do not dare to mess with him without power and influence. The other 3 deans didn't say anything, and it was obvious that they acquiesced to Wang Tianqing's behavior. In fact, they don't think it's a good idea to say that. After all, it's just too much of a blow to these people. But they couldn't stand it any longer. If everyone recited their own poetry, this poetry meeting might go on for a long time. They did not come here to watch a monkey show, but were ordered to see if there were any good seedlings, so that they could also be brought back to be properly cultivated. It must be said that after Wang Tianqing said those words just now, many of the so-called literati in the arena hesitated, and they were a little afraid to take out their own bad poems to show off. Of course, there are still some artsy-fartsy people out there, just a lot fewer than before. The quality was thus improved. and soon many of the poems were praised by everyone, just not enough to be selected by the 4 deans. Second floor box. Chuyer couldn't help but open her mouth as she looked at the fierce competition on the stage. Miss, when are you going to bring out the poem you made to properly amaze these people? Listening to them and these verbal poems, the slave girl is getting cocooned. At those words, Lin Ruyan just laughed lightly. Oh, there's no rush. It's still early. Those children of the world's families haven't stepped forward yet. They have much more resources than those people on the stage. So it's not too late to wait for them to come forward and then we'll follow at the end. Hearing that, Chuyer understood what Miss meant. Some rich families, wanting to make a name for themselves by taking advantage of this poetry festival, would look for someone to buy good poems. This way, you will be able to prove your literary ability just by taking it out at the poetry conference. Of course they are not stupid. Will not use this to let those university professors selected. After all, the follow-up to go to the Tianxiang Academy also have to test. If they are seen for the poem they bought, they will be exposed by then with just a second test. So even if they were lucky enough to be chosen, they would still refuse to enter the Heavenly Fragrance Academy. As for the deans of the review, they are also clear about these unspoken rules, and they won't hold on to them when the time comes. This side of the poetry club is incredibly lively and everyone is immersed in the competition. However, the tranquility and prosperity on their side was in stark contrast to the disaster area on the other side of Zhengzhou. The people's homes were flooded by the river but even if the court is now stepping in to take care of it, they still don't have enough to eat. The porridge, as thin as water, could not sustain them. It was useless for them to even protest, and they were greeted by the whips of the officers. Eat, 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 eat. Now our court meal is enough for you, but you people are so greedy that you eat your fill and still think to eat your fill. Bah! It's true that poor mountains produce unruly people. The officers hurled insults and the whips continued to beat those who yelled in protest, and the bullying only stopped when one man was killed. However, those officers and soldiers are completely like nothing, as if what they killed just now is not a person, but a person. See, this is what happens when you resist. Accept our arrangement honestly, or there's no food for this bit. Upon hearing this, the victims dared to speak out. Unarmed, how could they possibly resist up? Among the victims, at this time, a man looked at the officers and soldiers angrily. It seems that the Dawu court is truly hopeless. It's time for this king to give them a major reshuffle. Since these families, all of them privately divide the court's disaster relief grain, then this king will make them eat it all and spit it out. Chapter 94, Closed Breath. Poisonous. The person speaking in the crowd today was none other than Huang Ju, who had fallen off the list in the first place, but his voice was so small that only he could hear himself. Looking around at the victims who were on the verge of losing their minds, Yellowhorn's mouth just couldn't help but curl up. Oh, it seems they're all desperate, and now they desperately need a savior to give them light. And he is clearly this savior. When he returned to his hometown some days ago, he immediately sold all the assets of his family, as well as all the private salt all sold. Then he began to recruit secretly, and has now long since gained quite a few followers. He even made himself king of Qi, intending to establish the Daki regime within the territory of Dao. The reason for coming here now is to get more people to join him. This side of Zhengzhou is full of disaster victims, and now they have completely despaired of the imperial court, so it will be much easier to integrate them. His men have also arrived at this place, intending to strike tonight. As long as they killed the Dao officials and soldiers here, they could seize the local granaries and distribute them generously to these victims. In this way, he can easily buy people's hearts. Oh, the court does not send the relief grain this king to send. The court does not care about the things of the victims this king tube, to see who is ultimately the people of the people. The more the court oppressed these victims, the more confident Huang Jiao became, confident that these victims would eventually follow him. This would give him the confidence and ability to take the entire Zhengzhou in a short period of time. As soon as that was done, it was time for him to take control of the other two regions that he was guarding, which were Yaozhou and Nandu. These three regions were not far away from the Dawu Imperial City, just a few hundred kilometers or so. As long as he was able to kill his way into the Imperial City, he would be able to capture the Imperial Palace, and he, De Qi, would be the next dynasty of Dawu. He could believe in some 1,000-year-old family and a 100-year-old dynasty. Those lineages, with their powerful influence in Dawu, had almost monopolized the places in the middle list of the imperial examinations, giving them all to their own people. In fact, this is not a big deal. The main thing is that this imperial examination obviously he did very well, but at the time of the temple examination, something went wrong. Instead, The examiner eventually told him that it was Emperor Wu who disliked him for his ugly appearance and was totally unworthy of being on the list. Although it was true that he was not good looking, Emperor Wu had never seen him before, so how could he possibly dislike his appearance? Obviously. That's what those lineages are up to, they don't value grades at all, but rather origins. If he was also a son of a family, perhaps he wouldn't have been brushed off. Thinking of this, Huang Jiao's fists clenched. All of these abominable lineages deserve to be exterminated. Since you guys are engaging in monopolization, then this king will let you break it completely. After murmuring, Yellowhorn's figure disappeared into the midst of the victims, and he was going to continue plotting his actions for tonight's revolt. Great Qin Empire, within the city of Huangzhou. Li Yi had nothing to do today, so he toured around the city, knowing how to remodel this city in the meantime, because this is the seat of the palace. The same Huangzhou city is also considered the capital city. How about a change before? Things like expansion, remodeling, renovation, etc. In the past, Huangzhou City was just an ordinary city in Zojiren, with nothing bright and even relatively close to the border. However, Li Yi saw the location of this place as being right in the center of the north. So subsequently, they, the Great Qin Empire, could continue to build cities towards the periphery so that they could establish a huge dynasty. Although the time required for this process is really long, it is really expected that the city group will be much bigger than Dao by then. At the same time, it might even be able to attract the great martial artists over, converging the population towards their Great Qin, and ultimately realizing the Great Unification. The other day, the top architects under his hand had already given him the blueprints for the conversion of the city of Huangzhou into the capital, and it had to be said that it was indeed overbearing and grandiose. But ultimately, the need to invest is not small, which is a great consumption for Great Qin. Good thing there are resources given by the system. Just as Li Yi was pondering, the familiar mechanical tone once again sounded in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for recapturing the Kangwolf tribe and obtaining a construction gift pack. Is it opened? Oh, what a thought! Li Yi laughed darkly. This was something he was already accustomed to, since the last time they drove out the Xiongnu and killed all the 200,000 troops that Zhang brought with him. The neighboring tribes and small states that were relatively close by have all given up their resistance. These small forces of theirs actively chose to submit, and there was no need for Great Qin to send ambassadors at all. Every time a force submits, the system will randomly give him a portion of the reward based on the size of those forces, and most of the items rewarded were resources, some of which were materials that could repair buildings, and mulberry or quercus silkworms that could produce silk for making clothes. Not only that, but also the seeds of vegetables, fruits, etc. that are eaten. Although these things may seem sparse, this is indeed the most lacking thing in Great Qin today. It was important to realize that the reason why the north was very barren was not only because of its somewhat remote geographical location, but most importantly, the lack of resources. Now the rewards given by his system were equal to successfully filling that gap, and could turn Great Qin into a great power in a short period of time. After all, the reason why De Wu was so strong wasn't just because of the results of his previous fights, but also the fact that his former dynasty, De Chu, was just that powerful. So how could Dao, who inherited the resources of the previous dynasty, be weak? Open. Ding! The construction gift pack was opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50,000 tons of marble, 50,000 tons of granite, and 100,000 tons of construction timber. There's that familiar configuration again. In fact, the things that are opened in the construction price packs are randomized, but they are usually the same ones. Although 50,000 tons sounds quite a lot. He's building the palace, the capital, and building new cities in other areas. In this way, these materials are not much to speak of. Time passed quickly, and soon the sky had become dark. Your Majesty, it's getting late. Let's go back. Nia Ying on the side reminded. She had been following Li Yi all day today, and the latter seemed to be used to her. So both of them were sort of inseparable. This caused some embarrassment for Jian Wei as he was also meant to follow and protect his majesty. But Li Yi felt that this was weird, so he let him handle some military matters during the day. As a result, only Li Yi and Nia Ying were now alone together. Aha! Li Yi nodded slightly, and then the two of them began to hurry back. Since they had watched the repairs to the gates today, they were now farther away from their lodgings, so they opted to take the shortcut when they went back. Tonight the moon was shrouded in dark clouds, so visibility was very low, especially during the passage through the alley in front of us, and it was found to be not at all easy to see. No! Li Yi reached out to stop Nia Ying from continuing on. What's wrong? Nia Ying hadn't reacted yet, but at that moment, Li Yi's eyes snapped and reminded him. Shut up, the air is poisoned. Chapter 95, Want to kill Li Yi with one punch? Niaing was also shocked upon hearing this, and although she hadn't found anything yet, she still chose to believe Li Yi. Decisively closing her breath, and even uneasy, she ran the turtle breath technique for a bit. It was just that what she didn't understand was that she obviously didn't smell anything, so why was Li Yi able to tell that the air was poisonous? As soon as this doubt was born, Li Yi, like a roundworm in her stomach, immediately explained, "You and I both know martial arts, and generally have much better eyesight at night than the average person. But we're in the middle of this alleyway now, almost to the point of touching the dark. Do you think there's a mist in the air?" Hearing this reminder from Li Yi, Niaing instantly reacted and realized that there was indeed mist in front of her, but it was very thin, and if it wasn't for Li Yi's reminder, she really couldn't see it in such a dim light. However, she soon felt it as she realized that her internal power was dissipating, equivalent to her cultivation level instantly lowering by a few notches. Not good. I've been poisoned. Niaing's face changed slightly. They were obviously being ambushed. Otherwise how could the poisonous mist appear for no reason at all where they went back to pass by? This kind of poisonous fog could, in a short period of time, restrict the martial artist's internal force pooling, causing her cultivation to decline in disguise, and it was obvious that this kind of poisonous fog was targeting her. At this point, the inside man had some regrets. There had actually been guards following the two of them, but Li disliked them for not being too relaxed in, so he sent them back and said that with her Grand Chief Nia, there would be no problem. At that time, she was so conceited that she also felt that as a peak first-grade master, if she couldn't protect Li Yi in Huangzhou City, it would be a joke. Who knew they were really being shaded? It was also Niaing's first time coming into contact with this kind of poison, which made her just slightly nervous as she couldn't get her internal energy back to its peak. Plus, right now she didn't know how strong the enemy in the shadows was, so worrying was inevitable. I seem to have been poisoned as well. Li Yi also opened his mouth at this time, because this poison is colorless and tasteless, and can only be detected after inhalation, but the good thing was that he didn't inhale much, so the impact could be considered minor. After all, the first moment he entered the alley, he had sensed that something was wrong, and avoiding being shady his demeanor had been very vigilant. The reason why he didn't alert Niaing beside him was because he was worried that the people in the shadows would be on guard. Later, after noticing that his internal energy had received an impact, the first thing he did was to hold his breath. It was just that he was also a bit puzzled right now as to what kind of person could be so bold as to actually dare to come to the capital of Great Qin to make a move against him. Also being able to poison them on their way back means that they know them like the back of their hand as well. Obviously after a long time of observation, it hadn't been discovered for such a long time, so obviously the other party wasn't weak, or they were hiding very well. Can it be that it's someone sent by Li Mingchen? Li Yi's first thought was of him. After all, there were many people who had problems with him, and there were actually many people who wanted him dead, but few dare to do so, or are capable of doing so. Li Mingchen himself didn't have the ability to do this, but the people who colluded with him might have. In the midst of his thoughts, a coldness came from in front of him, and he heard the subtle sound of air currents, and thought to duck to the side. It's just that this doesn't expose his strength. As he hesitated, a thrust came from his side. "Your Majesty, get out of the way." It was Niaing who pushed him away, only for the poisonous needles in the darkness to almost stab the woman. Just now, in the moment he was pushed away, he saw 3 purple thin needles fly past Niaing, which were obviously poison needles. "Who the hell is it? Come out to me." Li Yi coldly opened his mouth, and his eyes had actually seen 5 silhouettes coming this way in that darkness. To actually be so calm at this time, worthy of being the Emperor of Great Qin. As the 5 approached, Niaing could see that they were wearing night clothes, and their strengths were actually all peak first-grade sectors. One of them also had an aura that was clearly stronger than the remaining 4. Although it wasn't a legendary Grandmaster, it definitely wasn't the peak of an unusual first-grade Grandmaster. It should be considered a half-step Grandmaster. Niaing had never encountered a powerhouse of this strength before. She felt that only her peak self was capable of fighting this person, but after being poisoned, she didn't even have the strength of a first-grade sect master, and both of them were not on the same level. Thinking of this, Niaing's eyebrows furrowed slightly while she fully utilized her body's internal energy, staring dead-on at the 5 people walking towards them. "Who the hell are you people? How dare you attack the Great Qin Emperor?" Niaing questioned in a stern voice. She wanted to stall for time so that as soon as someone realized what was happening on their side, they would quickly seek help from the court. This was because Niaing knew very well that it was uncertain whether or not he could block one of them by virtue of himself, let alone these 4. But her thoughts seemed to have been seen through by those 5 people, and one of them, a stout black-robed man, sneered, "It doesn't matter what we are. What matters is that tonight is the night you two die. We're kind-hearted, so we won't torture you tonight." and we'll be sure to give you a good time straight away. It just so happens that the two of them will go on the road together, and have a companion on the way to the Yellow Springs." As the burly man hemmed and hawed, a shorter man beside him snapped, "Senior, you're just talking too much. Don't upset Lord Ikeda." Hearing this, the burly man immediately shut up and quietly glanced at the half-step Grandmaster powerhouse. He was visibly relieved after seeing no reaction from the other party. The short man, however, didn't want to delay and immediately pointed at Niang. "Old four, I'll give you a chance. Now go and take care of that woman who's in the way for me." Hearing that he was asked to make a move, the lanky man's expression immediately perked up, and then his eyes glowed as he looked at Niang. In the next moment, he charged towards Niang like a brute. "Woman, you're mine." Although Niang knew that she was not necessarily an opponent, she still immediately drew the long sword on her body, intending to fight for her life to buy time for Li Yi to escape. "Your Majesty, you go first." She had long ago put life and death at risk, because let's not talk about her feelings for Li Yi, which were already somewhat subtle, and Li Yi now on the Great Qin, simply as the backbone. Without him the Qin Empire to cease to exist. Therefore, even for the sake of the people of Great Qin, the clansmen of Zojiren, that will have to fight to the death to protect him from leaving. The burly man who was charging towards Niang was sneering coldly at this moment. "Don't be melodramatic. None of you will escape." Who knew that just as he said this, Li Yi appeared in front of his eyes and blocked Niang's face. "Who says I'm running away?" The burly man froze for a moment, then his eyes went cold. What a death wish! If he dared to pretend in front of him, then he would let this emperor die an ugly death. In the next moment, he slammed his fist towards Li Xian's face. "Die!" The other four black-robed men couldn't help but snort with laughter when they saw this. Does he still think he's a former great martial war god? What an insouciance! Chapter 96 will be your army. The shorter black-clothed man, at this moment, looked at Li Yi who was about to die and said in a cold voice, "But it just so happens that as long as this punch kills Li Yi to death, our purpose will be accomplished." Meanwhile, Niang came back from her shock, because just now even she didn't see clearly how Li Yi appeared in front of him. Now reacting he couldn't think too much, immediately wanted to pull away from each other. One must know that the strength of that lanky man was the peak of a first-grade sect master. The current her didn't even dare to carry this punch hard, let alone Li Yi who had once lost all his martial arts skills, even if the other party's Dantian and Meridians had, for some reason, been restored, but after recovering, he was only qualified to be able to practice kung fu, and he still needed to practice martial arts from scratch. It had only been 3 years since Li Yi had lost all his martial arts skills. Even if he had recovered quickly at that time, it would be impossible for that 3 years of practice to reach the 3rd grade sectional master realm, and he would probably only be a 5th or 6th grade martial artist at the most. However, a martial master was, to put it bluntly, like an ant in front of a peak 1st grade master powerhouse. It would be an understatement to say that this punch could beat Li Yi to death. It could definitely blow Li Yi's head off and kill him. Niang was in a hurry at this time, while the movement of pulling Li Yi was also speeding up. However, just as her hand was about to touch Li Yi, the latter's body suddenly transformed into a residual shadow, causing her to directly grab an empty hand. She was startled for a moment, and when she looked towards the front again, she realized that Li Yi had actually appeared in front of the burly man. In the next moment, the burly man seemed to be as if he was fixed, and was smashed to the ground by Li Yi's grip on his head, his skull instantly falling apart. Bang! The commotion was so loud that it startled the 4 remaining men in black as well. What's going on? None of them had seen Li Yi's movements. Just now, in their eyes, it was clear that Lao Si's punch was going to smash on the opponent's face, but in just the blink of an eye, Old Four's head had smashed into the floor tiles, and the skull of a peak 1st grade sect master just cracked open. Seeing this scene, the remaining 4 people's brains were cold. This kind of reversal gives people a visual impact is really too big. I'm afraid that when their oldest was dying, he didn't expect him to be killed back like this. Just then, the short black man said incredulously, Your martial arts have not even been crippled." This was the only reason he could think of, because Lao Si's kung fu was a solid pinnacle of the 1st grade zongsure, and since he could kill him instantly, it was obvious that Li Yi had to be in the same realm as well. However, he did not think towards the Grandmaster realm, because in this world he had only heard of, but never seen, a top powerhouse like Grandmaster almost. Li Yi was only in his 20s. Even if he had started practicing martial arts from his mother's womb, as usual, it was impossible for him to reach the Grandmaster realm in just 20 years. It can only be said that Li Yi's martial arts were not abolished back then, while the old 4 by because of carelessness and lightheartedness, which was the other side of a blow to the counter-kill. However, the matter of Li Yi's martial arts being abolished back then was a big deal in the entire De Wu dynasty. The other party also fell into silence from then on because of this incident, and was eventually deposed as the crown prince by Emperor Wu and relegated to the status of a commoner. Is it possible that Li Yi was faking it back then? To fool everyone? But what is his purpose? The brains of the several black-clothed men were running frantically, but no matter what reason they came up with, there would always be something that didn't make sense. Li Yi had already stood up straight by this time, looking at the four with a smile at the corner of his mouth. To be honest, I really don't want to make a move. After all, killing you guys is just dirtying my hands. He said so with his mouth, but in fact his body was spotless. The lanky man's head did shatter just now, but the blood and brain matter that spewed out were all blocked by his outwardly released internal force. Nya also noticed this, and her face changed slightly at this moment. Internal power outward. It's a sect master powerhouse. For ordinary martial artists and martial masters, they could only take the internal force from their dantian, run and channel it to various parts of their body as a way to enhance their strength. Only a patriarchal powerhouse could allow internal energy to surge out of his body as a means of enhancing his attacks. However, wasn't Li Yi's martial arts skills abolished in the first place? How did he reach the Grandmaster realm again so quickly? Although Niang was puzzled by this, at the same time she was very happy in her heart. In this way, Li Yi at least had the ability to defend himself, and the odds were that he wouldn't fall here. At this moment, other than that half-step Grandmaster powerhouse, the remaining three black-robed men were all a bit flustered. The three of them, like old four, were all peak first-grade Zoneshire powerhouses, and now they didn't even dare to speak harshly. With the oldest's body lying right over there, they were all afraid they'd be next, so they could only look to Ikuta beside them. Lord Ikeda, what should we do next? They were going to ask what to do next, but the half-step Grand Master named Ikuta snorted disdainfully. Look at you guys, I can't believe you're getting scared here. Even if this person's strength is strong, that's at most a first-grade master. Plus this person has already been affected by the poisonous mist. You guys can't handle him together? Ikuta felt that Li Yi was just lucky just now, and Lao Si was too careless to think that the latter was just an ordinary person, so that's why he was countered by his opponent. Now, they already knew that Li Yi wasn't weak, but it wouldn't be difficult to kill him by joining forces. The remaining three black-clothed men, after hearing Ikuta's words and feeling that they made sense, looked at Li Yi angrily. Li Yi, if you dare to kill my brother, you won't be able to leave alive tonight, but you have never thought of letting me live from the beginning to the end. Li Yi opened his mouth blandly, then his words changed. Of course, I don't want to let you escape alive. After saying that, Li Yi disappeared into thin air, leaving the four men in black directly confused. Nya Ing did the same, and at the same time, she realized that the long sword in her hand had disappeared at some point. Could it have been taken by His Majesty? Several black-clothed men also looked around at this time, but they still did not see Li Yi's position. Now Ikeda and the others were in a dark mood. Things seemed to be out of their control. Li Yi's strength was something they hadn't figured out at all. Whether it was before when they followed Li Yi, or just now when they saw the other party kill Old Four, the crowd had not sensed any internal force fluctuations from this emperor. It was as if he was an ordinary person, making it impossible for the crowd to see his realm. Ikuta knew it mustn't go on like this, as Li Yi was in the dark while they were in the light, and they'd probably lose out that way. Thus, he moved his feet and immediately ran over towards Niang. These days of tracking, they can see that the relationship between the two is not ordinary. Maybe this can lead Li Yi out. Really can not that can only kill one first. However, just as he rushed out on his side, three screams came from behind him. Ikuta subconsciously looked behind him, and then his face suddenly changed, only to see that he had taken those three with him and had their throats slit. The main thing was that he still hadn't seen Li Yi's figure. Now Ikuta was not calm. How could Li Yi be so ridiculously strong? But now he had no choice, so he could only continue to kill towards Niang. You kill my men, I'll kill your women. As he spoke, he had already drawn the long sword in his hand, aiming for Nia Ying's heart. Just as he was getting closer to the woman, a cold, piercing voice came from above his head. Turn your army. Chapter 97, The Appearance of the Japanese. Before Ikeda could even react, his body was impaled by a long sword and his entire body was pinned to the ground. A terrifying pressure enveloped him at that moment, making his body unable to move in an instant. This time, he was completely clear about Li Yi's strength, thus his expression suddenly changed. You're a Grand Master. Hearing this, Nia Ing, who was not far from here, was also shocked that Li Yi was actually a Grandmaster. Originally, she was still a bit unconvinced, but when she felt the aura on the other party's body, that's when she really believed it. Although it was said that she had never seen a great master powerhouse, much less knew what kind of aura erupted from the body of that legendary figure, but now the pressure on Li Yi had already made her a peak first-grade sect master. A little breathless, One must know that she hadn't even felt such pressure when that half-step Grandmaster powerhouse had unleashed his mighty pressure before. Because of this, she also deduced that Li Yi was really a great master powerhouse. Most importantly, both of them had been hit by the poisonous mist, so the strength of the man in front of them was suppressed. Even so, these 4 first-grade Grandmasters, plus a half-step Grandmaster powerhouse, were like children in front of Li Yi, and were surprisingly taken care of in a few strokes. Worthy of being a legendary Grandmaster, it's really strong. At the moment, pinned to the ground, Ikeda tried to get up, but found that he simply couldn't. One of Li Yi's feet stepped on him, making it impossible for him to get himself up no matter how hard he tried. It made him a little chagrined that he had really missed the mark tonight. If he had known that Li Yi was a Grandmaster, how could he not have brought only this amount of people with him? Now he was simply looking for death. Li Yi, it's my miscalculation to fall into your hands, but don't think that you're fine just because you're a Grandmaster. In the future there will still be more people coming to take your life. When he said that, his body suddenly twitched, and after a few breaths, he didn't move. Seeing this scene, Li Yi also understood that the other party had taken poison to kill himself. It must be that the poison is hidden under his tongue, so that if he bites open the poison he will commit suicide in a short time, so that it can be said that it is difficult for outsiders to stop it. Although his willpower was strong, he dared to take the poison on his own initiative, but not the other 3. Those 3 black-robed men, although he had wiped their necks, he had not left the wounds that deep, so these 3 hadn't gagged in a short period of time. As long as they sealed their wounds with their inner strength, there was still a chance to bring them back. He glanced toward the 3 black-clad men at the bottom and realized they hadn't gagged yet, which meant they didn't want to die like that. Li Yi walked up to them, then checked them properly and found that there was poison hidden under their tongues, but none of them bit down directly. He could understand this. No matter what, all 3 of them were at the peak of the first-grade sectors. This kind of strength is actually considered the top of the pyramid in today's world. Except for those who were trained to die. Few were willing to give up everything they had and go to their deaths openly. This guy, Ikeda, was clearly a higher rank than the remaining few. Li Yi guessed that this person might know more, which is why he willingly took the poison. Thinking about it, Nya walked over at this time. Your Majesty, are you alright? I'm fine, but I feel that what happened tonight is definitely not as simple as a mere assassination. If he had done so before, he would have thought that these people were brought in by Li Mingchen in order to kill him in order to eliminate future problems. But what he had just experienced made him think that the water was deeper inside. There's something wrong with that Ikeda's accent. And although this continent hasn't achieved great unification now, there have been dynasties that have partially achieved it before. So, there were more Chinese speakers in this world. And even the language of this remote region of the north was similar enough to be able to understand by itself. Ikeda spoke Chinese as well, but his accent was somewhat Osamu flavored. Yes, it's the same Sakura country from the previous life. Thinking of this, Li Yi hurriedly walked over to Ikeda's body again, then groped around his body for a while. A moment later, he searched the other party's body and found a black token. The words engraved on it caused Li Yi's expression to change slightly. Nyang was also curious to come over, only to see the word engraved on it. Bonobo. This small island country came to Li Yi's mind, and for some reason a nameless fire suddenly sprang up in his heart. However, nowadays Nyang was a bit puzzled. She had never heard of a Japanese country on this continent. Could it be some other distant continent? Due to seeing Li Yi's sudden agitation, Nyang didn't bother asking for the time being and just waited silently on the side. It didn't take long for Li Yi to murmur at the corner of his mouth. If it's really them, I will make them regret what they did tonight. After that, Li Yi didn't explain to Nyang, but said to her, we'll take these 3 alive back first, and after we get the physician to save their lives, we'll have the brocade guards interrogate them all night tonight. Regarding what happened on Li Yi's side, Li Mingchen, who was in Da's Spring Fragrance house on the other side, was completely unaware of it. Right now, he couldn't even handle his own side of things, let alone care about Li Yi's side. However, the group of people who had previously cooperated with him had promised him that they would definitely go to northern Great Qin to get Li Yi killed. They just didn't know if they had gotten their hands on him now? Nowadays, his attention was on the opposite box, and he could see Lin Ruyan through the window. Because he didn't want to be exposed right now, he stood on the side of the window where he wouldn't even be noticed by him. His fiancée, in order to pretend to be a big one. Until now no one knows he came to Spring Fragrance house. When the poem made by Ruyan will be recognized by everyone, his own standing out will be more noticeable. Ruyan, you have to work hard. This palace has come in person. Although the two were not yet engaged, Li Mingchen had already taken Lin Ruyan as his fiancée, in his heart. As long as Lin Ruyan did well in this poetry meeting, then as a fiancé, he would have face to face. The poetry meeting has continued into the evening. Now the people who should perform on the stage have performed. Now it's all about those sons of the world's families in the box composing poems. The poems they made were really quite good. But whenever the 4 deans on stage said they were accepted, they were rejected by these people. Obviously, most of them bought their poems, but the quality was very high indeed. Lin Ruyan in the box on the 2nd floor. Now seeing that the time was almost up, it was time for her to strike. But she didn't realize that a young man on the stage today, his expression was already eager to try, and he was holding a blue book in his hand. The book has the word poetry on it. This young man is Wang Shio, the one who picked up the poetry book in Deposition in the first place. He has long memorized all the poems composed by Li these days. Scanning the people around him, he then sneered. It seems that no one from Great Qin has come over, and I will be famous after tonight. Chapter 98. What a lousy poem. It's ridiculous. The reason Wang Shio waited until now was to see if there was anyone who thought like him. The reason for this was to prevent any people from Great Qin, or people like him who were passing through Great Qin to get poems, from also wanting to take the famous poems created by Li to participate in today's poetry meeting. Wouldn't that be a bump in the road? And his use of the poem to make a name for himself would be exposed. It was a good thing that up to now, no one in the arena had recited any of the poems in his book. Phew, it's my turn to perform. After he exhaled a cloudy breath, he thought of stepping forward to compose a poem, because those powerful sons and daughters on the 2nd floor, composing poems had almost all been done, and it was finally his turn to perform. In the course of this day, there were only 5 poems that could make those 4 deans look at them, and only 2 of them were willing to join the Heavenly Fragrance Academy. As you can see, all 4 deans are very unhappy. Oh, it's finally my turn to make a splash. That despicable person, Wang Shio, whose self-confidence was bursting, was just about to open his mouth now, who knew that this time was interrupted by a voice from the 2nd floor. Ladies and gentlemen, our young lady is now composing a poem that we hope you will all savor together. Hearing this, the field instantly exploded, and many people were waiting for the person from this box to let out his words, because everyone knew very well that Duke Lin's daughter, Lin Ruyan, had also come to participate in the poetry meeting this time. Almost everyone in the Dawu world knew that there was such a talented woman in the Dawu dynasty. Back then, Lin Ruyan's song Appreciating Peach Blossoms directly pushed her to the altar of literature. At that time, there were quite a few university scholars among the Dawu dynasty, all of whom were extremely appreciative of her poems. They all thought that it could really be said to be a once-in-a-century occurrence for a young girl so young to have made such a rather stunning poem. Only, probably because Lin Ruyan was younger in the beginning. That poem, although it was more stunning, still seemed a bit green. Now that so many years had passed, I thought that Lin Ruyan's attainments in literature would certainly be even more profound. A lot of people were very excited about this at this poetry meeting, which was one of the reasons why the number of people at this poetry meeting in Da was so overwhelming. Wang Tianqing, the vice president of the Heavenly Fragrance Academy on the stage, couldn't help but open his mouth and laugh at this moment. Ha ha, MS. Lin, you can't help it at last. Hurry up and recite the poem you composed for us all to hear. No sooner had he uttered these rude words than he was elbowed in the face by another vice president beside him. You old man, can't you talk a little more politely? Dean Lu Xinhe, at this moment, was also very polite. Dean Wang is usually like this. I hope Ms. Lin will bear with me. Also, he did this because of his love of poetry, as did several of us old-timers, and we look forward to seeing the poems you make. Dean Lu Xinhe was a Grandmaster of Dao, and likewise a first-ranking minister. Now placing her posture so low in front of Lin Ruyan, this really very much gave her face. The people in the room were shocked and at the same time felt that this was perfectly normal. No matter what, Lin Ruyan is the daughter of the Duke of Da Lin, and this kind of status is really not comparable to that of an ordinary minister. And most importantly, they had all heard before that Lin Ruyan was engaged to a prince among the royal family. Since this news is rather closed, the world only knows that there is such a thing, but it is not clear who that prince is. Originally, because Li often went to lick Lin Ruyan, everyone thought at that time that the person with whom he was engaged to be married must be the original crown prince. But since Li left Dawu, there was no news of any withdrawal from the royal family, and Lin Ruyan didn't react much either. Because of this, most people were beginning to think that the person who had a marriage contract with Lin Ruyan was not Li. Thinking about it carefully, the only 2 emperors of the Dawu royal family who were marriageable back then were the original crown prince Li and the original 3rd prince Li Mingchen. Since it wasn't Li, it must be the current crown prince Li Mingchen. Looking at it this way, even if Lin Ruyan was a prospective crown princess, who would dare to offend with this kind of status? Just at this time, Lin Ruyan, who hadn't said anything, spoke up. Senior Lu is overstating things. My little daughter can understand Senior Wang's feelings. After all, I also have a great love for this aspect of poetry. Thanks to your expectations, my daughter has now composed a song called Looking at the Moon, and I hope you will like it. Having said that, she did not recite it on the spot, and likewise did not ask Shuer beside her to help recite it, because Lin Ruyan felt that the feeling this gave was not shocking enough at all. She was trying to utilize the poetry meaning this time, so that her name would once again appear in the public's view, while her reputation overpowered that Li Yi who had just claimed the title of emperor. Otherwise, everyone in Dawu might think that she was inferior to Li Yi. After all, the other party was the emperor. Once Li Yi followed behind herself, now do you want her to be unattainable? As long as she showed her talent, she thought that Li Mingchen would pursue her as usual, and then she would be the crown princess. Last night she had already figured out that it wouldn't matter even if Li Mingchen became a eunuch, as long as she could find a way to help him keep his position as the crown prince. It was possible to fool Emperor Wu, as well as the other princes and ministers of the Dawu dynasty, with deception. When she couldn't, she chose to borrow. After coming back to her senses, Lin Ruyan asked Shuer to take the poem she had written down to Wang Tianqing and the others. Not long after, when the poem that was written appeared in Wang Tianqing's hands, several surrounding deans curiously gathered around, and then their faces all changed slightly. Even Lu Xinhe was stroking his beard and nodding in satisfaction. Well, it sure is nice. Looking at the reaction of the four deans, all the people present were also aroused by curiosity. Exactly what poem can make several university professors all praised up? Only Wang Shio was disdainful in the scene. Of course he had heard of the prestige of Lin Ruyan, one talented girl in Dao, and believed that the other party's level of composing poetry was not low, but even if it wasn't any lower, that couldn't possibly be comparable to these poems in his hands. Wang Tianqing and the others didn't sell the poem, so they then showed the poem written by Lin Ruyan to the crowd present, because that's what Lin Ruyan wanted them to do. She wrote the words of the poem very large, so that those who were closer could see them. Moonrise. Looking at the stars and moon in the sky is like looking directly at a god. Looking down at the water to catch the moon is like a broken disc with shadows. After reading it, the people in the room froze for a moment, realizing that the poem was really good. Although this is only a short verse, one can feel oneself looking up at the moon and down at the reflected moon in the water. It's really a sight to behold compared to the poems made by others today. The next thing you know, some people are catching on. Worthy of being Miss Lin, the poem composed is truly divine. I almost feel like I'm there. That's right, it's true that Ms. Lin is still suitable for composing poems describing scenery. The images are really very aesthetically pleasing. But just as the crowd was praising, Wang Shio couldn't help but spit. Bah! What a lousy poem. It's ridiculous. But as soon as he said his words, the entire room instantly fell silent, and countless gazes were thrown towards him. Chapter 99, Crushing. What Lin Ruyan composed was indeed bad poetry. Seeing the countless gazes cast towards him, Wang Shio subconsciously went to cover his mouth. He was too carried away just now, so he couldn't help but subconsciously curse out. Except again, he's not wrong, the poem does suck pretty bad. If before, he had never read the poem made by Li Yi was fine, he did think that the poem was not bad. After all, the scenery description was very shocking, but after worshipping it, Wang Xiaokai felt how unimpressive the poem made by Lin Ruyan was. Therefore, after seeing such an unimpressive poem, yet it was so sought after by these people, he couldn't help but spit out a sentence. Who knew that the sound was a little too loud and attracted the attention of so many people present? At the same time, all four deans froze, obviously not expecting someone to speak with their eyes open. Most importantly, most of the people present, including them, were praising this poem made by Lin Ruyan, and for you to suddenly come up with such a line, isn't that just slapping us in the face? Thinking about this, Wang Tianqing and the others were a bit disgruntled, especially the irascible Wang Tianqing, who immediately rebuked angrily. What are you talking about, you brat? This poem you call a bad poem? If you're capable, you can make an identical one and show it to Lao Fu. Hearing this dean's questioning, Wang Shio subconsciously felt a bit weak. He was once just a showman from a small country, and was simply not enough to look at in front of such a big shot. However, after thinking about the poems he had memorized, he instantly got his self-confidence back. At the same time, he felt that Wang Tianqing's words were not what he wanted, so that he would have a reason to compose a poem. Oh, the same? This is really too difficult for me, Wang Shio said blandly, but to other people's ears, his words meant that he could not compose a poem comparable to this himself. Can't make out what big words you're pulling. Wang Tianqing most despised this kind of people. Really, the heart is higher than the sky. In fact, they are nothing. However, the next moment Wang Shio's words made him freeze again, or rather made everyone present look the same. Oh, Lord Wan, you've really misunderstood. What I mean is that I simply can't compose this kind of bad poetry. Wang Shio is just so arrogant right now, because he knew that this was the only way to ignite the emotions of the people in the room. When everyone hates him, that's when he'll strike. And the repercussions will be even greater then. At this moment, Lin Ruyan in the box on the second floor was all a bit displeased. With the angle she was at now, she could just see the man who said she was a lousy poet. The other person was obviously a stranger, and there had been absolutely nothing between them at one time. But why did this person disparage her poem? However, with her eyebrows slightly knitted, she still did not place this person in her eyes. It might be possible that the other party was doing this to get her attention, probably because of her own looks. There were quite a few people pursuing her back then when she didn't have a marriage contract with Li. It's just that, later on, everyone knew that she had a marriage contract with someone from the royal family, so those men didn't approach her because of their scruples. She listened to the accent of the man on stage, obviously from another country. In that case, the other party might not know that she had a marriage contract with someone from the royal family before they dared to be so reckless, wanting to attract the attention of her, the number one beauty of Dawu. Of course, this title of First Beauty was her self-appointed title. In fact, right now, not only Lin Ruyan, even Li Mingchen, who was on the opposite side of the box, actually thought the same as her. Just now he was admiring the poem composed by his fiancée, but who knew that the next moment this ungrateful man stood out, really showing off to him. I don't know what to do. He had already sentenced Wang Shio to death in his heart, and he would find someone to check this person's information afterward, so that he would be eliminated when he found the opportunity. How dare you hit on his fiancée? How dare you? Li Mingchen thought this in his heart, but he was soon slapped in the face. I, Wang Shio, have composed countless poems in my life, and each one of them is the unattainable existence of this poem. As a matter of fact, I had heard that there are actually quite a lot of literati and awe, but now it seems to be nothing more than that. The people are quite a lot can be leveled on. Speaking of which, Wang Shio smacked his lips. That arrogant look instantly drew the ire of the crowd, and many people wanted to step in and beat her up. Feeling the resentful gazes around him, Wang Shio was very calm on the surface, but in his heart, he was also a little apprehensive. He absolutely couldn't overplay his hand. In the next moment, he continued to force his composure. Don't look at me like that, all of you. If you don't believe me, you'll know better if I compose a poem on the spot. With those words, Wang Shio did not delay any longer, as he was afraid that if he delayed any longer, someone's fist was going to hit him in the face. The poem Miss Lin just made was related to the moon, so I'll make a poem related to the moon as well. Hearing him say that, the crowd's mocking words were already on their lips. He was just about to say that he should stop pretending to be a big-tailed wolf, but Wang Ding's voice ghostly sounded first. The poem I made is called Looking at the Moon on the 15th Night. Without waiting for the crowd to savor the meaning of the poem's title, Wang Shio directly composed, memorized, the poem. Crows roost in the white trees of the atrium floor, and the osmanthus blossoms are wet with cold dew. This one line of his poem directly caused the crowd to forcefully swallow the words that were on the edge of their mouths. Although the people present were not capable of composing poems, but no matter what, they were all literati who had read books for half their lives, and they all had the ability to savor poetry. Just the opening line of the poem, directly before their eyes, constructed a beautiful picture. It was as if today was the Mid-Autumn Festival on the 15th day of the 8th month, and they were in the middle of a courtyard, with the moonlight spreading on the earth as white as snow. The crows on the trees also stopped their voices, and the cold autumn dew noiselessly dampened the osmanthus flowers. In just one short line of the poem, he was able to describe the details of the entire courtyard, making the crowd feel immersed and very comfortable. However, just as the crowd was reminiscing, Wang Shio recited the next line of the poem. Tonight the moon is bright and people are looking forward to it. I don't know whose home the thoughts of autumn will fall on. As the voice fell, the people present instantly fell silent. They were all first exposed to something of this caliber, and now they were all too stunned to speak. A moment later, Lu Xinhe couldn't help but exclaim, "Great poem! What a great poem! I've lived for decades, but this is the first time I've heard such a wonderful poem that sounds not only rhyming, but also very flat and powerful. Simply wonderful." Although Wang Tianqing looked at this kid Wang Shio with displeasure, he had to say that this poem was really as described by Dean Lu. It was simply wonderful. It's not the first sentence that's the most amazing, it's the one that follows. The first part describes the scene of the Mid-Autumn Festival, and the second part directly recounts the sorrow of homesickness. The main thing is that the whole poem will be the feelings of this song. Performance is very euphemistic. The upper and lower two verses complement each other. Simply perfect match. Wonderful. Just wonderful. The rest of the people also felt the subtleties within, and at this point, they were all heartily appreciative. At the same time, they now compared this poem with Lin Ruyan's poem Looking at the Moon, and realized that the latter was indeed a bit dark. No wonder this brother said mess. Lin's was bad poetry. Now I think so too. Chapter 100, Lin Ruyan is scum. Yes, bad poetry indeed. Some people all began to speak out without avoidance, completely disregarding Lin Ruyan's face in the box on the second floor. There's no way around it. The gap between the two sides is just too big. It's like a firefly versus a white moon, an ant versus a big tree. There's no comparison at all. That was why the crowd dared to admit so boldly that what Lin Ruyan had made was a bad poem. The young man called Wang shio, although he seemed to be extremely arrogant, this person did have arrogant capital. Each line of his poem, Looking at the Moon on the 15th Night, can be described as a masterpiece for the ages. Now, Lin Ruyan, who was in the box on the second floor, listened to the voices of those who were talking under the stage, and was furious as she clenched her 5 fingers and lightly bit her silver teeth. At the same time, she was a bit incredulous that this person could actually make such a marvelous poem. Most of all, this man didn't look very old, so it was reasonable to say that he couldn't have reached such a level of attainment in poetry. Did he copy someone else? In Lin Ruyan's mind, this thought instantly popped up, and at the same time, she thought that this was the most reasonable explanation. Otherwise this just doesn't make sense and she's angry in her mind. You know, she had thought about this poem for a long time, but she didn't expect that in front of the poem made by this person, it would actually be so unseemly. In fact, she had composed several other poems, but they were of a similar caliber to the one she had just written. Therefore, Lin Ruyan didn't dare to make a fool of herself now, but if she let it go like that, she couldn't swallow this breath in her heart. Thinking of this, she forced herself to hold back the anger in her heart and coldly said to Wang shio on the stage, "This gentleman, this poem is indeed considered a famous poem of the ages, but you are also young. Can you really make such a superior famous poem?" As the words fell, the people present then reacted. Yeah, this Wang shio guy looks like he's not even 30 years old. Can he really make a poem with such a mood? Couldn't he have copied it somewhere? At the same time, Lu Xinha and Wang Tianqing and a few other deans also came back to their senses at this time. It does seem to be the case that such a young man of letters could make better poems than their predecessors. Although these deans didn't want to admit it at first, this Looking at the Moon on the 15th Night was indeed the most marvelous poem they had ever seen in their entire lives. Even the poems made by a few of them in their lives pale in comparison to this one. But at first, to save face, none of them bothered to mention this point. But were the 4 of them, the top Dawu University professors, really still inferior to this brat? Thinking of this, Wang Tianqing couldn't hold back first, and directly began to question unhappily, "Kid, are you honestly saying that you really created this poem? Or was it created by someone else?" He was blunt, but his attitude was euphemistic. Wang Tianqing did not deny Wang shio and directly say that he was the one who plagiarized, but chose to use a questioning approach. Wang shio's heart thumped at this time, because after Dean Wang said these words, everyone else present looked at him with questioning eyes. To be honest, he was really panicking a bit, for no other reason than because he did plagiarize. That book of poems was all in his hands now, so how could he possibly lighten up? His heart averted his gaze. Seeing him like this, Wang Tianqing and Lu Xinha, a few old foxes, all felt that this guess was right, and that this poem was most likely copied by this kid somewhere. At the thought of them being tricked, Wang Tianqing instantly became irritable and was about to open his mouth to curse angrily. "You the..." Before the dirty words could be uttered, Lu Xinha, who was beside him, yanked him back. "Old Wang, calm down first." Lu Xinha gave Wang Tianqing a look to calm the latter down before he looked at Wang shio once again. "This little brother, you should have known before you joined the poetry meeting that we strictly eliminate plagiarism. However, as long as you tell us where this poem was found, and who the person who created him was, then we won't pursue the matter." Lin Ruyan, who was inside the box on the second floor, looked at the situation on the stage and also breathed a sigh of relief. It was a good thing that this person was a copycat, or else today she would not only be disgraced, but even the title of the first talented woman of the great martial arts. I'm afraid that it would never belong to her again. Nowadays it would be fine. The person who actually made the poem was not at their level at all, so it wouldn't affect her reputation. After all, there are people outside of people, and there are people outside of people. She only needed to become famous in the Dawu dynasty, and even if people from other places had higher literary attainments, that wouldn't easily affect her. At this moment, Li Mingchen, who was in the opposite box, was really angry at this moment. Mother ******* her, a plagiarized dog still has the nerve to put on a show in front of this palace. Really tired of living. After the poetry festival, see if you can leave the great martial dynasty alive. The more Li Mingchen looked at this person now, the more unpleasant he was. Now he only wanted the poetry meeting to hurry up and end. Then he would go back to the palace and find someone to directly get this pretender killed. Most of all, the fact that just now he dared to call his fiancée's poem a bad one is most unforgivable. How dare you play hard to get when you don't have the strength? Just pay attention in your next life. He felt that as long as he could give Lin Ruyan this breath of air, the other party would definitely be more favorable to him for sure. I really didn't expect this guy to be a plagiarist. Thanks to me praising him just now. Yeah, I was just on the verge of holding him up as a role model, not realizing I was the clown. Now faced with the skepticism of the people around him, as well as the push from the dean of the Tianxiang Academy, Wang Shio planned to go out on a limb. It had just occurred to him that he had no fear of copying exposure. Only, definitely not now, because he hasn't made a name for himself yet. For the sake of his lifelong quest, Wang Shio discarded the fear in his heart and allowed himself to forcefully calm down. He then smiled blandly. Oh, by the looks of you guys right now, you must be eating me up for plagiarizing. After saying this, Wang Shio looked up at the box where Lin Ruyan was and pointed his finger at the other party. Lin, I was quite appreciative of you before, but I didn't expect your heart to be so malicious, using this way to lead others to think that I'm a plagiarist. I have to say, you're pretty shameless, considering you're still a lady of the house. What? The people present were shocked, and what surprised them wasn't Lin Ruyan's guidance just now, because at that time when she was asking Wang Shio, they had all seen it. The crowd was shocked that Wang Shio dared to openly scold the daughter of the Duke of Lin, a woman who might be the prospective crown princess and might become the Empress in the future. Everyone was like looking at a little cutie, like looking at Wang Shio, who still had a bland face. This guy is really looking for death. Lin Ruyan was a little disbelieving that someone would dare to scold herself. How dare you scold me? Wang Shio directly admitted. Scolded you, and what's wrong with it? You obviously made the poem as not as good as others. Do not think of humility to ask for advice, but instead is the use of crooked brains kawaii disparaging. You are just shameless. You are simply the scum of the literary world. You. Chapter 101, The Easterners. Lin Ruyan was a bit furious, but she didn't know how to retort, because what he had just done was indeed inappropriate. But the other party didn't deserve to be scolded like that, right? Shui'er, who was standing beside her, saw her own young lady being scolded like this. She also couldn't help herself long ago, so she directly said angrily to Wang Shio, you guys plagiarized someone else's poem yourself, and now you actually have the face to scold my lady. If I'm not wrong, it's because my young lady exposed you that you retaliated in such an underhanded way, isn't it? Shui'er's words directly pushed Wang Shio to the tip of the storm. All of them were now sharp and pointing at him again. Wang Shio wasn't afraid anymore and didn't want to delay any longer. He was worried that someone at the scene had come from Great Qin, or the Great Qin Empire that had been to the north before. In that case, he might recognize the poem he had just recited, and then his plan would be ruined. That's not what he wants to see. In order to become famous, he even gave up his life. He just scolded Lin Ruyan. The identity of this woman he knows very well. He might not get killed after this mess, but Wang Shio doesn't care anymore. He was willing to do whatever it took to be remembered by the world. Retracting those emotions, he looked up and continued to the box where Lin Ruyan was. Oh, Lin, you guys keep saying that I'm plagiarizing, but do you really have any proof? It's just a figment of your imagination. Don't think of people as low as you do. Hearing Wang Shio say this, Lin Ruyan was really directly furious. This guy was really too much. Not only did he just call her shameless and a scum, but now he's actually calling her a lowlife. How could Lin Ruyan endure it? She had actually made a killing wish. As soon as she returned to the Lin mansion, she would look for the housekeeper, Zhang Bo, and ask the other party to find a way to teach him a lesson. If he accidentally got killed, it would only be this Wang Shio's bad luck. At this moment, Li Mingchen's fists were clenched tightly. If not for the fact that this was not the time to expose his identity, he would definitely want to jump down and get Wang Shio killed on the spot. Anymore, he was considered a 7th grade martial artist, and he did not feel any internal force fluctuation from Wang Shio, so he must be an ordinary man of the cloth. Wang Shio no longer continued to talk nonsense. Since you all think I've plagiarized, won't it be fine if I compose another song that can be similar? Hearing this, all the people present felt that it made sense, but that poem just now was already very impressive when placed in this world. If this comes out with another song, it's really going to shock the world of literature. Wang Tianqing subconsciously blurted out with a look of disbelief. Talking big again. Do you kid really have the strength? Wang Shio did not reply, but chanted a poem again. Smoke covers the cold water and the moon covers the sand, and at night the Qinhuai River enters the winehouse. The merchant girl doesn't know the hatred of the fallen country, but sings the backyard flowers across the river. Hiss. As Wang Shio's last line of the poem fell, everyone present could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. did you make it here with all that water? Originally, they thought that Wang Shio would have to brew for a while longer. After all, how could a poem of that level like the one just now be made just by talking about it? But Wang Shio just did it. Everyone present felt that the other side could not have done it before, but on the spot. The reason for this is that such a stunning poem, if someone had made it, would have been unable to resist publishing it long ago, thus gaining more fame and prestige. I'm sure no one can resist. Once such a poem is in existence, it is sure to become familiar to all very quickly. Since they hadn't heard of this poem before, it meant that it was written by Wang Shio tonight. Looking at the surprised looks of those people in front of him, Wang Shio was also very satisfied. These are just 2 random poems I made, and I can still make words about moon on the spot. After saying that, this time without waiting for the crowd to react, Wang Shio chanted again. When is the bright moon putting wine to the sky? Wang Shio chanting on this side of Dao. Li, who is in the northern realm of Dechin, is now interrogating those men in black. As for the poisonous mist he and Niang had been hit by, it had already been detoxified, because those men in black had the antidote to this poisonous mist in their possession. Half an hour ago, after Li brought back the 3 living black-clothed men, he had Hua Tuo treat them. Because Li controlled the strength at that time, the wounds on their throats were not deep, so not only did it not take their lives, they were even able to speak now. The reason why these people suddenly fell to the ground at that time was all because he had secretly ordered acupuncture points, which was to subdue them for a short period of time. Unfortunately, in the end, it was that half-step Grandmaster Ikuta who was allowed to kill himself, because the guy definitely knew more. However, since 3 of them had already been captured alive, it was definitely time to treat them well, and these people had to be made to spit out everything they knew. Next, under Li Yi's supervision, the brocade guards moved to torture the 3 men. In his opinion, these 3 mysterious people would surely loosen up quickly, because a few of them were even afraid of death, let alone this kind of inhuman torture. Before long had passed, the 3 of them began to beg for mercy. Please don't go any further. We say everything. Li Yi was of course quite satisfied with the attitude of the several people. This was the result he wanted to see. Next, he started asking for the highlights straight away. Who are you people? Why did you attack and kill me? What is the purpose of doing so? Upon hearing this trifecta of questions from him, several people first looked at each other, and only then did they finally open their mouths. We are. Before the words came out, Li Yi once again spoke out, commanding the surrounding brocade guards, keep up the torture, and stop when they're honest. Upon hearing this, all 3 of their faces changed abruptly. They were okay with not saying anything. How could they be dishonest? Wait, sire, you can't. But just as the words were half spoken, the hammers held by the brocade guards had already been shoved into their mouths, and then the hospitality began. This way, if they were in pain again, then they wouldn't be able to make any sound, and Li Xian wouldn't feel so annoyed. The reason why he didn't listen to a few people's replies, but let the brocade guards continue to fight, was because he understood that these people weren't going to tell the truth. A glance at each other before answering shows that they have all matched statements before. They've come to this point, and they're still thinking of playing tricks, so how can we not serve them well? Soon the entertained trio were much more honest, no longer looking around or thinking any crooked thoughts, but just knowing what they were talking about. Your Majesty, we are actually from the Blood-Clothes sect, and the reason why we attacked and killed you tonight is because we received a reward. Someone wants to buy your life, and that someone is Ikeda tonight. The Blood-Clothes sect? To be honest, this was the first time Li Yi had heard of this kind of organization. Afterwards, after his questioning, he learns that this is an assassin's organization that hides in the jungle and lives to kill. Their sect master was strong and had a way of training assassins that could increase one's strength in a short period of time. It was just that assassins who grew up this way ended up having very short lives, and the 3 of them didn't know why. After understanding the Blood-Clothes sect, Li Yi once again opened his mouth to inquire, and do you know who Ikeda is? When the tone fell, 2 of them had already started shaking their heads, and the other one wanted to do the same when he saw the situation, but he was rebuked by Li Yi. I only want to hear the truth. Otherwise, before the threat could be finished, the man rushed to speak. Once I also asked Ikeda about how something was wrong with his accent, and he said that they all speak Chinese like this in the East. Damn, it's actually true that they're bonobos. Chapter 102, Are you convinced? MS. Lin, although Li Yi had already guessed it before, he was still slightly shocked when he learned it from these people. After all, I've stumbled upon it. He knew better than anyone how bad the Japanese were. Moreover, it was easy to see from the fact that this time Ikeda, a Japanese Easterner, had led this attack on him that the Japanese were still the same Japanese. Unfortunately, Ikeda is dead, and Li Yi has no way of knowing if this person is related to Li Mingchen, such as the 2 of them being partners. It's just hard to understand that Ikeda could take the poison and kill himself without hesitation like that, obviously not wanting him to pry out any information. This suggests that there is indeed another mysterious force behind Ikeda. As for Li Mingchen himself, he's not much of a powerhouse, so it's unclear why Ikeda is working with him. And then there was the question of whether this collaboration involved this mysterious force. It was all unknown to him. Moreover, these three men from the blood-clothes sect in front of them were just getting paid to do their job, and had absolutely no information about Ikeda as their employer. Since you know nothing, there is no use for me to keep you. Kill them all, Li commanded to the surrounding genie guards. Yes, the brocade guards all drew the embroidered spring swords at their waists, and immediately intended to execute the three of them from the blood-clothes sect. Seeing this scene, the three people's faces all changed drastically, and then they all begged for forgiveness. Your Majesty, kill us, we still have use. Oh, upon hearing this, Li unexpectedly looked at the man who spoke. He was none other than the big brother of the three, Gufeng. Next, he raised his hand to call off those brocade guards, and then he spoke quietly. Tell me what use you have left. Gufeng was really scared now. Seeing Li Yi's incomparably cold look, he knew that as long as he couldn't provide any useful value, he would definitely be killed. The three of us are the sect master's most favored disciples. Hearing this, Li Yi's face was as cold as frost. What do you mean by that? Is it a threat to me? Seeing Li Yi's misunderstanding, Gufeng hurriedly went on to explain. Your Majesty, you have misunderstood me. I am saying that we are of the utmost importance to the sect master, and now that we have fallen into your hands, his old man will surely not turn his back on us. When Ikeda came to our blood-clothes sect before, our sect master was talking and laughing with him, so perhaps he should know some information about the other party. So, Your Majesty, you can use us as hostages and then exchange the information with the sect master. Hearing this, Li felt that he could give it a try after pondering for a moment. What if picking up the blood-clothed Dora Mount gatekeeper really knows? Ikeda's appearance makes Li want to be cautious. Who knows what these Japanese want to do? Also, maybe she could ask the location of the Japanese nation, and that would make it easier for him to send people to overthrow it later. After considering the pros and cons of it, Li also spoke bluntly. Alright, I'll give you this opportunity, but I must let the master of the blood-clothes sect personally come to Great Qin to see me. Time back half an hour ago. On the other hand, inside the Spring Fragrance House in the Great Martial Imperial City, Wang Shio has long since finished reciting the Song of Water that he composed, memorized, and the whole room instantly fell silent, so that you could hear a pin drop. However, the crowd's breathing became a little short, and their gazes became blazing. Looking at the reactions of those so-called literati around him, the corner of Wang Shio's mouth curled up slightly, and at this moment, he was incomparably pleased. He had expected this situation, because when he first saw the lyric, it was even more exaggerated than these people's current reaction. After all, he had seen it from a book, and that visual impact was even more striking, especially the last line, but I wish for a long time, 1,000 miles. It simply brings people's homesickness right to the top, so that they can't help but burst into tears. Is this still a word that people can make? This is simply a masterpiece. A masterpiece indeed. Wang Shio has already made one more poem and one more word, and one is more brilliant than the other. So how can he be plagiarizing like this? That's obviously true. Nowadays, not only ordinary literati, even Lu Xinhe and Wang Tianqing, several deans, all think so. Even Lin Ruyan, who was inside the box. Now even though she wanted to talk about Wang Shio's plagiarism again, she couldn't even convince herself. Not only that, but she had to admit that this Song of Water had more gold than any poem she had ever read in her life. At this moment, she was incomparably shocked as she looked at Wang Shio on the stage and couldn't help but murmur in her mouth. Who on earth is this person? Wang Shio now felt physically and mentally happy, as if his life had reached its peak. Looking around at the frozen looks of a group of literati, the feeling was just too good. His plan was finally a success. I'm sure that after tonight, his Wang Shio's name will resonate throughout Dawu. No, I should say the whole world. Maybe the world will even just think of him as the new generation of poets, literally standing at the top of the literary world. But Wang Shio is also clear that tonight the pussy is done pretending. It's time to retreat. Not to mention the fact that he had offended the Miss Lin family tonight and might be killed by the royal family afterwards. Let's just say he did really plagiarize these poems, in case it is exposed at some point. Then he, who is now being held up to the highest level, will fall straight to the ground. At that time, he would really be a target. Even if Wang Shio is not afraid of death, but he doesn't want to die if he can live, so he can go and hurry up. Just as he was pondering, that Wang Tianqing had already begun to ask for people with a thick skin. Little brother. Before it was all because old me was blind and had listened to the words of some well-intentioned people. which made me doubt your ability. If you don't mind, then forgive the old man. In addition, the door of the Heavenly Fragrance Academy will always be open for you. Wang Tianqing is packet change face. Before he to Wang Shio still cannot see, and think the other side of the plagiarism of the, now he has really hit the face. But Wang Tianqing didn't care about that. He just wanted to keep such a great talent. And Wang Shio was originally a plagiarist. So how could he agree to stay at the Tianxiang Academy? So he immediately rebuffed. I appreciate Lord Wang's kindness, but I don't want to be bound for the time being and want to continue traveling the world. After saying this, Wang Shio couldn't help but sigh again. Alas, I originally thought of attending this wonderful poetry meeting, but I didn't expect it to be so boring. The standard of your daub literati is really TSK. He did not give the latter words away as he smacked his monkey. But the crowd of literati present are not stupid. They certainly understand Wang Shio's meaning. At this time they all dared to be angry and dare not say anything. Who made them incapable of such poetry? Or they would surely have had the courage to stand up and refute it. Wang Shio didn't do this alone to pull hate. He wanted all these people to remember him. Because it was too late to set up a good persona. As long as his plagiarism was exposed, his persona would completely collapse and everyone would discredit him. It's black anyway, so we might as well go one way. Because black and red is also red. As long as he was famous, he wasn't looking for prestige or anything. Next Wang Shio reached out and pointed at the box where Lin Ruyan was at the moment. Great talented Lady Lin. Are you convinced? Chapter 103, Li Mingchen, escort. Quickly escort. Hearing this complete mockery, even if Lin Ruyan was angry, then she would have to break her teeth and swallow it in her stomach. She regretted saying Wang Shio was plagiarizing and now it's her not. Lin Ruyan was admitting that her previous words had indeed induced the others present to accuse Wang Shio of plagiarism. But is it necessary for this man to hold on to it? Wouldn't the other guy just have to prove that he didn't plagiarize? Really? It's sickening that a grown man can be so small-minded. She thought so in her heart. And at the same time, she had already categorized Wang Shio, who was on the stage, into Li Yi's category, because it seemed to her that Li Yi was also this careful. It wasn't just that she had approached the other party to discuss withdrawing from the marriage several times for the sake of her future in the first place. It was even if that Li Yi didn't agree, but he actually retaliated against himself many times. For example, repeatedly tearing up the marriage contract, embarrassing her face, and even running off to Dawu to claim the title of emperor. Were not all deliberate retaliation against her. Not all of them were slapping her in the face, proving to the world that she was inferior to him, Li Yi. Because of this, Lin Ruyan was now very angry and even regarded Wang Shio as Li Yi. Wang Shio, don't be too deceitful. This young lady was merely raising her own doubts at the time. Is it necessary for you to keep making a fuss over this? Hearing this, Wang Shio lamented that in this world, there were actually such brazen people. Although he did plagiarize, he was sure that in the case of this kind of woman, the other would have said so at the time, regardless of whether or not he had actually plagiarized. It was nothing more than knowing that he was no match for Po and could only use this underhanded way to discredit him and divert the attention of the crowd around him, all of which was used to blame him. Humph. Of course it's necessary. How about if you work hard to make a poem and I just say you plagiarized it? You, Lin Ruyan didn't know how to retort for a moment, because she wasn't in the right at all. Wang Shio saw that the other party was dumbfounded, so he planned to capitalize on his victory and then set his eyes on the others around him. Gentlemen, it's not that I want to hold on to it tonight, but Miss Lin's behavior of denying other people's achievements and trampling on other people's fruits like this is really infuriating. I love poetry so much that I never do, and everyone who makes a poem, good or bad, should be honored. Wang Shio finished those words with a thick skin, because the cause of this matter still started because he said that Lin Ruyan made bad poems. But so what? He wants to be famous, then he has to forget his roots. The surrounding crowd had also been brought into the ditch by Wang Shio, so all of them were thinking about Lin Ruyan's fault, forgetting the cause of the incident. At this time, Wang Shio did not want to continue to stay here much longer. Otherwise, when the crowd slowed down later, they might talk about him again about the bad poetry thing. As soon as he thought of this, Wang Shio planned to slip away, and his steps slowly backed up. It's so boring. My lord might as well continue to swim in the mountains. After leaving those words, he turned toward the door. However, Wang Shiokai had just walked to the door when an icy voice from the second floor box called out to him. Slow down. Hearing this unfamiliar voice, Wang Shio's brows furrowed slightly, but at the same time, he stopped his steps, and Lu Xinha and Wang Tianqing and other deans, at this time, always feel that this voice is somewhat familiar. Seems to be. But before they could think about it, Lu Ruyan from the opposite box exclaimed in shock. Your Highness. Hearing this, The people present first froze for a moment, after which all of them were nonplussed. Just at this time, Wang Tianqing couldn't even help but be surprised. Isn't this Crown Prince a poetry meeting? How come even the Crown Prince has come over? In fact, originally he wanted to say that the Crown Prince wasn't still injured. So why did he insist on coming to a place like this? After all, today, due to the need to be busy with this side of the Poetry Society, so none of them participated in today's morning court, only to hear that Crown Prince Li Mingchen was carried to the court. In the end, because it was not right to stand or to sit, he lay down in the side hall where the curtains were draped for the court. But Wang Tianqing thought that it was not proper to say that, so he could only change his words. Wang Shio was also confused at this time. He was now so nervous that his heart was about to go into a cardiac arrest. You know, just now he had taunted Lin Ruyan, and this woman was most likely Li Mingchen's fiancée, which meant that he was dancing on the tip of a knife before. Now that the other party had called out to him, most likely because of what had just happened, he was in jeopardy tonight. As the Crown Prince of Dawu, it was impossible to go out without bringing someone with him, so later on, he would be lightly crippled, or he would be killed outright. It's my fault for wanting to be mouthy. He was now incomparably regretful. Had he known that he wouldn't have used this way to attract the attention of the people around him? That's a good one, play it off. Although he was very scared in his heart, he still pretended to stay calm and said, Your Highness, I wonder what you called me for. Do what? When Li Mingchen heard the other party ask this, he immediately felt a bit ridiculous. What do you think the palace is going to do when you do this to the palace's fiancé? At this time, Li Mingchen ran his body's internal force to make his voice sound incomparably loud, and the royal majesty was directly reflected. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that there were more people present, Wang Shio would have wanted to just kneel down. He was just an ordinary showman of a small country, without even the slightest bit of force value, and he hadn't even met the emperor of his country. Not to mention that it was the crown prince of the hegemony Great Marshal, which was not at all comparable to his personal country's emperor. It could be said that the other party could make countless people pinch themselves to death by casually moving their fingers. What can we do about this? Wang Shio was fearful in her heart, while Li Mingchen inside the box saw this through the window and was very pleased with himself. Given this rampant guy's behavior, Li Mingchen was already so angry that he didn't want to figure out his identity. Not to mention secretly getting Wang Shio killed, he wanted to do it now, because Ruyan already hated him enough. Then if he himself screwed Wang Shio to his face, wouldn't it be the same as giving his fiancée a bad breath? Of course, one is able to take out one's anger. The main thing was that this would also win Lin Ruyan's favor. It was like killing two birds with one stone. Thinking of this, Li Mingchen directly said to the old mom who had been standing beside him, respectfully, Pimp, have your guards capture Wang Shio? This palace will end him with my own hands. Although Li Mingchen's voice was not loud, it was still heard by Wang Shio on the stage. Spring Fragrance House had recruited a lot of guards in order to prevent people from making trouble, and a lot of troublemakers had been taught a lesson in the past. This was all what Wang Shio had learned before he came to Da, and at the same time, he was really scared. What the hell am I supposed to do? Knowing full well that his civilized body could not escape, he closed his eyes and prayed. For some reason, Li Yi's name came to his mind at this time. It seemed that it was because he was convinced by Li Yi's poetry. So now he actually took this person he had never met before as his spiritual support. In other words, he used the poetry he loved in life as spiritual support. Just as Wang Shio was rambling, the box that Li Mingchen was in suddenly boomed, as if something had received an impact. The next moment, Li Mingchen's panicked voice came to mind inside. Escort! Escort! Chapter 104, Seeing Li Mingchen of Two Milk. Upon hearing this commotion, the people present didn't react, and all of them looked towards the box where Li Mingchen was in confusion. Only the deans on the stage, Lu Xinha and Wang Tianqing, had returned to their senses before the others. The next moment, they hurriedly shouted at the door, Where are the guards? Go and escort them. Although they didn't know the exact situation in the box, since it could make Li Mingchen call out for an escort, it meant that the other party was really in danger. It should be known that since several university professors, presided over this poetry meeting, it was requested and permitted by the Imperial Court, because this time, Emperor Wu said that not only did he want to use the poetry festival to choose some of the talented people, but he also wanted to publicize De Wu. That's why they made a big fuss in advance, so that people from all over the sky and the north would come to the Great Marshal Imperial City, so that they would know a little bit about what a great country was. But a lot of people need to be managed or something will happen. However, in order not to cause panic, the court has arranged many plainclothes guards outside the Spring Fragrance House today. It's all about responding to the unexpected. Obviously now was the time. The guards had to be called in to save the crown prince, or else if something happened to the other party at the poetry meeting, the few of them hosting it would have to take the blame as well. To put it bluntly, in case if Li Mingchen died, the few of them might have to pay for their lives as well, because everyone knew very well that Crown Prince Li Mingchen was Emperor Wu's most favored son. Even Li Yi, who had made countless achievements back then, could not compare. However, Lu Xinha and the others shouted out their words for half a day, and still didn't see a guard run in. What's going on? Just as they were puzzled, a man covered in blood slowly crawled in from outside the Spring Fragrance Mansion. He also had a steel knife sticking out of his back, which was incredibly shocking to look at. We're being attacked. Hurry up and call out to the patrol army in the city. The plainclothes guard opened his mouth with difficulty, and directly swallowed his breath after saying the last word. Inside the Spring Fragrance house were all literati. Where had they seen this kind of scene? At this moment all of them were in a state of shock. Some people didn't even dare to stay in Spring Fragrance Mansion for much longer, and all of them ran towards the outside as if they were crazy. Most of them came here just to compose and enjoy poetry, and none of them wanted to lose their lives for a single moment of fun. Seeing such a situation, Wang Shio hurriedly took the opportunity to run towards the outside of Spring Fragrance House as well, although he didn't know what had happened to Li Mingchen. If he really fell into the hands of the other party, then this life would definitely be handed over. So now he ran harder than anyone else, and soon rushed to the front of the group. Even so, he felt like he was slowing down. Dead leg. Hurry up and run faster for me. He now only hated that he didn't have 2 extra legs, realizing that he was now in the middle of the Imperial City. If he wanted to be completely safe, then he had to escape before he could do so, and only then would Li Mingchen still not be able to catch him, well, even if he used the power of the court. Wang Shio on this side escaped from Spring Fragrance House and quickly headed towards the gates of the Imperial City. However, the Spring Fragrance building was in chaos at the back, and Wang Xinha and Wang Tianqing and the others had no choice but to direct the crowd to leave the place in an orderly manner first. And they had people rush to the patrol army in the city. As for going to the box on the second floor to save the day, it's better to save it. The 4 of them are all civil officials, and they are all old bones, so even if they go up, they won't be able to make much of a difference. Lu Xinha and the others thought this in their hearts, but no one admitted that they were afraid of death. In this way, Li Mingchen in the box on the second floor was in a miserable state. He was almost dead now. Luckily, at the critical time, 2 secret guards suddenly rushed in through the door, then directly saved him from the outlaws. Ahem. He was now covering his neck with 2 dry coughs and nearly choked to death. As for the person who attacked and killed him just now, it was the pimp of Spring Fragrance House. Tonight when he sneaked Chu to the Spring Fragrance House, he was first seen by the old bod, and the other party directly told him the identity of the crown prince. Not wanting to be exposed himself at the time, he told her to shut up, after which the person kept saying she would follow and serve him. So then the pimp has been in his box. However, when he asked the other party to call out the guards and grab that Wang Shio, the other party not only didn't take the slightest action, but instead, he directly rushed over and choked him. In one fell swoop, he was pinned against the wall. Li Mingchen rushed towards the outside to call for an escort before he was completely controlled, but no one came in at all. He thought he was going to be strangled to death like this, but at the critical moment the dark guards rushed in from outside and forced the pimp to let go of his hand. Now, looking at the pimp who was entangled with the dark guards, Li Mingchen had a feeling in his heart that he had been robbed of his life. It just made him more puzzled that he didn't let his secret guards follow him tonight. So why did these people still follow him here? Is it hard to believe that father is spying on this palace? This idea suddenly surfaced in Li Mingchen's heart, and at the same time, he was a little afraid, not knowing the purpose of his father's spying on him. Was it to get someone to protect him, or was it to try to learn something from him? After all, the reason why father had become a cripple who could only lie in bed was all thanks to him, and it was he who had personally administered the medicine before. Is it starting to suspect him? Li Mingchen, who thought of this, planned to be a little more cautious in his dealings afterward, or else he would be discovered. But no matter what, it was also true that these dark guards who were watching him had saved themselves, so it seemed that he was really blessed with a great life. However, remembering the life and death situation just now, he felt incomparably angry. The next moment, he angrily rebuked the pimp. Who exactly are you? How dare you attack and kill this palace? But the pimp completely ignored him and continued to fight with the 2 dark guards, and the 3 of them fought hard for a while. Originally, Li Mingchen wanted to say something else, but then he could see that the old pimp was actually a peak 3rd grade zongsher, which made him shut up, because the 2 people who came to his rescue were actually only in the same realm as this pimp. If the pimp chose to fight him at this point, Li Ming would really not know how to respond. Luckily, those 2 dark guards were not weak in actual combat and temporarily suppressed the pimp. So Li Mingchen planned to take the opportunity to leave this box. If we accidentally hurt him by mistake later, it would be a real loss. Who let him be a mere 7th grade martial artist as well? And the moves that flew towards him, he simply couldn't dodge. As he thought, he slowly groped in the direction of the compartment door. However, he had just gone out the door when a woman with a veiled face rushed at him, and the other party looked to be a girl from this spring fragrance house. Originally, he didn't think much about it and planned to skim past the other party to go downstairs, or at least escape from spring fragrance house first. Who would have thought that just as he was about to skim past his opponent, the woman suddenly gave him a knee to the head, aiming right at his vitals. Crap! Li Mingchen's face changed drastically. It was too late to resist or dodge. That seemingly soft leg showed him too much milk at once. Ka-ching! It seems something broke. Chapter 105, Li Mingchen, who is disliked by all. Ah! Li Mingchen screamed miserably as his entire body fell straight to the ground. The woman still didn't stop, and quickly drew a dagger from her waist and stabbed it directly towards Li Mingchen's heart. Dog Prince, go to hell! Li Mingchen was incomparably terrified at the sight of this, but that knee jerk just now had almost made him faint, so now he wasn't capable of dodging it himself at all. The instinct to survive made him want to hurry up and use a roll to avoid the fatal slash. However, he still overestimated himself, having just been kneed in the vitals. He now caused pain all over his body when he rolled over slightly, so he stopped in pain before he could roll over. Next, the dagger in the woman's hand had been sent to Li Mingchen's chest. Put! The sound of a sharp blade piercing into flesh and blood rang out, and all of the daggers that were more than 10 centimeters long pierced into Li Mingchen's body. However, it was because he was fidgeting just now that the dagger didn't reach his heart on the left side, but was instead lodged in the right side of his chest. I can't believe you dodged it. The woman was also a bit surprised, but soon he drew the dagger back out and stabbed at his heart again. Since she didn't have any talent in martial arts, she was just an 8th grade martial artist. And Li Yi, who was lying bowed on the ground, was also a 7th grade martial artist in size, so she had to be quick in her strike. That's why, just now, he popped one for Li Mingchen first. If not, I'm afraid it would be really difficult to take Li Mingchen's life. Go to hell! Seeing that he was really going to die now, Li Mingchen's face was filled with despair, when suddenly a foul odor came from him. Please, don't kill me. He begged for mercy as he closed his eyes in despair, seeing that the dagger was less than 10 centimeters away from his heart. Just in the nick of time, a stone flew from the distance and directly hit the woman's dagger. Clang! The woman was startled by the sound of a crisp metal clash, and the dagger was instantly dislodged from her hand. When he looked in the direction the stones flew from, he immediately changed his face violently, only to see that the people coming were actually still from the dark sect. Most importantly, based on the other party's aura, she deduced that this person was actually a peak 2nd grade zongsher. Escape! This was the first thought in the woman's mind. The other party killing her was simply simpler than crushing an ant. Only in remembering the hatred she once felt, she did not choose to flee immediately, but decisively drew another short knife from her leg, intending to exchange one life for another. However, she still underestimated the 2nd grade zongsher powerhouse, and as she had just drawn her dagger, another stone flew not far away. However, this time, the stone's target was not the short blade in his hand, but her head. Just like that, the stone directly pierced through her head, leaving this woman named Huayusen dead on the spot. Huayusen's entire body collapsed, slamming straight into Li Mingchen's body. The bloody hole in the woman's head, right in his face, was red and white. Where had Li Mingchen ever seen such a scene? He was directly stunned and fainted. Your Highness, Lu Mo, the deputy chief of the Dark Ministry, rushed over at this time with quick steps. He kicked away Huayusen's body before placing his hand on Li Mingchen's nose, and he breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that the other party was still breathing. Good thing it came in time. Looking at Li Mingchen's chest that was dyed red with blood, Lu Mo hurriedly tried to help him stop the bleeding. Who knew that at this time, a foul odor suddenly poured into his nose. Immediately after that, he looked at Li Mingchen with a furrowed brow, and it was obvious that he was pulled in direct fright. Only, upon seeing that there was still blood on the other party's pants, Lu Mo suddenly had a bad feeling. Is it going to turn into Sister Luna? Lu Mo didn't want to touch Li Mingchen at this time. He was going to let the other people from the dark department, to stop the other person's bleeding, and then send him back to the Palace Imperial Hospital. In fact, he really didn't want to care about this guy, but Emperor Wu said that no matter what, he would ensure the safety of the crown prince, and if anything happened, he would make him pay for his life. He wanted to live a few more years, so he eventually stepped in to save him. It was also because Li Mingchen's life was big enough that tonight when Emperor Wu learned that Tatsi had left the palace privately, he immediately sent him over for protection. He could understand this. Now that De Wu was being targeted by various forces, it was inevitable that he wouldn't make any underhanded moves, like killing Li Mingchen tonight. Retracting his thoughts, The two dark guards inside the box also came out at this time. And both of them had a look of pity on their faces. That old biddy looks fat-headed. I didn't expect to be so fast and let her escape. Hearing this, Lu Mo did not intend to have his people continue to go after him, but instead ordered each of the two dark guards in front of him. One of you stop the prince's bleeding. The other one go and call all the girls from Spring Fragrance House. Gather them downstairs and don't let any of them go. Those two dark guards first glanced at Li Mingchen, then swept towards Li Mingchen's side at the same time. I'll get the girls. The two men spoke in unison at first, then they both froze for a moment, then looked at each other. Only, instead of opening their mouths to speak, both men froze in place. Lu Mo could see that both of them didn't want to touch Li Mingchen. Then helplessly he waved his hand at the two of them. You guys go get those girls, and leave the crown prince to me. Upon hearing this, both of them were overjoyed, and that face was on the verge of bursting into smiles. All the same, they rushed off to call someone, lest their vice chief backtrack later. Looking at the mess on the ground, Lu Mo forced himself to hold back his nausea with the intention of stopping the bleeding. If he dragged it on any longer, Li Mingchen would really be dead. In the end, he still couldn't get over that hurdle in his heart, so he first gave the other party acupoints near the wound as a way to temporarily stop that blood from draining away. After letting people send him back to the palace's Imperial Hospital, there were those Imperial doctors to bandage his wounds. As for the person Lu Mo picked, it was the ox cart that passed by downstairs pulling grass. After all, Spring Fragrance House had run out of people, and it was very lucky to have found an ox cart at this point in time. Before Lu Mo left Spring Fragrance House, he twisted his head to look at the second floor, the box where Lin Ruyan was before. Oh, what a woman indeed. He said this because on his way here, he saw Lin Ruyan and her maid, the two of them running away after the crowd, completely disregarding what happened to her future fiancé, Prince Li Mingchen. To put it bluntly, it was that this woman was extremely selfish, so it was no wonder that Li did not hesitate to give him back his marriage. As the vice chief of the Dark Ministry, he knew more about the inner workings, and now he felt that Li kicking out this woman was simply the very right choice. The next day, Li was drinking tea in a luxurious inn, and a grim-faced old man was standing beside him, looking at Li's airy and calm appearance. In the end, he didn't have any choice but to open his mouth and make conditions. Your Majesty, as long as you don't kill those 3 disciples of my bloodcloth sect, I'll tell you the location of the Japanese country. I have the map in my hand. Chapter 106 Acquiring the Elite of the Navy. This person was none other than the bloodclothed sect master, and as a half-step Grandmaster, he was even half-bowing to Li now. Wei Tianhai didn't dare to be disrespectful to Li even now, not to mention the latter's status as the Emperor of Great Qin, but even his Grandmaster strength, he himself couldn't even transgress half a step. Nowadays, Wei Tianhai knew very well what Li wanted, so then, he once again said to Li, Your Majesty, as long as you can release them, I will give you the map now. After saying that, Li still didn't make any movements, which made Wei Tianhai a bit anxious. Last night after he learned that his disciple had lost his hand, he rushed over at the first opportunity. Their blood-clothed sect is not far from Great Qin, that's why they came so quickly. As a matter of fact, originally when these 3 disciples said that they wanted to make a move on Li, he was somewhat reluctant to agree, because if the others were even, no matter what, the 3 of them were all at the peak of the first-grade sectors. In this world, there were few first-grade sect master powerhouses, not to mention that they were still 3 peak sect masters. With practice, it's easy to get someone killed, unless they have an army protecting them at all times. However, after he learned from Ikeda that the target was Li, he refused then. Although Li had lost all his martial arts skills, this man was resourceful and was previously known as the soldier immortal and the god of war in Wuthao. As the saying goes, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Even if Li is not as good as he was back then, his methods are still terrifying. However, because Ikeda said he would be involved, Wei Tianhai eventually agreed. After all, at that time, he thought that Ikeda was a half-step Grandmaster, so he thought that it shouldn't be too difficult for the few of them to join forces and kill Li while he was off guard. The final result greatly exceeded his expectations as Li easily resolved his 3 disciples and got Ikeda, a half-step Grandmaster, killed. These were all reported by his people, as they had sent their own people to follow them before they made their move tonight to avoid any problems. Eventually something went wrong. Just as he was thinking about it, Li glanced at him gently before letting out a cold laugh. You say you'll bring it to me now? It seems that this map is in your possession. Hearing this, Wei Tianhai's heart thumped, suddenly having a bad feeling. Indeed on the old man. He admitted anyway, since it's in your possession, wouldn't the map still be mine if I just kill you now? Wei Tianhai still wanted to scold Li for being shameless, but when the words reached his mouth he changed his words. Your Majesty, your men said before that you would release my men if I told you information about Ikeda. It's hard to go back on your word. Before Wei Tianhai came to see Li, one of the brocade guards told him that their majesties only wanted information about Ikeda, a Japanese national. It was for this reason that he had felt secure in his victory earlier, because he knew very well that what Li wanted was not only Ikeda's information, but also the Japanese nation behind him. After all, Li was the emperor of Great Qin, and he definitely handled things with the big picture in mind, such as whether this Japanese nation would be a threat to Great Qin, and Wei Tianhai knew all of this information, and even had a map of the location of the Japanese country, something that Ikeda had given him in the first place in order to gain his trust, thus giving it to him. Originally, he wanted to use this information to get back his uncontested disciples, but he was the master of the three of them, and the queenless one had long since treated them as his own relatives. It was just that Li's current behavior made him a bit puzzled, fearing that the other party would really make a move against him. He himself was only a half-step Grandmaster, and once he had seen a real Grandmaster powerhouse, the gap between them was like a heaven and a earth. I won't go back on my word. It's just that you don't have the sincerity. Li spoke at this time. Sincerity? Wei Tianhai didn't understand what Li meant. Didn't the other party just want information about Ikeda? What more sincerity is needed? Seeing that this old man didn't know any better, Li had no choice but to state his conditions. As the sect master of the blood-clothed sect, you should know what I'm going to do nowadays. I'm going to unify the northern realm, and your blood-clothed sect's headquarters are here. You should understand what I mean, right? At these words, Wei Tianhai's face instantly stiffened. Li actually wanted his blood-clothed sect. His face also became gloomy at this time. In fact, he did already know the news that Li wanted to unify the northern realm. Only, the original one didn't intend to agree, and certainly didn't want any conflict with Great Qin. Anyway, the blood-clothed sect's headquarters was in the shadows, and no matter who was in charge of this area, it had no effect on them. But he didn't expect that he would have to lose the entire blood-clothed sect to himself because he had taken the order from the Eastern Ing people. He was beyond regretting it now, but it was too late. Li, don't bully people too much. The old man is not going to. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Li in a cold voice. So what if I bully you? It's fine if you don't agree, but I now know the location of the blood-clothed sect, and I'm sure my brocade guards have rushed over by now. As long as you don't agree today, I will wash your blood-clothed sect in blood. His brocade guards were not weak in all their powers, and there were quite a few clan masters. Sending a few hundred people to slaughter the blood-clothed sect would be easy to do. Gu Feng had said that each of the blood-clothed sect's people were top-notch experts, but the number was still less than 100. If it really wasn't possible, he himself sent his dragon cavalry over to level the blood-clothed sect. Hearing Li's threat, Wei Tianhai was out of options. He believed that if he refused now, then next year's day might be his day of sacrifice as well. In the end, under Li's coercion, Wei Tianhai still chose to compromise. Old me agrees. Our blood-clothed sect will submit to Great Qin with immediate effect and will never betray. After saying that, Wei Tianhai also took out his blood-clothed sect's token and handed it over to Li along with it. After Li received the token, a familiar mechanical tone resounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for conquering the blood-clothed sect, triggering the hidden reward, 50,000 elite sailors. Hearing this reward, Li was also very surprised, not realizing that just subduing a blood-clothed sect could actually give so many waterborne troops. As it happened, he remembered that he had acquired quite a few building ships, and fighting ships, etc. not long ago, but at that time, only these boats were given, not any manpower, and now it's kind of making up for it. It just so happens that now that the Japanese are planning to do something, his sailors and building ships and fighting ships are going to come in handy. This time he had to fight his way through and make his place his territory. Retracting his thoughts, Li placed his gaze on Wei Tianhai once again. Now tell me, what's going on with that Ikeda? And what was his purpose in killing me like that? Since he had already chosen to submit, Wei Tianhai no longer had anything to hide. When Ikeda approached the old man before, he said he was an Easterner who had come by boat from far away. He said that their Japanese nation, having long ago discovered that this side is richer in resources, is planning to come here to get a piece of the action. Chapter 107 Ordinary Wheelchair People. Hearing this, Li frowned slightly. As expected, the dog can't change its ways, and these dogs are actually up to this again. Thinking that this continent of theirs was engaged in invasion and resource grabbing, I thought that their first target would be the north. Otherwise, this Ikeda guy wouldn't have killed him first. What happened next likewise verified his suspicions. He asked for the map from Wei Tianhai. The other party said it was given to him by Ikeda. There is no way to consider whether it is true or not. After Li opened the map and took a look, his pupils instantly shrunk slightly. The map was definitely real, and the location of that island was so striking that it went straight to his sky. From this map, he had no difficulty in realizing that although this continent he was in was slightly different from his previous life, it was still roughly the same. The hated bonobos in particular were almost as he remembered them. After that, he wanted to learn more from Wei Tianhai, but that was all the other party knew. I was able to tell that Ikeda wanted the Bloodclothes sect to submit to their Japanese nation, which is why he was willing to give the map to me, but he's not willing to reveal more information, so there's nothing I can do. Seeing that Wei Tianhai did not speak like a lie, Li did not continue to ask more questions. In fact, what he learned today was more than enough for him. At least finding the location of the Japanese country wasn't. He decided that after completely unifying the entire northern realm, the next step would be to get this Japanese country. Anyway, the Huns and Zhang, the two giants of the northern realm, had already been destroyed by him, so he thought it wouldn't take long to recover the entire northern realm. However, the Japanese had killed him, and it was impossible not to do something himself. He decided to make preparations now and start gearing up for the counterattack against the Japanese. In addition, Wei Tianhai said that there were already quite a number of people from the east, who had come to this continent of theirs. Li was going to send someone to secretly find them out and then kill them all, not sparing any of them. Just as he was pondering, Wei Tianhai spoke up at this time. Your Majesty, those disciples of mine, my people will release them later, but they will only be able to sit in an ordinary wheelchair man for the rest of their lives. Wei Tianhai didn't understand that. What do you mean by ordinary wheelchair people? Of course, it soon dawned on him that when he saw his three disciples again, they were all wheeled over in wheelchairs. Not only that, all of their martial arts skills are ruined and they can only be ordinary people in this life. He was a little angry about this, but the three men's lives were saved regardless. Knowing that these three were the ones he had watched grow up, now even if they became invalids, he would not abandon the three. After that, he called the people from the Bloodclothes sect and brought the three of them back. It was just that Wei Tianhai was still a bit curious, wondering why Li wanted them to submit. They're sort of an assassin's organization, generally very difficult to control. Isn't he afraid they'll betray him? Wei Tianhai couldn't understand Li's behavior, but it likewise made him even more scornful of the latter, and he himself was completely unable to fathom this young emperor. Palace, Imperial Hospital. Li Mingchen is still being treated because his injuries are too serious. It wasn't the wound on the chest though, it was the vitals that had been wounded. After a night of diagnosis and treatment, the Imperial doctors realized that it was completely unsalvageable, so they were going to retreat a few times to save their lives. Empress Mother, His Highness the Crown Prince's injuries are really too serious. If he doesn't go under the knife, his injuries could worsen at any time. At that time, the life of the Crown Prince will be. Saying this, the group of princes didn't continue, but Lu Minlan already had a clear idea of what they meant. Now she had long since cried into tears, and last night, after learning what had happened to Li Mingchen, she had rushed to the Imperial Hospital. Her son was in a coma at that time, and it was very heartbreaking for her, especially after learning that Li Mingchen was injured so severely. She almost cried out a few times. At the time, she felt that it was good to be saved. Afterwards, after learning from the eunuch that the injuries that Li Mingchen had to suffer were just too serious, she thought that she had to save it no matter what. Otherwise, her son won't be extinct. Last time all have been injured once by the military generals. At that time she really wanted to find those people to fight for their lives, but fortunately the eunuch said that if they recovered well, maybe it wouldn't affect anything. However, this time the injury was too severe. The eunuchs have already recommended going under the knife. Is her son really going to become a eunuch? Although she knew that this was the only way to save Mingchen's life, she really didn't want to make this decision. Just like that, after half an hour of internal struggle, those eunuchs saw that she hadn't made up her mind yet, so they opened their mouths to urge her. Empress Dowager, you'd better make a decision quickly, otherwise the longer you drag it out, it won't be easy for His Highness the Crown Prince to recover. Imperial Doctor Order Du He urged. Seeing that Du He, who is the best in medical skills, is unable to do anything, Lu Minlan completely stops holding out hope. The next moment, she nodded slightly. Fine, then deal with it yourselves, as long as you can save my son's life. After saying this, Lu Minlan already didn't dare to continue to stay in the Imperial Hospital for much longer. She was afraid that she would faint from sadness later on. Now that his son and husband are down, he absolutely has to hang in there himself. Otherwise, the entire doll might be in a big mess. After Lu Minlan left, she was completely unaware that the corner of Dewey's mouth was slightly curled up. As the top eunuch in Daewoo medical skills, Dewey's knife was very fast and quickly completed this small operation. After that, he treated Li Mingchen's wounds again, and then he didn't continue to stay here for much longer, and found an excuse to say that he was going to go to the pharmacy to grab some medicine. On the way to the medicinal food room, the corners of Dewey's mouth were hooked the whole time, even humming a little tune, obviously in a good mood. We must have a good meal tonight. The reason for this was that he could be considered out of the blue, and he actually had a way to help keep Li Mingchen, although it was a bit risky, but it was a hope. The reason why he didn't say it was because he was avenging Li Yi. Once upon a time, when Li Yi was still the crown prince of Da, he actually didn't take care of him. He has a son who doesn't compete, often goes out to gamble, and eventually owes a bunch of external debts that he can't even pay off himself. But I don't know where this benefactor of his, Li Yi, heard about this matter. First lent him a large sum of money, so that he paid off his external debt. Not only that, but he said that he educated his son for a while. I don't know what method the benefactor used, but when his son saw himself again, he didn't have that asshole aura anymore, but was all righteous. After that, not only was he very filial, the whole person was much more active, and he even started to take the imperial examinations. For this transformation, Dewey was also very grateful to Li Yi, not realizing that the latter was unfavorable to his benefactor 3 times. Since his family was in Dao, he could not follow his benefactor either. That's all that can be done. Think of it as helping your benefactor get revenge. I really wonder how the world will react when they learn that Prince Dao is a real eunuch. Chapter 108. Li Mingchen wants to seek power and usurp the throne. At the thought of this, Dewey couldn't help but snort out a laugh. Just at this time, a passing official of the Imperial Hospital couldn't help but open his mouth to ask when he saw this. Lord Dew, what makes you so happy? Hearing this, Dewey instantly withdrew the smile on his face while his expression became serious. Was my officer smiling? You must have misread it. As he spoke, Dewey had already swept past the official and continued toward the medicinal food room without looking back. At this moment, the official touched his head, turned his head to look at Dewey's back, and murmured suspiciously, "Did I read it wrong?" Although Lu Minlan had already instructed those eunuchs to keep the matter of Li Mingchen being stabbed strictly to themselves. But even so, things clearly happened in the morning, and in the afternoon the entire palace almost knew about it. Have you all heard? Our crown prince has been completely netted this time. Upon hearing this, everyone's reaction was incredulity. Afterwards, they learned from the mouth of this person that the crown prince had now become a real eunuch, and did not even have a chance to save himself. After all, earlier, although the crown prince had been beaten by the military generals, he had at least been preserved, and the imperial physicians had only said at the time that as long as he was well nourished, he should still be able to recover. This is a direct cut. That means you can only be a eunuch for the rest of your life. This is atrocious. Now many people in the palace had begun to speculate that Li Mingchen's position as the crown prince would probably be abolished. Could it be that the emperor was willing to let a eunuch be the crown prince? As the saying goes, if you are unfilial, you have no posterity. In this day and age, even ordinary people without a queen are blamed by their parents and crickets by outsiders. Not to mention the fact that Li Mingchen, who was born in the royal family, was going to inherit the throne in the future, so he had to have a queen so that the future dynastic situation would be more stable. Otherwise, if Li Mingchen, who would inherit the throne in the future, died, who would ultimately inherit the throne? It can't be his younger brothers. Once this is opened, those so-called royal brothers will fight for the throne. I'm afraid it will lead to coups, framing, planting of evidence, plots against the government, and so on. It was fine if 1 or 2 of these things appeared, but if they appeared in piles, a serious one could lead to the demise of the great martial dynasty. That's why most people thought that as long as Emperor Wu had some brains, how could he not let Li Mingchen be the heir? Of course, since there was no more suitable person for the current crown prince, Emperor Wu probably took the lead in having him temporarily replace him. As long as we wait for those young emperors to grow up, I'm afraid it's time for Emperor Wu to choose a new heir. Alas, this crown prince is really miserable. This has just become the crown prince and has no chance to be the emperor. If I were him, I'd be dead by now. Nowadays, quite a few people in the great martial dynasty had begun to feel somewhat sorry for Li Mingchen, and likewise felt some pity. Of course, all of this is coming from their pity for the weak and not at all heartfelt. After all, when Li Mingchen was the crown prince before, the same group of people who talked about when he would be relegated to the status of a commoner were also them. This is all because there is Li Yi as a lesson from the past. Since Emperor Wu was able to unload on the original Prince Li Yi, then Li Mingchen also has the same possibility. Originally they were just guessing, but now after this incident with Li Mingchen, the crowd was almost convinced that in the future this crown prince would be deposed. I just don't know if Emperor Wu would find it too disgusting to have a eunuch for a son. If you really dislike it, you can't escape from being relegated to the common people with Li Yi in the end. No emperor wishes to have this stain on himself, for then he will be reduced to the laughingstock of his country. Or rather, it doesn't have to be then. It won't be long before the matter of Dawu's current prince being a real eunuch will spread throughout the world. Meanwhile, Li Mingchen, who had just woken up and learned everything, had tears all over his face at the moment. He wanted to die. Last night, before he passed out, he was relieved to know that he had saved his life. Originally, he thought that after waking up, he would be able to continue to be the crown prince in style, but I didn't expect to wake up to the sky falling. He directly became a real eunuch. Nothing. There's nothing left. There's nothing left, collapsed Li Mingchen. Now the words in his mouth kept repeating the words in his mouth. Now his illusion of being an emperor was completely shattered. It was assumed that as soon as his father survived this, or when those remaining royal brothers of his grew up, he himself would be deposed. Am I going to be as hard to escape the fate of being abandoned as Li Yi? He really didn't know what to do now, because he was completely different from Li Yi. The other party has the ability to sit as emperor after leaving Dawu, but he, Li Mingchen, was different, and he knew best what he was capable of. If he was relegated to the common people, he would never be able to turn over a new leaf in his life. If his father's heart had been a little harder and he had just put him under house arrest, then he would have been in captivity for the rest of his life, never seeing the light of day. Now Li Mingchen was very helpless and felt that if only his mother was there, she could at least comfort him a few times, but now there was no one around him, and even the imperial doctor had left the place just now after instructing him to take a good rest, but it was too much to ask him to resign himself to his fate. Before, in order to be the crown prince and be the future crown prince of the Dawu dynasty, he had also made very many efforts. While being too nice to his father and mother, he shows the outside world his character and sets up the persona of a civil and military prince. Not only that, he's going to go out and try to frame Li Yi, but with the fall of that knife, all this effort was in vain. Damn it, this prince is not willing to do this. He clutched his head in agony, and eventually a crazy idea came to his mind. It seems that one can only seek power and usurp the throne. He felt that even though he had the power to supervise the kingdom, the Dawu dynasty was still in the hands of Emperor Wu right now. As soon as the other side gives the holy decree, then his power to supervise the country will be withdrawn. Even a single word could deprive him of his status as a prince. For the sake of today's plan, the only way to solve the trouble of his father's father is to usurp the throne himself. That's right, just do it. On this side, Li Mingchen secretly mulled over the plan, while on the other side, Great Qin in the north celebrated the country. Everyone now knows that both the Han tribe and the Zhang state have been destroyed, because most people only knew Dawu's defensive battle at the border in the first place. Almost no one knew that they, the Emperor of Qin, had sent troops and horses to crusade against the Xiongnu and Zhang state again. Not only did they succeed in a short period of time, completely occupying the territories of both sides, but they also collected their people. Today, the people of Great Qin are talking about it. This time it's really something to see. I think the other forces in the northern realm don't want to be overthrown. The only way is to submit. No sooner had this been said by one man than it was echoed by those around him. That's for sure. You don't know yet, do you, that after our Great Qin won that battle last time, there were quite a few forces in the northern realm that chose to submit. Now that the Xiongnu and Zhang have been destroyed, do they want to return to heaven if they don't submit again? Chapter 109, Sure enough, women can't rule. The words were met with amusement all around. They were all so happy right now that the smiles on their faces couldn't even begin to describe how they felt. It should be known that although there were quite a few forces in the northern realm today that had chosen to submit to their Great Qin Empire, the number of these people was so large that they couldn't be relocated over at one time. So, now most of the Great Qin are still the original Zojirans. All of them, at one time or another, wanted to see Zoisite go strong and become the strongest power in the north. However, since the defeat of Zoron to Da back then, the situation of their tribe has been getting worse and worse, and they have been oppressed by the Xiongnu since then. Originally, they all no longer have hope. Did not think that once the man who almost destroyed their Zoron, Li Yi, stepped in to help them. Not only that, but they changed their tribe to Qin. In fact, a number of people were originally very puzzled by their Khan's behavior. Just so rashly will be the whole Zojiran handed over to the hands of the former enemy, which let the Zojiran at that time a lot of people in the heart are not convinced. Nay, they all had immense admiration for the Khan, and at the same time they all trusted each other's decisions, so no one went to make a scene, but just spat silently in their hearts. Now the people of Johor felt glad that they did not stop it in the first place. Allowing Li Yi to be their emperor was simply the most brilliant decision. At the same time, they are more hopeful about the future. At this rate, it shouldn't take long for my Great Qin dynasty to unify the entire northern realm. Meanwhile, Li Yi, who was inside one of the palaces of the Huangzhou City Palace, looked at the luxurious decorations inside and nodded slightly in satisfaction. Even Nia Ying, who was beside her, praised, as usual. Not bad. This design is even more luxurious and overbearing than the palace over at Dawu. Previously, Nia Ying had posed as an identity and had been a chief in the Dawu dynasty, so he knew what the palace over there looked like. Even the palace where Emperor Wu was located had some fine porcelain at best, and then some rubies and sapphires inlaid in it. However, the quantity was not much, as such gems were bought at great expense, and Da did not have the raw materials for such gems. But this palace in front of him was filled with colorful gems, and it was simply dazzling to look at. Most of all, Li Yi said that all the palaces are going by this standard. She had also asked the other woman where the gems came from. Li Yi just said that it was dug out of the mine and had specialized people to process it. But this puzzled Nia Ying, who had been following Li Yi ever since she returned to Zojiren. However, had never heard or seen the other side send people to mine. And then again, once she had all lived in Johor for so many years, she had never heard of such a gemstone mine. But Li Yi answered vaguely like that, obviously not wanting to tell the truth. Then she didn't want to pursue too much so as not to cause the other party's resentment. Anyway, she trusted Li Yi's character. Ugh, but this feeling of not being trusted really. Nia Ying sighed. Honestly, this feeling was really hard, but she understood that it was normal. Li Yi didn't recognize her. That's why she lent herself so much. However, what Nia Ying didn't know was that Li Yi was now afraid of him pursuing him as well. These so-called colorful gems are really just ores. It was something he got from the system rewards, and he used it casually since there was a very large amount of it. This palace today is the first of his royal palaces to be built out. Both the exterior and interior made Li Yi very satisfied. At the present rate of progress going on, it would not be long before he would have a lofty palace. Soon, someone reported to Li Yi, and now the people of Great Qin have known that he was the one who sent his troops to exterminate Xiangnu and Zhang. For the people's reaction, Li Yi is also very satisfied, showing that they are all people's heart is very chi. 2 days later, Li Mingchen was still recuperating in the Imperial Hospital, because the wound from that cut wasn't exactly small, so he would have to stay in bed for a while to recuperate. Alas, what a sin! He really regretted now. Had he known that he wouldn't have sneaked out of the palace on that day of the poetry festival, or else there wouldn't have been the subsequent encounters. Although his mother told herself that his father had already sent people after the escaped pimp and interrogated all the girls at Spring Fragrance House, the end result was that the pimp didn't catch up and there were no problems with any of the other girls. This made Li Mingchen furious. Was there really no one responsible for him becoming like this? Although the woman who made him a eunuch was killed, the person who did it wasn't him, plus it was really too cheap to let the other party die like that. And what's with Ruyan Lin? Obviously, the box where the other party was located was right across the street from him, so it was reasonable to say that he could have rushed over in a few steps. So why didn't he even see the other party for a second before he passed out? That aside, the other party hadn't come to see him in the past 2 days, which honestly really chilled him. Is this palace being looked down upon? Becoming a eunuch, he is now extremely sensitive and inferior inside, fearing that others will look at him in a different way. Perhaps Lin Ruyan had already given up on him. After all, not only was his own future in jeopardy now, he wasn't even a man. He couldn't give this woman anything at all. Only, if I don't have a chance to get Lin Ruyan in this life, he really can't be willing. After a moment of contemplation, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. What this palace can't get, no one else will ever get it. He had already thought of a chance to deal with Lin Ruyan, and since the latter was treating him like this, he would not blame him for being ruthless. As for matters of dynastic affairs these days, they had always been handled by his father. Of course, since his father was still in bed, the Zhengzhua could only be sent to his side. The matter of going to the court was taken by his mother, Lu Minlan, on his behalf. Just what Li Mingchen didn't know was that right now her mother was also very helpless. Though, she didn't have to deal with anything at the court anymore, and only had to listen to what the ministers reported, which ultimately reached Emperor Wu's ears from her. However, doing so only solves the problem temporarily, because it had only been 2 days since Lu Minlan had been allowed to attend the court. There were many ministers who were beginning to be reluctant. They felt that a woman should be allowed to preside over the court. It's a joke. As a matter of fact, if it was a queen who usually had power, people would at most be a bit dissatisfied if they did this, but they wouldn't say anything on the surface. But the strange thing is, Lu Minlan is usually too well protected by Emperor Wu. To put it bluntly, the Empress does not do anything serious and is only responsible for looking as beautiful as a flower. This resulted in Lu Minlan not having any close friends at all in the court, and even less ministers to support her. If Emperor Wu didn't favor her enough, I'm afraid this kind of powerless empress would have been eaten up in the harem. At one time, Lu Minlan's father, and his Lu family were among the first to support Emperor Wu. But after that, almost all of the Lu family was going to be beaten up, and now Lu Minlan's only backer was Emperor Wu. It was probably because Emperor Wu felt guilty, so he followed the Empress' wishes in many matters. But now those ministers will not spoil him. Someone looked at Lu Minlan at the court meeting and directly spoke out. Yin and Yang, we have said so many things, but none of them can be dealt with for us, and it is true that women still cannot rule. Chapter 110, the calamity is about to kill the Imperial City. Yes, there were rules in the previous dynasties that said something about the harem not being able to rule. That's what our Majesty said before. Why are we breaking the rules so soon? It's hard to believe that these so-called rules are just for us subjects to hear, and they won't even follow them. Or do some people talk like farts? The ministers in the courtroom now began to talk at the top of their lungs. The reason why they dared to be so brave was actually not all because they could not look at the queen. Rather, he had begun to look down on the emperor, on the crown prince, and on the entire imperial family. Now the matter of Emperor Wu's health problems was well kept secret from the outside world, but many ministers had guessed it. After all, some time ago, Emperor Wu first made Li Mingchen the crown prince and then asked him to supervise the country. Plus, after the prince's accident, he also did not come out. Obviously it is not as simple as what he said before. Contracted a wind chill. With so much time having passed, it was logical that it would have recovered long ago, and it was obvious that something else was wrong with Emperor Wu's body. As for Li Mingchen's becoming a eunuch, the whole court almost knew about it. Even though Emperor Wu ordered secrecy, it was completely useless. I don't know who spread this news out of the palace, but now that the ministers and people of the Imperial City know about it, I'm sure it will soon spread throughout the entire Wu dynasty. Now that both father and son are like this, the royal family is almost equal to having no backbone. That was why the ministers dared to be so bold. Even if their words today passed through the Empress and eventually reached the Emperor's ears, as usual, that Emperor Wu didn't dare to say anything more, because he still had to count on them to maintain the stability of Wu now. According to the ministers' speculation, in the next 2 days, their Black Dragon army of Da will be suppressing the insurgent army along the east side. It was a critical time now, and I'm sure Emperor Wu didn't want to cause any trouble. In the courtroom, some of the ministers are now really displeased with the Empress, while the other part is just fooling around. It's ridiculous. What has become of the courtroom? If you can't even solve one thing, why don't I see this court meeting not being held? I think so. It's best not to drive. Nowadays, those ministers are not whispering, but are loudly expressing their dissatisfaction. So, of course, Empress Lu Minlan, who was on the stage, could hear what they were saying. Those words felt so harsh to her ears. Never before had anyone dared to disrespect her like that. In fact, it was almost the same yesterday, and today these ministers have gone even further. Since she had neither power nor close friends at court, she had no experience in dealing with such situations. So, Lu Minlan didn't know what to do now. At the same time she felt incredibly aggravated, and to be honest she was on the verge of tears. It was just that doing so was really detrimental to her image as Empress, so she forced her tears back. But her behavior of enduring insults now was scornful of them in the eyes of the ministers. Because of this, those next ministers went even further, shaded Lu Minlan and the entire royal family, from head to toe, reducing the royal family to the dirt. Even so, Lu Minlan had been silent, unable to defend any of her words. 1 hour later, inside the palace's nourishing heart hall, after getting off the court, Lu Minlan ran here at this time to cry with Emperor Wu. Brother Tian, this palace really doesn't want to continue presiding over the court tomorrow, or else all those ministers are going to give this palace a scolding. Oh, Lu Minlan was now mentally aggrieved, lying on Emperor Wu's bed, giving Emperor Wu all the negative emotions this morning. At this time, Emperor Wu was both angry and helpless, and could only pat his shoulder in relief. L'honneur, it was originally the rule that the harem could not participate in politics, and now since we broke that rule first, it's fine to listen to them complain a few times. Emperor Wu said this on his lips, but in his heart he pressed on. He was now beyond angry that those ministers were really ungrateful. If it wasn't for him establishing the Wu dynasty, these people would have had to be impossible to become high officials anyhow. Not only that, but usually he didn't treat these ministers badly. It was thought that these people would be grateful and follow him and the entire family for the rest of their lives. But how could he not expect that he had only been down for a few days, and they had begun to make a demon? Helplessly, he actually didn't have the slightest solution to this situation today. This was because he was still alive. I really don't know how chaotic the great martial dynasty would be if he were to die now. Is it possible that the great Wu can only be supported by me alone? At the thought, he looked even more despondent. Nowadays, Emperor Wu's eyes were bloodshot and his entire person had aged a few years. It was all tormented by what had happened to Da in these days. To be honest, He had thought that he could easily manage the entire Dawu after Li Yi left. Not only that, I believe that without Li Yi, the person who used to keep tripping him up in the imperial government, their Dao will grow by leaps and bounds under their own leadership. But it was such a result. If this situation continues, Dawu might also come to the day of its demise. Now he really had some regrets. If Li Yi was still there, he would definitely be able to control this kind of scene. No, I should say that if the other party was still in Dawu, the neighboring countries and internal forces wouldn't dare to make trouble. Before, Emperor Wu didn't think so, but now he really had to think so. Once upon a time, when Li Yi was around, there had never been so much going on in Dao. The other party had just left not long ago, and it felt like he was targeting him as the emperor, as well as their Dawu imperial family, the Li family, at every turn. Not only that, but he had also written a letter to Li Yi before, and had thought that the other party would forgive and come back to help him. Dawu, to get through this difficult time of being struck by various countries, who knew that so much time had passed and he hadn't even received a reply. Indeed, it's still unfilial. After spitting out a sentence, Emperor Wu felt that he could not pin his hopes on Li Yi. This unfilial son obviously did not want to care about his Dawu's affairs, but there's no need for things to be so pessimistic. Emperor Wu felt that he could let Lu Minlan hold up the fort for now, so that when Li Mingchen recovered from his injuries, he would be able to preside over the dynasty for a while. In the meantime, he could pick another heir and secretly send someone to train the other. It wasn't that he wanted to give up on Li Mingchen, but the other party's current situation forced him to. To put it bluntly, even if a woman is allowed to be the emperor now, that's still much better than allowing a eunuch to be the emperor. As for Li Mingchen, he was a eunuch to put it bluntly, and there was no way he would let such a crown prince be the heir. But before he could make his selection, very bad news came in the afternoon. Your Majesty is not good. The victims in the area of Jiangzhou downstream of the White River have rioted, and the local officials and soldiers, including the Minister of the Household Department, have been killed by them. Not only that, they also broke into Ningzhou City and looted all the grain inside the granary. Now they've already killed their way towards the Imperial City, and they're less than 200 miles away from us. Chapter 111, Li Guyu. Sometimes people can be really very breathless. What did you say? Regarding the information about the riots of the victims in front of him, Emperor Wu only felt shocked. But because this kind of thing was happening too much in the Dawu territory nowadays, he was a bit numb to it. In fact, what made him feel fearful was that this rebellious group of calamities was actually less than 200 miles away from their imperial city. That is to say, if not stopped, it would only take a day or two for those victims to kill their way into the imperial city. When that happens, his palace will also be in jeopardy. As soon as the palace fell, as long as their royal family couldn't escape, it would be declared that their Dawu was completely destroyed. Realizing that the situation was critical, he didn't care about being frightened and hurriedly had the military generals called over. During the period when the military generals rushed over, Emperor Wu was so angry that he punched the futon underneath him. What's all this about? Is heaven really going to kill me? Dawu? He had only just complained twice when his first mate came running in from outside. Originally, Emperor Wu was still a bit puzzled that those military generals had come over so quickly, but when the first mate ran up to them, he rushed to report to him. Your Majesty, it's the county princess, she came over. Guyu? Emperor Wu was honestly a bit surprised that she was able to come over. You know, since the last time he learned that he had punched Lin Ruyan in the face, he had lectured the other party. But that's about it. His oldest brother died covering his escape in the first place, so he felt very guilty about this niece as well. It was merely a slap on the wrist of an outsider, so there was no need to punish her severely, just to let her go back and reflect on herself. When the Dao border was attacked by another country afterward, he himself didn't use her, but let other generals go. Now that the other party has suddenly come over, could it be that they have already learned of the news of the calamity's mutiny? So he hurried over to take the initiative. Although this niece of his is a daughter's body, but the ability to lead the army looks at the whole of Dawu, when in addition to Li Yi and Pan Feng, two people, almost no one can compare to her. After the last incident with Pan Feng, they might only have this one strongest general in the Dawu dynasty. Therefore, he didn't want to use this undercard for the time being, again for the sake of Li Guyu's safety. If anything happened to the other man, how would he explain to his deceased brother? Retracting his thoughts, he nodded slightly. Let her in. Hearing this, the first companion hurriedly walked out of the Hall of Nurturing Heart and soon brought Li Guyu in with him. Li Guyu walked to the dragon bed, then he respectfully bowed. Guyu pays his respects to Imperial Uncle. Since the curtains of the dragon bed were now closed, Li Guyu couldn't see inside Emperor Wu's situation. However, she had also heard a lot of news in the outside world, and could probably guess that this royal uncle of hers was having health problems. It was just that she really wasn't sure exactly what was going on. Guyu, why do you want to get up to see me? Li Guyu heard that Emperor Wu sounded a bit disgruntled. After all, she hadn't come to see the other party since the last time she was reprimanded. She then had to open her mouth to explain. Imperial uncle. In fact, I have not been in the palace these days, but have been out reflecting on myself. Hearing her say that, Emperor Wu was well aware that the other party was definitely not there for introspection, but had some other purpose. He guessed that it had something to do with Li Yi, but he wasn't sure about the specifics, and he didn't want to care about the matter right now, only wanting to know what Li Guyu was looking for him because of. In the midst of his thoughts, Li Guyu continued at this time. I just came back and heard about Imperial Uncle, which is why I came over to greet you. She really wasn't lying about that statement, as she had indeed just returned a short while ago, and had certainly only just heard about her royal uncle, because these days, she had been secretly investigating about Li Yi's rebellion. She had never appeared in the public eye, so she was not clear about the situation of the Imperial Uncle. It just made her not expect that she had only just left not many days ago, and that so many changes had actually occurred in the DMO Imperial family. Even the territory of the Great Martial Dynasty was the same. Originally, she had actually heard of Wu and Jin, both of which were no longer fearful of their dog because of Li Yi's departure, and then sent troops to attack their borders. Since Li Guyu still had some knowledge of the combat power of De Wu's Black Dragon army, he felt that blocking the forces of Wu and Jin should be a breeze. That's why she never stepped forward, but continued to investigate in secret. Who knew that it hadn't been long before he learned about Pan Feng's failure to lead his troops, and to be honest at the time she was shocked as well. It was simply appalling that 300,000 troops were surrounded and killed by so few people from Jin, and that they were also killed and nearly wiped out. In Li Guyu's opinion, even if 300,000 pigs ran together, it was impossible for the Jin army to give them a kill that nearly wiped out the entire army. I really don't know how Pan Feng that pig head did it. I heard that at that time, there was still a part of the remnants of the Black Dragon army, which was led by Pan Feng's righteous son, LV Catch. It is just that the other party may be afraid of being chastised, so they have defected to those insurgents. Just then, Emperor Wu's words interrupted her thoughts. Guyu, don't hide it from me. I'm sure you're not coming to me today because of this. Hearing this, Li Guyu also no longer continued to sell his words, and then said straight away, Your Majesty, in the beginning, Li Yi did not raise private soldiers to plot a rebellion. I have found the evidence. At these words, Emperor Wu's face changed violently. However, he soon returned to his cold color. Why are you going to look into this matter again? Didn't I tell you before that there was no need to look into it any further? Regardless of whether Li Yi plotted a rebellion in the first place, the intention to kill his younger brother Li Mingchen is already a fact, and relegating him to the status of a commoner in the first place is already a mercy for me. So don't you dare defend him. Again. Before the word solve could be uttered, Li Guyu directly opened his mouth to cut him off. I found evidence that can prove that the person who drugged the crown prince that night was not Li Yi. After the words, the entire Yangshin hall is quiet. Still in the hall of the great companion at the moment, head very low. A word do not dare to say. Can that be something he can listen to? Now his body was shaking a little uncontrollably, afraid that the emperor would silence him later. He followed the emperor for so many years. Clear that this person acts ruthless. After all, even his own son is able to give up, not to mention him an old eunuch. Luckily, Emperor Wu didn't have this intention and just spoke in a cold voice. Eunuch Xiao, stand down. Greetings. After Eunuch Xiao responded, he hurriedly left the Yangshin hall at a fast pace, his two old legs running as fast as they could. It's almost out of stumps. There was no way around it. If Emperor Wu backed out, he would lose his old life. Seeing that the imperial uncle had asked his first companion to retire, Li Guyu thought that the other party wanted to hear the evidence he had found. Who knew that in the next moment, Emperor Wu spoke in a cold voice. Guyu, right now I don't want to know anything. You don't have to say anymore. Li Guyu. Chapter 112 captured the Easterner alive. At this moment, Li Guyu felt very speechless and amused. She could sort of see that nowadays Emperor Wu didn't care about the truth of the matter. He only cared about the final result. That would be to relegate Li Yi to the status of a commoner and not allow him to remain the crown prince. Li Guyu was of course well aware of the fact that back then, this imperial uncle of hers was afraid of Li Yi's ability and did almost everything to guard against the latter. It was just that originally she thought that Emperor Wu was limited to that. They were father and son no matter what. A father may be wary of his son, but there's absolutely no way he's going to victimize him, right? Today, she had realized that Emperor Wu had no regard for flesh and blood. He was extremely selfish and was able to strike out at his own son simply to sit on the throne. You know, A tiger's venom can be more vicious than a tiger's. His royal uncle can be said to be more vicious than a tiger. At the thought of this, Li Guyu couldn't help but look up at the dragon bed and shook his head helplessly. It's true that you know what you're doing. Previously, her royal uncle had always displayed the role of a good old boy in front of himself. Now it seems that was all pretense on the part of this emperor in front of him. Li Guyu really felt bad for her big brother, the Wu Emperor and De Wu, who were raised up by his own hands. Eventually one tried to find a way to depose him, and the other started to fall on his sword after he fell on hard times. Therefore, Li Guyu understood that it was useless for her to say anything, and the evidence she had found didn't need to be brought out, because in the end it won't work at all, and her royal uncle won't admit he did anything wrong. Even so, that didn't mean that she had done all these things for nothing. At least she knew that her big brother had really been wrongly accused. At the same time, Li Guyu was completely disappointed in Emperor Wu, to be able to be selfish to such an extent. I'm afraid the other party is also the first among the emperors. To be honest, regarding Li Yi's contribution to De Wu before, the other party would definitely be offered up no matter any other dynasty or country. They are the only ones, the dog people, who don't even try to be gracious at all, but instead fall on their sword. However, these were no longer important to Li Guyu, since Emperor Wu was not willing to listen to herself. She would make these things public, or at least clear her big brother's name. I think when the people know the truth, they should feel guilty about big brother. Li Guyu thought so, and at the same time, she didn't want to continue to stay in the palace of Nourishing Heart for much longer. This royal uncle of hers was completely hopeless, and it was impossible to persuade him even if he wanted to, and so she began to reveal one last thing. Your Majesty, there is one more thing I need to report to you, the same reason I came to see you. The other day when I was investigating a case, I happened to look into the area of Jiangzhou and realized that there was a problem with the victims there. Anyway, now that Emperor Wu already knew that she was there to investigate the case, it was nothing even if she admitted it. Emperor Wu really didn't care about that, and to be honest, he thought that the other party was going to volunteer to lead the troops to suppress those rioting victims. But who knew that next? Li Guyu said bluntly. At that time, I found that the kanji issued by the government that they drank was all clear soup. Chopsticks could float even when thrown into it, and the rice inside a pot of kanji was put in by grains. Afterward, I intend to inform you, Your Majesty, of this news after I have finished my business. Who knows that this has only just returned, and the victims over in Jiangzhou are already rioting. Hearing Li Guyu say this, Emperor Wu, even if he was stupid, would have guessed what was going on by now. It seems that some people have embezzled the relief food, and then the victims will not have enough to eat, and eventually make a scene and directly unveil the uprising. After all, the De Wu court now has quite a lot of food, and the relief food that he had the Ministry of Revenue send down was enough to definitely allow all the victims of the disaster to have enough to eat at all times. After this kind of incident, if Emperor Wu couldn't guess the inside story, he wouldn't need to be the emperor anymore. At the moment he was getting angrier and angrier. These people are just too rampant. Do they not put me in their eyes at all? He had no way of getting out of bed right now, so he could only pound the couch angrily. He really didn't think that these people from the Ministry of Revenue would dare to mess up so much when De Wu was facing a foreign enemy. It was simply a crime that could not be punished. Afterwards, he immediately called out the hidden guard in the dark and then instructed him, go and summon the Minister of the Household to return to me. If I do not see him in half an hour, I will have his head. Yes, that dark guard, after answering, immediately left to do as he was told. Li Guyu also didn't intend to care about what happened afterward, so she immediately found a reason and asked for her resignation. As for the reason for coming to report, it was because she didn't want Dabo to fall. In Li Guyu's opinion, this De Wu dynasty was established by her big brother, so it was only right that it would eventually be returned to her big brother. She was also well aware that she, the royal uncle, would definitely not give way for the time being, but what if she uses some tricks? When he was out of the Hall of Nurturing Heart, Li Guyu began to murmur at the corner of his mouth. Don't blame me, Imperial Uncle, because only Big Brother can take us to the Wu, Northern Realm, Great Qin Empire. This side of the country has been celebrating for the past 2 days. After all, it is the solution to the North's former Big Brother and second brother. It was only a matter of time before the Northern Realm was unified as well, and these days there were constantly representatives of forces that chose to come over and submit to Great Qin. Even some of the moderate forces over here, as usual, were unable to suffer, and likewise indicated that they wanted to return to the fold. To say that the happiest person right now is Li Yi himself, who is the emperor. Not only did he feel like he was on the verge of unifying the North, but most importantly, the mechanical sounds in his head were also ringing non-stop, all of which were rewards given by the Unity Sun. These rewards, though nothing that shocked him, were definitely very generous, with resources given for no money. In fact, there was no excuse for it. After all, what was wrong with giving something to a force that submitted every time? When Great Qin's power continued to grow, it would still need a lot of resources to feed them in the future. Most of all, he was going to change the entire situation of the Great Zhou, not only to make them submit so simple, but to make them all migrate to their own planned land. This centralized management is more conducive to the development of the Dao dynasty. After all, the northern realm was just too big, and these forces were originally too scattered, so if they didn't get together, their hearts wouldn't necessarily be aligned. Li Yi, who thought of this, couldn't help but murmur with his mouth. It seems that it's time to speed up the construction of the Great Qin city. As long as he followed his planning, eventually the Great Martial Dynasty's cities would definitely be able to accommodate everyone in the northern realm. In addition, arable land he uses large-scale cultivation to make the land and dwellings more reasonable and convenient. The reason for building so many cities was not only to improve the living standards of the people of Great Qin, and then there's the fact that the city has an important role to play, and that's city defense. With the defense of the city, and without it that's a really different thing. If there is no city for defense, then after the enemy breaks through the border of Great Qin, the first to suffer is the people. Even if nowadays, there is no power that can break through the borders of Great Qin, but as the saying goes, there is no harm in being prepared. Thinking about it, a brocade guard suddenly ran in from outside, and only reported after making a bow. Your Majesty, we have captured an Easterner in the city. Chapter 113, Hooked. Aha! Upon hearing the report from the brocade guards, a flash of surprise also flashed across Li Yi's eyes. How did you find him? Hearing Li Yi's inquiry, that brocade guard also hurriedly replied, Back to your Majesty. This man was reported by one of our Great Qin people as having a very wrong accent. It happened that we were passing by at the time and saw this man fleeing when he saw the officials, so we gave chase. He was finally captured, and after interrogation it was learned that the man was indeed a native of the East, but after that he said nothing, even though we had used torture. Upon hearing this, Li Yi frowned slightly. Of course, he didn't say much more than waved his hand. Bring him to me. Yes. After that brocade guard responded, he directly and slowly retreated. But when he was about to walk out, Li Yi called out to him, It's better to forget it. You take me there with you. This place was his palace after all, so not just anything could come in. But just as he stepped out of this sole palace of his, he bumped head-on into Niang, who was walking towards him and who wanted to follow along. Li Yi, who couldn't be argued with, eventually nodded his head and agreed. Next, the two of them, led by the brocade guards, quickly walked out of the palace to a dungeon in the Imperial City. After all, their palace wasn't fully established, so no dungeons existed for the time being. After waiting for the dungeon of the Imperial City, Li Yi quickly met the Easterner. The moment he heard the other party's accent, Li Yi didn't know why, but a nameless fire suddenly surfaced in his heart. There was always an urge to kill him. Only, in order to catch the big fish behind them, Li Yi suppressed his fire first. Then he got right to the point. What purpose do you have in sneaking into Great Qin? This Eastern Japanese has been served by the brocade guards with a rosy face, and the whole person has gained a few rounds of weight, but even then, the other party still didn't say a word. Seeing this, Li Yi would not spoil him, but commanded the brocade guards to waterboard him. He is not the same as the brocade guards, because the latter need to deliver, so the hand also grasped a degree, afraid of accidentally give this person to die. But Li Yi was different. He was completely unconcerned about the other party dying or living. So what if he's dead? Just catch another one when the time comes. Holding this mentality, every time, it was only when that Easting man was about to see the two milk that he was shouted to stop by Li Yi. If you see too much milk once and it doesn't work, then twice. If twice doesn't work, then 3 times, until he is fearful and terrified. This proved to be very useful after all, and soon the Easterling couldn't hold out any longer, and said that he would say anything to make them stop. Even so, Li Yi didn't let the people stop and continued to torture him. In the end, when that Easterning man was ting and pissing, Li Yi then Taigui signaled the brocade guards to stop. After that, he didn't wait for the Easterner to take a breather, so he told him to hurry up and answer. Your Majesty, I am indeed a native of the East, coming from the distant Japanese country. Hearing this, Li Yi continued to pursue the question. What are you doing here like this? The man hesitated after hearing this and was just about to say something when Li Yi reminded him first. I hope you're telling the truth, or I'll continue to let you walk through the gates of hell. As the words fell, that Easterning man was shocked and trembled, then nodded his head repeatedly. Will do. It will. I'm actually a spy from the East, and I came to Great Qin just to carry out a mission from above, to investigate the situation of the Great Qin Empire. Li Yi stared at him dead on at this moment. then continued to ask, "Then what is the purpose of your doing this? To invade Great Qin? Or do you want the northern realm? Or maybe you want this entire continent?" His words caused Niang to be slightly shocked, although she didn't know the inner workings of the bonobos, much less how powerful these people were. Was the bonobos' appetite really that great? Because in Niang's opinion, I'm afraid that the only person who could consider this continent as a target was Li. However, afterward that Easterner said, "Actually, we are aiming for the Northland." These words caused Li's complexion to change slightly, but in an instant he returned to his previous icy coldness before signaling the Easterner to continue. At that moment, that Easterning man didn't dare to sell out and hurriedly continued to explain, "Because we're looking at the resources on this side of the north, and it may not seem like there's a lot of resources here, but there's actually quite a lot of minerals. That's precisely why we're thinking of occupying this place and then using cargo ships to transport or to our Japanese country." Upon hearing this, Niang sort of understood. It seemed like their northern realm was being missed. Li was now silent and eventually just waved his hand at the brocade guard. Seeing this scene, that Easterner thought he was going to be released. Who knew that in the next moment, Li waved his hand at Niang, signaling that they were going out. As for the thing that greeted the Easterling, it was a chilling light that saw too much milk. The embroidered spring sword went down, but actually accidentally gave a deflection. And that Easterning man did not die. There was no other way. So the brocade guard could only give a second cut. Only it was not certain if this cut would be off. It was only after walking out of the dungeon that Niang couldn't help but ask, "Your Majesty, you're just not going to keep asking questions?" In Niang's opinion, Li had asked no more than 2 questions before and after. One being what kind of person he was, and the other being what their purpose was. From start to finish, he didn't even ask the other party's name, and where exactly this Easterner's accomplices were. To be honest, this made Niang puzzled, wondering why the other party would give up a clue. However, Li glanced around before lowering his voice. All this man said was that he was panicked, except for saying he was a bonobo. It's not even the north they want, it's this continent. Also, they can't just want some resources, but they want the land of this continent, and all of it. Niang's face changed after hearing this, obviously not expecting those Japanese to have such a big appetite. Earlier, he had also seen the size of the Japanese country on the map, and it could be said that it was only the size of a small country. It didn't occur to me that such a small country would presume to devour a continent that was dozens of times larger than their land. Did they really bully them into having no one? Li seemed to have guessed something, so he smiled at Niang. Don't worry. Soldiers come with water to cover the earth. I don't believe that they really dare to fight over here. His voice amplified when he spoke this time, and Niang also noticed this change, so she immediately understood what was going on and began to cooperate. "Your Majesty, surely you can do it. After all, it won't be long before we unify the North, and then even if the tiny Japanese country sends an army, then as usual, they will only be able to kneel down and bow down. However, those who are not of my race will have different hearts, so we'll just eliminate them, and there's no way to surrender." The moment Niang's last words were spoken, she seemed to sense a fluctuation of internal energy coming from the distance. Now the corners of her mouth quirked up slightly. Hooked. Chapter 114, They want the entire Dawu dynasty. Then, Niang returned to a bland look. Just now, Li suddenly increased the volume of his voice, and it was obvious that he wasn't just speaking to her, but to the people in the dark. Although she hadn't sensed anything, since Li was a true Grandmaster powerhouse, she must have realized in advance that someone was watching. Because of this, Niang was incomparably cooperative in putting on a show, and with her agitation, she managed to make the man in the shadows fluctuate, which she herself was able to sort of perceive. Obviously, Li was also deliberately provoking the people in the shadows, just to make them make the first move. This made it easier to catch the Japanese in the act. After that, Li took him out of here and back to the only palace in the middle of the palace. "Niang, you did a very good job." Having only just returned to the palace, Li directly opened his mouth to compliment Niang. He just felt that he was being watched by someone in the shadows, and guessed that the other party had a high probability of being related to the East, or that the person in the shadows was the East. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't have appeared outside that dungeon. Just at this time, Niang couldn't help but ask, "Your Majesty, do you think those Easterners will fall for it? Will they really make the first move?" To be honest, she could guess what Li was up to, but she thought that those Easterning people weren't little cuties either. How could they be angered by these few words? I'm sure that by now, those people from the East, all of them already know that Great Qin and Great Qin's emperor are not weak, and they will at least have some concerns if they want to make a move. Of course, Li knew exactly what Niang was thinking, so he spoke bluntly. It's not whether they'll fall for it or not, it's that these Easterlings have to do it. I have now settled the Xiongnu and Jiang. It won't be long before I can unify the northern realm, and I'm sure that those easterners can guess about this matter as well. If we wait for our great Qin to really succeed, that's a mastery of the resources and power of the entire northern realm, and it will likewise allow great Qin's combat power to be raised by a great deal. Do you think you would have chosen that time to strike if you were an easterner? After hearing Li Yi's rhetorical question, Niaing instantly understood. Then surely they must have done it before this? That's right. Dawu Imperial Palace. Yang Xin Hall. Li Guyu hadn't left until now, but the military generals who had gone to summon him earlier had all come. However, Emperor Wu did not speak immediately, but waited quietly for Wang Yu, the minister of the Ministry of Revenue. It didn't take long for Wang Yu to kneel in front of the dragon bed, but his face was a blank look. Emperor Wu, who was on the bed, glanced at him obliquely through the bed curtains, then opened his mouth in a cold voice to inquire, "Wang Yu, do you know your crime?" Hearing this, Wang Yu then froze for a moment before shaking his head repeatedly. "Back to your majesty. I didn't understand what you meant." Seeing this scene, Emperor Wu continued coldly. "It doesn't matter if you don't know. All you need to know is that your Ministry of Households has committed a crime, and I'm going to check everything from top to bottom. Any official who is found out will be punished according to the act of treason." As a matter of fact, these words of his were just intimidation, and nowadays, in this situation of Dawu, it was really not suitable to force the minister into a deadlock again. However, Emperor Wu didn't want the matter to be left at that. Immediately afterward, he immediately shouted at the door, "Come on, man." Hearing Emperor Wu shouting this, Wang Yu's eyelids couldn't help but flutter wildly, and then he could only continue to try his best to explain. "Your Majesty, you don't have to go through so much trouble. You first give the microcosmic minister an idea of what exactly went wrong, and if it was really the microcosmic minister's doing, he definitely won't shirk any responsibility. Right now, because of Dawu's internal and external troubles, many officials and people are in fear. If you, Your Majesty, were to make a big deal out of investigating the entire Ministry of Revenue at this time, the court officials would be even more panicked." Hearing that, Emperor Wu felt that it seemed somewhat reasonable, so after seeing the forbidden troops about to come in, he still helplessly waved his hand and told them all to retreat first. At this moment, Emperor Wu felt the qi and blood in his body churning, and a taste of blood came from his throat. It's obvious he's going to be pissed off and spitting blood again. However, since there were quite a number of people in the nurturing hall now, if he vomited blood at this time, these people would surely tell the truth about his health condition. At that time the entire court, including the people, will be even more terrified. Even some people with dissenting views, or those who are plotting against the government, will make their move at this time. Thinking of this, he tried his best to keep his blood pressure down, but because his body was just too uncomfortable, he had to speak to Li Guyu, who was beside the dragon bed. "Guyu, it's better for you to give them a lecture." Li Guyu did not refuse, but took the initiative to explain to the military generals present, as well as Wang Yu, who was kneeling on the ground. "A few days ago I investigated that obviously the court relief grain has been allocated to the area of Zhangzhou, but ultimately to the victims can only in rice soup. There are only a few grains of rice in a big pot. Therefore, it is these victims who can't stand it anymore and have no choice but to riot and grab food." Listening to the words, Wang Yu's eyes flashed a flash of color, but his face did not have the slightest manifestation of weakness. It is true to be able to achieve this position can be calm. Li Guyu thought in his heart, he has identified the Ministry of the Household Secretary. Even if not involved in the corruption of disaster relief food, it must have also made a plan. After all, he was the one who was in charge of the Ministry of Revenue, and many things would not be allocated money by the people above without his approval. Only, this guy is obviously already an old fox, so it's definitely impossible to get him to admit it. As expected, then Wang Yu replied with a bewildered expression, "Your Majesty, the micro-minister really does not know anything. When the matter of distributing the disaster relief grain, the micro-minister fully handed over to the household department minister to deal with. The micromanager is too busy every day, so he'll just be able to leave things in his hands." Speaking of this, Wang Yu had an angry look on his face, and then he couldn't help but burst out, "I really didn't expect it. The micro-minister trusted him so much. I didn't expect this guy to actually do such a bastard thing and bring so much trouble to our Dawu." Wang Yu's righteous indignation looked incredibly real, and at least Emperor Wu and those military generals seemed to believe it. However, Li Guyu Qingchu, this person was just pretending. When she was in the area of Jiangzhou before, she had overheard something about Wang Yu, but she didn't want to say anything about it on the spot, so she chose to remain silent. Just at this time, Wang Yu suddenly continued, "Good thing that asshole was already killed by the victims to vent his anger in the first place, so this should quell the latter's anger, right?" Once these words came out, Li Guyu was a bit unable to hold back, and directly did not give the slightest bit of face and said, "It'll calm them down. There are leaders that those victims follow, so they are no longer living for themselves, but for the dreams they have in their hearts. So, these people are saving a lot of energy in their hearts. And it's not just some dead officials that will quell this anger. They want the entire Dawu dynasty." Chapter 115 Lin Ruyan is pursuing happiness again. The moment these words came out, the faces of the military generals in the Hall of Nurturing Heart changed. Even Emperor Wu was the same. It wasn't that they hadn't thought of this point, but they hadn't expected Li Guyu to say it so bluntly. In any case, this was in the presence of the emperor, and normally courtiers would speak euphemistically, but when it came to Li Guyu's side, he was so tongue-tied. To know, the emperor does not want to hear that he has lost the kingdom. Li Guyu just now that word is tantamount to sticking his face open big. Seeing that the crowd froze, Li Guyu continued to talk about hers. In fact, 2 days ago I had already learned that the leader who was in command of the disaster victims was named Yellow Horn. This person has taken the imperial examinations but has been brushed off almost every time. Yet this person's results have been good every time. He participated this year as well and even finished in the top 10 this year. Even so, he ended up falling through the cracks. What? This cry of alarm was shouted out by Emperor Wu. As for the others, they all silently bowed their heads. Apparently, neither these military generals nor the minister of the household seemed to be surprised by such things. Emperor Wu of course also noticed this, which made his heart thump and he suddenly had a very bad feeling. So he had to ask Li Guyu in a hurry. What exactly is going on? Guyu, you give me a clear explanation. Actually, the list started with his name on it first, but the examiner seemed to have brushed off Yellowhorn during the palace examination in order to give the spot to someone else. As for that reason, it's that the emperor thinks he's average looking and not worthy of being an official. Hearing this, Emperor Wu was not surprised now, only his face was a bit gloomy. In fact, he still had a certain understanding of some of the unspoken rules of the Dawu imperial examinations. However, he thought that it was just the sons and daughters of some lineage officials who took the back door to become idle officials in the Dawu dynasty. Unexpectedly, the officials of the Ministry of Mandarins, who were responsible for the imperial examinations, actually dared to be so bold as to borrow his name to replace the quota of the top 10 achievers. Just at this time, Emperor Wu seemed to have thought of something, so he spoke directly. By the way, before that scholar list I also looked at, did not see in the first 10 Yellowhorn's name. This is in the end what is going on. Hearing this, Li Guyu could only continue to explain. In fact, it's because when they released the first so-called scholarship list, they only notified those who were on the list to look at it first, and Yellowhorn was one of them. It's not too late to eventually brush off the Yellowhorns in the palace exams and then go back and change the scholarly list. Except that one copy is first for the emperor. Wait for half a month before announcing it in the Imperial City, because by that time, the person who was intentionally brought down had long since left the Imperial City, so at least the risk of exposure is reduced. The only reason she knew so much was because she had been investigating and passing in Jiangzhou those days. Plus, after Yellowhorn started a riot, he told the story of his life in order to rally people. This is exactly why Li Guyu Qingshu is in this matter. Emperor Wu was now out of breath, not realizing that these worldly bureaucrats were so bold. It was clear that they were so rampant when he, the emperor, was still alive. If he wasn't wrong, these backdoor people were all their people, and then the power of these families and officials, that would also be growing. This was not something Emperor Wu wanted to see, because in that case they, the Dawu imperial family, would receive a threat from the children of the lineage. At that thought, he even suddenly had the idea in his heart that it would be good if he let those victims settle these families. Of course, the thought only existed in his mind for a breath, because it was very unrealistic. The growth of Dao also had the credit of these lineages, at least by relying on him as an emperor. He definitely could not control the entire Dao. The assistance of the secular bureaucrats is still needed. In Emperor Wu's opinion, as long as these people didn't threaten him, it was fine. It looks like we need to find an opportunity to give these people a good hammering. Emperor Wu thought so in his heart, but Li Guyu had a disappointed look on his face. Looking at the other party, it seemed that they didn't want to pursue the responsibility of those lineages anymore, much less find out the truth and redress the grievances of the talented people who had been brushed off in this way before. Let's not talk about redressing Huang Jiao's grievances. After all, this person has already defected. But what about those talented people with dreams before, who may have suffered a blow because of their fall from the list? The future of your life is ruined. The most important thing is that these talented people can be real people, and if they can be used well, they will be the new generation of the country's pillars. Li Guyu clearly understood that he would not listen to anything Emperor Wu said in his current status, so she was going to look into the matter, in case her big brother could use it. After making up his mind, Li Guyu didn't want to continue staying here for much longer, and then he casually found an excuse. Your Majesty, if there is nothing else, then Guyu will retire first. Go on. Emperor Wu couldn't use Li Guyu right now. De Wu still had quite a few military generals. It was time to let them go to war. He swore that it was definitely not disguised as revenge for Li Mingchen. After that, he looked through the bed curtains at the military generals, and then spoke bluntly. Well, let's just deliberate on what to do with the victims. In this way, Emperor Wu didn't bother to check the talents who had been brushed off in previous years, and he didn't bother about the embezzlement of the relief grain. Those few words from the minister of the household, Wang Yu, had already made him not want to continue investigating. After all, in Emperor Wu's opinion, the real originator, the minister of the household department, is dead, so the investigation can only catch some small fish and shrimp. This kind of small role in the court to make a mess will not have too much impact, so do not bother this matter. The most urgent task, or to first solve that batch of victims is right, are already almost killed to the Imperial City, and then do not intervene. I am afraid that really hit in. Over here in the palace's Yangxin Hall, Emperor Wu conferred with a group of military generals. On the other side of the Imperial City, a big event also happened today. The people inside the Imperial City were clamoring, but Lin Ruyan, who was in the Lin mansion, didn't know yet. She had now completely given up on Li Mingchen and cast her mind on Wang shio, who had overwhelmed the crowd with a single poem at the poetry meeting a few days ago. Although she was yin-yanged and scolded by the other, she herself was captivated by his poem, especially after I transcribed it myself. I could think of Wang shio when I read it once a day. It's better than this eunuch and wimp. Li Mingchen, right? Lin Ruyan had heard that Li Mingchen had been beaten into a eunuch by a woman, and that one kick had given him this appearance. What a disgrace! Not only was it a disgrace to the crown prince and the royal family, it was also a disgrace to her, Lin Ruyan. She was well aware that everyone had mistakenly believed that there was already a marriage contract between her and Li Mingchen in recent times. Therefore, after Li Mingchen became like this, he himself was similarly shamed by people from the outside world. Said she'd be a widow for the rest of her life. What do these people say? Why should my lady be widowed? There are thousands of good men in the world. Can't this young lady pursue her own happiness? Chapter 116, Kill Wang shio to vent his anger. Her words were not heartfelt, but she spoke them directly. Luckily, she and Jade were the only two people in the room at the moment, and it was a treacherous thing to say anyway. If this were to reach the emperor's ears, he would definitely think that Lin Ruyan couldn't see his son and even look down on the De Wu imperial family. As for the final outcome, it's really hard to predict, because ever since Li Yi left De Wu, the entire Lin family was no longer under his patronage either. Plus, that time, Lin Shi also refused to allow a marriage contract between Lin Ruyan and the current crown prince, Li Mingchen, which caused Emperor Wu to look at the Lin family even more unfavorably as well. At least during this period of time, Emperor Wu had not reappointed or valued the Lin family, much less shared any of their favors. If, at this juncture, he were to hear Lin Ruyan's heaven-defying remarks just now, I'm sure he would have immediately ordered that this ungodly woman be cleaved from her car. Although the marriage contract had not been finalized, they were the royal family of the great martial dynasty, and what was determined was theirs. Inside the house, Jade was also in shock and panic. She subconsciously looked around the room and made sure that it was only her and the young lady. Then she couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. This is really something. Aren't you afraid that this will reach the emperor's ears? In her heart, she spat, and likewise felt that her young lady was just too selfish. She had been with the young lady since she was a child, and clearly knew that every time the latter found herself with a man who was suddenly useless, Lin Ruyan would immediately discard the other party. Back then, Li Yi was the same. And Lin Ruyan was also very much admired when he fought all over the neighboring countries and stood at the top by 10,000 people. Not only is she very nice to Li Yi on the surface, but in front of other people, she also acquiesces to the relationship between Li Yi and her. That is, the two of them already have a marriage contract. Of course it was merely the default of not standing up and picking a fight so that Lin Ruyan would have room to play. This is not later Li Yi martial arts lost. Lin Ruyan began to be impatient with him, at one time or trying to find each other to withdraw from the marriage. Anyway, she had only acquiesced in the first place, and now it wasn't a conflict to directly show that they had nothing to do with each other, so it could be argued that she had been too shy to explain herself before. No matter what, Lin Ruyan didn't want to suffer. After Li Yi left off, she climbed right up to Li Mingchen. Now seeing that Li Mingchen had fallen on hard times and become a eunuch with no future, Lin Ruyan kicked him away without mercy as usual. To be honest, Chuyer couldn't look at Miss like this either. But who let the other party be her master? Not only did she not have the means to scold the other party, but she had to find a way to persuade them not to take a detour. so she spoke bluntly. Little lady, you can't do that now. Why? Lin Ruyan gave Chuyer a cold look because it wasn't the answer she wanted. Seeing that her own young lady was angry, Chuyer could only open her mouth to explain. Because the current crown prince is still the crown prince, and until he is deposed. Miss, you are slapping the crown prince's face by doing so, and likewise slapping the royal family and the emperor's face. So, if they find out. Saying this, Chuyer didn't continue, but Lin Ruyan already knew what she meant. After careful thought, what Jade said really wasn't wrong. Now that Li Mingchen had just become the crown prince, if she just left him like that, she would surely get a reputation of being selfish and abandoning her husband, and the emperor wouldn't let her off the hook. Except, she really wasn't interested in a eunuch. If she could, Lin Ruyan didn't even want to see the other party. What was the use of having this kind of waste of a man? If she really married her, she would look exactly like a widow for the rest of her life. And then there's the fact that her dream of being a queen was dashed. Moreover, since ancient times, if Li Mingchen couldn't sit as emperor in the future as well, his situation would really be quite dangerous. The new emperor probably thought there was something wrong with him and did him in for any reason. If you were Li Mingchen's wife, then I'm afraid that you would not be able to escape your fate in the end. This was not the outcome Lin Ruyan wanted, so she thought it would be better to marry that poetry fairy Wang Shio. That's right, after the other party left Spring Fragrance Mansion that night, although there was the small incident of Li Mingchen being beaten up, the next day Wang Shio's reputation spread throughout the Imperial City. Everyone thought that the literati who could make those poems were good enough to be called poetic immortals in this era. That wasn't all. Many people searched for Wang Shio all over the city, but in the end, they didn't find the other party's figure. Because that night's incident between Li Mingchen and Wang Shio was already known to everyone in the outside world, they all guessed that Xian was afraid that Li Mingchen would send someone to arrest him, so he didn't dare to show his face. After returning to her senses, Lin Ruyan couldn't help but reveal her flamboyance. He's really handsome when he chants. She now felt that only such a talented man could be worthy of her. The number one talented girl, Lin Ruyan. Anyway, Wang Shio wasn't from Da, and the other person wasn't a woman. So this title of the first talented girl is still not hers. Seeing her own young lady's appearance, Chuyer now also had a sad face. Wang Shio scolded Miss so much that night. Why is Miss still so infatuated? Chuyer felt that her own young lady was not very sick, so she didn't stay in the house any longer, and then casually found a reason to go out, leaving Lin Ruyan alone in the house with her thoughts. Lin Ruyan inside the room, on the other hand, had been looking at the poems she had copied down, the curled up corners of her mouth simply unable to be suppressed. If Wang Shio was here, he would have cursed this woman for being so disgusting. It is natural for a woman to be strong, but to change so often, that is really something wrong. After Chuyer left the room, she originally just wanted to take a walk around the mansion. As a young lady personal maid of her, usually only need to wait for a good young lady on the line. Any dirty work tired work she does not have to do. Unusual subordinate leisure more. It was for this reason that she soon wandered behind the two maids and heard what they seemed to be discussing, and talking about flying spikes. This piqued Jade's curiosity, so she cautiously approached slowly towards the two men, and soon heard them talking. Is that so? I really didn't expect that the poet fairy Wang Shio, who was blown up to the altar of the gods, was actually really a plagiarist. He's actually still copying Emperor Li of Great Qin. It's unbelievable. Chuyer's entire body instantly exploded when she heard these words. You guys are kidding. Hearing this exclamation of surprise from behind them, those two maids were shocked and shivered. After that, upon turning their heads and seeing that it was Chuyer, they couldn't help but pat their bodies in front of them and complain. So it's Sister Chuyer, it really startled us. Yeah, Sister Jade, you're so bad too. Since Chuyer's status was higher amongst the subordinates, so even if the two maids were dissatisfied, then they wouldn't dare to be forceful in their anger, and at most, they would just spit it out like this. But Jade hadn't slowed down until now, and asked again, is what you guys just said true? Those poems were really written by our De Wu Yuan Crown Prince Li. Both maids thought that Jade was just curious, so they both nodded. This is indeed true, and now that this matter is spreading like wildfire amongst the Imperial City, things are getting big. After the two maids said this, someone outside the Lin mansion suddenly wailed, this damnable Wang Shio, actually plagiarizing poetry and playing us for fools. We must find him out. Kill to vent your anger. Chapter 117, 1,000 Holes in the Dao. The sound of the owl was so loud that several of them heard it in the middle of the Lin mansion. Not only that, but then there seemed to be a group of people shouting along, kill Wang Shio to vent your anger. Seeing this situation, Chuyer understood that what the two maids said was true, so she hurriedly ran towards Lin Ruyan's boudoir. Miss, it's a big deal. Miss, in the meantime, The Black Dragon Army in the territory of Dong has officially engaged the insurgent armies of Wu Shang and Chen Guang, sons and daughters of the Great Chu. Give the king continued killing. Wu Shang stood at the front and commanded, while his words were simply the best adrenaline for the insurgents behind him. In the next moment, they frantically ran towards the Black Dragon Army. Kill! 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 Terrifying shouts of killing resounded throughout the battlefield, causing everyone to almost kill red-eyed. It was important to realize that the Black Dragon Army was indeed a regular army. They had undergone systematic training and their fighting style was quite a bit better than these insurgent armies. But so what? Wu Shang and Chen Guang's side was still more dominant, the reason being that they were simply outnumbered. In the past period of time, after killing the soldiers and officials of Yin County, they expanded their power at an incomparably perverse rate. It couldn't be helped. The charm of the line "kings and lords are better than men" was just too great. Almost all of the people who heard along the way expressed their intention to participate in the uprising until the overthrow of the entire De Wu dynasty. Even some of the officers and soldiers were convinced and mutinied and surrendered. It was for these reasons that the two men, Wu Shang and Chen Guang, had already occupied 4 or 5 regions, and their total strength had reached more than 200,000 men. The number of people joining every day is even still growing in spurts. For not only did the people of this body participate in the uprising, but many people from remote areas also came here, having long looked at the Dao court with displeasure. As long as this dynasty was overthrown, then their status would definitely not be as incomparably low as it was now. Most of all, as the people of the former dynasty, they were still often suppressed by the De Wu court, and they could not stand it for a long time. With that, those insurgents were badly dressed though, not even a single piece of armor on them, and their weapons were rusty or broken. Even so, facing those Black Dragon Army men in front of them who wore black armor and held sharp weapons, the insurgents didn't wimp out at all. They met the enemy's sharp blades, and those 8 big words kept popping up in their minds: kings and lords, would rather have seeds. These 8 words seem to have a magic power that can make the insurgents fight without fear of life and death. Generals, continue to kill all these dogs of the great martial dynasty. Chen Guang also cheered at this time, and soon the side of the insurgent army gained the upper hand. Half of the 50,000 Black Dragon Army sent this time was knocked out in no time, while the remaining half returned fire as they retreated. It's just that skill is really not enough at all in front of absolute power. The insurgents, with their numerical advantage, beat the Black Dragon Army into retreat, and soon all of them had begun to flee. Those supervisors couldn't do anything about it because they also knew clearly that they couldn't win at all, and if they wanted to live, they could only escape. Dead legs, hurry up and run for me. The supervisors were usually bullish, but now they fled faster than a rabbit, even leaving some ordinary soldiers who reacted slowly behind them fiercely. The battle ended quickly, and ultimately the Black Dragon Army ended in defeat. The rebel army of Wu Shang and Chen Guang did not continue to pursue them, for they had captured another area. It wasn't too late to continue killing the Imperial City after planning to expand properly here. After all, for them, these regions could be blood packs, and as long as they were able to master this territory, then all sorts of resources here would be available for them to use. As the saying goes, accumulate grain widely, not in a hurry to fight with the Imperial Army. First development is the most important. Understanding this, the two Wu Shangs immediately had the insurgents begin to publicize their slogans, as well as their future. It went very well on this side. And on the other side, the Yellow Horn, after he led the victims and took Zhengzhou for good, he began to appoint himself as the king of Qi. Not only that, he also led his men to open all the granaries in the Zhengzhou region, and then distributed all the grain inside to all the victims. Doing so made more people willing to follow him, and some even went so far as to add dragon robes to him. However, he politely declined, because his current power is not big, if now at close some cannot take, at least until he had exterminated those lineages in De Wu. With this goal in mind, Yellowhorn began to develop his forces even more vigorously, wanting to take in addition even the victims affected by the various regions. Of course, he'd want it if it wasn't a calamity, as long as it was someone who could destroy the world with him. Thinking of this, Yellowhorn looked in the direction of the Imperial City and couldn't help but murmur with the corners of his mouth. When autumn comes on September 8th, 100 flowers will be killed when I blossom. A heavenly fragrance formation penetrates the Imperial City, and the city is filled with golden armor. This is the strength of a person who has really passed the written examination of the Imperial examination. Casually made an incomparably very intimidating and murderous poem. Of course, Huang Jiao wasn't just paying lip service. He had to kill his way into the Imperial City and destroy those high and mighty lineages. What cold family is difficult to produce noble son? What ordinary people cannot participate in the Imperial examinations? These rules established by the family will eventually be broken by him. because there was once an emperor in the previous dynasty who wanted to reuse the humble family, or talented commoners, and was eventually opposed by the group of the worldly families. The main thing is that all of these families eventually joined forces and forced that emperor to abdicate. These people then supported another, relatively obedient emperor. It was Huang Jiao who knew this, so his hatred for these lineages far exceeded that of the great martial emperor. He swore that it was necessary to exterminate these lineages in this life, except for these tumors. Now not only the territory of Dao, but even the borders also appeared to be progressing very well. Of course, this nice was for the haters of Dawu. As for the Dawu emperor, it was bad news. Both Jin and Wu are now in a position of power. Not long ago, Wu sent troops to attack the border of Dao, and eventually succeeded in taking the border city and continued towards the hinterland of Dao. As for Jin, since they were the first to send troops, even the 300,000 strong army that Pan Feng brought with him died in their hands. So, they have long since attacked the hinterland of Dao. But Jin Emperor Ge, the man, played a very steady game, did not frantically continue to attack down, but chose to recuperate, waiting for the Dawu reinforcements to come. All he had to do was to destroy Dawu's main force once more. Right now, Emperor Wu in the palace's nurturing heart hall was heartbroken. He had only just sent those military generals away to suppress these victims, but as soon as those military generals left in the front foot, a frontline soldier ran to report that another place had fallen. Emperor Wu had a sad face. The whole person seemed to have aged a lot. Even his head was covered with white hair. Seeing this scene, Lu Minlan was heartbroken. Emperor Wu also looked at her expression and thought that the other party would comfort him with a few words. But who knew that the next thing he did was to accuse. If you hadn't kicked out Ir in the first place, maybe it wouldn't have even been such a big deal. Chapter 118 Tiny Queen. Take the pinch. Emperor Wu. He had never been so speechless before. He had been destroyed like this and Lu Minlan was actually blaming himself. Most of all, the other party mentioned Li Yi again. The whole thing was a bit of an emergency now that he thought of the name. It couldn't be helped. He was actually incomparably regretful inside now, but this mood he buried in the bottom of his heart. Emperor Wu didn't want anyone else to know that he regretted it and even tried to trick himself, so he did his best not to think about Li Yi if he could. Retracting his thoughts, he could only open his mouth to defend himself. Lan'er, what you're saying is wrong. What is it that I drove him away? It's clearly that he left the palace privately and fled the great martial dynasty. Don't forget that I only reduced him to commoner status at that time and then gave him house arrest. But if he hadn't done that kind of thing, could I have punished him that much? Originally, after he said this, he thought that the Lu Minlan in front of him could understand himself. Who would have thought that the next thing that happened was that Lu Minlan suddenly said with an angry face, Li Ao Tian, you still have the nerve to mention this matter. Don't think that this palace doesn't know that those charges you placed on Ir before. In fact, there was no direct evidence at all. All of them were guesses and planted by you people. As the tone fell, Emperor Wu's face changed violently. How can you say that? In fact, just now he subconsciously wanted to ask how did you know? But wouldn't that be an admission in disguise? Which is why it was eventually changed. At the same time, Emperor Wu was very vain nowadays, not realizing that he had been discovered by Lu Minlan's blind spot. Just when he was still pondering how exactly Lu Minlan knew, the latter had already started talking straight. This palace is well aware that if Ir really wanted to plot against the government, when he was in power he would have casually made a single move and would have been able to make you, the old man, step down. In addition, even if that night Mingchen was severely poisoned after returning from the Qinwang mansion, and that antidote and poison were also found in that mansion, that alone does not convict Ir. What if someone else planted the evidence? So, you, a father, directly convicted your own son without finding out the truth. You are really using your power in a real way. After listening to Lu Minlan's conspiratorial words, Emperor Wu was still angry while being furious, because he already understood how Lu Minlan knew. It was definitely Li Guyu who told her about this matter. Now his image in Lu Minlan's mind could be said to have plummeted. If it was placed in normal times, this haggard appearance of himself right now, he would definitely have already been heartbroken to death by Lu Minlan, probably cried a long time ago. But now the surface was so cold and even looked at himself with a sneer, which was obviously because he had learned of this matter. Of course, he understood that the two people's feelings were still very deep. It was impossible to say that Lu Minlan didn't feel sorry for himself. It was just that he didn't show it now. Having spent half his life with Lu Minlan, he knew his nature very well, knowing that at this time, as long as a good explanation of their behavior, to restore the image in the eyes of this woman, then the other party will still be as good as before. Immediately afterward, Emperor Wu pretended to be lost in thought and said, as a matter of fact, I expected this, and I did that on purpose in the first place. Hearing Emperor Wu himself admit it, Lu Minlan was even more furious and almost jumped up. How dare you say you did it on purpose? You did it on purpose. What's wrong? Emperor Wu pursued. These 3 words managed to ignite the anger in Lu Minlan's heart, and he then angrily rebuked. You did it on purpose, but do you know how much damage you've done to Ear by the way you did it? He's all cut off from us. Speaking here, Lu Minlan suddenly burst into tears, so vocal and emotional that watching Emperor Wu didn't even want to pretend anymore. However, he still resisted going to comfort. He was trying to improve his image. Otherwise, if it kept going on like this, the two of them would have to break up their relationship. He didn't know how long he would live, and he hoped that there would be no cracks in their relationship before he died, or he would die with regrets. I know all of this, but it's not something I want to see. I just wanted to exercise him a bit in the first place. When he finished speaking, seeing the puzzled look on Lu Minlan's face, Emperor Wu knew it was time. With that came some hateful words. In fact, when Ear's martial arts skills disappeared, I could see that he had fallen apart. After that, I tried all sorts of ways to excite him, or that which was once in him, but failed one by one. Just like transferring people around him so that Ear can rebel after feeling the crisis. In the end he didn't. Speaking here, Emperor Wu glanced at Lu Minlan, and when he saw that the latter looked like she had come to a realization, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but hook up. Looks like his words worked. Emperor Wu then continued. In fact, at that time, I was also very disappointed in him, knowing that Ear would not be able to support the entire Dawu like this, and would not be able to be the future emperor. As the saying goes, if you don't break it, you don't make it. So that time, after Ear seemed to have suffered from slander, I didn't go and send someone to find out the truth, but took the opportunity to give Ear all the blame for the crime. To do so is to force Ear into a desperate situation so that he will change himself and become the radiant crown prince he once was. At this time, Emperor Wu sighed, then said with a face of loss and self-reproach, who knew that not only did he want to cut ties with us, he also ran out of the great martial dynasty and completely cut ties with us. I should have known that I wouldn't have done this in the first place, or I wouldn't have been missing such a son. This is all my fault. It's my fault. Emperor Wu pretended to be in pain and pounded his leg as if he really regretted because of his flesh and blood. But in fact he regretted not taking advantage of Li Yi. Lu Minlan didn't know what was going on inside his mind, and now she just felt that Emperor Wu had good intentions, so she began to understand somewhat. And no matter what, Liao Tian is also Ear's father, so he can't really frame him for the crime. In order to sit on his throne, one can't feel that one's son is a threat and so want to root him out. That's right, Liao Tian was definitely thinking of Ear. At this moment, understanding Emperor Wu's suffering, she couldn't help but go forward and hug the emperor. Your Majesty, it's my concubine who misjudged you. I didn't realize that you were actually so attentive to Ear. It's a pity that Ear is probably too young, so he doesn't know how much you care for him. What a creation. Just like that, Lu Minlan really believed it, and at the same time, in her heart, she somewhat blamed Li Yi, thinking that the other party shouldn't be so capricious. If he hadn't left Dao in the first place, Li Yi would have been able to help their Dao dynasty now, through this difficult time. It was a good thing that Li Yi wasn't around, or else he would have to angrily scold the two nowadays. Shame on you. Looking at Lu Minlan, who was lying on the bedding and crying, Emperor Wu revealed a winning smile. Oh, little queen, take that. Chapter 119 Nyang, is it time for me to take a concubine? Emperor Wu now thought that Lanner's character was really simple and very gullible. It just gave him a sense of crisis that Li Guyu really almost spoiled his big event. He was so angry that he even wanted to go and punish the other guy. Once his image of being wise and noble was completely shattered in Lanner's mind, the relationship between the two would definitely be over. He had only loved this one woman in his life, and how he didn't want that day to come, so he felt he had to deal with some people before he could. At least we can't let Li Guyu wash Li Yi too white. In that case, he would really be the biggest villain. In addition, it is also necessary to seal the mouth of Li Mingchen. In fact, he was the one who personally reported the previous statement that Li Yi was plotting a rebellion. Even the matter of poisoning, as usual, Li Mingchen is involved in it, and is still the one who was poisoned. To say that there is nothing fishy in it, Emperor Wu certainly does not believe it. It was only that when Li Yi was first relegated to the status of a commoner, it was actually what he had in mind, because since Li Yi supported him to sit on the throne, he himself could not sleep well every day, fearing that one day the throne would be snatched by the other side. He even sometimes dreamed that Li Yi rebelled and forced him to abdicate, and even ended up driving him to his death. It was because he was under so much pressure every day that Emperor Wu was thinking of relegating him to the status of a commoner, so that the other party would never have the possibility of turning over a new leaf. After returning to his senses and seeing that Lu Minlan in front of him was still crying, Emperor Wu had no choice but to persuade him. Lanner, You shouldn't go blaming ear either. It's still me who's too eager. If he hadn't been reduced to a commoner in the first place, but had been punished in some other way, he might not have left. Alas, this is all my fault. If you feel bad in your heart, take it out on me. Hearing this, Lu Minlan then shook her head. No, it's not your fault. It's fate. Saying that, Lu Minlan's cries became louder, and although Emperor Wu was somewhat unable to look at him, he was happy in his heart. Now it seemed that Lan Er was no longer angry with him. On this side, Lu Minlan was not angry, but on the other side, Lin Ruyan in the Lin mansion almost fainted from anger. Just a short while ago, she fantasized about sweet moments with her Prince Charming, Wang Shio. However, the next thing she knew, Jade stormed into the room and spoke her petrified words directly. This is not good. That Wang Shio is not a poetry immortal at all. The poems he made before at the court meeting were actually all copied. It's already solid. When these words first reached her ears, Ruyan Lu couldn't believe it. Obviously a second ago, one was fantasizing about the two of them later. After all, in Lu Ruyan's opinion, even though she was inferior to Wang Shio in terms of literary attainments, she was beautiful. At least she could guarantee that the line of people who wanted to marry her went from her mansion almost all the way to the outside of the Imperial City. It was just a pity that it was all known that their Lin family had a marriage contract with the royal family, which was why no one dared to pursue it. That alone speaks volumes about her charms. Therefore, Lu Ruyan felt that as long as she could find Wang Shio himself, and she casually displayed her feelings, the other party would definitely be obedient. I didn't realize that she had her future all planned out, but Chuyer ran in at this point and said that Wang Shio was a copycat. But this was nothing. What he couldn't accept was that all those poems were made by Li. Originally, Lu Ruyan still thought it was fake, but Chuyer told her that Li had actually composed a book, that level of poetry. Li even sent someone to print it so that they could have a copy of it in hand in Dechin. After learning about this matter, Lu Ruyan really clammed up. Is this god targeting her? Taking the Prince Charming of her heart and directly turning him into a fake prince? Why is that? How is it that all the men one looks at end up as losers? Now, Lin Ruyan had begun to curse Wang Shio in her heart. This guy is really a complete liar, playing us for fools and toying with my lady's feelings. Chuyer sniffed and couldn't help but widen her eyes. Their young lady really dared to say, goddamn, playing with her feelings. Wang Shio even forgot about her young lady now. After all, right now Wang Shio must be panicking to run for his life. How could he have the heart to care about these childish things? But Lin Ruyan didn't think so. She just felt that all of Wang Shio's behavior at the poetry meeting before was actually to attract herself. Otherwise, why would the other person take the initiative to refute the poem she composed and not refute anyone else's? Also, the consequences of faking at a poetry slam are actually quite serious. If Wang Shio wasn't trying to attract her attention, then Lin Ruyan couldn't think of a second reason for Wang Shio to plagiarize despite his death. What a negative man. No wonder you ought to have come to my lady afterward. So you copied it. It's because you're afraid that if this lady knows, she'll look down on you even more, isn't it? Now Chuyer couldn't even listen. When did their young lady become so self-absorbed? The reason why Wang Shio doesn't come to see her is not at all because of the lack of bottomlessness of the plagiarism, but the fact that he still has to escape from the court. Right now, Wang Shio had more than likely run out of the Imperial City long ago, and was even thinking of leaving the great martial dynasty, because the other side really isn't from this country. Miss, then what are we going to do now? Should we find Wang Shio out and ask him properly why he did it? Jade's words were euphemistic. In fact, she didn't want her to continue. As for why Wang Shio did that, it's just that he didn't look at you. It was just that Chuyer didn't dare to say this. She had to let their young lady understand on her own. Lin Ruyan didn't know how to answer because now they couldn't even see Wang Shio, so there was no hope for revenge. What's even more annoying is that Li actually has such literary ability. To be honest, she really felt very shocked. Before, when she was with Li, the other party was still a reckless person who only knew martial arts. In this aspect of poetry, Li had never shown it before. Now how could he suddenly make poems with such a mood? A random line from inside a poem can almost always be called a famous poem for the ages. It's just that all the people in this next DAO might know about those poems that Li did, and then there will be more people who will hold up the other side in the future, and those who will belittle themselves. Thinking about this, Lin Ruyan only felt like the sky had collapsed. Why is that? Why? She is still why? Over there, Li is eating a mountain of food and enjoying the exotic dancers dance. Ever since the various forces in the northern realm over here began to submit one after another, all of these people began to send gifts. Not only is there some kind of exotic treasure, but you've given your girl away. Li had wanted to agree to take it, but when he felt the gust of coldness behind him, he ended up smiling and refusing. Now after thinking about this, he suddenly felt a bit upset. Does his own harem still need to be managed by others? In the next moment, he glanced at Niaing beside him, then asked directly, Niaing, do you think it's time for me to take a concubine? Chapter 120 Brother Sky, drink the medicine. Ha! Niaing froze for a moment at first, and her face changed when she reacted. Then she said with a little chill in her voice, you're the king of a country. What's the point of asking me about such things? A smile appeared on Li Yi's face as he listened. Why can't I ask you? Haven't you always been in charge of such things? Hearing this, Niaing didn't understand for a moment, not knowing what he meant by this. However, Li Yi said with interest, oh, it's hard to forget that someone sent me a consort before, and it seems that certain people were unwilling because of that. As the tone fell, Niaing then remembered this, and a flash of pink immediately appeared on her pretty face. Who can not want these sent girl as you say do not want? Don't you blame it on me. Seeing that Niaing actually denied it, Li Yi also laughed. It seems that I have made a fool of myself. It just so happens that the harem lacks quite a few concubines. Let them all send them to me some other day. Niaing was directly anxious after hearing this. She just wanted to say something and realized that she didn't know in what capacity she should voice out. Seeing this, Li Yi seemed to have thought of a way to pin down Niaing, so he continued. These girls I have seen. One is more beautiful than the other. One is whiter than the other. Directly do my consort is also qualified enough. Speaking here, Li Yi turned his head and looked at Niaing. By the way, do you think I should choose the imperial consort from among them? This will also make a queen in the future. Niaing's face was as cold as frost. Then she directly got up and walked towards the outside of the palace. I just remembered that I have some things left to take care of, so I'll take my leave. But just as she took 2 steps out, her hand was yanked by Li Yi from behind. Wait, I haven't had enough to drink tonight. You're not leaving. Who knew that the moment he said this? Niaing then said with some displeasure. Can't you drink it here by yourself? Upon hearing this, Li Yi directly shook his head. No, I want a woman with me. When he said this, he twisted his head and glanced at the dancing girls, then seemed to think of something and immediately loosened his hands. It's just that. I remembered that there are so many women in the temple. If you have something to be busy then go. There are them to accompany me on the line. The moment these words came out, Niaing directly quit. She immediately went back to her seat, with no intention of leaving at all. When Li Yi saw this scene, he showed a surprised look on his face. What? You're not going to leave? Isn't there something else that needs to be taken care of? Not now. After saying that, Niaing poured 2 glasses of wine. 1 cup was for himself, and the other was handed directly to Li Yi. Bottoms up. After she took the initiative to clink her glass to Li Yi, she took it upon herself to drink it first. Seeing Niaing look like a man cheering, his mood felt very relaxed, because only she dared to drink like this with herself. So he wouldn't give in, and then followed suit with a toast as well. With that, the two began clinking glasses afterward, suddenly comparing drinks. Nightfall. On Li Mingchen's side, he was still lying in the Imperial Hospital of the Diwu Palace. It couldn't be helped. The injuries were just too severe. Not just the knife wound, but her chest was pierced by the dagger as well. If you add in the injuries from the previous beating by the martial arts general, it would be a conservative half a month in this bed. It's just that Li Mingchen doesn't want to go on like this, because he still had a lot of things to do, such as finding out the pimp who attacked him that night at the Spring Fragrance House, and the forces behind him. Although it was said that the culprit who made him a eunuch was dead, he was clear that the woman must have been just a minion, and the real mastermind behind the scene must have yet to show his face. Not only that, he also needed to get Lin Ruyan dead. This woman couldn't be obtained by herself, so she could only be destroyed. And he also saw the reality that this woman Lin Ruyan didn't like him at all. If not, why had so much time passed and the other party never came to visit him in the palace, to know that all of Demo's people would have to know about him? He didn't believe that Lin Ruyan didn't know. Ruthless woman. This palace must make you pay. In Li Mingchen's current opinion, the reason why he had become a eunuch was all because of Lin Ruyan. If it wasn't for the other party attending the poetry festival, how could he have gone as well and not brought an escort in order to hide his identity? If not for that, he wouldn't have suffered those and been wasted by a woman. It's all because of this Lin Ruyan. If it wasn't for him, how could this palace be in such a sorry state? Not even a man can be a man anymore. She must pay. After venting on his mouth, he thought of his father in his heart. And this old thing, I'll die for this palace. The reason why Li Mingchen was still so hostile to his father was all because he knew that Emperor Wu was looking for a new heir. Although Emperor Wu had done the trick, it was secretly having people go to those royal children to sift and select them. Instead, someone he worked with found out about it and then told himself about it. You know, although the other princes are young and don't carry things, the character and ability of these princes are going to be solidified, and it won't be hard to choose the optimal one. That's why Li Mingchen felt the crisis and thought that he had to hurry up and get his father's death before he could do so. Only then could he himself force his way to the top. If he waited until his father really picked an heir, he would really be finished, because the only person who shares the same mother as him is Li Yi alone. The other imperial sons, all of whom were born to their father and other women, could be said to have a very poor relationship with him. In this way, as long as he had no connection with the throne, he was designated to be disposed of no matter who became emperor in the future. Let's hope their operation tonight works, because it only works once. That's right, tonight they were going to get Emperor Wu killed, because the sooner they did this kind of thing, the better. Previously, Li Mingchen was worried that if Emperor Wu died, it would be difficult for him to suppress those ministers, but if Emperor Wu didn't die, then he was likely to lose touch with the throne. Because of this, Li Mingchen was thinking of hurrying up and doing it, becoming the emperor first, and then saying, whether or not he can suppress those ministers is what comes after that. And, as long as he gets to sit as emperor, he can tell the world a big lie. That is, he's not a eunuch, and all the previous news was a rumor. After all, no one will have the authority to examine him then. But that's all for the future. For now it's time to sit on the throne. Yangshin Temple. A eunuch was carrying a bowl of soup and medicine, approaching towards the dragon bed step by step. He looked around cautiously, his whole body looking a little nervous. Next, he handed it to Lu Minlan, who was standing by the bedside. Your Highness, His Majesty's medicine Wei-Chen has brought it to you. Without much thought, Lu Minlan directly took the soup and then intended to feed it to Emperor Wu. That eunuch was lowering his head, but his afterglow kept watching, and again his palms were sweating with nervousness. Make sure you drink it. Lu Minlan blew on the soup and the spoon and then brought it to Emperor Wu's mouth. Brother Sky, drink your medicine. Chapter 121, Preparing to get Lin Ruyan dead. Upon hearing this, Emperor Wu then opened his mouth slightly. Seeing this, that eunuch became even more nervous, and even his eyes became frenzied. Who would have thought that just as this first spoonful of tonic was about to be drunk by the emperor on the dragon bed, suddenly, Emperor Wu suddenly stopped Lu Minlan, then questioned that eunuch suspiciously. By the way, what's your name? And really how come I've never seen you before? Upon hearing these words, that eunuch hastily opened his mouth to respond. Back to your majesty. My name is Zhang Yi. Today's imperial Dr. Wang who brewed the tonics had something to do, so he let me come over to help deliver it. So it is. When Emperor Wu finished speaking, he thought about opening his mouth again to drink the soup. Seeing that he was about to drink it, Emperor Wu made Lu Minlan stop again. Originally, Lu Minlan was also a bit angry, and she was just about to say something when Emperor Wu preceded him. Dr. Zhang, is that Dr. Wang because of what happened to his grandson? This grandson is causing trouble in the Imperial City again. So Dr. Wang is going over to deal with it. Hearing that, the eunuch named Li Yi first froze, and eventually just shook his head. I'm not sure. Mrs. Wang didn't say anything either. Maybe it's because of this. As soon as Li Yi said these words, Emperor Wu directly bellowed. Daring? Who on earth are you who dares to impersonate the imperial doctor? What exactly is the purpose of approaching me? When the tone fell, several black shadows suddenly flashed across the hall, directly surrounding that and Oali's people. These people are all secret guards who have been guarding the Palace of Nurturing Heart for their own protection. The original Emperor Wu felt that this was, after all, the palace. And even if the people from the outside world were even more daring, by definition, it should be impossible for them to sneak in and disadvantage him. I didn't realize that I had really made the right decision, and there were actually people who weren't afraid of death to do so. As for the reason, he could tell at a glance that this person was a fake. It was all because the person called Li Yi had said the wrong thing. Because Dr. Wang didn't have any grandchildren, not even a son. After all, he hadn't taken a wife until now. Those imperial physicians in the court, in the palace also did not a short period of time. Each is considered to understand. Plus, De Wu hadn't recruited any new eunuchs for 3 years. So what exactly was the situation with Dr. Wang? This one called Li Yi couldn't possibly not know if he was really a eunuch. Thinking of this, after glancing at the soup medicine sent by the other party, Emperor Wu instantly realized something. In the next moment, he directly knocked over the soup medicine in Lu Minlan's hand. The tonic made a zippy sound after it was spread on the ground, which was obviously highly poisonous in it. Seeing this, Lu Minlan's face also changed. It was a good thing she hadn't fed it to the emperor, or she would have lost her only husband. And at the same time she was getting a little scared. I really didn't expect that they were still in the palace's Yushin Hall, but it was still so dangerous. Lu Minlan looked a bit at a loss for words because she was startled, but Emperor Wu spoke up first. Take him down, with a single order. Those secret guards also made a decisive move. intending to bring this person called Zhang Yi under control. Who knew that before those secret guards could rush forward, that Zhang Yi suddenly collapsed to the ground without any warning, and his entire body was trembling unceasingly. Emperor Wu had a bad feeling. Hurry up and stop him. However, by the time the dark guards wanted to step forward to stop them, Zhang Yi's body had already stopped moving. Not only that, but he was foaming at the mouth. Right at this moment, the dark guard had already reached his hand over to probe Zhang Yi's nostrils. In the next moment, that dark guard's face changed violently. Your Majesty, this man is dead, having taken poison to kill himself. Emperor Wu looked embarrassed after hearing this, and the way the other party had killed himself further indicated that there was someone else behind the other party. Most of all, these people were actually able to let Zhang Yi, just like that, run into his chambers so easily, and to be honest, Emperor Wu was also a little bit scared afterward. This time, it was his luck that he realized that there was something wrong with this Zhang Yi, who kept looking at himself with his afterglow. Emperor Wu could feel it, so there was the conversation that followed, which eventually turned out to be like this. Alas, he couldn't help but sigh. While that was saved tonight, the side note was that there were others who wanted their lives, or the kind that couldn't wait. He was unaware of who did it, but will have to be more vigilant in the future. In addition, in the future, the meals sent to the Palace of Nourishing Heart must be properly checked for poison, and then let the people to test the poison. It couldn't be helped. Emperor Wu was really scared this time. Poison broths were brought to his mouth and almost killed him, so he had to be a little more careful. Having made up his mind, Emperor Wu waved his hand at the shadowy guards. Drag him down. Yes. After the secret guards left, Emperor Wu then remembered that Lu Minlan was still there and placed his gaze on the other party, only to see that at this moment, this woman, already with a tearful look, looked incomparably pitiful. Emperor Wu knew what was on her mind, but he still pretended not to know. Lan'er, it's settled. What's wrong with you? At those words, Lu Minlan directly hugged Emperor Wu. Tian brother. Just now this palace almost killed you. Almost can never talk to you again. Emperor Wu also had palpitations in his heart. Only he didn't want to involve Lu Minlan in political affairs, so he patted the other party's back and comforted him. Isn't it true that I'm fine? Don't blame yourself. In fact, this is also considered to be my negligence and carelessness in not sending someone to specialize in testing the poison, but it won't be in the future. I've already learned my lesson, and I'll send someone to specialize in this area afterward to keep an eye on it. The Imperial Hospital, Li Mingchen is still over here waiting for good news. It was the news of his father's death. Who knew that after waiting all night, he hadn't received any news? What the hell is going on? Did it work? Or not? This made Li Mingchen anxious as well, because he was afraid that those people might give themselves up if they failed. If his father knew that he had collaborated with others to harm him, then he himself would be finished next. After that, Li Mingchen lasted until noon in fear and trepidation, when an imperial doctor secretly handed him a note when he brought him medicine. That's how he knew that last night's plan had failed. To kill Emperor Wu, that would have to wait for the next opportunity. Those who were with him on this one said that they felt guilty about this failure, so they were thinking of getting Lin Ruyan killed in the next 2 days, as a way to take it out on him. When Li Mingchen learned of this, he was relieved at first, thinking that although the plan had failed, it was good that he hadn't lost anything. As for the matter of getting Lin Ruyan dead, he also acquiesced. The death of this woman could only solve his heart's hatred. It's just that it would be nice to do it myself. For Li Mingchen's intentions, Lin Ruyan, who was in the middle of the Lin mansion, was unaware of it. She was still cursing Wang Shio. After all, how much she once loved, only now how much she hated. Damned liar. You really deserve to die. Achoo! At this moment, in an inn in a town in Dawu, a man wearing a bucket hat couldn't help but sneeze. He was none other than Wang Shio, who had been hiding for so many days, or waiting until his reputation became stale. Before, he was just hiding from the court. Now he was unable to let anyone in Dawu know his identity. Otherwise, he would probably be killed. He couldn't help but sigh at the thought. Alas, when will we leave Dao? Just as he sighed, a sound came from the doorway. Have you seen this man? Wang Shio sniffed and looked, only to see that it was actually the officials and soldiers of the Imperial Court, who were holding the portrait and looking for the shopkeeper to ask. Although he was far away, he could see the person in the portrait. Mother asterisk 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 her, ain't that me? Chapter 122, Wang Shio, so close, almost exposed. After cursing, Wang Shio tensed up. As a matter of fact, although he fled the Imperial City at the first opportunity after leaving the Spring Fragrance House that night, and in turn, he also wanted to flee the Great Martial Dynasty, but what he didn't expect was for the Dawu court to act so quickly. No sooner had he himself passed through 2 gates than he saw the third one begin to line up the identities of those coming and going. There was a guard among them, with his portrait in his hand. That portrait didn't know whose hand it came from, but it was actually able to draw such a likeness. Anyone who compared that portrait with his could see that it was the same person. What's this going to do? Wang Shio is now a little panicked. After all, this inn only has 1 gate. If those officials line up over here, they will be finished. Although he was on the run these past few days, he still heard about what happened to Li Mingchen that night. It was true that that prince did not lose his life after being attacked, but he became a real eunuch, and his body was seriously injured. This was considered a real slap in the face of the royal family, and now the emperor would not let go of the person who attacked Li Mingchen. Again, that won't leave him alone, because now he, Wang Shio, is suspected of being in league with those who attacked the crown prince. The court has been sending people to arrest him. He was clear that he must never fall into the hands of the Daw court, or severe torture awaited him. That way, if he didn't do it, he did. In addition, Li Mingchen must have hated himself very much, but he had cursed his woman in public that night, so he absolutely couldn't be caught, or he would have to bear the wrath of the crown prince. It's all about losing your manhood, so who knows if Li Mingchen will become sick. My lords, I really haven't seen this man in the portrait, but I'll keep an eye out, and if I see it I'll be sure to report it to the police first. The store assistant smiled at this time and said to the officers and soldiers with a pleasing look. Hearing this, Wang Shio breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, thinking that those officers and soldiers would go to other places to interrogate. It was a good thing that he was wearing a bucket hat, otherwise the shopkeeper would have been able to recognize him from the portrait. However, Wang Shio didn't dare to be careless, and just glanced a few times towards the side of the officers and soldiers before hastily turning back to wait for the food to be served. And he couldn't help but meditate in his mind. Hurry up! Hurry up! Although he wasn't afraid of death, he certainly didn't want to die if he could live. Now that his scolding has begun to circulate, he's kind of famous himself. Definitely enjoy the glory. It's definitely not that he's afraid of death. Definitely not. Having dared to impersonate before, he had expected this outcome. Of course, all of the above was Wang Shio reassuring himself. It is because before he was too rash, thinking that his head fell off, but a bowl of big scars can really come to that time. The fear in his heart he cannot hide. Just don't want to die. Want to escape. Retracting his thoughts, when he felt that the officers and soldiers had gone, he intended to hurry out of the place. The next moment, Wang Shio, who once again looked in the direction of the doorway, was directly dumbfounded, only to see those officers and soldiers actually walking straight towards him. Seeing this, Wang Shio's face suddenly changed. Crap! In his direction, he was sitting alone, so the target must be him. Thinking about this, Wang Shio even had the urge to run away, but he didn't know any martial arts. If he wanted to escape before the eyes of so many officials and soldiers, it could be said to be a fool's dream. Just at this time, that store assistant was also afraid that these people would cause trouble and hurriedly stopped in front of the officials. Officials, you're going to... Before the words were out of his mouth, the officer in the lead pushed him out of the way. Asterisk 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 off. The shopkeeper still wanted to stop him, but the officer and soldier leading him just glared at him, and he didn't dare to go forward again. It's suspicious to wear a bucket hat on your head in the middle of the day. As they spoke, the officers and soldiers had already walked up to Wang Shio. Take the bucket hat off. When these words came out, Wang Shio's body trembled violently, and he didn't even dare to move now. If the hat came off, he would not be able to hide his identity. What to do? What the hell to do? He was about to piss himself, his heart in his throat. Being found lifeless would be less serious, and you might even be subjected to inhuman torture, especially if he fell into the hands of Li Mingchen. He might even die by then. Seeing that the person wearing a bucket hat in front of them had not made any movements, those officers and soldiers felt even more suspicious. After a few people looked at each other, they immediately drew the long swords on their waists before pointing at Wang Shio. You guys hurry up and take the bucket hats off, or we'll all have to force ourselves to do it for you. At the sound of the voice, Wang Shio completely couldn't resist the pressure, and then he wanted to take the initiative to remove the bucket hat. But he had just placed his hand on the bucket hat and was about to exert force when an icy voice came from the direction of the doorway. What are you guys doing? As the words fell, the few officers and soldiers were stunned, and then they became angry. This was Lin Ruyan City, not close to the Imperial City, and they were officers and soldiers from the Imperial City. In fact, even the local officials had to show respect when they saw them. But this person behind them, seeing them, was actually so disrespectful. Even listening to the voice was a woman. In this era, the general status of women was not too high, and even fewer could become officials. So now they were all thinking about what to do about this ungrateful woman. If it was possible, the woman had to serve them well. so that the other party would know what it was like to be outside of the human world. How dare you tell us that? The leading officer, with his words barely halfway out of his mouth, was immediately silenced. The reason was that he recognized the visitor. County. Before this title could be uttered, the officer let the visitor give him a glare and instantly changed his words. Great General, why are you here? The person who came was none other than Li Guyu, who was walking towards the several people with a serious face. The officers and soldiers looked as if they had seen their father. All of them were caught off guard and panicked, and their heads drooped. Although Li Guyu was a woman, his great general was fought on. There was not a single person in the barracks who was not in awe of her, and the first reaction of each to seeing her was fear and awe. Of course, they, the soldiers, were also very convinced of Li Guyu. After all, the most valued thing in the military camp was strength. Li Guyu spoke bluntly once he walked up to a few people. This general is here today with something to do. If you have nothing to do, all of you get the hell out of here. The moment he said this, the first thing those officers and soldiers wanted to do was to leave. But just a few steps out, those people suddenly thought of something and hurriedly reached out to point at Wang Shio. That's right, great general. We are trying to check this man. He's suspicious. Hearing this, Li Guyu still waved his hand. That's my general's man. Do you still want to check? A few people shook their heads in a hurry after hearing this and hurriedly left at a quick pace. When Wang Shio saw that the officials had left, he hastened to give thanks to Li Guyu. This will, General, just now really thank you. When Li Guyu heard this, he then opened the door directly. Wang Shio, don't pull that nonsense. This general wants to know about Li. Chapter 123, The people of Da have no fear of Emperor Wu. Ha! Wang Shio was all confused, not expecting the other party to know his identity. However, looking at the woman's behavior just now, it clearly didn't seem like there was any hostility, so he nodded slightly. You just relieved me of a situation, and now as long as I know something, I definitely won't hide anything. Li Guyu began to ask Wang Shio about some things about Li. On the other hand, Li himself, who was in the Great Qin Palace, had just woken up from his nap in the palace. This first palace that was built was his bedchamber alone, but when he woke up he felt that something was wrong. How he felt that his body had become heavy, or that someone was pressing on him. As soon as he thought of this, Li suddenly woke up a little and hurriedly looked up at himself, only to see that it was actually Niang lying on top of him. Most importantly, the other party wore not ordinary civilian clothes last night, but a long purple dress of the Zoron variety. It looked so beautiful that it made him a little distracted. What the hell is going on here? Li remembered that last night, he and Niang were constantly toasting to each other, inexplicably comparing their alcohol consumption. Later, the drunken pair began to call each other brothers and sisters, even going so far as to pay their respects. It was only after that Niang, who insisted on sending herself back to rest first, ended up directly losing consciousness the moment she laid down on the bed. Although he had the power of a Grandmaster, he would never experience the joy of getting drunk himself if he used his inner strength to dissolve his drunkenness. As a result, he and Niang both drank themselves into such a state that they both directly slept in the same bed. The most important thing is that the broken Li has no idea what he did, but seeing that the woman in front of him is still decent, nothing should have happened. At this time the distance between the two faces was very close. Li saw that absolutely beautiful pretty face. To be honest, for a moment some heart. To be honest, it was still the drunken Niang who looked like a woman and exuded the same charm on her body. The woman's temper was a bit worse, but her looks were really nothing to write home about. At least the prettiest one he had seen so far, bar none. She looks handsome in civilian clothes, like a royal lady in a dress, and slightly cute when she's angry. Thinking about it, Li simply froze. Right at this moment, Niang's eyelids moved, then slowly opened her eyes. However, what came into her eyes was Li's face, and for a moment, Niang was a bit dumbfounded. Looking at the handsome face in front of her, she even felt that she was still in a dream, so her face slowly moved towards Li. Who knew that immediately afterward, Li reacted and subconsciously opened his mouth. What are you going to do? Niang instantly woke up this time, at the same time realizing that she wasn't in a dream, but in reality. Most of all, she found herself in Li's body, and they were still in the same bed. In the next moment, Niang instantly turned into a big red face. Her entire body was completely nonchalant. Her heart was like a basketball that had been smashed with force, almost jumping out. What have you done to me? Niang hurriedly got up from him, then hurriedly checked her clothes. After realizing there was nothing wrong, she felt a little lost while relieved. You don't even know how to grasp this. What a piece of wood. After she sent Li back last night, she had actually planned to go back and rest, but for some reason, her body instincts kept wanting her to stay here, only to end up unconscious as she lay on the bed. now that she realized that Li hadn't touched her. She was a little too happy to do so. Only, this kind of mood definitely couldn't be shown. So he once again placed his gaze on Li. Feeling Nie Ying's gaze, Li suddenly felt a little chilled and hurriedly defended himself. Don't you scoundrel me! I didn't do anything. When Nie Ying saw this, she pointed at the bed. Then why are we sleeping together? Li shook his head. Then how could I possibly know? Maybe we all got drunk and… When he said that, he didn't continue, but the meaning was clear enough. It was just an accident. But Nie Ying suddenly ran to the side at this time and wiped her own tears. I'm sure the underlings know about last night's incident. How am I going to behave now? Seeing Nie Ying with this look, Li understood that she was just pretending. You know, once when he took her away from Johor, that was a lot of rumors about the two of them, saying how unpleasant it was. Even so, Nie Ying hadn't wiped her tears much. How could she be like an unusual little girl now? However, it was also true that the two of them had been in bed all night, and it was only fair that he should show something no matter what. So what do you want? Li was clear that she must have something to ask for this time. Otherwise she wouldn't have shed her face like this. Sure enough, the next thing Nie Ying said bluntly. I want to enter the palace as a concubine. Li, he had been so shocked he couldn't help himself, and if the two hadn't been close enough, he would have thought he'd misheard. Are you kidding me? However, Nie Ying stopped crying and spoke bluntly. Do I look like I'm joking to you? Does that mean you don't want to be in charge? This, Li was somewhat speechless, but he also understood that Nie Ying wasn't saying this for no reason. There must be some reason, but it just so happens that up to now he hasn't had a woman. Since Nie Ying wanted to enter the palace as a consort, it would be straightforward to fulfill her, and besides, with her status she was also fully qualified. Okay, I agree, but aren't you sure to think it over again? Who knows that next? Nie Ying then said bluntly, you slept with me, and I'll never marry anyone else in my life, so what's there to think about? Li didn't sleep. Compared to the ease on Dichin's side, Dawu's side was very depressing. It was because the other day, it had long been known that their Dawu had been defeated by the Jin Kingdom. At first, the people of Dao only thought that this was just carelessness on the part of His Majesty, sending Pan Feng, a waste of a commander, to fight against the enemy, and ultimately failing due to tactical failures. So, at that time, the people felt that the Imperial Court just had to send people again, and they thought that they would be able to drive the Jin army out of Dao. Who knows that the army sent by the Dao court after that could only hunker down in the city to do defense as a way to block the speed of the Jin army's attack. Not only that, but there are many places around the world where people have unveiled themselves. This time those who embraced the group of people of the Dao court, all of them smelled the danger coming. Because all this time the trouble things are not ceasing. Could this be the number of the knots of Dao? When some of the people in the Imperial City learned that the rioting victims were still 200 miles away from being killed in front of them, some of those who were afraid of death began to pack up their things, intending to flee from the battle at any time. At one time they had no fear of Emperor Wu at all, and there were even people who blatantly said, what's wrong with this Emperor Wu? How can he not even handle this? Yes, the insurgents have not been suppressed until now. I really don't know what the Emperor is doing nowadays. Can't it be that he's just craving for pleasure every day? Chapter 124 Objective. Incidentally, to unify the Dao. A short but half a month had passed, and Emperor Wu's reputation had taken a sharp turn for the worse. All the people, at one time, embraced Emperor Dao and the entire royal family. From their attitude towards this former crown prince after Li left to be deposed, it was clear that these people were clearly on the side of the emperor. But during this time, what happened to Dao has broken the hearts of the people. It was fine when Li first left, and the countries around Dao only expressed that they would not pay tribute. In response, the people of Dao only felt that these people were drifting. Did they think that if Li left, they would be able to rebel against their Dao dynasty? At the time, the people thought that all they needed to do afterward was for Emperor Wu to send an army to subdue these rebels. Who would have thought that later? Before Emperor Wu could do anything, those neighboring countries sent their troops to fight them first. At that time, it seemed to them that this pure inverted the Big Dipper, thinking that Emperor Wu could easily beat them into submission and keep all these people honest, and by the way, make them spit out some more compensation. For example, let these countries, once again, cede a portion of their territories to Dawu, which will also make the Dawu dynasty stronger. However, in the end, Emperor Wu gave them a big pull. That great General Pan Feng went with an army of 300,000 and ended up with a total loss. After that, there were uprisings in various places and riots by the victims, and they, the people, had already questioned Emperor Wu's ability. So much time has passed and still not a single thing has been resolved by now. So good. Yes, I thought Our Majesty could carry things, but I didn't realize that he couldn't even handle this kind of small problem. so he might as well let me be the emperor. A drunken man, at this moment, directly said such treacherous words, which caused the faces of the surrounding people to change violently. Next, they looked around and were relieved to see that no courtiers were around. It's a good thing there are no courtiers around, or you guys would have lost your heads. As soon as he heard this, the drunken man continued to look like he was not afraid of the sky or the earth. What are you afraid of? Your head has fallen off with a bowl of scars. I'll just stand here and see who dares to come over and kill me. Although the people around are love to watch the fun, they are also afraid of drawing fire. So fortunately, they have intended to stay away from this drunken man. At that moment, however, it seemed that the wife of whichever drunken man had trotted over, and then took the drunken man by the ear and led him away from the place. Only after the drunkard left did these people present become less tense. So the topic was brought back to Emperor Wu. Although what that guy said just now was rough, the words are not rough, and to be honest this emperor is really not suitable for him to be anymore. It seemed that because the drunkard, who had just spoken such anticlimactic words, was alright, the people were now bolder. That's right, right now, our Da was suffering from internal and external problems, and were being attacked from the back, so I really don't know how much longer we can hold out. If you ask me, let's prepare for the worst. It's all life. Just as those people in the audience began to talk about the injustice of fate, then a young man next to them couldn't help but open his mouth to refute. Stop complaining. It's not all your choice. Where was this problem when he was still around? This is all your fault. Seeing that this person dared to openly lecture them, the people present were all enraged. What kind of a thing are you? How dare you speak to our Dawu's people in such a tone? The surrounding people all heard from the accent of this person just now that the other party was not a Da person, and thought that he must just be a foreigner. They hadn't fallen yet in Da, so how could it be the turn of outsiders to clamor in their territory? What's more, a skinny camel is bigger than a horse, and they, Dawu, are just encountering some difficulties now. They haven't fallen down yet. There still wasn't a single foreign power that could rival Dawu right now. Looking at the sharp gazes of the crowd, not only did the face of the man who had just taunted remain unchanged, he instead revealed a touch of sneer. I'm from northern Great Qin, so what are you ungrateful people? Hearing this, the faces of the Dawu people present all changed. They really didn't expect that they would actually be able to meet someone from the Great Qin Empire. The matter of Li claiming the title of emperor in the northern realm had previously made a lot of noise within Dawu, and they had all learned that the other party had established the Great Qin Empire. Originally, they thought that Li had now become an invalid, and even if he claimed the title of emperor that was just luck. They thought that he would soon be targeted to death by the other forces in the northern realm. After all, back then, Li had fought the northern realm as well, and it could be said that all the big powers over there had received his care. In this way, Li also has a lot of enemies in the north, and it is possible that these people will take advantage of the opportunity to take revenge, especially that the current leader of the northern border, Xiong Nu, will definitely avenge the revenge of almost being driven out of the northern border by Li back then. However, to their surprise, that time the Huns and Zhang were united and were no match for the Great Qin Empire. If this situation continues, then Great Qin might really have the day to rule the north. At this time, those people of Da were scornful of this Qin man in front of them, just because their emperor was Li. Still, someone felt that they couldn't be too much of a wimp and plucked up the courage to say, so what if you are from Great Qin? Don't forget that right now. Great Qin is still inferior to us, Dawu, so who are you to say that we are ungrateful people? Hearing that, the Great Qin man who had scolded them responded with a smile. In the first place, it was our majesty who established Da and then subdued the neighboring countries so that you assholes could live a rich, carefree life. But you forgetful people are good. Even if you didn't give support to our majesty when he was down and out, you actually fell on his sword. Do you say that you people are not considered ungrateful? When these words came out, everyone's faces were green and white for a while. They did seem to have done so. But if it weren't for the fact that Li's virtue was unworthy of his position and his character was so poor, they wouldn't have not gone to give their support to the other party when he was being demoted. That's right, it's all his own fault. That and killing his brother, and captive private soldiers to rebel. If they support not also a mutiny. Looking at the crowd's expressions, that Qin man seemed to have guessed what they were thinking. He didn't say it outright, just smiled and opened his mouth. A word to the wise, hear what you hear and see what you see. There are some things that others want you to see. Besides, our majesty has only just left Da for a short while, and your Da is in such a state that I must say you are really this. With that, he gave a thumbs up to those Da people. While the gesture would normally mean affirmation, the mockery was now very strong. There's also good news for you. Our Great Qin has already exterminated the Xiongnu and Zheng kingdom in the northern realm, and it's a matter of time before we unify the northern realm. Speaking here, That Qin man pretended to think of something again and pointed at the people of Dao. Oh yeah, and you Dao too. But in passing. Chapter 125, Li Yi's ambition. The moment these words came out, the faces of those Dao people all changed drastically. The moment the other party uttered those words, the crowd's first reaction was not anger, but rather a feeling of fear. It's that fear that comes from instinct. It was because when they heard this, the figure of the original crown Prince Li Yi, the god of war and soldier immortal who had once made the neighboring countries fear him, came to their minds. In case the other side really kills back, will they still be able to withstand Dawu? They actually had an answer in their hearts. After all, right now Dawu couldn't even handle the neighboring countries, and they were starting to split up internally. If this came to Li Yi, a great god, they were afraid that Da would be beaten out of directly. Those people couldn't help but tremble at the thought. However, once they thought that Li Yi was the son of their Dawu emperor, they were slightly relieved. At the same time, it hardened some of them. What are you afraid of? Is there a son who beats his old man? As long as he, Li Yi, doesn't want to take the blame and be scorned by millions of people for being disloyal and unfilial, he wouldn't dare to do so. Hearing this, many people felt that this was indeed true. Li Yi can't be so inhumane and treat his loved ones like this after the scenery, right? With this bottom line, the crowd wanted to use it to taunt the Qin man, but when they turned their heads to look over, they realized that the man was no longer there. Aha! Count on this guy running fast, in my great martial land still dare to be so arrogant, really not afraid of getting beaten up. That's right, if it wasn't for you guys stopping me just now, I would have already shot out to beat this kid up. Crowd. Although they spoke of dissatisfaction with their mouths, in their hearts they felt very shocked. Li Yi went to the Northern Realm and only just claimed the title of emperor not long ago, but he actually destroyed that powerful Xiongnu and Zhanghua. It's simply horrible as hell. They still underestimated the man. Next, the news quickly spread, and those who heard the news were shocked. From the court ministers, the crown prince, the empress, and the emperor, down to the common people. All of them did not expect that Li Yi would be able to take care of the Xiongnu and Zhanghua in the north so quickly. You have to know that the combined strength of these two forces is nearly 1,000,000. However, they were all buried in Li Yi's hands. So could they, Dawu, carry it off? One must know that after Li Yi got rid of these two dragons this time, he would surely be able to rule the entire northern realm soon. At that time, with Dawu's battle power, he really wasn't necessarily a match. Great Martial Palace, Yangxin Temple. Lu Minlan was now very agitated, and she spoke bluntly in front of Emperor Wu. Look, Brother Tian, look, it's worthy of being my Lu Minlan's son. He actually did take care of the Huns and Zhang. Hundreds of thousands of troops, all of them were easily destroyed by him. It seems it won't be long before this palace's heir will be able to command the northern realm. Seeing Lu Minlan's complacent and proud appearance, Emperor Wu's mood was incredibly complicated. To be honest, he couldn't really be happy about it. After all, he was the one who had relegated Li Yi to the status of a commoner in the first place, and he himself had previously done so for his own personal gain, not at all for the purpose of exercising the other party. He was afraid that Li Yi would be powerful and steal his throne. In the end, his decision also forced Li Yi out of the Dawu dynasty. Originally, Emperor Wu thought that without his martial arts skills and the backing of Dawu, it was questionable whether this son of his would be able to survive in the northern realm. To his immense surprise, the news about Li Yi that came afterward was more shocking than anything else. First, he had claimed the title of emperor. Then he had been targeted by both the Xiongnu and Zhang, but had won that great battle. And now he had heard the news that the other party had destroyed these two great powers of the northern realm. It didn't make him happy at all, but rather a little worried. What he had done to Li Yi, Emperor Wu knew very well that the other party might take revenge on him in time. Now he's almost a wreck. He can't even get out of bed because his lower limbs don't work at all, as if he's suspected of being paralyzed. Moreover, the situation of Dawu is also very bad now. The neighboring countries, except for Jin and Wu, have also started to prepare their armies, and they must be trying to deal with their Dawu as well. The insurgent armies within Dao are now 3 in number, and they are huge. It was no exaggeration to say that if he didn't handle it well again, his Dao's kingdom might be about to change hands. Even if he could carry on with the internal and external problems now, could he still block it if his good oldest son came back to kill him? In the middle of her thoughts, Lu Minlan also noticed that he looked bad, so she asked suspiciously, "What's the matter, Tian? Aren't you happy that your son is doing well?" Hearing this, Emperor Wu could only smile awkwardly. "Oh, of course I'm happy for Ear, it's just that I'm more worried about the situation of our royal Li family right now. I'm not as capable as Ear, and I'm completely unable to solve the problems facing Dawu, and I'm sure that as things go on, these problems will get worse and worse. If we don't handle this well, our Li family might have to lose the kingdom in the future." As the words fell, Lu Minlan's face also changed, while the happiness within her heart was instantly all gone. Yes, she was very clear about how miserable their Dawu royal family was right now. Even if there are internal and external problems, the emperor is paralyzed in bed, and even eating and drinking are problems. The prince became a eunuch again, suffered from the world's ridicule, and there were even more people in the court who looked down on him, which meant that they no longer had any of them in Dog who could run the show. If this continues, Dawu could really be overthrown. She wouldn't have been able to be queen, but her own abilities were limited, and she was powerless to do anything about Daw's current situation. Lu Minlan felt that he could only ask for foreign help to come, and it was not a good idea to drag on like this. Brother Tian, why don't I find a way to beg Ear? As long as he comes back he'll definitely be able to take care of these tedious matters. As soon as these words were uttered, they were rejected by Emperor Wu in a stern voice. No! He was so loud this time that he startled Lu Minlan. However, Emperor Wu also realized that he had lost his temper, and then he hurriedly defended himself. Lanner, don't misunderstand. It's not that I don't want Ear to come back, but if he comes back now, all our previous efforts will be in vain. Can't you see that since I forced him away, Ear has become even more diligent than before, achieving such an unparalleled success? Speaking here, Emperor Wu paused for a moment before continuing. If you let him come back now, that's probably all he'll accomplish in his life. Is that what you want? After Emperor Wu's point, Lu Minlan also realized this. Right. Why didn't this palace think of all this? Definitely can't let these things affect Ear. Seeing Lu Minlan say this, Emperor Wu was slightly relieved. It's not that he doesn't want Li Yi to help himself, but he's really afraid that the other party will come back and steal his throne. Because Li Yi's ambition was definitely more than just the entire northern realm, but the entire world. Chapter 126, Cooperation. Destroy the Li family. The reason why Emperor Wu thought so was because if he had the same ability as Li Yi, he would likewise do the same. If he could unify the world, he would be able to achieve the status of an emperor for the ages and be immortalized for generations to come. This is what Emperor Wu is most worried about right now. If at this time again, if Li Yi turns his spearhead against him, their Dog royal family Li family will be completely finished. Thus, he could only pray that Li Yi would never target Dawu, or him and the Dawu royal family. At this point in his thoughts, Emperor Wu couldn't help but let out a sigh. Alas, I hope Li Yi will never be ungrateful and act in rebellion. This of course he only said in his mind, because if he said it out loud he felt weak. He could only open his mouth to reassure her after seeing the sad look on Lu Minlan's face. Lanner, just don't worry about it. Leave these things to me. Absolutely all of them will be resolved soon. Lu Minlan didn't have much of a reaction after hearing this because she felt that Li Outyan didn't have this ability now. If he had, he probably wouldn't have put it off until now, and the words would merely comfort him. Hopefully, this wish of Lu Minlan's proved to be a luxury. As time passed, Wu Shengchen Guang's insurgent army, as well as the one supported by the former dynasty's Da, approached this side of the Imperial City at an extremely fast speed. Those Black Dragon army couldn't stop them at all. The reason was not from the equipment and the quality of the soldiers, but from the number of people. The foreign enemies that the Dawu borders were now encountering had all split up quite a few of the Black Dragon army's main forces. Therefore, in dealing with these insurgents, the court sent few troops and horses, so it could not stop the insurgents from attacking. After all, the insurgent side is constantly growing. A few short days had passed, and Wu Shengchen Guang's side had added tens of thousands more people to join, while on the contrary, the Black Dragon army had been consumed the entire time. On the Yellow Horn side, although the pace of the attack had slowed down, it still had the upper hand, approaching towards the Imperial City step by step. It was only 7 days in the past, and the army of victims led by Huang Jiao was already less than 100 miles away from the Imperial City. Now it was all panicked. Not only the Emperor, the Empress, the Crown Prince and other royal family who were in the palace, but also those ministers and people in the Imperial City. Finished, is really finished, the enemy is almost killed to the doorstep. What should we do? Could it really be that the heavens are trying to kill me? Dawu. Now a lot of people are starting to complain about how they never thought before that things would turn out this way. Many wealthy merchants and nobles began to drag their families out of the Imperial City. Not only that, Emperor Wu had also put the entire Imperial City under martial law, moving some of the local troops over to protect the Imperial City. Now, in addition to transferring the Black Dragon army that was guarding the border, the rest of the remaining only had a mere 200,000 main forces. Therefore, Emperor Wu had transferred them all to guard the Imperial City, which was the most important line of defense that Da could not afford to lose, or else there would only be one palace left. Not only did he do this, but he also explicitly forbade any court official from leaving the palace. You think he's doing this to protect the ministers? Wrong. Emperor Wu was worried about these people defecting to the enemy because of a 100-year-old dynasty and a 1,000-year-old lineage. If De Wu fell, most of the lineages weren't actually implicated too much, but the royal family would definitely be destroyed. In this way, most people felt that the royal family would beat up the De Wu dynasty, the last of its resources, and this resources included not only the resources in the lineage, but also the lineage itself. It was because of these factors that may have prompted the World Family sect to start thinking of ways to collude with the enemy and turn the tables on their side of the royal family. Only with the destruction of the royal family will this war be completely over. Remember, you guys, you must supervise these ministers these days. Maybe someone is going to do something. As long as you find someone wanting to defect, you don't need to report to me, just decapitate them first. This is the power I give you. At this moment, Emperor Wu was commanding the secret guards inside the Hall of Nourishing Heart. Yes, sir. Those secret guards retreated after answering. It was only after they left that Lu Minlan stepped out from behind the screen and hurriedly opened her mouth to comfort Emperor Wu. Brother Tian, don't strain yourself too much. There are still more than 200,000 of our main army guarding De Wu right now, so there shouldn't be any major problems. If it's not possible, then we'll give up some of the cities along the border and move all those troops back. This will still save the Imperial City. Emperor Wu nodded slightly after hearing this, and in reality, he wasn't afraid of the overthrow of the Great Martial Society. The problem was that they used to be the overlord of this continent. So how come Li Yi had just left not long ago, and all of them had already become like this? Nowadays, I'm afraid that many people feel that he is inferior to Li Yi, and think that De Wu is really nothing without Li Yi. Emperor Wu was getting angrier and angrier the more he thought about it, and then he directly said in anger, I still don't believe that those victims can really kill their way into the Imperial City. When he thought of the poem he heard that rebel leader make yesterday, something about waiting until the 8th day of the 9th month in autumn, he was very angry. What arrogance! With these victims still wanting to attack the Imperial City, that's just a fool's errand. Now Emperor Wu recognized the reality that he might not be as good as Li Yi, a once-in-a-century great talent, but he wasn't bad either. I'm not going to suppress them this time, but I'm going to kill them all. Daring to bring shame to my great martial imperial family, I will make sure that you pay a heavy price. However, Huang Zhao's ability to lead the army was too strong, and in Hanlin City, which was only the last city left from the Imperial City, it was killing the defenders of the city who didn't dare to show their faces. At the bottom, there were also siege cars crashing into the city gates, and at this rate, it wouldn't be long before this city, the closest to the Imperial City, was captured. Kill, kill, kill. Outside the city, a burst of shouts and killings resounded at this time, and Huang Jiao was also commanding in front of the formation. He looked in the direction of the Imperial City with a look of longing on his face. As long as he captured this city, he was one step closer to the Imperial City, and at the same time closer to those lineages. Revenge is not far away. As he was thinking about it, suddenly one of his minders came towards him. King Qi, someone is asking for an audience. Hearing that, Yellowhorn's face was a bit surprised. What man? That man came from the Imperial City. He said he was representing the Imperial City Wang family and wanted to talk to you. King Qi, about a partnership. The king's family? Yellowhorn pondered for a moment, and a name suddenly popped into his mind. Does it mean that it's that minister of the household? Wang Yu? The heartthrob nodded at the sound of his voice. Yes, King Qi. The visitor is none other than Wang Yu. Upon hearing this, Yellowhorn's face became brilliant as he seemed to have guessed something. Let him come. Yes. The Yellowhorn's mouth curled up just as that heartthrob left. He, dog bite dog? This king likes it. A few moments later, Wang Yu, dressed in civilian clothes, came over. King Qi, my humble servant. He was just about to make a bow when Yellowhorn waved his hand. Stop making up those falsehoods. Let's talk about cooperation directly. Tell me what your Wang family wants to cooperate with? Wang Yu didn't hide anything when he heard it and spoke straight. We want to cooperate with the king of Qi and exterminate the Li family of the De Wu imperial family. Chapter 127, My Toast to You. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the surrounding Yellowhorn heartthrobs all changed. None of them had thought that this De Wu's minister of the household would actually want to join forces with them to deal with De Wu's royal family together. Nowadays, only Huang Zhao himself had an unchanged expression on his face. He had already understood Wang Yu's purpose when he learned that the other party had sought him out. After all, that's how the worldly families are. They only look after their own interests. Now the De Wu imperial family was weakened, so these families might not want to hang out with each other anymore, much less become expendable to the latter. That's why they chose to defect to the enemy. That is, to cooperate with themselves, the rebellious king of Qi. To be honest, Huang Zhao despised these types of lineages the most, only wanting benefits but not giving them. If this Wang Yu in front of him wasn't still useful, he really wanted to split him with his sword right now. Of course, he'll do it again when it's done. After all, from the very beginning, he hadn't wanted to spare the De Wu's lineage, and he despised this kind of lineage that sold their country for glory even more. So when the time came for other families, he might still be able to give them a hard time. This kind of disloyal and unrighteous person must be tortured to death. While thinking this in his heart, he smiled on the surface and said to Wang Yu, "Not bad. Your De Wu Wang family has made a wise decision. The De Wu Li family will soon be routed, so it would be better to follow this king to take over this world. After this is accomplished, this king will not treat you meritorious ministers poorly. You should understand, right?" "Understood. Understood." Wang Yu nodded his head repeatedly, and the smile on his face could not be concealed at all. He felt that their Wang family had really found the right person, and with Huang Ju's promise, they were truly cooperating with him, both sides of the inside and outside. "I think it will not be difficult to let the Imperial City fall, and then you can also follow these Qi troops, directly kill into the palace to destroy the great martial arts royal family. As long as the Li family is completely destroyed, that would be equal to the fall of the regime of De Wu, and after that, the battle for the throne would not necessarily be the turn of the immediate Huang Jiao. You should know that there can be two other insurgent armies in Dao, both of which are under the banner of the previous dynasty, Chu, and this time, they, the Wang family, intend to get a piece of the pie as well. If they were lucky enough to seize the throne, it would be even better, because they had already been vassals and wanted to be emperors instead. Today, the Dao territory is the largest and most resource-rich country on this continent. It would be a true honor if they could pocket it and make their Wang family the royal family of De Wu. Although it is true that this matter is difficult to do, De Wu now has too many enemies. If the Li family falls, these forces will definitely compete for the throne. But their Wang family's heritage is not weak. As long as they can seize the opportunity, perhaps they can really mix an emperor as a pawn. Really can't start with the crown prince, who made his father still old and very demanding of the throne. However, as long as their Wang family could succeed this time, the throne would sooner or later be his turn to sit. He was his father's only son, and even if his father had been the emperor in the first place, he himself was still the heir. When Wang Yu thought of this, he spoke bluntly to Huang Jiao, "King Qi, since we share the same goal of destroying the great martial imperial family, in my humble opinion, let's work out a plan, because my humble servant is also sneaking out and won't be able to stay here for long." Yellowhorn nodded slightly as he listened. "That's fine. In fact, this king has a plan now. Please lend a hand." On this side, Huang Jiao and Wang Yu discussed it, while on the other side, Li Yi, who was in northern Great Qin, was organizing a banquet. It's his banquet with Niaing. He, Li Yi, was true to his word. He had previously said that he would take Niaing as his consort, and today he had done it directly. Although until now, he himself wasn't sure why this woman would make such a request. He could tell that the other party was serious. It just so happened that it wasn't a matter of not having a harem of his own, who made him already the emperor of Great Qin, and if his harem never expanded, it would definitely stir up gossip from the outside world. As a matter of fact, he had always been indifferent to the matter of the harem because it was the time to develop the power of Great Qin. For him, the love of his children was simply no match for the future of Great Qin. The reasoning of suffering first and then sweetness is something he understands. Only if he unifies the entire northern realm earlier and develops Great Qin to the point where no one dares to mess with it, then it will be the time for him to enjoy himself. However, since Niang offered to be his consort, he honestly couldn't refuse. At one time this woman had a reputation that he had screwed up. If he didn't agree, he would be too inhuman, and Niang might have to be unjustly widowed for the rest of her life. Because of this, it seemed to Li Yi that as long as Niang didn't regret it, it would be fine. In the midst of his thoughts, that's when a minister came up and toasted him. "Your Majesty, congratulations, congratulations, truly congratulations, Your Majesty, congratulations, Your Majesty." After several people finished their words of congratulations, they immediately drank the wine from the wine cups in their hands. Reacting at the sound of the voice, Li Yi, of course, would not thin the face of these people, so he also dried his own cup of wine. After drinking it all, Li Yi also said the same happy words. Niaing wasn't here, but was waiting for him in the middle of the palace. Honestly, it made him a little freaked out. Something couldn't really happen between the two tonight. Thinking of Niaing's usually heroic appearance, he honestly had some mixed feelings. The two of them had been together for so long, and they really hadn't treated each other as a woman on several occasions themselves, but rather as a confidant and a boogeyman. Because if it was anyone else from Great Qin, seeing himself respectfully made him very unnatural. But Niaing was different. This woman didn't have a bit of a stance in front of herself, although when there were outsiders, The other party was indeed in awe of him. Once the two of them were alone, Niaing would reveal her nature and almost always call him her brother. Imagine if you were the emperor and suddenly one day your own brother said he wanted to be your consort. Could you stand it? Li couldn't anyway, so he planned to drag out more time at the banquet today, preferably until the latter part of the night. In this way, if Niaing couldn't wait, the probability was that she would go straight to sleep, and she would be able to spend this first night peacefully. Otherwise, it's just too embarrassing. Just as he was thinking about it, an old man walked over towards him with a wineglass in his hand. This person was none other than Nia Wujin, who was likewise his current nominal father-in-law. Not only that, even Nia Long and Nia Hu followed on both sides, both of them holding a glass of wine. Seeing this scene, Li somehow instinctively freaked out a bit himself. You know, usually when facing the three of them, you don't feel this way. What's going on here? Could it be that suppression of something? Regardless, that's two great uncles and a father-in-law. At this time, the three Nia endless people had already walked up to him. Your Majesty, the three voiced out in unison. No matter what they were facing the emperor, even if they were now dipping their hands in the family, then they couldn't be disrespectful. Li also understood that in public, he could not give up his emperor status either, so he could only take the initiative to raise his cup. I will drink to you. Chapter 128, Caught in the Act. The three men's faces changed violently upon hearing this. How could they dare to bear the toast from the Son of Heaven? Next, the three men spoke. Your Majesty is overstating the case. How are we qualified to be toasted by you? Seeing the way the three didn't dare to pick it up, Li had more trust in his heart for them. Again, more admiration for them. Previously, they were all the highest-ranking people in Zojiren. Nia Wuji was the Khan of Zojiren, and the other two were princes, but they still resolutely believed in him, their former enemy, for the sake of their own tribes and their own people, and handed over the whole of Johorn. I'm afraid there aren't many leaders in this world who can do that. At least Li felt that if he had originally been a leader, he really couldn't do anything to hand over his kingdom to an outsider, and he even had to demote himself. Not many people should be able to stand this feeling of falling short. Therefore, they deserve their own toast. Father Nia, you are worthy of my honor. Li also disregarded his own identity and directly addressed Nia Wudi in the name of father. He felt that since he had taken Nia Ying as his consort, there was nothing wrong with calling Nia Wudi like that. What's more, the other party gave himself the entire Johorn kingdom as a starting resource for him to establish Great Qin. This resource includes the country, the city, the population, and so on, so he stood up to being called that by himself, even if it was not too much to say that he was his father. At this time, Nia Wuzhuang was flattered. However, Li Yi's words had been said, so he was no longer pushing back. Most of all, he had seen Li Yi drink the wine, so he directly drank it himself. Seeing this scene, the two people beside him did the same. Your Majesty, let's just do it too. Nia Long and Nia Hu didn't stop their father from drinking because the old man's health was much better these days. It was all due to His Majesty's side, that Hua Tuo medical immortal, the man who cured his father better and better. At one time, his father had gotten it slightly difficult to even stand because of internal injuries. If you want to stand for a long time, you have to be supported. Even their father, himself, said that his days were numbered and that his body was already festering. Who would have thought that under the treatment of Hua Tuo's medical fairy, their father's body was getting stronger and stronger every day. At least now you don't need anyone to hold you up wherever you go. Walking is also healthy as flying. Not at all like the meridians are broken. Suffer internal injuries to stay the appearance of the dark disease. This made Nia Long and Nia Hu, both of them, very grateful to Li Yi as well, because they were also clear that Hua Tuo medical immortal was Li Yi's man, and if it wasn't for the latter's command, a physician of this caliber wouldn't have saved their father. After that, Li Yi exchanged pleasantries with Nia Wudi and the others. In this way, without realizing it, the night was late and the feast was over. The ministers at the banquet also began to leave the banquet one after another, and Li Yi all watched them leave. He wasn't in a hurry to go back. What if Nia Ying wasn't resting right now? That would really be too embarrassing. It wasn't long before Li Yi and Nia Wudi were the only three people left at the banquet. He wanted to stay a little longer, so he waved at them. Father Nia, it's getting late. You all go back and rest. Also you can rest assured that I will treat Inger well. It's strange how you can say that with your mouth. Also Inger, this appellation himself can't this life. Will never shout it out to Niang. Half an hour later, inside the bedchamber, Li Yi just walked in and realized that there were indeed no candles lit inside. When he was in the outer hall just now, he saw that there was no bright light in the bedchamber. This made his heart happy. It looked like Nia Ying was resting. At first he was just guessing, but now that he entered the bedchamber and found that there was indeed no candlelight, it was enough to prove that Nia Ying was most likely resting. Just in case, he mouths off and shouts to the bed in the distance. Ingla! Ingla! After shouting several times in succession and seeing that there was indeed no one to respond, he then approached the bed step by step. Although the bed curtains were drawn down, the candlelight coming in through the window made it not difficult to see the figures inside through the curtains. It's good to be asleep. It's good to be asleep. Li thought this in his heart, then slowly lifted the curtains, intending to take down one of the bedding, because in this palace, there is more than just this one dragon bed. There is actually another one in the side hall, and one can go over there and settle down for the night first. It's not that he can't, much less that he's afraid. If it had been any other woman lying on the bed, he himself might have been able to accept it. After all, he always had to have a queen, but it was Niaing, who was no ordinary woman. There's also the fact that both of them are already familiar with each other, and it would be really a bit uncomfortable if they suddenly slept together. While he was thinking about it, he had already pulled back the bed curtains. However, then Li did not go to get the bedding, but directly froze, only to see that Niaing didn't sleep, but looked straight at herself, and the face was expressionless, which made Li even more embarrassed. Ah, so you didn't sleep. After calming down a bit, Li was just about to say something else, but Niaing turned it on first. What have you been doing? Why are you back so late? Hearing Niaing's questioning, Li instinctively lied. The feast lasted longer tonight and ended a short while ago, which is why I came back a little late. Who knew that just after he said this, Niaing poked at it without giving the slightest bit of face. You're lying. This banquet, in fact, ended completely half an hour ago, and it was you who stayed there and didn't come back. Hearing Niaing point this out, Li was also very surprised. No one knew about his own stay over there, as a matter of course, and he had dismissed even those underlings who had tried to clean up after him. Why does Niaing still know this? Is it hard to believe that he saw it with his own eyes? This thought surfaced in Li's mind because that was the only reason. It could be that Niaing couldn't wait and then secretly went to the banquet table to look for himself and eventually saw him staying over there alone. I'm surprised he didn't notice. It seems drinking is still a mistake. After sighing in his heart, Li intended to defend himself. In fact, before she could finish her sentence, Niaing ruthlessly interrupted. Don't be explaining yourself away. You're actually crushing on me, aren't you? Li did not know what to say. His feelings towards Niaing were complicated. To say that he did not have a good feeling was indeed false, not to mention that he liked Niaing's character, and the other party's looks weren't bad either, especially when wearing real women's clothing. That can't be described enough as dumping. Now too, the nightgown she wore looked more feminine, but his heart was only just but on. Niaing, who was biting her red lips, couldn't stand it anymore, and then she blocked Li's mouth with her onion fingers. No need to tell me. I understand everything. You just have to treat me like an ordinary consort. Chapter 129. Lin Ruyan entered Li Mingchen's range. Li listened and looked at the other's starry eyes and almost fell. However, once he thought of Niaing's unusual appearance, he immediately sobered up. The next moment, he shook his head at Niaing. I'm sorry, I still can't see you as an unusual consort. After saying this, Li thought about leaving the bed. Who knew that just at this time, Niaing suddenly stretched out her lotus root arm and wrapped it around his neck. 2 days flashed by. At this time, Li Mingchen, who was in Daub, was finally able to get down from the bed he had been lying in for several days, and also saw the sun outside. These days lying in bed cannot move, coupled with the avoidance of him catching wind and cold cannot open the window, so the house is airtight and dark. The feeling of oppression made him die, but for the sake of revenge, for his own grand plan he still endured. He didn't want to die in such a vein. He would have to find the organization that turned him into a eunuch and cut them into 1,000 pieces before he could vent his anger. And his father, who had dared to treat himself with that kind of coldness, he must suffer discipline as well. In addition, there was this Lin Ruyan, who had actually given herself up just like that, which was a strange shame for him as the crown prince. He couldn't stand it. He had to make all these people pay. Previously, he had someone impersonate the imperial doctor to assassinate his father. But in the end, he actually failed. And to be honest, those days made him very worried. If he was found out to be the murderer, it would really be over. And his father's character would definitely not keep him any longer. But a few days passed without a single incident on his end, which put him at ease. Not only that, but now that his father had not yet chosen an heir, he himself could continue to supervise the country. I just don't know if those ministers, they still obey him. In the previous words, because he was already a crown prince, most of the officials felt that he was the future emperor, and that was why they were slightly respectful. But even then, he was still beaten by the military generals. Now that he had really become a eunuch, almost all of them knew that he was not related to the future throne, so that no one might serve himself anymore. What the hell is this supposed to be? Just as he was thinking, one of his own minders ran in from outside. It's not good, Your Highness. It's not good. Li Mingchen always felt strange when he heard this, but he still waited for the other party to come into sight before he directly opened his mouth and asked, "What's wrong?" Without the slightest hesitation, that heartthrob hurriedly reported, "Back to Your Highness. Didn't you ask me to go out of the palace to secretly keep an eye on the Lin family? Just this morning, I realized that Miss Lin Ruyan of the Lin family secretly left the Lin mansion and traveled alone to the northern realm to meet Li. What did you say?" Li Mingchen exclaimed in shock. He had an unbelievable look on his face at this moment. "Is what you say true?" That believer swore 1,000 times over. "Your Highness, how could I possibly lie to you about such a thing? Right now, the Lin mansion is all in an uproar. This old man Lin Shi has been sending people to retrieve Lin Ruyan, and this matter has almost spread throughout the entire Imperial City." The more Li Mingchen listened, the more gloomy his face became, and he now had the heart to kill someone. That's right, it's to kill the shameless woman Lin Ruyan. Obviously, they are his people now, but they still go to other men. He didn't believe that Lin Ruyan was looking for Li to talk about poetry. Although he had been lying in the palace these days, he had heard about the news from the outside world. It turned out that the poems made by that heavenly king shio were indeed not original to this person, but were copied from Li. In fact, if it was just Wang shio plagiarizing, Li Mingchen didn't think anything of it because it was originally expected. How could a man of letters so young be able to make poems with such meaning? Anymore, he had usually read a lot of books, and had never seen anyone who could make poetry in such a realm. But what made him infarcted was that the poem was actually made by Li. In fact, whoever the other party was, his mind was still able to bear it. However, this person was his lifelong archenemy. Originally the martial arts was not as good as his former opponent was already humiliating enough. Now even the text was not as good as him. The main thing was that the two were of vastly different caliber, and Li really stepped on him. Now that his woman went to Li, it was definitely not as simple as communicating poems. It was most likely that Lin Ruyan was going to eat back the grass. It would be a strange shame for Li Mingchen. This palace must kill her. Li Mingchen felt that only when this woman who had put a hat on him died would he be able to wash away the shame on him. He would never allow this woman to be with Li. Then he himself would be the laughingstock of Dawu in the future and become the talk of the world after tea. That was the last thing he wanted. So he had to be ruthless. As long as Lin Ruyan was killed, none of this ridicule would be there. Just as Li Mingchen made up his mind, he instantly realized that something was wrong. He almost forgot that there were other people here. A glance towards the heartthrob in front of him revealed a panicked look on his face, because he hadn't expected that his own crown prince would actually want to kill the Lin family's Qianjin. No matter what, Lin Ruyan was Lin Shi's daughter, and the other party was not only the prime minister but also the duke. This kind of status could be crowned at any time, and at that time Lin Ruyan would be the county princess of the dynasty. He didn't think that his own crown prince, who had become a eunuch, could be any more noble than a county princess, because in his opinion, Li Mingchen could be deposed at any time, and it was impossible for a eunuch to inherit the throne. Even he himself wanted to find another master. Of course, he wouldn't dare to say this kind of thought, or else he would lose his own little life. Did you just hear something? As soon as Li Mingchen said these words, the heartthrob shook his head repeatedly. "Reporting back to Your Highness the Crown Prince. Just now I lost my concentration and didn't hear anything." As he said these words, that beloved was also quite nervous, but it was good that Li Mingchen did not intend to go any deeper. "It's good that you didn't hear it, and remember to keep your mouth shut. Also you find some people to track down Lin Ruyan's whereabouts. Are you able to understand what this palace means?" Upon hearing this, the heartthrob nodded his head repeatedly. I understand. It seemed that the crown prince really wanted to kill Lin Ruyan, which made his heart beat wildly as well. However, he was just a subordinate, and there was no way to change his master's decision, so he could only promise repeatedly then retreat. Only after that heartthrob left did Li Mingchen call out to a side corner, "Come out." As the words fell, a masked man stepped out, then took a step towards him. The man was moving in a very loose manner, completely unafraid of being seen as if by someone inside the palace. Seeing this, Li Mingchen was really scared and hurriedly looked towards the surroundings. After confirming that no one was there, he breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, when that man saw Li Mingchen's frightened appearance, his heart was even more derisive, and then he spoke bluntly. "Eunuch Li, you can finally come out from here. I've been waiting for you outside for almost half a month." Chapter 130, Lin Ruyan, I must make Li apologize to this young lady. "You're making me wait." Hearing this burst of undisguised mockery, Li Mingchen's eyes grew cold, not expecting this person to make fun of his own sore spot. And what with half a month? It hadn't been 10 days since he'd laid himself into the Imperial Hospital. However, since he has lost power in the court and depends on these people to help him. He can't turn his back on them. This palace doesn't want to, but it's really too badly injured, and this palace has trouble walking now. The man gave him a contemptuous look upon hearing this, and then said without evasion, "Then you're in such a state that you won't even be able to sit on the throne in the future. So do you think you're still valuable to us now?" When he said that, Li Mingchen also froze for a moment. That's when he became a bit fearful that these people would stop following him once they felt he was useless. Honestly, it's a good idea to beg the other person yourself right now, because by becoming a eunuch, he may not have the support of the officials he had before, knowing that at one time he had a large group of supporters in the court. However, there was no word from these people after their own injuries. He understood that these people, perhaps, had given themselves up. It was thought that he would not be able to sit on the throne in the future anyway, so it would be a basket case to continue to follow him. Now this De Wu prince of his own, he was really isolated in the imperial government. In that case there was no chance of turning the tide. It was for this reason that he needed external support all the more, namely this Japanese nation that was cooperating with him. As long as they continued to assist him, he would be able to find a way to continue to kill his father and then seize power and usurp the throne as emperor. But if all the Japanese stopped supporting him, it would be really hard for him to carry out his plan, and it would be hard for him to turn around if he couldn't kill Emperor Wu. However, as he asked for the other, he suddenly realized a detail. Next, Li Mingchen seemed to suddenly have the courage to speak straight to the Japanese in front of him. "Since you think that the palace has no role to play, what are you doing here looking for the palace?" The Japanese man froze after hearing this, obviously not expecting Li Mingchen to still have some smarts on him. What the other party said was indeed not wrong. This crown prince who was going to be deposed was still of some use to their Japanese nation. "Oh, I have to say that you are indeed right. The fact that I could find you means that you still have value to use. Our lord knows very well that you want to sit on the throne very badly. We can still help you now, but only if you listen." At those words, although Li Mingchen was a bit unwilling, he still nodded slightly and said, "Only, as long as you adults can do what you say, this palace will absolutely follow what you say." He said this, almost through gritted teeth. In Li Mingchen's opinion, he was once not only the crown prince of De Wu, but also the only qualified heir of the De Wu dynasty, and in the future, the emperor of De Wu. I didn't realize that it had only been a few days and I was in such a predicament. Nowadays, he wasn't even a man, which was a strange shame. Moreover, he had to complete his plan on his own knees, but he really was no longer qualified to negotiate. Just at this time, that Japanese man saw that Li Mingchen was finally willing to listen, so he said with relief, "Not bad. Those who know what's good for them will be good for them. As long as you listen we won't let you down." After that, he took out an envelope from his hand and then handed it to Li Mingchen. "There is a plan we have formulated here, and you must follow it to the letter in order to sit on the throne." Li Mingchen nodded his head at the sound and took it. He didn't open it immediately to look at it, but said to the Japanese who wanted to leave, "By the way, can you guys promise this palace one more condition?" "Say." The man opened his mouth nonchalantly, which infuriated Li Mingchen. Once when he was in his own splendor, these people had great respect for him, and it was true that strength was king in this world. Retracting his thoughts, he was also direct with his claim. "This palace wants you to send someone to hunt down that runaway daughter of the Lin family, Lin Ruyan." Meanwhile, Lin Ruyan's side sneezed. She couldn't help but mutter inside her mouth even after wiping it off with her handkerchief. "Who is talking bad about my lady behind her back?" At this moment, Chui'er, who was riding in the same carriage as her, still had some worried words on her face. "Miss, do you think master will be worried if we escape like this?" Hearing Chui'er say that again, Lin Ruyan was dissatisfied in her heart. This girl has been muttering all the way, and her ears are about to become calloused. Of course she could understand. After all, this was the first time they had ever escaped the Imperial City in private, and they even had to escape De Wu to head to the Northern Realm. She was also very flustered, but at the same time a little excited, because she'll see Li Yi soon. It had been so long since they'd both seen each other, and she honestly missed the man. Exactly. Her mind was completely changed. Before, Li Yi was considered an invalid. Marrying him was no benefit at all, and it wasn't enough to hold back, but now the other party was different. Not only had they established Great Qin in the Northern Realm, they had also exterminated the two great Northern Realm powers, the Xiongnu and Zhanghua. At this rate, it won't take long to unify the North. One must know that although the De Wu dynasty was the hegemon of this continent and possessed a very vast territory, it was not as large as the entire Northern Realm. Therefore, if she could become the Empress of Great Qin, she would be able to enjoy endless honor and wealth in her life. There was also the fact that she had wrongly blamed Li Yi before. The latter wasn't a reckless man, but a true man of letters and martial arts. That Li Mingchen, what is the thing? as he looks like what can be counted as a literary and martial arts. Literary also cannot make a few poems. Martial arts and by a woman beaten into a eunuch. Lin Ruyan now sees Li Mingchen clearly, and that's why she goes after his heart. The real Prince Charming. When he became the Empress of Great Qin, he would still be able to listen to the poems that Li Yi made every day. And this kind of life was what he wanted. At this moment, when Shui'er saw Lin Ruyan's face of excitement, she could of course guess what was on her mind. Her young lady, she had this look on her face the whole way, but she still felt unreliable. Since she didn't want to make a trip to the Northern Realm for nothing, Shui'er couldn't help but open her mouth to remind her. Little Miss, before you repeatedly looked for Li Yi to break the marriage contract, and in the end, this man even tore up your marriage certificate. If we rashly go to the Northern Great Qin to look for him, in case he doesn't forgive you, it will be. Jade didn't dare to continue, but she had to be reminded of this herself, or the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment would be. Quality Lin Ruyan. This time the fire came up. Jade, are you kidding me? What, he forgave me? It's this young lady who forgives him. When he dared to privately tear up the marriage contract between us and commit such violent acts, it is good that this lady can forgive him. So, when the time comes, he must be made to apologize to this young lady. Jade, huh? Chapter 131, Lin Ruyan, wanting this young lady to bow down. No way. Jade had been shocked by these words, and her mouth had opened wide. Is this did I mishear you? Lin Ruyan's words were truly beyond her knowledge. Did her young lady really ask Li Yi to apologize? Would the latter really go through with it? Honestly, now she was kind of wondering if there was something wrong with her, and maybe what the lady was doing was the right thing to do? Jade tries to convince herself with such words, but tries several times and finds that she simply can't do it, because her young lady's brain circuits were beyond the comprehension of normal people. In Shui'er's opinion, if they went to the Northern Great Qin to see Li Yi this time, it was a question of whether or not the person would be willing to see them, and they might even be beaten up by the other party. After all, her young lady's operation before had really hurt Li Yi's heart too much. Outsiders might not know, but she was well aware that the person from the royal family who had a marriage contract with her own young lady was none other than the original Crown Prince Li Yi. However, ever since this man lost all his martial arts skills and was reduced to the scum of his people, her young lady had never changed her mind about withdrawing from the marriage. Most notably, Lin Ruyan had also gone to him several times to withdraw from the marriage. Although they were all rejected by Li Yi, her young lady has never been selfish. Almost every other time with its mention of withdrawal. She later heard that it was Li Yi who couldn't bear it anymore completely and tore up the marriage certificate between the two of them before leaving Dao, and their marriage contract was considered null and void. The fact that this man had done this showed that he was completely disappointed in her young lady. As the saying goes, a good horse doesn't eat back grass. Shui'er doesn't believe that Li Yi will apologize with her young lady. It was reasonable to say that even if her young lady took the initiative to apologize, as usual, it was impossible to obtain this man's forgiveness. Thinking of this, Shui'er was still planning to go convince Lin Ruyan, because if they adhered to the idea of letting Li Yi apologize, perhaps something unpredictable might happen when they went to Northern Great Qin this time. To put it bluntly, she didn't want to get her ass kicked. Little Miss, you see that Li Yi has left Wu for so long, showing that he is very disappointed in this dynasty, as well as his parents. If you still ask him to apologize under these circumstances, he may not be good enough to do so. Who would have thought that the moment she said these words, Lin Ruyan's face became incomparably ugly to the naked eye. This gave Shui'er a sudden sense of crisis, and she hurriedly continued to explain herself. Miss, I also know that this matter is the fault of Li Yi, but men generally want to face. If you can give him a low head of words. Before Shui'er could finish her words, she was directly interrupted by Lin Ruyan. Shut up. What kind of joke are you playing on my lady? This young lady has taken the initiative to go all the way to him, and you're asking me to bow down to him? Doesn't that make him think even more that I did the wrong thing? This may be forgiven by Li Yi, but this young lady may have to be stepped on by him in the future. After saying that, Lin Ruyan gasped twice, then continued. What do you think this young lady took the initiative to go to the Great Qin in the northern border and look for Li Yi for? Is it to become the other party's vassal? No. This young lady is going to be the mistress. In the future, she will also be the Empress of Great Qin. So ask this lady to bow down. No way. With these words, Shui'er was completely speechless. If not for the fact that Lin Ruyan was her own master, she really wanted to scold her for being brazen. How could she have the cheek to say such shameless words? However, she was only an underling, so she didn't have the guts to do so, and could only skim her lips and go silent. Several hours later, perhaps Lin Ruyan was demoralized, and only then did she open her mouth to compromise. Shui'er, this young lady thought about it carefully. What you said is not unreasonable. It does seem a bit risky to ask him to apologize. But if I were to ask my lady to apologize, that would certainly be a no-brainer. So, just offer to meet him once when the time comes. And I'm sure that Li will know that I've given him a leg up when he sees this young lady going all the way to him. He'll just come down when the time comes. Jade. Somehow, she always felt so out of touch with this approach. Just at this time, Jade suddenly thought of a question and didn't hold back from saying it. Miss, you said that Li has been away from Dawu for so long and is now the emperor of Daqin. The concubines around him may have been very clear and many. In case a woman has already been chosen as queen, then you, miss. This time she started to regret it halfway through her sentence. Because weren't her words just poking at Lin Ruyan's heart? I'm sure this will make the lady angry again. Things did go as she expected, and Lin Ruyan blew up right after she reacted. Lin Ruyan didn't show any mercy and slapped Chui'er's face. Pop! A crisp sound rang out, and Jade's face flooded with blood-red slap marks. In the next moment, she even spoke angrily. What do you mean by that? Are you wishing that Li is surrounded by countless women so that this young lady won't have a chance? Chui'er was too frightened to say anything, but Lin Ruyan was unforgiving and said, all this lady can tell you is that you're really overthinking this. This man is not going to find another woman because he has always had this lady in his heart. It's no exaggeration to say that what Li is doing right now is trying to force this young lady to bow down to him. He still has a soft spot for this lady. It's just that he wants a face. After hearing this far-fetched explanation from Lin Ruyan, Chui'er despised her in her heart as well. This woman is literally thinking about farts. I really don't know how big her face is. She actually thought that Li had a crush on her. It seems she usually eats too much big fish and meat, and it's straight out of superiority and fantasy. When it's time to get slapped in the face, it'll be honest. Of course, Chui'er didn't dare to say this openly and directly. She could only scold Lin Ruyan in her heart. But no matter what, she now sort of saw that she, her master, was definitely asking for trouble by traveling to the northern Great Qin this time. This slap made Chui'er never want to think about Lin Ruyan again, so she was going to stop reminding each other of it all in the future and see where the stupid woman would end up. It would be better to die in the north, so that one would be free in disguise. Unfortunately, the carriage driver outside was also Lin Ruyan's man, so he couldn't resist right now, but as long as she was allowed to seize the opportunity, she would definitely find a way to dispose of her master, even if she was incapable of surviving alone in this world right now. It's a big deal to die together. Lin Ruyan was not clear about what was going on in Chui'er's mind, and she began to fantasize again about her life as the Empress of Great Qin. Although she did believe that Li had a liking for her, but as the saying goes, men become bad when they have money. This guy might also look for other women when he has power and money. After all, men generally can't help themselves. Thinking of this, Lin Ruyan couldn't help but murmur with her mouth, Li, I hope you won't have an affair with any woman, or else this young lady won't forgive you anymore. Chapter 132 The Minister of the Household sends 2,000 of gold? Achoo! At this moment, Li, who was far away in the northern realm of Great Qin, suddenly sneezed. Who is thinking of me? Who knew that as soon as he said this? His ear was suddenly yanked by someone beside him. What are you talking about? The person who made the move was none other than Niang, who would be ignoring his emperor status even more since she had officially become Li's consort. Of course, this is limited to when there are only two people. If there was a third person present, she would have given Li enough face. Li was also satisfied with Niang's approach, and at the same time understood that this woman had a clear sense of priorities. In fact, he could also sense that since that day, Niang was becoming more and more gentle with herself. At least now it looked like she was pinching his ear, but in reality she wasn't using any force at all. It looked like she was pampering him, and, so, he had no choice but to explain with a cooperative smile. I'm kidding. I don't have many confidants, so who could possibly miss me? After hearing him say this, a smile then surfaced on Niang's face, but the corners of her mouth soon pouted. That's not necessarily true. I can remember back then that when you were in Dawu, you were always pursuing that woman called Lin Ruyan. I heard that once upon a time you had a previous engagement. She's your fiancée, so maybe it was this woman who was thinking about you just now. Upon hearing this, Li directly shook his head. You're talking about something that just can't happen. Back then, after I lost all my martial arts skills, this woman was all kinds of disgusted with me and kept clamoring for a withdrawal. He was feeling a little helpless even as he spoke. Obviously he didn't do these things, but the predecessor's choices in the first place, and he's taking the blame for it. To be honest, he was also confused about the operation of the original body. They say you can't knock on a door you can't open, so it would be rude for you to keep knocking. That's how the original body was, hanging on to the woman Lin Ruyan. Even the marriage certificate between the two was kept on the original body, because not only was he afraid of losing it, he was also afraid that it would be stolen by someone, and if the other party damaged it, Then the marriage contract between him and Lin Ruyan would be null and void. In response, Li was quite puzzled. In fact, from memory, he understood that the original did this because he wanted a home. After all, the owner of this body could be said to have grown up without love, very eager for parental attention. Yet neither Emperor Wu nor Lu Minlan gave it any love. This led the original to naively think that if he had started a family, he might have been able to fill the void of his childhood. However, this idea was indeed good, bad in that he took Lin Ruyan too seriously. It was as if it had to be her. It eventually led to him being unable to leave Lin Ruyan. Retracting his thoughts, he continued, "So, for this kind of woman who doesn't cherish me, I definitely want to draw a line with her. As for your claim that this kind of woman who only looks at benefits will think about me, this is something that absolutely cannot happen because she has never had feelings for me. Except, of course, for the interest of wanting me." The reason why he had to add this sentence was because it was clear that Lin Ruyan might have thoughts about him due to the fact that he had learned that he was sitting as emperor again. It wasn't that Li was self-absorbed, but what he had done when he came to the north was just too shocking. Shortly after arriving here, he directly claimed the throne here, and later won a succession of very large battles at very little cost. Almost every battle starts with over 100,000 troops, especially when the Huns and Zhang joined forces. It was really nearly 1,000,000 troops, but it was still a defeat at his hands. Many people should be able to easily guess that with his ability to take down the entire northern realm, it was only a matter of time. One must know that although this side of the northern realm was full of small forces, there were simply too many of them. If they were able to unite as one, they would honestly be able to rival the strength of a great martial peak. But wanting so many miscellaneous forces to unite together was definitely quite difficult. Now that he was using violent means to force these forces to submit to Great Qin, surely the success rate was also very high, because Hun and Zhang, the two strongest forces in the north, were all destroyed. The remaining forces were not enough to be feared, as long as they were forcefully forced to submit. At that time, their Great Qin would be even more honorable than the Great Martial Dynasty. In this way, Lin Ruyan might want to go back on her own, or she might come looking on her own accord. After all, now he had become valuable again in this woman's eyes, so these types of situations could still happen, but he is no longer the original Li. Before openly tearing up the marriage contract, that is also do not want to have any relationship with this woman. Just as he was pondering, Niaing suddenly spoke. "Then who do you think is more beautiful compared to me? Lin Ruyan? You." Li directly stated his answer, which honestly caused Niaing to be stunned as well. Immediately afterward, a pink color appeared on her face, and she was all a bit afraid to look at the man in front of her, with the sincere eyes that he was showing. In fact, Li didn't lie. In his impression, Niaing was indeed the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. As for Lin Ruyan, he could be considered okay at best, but he himself had seen quite a few women with the same face value as her in this world. So, this Lin Ruyan is really nothing. Plus, the character made her uglier and uglier, so Li didn't even want to hear the other party's name, not to mention not wanting to see her. Otherwise, he'd be thinking about this sickening woman again. Niaing was now very relieved, but she was still a bit uneasy, so she continued to ask, "So tell me, if she came to you now of her own accord and said she wanted to be your consort, would you agree then?" In fact, what Niaing said was pretty conservative. Lin Ruyan did come over to Li, but it wasn't as simple as wanting to be his consort, but rather coveting the position of Empress. Li didn't even think about it at this time, then directly shook his head. "By no means, how could I not include such a woman in my harem? And, you may be underestimating her. The woman has little power, but she has an appetite." When Niaing heard the end, she didn't fully understand what Li meant, so she planned to continue asking. However, Li no longer wanted to talk about this woman, so he said straightly, "You'd better talk to me about other things. Today was supposed to be a happy day, and it's bad luck for you to mention her." Seeing that Li was getting a little upset, Niaing also had the sense not to continue talking about this, but just grabbed his arm and shook and pouted. "Then I'm not curious. Since you don't want to talk about it, let's leave it at that and talk about something else." "What is it?" For some reason, Li had a bad feeling, as expected. Then Niaing whispered in his ear, "Such as, the matter of the minister of the household sending you 2,000 golds today." Li, this. Chapter 133, Angry Niaing. Li didn't know how to explain it, because it was indeed the truth. Then didn't I refuse at that time?" "Refused?" Niaing gazed at him with a questioning look in her eyes. In the face of this kind of vision with burning, not only did Li not avoid it sheepishly, but instead, he locked eyes with her. "That's right, at that time I did reject them all, or else the two household ministers' daughters would have entered the palace this afternoon." Seeing Li's eyes open, Niang was also relentless in breaking it down. Are you sure you refused? It is clear that you are not pushing back and booking the two as your future consorts. Li didn't know how to retort after hearing that, because that was indeed what happened. The minister of the household is asking for an audience in private today. He originally thought that there was something to deal with, but he didn't realize that the other party wanted to send his 2 daughters to the harem. At that time, he did reject it outright, but this old man insisted on bringing out the portraits of the 2. He was forced to look at it and realized that he did call it beautiful. However, he didn't directly agree to it because not only might it upset Niang, but there was also the fact that Great Qin only had one palace of his own right now. None of the other palaces had been built, and the process took some time. If he really agreed, then there was no place to arrange for either of these 2 women. They couldn't really live in a palace with him. After all, Niang was still in a palace with him now, so there was absolutely no way to arrange a residence for the 2, and could only make a reservation for them. There was no way around it, although he wasn't too interested in taking a concubine. As the king of a country, this was unavoidable. Then, he had no choice but to gather Niang into his arms before explaining bitterly, actually I don't want this. It's not out of the question. Tell me, which emperor in this world doesn't take a concubine? If I don't, all those ministers will surely have opinions by then. Not only that, Li is clear that he must also have a queen, and the greater the number the more stable the Qin dynasty government will be. It couldn't be the same as Li Mingchen, becoming a eunuch. Even a child was much better than there would be. Such a crown prince was not qualified to be the heir at all. The reason for this is that once he becomes emperor, if he accidentally dies, the dynasty underneath will be in chaos, because no one is qualified to succeed him to the throne, which has always been hereditary in this world. Even if Li Mingchen had already designated a royal relative to be the emperor before his death, then the people underneath would still be unconvinced, and there would be a big messy fight for the throne at that time. Emperor Wu wasn't that stupid and would definitely not allow this to happen. Then he wouldn't have chosen Li Mingchen as his successor again. He, a crown prince, can still be so. Himself as the emperor even more need to have descendants. Niang could certainly understand Li now, because if he were the other party, he would certainly do the same. But she was always a little uncomfortable inside. That's just it. Who made me initiate with you? She in fact has long accepted this reality. But the heart of the dissatisfaction, or to vent some, she is nothing particularly excessive requirements. As long as Li heart can have their own on the line. Thinking about this, she suddenly thought of something at this time. Then with her big eyes, she threw winks at Li. Your Majesty, is there nothing you wish to say to me? As the tone fell, Li was confused, failing to understand the meaning of Niang's words. Only, since he was worried that Niang would get angry, he opened his mouth with some uncertainty. So, that I need to say anything? It was this uncertain tone of his that sort of completely angered Niang. The next moment, Niang directly pushed him away with one hand. The blow was so strong that it almost made Li fall off that seat. He just wanted to question Niang as to why he was doing this, but when he looked towards the other party, he only saw that the latter had actually left directly and quickly. Seeing this scene, Li was also a bit bewildered. He didn't know why this woman was suddenly angry. Obviously, in the previous second, Niang had said that she was sympathetic, and there were no signs before she got angry at all. This next second she changed her face, literally faster than the weather gets in the north. Although this side of the north is a year-round drought, here and there all the wind and sand rise, or become cloudy. The weather can be described as changeable, just like Niang's temper now. Did I say something wrong? Li was puzzled, and at the same time he wanted to rush forward and ask for clarification, but in the end he held back, because he still had a lot of things to take care of. There was no way he could accompany Niang to fool around with him. Forget it, we'll find her and apologize after we're done with all this. After saying that, Li did not continue to waste time and rush to deal with the Zhangzhua in front of him. On the other hand, at this time, Niang, who had walked out of the imperial study not far away, turned around to see that after Li did not follow her, she became even more angry. Then she stomped her foot violently. Why hasn't this log caught up? Do I have to apologize to him personally? The reason why Niang was so angry right now was all because Li had forgotten about her. The reason she likes each other is because of what they both went through as children. Originally, she had been following Li around, pestering the other party every day, just wanting to wait until the day this man found out. But then so many days passed and Li still didn't notice this, and honestly at that time she really couldn't wait. The reason for this was that many of the ministers of Great Qin began to think of pushing their own daughters to the side of the emperor. The operation of those people directly gave her a sense of crisis, because Li is hers and no one can take it away from her. It was the daily fear that made her unable to resist wanting to be with Li, lest the latter fall in love with another woman. Even if the man changed his mind later, then at least he was her first woman. It turned out that she thought that she, adhering to this mentality, must have cared even less in this regard once she became Li's person. Who knows that on the contrary, Yang now very much does not want Li to continue to concubines. There is one of her is enough. And, reluctantly, she let it take the initiative to recognize her, which ultimately failed. Ugh, do I really have to come forward to say this? Yang didn't want to do that at all, because in her opinion only that would prove that Li loved herself more. She was in an extremely bad mood right now, so she planned to go out of the palace to get some air. However, since it's afternoon and it's almost dusk, I'm sure it won't be long before it's evening. As the emperor's consort, it was logical that she had better not be able to leave the palace at will, as the walls of the palace were now well established and had an embryonic form. There are still people guarding the entrance of the palace. If she wants to leave the palace it is reasonable to ask Li. But she wasn't an ordinary consort, so she tumbled right over the fence. Chapter 134, The Hunted Lin Ruyan. Yang was in an extremely bad mood, so she had been running her internal energy and using her lightweight skills to constantly travel within Huangzhou City. What a piece of wood! What a piece of wood! Yang kept repeating inside her mouth. She was in a very difficult mood right now. She wanted to find a place where no one was around to be quiet. Only, the current Qin is not the Zoron of the past, but it is much more lively than before. It wasn't just because the Huangzhou city she was currently in had been designated by the emperor as the Imperial City of Great Qin. There is also an even more important point. That is, the number of their Great Qin than the previous Zoron is too much. In these days, news of submission to them came from all over the north. There was also the fact that there were quite a number of people in the northern realm who were considered wealthy, all of them moving in successively towards the city of Huangzhou, which was, after all, the location of the Imperial Palace. There will definitely be greater development in the future, so now is the best time to enter Huangzhou City. And it was for these reasons that there were now nearly twice as many people in the city as there had been before, and the number was still soaring. Although it was a good thing to say, it was simply very noisy for Yang right now. With her heart in turmoil, she eventually chose to run out of Huangzhou City. It was indeed quiet outside the city, so she was instantly calmer and began to think about what to tell Li about this. To be honest, she really wanted to be recognized by Li on her own accord, rather than opening her mouth to be reminded. Why don't we give him some more time? It was because Yang had a lot of things in her heart to say to Li, but she had to wait until the latter knew what they had been up to. Yang planned to give Li a month before, and if the other party still couldn't recognize her, she would take the initiative to say so. Thinking about it, suddenly there was a murmur of voices not far away. Aha! Someone! Ying's face changed slightly. Who exactly was outside the city at this late hour? With that question in mind, she slowly felt her way slowly in the direction the voice came from. The reason why he went over there was not just because of curiosity, but the other party was just too suspicious. One must know that she was a peak first-grade Zhongshu powerhouse, so it was reasonable to say that if there was someone in a few miles around, she would definitely be able to feel it at the first time. However, she had never felt anyone around before. If it wasn't for the fact that these people were talking a little too loudly, she wouldn't even have been able to spot them. So, this can only mean one very important thing, and that is, these people are hiding their whereabouts. Normally, ordinary people would not do this, and if they did, they would be people with ulterior motives. Things were as she expected, and when Yang really got closer to the voice, she heard that it wasn't their Daqin language at all. Even in the entire northern realm, one had never heard of a person from any place that would speak such a language that was simply unintelligible. However, these people spoke with really familiar accents. She seemed to have heard them somewhere before. After pondering for a moment, Yang finally thought of something, and 3 words directly surfaced in her mind. The Eagles. Yes, she had heard that accent in the mouth of the Easterling who had been captured alive earlier. The only difference was that the man's words were still understandable, but these people were a different story. Yang surmised that the odds were that they were speaking the native language, so it was only natural that they couldn't understand themselves. The only thing that was abnormal was actually appearing outside of Huangzhou City these days. You know, this is Great Qin's territory. Those Easterning people appeared here, obviously wanting to cause trouble. Unfortunately, she couldn't understand what these people were saying at all, so she didn't know what they were discussing. There's nothing to do but capture them all alive and bring them back for interrogation. Thinking of this, she immediately began to move directly without the slightest hesitation. It was only after killing out that Niang saw that there were 5 people on the other side. Most notably, all of them were also at the first-grade Zhongshu realm. Even if this kind of force was indeed strong, and considered strong in this world, it was still not enough in front of her. Just like that, in the end, Niang relied on his terrifying strength and easily captured one person alive. As for the rest, all of them took poison and killed themselves. Only this one was stopped by her. He immediately took this person and went back to the palace to find Li. 2 days passed quickly. On the night of the third day, a chase was being staged in a wilderness within the territory of Dewu. A carriage was still galloping along, at a speed that could be described as fast. And the owners sitting inside this carriage were none other than the two Lin Ruyan and Chuyer. Originally, they actually traveled to the north at a leisurely pace. It didn't seem like it would be long before they would be able to leave the great martial dynasty, because the safest route was chosen. It wouldn't pass through any war zones, which led Lin Ruyan to think that she could leave Dewu safely and then meet Li safely. Who would have thought that they would be hunted down tonight? Originally, Lin Ruyan thought that the people chasing after her were sent by her father to persuade her to go back. No matter how much she hadn't thought that this person was actually trying to kill her. If it wasn't for the people actually sent by her father to stall this assassin at the critical time, she was afraid that she would have died a long time ago. However, even though her father had secretly sent a strong man to follow her, he was still killed by the other party. Now she had all the fear in her heart and urged the horseman in front of her again and again. Will you hurry up? If that outlaw catches up with us, we're all going to die today. Hearing this, the horseman in front of him said that he was also helpless. He wanted to go faster too, but that was the limit of how fast a horse could run. Mind you, his horse not only pulled the wagon, but also carried 3 men. This weight delayed the speed considerably, so it made him very helpless as well. From the window at the back of the carriage, Chuyer glanced towards the outside, and was instantly shocked as her pupils shrank. They only saw that the man was less than 100 meters away from them, and they thought that they would catch up in a few more breaths. Miss, he has caught up. What shall we do? When Lin Ruyan heard that she couldn't get rid of this outlaw, her heart went cold. If she let this go on, she was sure to die here. As a result, a sudden evil thought arose in her heart. She felt that the reason why she couldn't shake off the people behind her was because there were too many people in this carriage. The groom also had to drive the horses, and Jade was of no use at all. Thinking about it, she suddenly had the idea of pushing Jade off the carriage. Chuyer, why isn't this horseman answering back? Go to the front and rush him again. At the sound of the voice, although Chuyer felt that something was wrong, she still did as she was told and walked to the front of the carriage, intending to open the curtain and urge the horseman in front. Seeing this, Lin Ruyan wanted to make a direct move. Just push this drag down, and maybe you'll have a shot at survival. But who knew that the next moment, the carriage stopped violently. How? What's going on? Lin Ruyan was almost thrown out by this sharp break, but still calmed down extremely quickly. After all, there were still outlaws chasing after her. But then the horseman's reply made her go into complete cardiac arrest. There's no way out. Chapter 135, Dead or Alive. Lin Ruyan somewhat couldn't believe her ears, so she immediately took the initiative to go forward and lift the curtain. Under the illumination of the moonlight, she saw that a few meters in front of her was actually a cliff. How is this? How is this? Before she could finish her sentence, a sudden sword light slashed through from behind her, and the carriage's canopy was directly split into pieces. Bang! The terrifying sword chi directly lifted Chuyer and Lin Ruyan off the carriage, and both ended up falling to the ground in a heap. The horseman was worse off, flying straight off the cliff. Ah! That cart driver's scream was like a thorn in Lin Ruyan and Chuyer's heart. Their breathing even stopped. It was the second time the two had seen a large living person die before their eyes. From the angle of the two men looking downward, they could see the darkness under the cliff, which was obviously deep. That horseman didn't have any martial arts skills, so there was definitely no chance of survival if he fell. Plus, the person who secretly protected them before has been killed by the outlaws, so it's the two of them's turn next. Could it be that today is the day of my lady's death? Lin Ruyan murmured with her eyes in a trance. She couldn't believe this fact until now, but when she looked toward the front, she realized that the man dressed in black, with a scarf covering his face, was coming toward her step by step. The other party's gaze wasn't even on Chuyer, which was clearly to take her life. Who the hell are you? Why did you attack us? Lin Ruyan summoned up the courage to open her mouth and questioned. However, the other party pressed on with no intention of answering him, and just sneered. Oh, what's the use of knowing so much before you die? Better hurry up and let me send you on your way. After saying this, the man stabbed his sword towards her. Lin Ruyan's mind went blank. Instinct drove her to keep moving backward, but a few times her hand grabbed empty. The fact that she was going to fall off the cliff a little further back made her crumble even more inside. She couldn't accept this fact at all. She was at a flowery age, and had thought that she could be the Empress of Qin for the rest of her life, enjoying glory and wealth. But the reality is that she's going to be killed and die at the height of her beauty. Fortunately, at this time, that assassin did not know Lin Ruyan's thoughts. Otherwise he would definitely have to torture this shamelessly disgusting woman to death by 1,000 cuts. It's just that he didn't know this. So now he just wanted to hurry up and get Lin Ruyan killed, so he could go back and resume his orders after completing his mission. Next, just as she was about to stab this sword into Lin Ruyan's heart, the latter's body suddenly fell backward and then fell off the cliff. The assassin froze for a moment at first, and when he looked closely, he realized that it was the maid next to Lin Ruyan who had pulled her master off the cliff. This time, the screams of the two men still rang out, and the assassin didn't dare to continue on as he walked to the edge of the cliff. Even though it's nighttime now, the moonlight is very bright tonight. Even so, it was still pitch black below the cliff, and that alone was enough to prove just how high this cliff was. So even if he jumped down, I'm afraid it would be the same dead end, not to mention the two girls with no martial arts. Still, just in case, he chased it down the side. He was very strict in his work, and could not be reassured until he saw the body in any case. As the saying goes, if you want to see a person alive, you want to see a corpse dead. In case that Lin Ruyan is lucky enough to survive, the adults will definitely not be able to spare him in the end. He didn't want to lose his life over this, so he rushed down to see where the body had landed. Of course, he was also clear about the probability of Lin Ruyan being alive. That was almost zero. Doing so is just to reassure yourself. This height, no matter who falls down, then some of the power that also want to die without a body. I'm sure these two women are the same. Better die in the obvious place and don't give me a good search. Northern Realm, Great Qin Huangzhou City. Li Yi was in his palace, continuing to deal with the busy political affairs. There was no way around it. The Great Qin Empire was just starting out and it was the time for rapid development, coupled with the fact that quite a number of officials are new to their posts, or those officials have just taken up new jobs. There are many things that they hardly know. After all, the original Zojiran's dynastic government was still quite different from that of the Central Plain side. And, instead of following the dynastic government of the Middle Kingdom exactly, Li Yi was realistic about the kind of ways he knew from ancient times, because that was proven over a long period of time that there would not be any problem at all, which led to a lot of difficulties encountered by many officials who had just taken over the job shortly. Of course, Li Yi had anticipated this, and told them in advance that if there was anything, they could just come over and ask themselves directly, and he was able to explain it to them one by one. It was this decision that gave him a lot of political business to deal with in a day as well. However, Li Yi didn't feel labored. Instead, he was enjoying himself. Only he knew very well that this tiredness was only for a while, and when those officials were familiar with the things they each managed, Great Qin would also be more stable. Just as he was busy, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a silhouette walking in the doorway with his afterglow. Subconsciously looking up, he saw that the person coming was none other than Niang. She had a bowl of something in her hand and a small smile on her face. "Your Majesty, I've boiled ginseng soup for you. It just so happens that you've been tired all day. Come and drink some." Upon hearing this, Li Yi for some reason suddenly felt a coldness in his back. What's with this instinctive fear? You know, ever since Niang came back angry that night, she had been boiling ginseng soup for him every night. It would be fine if there was only ginseng in there, but there were still quite a few unknown herbs. He couldn't tell what the stuff was at first, but he understood that Niang wouldn't harm him, so he drank it all up every time. Just after drinking it, he felt hot all over, and then he realized that it was full of tonic medicine. To be honest, this made Li Yi resist a little from the bottom of his heart. I'm obviously in great shape. Do I need any tonic? In the middle of his thoughts, Niang had already walked up to him and had handed the bowl of ginseng soup to himself. Seeing this, Li Yi instinctively took it and looked towards the inside to find that there were also Chinese herbs. At this point he couldn't help himself at all, so he spoke bluntly. What do you mean by that? Can you not put those messy things in it? I feel bitter even when I drink it." Hearing this, Niang also hurriedly explained. "Don't get me wrong, Your Majesty, this is no mess. It's a prescription I found from Dr. Hua Tua. This medicine is not only able to warm up your body, but it also has a miraculous effect on your kung fu practice, helping you to break through the Grandmaster realm." Li Yi didn't have any more doubts after hearing this. After all, it was Dr. Hua Tuo's prescription, so it definitely wouldn't harm him. "Fine, then I'll drink it." After saying that, he was like drinking water, directly drinking the bowl of soup medicine in one go, not caring that it was hot. No matter what, he was already a Grandmaster, and he couldn't be scalded by this soup with a little bit of inner strength. The point is that this stuff is bitter, so the long haul is better than the short haul. Now that he had only just finished drinking, Niang suddenly came up and grabbed his hand with a shy face. "Your Majesty, when are you going to be done with?" Chapter 136 The Precarious Wu Dynasty. Li seemed to understand something and couldn't help but scratch her nose. "Don't be in a hurry. I still need to take care of a few things. I'll go enjoy the moon with you later in the evening. It was a beautiful night tonight, so just as it was getting dark, Niaing pestered her about going to hang out together, but since he still had quite a few things to do, Li could only ask her to wait for a while, not realizing that this woman had gone to boil ginseng soup for him first. Niaing listened and said he was in no hurry. It's okay, I'll just wait here for you. It's not too late for us to go back when we're done. Aha! Li nodded slightly. To be honest, he really enjoyed the atmosphere. Being with this woman was like being in love. In his previous life, he had almost no experience in relationships because he had been devoted to his career in scientific research. This led to the fact that even though he had become an emperor nowadays, and it was reasonable to say that a harem of 3,000 beauties would not be a problem, he still liked this feeling. After all, walking your body is not the same as walking your heart. After being busy for some more time, Niaing, who had been silent all this time, couldn't help but take the opportunity to open her mouth and ask when she saw him stop to stretch his legs. By the way, Your Majesty, when exactly do you think that Japanese nation plans to strike? Hearing this, Li pondered for a moment before speaking back. Before I unify the entire northern realm. Niaing was angry that night and came back with a tied-up Easterner, and eventually, after a night of harsh interrogation, learned of the Japanese plan from this man. The good thing is, all these bonobos wanting to infiltrate this side of the north have to send people who know the Chinese language. So the process of interrogating and getting the information went very smoothly as well. The purpose of these people was simple, to understand the current force of Great Qin, and then pass the information to their Japanese country. To do so is to prepare for war. Those Easting people have long been unable to wait, wanting to destroy Great Qin, so that they can quickly occupy the northern border. As long as they obtain such a large country in the north, they would be able to take root again and then quickly develop their power. By then, they would devour the other territories around them step by step, and eventually take complete possession of this continent. In response, Li also gave a disdainful sneer. Oh, the appetite is actually so big. You Japanese are really delusional. It was a pity that the level of that Easterning man was too low, and knew only so much. So Li was still not clear about the exact time that the Japanese country would strike until now. However, he could make a rough guess that the Japanese country would definitely not wait for Great Qin to develop before making a move. So it could only be before he fully unified the north. Of course they didn't just ask for that bit of information. There was also a clear idea of the exact size of the Japanese nation and roughly how many troops they had. I have to say, this Japanese country is really united. And the whole country is united in wanting to invade other places. And the first place these people looked at was the very continent he was currently on. To be honest, the number of Japanese troops as well as the advanced level of weapons had greatly exceeded Li's expectations. But he wasn't worried because he still had it in his mind. The big thing was to just do it and be done with it. Most of all, he had already arranged everything, and as long as the Japanese invaders made a move, he would definitely let them know what true absolute crushing was. Now he wasn't afraid of the Japanese making a move against Great Qin, but he was afraid that they wouldn't make a move all the time, because Great Qin's soldiers and horses still need food and some resources to supply them. They don't want to spend too much time with these Japanese. Recovering his thoughts, Li continued to devote himself to his work. I don't want to think about that much. I'll hurry up and finish it to go enjoy the moon properly. On the other hand, the Great Martial Imperial City had already turned on level 1 alert. Be on guard. All the soldiers guarding the city tonight give this general a little more spirit, and report to me immediately if there is any wind or grass blowing. The general in charge of manning the walls of the Imperial City, at this moment, said seriously to the soldiers guarding the city. There was no way around it. That king of Qi, who had brought the victims before, was already about to kill here with more than 300,000 troops. No one expected it to come to this. Originally, whether it was the people and officials within the Imperial City, or the emperor who was at the top of Dawu, all of them thought that these rabble, which consisted of the main force of the victims, would soon be wiped out by Dawu's soldiers and horses. This is because there is almost always a considerable gap between the two sides, both in terms of the quality of their armies and their troop strength. But anyhow they did not expect that the rebel Huang Zhao's appeal is really too strong. Along the way the people are like being poured into the drug, all said to follow him to mix, have joined the rebellion. It was because of these reasons that Yellowhorn's forces grew faster than the two insurgent armies within the Dawu dynasty. Therefore, almost all of Emperor Wu's soldiers and horses that he had sent earlier to block Yellowhorn did not return. One part was annihilated and the other part chose to rebel. Although this situation was not something Emperor Wu, as well as the officials and people of the Imperial City, wanted to see, this was actually happening. Just during the day today, news came from the city closest to the Great Martial Imperial City that they had completely fallen. So as long as Yellowhorn's soldiers and horses kept marching, they would definitely reach the bottom of their Imperial City tonight. This time, the Dawu dynasty, for the first time, was considered to be in a precarious situation. Although there were 200,000 troops stationed all around the Imperial City, as well as the fact that this side of the city was more sturdy than the others, and could even be called a bronze wall. However, there is no guarantee that anyone will be able to hold it 100%. In case the Imperial City is lost, then Huang Jiao will lead the army to attack the Imperial Palace. And then if the royal family is destroyed, Dawu is considered to be completely destroyed. Never hold out for me. Emperor Wu, who was in the palace at the moment, was also praying silently in his heart. When Li Yi was still in Dawu, he had never once had this kind of worry, because it's all about them dog beating up other people's portions, and they've never been such a wimp. But this time he miscalculated. Li Yi has only left for a short period of time, and the Dawu dynasty has undergone radical changes. Not long ago, they were still the majestic overlords of the world, but now they actually have to worry about whether or not they will be overthrown. When Lu Minlan saw Emperor Wu's anxious appearance, she didn't know what to say to comfort him. In these days, she had actually comforted Emperor Wu enough times, but almost all of them were to no avail. She was actually able to understand that if this decadent situation continued, their great martial imperial family would really be finished. Not only would Liao Yan not be able to be the emperor, she, Lu Minlan, would not be able to continue as the empress. Next, Lu Minlan couldn't help but speak. Brother Tian, really cannot this palace or write a letter to beg Li Yi. Let him bring troops back to help us just once, no matter what. We're his real parents. He can't just see us die. Chapter 137, The Dislike Li Mingchen. In fact, Lu Minlan herself was a little less confident in her heart when she said this. Although it was true that Li Yi was their son, this time, Liao Tian had gone too far. As a father, he has not done his due diligence at all. Even if he was doing it for Li Yi's own good, wanting to exercise Li Yi's ability and encourage him to come out from the shadows of his previous life, but way too aggressive. Even Emperor Wu couldn't help but sneer at this moment. Lanner, you're really naive. I've forced Ear away before. Do you think he'll come back to help us? Don't forget that he's cut us off. Hearing this, Lu Minlan's fire immediately rose and she directly opened her mouth to rebuke. You actually have the nerve to say that it's not all your fault. If it wasn't for you being so desperate, how could Ear have left us? It's all your fault. Emperor Wu wasn't stupid. He didn't want to take the fault all on himself. So then, he could only shake his head in mock loss. Alas, this matter is indeed all my fault. If it weren't for the fact that I had to exorcise him and bring him out of the shadow he once was in, perhaps he wouldn't have hated us so much, but I don't regret it. No matter what, Ear has grown up to be the king of a country, a man of the heavens and the earth, and this shows that I have done the right thing. It's just that this also harms the Dawu dynasty in disguise. Hearing Emperor Wu say this, Lu Minlan was instantly heartbroken, so she hurriedly opened her mouth to comfort him. Brother Tian, don't say that. The words of this palace were a bit heavy just now. Actually, it's not your fault. If you want to blame it, it's Ear's heart capacity is really too poor. Actually hasn't been able to understand your pain. Lu Minlan now thinks that Li Yi is too young and rebellious to bear such great malice towards the two of them as parents just because he has been relegated to the status of a commoner. One must know that Ear hadn't given them any reply since she left the martial dynasty. That alone was enough to show that the other side still held a very strong grudge against them. Lu Minlan could understand this. After all, when this eldest son of hers was in a high position, he was the god of war of the great martial dynasty, the soldier immortal. Anyone who mentions the other's name almost has a violent change of face. So, a sudden fall from that kind of high would be too much for anyone to bear. Think about how awesome it was before when Li Yi fought all the neighboring countries and made them bow down. Unfortunately, since he lost all his martial arts skills, he did become disheveled and less confident. Not only that, but Li Yi's character has been turned upside down. Before he was quite obedient, then he almost lost his character and even started to do some stealing. Honestly, it really corrupts the good feeling. Even she, as a mother, was beginning to grow tired of Li Yi. Lu Minlan felt that it wasn't that she was hard-hearted, but that the things this son of hers had done before were just too unappealing. According to what Mingchen had said at first, this big brother of his seemed like he had been stimulated, and often did things like stealing chickens and dogs in the palace. For example, stealing jewelry from her, the Empress, and selling it for silver to buy jewelry for Lin Ruyan. She does lose things all the time too, and all of them are precious jewelry. Since she had learned from Li Mingchen that all these things were done by Li Yi, she didn't bother to look deeper. After all, it could be that her son's usual salary was not enough, so she acquiesced to Li Yi's behavior. It just made her how she didn't expect it, and then this unconscious son was also getting more and more excessive. It was for these reasons that she had disliked this son of hers in the first place, but as a mother she was still willing to forgive the other man if he changed his ways. No matter what, was a good son to her. Unfortunately, the other was still so rebellious now that she doubted she would ever see him again in her life. Alas, she couldn't help but let out another sigh. And she didn't know herself just how many times she'd sighed in the last few days. Once upon a time, she was still the woman who was carefree and just enjoyed her position as queen. But since Li Yi left the Dawu dynasty, no, I should say that ever since Li Aotian relegated Li Yi to the status of a commoner, everything has changed. Now her queen's seat is also sitting uneasily. Even Li Aotian is the same. This time I'm afraid that the great martial arts are going to face the extinction of the disaster. Just then, when Emperor Wu saw Lu Minlan's sad face, he couldn't help but open his mouth to comfort him. It's okay, Lanner. Even if Ear doesn't come back to help us, it's okay because I want our people to hold. Not only is there a 200,000 strong army stationed in the Imperial City now, but I have also notified the scattered soldiers and horses from all over the country to come back and save the Emperor. Therefore, it's fine even if those rebels attack. We'll definitely be able to hold it this time. Hearing Emperor Wu say this, Lu Minlan's heart was much more at ease. Well, don't worry about that day, brother. I'm sure our Dawu will be able to get through this. After saying that, it seemed as if she suddenly thought of something else, and after hesitating for half a day, she couldn't help but ask, Brother Tian, this palace wants to know if you really won't choose Mingchen as the heir? It's obviously been cultivated for so long. Upon hearing this, the anger in Emperor Wu's heart rose. It's not that I don't choose him, but he's no longer qualified for it now. For the sake of the future of the great martial dynasty, I also have to re-elect the heir apparent. This is a matter of the survival of our entire royal family. I have to be more cautious. After saying that, Emperor Wu seemed to realize something, so he asked Lu Minlan in return. Lanner, it was Mingchen who asked you to ask me this, wasn't it? Lu Minlan hesitated for a moment after hearing this, but eventually nodded slightly. Well, it was Mingchen who sent this palace over to ask you. Emperor Wu put a hand to his face and then said angrily, he still has the face to let you come over and ask. If it wasn't for that night when he privately left the palace and participated in that bull ***** poetry meeting, how could he have ended up like this? It's all because he deserves it. Deserved. Lu Minlan froze at this time. She didn't expect Emperor Wu to be disappointed in Mingchen to such an extent. At one time, Emperor Wu wasn't like this, and he was also incredibly fond of Mingchen. As a mother, how could she be willing to watch her son being disliked? So she also hurriedly opened her mouth to persuade. Brother Tian, don't say that. No matter what, he's still the son of both of us. Who knows that Emperor Wu, who heard this, had his mind blown up even more. He roared outright. I don't have him as a son, and do you think he can still be considered a son? He's just a eunuch. Lu Minlan was even more surprised. She didn't expect this to come out of Emperor Wu's mouth. Just when she wanted to say a few words about him, Eunuch Zhao's voice came from the direction of the doorway behind her. Hey, Your Highness the Crown Prince, aren't you going to see His Majesty? Why did you leave? Chapter 138, beginning the attack on the great martial Imperial City. As the voice entered their ears, both Emperor Wu and Lu Minlan's faces changed, and they immediately looked in the direction of the doorway. Because of the bright lights outside the Yangxin Hall, so the 20° to see in the distance there is a road, wearing a golden yellow python robe figure. That is obviously wearing the Prince Python robe of Li Mingchen. Now only the back of the other man could be seen, and it was clear that he was indeed leaving the place. But it was obvious that Li Mingchen had just arrived, and now that he had left he had obviously heard the conversation between the two just now. Emperor Wu had just a little bit of complexity in his eyes, but he didn't say anything more, as if he didn't care about the departure of this son of his. It was different for Lu Minlan, who now had a flustered look on her face, because she was afraid that Li Mingchen would not be able to think straight. She really hadn't expected that Mingchen actually happened to come here, and she thought that the desperate words of Liao Yan just now had already been heard by this son of hers. To be honest, she couldn't even listen to those words of Liao Yan, let alone being heard by Li Mingchen himself. Mingchen was the child she had watched grow up, so Lu Minlan knew her character well. This youngest son seemed very strong, but in fact was incredibly weak inside and often cried in front of himself. As soon as she thought of this, Lu Minlan began to feel heartbroken, and at the same time, she hated Emperor Wu. The next moment, she said with some displeasure, Li Aotian, look at what you just said. Is that really something a father can say? Do you know how sad Mingchen will be this time? If he can't think of leaving De Wu as well, this palace will not be finished with you. After saying that, Lu Minlan also did not continue to stay in the nurturing heart hall any longer and hurriedly chased after Li Mingchen in the direction he left. Mingchen, wait for mother. She'd have to go over there and explain herself. or the family would really fall apart. Meanwhile, looking at Lu Minlin's back as she left, a flash of remorse flashed across Emperor Wu's eyes. Have I really done wrong? Once when Li Yi was still in Dawu, their family of 3 was considered to be happy, and they had never made a scene like this at all. At that time, Li Yi was the only one who displeased him, but the relationship between Lana and Mingchen and the 3 of them could be said to be enviable. Little did he realize that his good oldest son had only just left when their relationship broke down. In fact, he felt that all these things were all Li Yi's fault. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to be capricious and leave Da, how could they have encountered so many things? In addition, the Dawu dynasty was now in a crisis, and all of this had happened from Li Yi's departure. Even the matter of Li Mingchen was the same. If Li Yi hadn't left, I'm sure those people in the shadows wouldn't even think of dealing with Li Mingchen. In that case, he wouldn't be a eunuch. That's right, it's all Li Yi's fault. At this time in the northern realm of the great Qin Li Yi, completely unaware of his once good father, and will again put all the faults on him. He was currently accompanying Niaing, enjoying the moon outside the palace. It couldn't be helped that the back garden in the middle of the palace hadn't been built yet, so it might as well be out of the palace for a good time. Looking up at the full moon in the sky is very beautiful indeed. Of course, moon beauty is even more beautiful. Niaing was now wearing a long blue dress, and the moonlight sprinkled on her body like she was draped in snowflakes, looking like the beautiful Snow-White princess. If he forgot about her character, Li Yi really felt that she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his life. Only, he simply couldn't forget it. Just as he was rambling, he completely failed to notice that Niaing was also looking at him. However, Niaing didn't know that he was in deep thought, so in her eyes Li Yi kept staring at himself. Even though the 2 of them were already considered a couple, she still felt incredibly shy. Immediately afterward, she couldn't help but speak. What are you looking at? Only then did Li Yi return to his senses at the sound of his voice, and then he hurriedly opened his mouth to respond. No, nothing, just now I remembered something. Hearing him say that, Niaing became a bit upset and said unhappily, Your Majesty, didn't you come out with me to enjoy the moon? How can you think of other things? When Li Yi heard this, he knew that he had said the wrong thing, so he laughed and flirted. I didn't come out to enjoy the moon, but Speaking here, Li Yi didn't continue, but his gaze was always on Niaing's body. Feeling Li Yi's intense gaze, Niaing became even more embarrassed and whirled around and instinctively punched the other party's chest. Nasty! Bang! The force of Niaing's punch was not light, directly causing Li Yi, who was not mentally prepared, to take a step back. It was a good thing that he was a great master powerhouse. If it were anyone else, they might have been whacked away by this punch. Immediately after, Niaing also realized that the force of her punch was a bit too much, so she hurriedly opened her mouth in concern. Li, Majesty, are you alright? Li shook his head after hearing this, afraid of this woman's guilt. He gathered her in his arms at this moment. It's really okay, just be gentle next time. Niaing's body trembled at this moment, but he also acquiesced to Li Yi's behavior, after which the 2 of them silently walked towards the front. I have to say, it's a little more tiring, but it's quite pleasant. On Dawu's side, Yellowhorn did not stop because the Imperial City's defenders were ready. Instead, he had already arrived outside the Imperial City the next night. Most of all, without the slightest hesitation, he directly ordered his soldiers to attack the city. As for the people who were in the Imperial City, they were now almost dumbfounded, for they did not know whether the enemy would be able to attack the city. If they, the Dawu Black Dragon Army, really couldn't hold it, then they would probably have to face death afterward. This is all from previous experience. Normally if it is the Imperial Army that strikes into the middle of the Imperial City of Dawu, they will not be so fearful yet, because the enemy country would not start killing them. The former just wanted their Da's resources. However, it was different if the insurgents in their own country, or the rebels who had risen up at the bottom, those people hated the people they were in the Imperial City with a passion. It is important to realize that generally the Imperial City is inhabited by people who live in affluence, but this is not necessarily the case in other areas. At that time, as soon as those rebels killed their way into the city, they would surely wield their butcher's knives against them. The people of the city were on the verge of chaos at the thought, even though it was late at night, and if it were normal they would have gone to bed already, but now they were all gathered outside, discussing what to do. What in the world should this do? What to do? In fact, not only they, the people, but even some officials are panicking today, except for those big families, the ministers with the families behind them, because they knew that even if the enemy attacked, then the probability was that nothing would be done to them, unless these people were not wanting to gain a foothold in Dawu. As long as someone wanted to sit on the throne and take control of the entire Dawu dynasty, then their support would be indispensable. Of course, Those ministers didn't know that Huang Jiao precisely didn't value the throne that much. What he valued was whether or not their lineages were extinguished. Chapter 139, Uniquely. You can really endure. Now, Emperor Wu, who was in the palace's Yangxin Hall, was also apprehensive in his heart. Although, in his prediction the Imperial City defenders would definitely be able to hold it, even if the enemy doubled as usual. But this was a matter of life and death after all, so he was also a bit uneasy. In case the Imperial City is accidentally breached, I'm afraid his and the Empress's lives will stop here. He began scratching his head at the thought, but just at this time, Lu Minlan walked in from outside. Seeing this, he hurriedly returned to his bland color. There was no way. Right now he was the last spiritual pillar of the Dewu dynasty. If his mentality had collapsed, then who else would be able to hold up the Dewu dynasty that was already in danger? Although this statement was a bit exaggerated, the Dewu dynasty was indeed in danger right now. With the slightest carelessness, the Imperial City could be overrun by the enemy, and then it would be a disaster for the royal family of the Great Zhou. Of course, the same is true for the people in the Imperial City, and as the Emperor of Dewu, he definitely couldn't panic first now, or else the others would definitely panic even more. In the middle of his thoughts, Lu Minlan had walked over to the bed, and then straightened up to him. Tian brother, the eunuchs have boiled the soup medicine for you. This palace has brought it here. You hurry to drink the medicine. Originally, Emperor Wu didn't feel anything, but when he saw the soup medicine handed over by Lu Minlan, the suppressed anger within him completely exploded. In the next moment, he knocked over the tonics in Lu Minlan's hand. I'm not drinking. Although it was only 3 words, Emperor Wu was as if he had roared them out, and his voice was so loud that it startled Lu Minlan, and he even took 2 steps back violently, almost falling to the ground. Brother Sky, she was so shocked that she didn't know what to say, and at the same time, her face was filled with fear. It was the first time she had seen Li Guyu like this, as if Emperor Wu had fallen into madness. His mouth continued at this time. It's come to this, and I can't believe I'm still only paralyzed in bed. What is the use of drinking these soups and medicines? So much time has passed or not a little effect. I cannot even get out of bed. The current Emperor Wu was no longer able to feel anything under his waist, and he really couldn't even stand up. Even the usual pooping and peeing were all done by his subordinates. To be honest, this kind of humiliation was really not something that an ordinary person could endure. What's more, he is an emperor. This kind of status in the past is to enjoy the respect of 10,000 people. That is how the scenery. However, today he cannot even take care of himself. What a shame. Shame on you. His mind was really completely blown and he wanted to die. Before in any case, he was also a 7th grade martial artist, and although he wasn't considered a high-ranking person, he was at least in very good health. Now it's different. His body's internal energy has all disappeared. He's just a normal ordinary person. No, I should say it's wonkier than normal. He couldn't lift his spirits in anything he did now, like he was running out of gas. But you have to realize that he was only 40 or 50 years old, but he was tortured by this strange disease in his body. Previously, he had also secretly searched for a divine doctor to cure him, but all of those people were unable to do anything. In the end, these people were also silenced by him. After all, he couldn't let the news that he was seriously ill leak out, or else the entire Dewu dynasty would have to be at peace. Just as Emperor Wu was venting his anger in his heart, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Then, he hurriedly turned his head to look at Lu Minlan before apologizing in a panic. Lan Air, I just now did not scare you, right? Emperor Wu was still a bit vain as he said this, always looking for an angle to look at that lowered head of Lu Minlan, wanting to see if the other party had cried or not. He knew this woman best. Usually he might just accidentally talk a little louder and she might just burst into tears. As expected, under the candlelight, he saw that Lu Minlan was already in tears. Seeing this, Emperor Wu also had a bad taste in his heart, and always had the feeling that he had done something wrong. Lan, please sympathize with me. I'm really too depressed. As soon as he said this, Lu Minlan lunged towards him and into his arms. Brother Tian, you don't have to explain. I can understand your feelings, but now you must not give yourself up, or who will preside over the battle outside the city? You can still hear the commotion of the fight over in the Imperial City now. In case something goes wrong because of unfavorable command, Dao is considered to have truly come to an end. Although Lu Minlan's words were a bit cruel, what she said was really not unreasonable, making Emperor Wu also quickly realize that he could not be presumptuous. No matter what, one must survive this crisis before saying anything. Retrieving his thoughts, Emperor Wu's eyes all became firm. Don't worry, I know what responsibility I have on my shoulders and will definitely not be decadent. After saying that, he seemed to have thought of something else, so he opened his mouth to ask Lu Minlan. By the way Lanner, how is Mingchen doing now? He had heard this day that since Li Mingchen left last night, he had locked himself up alone in his room and had not come out for a day. Not only that, but the other guy hadn't eaten all day either. To be honest, this made Emperor Wu feel extremely guilty, thinking that he no longer wanted to repeat the mistake of making Mingchen leave as well, like he had forced Li Yi away. So, during the daytime, he had explained to Lu Minlan to visit Li Mingchen if she had nothing else to do, but Lanner didn't come back until just now, and only brought him the soup and medicine, without mentioning the matter of Mingchen. Honestly, it gave him something to guess about. As expected. Then Lu Minlan straightened up. Mingchen, he's still in his room and the door has been unlocked to keep anyone out. He hasn't eaten all day today even. And he hasn't even drunk any of his medicine. You know, he's still recovering physically. So if this goes on, will it aggravate his injuries? At those words, Emperor Wu couldn't help but blame himself in his heart. Only, he also just sighed. Don't worry Lanner, he's just like this in a moment of anger. He'll be fine when the anger subsides. Although Emperor Wu was saying this on his lips, in reality, he was not in the mood to care about Li Mingchen at all. Even if he was feeling guilty right now, his first priority must be to guard the Imperial City. As for what happened to Li Mingchen, it was all trivial. On the other hand, Li Mingchen was still sulking in his room. He still couldn't accept the fact that he had been abandoned by his father. Although those words from the other party yesterday were hurtful, the main thing that meant was that Emperor Wu really didn't want him to be the heir anymore. And that was the nail in the coffin. So, his plans had to be advanced. Just as he was thinking, a cold laugh suddenly came from the beams of the room. Oh, uniquely you can really endure. Chapter 140. Li Mingchen is determined to get Emperor Wu killed. This violently resounding grim voice caused Li Mingchen's face to change violently as well. He didn't think that the door to his room had been locked, so why was this person still able to come in? However, he did not panic. From the other party's accent he could hear that this person was from the east and was the same one who had approached him earlier. Just a little angry in his heart. The last time the other party called himself uniquely is just, after all, the first time he did not care. But this guy actually called him that once again, seemingly not putting him in his eyes at all. Thinking about this, Li Mingchen really couldn't help himself. After being told off by his father last night, his anger didn't subside this day, and then he looked at the dark figure sitting on the beam of the room. Are all of you Easterning people so devoid of civilized manners? To actually address this palace in such a manner 3 times. It makes this palace suspicious of your forces as well. This palace doubts that you guys are really as powerful as you said before? Hearing Li Mingchen actually questioning them, that Easterning man's voice chilled at this moment. Since you're so skeptical of our abilities, it's better if we don't cooperate with each other. Let's see if you can seize the throne of De Wu with this invalid you are now. Speaking here, the man pretended to think of something and continued without giving face. That's right, I almost forgot that you guys, De Wu, are being beaten to your doorstep? So maybe the kingdom won't even be protected this time. At those words, even if Li Mingchen was angry in his heart, there was nothing he could do about it. What this Easterning man said was indeed not wrong. The De Wu dynasty was indeed in danger now. However, this was only in the eyes of outsiders. Li Mingchen was still relatively confident in their strength in Heilongjiang. Plus, the defense of the Imperial City was not comparable to any other city. So he felt that with just those rabble outside, it would be impossible to break through the Imperial City. In fact, he even wanted to lead his own troops out of the city and forcefully destroy these rebels. He felt that Emperor Wu was too much of a loser. How did he command an army that actually allowed these rebels to kill the Imperial City? It was really a disgrace. And there was a crisis in his heart. But not because of this incident, but because of his father's ability. In Li Mingchen's opinion, right now, both De Wu's resources and chi luck were being constantly depleted. There is simply no worse situation than internal and external chaos. He thought that it was all because of his father's incapability. Otherwise why would they have such a crisis of extinction so soon as a good hegemon? After all, the enemy have hit the Imperial City. This city broken that is only a palace. As long as the guard cannot really be destroyed. With this in mind, Li Mingchen was clear that he absolutely could not continue like this. He had to hurry up and take over the entire De Wu imperial power before he could do so. If Emperor Wu were to be allowed to continue to be so hobnobbing, then by the time he got his own hands on it, there was no telling what the Great Wu would have declined into. This is his Li Mingchen's kingdom. Because of this, it was clear to him that he had to make use of the Japanese nation so that they would hurry up and help him to ascend to the throne. When he is in a position of power, he can turn the tables and draw a line in the sand with the Japanese. Next, he pretended to be relaxed and said, "Don't worry, with those disaster victims who don't even have enough to eat, they don't have the means to pose a threat to my Dao. This is all because Emperor Wu is too much of a waste of space. Letting some rabble beat him up like this, This palace is ashamed for him. This palace doesn't want to endure it anymore. You guys hurry up and help me sit on the throne, so that this palace will also help you take over this heaven and earth. Yes, that's the deal for both sides. When it was agreed that as long as the Japanese helped him to sit on the throne, then he could utilize the resources of Da to help these people grab territories elsewhere. Anyway, these bonobos had promised that they would never covet their Dao. That Eastern earthly Li Mingchen finally got the hang of it and knew that he didn't need too much persuasion. That was the purpose of his meeting with Li Mingchen today, and that was to urge the guy to hurry up. Looks like you've got some backbone. I thought you'd just stay here and engage in impotent rage. When Li Mingchen saw this Eastern man in front of him, he couldn't leave mocking himself in 3 sentences, which made him open his mouth in displeasure as well. It's not because you guys are incompetent. You said earlier that you would pretend to be the Imperial Doctor to poison Emperor Wu, but you ultimately failed. If this palace is correct, you guys didn't even kill Lin Ruyan. At these words, the face of that Eastern man changed violently, and he even instinctively blurted out, "How did you? You know?" Li Mingchen didn't answer after hearing this, but only pretended to be profound. Don't worry about how the palace knows. Just know that you have done nothing right, and that's what has stalled our plans. As long as you can find a way to get rid of Emperor Wu, this palace will have the confidence to sit on the throne immediately. The man was silent as he listened for a moment before saying, "How can killing Emperor Wu be that simple? There are also quite a few high-ranking people guarding around him. We simply can't forcefully kill him. We can only use other ploys." While the words fell, Li Mingchen looked unconcerned. Then there's nothing this palace can do. Anyway, if you can't kill Emperor Wu, there's no way for this palace to carry out the plan. That Eastern man was angry after hearing that, but these were all part of their previous plan. Moreover, they had promised Li Mingchen that Emperor Wu would be taken care of by them, but so much time had passed and they still hadn't been able to get this emperor killed. It was indeed unreasonable. Also, the people they sent didn't kill Lin Ruyan. The original pursuit of Lin Ruyan had already forced her to jump off a 10,000-foot cliff, so it was reasonably impossible for her to have a chance to live. Who would have thought that the woman's life would be so good that there would be a river underneath? And the water in that river was very deep and very swift. When their people went down, they didn't see Lin Ruyan's and their bodies at all. While they may drown, they may still have a chance of staying alive. So, this operation was a mistake on their part, and therefore they, the Japanese, were not justified this time. After a moment's thought, the Easterling also spoke bluntly. "Don't worry, we'll soon be able to kill Emperor Wu. On the contrary, it is you who must control all the military power at that time. If you can't get your hands on it, you won't be able to sit on this throne." At this moment, in a certain mountain village in the Wu dynasty, Lin Ruyan opened her eyes in a daze. Looking around, she realized she was in a humble house. Even the bed and couch she was lying on. What she couldn't stand the most was the fact that the bedding she was wearing was very dirty, causing her to immediately lift the couch off the bed. It was at this point that she realized she was wearing a tattered cloth dress with her skirt gone. She suddenly realized what was going on and cried out in direct shock. "Jade!" "That's right." Panicked, she called out Jade's name first. But the next moment, the person who walked into the house was not Jade, but a lewd-looking old man. Chapter 141. Outwardly a gentleman, behind the scenes a villain. Seeing this scene, Lin Ruyan was shivering with fear, and her pupils were shrinking slightly. "Who the hell are you and what have you done to this young lady?" That's right, that was Lin Ruyan's first reaction. She thought that this lewd old man must have done something he shouldn't have done to her. Otherwise, how would that explain the clothes being changed on her? At the thought that it was this lewd old man who personally changed her clothes, Lin Ruyan didn't dare to think further. Who knows what the other guy did to his big, flowery daughter in the meantime? After all, she looked that beautiful. An unusual man wouldn't be able to resist, let alone this kind of ugly and lewd old man. She didn't dare to think about it further either, because it was really quite desperate. Right now, she even felt like her whole body was dirty. Lin Ruyan wanted to die. She subconsciously felt that she had been tainted and was no longer a clean woman, and wondered if Li Yi still disliked her. However, she didn't think it would. After all, Li Yi had a crush on her. As the saying goes, if you love each other, you will be able to withstand all difficulties, and this man should not care about his past. Just as Lin Ruyan was imagining things, the honest middle-aged man hurriedly opened his mouth to defend himself. "Aunt, girl, you misunderstood. Is I save you." The man stuttered a bit, as if he was nervous and caused it in general. Because of this, Lin Ruyan was even more distrustful of this person. Now he felt that the other party was even more lewd, and that his current honest appearance was obviously a pretense. You don't be lying to this lady. If you really simply saved me, why did you also give me clothes to change? Lin Ruyan was too embarrassed to continue when she said this. However, The thought of her noble body being cheapened to this lewd man made her feel devastated. She couldn't even stop crying at the thought. Woohoo! Or had that honest man ever seen such a scene? It was the first time he had ever seen a woman cry. Just as he was at a loss for words, the door to the room behind him was suddenly pushed open again. Lin Ruyan was attracted by the voice, and when he turned his head towards the other party, his face also froze violently. Jade! Jade! That's right. The person who walked in was none other than her personal maid, Chuyer. Even though the other woman was wearing the same rags as her, she recognized her instantly herself. Only, now Chuyer had a cold look on her face, not at all the awe she had faced her with before. Miss, you have not been defiled by this kind brother. The clothes were changed for you by me. Can't you feel whether you've lost your virginity or not? Just misunderstand brother Zhang like this. It was only after Chuyer's words reminded her that Lin Ruyan reacted to the fact that she really didn't have any discomfort in her body. Obviously, she really misunderstood this obscene, honest man. It's just that she can't blame her. Who made the guy look so knocked up and sleazy? Blame it on the fact that he's a knockout. In addition, she realized that Chuyer had become bolder and actually dared to talk to her. Her master. Like this. Not only that, this servant dares to reprimand her? It was simply the reverse of the Big Dipper. Lin Ruyan just wanted to rebuke back, but unexpectedly Chuyer preceded her and said, Miss, it was indeed Big Brother Zhang who saved us. Otherwise we would have been drowned by the river long ago, so he's our savior. But you're treating your benefactor like this, which really isn't right. You apologize to Brother Zhang now, or else your conscience won't be able to live with you. Miss, this set of moral abduction directly put Lin Ruyan on a high pedestal, and she simply couldn't get off the stage. There was no way. Now his heart was even more upset. That was also had to apologize. After all, she still had to trouble this man. Although she fell from that 10,000-foot cliff, she did fall into the water to save her life. However, right now, her whole body was incredibly sore and weak. Even if there were no broken bones, there was definitely a lot of trauma to the back. It was fine when she first woke up, but now that she was completely awake, she felt more and more pain in her back. Now she couldn't even get out of bed, so she had to stoop to this filthy bedstead. Most of all, Lin Ruyan wasn't sure how much longer she would have to lie down, and now she could only choose to be soft. That Big Brother Zhang. I accidentally misunderstood you just now. I hope you don't take it to heart. Upon hearing this, the honest man named Zhang Wei still stuttered and laughed. It doesn't matter. I don't care. Hearing Zhang Wei say this, Lin Ruyan smiled on the surface and responded awkwardly, but in fact, she was very disdainful in her heart. It was really torturous to have her, a dignified, beautiful woman, apologize to such a dirty, lewd man. Still, it was an honor for the man in front of him. It was a good thing he had the good sense to accept his apology, or don't blame her for being rude. Lin Ruyan thought this in her heart, and at the same time, she felt incredibly grateful. It was a good thing she hadn't lost her virginity, or else she would have to worry about whether she would be disliked by Li Yi. Now it's good. As long as she waits until her body recovers and continues to travel to Great Qin to meet Li Yi, the other party will definitely be incomparably heartbroken, because she would tell Li Yi all about what happened to her. She was his woman, so he would definitely be very heartbroken when the time came, and in turn, he would directly make her his queen, as it was a compensation for her. Lin Ruyan, who thought of this, felt a little better in her heart. After that, she began to ask about Jade, what exactly had happened to them after they fell off the cliff. Jade, this young lady has only just woken up as well. Can you tell me what has happened since we fell off the cliff? The reason why she didn't ask Zhao Wei was because she didn't want to deal with such a nasty man and save him the satisfaction. In addition, she wanted to find out from Jade whether the old man had taken advantage of her or not. While it was true that she hadn't lost her virginity, it didn't mean that the older man in front of her hadn't taken advantage of her in other ways. She didn't want to be touched without realizing it. If the other party really did that to her, she had to wash herself quickly, otherwise she would have nightmares for the rest of her life. It was because of this thought that Lin Ruyan also looked at Zhang Wei. Zhang big brother, I have some things to escape to discuss with Chuyer. Can you evade? As the words fell, Zhang Wei didn't think much about it as she left the room after nodding her head. He even thoughtfully closed the door to the room, leaving Chuyer and Lin Ruyan both inside. At this time, without waiting for Lin Ruyan to open her mouth to inquire, Chuyer spoke up first. Miss, do you want to know if Big Brother Zhang has done anything to you yet? Lin Ruyan was a little surprised to hear this. It seemed that Chuyer still understood him, so she didn't sell herself short and nodded slightly. That's right, that man doesn't even look like a good person. Maybe he's just a gentleman on the surface and a villain behind his back. Chapter 142, I drink. Drink! Chuyer felt very speechless after hearing this. Was this Lin Yuyan delusional? It was obvious that she had explained herself, but she was still suspicious. Is she so confident in her looks? Does she really think she's a fairy? Even though she kept complaining in her heart, she still patiently explained on the surface. Miss, don't worry. I have observed Brother Zhang all this day. She is definitely just an honest and ordinary citizen. She definitely has no ill intentions towards us. Chuyer didn't lie to her about this, because this Zhang Wei was just too nice. Plus, she had actually come to her senses when she was first rescued, so she knew that Zhang Wei had done nothing to them. There were even times when Zhang Wei offered to recuse himself because he felt inconvenienced, like changing out of your clothes, and the other guy had been outside and hadn't peeked. It's just that his clothes are slightly torn, but this is also very normal, because Zhang Daogua he really doesn't live a rich life. Therefore, she couldn't understand Lin Ruyan's dislike. This was their savior. Just because Brother Zhang has a bad image, he thinks he must not be a good person. Sure enough, stereotypes in the human mind are a big mountain. Just as she was thinking, Lin Ruyan continued. Chuyer, you are also too simple. How can you trust others so easily? If this young lady is not wrong, you are now thinking that he is helping us for free. But don't forget, there's no such thing as a free lunch, so he must be up to something. Look at him like that. He must not even have a wife. People like this definitely aren't saving us for no reason. They must be greedy for our bodies. As the words fell, Chuyer was completely defeated by Lin Ruyan. This brain circuit is also unbeatable. If it was according to what Lin Ruyan said, they should have been defiled by Zhang Wei when they were weak lol. In fact no, the man didn't take advantage of the situation. So that alone speaks volumes about the other man's character. To be honest, Chuyer really had a big problem with this master right now. Nay, he still had some use for keeping her, which was why he had saved Lin Ruyan in the first place. At that time, if he hadn't pulled her off the cliff, the woman in front of him would have been stabbed to death by the sword. Of course, back then, Chuyer didn't know that there was a river down there. She just wanted to take a gamble in the first place. After all, if they didn't jump, their lives would be absolutely lost. Jumping is the only way to have a chance of survival. She proved to be right in her gamble and both survived. Although Chuyer was only a maid, she still understood that it would be difficult to survive in this chaotic world if she relied on herself alone, because she has no power. Lin Ruyan was a different story. Although the woman's character was so bad that it was almost sickening, but no matter what, this woman was the daughter of the Duke of Lin of the Great Martial Dynasty. No matter the value or status, it was definitely very high. If she didn't have Lin Ruyan as an ingrate, she would have a hard time in the future. With that thought in mind, she could only smile in response. Don't worry miss, Brother Zhao is indeed a good person. We really can't keep an extra eye out. Anyway, we're all hurt now, and you can't even get out of bed. Plus, this place is not in front of the village. We can only let the locals lead the way if we want to get out of here. So miss, just bear with it a little longer and never be too capricious in front of Big Brother Zhang. In case if he doesn't care about us, then how can we still go to the Northern Realm? Miss, how will you still see Li Yi? Hearing Chuyer say this, Lin Ruyan could only nod for the greater good. Okay, this lady will listen to you this time. Seeing that Lin Ruyan was finally agreeing, Chuyer's heart was relieved. As a matter of fact, she didn't even want to accompany Lin Ruyan to the northern realm of Great Qin to meet the Li Yi who had already claimed the title of emperor, because Chuyer knew very well that it would be in vain for her young lady to go, and there was absolutely no way that man would turn back. So, even if they go all the way, the end result may be a closed door. It was for this reason that she had hidden the note in the Lin mansion before she left the great martial Imperial City. What was in it was telling Lin Shi that her daughter was going to the north to meet Li Yi, right down to the manner of how to get there. The purpose is also simple, to get Lin Sir to stop his daughter. Unexpectedly, in the end, the other party not only did not stop, but also sent someone to follow them along. Obviously, Lin Shi is acquiescing to her daughter seeing Li Yi. Jade understood that although Lin Ruyan had no brain, her father Lin Shi could be different. Even if this old man was propped up, he was considered an old fox for being able to get into this position. Definitely understand that this time, Li Yi left Dawu, not simply gambling, but wanting to completely cut ties with the entire Dawu. People don't even recognize their parents, let alone you being a fiancé. No, I should say stranger. After all, the marriage contract between the two had been forcibly cancelled, and Lin Ruyan had also approached Li Yi many times before to withdraw from the marriage. And perhaps the reason why Lin Shi acquiesced was to let Lin Ruyan learn from her mistakes. Because people can't teach people. Things can be taught to people once. The following afternoon, Great Qin Empire, in the newly constructed Imperial Study, Li Yi dealt with political affairs as usual. That is, he slept a little late yesterday, and the whole he is slightly tired right now. That's right, as a Grandmaster powerhouse, he was actually so tired. which was enough to prove the dangers of staying up all night. After yawning again, Li decided that in the future, he couldn't even stay up so late, now that they, the Great Qin Empire, had a lot of things to deal with every day. If he was too tired he might have to make a mistake. In the middle of her thoughts, Nia Ying walked in from outside, dressed in a long blue dress. She was carrying a bowl of something in her hands. Without even having to look, Li knew that it must be ginseng soup, as expected. Then Nia Ying said to him, "Your Majesty, you're tired. Come and refresh yourself." At those words, Li then shook his head. No need. I just ate my noon meal not long ago. I can't drink it now." Nia Ying blankly glanced at him after hearing this, as she understood how Li, as a Grandmaster, could possibly hold out and not be able to drink. It was obvious that the man in front of him didn't want to drink because he was trying to save face, because if he drank it, wouldn't that be proof that he's not physically capable? However, Nia Ying didn't want him to be so tired, even if she knew that the latter was a great Grandmaster powerhouse and that his body usually didn't have any problems, but she was just worried that if anything went wrong with the man she loved, she would surely regret it. After getting along for such a long time, she already understood Li's nature, and then spoke bluntly. "It's fine if you don't drink, and if you stay up late tonight, I hope you don't complain tomorrow." Hearing this, Li looked like he thought of something and hurriedly grabbed the ginseng soup. "I drink. Chapter 143, 500,000 of the Japanese Navy. After saying that, Li didn't dawdle and immediately drank the bowl of ginseng soup. Next, he even turned the bowl upside down to prove to Nia Ying that he had really finished drinking. "Well, that's good. I'll boil it back for you tomorrow." Li was a bit speechless. Was he really that weak? Obviously as a great master powerhouse, at least still this continent's first living great master. Why Nia Ying but whole he is like a weak scholar general. However, he didn't open his mouth to stop Nia Ying because he was enjoying this life. "Then you remember to boil more tomorrow. I don't think this is enough to drink either." Li put on a little costume on a whim, but the next thing he regretted was that Nia Ying directly took the purification bowl from him, then smiled and straightened up. "Actually, I boiled a little too much today, and I was expecting you to not be much of a drinker, so that's why I held out so little. I didn't realize you loved it so much, so I'll serve you a few more bowls." After saying that, she didn't wait for Li to respond, took the bowl and twisted her head to leave the imperial study. Li himself was dumbfounded. He didn't think that there was actually ginseng soup left. He regretted it at this point. He should have known better than to fake this. To be honest, he really didn't want to drink it at all anymore because it was so bitter. After all, it certainly wouldn't have a hint of bitterness if it were simply ginseng soup. However, there is also a lot of herbal medicine in it, so it's really torturous to drink. If it wasn't for the sake of pleasing Nia Ying and not wanting her efforts to be in vain, he definitely wouldn't have drunk it himself. However, one can't admit defeat after one's words have been spoken. Next, he also said stiffly, "Okay, then you can prop up another bowl for me." Nia Ying nodded after hearing this, then walked towards the outside. However, she said at this point as she walked, "One bowl isn't enough. There's half a pot over there. I'll bring it all over for you to drink." When Nia Ying walked away, Li couldn't help but look to the northeast. "I wonder what's going on over there. Have the Japanese started moving?" Northeast, adjacent to this continent at sea level, it originally looked incredibly calm, with seagulls soaring in the azure sky, and even the water was a greenish-blue color that was very eye-pleasing. However, this image didn't last long before the sky suddenly became cloudy. Not only that, even the seawater in some areas had become gray and cloudy, as if there were some giant creatures under the water. In fact, it's not so much that there's something in the middle of the ocean floor as it is that there's a navy at sea level. A wooden ship was hoisting its sails, heading towards the continent far ahead. "Keep moving." Since they were seeing the wind, the speed could not be said to be fast, but all the people on the boat were all in high spirits, looking at the distance with a look of longing. They were none other than the Japanese Navy, and this time it was to send soldiers to that continent ahead, and then begin to take the territory that belonged to them. There was no way around it. Their own territory was just too small, plus their resources were also very barren, so they could only go and plunder the resources of other places. Of course, that's just their excuse. Resources can be created too, but they find it easier and more convenient to rob them, which is why they use it. They, the Japanese, did not act rashly this time, for they had done a long investigation before this, sending out almost several thousand agents, in order to obtain the most accurate, as well as the most detailed information about this continent. After all, they were going to invade. They would definitely engage the local army. How else could they grab the land from the other side? It was always unlikely that the locals would give up their resources and land. Before the investigation, they, the Japanese, were still somewhat cautious and equally apprehensive. That continental territory was not small, at least dozens of times larger than their Japanese location. It was originally thought that the power possessed by such a large territory must be a super powerful dynasty. However, the truth was the opposite of what they expected, because there were simply too many forces in this continent, coupled with the fact that they were too dispersed, resulting in the absence of a powerful force that truly unified this place. This gave them the opportunity to do so, and so intended to be the force that would unify this place. It's not a little bit of country they want in Japan. It's all of this place. This whole continent. At this moment, on the deck of a huge ship leading the way, a serious-looking Japanese general looked into the distance, and then asked the subordinate beside him, Marua Eiichiro-kun, how long before we reach the other side? Hearing General Momota's words, Marua Eiichiro looked around before looking down at the coordinates marked in his hand and estimating them. Back to General Hayakuta. We'll be able to reach the Chinese continent in less than 7 days. 100 Tian Fei Xiong nodded slightly after hearing this, and only after a moment of silence did he command, pass on this general's instruction that all soldiers and horses in the entire army wait for the ship to dock and act according to the plan explained beforehand without fail. Yes, Marua Eiichiro, after answering, immediately began to do as he was told. Hayakuta Fei Xiong looked into the distance, a sinister smile sketching the corners of his mouth. Oh, this continent is ours now. The Japanese. He was now incredibly confident because he had brought a very large number of troops this time, as many as 500,000. One must know that nowadays, he had nearly 10,000 ships behind him, each capable of accommodating dozens of people, and a navy of this scale was absolutely unparalleled to any power on the opposite continent. That's the bottom line for them, the Japanese. As long as they waited for their ship to dock and all 500,000 troops landed, it would be a nightmare for everyone on that continent. Moreover, they are not only the 500,000 troops of the Japanese nation, but a total of 1 or 2 million, which will be transported over later. This first batch of their army, they kind of hit the ground running. Though this continent was more numerous, their armies were better armed. Whether it was arrows or crossbows and so on, it had almost nearly twice as much range as the long-range weapons of the people of that continent. What's more, the materials used for the armor on their bodies were even better than the Black Dragon army of the Great Martial Dynasty in this continent, and their defense was increased by several times. Also, their Japanese swords were sharper and they all even had fire rope guns. Although the number of possessions wasn't too much, it was definitely a descending blow to the people of this Chinese continent. They didn't invent this stuff, they bought it from far away. This kind of long-range attack weapon was many times stronger than the bows and arrows they used, but it was a pity that they hadn't researched the way to make it until now. But it didn't matter. Now that they had a few thousand of them, they could definitely play a key role on the battlefield. Even if they couldn't kill everyone, they could still scare them and make the armies of this continent lose the courage to resist. Thinking of this, the arc of Momota Fei Xiong's mouth was even more suppressed. This battle will be won. Chapter 144, Strongly Attacking Great Martial Imperial City. Nowadays, the complacency is not only of the Japanese Navy, but also of all the land armies on board. There are also the Japanese who are in the midst of the Japanese nation, waiting to migrate to the Chinese mainland. They stood on the seashore of the Japanese country, looking towards the resource-rich Chinese continent with greed in their eyes. Earlier, their leader had said that there were enough resources over there for all of them in the Japanese nation to sit around and eat for generations and almost never finish. It was very rich in both land and other resources. As long as they can get a foothold over there, they will be able to enjoy glory and wealth in their lifetime. Not only that, but all of their children and grandchildren in the future will be able to have the same treatment as they do, and will directly live a life with no worries about food and clothing for several generations. This is simply very attractive to them. If not for the fact that there were only so many Japanese ships, they would have wanted to follow the first ships and travel to the mainland of China to have a look. There's no way around it. It's just so desirable over there that it makes them all feel like it's a little unrealistic. However, seeing their leader's compulsion to act made them still believe in this fantastic place. Unfortunately, the Japanese Navy had just gone, and at the rate things were going, they would have to wait at least a little longer. I can't wait to get there now. I really want to go there and live the life of a human being. At this moment in the Japanese territory, a young man in the crowd had a touch of fervor in his eyes. Their chief had said that only they, the bonobos, were the masters, and in time all the people over there would serve them. Thinking of this, his heart became even more restless, thinking that their army would hurry up and rule that continent, so that he would be able to enjoy the life of being a master. He was in the middle of his thoughts when a close friend beside him couldn't help but ask him, "Those days were indeed great, but can we, the Japanese nation, really proceed smoothly to take over that continent? But I've heard that there are still powerful dynasties on that continent, such as the Great Martial Dynasty, as well as the Kingdom of Wu. the kingdom of Jin, and so on. If they unite, can my country, Japan, really defeat them? Seeing that his best friend was so unconfident, that young man also had a disdainful look on his face and opened his mouth leisurely. Light and easy. He was so confident because he knew what was involved. Don't worry, those countries won't be united. So this scattered sand of theirs will definitely not be able to stand up to this eagle of ours. Just wait honestly, and when the time comes, we'll migrate over and enjoy the glory. With those words, he began to join the others and talk about the good life ahead. They have no regard whatsoever for the human rights of the people of mainland China, and they only think about how they can enjoy themselves. Great martial dynasty, outside the Imperial City. After last night's night of attacking the city, today Yellowhorn and the others continue. Although they had been attacking the city for so long, Yellowhorn had never seriously attacked it, only sending a small portion at a time, and this was done to stall for time. That's right, nowadays he was well aware that Emperor Wu was stalling for time, thinking that the troops from all over the world would be able to return to help, but he wasn't worried, because it would take a while for those people to come back to help, and if they did come over, then the place where they were originally stationed would be lost, because De Wu can now not only have internal troubles, but also external troubles. If his guess was correct, it was definitely not only the two forces of Wu and Jin that were fighting Dao right now. The other countries must have made their moves as well, or were on their way to attack Dao. They had been oppressed by De Wu for several years before. Now it was a very good opportunity to take revenge. And Huang Jiao didn't believe that those forces wouldn't seize this opportunity. Because of this, he just continued to attack the Imperial City as planned. As for the purpose of his delay, it was to create an opportunity for the Wang family to open the city gates. Only when the city gates were open could he lead his army to kill in and uproot all those lineages. If he could, he would also sit on the supreme throne and lead the great martial dynasty. Just as he was thinking about it, one of his minders approached. See the king of Qi. The man saluted first, which made Yellowhorn's heart very satisfied, and he enjoyed this feeling of being on top of 10,000 people. Now he was no longer the talented man who had fallen out of favor, but a generation of lords. Huang Jiao was really grateful for his decision. If his character was a little bit weaker, it was absolutely impossible to make the decision to rebel, much less the feat that he is doing today. Most importantly, he already had his revenge. Only by destroying those lineages would the anger in his heart completely dissipate. Retracting his mind, he waved his hand at the minder. Be excused. Knowing that the other party wouldn't come to him for no reason, he took the initiative to ask, "Is there something you want from the king?" That beloved was worried after hearing this, and after a moment's hesitation he still said, Back to the king of Qi. We are now fighting like this is not a thing. That Imperial City copper wall. The city gate is also quite strong, simply cannot be broken. As the saying goes, delay is a factor. Although the main force of the Black Dragon army won't be able to come for a while, we're afraid that Emperor Wu will have other external assistance, so we have to hurry up. Tell that Wang family to try to hurry up. Don't end up failing our plan because of them. As a matter of fact, this heartthrob had said very euphemistically that he was actually worried that the Wang family was faking a revolt. Making was to lure them into Emperor Wu's trap. Because of this, it was best to have Wang Yu and the others be quicker. Only if the other side really opened the city gates, then the suspicion of their Wang family could be removed. They could only win this battle. They absolutely could not lose. Otherwise, the ultimate consequence that would greet them would be death. After all, rebellion is a capital offense no matter what country, or any other power. Once you fail, death is actually the best relief, just in case you don't get to die. That way, they will be madly tortured and experience what is truly worse than death. Only if he succeeds will he be able to found the state of Qi and then enjoy all the glory and riches. After being reminded so much by his own beloved, Huang Horn was also directly in deep thought at this time. I have to say, this beloved of his is indeed right. If it continues like this, it really isn't a good thing. Fengxian is really too big. After thinking for a while, Yellowhorn finally came to a decision. Lao San, this king thinks what you said is very reasonable. Tonight this king will rush in with the law first. If not, we can only attack strongly first. Even if the Imperial City was indeed solid as gold. So what? He believed how bad the Black Dragon army was. At least earlier, from the time both of them exchanged blows, those Black Dragon troops were also being pressed by him. So a strong attack might not be impossible. It just takes a certain amount of skill, and you definitely can't fight recklessly. You have to launch a surprise attack to make it work. As the saying goes, surprise makes perfect, and this saying is definitely not without merit. After returning to his senses, he looked towards the Imperial City not far away before speaking again. This king will only give him 2 days. If the city gates aren't open after 2 days, we'll forcefully attack. Chapter 145, Wu Shang's Mind. Huang Zhao's side pondered how he could attack the city if the Wang family within the city didn't provide him with help. Although he had full certainty in his heart, it was true that it was too late, and in case of an unknown situation, his people might have to be buried here. No matter what, this was also the Great Martial Imperial City, and the location was right in the middle of the Great Martial Dynasty. Therefore, if a few reinforcements suddenly appeared nowadays and outflanked them from all sides, they wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Even if they were fighting from all the way over, their path of retreat would surely be blocked by the reinforcements by then. This wasn't the result Yellowhorn wanted to see, so he had to hurry. Absolutely no more delays. I hope Wang Yu and their Wang family recognize the time, or else when this king takes the Imperial City, he will make your lives worse than death even more. The reason why Yellowhorn was suddenly anxious was because of the size of her beloved. In addition, he was not the only counter-army in the territory of the Dawu dynasty right now. There were two others, both of whom claimed to be insurrectionary armies with the slogan of destroying the Dawu and acting on behalf of heaven. Huang Zhao wasn't stupid. He understood that these two insurgent armies did have similar goals to his. Both wanted to overthrow the Dawu dynasty and take control of the regime here. But because of this, their interests conflict. As the saying goes, one mountain cannot tolerate two tigers. And this was still a three-headed tiger. So as long as the Great Martial Dynasty fell, these three forces of theirs would definitely clash, like fighting over resources, territory, etc. Even before Dao fell, whenever they touched each other that was an enemy. So if his army was here too long again, then when the two insurgent armies killed him, they'll definitely have a war. By then, if he hadn't taken the Imperial City and Palace, he would be attacked from the back. So he really didn't have that much time left, and now he had to do everything he could to take this Dawu Imperial City before the reinforcements or other insurgent forces arrived here. As long as he enters the city, then this place is his territory, and then he is not afraid of these two insurgent armies. As it turned out, Yellowhorn really hadn't guessed wrong. The Yellow Bird City, which was 400 kilometers away from the Imperial City at the moment, was now occupied by the armies of Wu Sheng and Chen Guang, who were one step closer to the Imperial City of Dao. These days they had been gathering troops and then pushing over in the direction of the Imperial City. The Black Dragon army that hindered them on the road routed every time as they were completely outnumbered. This time, the Black Dragon armies guarding Yellow Sparrow City clearly had nearly 100,000 men, but they still lost because of their surprise attack on the city. This time, they, the insurgent army, annihilated at least more than half of the enemy and captured nearly 20,000 Black Dragon army. Such a good battle record made both Wu Sheng and Shen Guang very satisfied. Marshal Chen, now that we've taken Yellow Bird City, there are only 3 cities left from the Imperial City that have not been taken. Should we continue marching towards the next city today? Hearing Wu Sheng's inquiry, Chen Guang shook his head. No, King Chu, we've only just captured a city now. The generals are extremely tired. If we continue marching, I'm afraid they won't be able to carry it. There will also be complaints from the generals when the time comes, which could easily lead to chaos in the army. So, speaking here, Chen Guang hesitated, but eventually continued to make his point. Therefore, I think we should stabilize the situation. Anyway, the battle power of the Black Dragon army of Dao. Now that we've gotten to the bottom of it, they're no match for our Chu army at all. So as long as we're a bit more stable, it's only a matter of time before we take down the whole of Dao. But just as he finished speaking bitterly, Wu Sheng said with an eager face, not long ago this king could have heard that a man named Huang Zhao made himself king of Qi and directly led the local disaster victims to rebel against the Dawu court. My king remembers the place where his breakfast originated, not much distance from the Imperial City. With the weak Dawu army, it's likely that it won't be able to stop his strong attack. Maybe that Yellowhorn has already killed the Imperial City with his army. At that time, when he attacks inside the Imperial City and takes control of the Dawu Imperial Palace, we won't have a chance. Chen Guang didn't have the slightest surprise on his face when he heard this, because he also knew about this matter, and at the same time had guessed about this kind of result. But in his opinion, it would be difficult for this army led by Huang Zhao to take down the Imperial City in a short period of time. Once Chen Guang had also heard that the walls of that Dawu Imperial City were all very strong, and were able to be tightly defended from all angles. He felt that even if it was their Chu army, rushing to the Imperial City right now would not be of much use. And the probability was that they would not be able to do anything to take the people inside the city for a short period of time. It was for this reason that it would be better to let that Yellowhorn's army hit the Great Martial Imperial City and give the latter a good wave of consumption. That way, when they go over they can sit back and reap the benefits. Chen Guang gave his thoughts to Wu Sheng in front of him, and the other party felt that there was some truth in it after hearing it. However, Wu Sheng's mouth was still a bit eager. Then this king will listen to you. But it's best if we move even faster so that those guys don't snatch the final fruit. As the words fell, Chen Guang nodded in response on the surface, but in his heart, he had already played his own little game. Since Wu Sheng became the king of Chu, it was obvious that he was not the same as this money. He became more greedy. Now he very much wanted to become the emperor and take control of this great martial dynasty. Chen Guang can also understand this. After all, no matter in all dynasties, no man does not want to be an emperor. It's just that Wu Sheng is too much of a heartthrob, and even rather like he's about to go off the deep end. He was able to tell that the other party wanted to hold the royal power in his hands even more after he had gained a certain amount of power. Even if this Chen Guang can understand, but this kind of character will sooner or later be bad, and he himself does not want to be a person under one person for the rest of his life. What's more, now Wu Sheng had become more and more extreme and had begun to be suspicious by nature as well. If he helped the other party with all his might and sat on the throne of this place, controlling all the rivers and mountains of the current Dao, but that didn't mean that he could also enjoy all the glory and wealth. In this world, it is not uncommon for bridges to be crossed and rabbits to die, because power can change a person. Even if he and Wu Sheng were considered to be on good terms, when the two of them were in the Wu kingdom before, they even referred to each other as brothers. Yet as long as it came to that, Wu Sheng was as jealous and suspicious of himself as usual, suspecting that he might have robbed him of his throne. At that time, he would certainly have a murderous intent towards himself. Thinking of this, an idea had surfaced in Chen Guang's heart, but on the surface he did not move. Don't worry, King Chu, we can definitely be the last fisherman, the last yellow bird. Just as he was thinking, a messenger soldier ran in the distance. The man's anxious face quickly attracted the attention of both Wu Sheng. When they got closer, the two realized that he had a tired look on his face and had obviously been running around for a long time. Without waiting for Wu Sheng to open his mouth to inquire, the messenger soldier opened his mouth to report first. Reporting to the king of Chu. That insurrectionary army led by Huang Jiao has arrived at the Imperial City 2 days ago and is organizing an attack on the city. Chapter 146, Attack on the Japanese Sailors. Indeed, Wu Sheng finally heard the news that he didn't want to hear at all. Although he had originally expected this, when he heard it with his own ears, he still felt a bit shocked inside. I didn't expect this yellow horn to actually have such ability to kill his way to the Imperial City in such a short period of time. It seems that I really underestimated him. After saying that, Wu Sheng even gave a cold snort, which was a disdain for the De Wu army. These guys are really crap to the core. They can't even suppress a force of rebellious victims. To be honest, he was now beginning to pray that the De Wu Black Dragon army must not all be wasted, and must hold out. Always hang in there. That's right. As a rebel against the Dao regime, Wu Sheng is at this point comically praying that Wu Sheng will be able to. If the Black Dragon army couldn't hold out, then the Imperial City was going to be taken over by Yellow Horns people, and then they would most likely establish their De Qi there after overthrowing De Wu. Since Huang Jiao had made himself king of Qi, the probability was that the founding number would also be De Qi. If they really let him establish a state, then the next moment they would regard their insurgent army as rebels, and then they might unite their forces from other places against them. Because both the army and the people actually have little sense of belonging to the dynasty replacement, they just need the higher-ups to treat them well. If the Dao regime was really overthrown by Huang Jiao, then the original Dao's army and people would have no choice at that time. As long as Huang Jiao drew a pie for the original Dao subjects, he was almost able to gain the support of the original army and people, because when the previous dynasty of Chu was overthrown, the situation was almost similar to the present. At that time, the people of the original Chu, as well as the officials of the former dynasty, actually did not hate the royal Li family that much. Many people even supported them because they had once received oppression from De Chu. Of course there was also a part of the people who were falling on their sword. After all, it is the people always have the psychology of hatred of the rich. Especially the original and the former dynasty of De Chu had a bad time. They slowly see the De Chu royal family as the object of hatred. As the saying goes, the enemy of the enemy is a friend. And they were helping their friend to overthrow the whole of De Chu. However, during the reign of the royal family of the Dao dynasty, they directly or indirectly oppressed the people of De Chu as well. It's like a cycle. As long as there's talk of rebellion against the Dao regime now, there will be people who will follow and stand up for it. It was for these reasons that he couldn't let the Yellowhorn build a nation, or the other side would surely gain power. And when he became the Daki royalty, he would be able to find a very justifiable reason to make a move against them. The insurgents, no matter how he did it, it's different with their insurgents. They'll still be treated as rebels when the time comes. Damn it, if I had known I would have picked a place close to the Imperial City to revolt. Otherwise I would never have let that yellow horn guy get there first. After complaining for a bit, Wu Sheng suddenly thought of something else, then looked at Chen Guang beside him. Marshal Chen, do you think we should not force our way through? Not only will this be very slow, It will also consume our troops and other resources. According to this king, why don't we take a detour and pass through these cities from a small road, so that we can arrive at the great martial Imperial City at the fastest speed? Hearing Wu Sheng say that, Chen Guang of course knew exactly what he was playing at. Even though he knew the other man would be angry, he continued to speak out. King Chu, we can't do this because there are Black Dragon armies within the nearby cities now. Although we did manage to bypass them and go ahead and fight with Yellowhorn for the Imperial City. But once both of us get into a fight, we will definitely lose both of us. And then the Black Dragon army from the neighboring cities will encircle us. Therefore, it's best to take it one step at a time now and get rid of the Black Dragon army in all these cities. We'll have no worries when the time comes. Wu Sheng was very depressed after hearing this. And to be honest, he really didn't want to delay any longer. However, Chen Guang is also a resourceful person, and he has to listen to his own opinions. It was just that he was also a bit tired of this person. Whenever he made any kind of decision, the other party would always come out to stop him, even if Chen Guang was also looking out for them as a whole. This feeling was really very uncomfortable. Alright then, this king will listen to you. Although Wu Sheng said this on his lips, he also had other thoughts in his heart. 2 days passed in a row, and Wang Ju, who had not received any news from Wang Yu outside the Imperial City, was now anxious. To be honest, he didn't want to wait any longer and was planning to just force his way through tonight. Of course, it wasn't a decision he made on impulse, but he had conferred with his entire inner circle. It really wouldn't do to drag it out like this. Now they all defaulted that the De Wu Wang family had betrayed them, so whether or not they could take down the Imperial City next would be based on real skill. Even though it was indeed a bit difficult, Yellowhorn still had some certainty. He had already inquired about the most vulnerable gate, which was the western gate of the Imperial City, and planned to launch a surprise attack from there tonight. Of course, this plan was known only to him and himself, his inner circle, and not to any other generals or soldiers, in order to keep the plan running smoothly. If Emperor Wu were to learn of this, all their previous preparations would be for nothing. Time flew by and soon it was time for the afternoon. Huang Jiao once again summoned his inner circle and told them to get ready to make a move, and strive to be able to take down the Imperial City in one fell swoop tonight. At that time, he would be able to exterminate all those lineages, in addition to sitting on the supreme throne and establishing a new dynasty. Brothers, this king treats you as his own brothers, as long as we can combine our efforts to take down fantasy this time. At that time, this king will surely give you an official title and a title. No, you are the founding ministers. I will give you the title of king and minister. Once these words came out, those heartthrobs also became excited, while their gazes became incomparably determined. At this moment, far away in the sea in the northeast of this continent, the Japanese fleet led by 100 Tianfei Xiong is getting closer and closer to the continent of Huaxia. Seeing that there were only 5 days left in the trip, the Japanese soldiers on the ship were too excited to sleep. The reason for this is simple: when they wait to come ashore, they can pillage with abandon and take everything in sight. Things like money, treasures, women, etc. These were things they could aspire to, and most of all their general had promised that everything on the shore was theirs, both the resources that could be seen and those that could not belong to them, the bonobos. Because of this, they were so excited that they hadn't slept well for a few days. Even so, they still didn't feel the slightest bit of fatigue, and all of them looked as if they were pumped up. Ahead is the paradise we long for, and in the giant ship of the faction, 100 Tianfei Xiong is still looking at the direction of the Chinese mainland, and his heart is also a little excited. As long as he succeeded this time, he would have really made a great achievement for the Japanese nation, and then the chief would definitely reward himself greatly. I hope to hurry up and dock. He was looking forward to it, but the next thing he knew there was a dull voice to his left. When he turned his head in that direction, his face suddenly changed violently. All that was seen was a large black ball that came crashing down towards his ship. Chapter 147 Artillery Blast on Japanese Naval Division. Nanny! 100 Tianfei Xiong exclaimed in shock, then subconsciously exclaimed, "Something's up." Although he didn't know what function this big black ball flying around had, he had a very bad feeling in the bottom of his heart. Instinct drove him to dodge aside, always feeling that this thing was very dangerous and he might die if he didn't dodge it. After that reminder from him just now, the soldiers on the ship all reacted and instinctively turned their heads towards the left side. In the next moment, their pupils all shrank violently, because when they twisted their heads to look, the big black ball was already in front of their eyes, not even 5 meters away from them. It would be too late to hide now. Boom! The black ball didn't smash on the giant ship, but directly burst in the air 3 meters away from this Japanese giant ship. Terrifying waves of air spread out in all directions, and the wooden deck of the ship was as good as paper, and was directly blown to pieces. As for those who were closer, they were instantly vaporized by the terrifyingly high temperatures at this moment. and those who were slightly farther away were either blown to pieces or shaken off the ship by the airwaves. Of course, most died under the steel balls inside that bomb. At the moment of the explosion just now, the steel balls inside were like bullets, shooting out in all directions, like a machine gun that exploded instantly. Even though the Japanese soldiers were wearing battle armor, they still remained unbeatable in front of the terrifyingly powerful steel balls. All of their bodies were penetrated by such steel balls, and the people were directly turned into a hornet's nest, with round bloody holes all over their bodies. Some of the more tragic ones had their faces pierced by several steel balls. When the terrifying power hit their faces, it formed a horrifying bullying inside their flesh and blood, causing their faces to directly explode. In fact, on the other hand, it's kind of a relief to walk away without any pain. It's better than the ones that got steel balls through their limbs and had their bones exposed and didn't die, because these people will have to suffer before they die. After all, they are on a ship, and they cannot be saved with the existing medical conditions. As soon as an infection occurs, it's a slow, torturous death, and this terrifying steel ball, in turn, also caused Manhwa, a half-step Grandmaster powerhouse, to hang colors on various parts of his body as well. It wasn't a fatal wound, but it still gave him a great shock, because it was the first time he had seen something so terrifying that it actually blew a large gaping hole in their giant ship. If there were a few more of them, their giant ship might be sunk as well. At this time, Manhwa suddenly thought of something and hurriedly opened his mouth to remind the soldiers on the ship. Hurry up and blow the horn, make the whole army alert. It's the Great Qin Empire's Sailor Division. It's the Great Qin Empire's Sailor Division. He was able to guess it precisely from the information provided by their Japanese spies. In fact, it was the first time that 100 Tianfei Xiong had traveled to that Chinese continent, so all he knew about it was from the information brought in by the secret agents. This Great Qin Empire, for example, was completely different from the other powers on that continent. The most different thing was the military power. Their fine work commented that the future power of this dynasty would definitely surpass the overlord of this continent, the Dawu dynasty. I've heard that they also have a strange weapon that is capable of firing powerful special bullets just like their fire rope guns. Most notably, they can also fire something called a cannonball that can explode around them. The power of such weapons was terrifying, and it was a good thing that their people had learned from their investigations that the Great Qin Empire did not seem to have a large number of such weapons. So, at that time, neither their bonobo chief, nor he himself cared much about it. The Japanese thought that even if the Qin Empire had such weapons, they would still be able to defeat the Qin Empire by virtue of the strength of their troops and the quality of their army. As for that Dawu dynasty's crown prince, he was practically on the same side as their Japanese nation, and when the time came, he would be able to dismantle it from the inside as well, and there was no need to use force at all. In that continent, nowadays, only these two dynasties were more difficult to deal with, and the rest were simply easy for them. But how could he, Manhwa, not expect that he obviously had not yet arrived at that continent, but was actually attacked by the Great Qin Empire's naval division? Why does Great Qin still have a marine division? And why are they here? What the hell is going on here? There were a lot of questions in the mind of Manhwa, yet no one could answer them at all. Not only that, but he couldn't afford to think about it in detail right now. His first priority was to deal with the Great Qin Empire's naval division. Next, he looked up towards the direction where the shells had just struck, and then his face suddenly and instantly changed, only to see the sky in the distance become cloudy. Densely packed large ships arranged sideways. He suddenly had a bad feeling at this moment. As expected, numerous muffled sounds then came from the distance. Immediately afterward, densely packed black balls flew towards their fleet. The target was no longer the giant ship he was on, but all the fleet behind him. Quickly, change course. There was nothing else that 100 Tianfei Xiong could do, as they didn't have such terrifying long-range weapons on board, so there was absolutely no way to return fire. All that could be done was to duck, or rush towards the ships in front of them, but probably because the instinct of a beast is to avoid harm. He didn't order the whole army to rush over at the first opportunity, but asked the soldiers to change the course to avoid it. Unfortunately, that bomb was flying so fast that it would take a very long time for so many of their ships to change course. Because of this, their Japanese warships had no choice but to meet this horrible storm. Boom, boom, boom. One explosion after another rang out, and all those bombs landed on the Japanese ships. It should be realized that, except for the lead ship that Manhwa was on, which was a huge ship, all the others were small boats that could only hold a few dozen people. So a single bomb can sink a ship, and the steel balls inside the bomb are barely used. What made these Japanese troops most desperate was that the sound of artillery fire in the distance was constant. So were the flying shells. This sent the Japanese sailors present, as well as the rest of the military on board, almost paralyzed with fear as they waited for the judgmental bombs to fall. The ships were so close to each other that they had no chance of escaping from the area where the bombs were falling, and all they could do was leave it to fate. As long as the bomb didn't fall on them, then they would live one more breath. Momoda Face Shiong twisted his head to look behind him, only to see that the thousands of warships he had brought with him had all become living targets for the Great Qin Empire's naval divisions. This caused him to have a somber look on his face, but he spoke out to comfort himself. It's fine. How many cannonballs can the Great Qin Empire's naval division have? I'm sure they'll soon hit nothing. No. Mistake. It's sure to hit nothing soon. Chapter 148 Li, it's over. Momoda Fiorio soothed himself, but he was still a bit flustered inside. What if they have a very large stockpile of shells and never run out? He thought of that again, but probably couldn't accept defeat, so he quickly dismissed the idea internally. From the news brought back by the previous secretaries, the Great Qin Empire simply does not have a naval division, and it must be that the situation that has arisen nowadays is the thing that their secretaries investigated the intelligence. However, Momoda Fei Xiong thought that the reason why the Qin could hide so well must be because they didn't have many sailors in the first place, and likewise didn't have many ship branches. Otherwise, Great Qin would certainly not be able to hide it so well that none of their Japanese spies had investigated it. Since the number of Qin sailors was not large, and the number of ships was not large, it was assumed that the number of cannonballs equipped must not be large either. Therefore, as long as they Japanese sailors carried through this bout of attacks, it was thought that the Great Qin sailors in front of them would soon run out of cannonballs, and likewise run out of the ability to strike them. Thinking of this, Momoda Fumio felt that he couldn't let his sailors run around in their ships. This might allow some ships to escape the bombs, but it would easily cause a panic. If the field became a mess, their sailors' ships might collide with each other, causing even more losses then. And, with a warship of their size, how many ships could eventually escape? If those fleeing ships end up lost at sea, they could end up starving to death. It was all of these reasons that made Momoda Fei Xiong feel that it would be better to resist a wave first, and as long as the Great Qin Empire's warships would run out of cannonballs, that would be the time for them to counterattack. After weighing the pros and cons, he didn't hesitate in the slightest and immediately asked the soldiers behind him to pass down his order. Clang, clang, clang. With the sound of several crashing gongs, those originally agitated Japanese warships all became calm and watched the shells fall on their ships. This resulted in the ship being calm, but the soldiers on board were not calm at all. They were all scared white as a sheet, for it was not clear when they had been blown up or either sunk and drowned. The original sailors on the ship were still better off, and these soldiers knew more or less water. But those Japanese land armies were different. They only traveled to mainland China by boat, and most of them didn't know how to use water at all. In fact, even the ones that were of little use, for the reason that they would still have to live and be fished ashore by the other boat people around them to do so. But the cannonballs from the Great Qin sailors kept coming, and the soldiers on the other ships around them couldn't even take care of themselves, let alone save the other guys. Momoda Fei Xiong watched this scene, but he could do nothing about it. Solely he turned his head away from looking, so that he wouldn't feel that heartache. After all, this was the sailor he had raised. Just as he was praying in his heart that the cannonballs of the Great Qin Empire's naval division would hurry up and finish, a beloved servant suddenly ran over from the side. General, I advise us to retreat now. Upon hearing these words, Momoda Fei Xiong directly glared at him in anger, staring at him in death. You say what? Word after word popped out of his mouth, and the anger in his eyes startled the minder as well. Even so, the man opened his mouth to explain for him. Don't be angry, General. I'm saying this because our intelligence was wrong. The Great Qin Empire not only has a naval division, it's also very powerful. When he said that, he was afraid that the general would suspect him of growing the enemy's ambition, so he reached out and pointed at the distant Great Qin ships. General, don't you even see the difference between their ships, and the ones we have now? Different. Puzzled, 100 Tian Fei Xiong twisted his head to look again, and only after observing for a few breaths did his face suddenly change. How did their ship, get so big? Earlier, because he was far away, he had not seen it at all, and likewise did not care about the Great Qin Empire's warships, which seemed to be greatly different from them. Most of their warships only had one tier. Only the giant ship he was in had an upper and lower tier. The distant Qin ships, on the other hand, seemed to have 5 or 6 layers. Most of all, with half a lifetime of navigational experience during the day, Fei Xiong had no difficulty in seeing that the other party's vessel was seemingly a dozen times larger than theirs. Not more than the warships he had brought with him, but more than the giant ship he was now staying in. Especially that height. It seemed to be 100 meters high, and it shouldn't be a problem to accommodate thousands of people. And it made him begin to doubt his life as well as his own experience in sailing all these years. For how in the world, thought Fishio Momoda, could there possibly be such a terrifyingly huge ship? he had inquired before. But the Western world didn't even have such a large giant ship. It was simply terrifying as hell. It must have been a mistake in my general's prediction. Yes, it must have been. That was all Momoto Fumio could do to comfort himself. But what if his guess was correct? Should he continue to take it on the chin? To be honest, he was already backing out in his mind. Should he withdraw his troops or not? Northern Realm, Imperial City of the Great Qin Empire. Li was still unaware of the war that had erupted on the seas thousands of miles away. But he also understood in his heart that as long as the Japanese dared to send their army to come over by water, they would inevitably be met with a blow from his Great Qin Marine Division. Some time ago, he had gone to the largest river over in the north and summoned all of his Great Qin sailors. Let them follow that waterway and head straight for that ocean. Of course, he had gone to a lot of trouble, as the north was already suffering from drought, and there were few rivers that could pass his building ships. Still following the map, he went to the fringes of the northern realm and looked for the large river closest to the sea. It was a good thing that he was a Grandmaster powerhouse, and this back and forth was done in less than a day. He had instructed his Qin sailors ahead of time to just stand guard at one point on the map, which was the closest route from Japan to this continent. As long as the Japanese sailors are found, just do it directly, with the sole purpose of sinking all their ships. Not a single one left. Li was pondering in his heart, and didn't notice that there was a silhouette that walked into the middle of his imperial study. When the other party was almost in front of him, Li then subconsciously looked over, and then his face changed slightly. You, why did you come over? Li was nervous at this time, and the reason was that he was all a bit scared, afraid that the other party would once again bring over a bowl of ginseng soup. He was drinking it every day and was almost on the verge of vomiting. With that thought, he subconsciously looked towards the other man's hands, and was relieved to see that he wasn't holding anything in them. Phew, this made him breathe a sigh of relief, and his mind was lightened. However, the next moment Nia Ying's words looked, causing his lowered heart to lift up again. Your Majesty, I learned a set of acupuncture techniques yesterday from Dr. Hua Tua. Li, it's over. A couple dozen times taller than them. Chapter 149, Do you want to be the queen? In fact, he had already thought of something, but inquired nonetheless. What does this acupuncture do? Hearing this, Nia Ying's pretty face slightly reddened for a moment before she explained. Your Majesty, please don't worry. This acupuncture technique is only meant to relieve you of your fatigue. It will never harm your body in any way. Saying so, in fact, Nia Ying wanted to say in her heart that this set of acupuncture and Expulsion techniques could promptly ease body's internal energy to run, greatly increasing the growth of his power. Of course, the greatest efficacy is still to strengthen the body and relax the meridians. Although Nia Ying hadn't explicitly said it just now, Li still understood what was going on, and a black line surfaced on his face. No need. I don't feel tired at all now. It's better for you to keep this set of acupuncture techniques for the time being. When I really feel uncomfortable, it's not too late for you to use this acupuncture technique. Li didn't want to experience being stabbed by needles, and there was nothing wrong with his own body, so he could only say that Nia Ying had underestimated him, or perhaps Nia Ying spoiled himself too much, afraid that his body would fall into some kind of trouble. Thinking of this, Li also spoke bluntly. Don't worry, Inger. That bit of consumption I can still carry it. In addition, you'll just be lighter at night in the future. Nia Ying's pretty face turned even redder after hearing this. Then she nodded slightly. That's fine. I'd better be gentle from now on. Otherwise it's not good to break you. When the tone fell, Li then raised his arm. Are you kidding me? No matter what, I am also a Grandmaster. With your power you can't hurt me yet. Ever since Nia Ying knew that he was a Grandmaster, she pestered him to practice every night, and every time, she had to cut a deal. No matter what, he was a Grandmaster, so he had to suppress his power to the first grade master realm every time so that it would be fair to spar with Nia Ying. In addition, although Li was taking over this body that was once known as the great martial god of war, he himself was not experienced enough in actual combat. Luckily, the memories between the two overlapped, so he was still able to utilize 50% of this body's casting experience. Even if it was only 50%, Li was still able to easily deal with the sparring session with Nia Ying. This would also be beneficial to him, allowing him to increase his combat power drastically, and he might be able to return to his peak state at some point. After all, it's not good for a martial artist to have dry kung fu. That's just empty power. It was still necessary to keep refining and improving one's combat power, as well as one's ability to defend oneself. Either way, it's a world of the weak and the strong, and sooner or later you'll be out of business if you don't try to get ahead. Although he was a great master powerhouse, even if there were not a few in this continent, it did not mean that there were not any elsewhere, and he believed that there were certainly such powerhouses in the Japanese country. It was because one of the spies sent by the other party actually had the strength of a half-step Grandmaster. Even in a fight between two countries, neither side relies on a few strong men to determine the direction of the victory scale. That's on the army, the brains and the bottom line. But this kind of strong man can still be decisive at certain times. Assassinating the head of the enemy, for example, really affects the entire battlefield if it's successful. It was for this reason that Li Yi agreed to Nie Ying's martial arts sparring, which would also help him become stronger. In the middle of her thoughts, Nie Ying suddenly became unhappy. What do you mean by that? Is it to say that I'm not as good as you? After saying that, Nie Ying even turned her head to not look at Li Yi, as if showing his soft princess capricious side. Seeing this scene, Li Yi then remained straight. That's right. You are indeed inferior to me. The imagined situation where Nie Ying got angry didn't happen. Instead, the other party couldn't help but turn back and pat his chest. Your Majesty. You just tease me. It's so annoying. This was expected by Li Yi because after so many days together, he had already understood the other party's character. As long as she wasn't involved in that sort of thing, Nie Ying was hardly ever angry with herself. As for what that thing was, Li Yi actually didn't know himself. It was this woman who every so often asked herself very ponderous questions, and every time she answered them she would not be satisfied. However, apart from this incident, the two are still on very good terms. No matter what, Nie Ying was the first woman in his life. As for Lin Ruyan and him, they hadn't developed any relationship between a man and a woman at all, and now they were just strangers. Because of this, he had a special affection for Nie Ying, so much so that his motivation to start a harem was gone. But the days were fulfilling, and the only thing that irked him was that time passed too slowly. Nowadays, half of the forces in the entire northern realm had already expressed their intention to submit to their Great Qin Empire. There were also half of the forces that were not trying to rebel against the Great Qin Empire, and they were clear that they didn't have that ability. The reason why they didn't show their submission was that they waited for the other powers to fail to hold out and surrender first, because each of them wanted to stall for time. In their opinion, once they really surrendered, none of them, the leaders of these forces, could be the only king of their forces. Before, they were considered to be 1,000,000 people, but now they were one person and 1,000,000 people. That's still a big gap. However, Li Yi was clear that they would surrender sooner or later. He just didn't want to wait that long. Retracting his mind, he suddenly thought of something, so he couldn't help but open his mouth and ask Nie Ying, even though I'm taking a concubine now, it's just you alone. This is definitely not going to work. When time goes by, those ministers will also have complaints. Do you think I want to take in some more? Hearing Li Yi say this, Nie Ying did not feel angry, even if she couldn't accept it anymore. It was indeed a fact that sooner or later, Li Yi would have to take a concubine and expand his harem. It's not that he's horny or anything, because it's all tied up with the regime. Of course you can. Your Majesty, you can always ask those officials to offer their thousands of gold into your palace. Nie Ying could no longer understand, no longer angry, but still felt a little uncomfortable. How it was a little hard to feel. So that being said, her voice also became clear and cold when she said this again, which also made Li Yi look at her. There was just nothing he could do about it. After all, doing so was also to stabilize the dynasty. Maybe it was because he was influenced by the thoughts of the 21st century. He always felt a little sorry for Nie Ying for doing so. After getting along these days, he had also asked Nie Ying why she had been in the De Wu dynasty in the first place, and had been the chief of the Dark Department for 5 years previously. Although Nie Ying had replied that the other party had done all of this for herself, at that time he didn't trust this woman that much, so he didn't take it seriously. Asked again not long ago and he got the same answer. From Nie Ying's eyes, he could tell that the other party wasn't lying, and although he didn't know why she was taking such care of herself, it was all true in the end. Therefore, there is no excuse for him to feel slightly guilty now. After returning to his senses, Li Yi took a deep breath before speaking bluntly to Nie Ying. Do you want to be queen? Chapter 150, outflanking Japanese warships front and rear, destroying them in one swoop. Ha! Nie Ying was first shocked for a moment, and at the same time, she couldn't believe her ears a little. What did you say? When Li Yi heard this, he then repeated what he had just said once again. Do you want to be queen? As the tone fell, Nie Ying's eyes became complicated and hesitated for a moment before responding. It's impossible to say you don't want to. After all, every woman who marries an emperor should want to be an empress. So am I. After saying that, Nie Ying paused for a moment before continuing. However, I am aware of my own abilities, and while I am somewhat talented in martial arts, that is all. Growing up I wasn't even interested in that and never thought I could be queen. So, I haven't learned anything about governing a country or how to manage a harem either. So I'll ask your Majesty to leave this queen to someone capable. The Empress was different from ordinary concubines. who only cared about pleasing the emperor, and then gave birth to the emperor's son. But the Empress is different. As the woman with the highest status in the harem, known to the world as the mother of a nation, even though the harem can't participate in politics, the Empress needs to have some knowledge of how to rule the country, so that she can not only assist the emperor, but also stand up for a while when something happens to the other side again. However, she could be said to know nothing about it, so even if she wanted to be Li Yi's queen, she was still not qualified. The reason she wanted to be the Empress, though, was not to enjoy the power that came with the position, but the fact that this position was the emperor's rightful wife. In his opinion, a consort was similar to a concubine, so being an empress was what she dreamed of, and then at least she herself would be considered a proper wife. But Niaing didn't want to take over the position of Empress of the Great Qin Empire just because of her own selfishness, which would only harm the country they had managed so hard to build up. Therefore, Niaing felt that as long as it was for the sake of the Great Qin Empire, it was fine even if she was made a concubine. As long as Li Yi loves her, she wants nothing more. Of course Li Yi understood Niaing's meaning, but it was because the latter was so open that he felt even more indebted. As far as he could remember, it seemed that only Niaing had taken the initiative to be nice to himself, and he hadn't given much feedback yet. Then again, this aspect of governing can be learned later on, so Li Yi said it straight away. I am going to make you the Empress, to be the Empress of my Great Qin Empire. It doesn't matter if you don't know how. I will find the best teacher to teach you, as long as you are willing to learn. After saying this, seeing that Niaing still had a hesitant look on her face, Li Yi took advantage of the situation and said, "Of course, it's fine if you don't want to be my queen. I can choose a prettier, more virtuous woman to be my queen. When the time comes for me to spend the entire night in the Empress bedchamber, I wonder if you'll feel too lonely." At these words, Niaing's face changed violently. Why didn't she think of this before? According to the rules she had seen in Dewu before, generally the Empress bedding frequency was much higher than that of other concubines. This is because in some cases, the Empress could choose a consort to serve the emperor instead. This is if one is a consort. One might be picked by the new queen at some point. Also, even if Li Yi is treating himself well now, that doesn't mean it will always be like that. Especially with another woman stepping in, surely she will share his love. The main thing is that by then, if the Empress does not allow him to serve the bed, the relationship between the two will slowly fade over time, and eventually Li Yi will be snatched up by someone else. That wasn't even the worst case scenario. The worst was being completely out of favor so that the relationship would never go back. Niaing didn't want things to, develop to this point, so she could only nod slightly and say, "Don't worry, sire. I will not fail you and learn how to be a queen." Next, Niaing says that there is no hurry in this matter, and that it is not too late for her to be made a real queen when she learns to be a qualified queen. Li Yi promised her, but only gave her a month's time. When a month passes, no matter how far Niaing has learned, she must be the queen. After all, Great Qin couldn't remain without an empress, or it would lead to many people having opinions, especially those Great Qin ministers. The reason is simple, this matter also involves their interests. The reason these people wanted to send their families thousands of gold to the harem was certainly not to make them consorts, but to make them compete for the position of queen. As long as their daughter is made queen, then their entire family will benefit. It's for this reason that those ministers are so motivated to send their daughters. It's all just profit-driven. However, Li Yi had already decided that no matter what, he was going to make Niaing the empress. He was the original princess of Yohan, so I'm sure there will be more people supporting her, and no one will be unconvinced. Of course, even if there is, then you have to hold it in for me. With your words, I am relieved. Time flew by and half a day flashed by. At this time on the sea to the northeast, the sound of intensive artillery fires still resounded. Under the leadership of Momota Fei Xiong, the Japanese sailors harnessed their warships to the sea and stood still for half a day as living targets. This not only caused the Japanese sailors to suffer heavy losses, but also the soldiers of the other land-based soldiers, who likewise followed the ship to the bottom of the sea. In just half a day's time, their original nearly 10,000 warships were already half sunk. Along with them were all the Japanese soldiers on the ship. Now 100 Tian Fei Xiong incomparable regret. If he had known that he would not be hard to carry. I did not expect the Great Qin Empire warships actually have so many bombs. If he had known this, he might as well have found a way to retreat. At least the losses should have been much less than this. The formation of their warships was now so thoroughly broken up that a number of fearful captains were sailing their ships in all directions. This made his command of no use at all. And now there was no chance of getting the whole army to retreat. And what was even more devastating to 100 Tian Fei Xiong was that the huge ship he was on had sunk to the bottom of the sea. He himself was still well and truly climbing up to the other ships, and his own minders were all dead. Nowadays, He also had quite a few injuries on his body, not enough to be fatal, but it made him look wretched to the core right now. You know, he was a general of the Japanese Navy before, and he had never lost a battle, and he had fought other places before, and at least the wars at sea had been won, because they were on an island. They must have been trying to develop their sailors' strength. However, he actually planted himself in the hands of the Great Qin Empire's sailors today, and most of all, he was beaten without the ability to fight back. Shame. This is really a shame. Momota Fei Xiong was now at his wit's end, and could only keep getting people to give the order to retreat. Fighting is definitely out of the question. You can only save a little bit of the warships, just a little bit, don't ever lose them all. But the next thing that broke him down happened. There was a dull burst of artillery fire from the rear as well. Momota Fei Xiong's face changed drastically at the sound of his voice. Not good. We're being outflanked front and back. Chapter 151. The Wang family wants to open the Imperial City gate. It would have been desperate enough for 100 Tian Fei Xiong, but then the soldier beside him couldn't help but open his mouth to remind him. General, we are not outflanked. We are surrounded. What did you say? 100 Tian Fei Xiong exclaimed in shock as he instinctively looked towards the sides and realized that the soldier was indeed not wrong. There were also several large ships in the distance on both sides. It was a bit farther away, but the shape was the same as the other giant ships of the Great Qin Empire, and apparently the ships on either side were capable of firing bombs as well. Unsurprisingly for him, then a dull sound once again came from both sides, which signaled that the Great Qin Empire's warships had opened fire again. Seeing this scene, Momota Fei Xiong did not have any panic in his heart, and the same was true for his face, because he had completely despaired. Not only the sailors he led could not escape, even the 500,000 land troops on board would be wiped out. There was no way he could fight back, having already folded in more than half of his men. That Great Qin Empire's general leading this naval division was definitely a smart man, knowing that they didn't have the weapons to strike at such a long distance, so they never approached them, just bombed their ships. It's that way that gives them no chance to fight back. As a matter of fact, he couldn't help but send out a group of ships earlier and have them rush towards the giant ships of the Great Qin Empire in front of them, because he felt that since they had no chance of counterattacking at a distance, they should get closer to strike the other side's huge ships. Failing that, let them charge their warships at each other's ships and have a go at it. Momota Fei Xiong knew very well that although their warships were a little bit smaller, they were definitely more numerous than the Great Qin Empire's. As long as they let some of their ships die with the Great Qin Empire's, then at least the rest of their Japanese ships would be saved. However, it turned out that he thought too much, because the cannonballs fired by the giant ships of Great Qin were so dense that their ships were blown over before they could even get close. Boom! One of the cannonballs that flew from both sides smashed directly into the ship that Momota Fumio was on, directly interrupting his thoughts. General, hold on. One of the soldiers spoke up and warned that the shell just now hadn't sunk their ship, but it had shaken violently. Momota Fio was very helpless and he had to catch it. Luckily, the bomb blew up right in front of the deck, at a relatively long distance from him, so the flying marbles missed him. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, an ear-piercing air-breaking sound suddenly came from behind him. No good. He was shocked in his heart and instinctively turned his head toward his back, and then his face suddenly changed, only to see the large black ball coming straight towards his face. Seeing this, Momota Fei Xiong felt death coming for the first time. The kind of fear that came from the depths of his heart made his body go a little weak. He didn't want to die yet though. If he did, all the ships he had brought with him would be destroyed. Keep in mind that he is the commander-in-chief of this operation. Without him, the people he had brought with him would be even more like headless flies, and all of them would end up being buried in this sea. Survival instincts made him unable to resist, and he directly grabbed the two soldiers beside him and used their flesh to block in front of himself. There was no choice but to sacrifice their warriors in order to preserve their Japanese war effort. This is for the greater good, and it's definitely not that he's afraid of death. Momota Fiorio had no mind to think about such things, for the shell was falling on himself, and he wasn't sure if these two guys could help him take it hard. As for the two soldiers, they were completely unable to resist due to the fact that they were a mole in front of Hyakuta Fei Xiong, a first-grade Grandmaster. And that's when they reacted. Looking at the bomb that was close at hand, both of them were in despair. General, before they could finish their pleas for mercy, the bomb had already hit them in the face and proceeded to explode instantly. Suddenly, the two soldiers in front of Momota Fei Xiong were blown into pieces. The Japanese general himself was directly blown away and fell into the cold seawater, his life and death unknown. Without Momota Fei Xiong, the Japanese sailors on the waters were even more flustered, and they had no idea what to do. It was because this general of theirs had previously ordered all the ships of the Japanese nation to stay put, causing them to remain where they were, passively beaten. Not only that, but they were thus surrounded by enemy ships and had absolutely no chance of escape. But if their general had ordered a retreat earlier, they wouldn't be in a dead end now. Thinking of this, many people began to complain in their hearts. But just complaining is of no use. Their lives are going to be accounted for here today. In fact, more than these things, what panicked them now was the fact that there had been no word from the general. Because of this, they simply don't know what to do or how to do it now to save their lives. Why hasn't General Momota given the order yet? Are we going to stay here and wait to die? If it had been before, they felt there was still a chance of exhausting the bombs of the Great Qin Empire's ships. Now, they no longer dared to gamble and only thought about how to escape this place. It's the only way to stay alive, or all of them will be buried here. If they had gone to the Chinese mainland, it would have been acceptable for them to die in battle while fighting for territory. At least there wouldn't have been so many nest eggs. But we have to realize that they have not even reached the Chinese mainland. Not yet ashore all to die. This was too stifling. And even they only saw the enemy's warships nowadays. And they didn't even know what the enemy looked like. The distance between the two sides was just too far for these Japanese soldiers to see. While these men were still waiting for General Momota to give the order, unbeknownst to them, their general had already been fed to the fishes. The distant Qin Empire's naval division was now in no hurry at all. Just keep hitting the target. Going on at today's speed, it would definitely be possible to exterminate all the Japanese ships before nightfall and make them all sink to the bottom of the sea. General of the Great Qin Naval Division, generals, keep firing. At the same time, the shouts of murder still resounded outside of the great martial Imperial City. That's right, Yellowhorn had his army, day and night, attacking the city. Of course only a little is sent out at a time, so as to preserve strength. As for the reason for constantly attacking the city, it certainly wasn't with the thought of using such a small number of people and constantly depleting the dog defenders, because their men were rotating on the field. And the same must have been true for the dog defenders over there. Most of all, Yellowhorn couldn't afford to keep spending all this time. He was just waiting for the news and opportunity. As long as Wang Yu and the others gave an accurate message, he himself intended to take the Imperial City in one go. This afternoon's Yellowhorn kept his eyes on the Imperial City in the distance, because he was going to launch a general attack tonight and couldn't wait to hear from Wang Yu. Huang Jiao had given the De Wu Wang family a mark in his heart. Since he dared to lie to him, he would definitely focus on the Wang family when he captured the Imperial City. Just as he was pondering, a beloved servant ran over and handed over a letter. King Qi, this is a letter brought by the Wang family. They said that the gates will be open tonight. Chapter 152 Emperor Wu looking for a way back. Upon hearing this, Yellowhorn froze, then a smile appeared on his face. Only, he still took the letter handed to him by his beloved, and then opened it to confirm its authenticity. It didn't take long, and when Yellowhorn finished reading the contents of the letter, his heart was also violently happy. It seems that this Wang family still has the sense to finally do this. In fact, Huang Jiao originally didn't even expect Wang Yu, or the Wang family behind him, to open the city gates. After all, there had been no news from Wang Yu in the beginning, which made Huang Jiao feel that their Wang family had backtracked, because in this world, ministers at war between two countries are in favor of their emperor and imperial power. But this was all at the beginning of the war, when those ministers and families would all join together to deal with foreign enemies. Even though there are centuries of dynasties and millennia of families, none of them want to see changes in themselves, because the unknown are in danger and many things cannot be predicted. It's not impossible to oppress them in case a foreign enemy takes their dynasty and then oppresses them. That's why all the lineages, at times like this, would join forces with the royal family to defend against foreign enemies. But once those families, who feel that the country they serve is about to be finished, they won't even think about how to defend themselves against the enemy. Rather, it's how to defend yourself. For example, this was the case with Wang Yu and the Wang family behind him. They were not willing to be the last fuel for the De Wu royal family. That was why they were thinking of cooperating with him, the king of Qi. The purpose was simple, and that was to speed up the demise of the DMO imperial family, while also pleasing him, the future emperor. Yellowhorn retracted his thoughts, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. Well, the king is satisfied. Just get you last. After a heartfelt cry, he spoke bluntly to his beloved. Command it, and make it official tonight. Strive to take the great martial Imperial City in one fell swoop. Yes, sir. By the time his Minders retreated, Yellowhorn's mind had conjured up scenes of him eradicating those lineages. At that time, all of these once high and powerful worldly family members would kneel at his feet and beg for forgiveness. Not only did Yellowhorn want to enjoy them for a while, but he also wanted to give them hope for life. But in the end, he stomped them all to death. Only then could he fully vent his anger. As soon as the time came tonight, Yellowhorn had already made the generals secretly already. This time, they also no longer pretended to attack the city. but directly intended to attack with their entire army and directly take down the great martial Imperial City. And of course the palace. Now Huang Ju was waiting for the city gates to be opened, at which time he would have his army enter through the gates and directly sneak up on the Dao defenders inside. Wang Yu had said in his letter that their Wang family could only last less than an incense burner after they sent someone to open the city gate, and they, the army that had set things right, had to completely occupy the city gates within an incense stick. Only by taking this passage into the city would they be able to crush the Dawu defenders inside the city and in turn take the Imperial City. In this way, all of Yellowhorn's armies were poised for battle, but on the surface they were no different than before. Their men were even intense, disguised as rest. This was for fear that the scouts ambushed around the barracks would find something strange and report the matter to the Daw generals. That way, the Daw defenders would be on guard, and even if the city gates were opened, it wouldn't be easy to attack. Because of this, Huang Jiao had explained beforehand not to make any rash moves until the city was officially attacked. At this time, Huang Horn once again couldn't help but open his mouth to ask the heartthrob beside him, "How's it going? Are the gates open yet?" Because they were worried about being exposed, they didn't let their army press forward, but continued to attack the city unhurriedly as before. Even Yellowhorn himself hadn't first gone to watch from a place closer to the outside of Dada City. It was because he didn't go to the front line that he couldn't see the gates even if they were opened. Then Wang Yu said that this time his men would open the gates softly, in order not to attract the defenders on the walls. Give them a chance to attack the city. Huang Jiao's current position was too far away from the gates of the Imperial City, plus the sky was too dark and the line of sight was not good, so that means he'll have to wait for news from his own people later. But at this time, the Minders beside him shook their heads. "King Qi, that city gate hasn't opened yet, and our men have just brought back news." Hearing this, Yellowhorn couldn't help but feel some disappointment in his heart. It couldn't be helped. He had waited for this day for far too long, and if he could pull it off, he would truly be honoring his ancestors. Not only that, destroying those untouchable lineages was tantamount to ridding the people of evil. During these years, they have been oppressing the people in different ways, and they are really incapable of being punished for their crimes. Although he was very disappointed in his heart, Yellowhorn nodded slightly on the surface. "There's no rush. Let's wait." At this moment in the palace, Emperor Wu's eyelids were furiously jumping inside the Hall of Nourishing Heart. For some reason, he had a bad feeling tonight. He was usually rested by this time in order to nourish his body. Tonight he was tossing and turning and couldn't sleep. He didn't know what for himself, but he felt an overwhelming sense of impatience inside anyway. It was the first time he had ever felt this way, and he had just drunk a little bit of herbal tea and water, but it still didn't make his state the slightest bit better. Just at this time, Lu Minlan's voice rang out from the bedside. "Your Majesty, what are you thinking about? Why aren't you asleep yet?" In the past, Lu Minlan would serve Emperor Wu in bed every night, and the two of them were usually inseparable. Therefore, these days, Lu Minlan was at the bedside, accompanying Emperor Wu as he slept. The only difference is that the two won't be in the same bed. There were still beds in the side hall of the Yangxin Hall, and whenever Lu Minlan saw Emperor Wu sleeping, she would only go to rest. As for the reason why he didn't sleep in the same bed as Emperor Wu, it was because since he was paralyzed in his lower body, it was inconvenient to wash and solve life's problems. This caused Emperor Wu to have, on his body, an unpleasant odor. Even if you scrub your body with a towel, it's not exactly as clean as washing with water after all. It couldn't be helped. The imperial doctor had said that for the sake of Emperor Wu's health, he wouldn't allow him to take a bath. Lu Minlan also has a cleanliness fetish, so they had to sleep separately. Although Emperor Wu had never said anything on the surface, he was mindful of this in his heart. He was very upset and thought he was being disliked. Therefore, he didn't even want to say much to Lu Minlan right now, and just shook his head slightly. "Not thinking about anything, I'm just not sleepy." As a matter of fact, he still wanted to support Lu Minlan away and then have a good quiet time here by himself. But in the end, he didn't say anything and just looked out the window helplessly. Lu Minlan then asked at this time, "Your Majesty, are you worried about the rebels outside the city? Afraid they'll attack?" Emperor Wu first shook his head, but then after a mental struggle, he nodded his head in acknowledgement. "That's right, I'm just worried about an eventuality. That's why I can't just sit back and wait to die, or at least find a back way out. If the Imperial City is really attacked, you can still save a life." Chapter 153, Emperor Wu, who made Lu Minlan vomit in disgust. No reinforcements had come after so long, and honestly Emperor Wu had a bad feeling in his heart. He was worried that something would go wrong and cause the Dawu Imperial City to be overrun by the enemy army, and then the end that would greet their royal family would be extinction. Therefore, even if the Imperial City is indeed a bronze wall, it is expected that with those enemy troops outside the city, that it is impossible to attack the city. But this was ultimately anticipation, and he wasn't a god. He couldn't possibly consider everything. In case there was a decisive factor that he hadn't taken into account, then once the great martial Imperial City was breached, it would be a disaster for both him and the Imperial family. He couldn't gamble with the entire Li family. In case he lost, he would be the sinner of the Li family. When he dies, how will he have the face to meet the ancestors of his Li family? Tonight I'll have someone prepare it so that we don't even have a chance to run if something happens. Although Emperor Wu can't give up this dog Jiangshan, but as the saying goes, there is no fear of not burning firewood. There is no harm in leaving a way out. In case the Imperial City was really broken, he would still be able to take his people and leave safely. The big deal is to fight back later. The only way to get that chance is to live. If you die, then there's really nothing left. This was not an outcome he wanted to see, and he had to keep the fire no matter what to do so. Thinking of this, Emperor Wu didn't continue to delay, and directly sent people to make arrangements. He was letting the people from the dark side make separate arrangements for fear of this matter leaking out, as it was his last way to live. If the spies of the enemy army in the dark hear about it, this way of life will become a way of death. This was not something Emperor Wu wanted to see happen, so this matter could not be publicized and could only be done by his most trusted dark ministry. Of course, not all of the dark side he trusted, leaving the matter only to his own inner circle. Only after the matter was ordered down did Emperor Wu settle down a bit. He still couldn't sleep, so he then said to Lu Minlan, who was still here, "Lan, the hour is already late. You'd better go back to the side hall to sleep first." At those words, Lu Minlan then shook her head. "Brother Tian, I'm also a bit distracted tonight. I can't sleep even if I'll be in the side hall, so why don't I stay with you in this place?" Emperor Wu was also a bit touched after hearing this, and then he gestured for Lu Minlan to get closer to him. Originally, Emperor Wu wanted to touch her head, so that he could put the other party at ease as well. In the middle of his thoughts, his hand had reached out. However, when Lu Minlan approached Emperor Wu, she suddenly smelled a rancid odor, causing her to resist dry heaving directly. Vomit. Seeing this scene, Emperor Wu's hand froze in midair, and the atmosphere was awkward. Lu Minlan was even more embarrassed, and at the same time incomparably guilty. A few days ago, Emperor Wu had not yet been pickled in flavor, so even when she hugged the other woman, she did not smell a particularly pungent odor, but now it was different. Just now she was really attacked by that pungent odor. Directly. It's really disgusting. It was a good thing she hadn't eaten anything during the night, or she really would have thrown up. "Brother Sky, it was me just now." Before the words were finished, Emperor Wu waved his hand carelessly. "It's okay, I can understand. Of course it's not your fault. After all, I know you have a cleanliness fetish, and there's no way to control that. All blame me for not being a bit useful. Now not only become a cripple, but also make you feel revolting." Hearing Emperor Wu say this, Lu Minlan felt even more guilty. After hesitating for a moment, she hardened her teeth and lunged towards Emperor Wu. "Brother Sky, look, I don't even mind vomiting." Emperor Wu. Yushin Hall, this side of the haunted school flowers. The two of them are completely unaware of the fact that there is a big event in the Imperial City tonight. That East City Gate, which was originally heavily defended, didn't have many guards here tonight, probably because there was no enemy outside the city at all. It was at this time that one of the guards at the city gates couldn't help but ask his companion, "Old Lu, don't you think it's weird tonight?" "Well, what's strange?" Old Lu, who was on guard duty beside him, subconsciously asked back, as he really didn't feel anything strange. After he glanced around, there was still nothing to be found. The man who had just inquired then lowered his voice. "Haven't you noticed that there are more than half as many people on duty here tonight as there were the other day?" Upon hearing this, Old Lu still felt it was normal. "Isn't that normal? Don't forget there's no enemy attack on our side. That rebel army has been over at the South City Gate the whole time." Even after hearing Old Lu say this, the guard still felt a bit uneasy, so he continued to voice out his concerns. They'd been attacking the South Gate for days. What if they switch here tonight? Even after he had said that Old Lu still looked like he didn't care. What's wrong with that? These rebels want to fight, then let them. It's not like we can't resist. As long as we can stall for a while, our defenders will come over to support us. Also, those rebels won't change the direction of their attack at will, because they'll still have to bring their troops around, and they'll also be worried about whether they'll be ambushed. According to me, you don't have to worry about it. We'll stand for another half hour before we can change the guard. I'll buy you a drink after this afternoon." That guard heard no more thoughts, but was driven to interest by Old Lu's words. "Is it to drink flower wine?" Old Lu listened and looked at the guard with a you-know-what look. That's for sure. The words had only just been spoken when a black shadow flashed in front of Old Lu, followed by his voice being stretched ever so slightly. The guards around him who sensed the problem also had a sudden change of face when they looked towards Old Lu once again. Old Lu, how do you? Only a red line emerged from Old Lu's neck. Then before he could react, blood splashed onto his body. Seeing this, the pupils of the other guards around them all shrunk, intending to open their mouths to alert the guards guarding the area near the city gates. Not good. There's an enemy. This time their throats were slit by the sharp short knives before they could finish their words. To top it off, not just one guard was cut, but all of them. Behind each of those guards stood a martial artist dressed in black night clothes, holding the dagger that had wiped the noses of those people. They were killing people though, and their movements were fast but definitely light. Because of this, the defenders on the wall above their heads did not notice what was going on below the wall. This also made those people bolder, and they nodded their heads in confirmation after looking at each other at the same time. The next thing he knew, a leading man in black made a gesture. Go! The rest of the black-clothed men, who had read his meaning, then slowly placed the body in their hands on the ground. With that, they divided into two groups and felt their way up the stairs on either side of the wall. As for the defenders on top of the city wall, they were all gazing outside the city wall, completely unaware of the danger. Chapter 154, Successfully Breaking Through Great Martial Imperial City. As for the purpose of these men in black, it was to quietly wipe out all the defenders here. All of them. This would not alert the other defenders in the city, and they would be able to secretly open the gates. That's right, they are the very same masters sent by the Wang family to help open the gates for the rebels outside the city tonight. The Daw defenders on the city walls were still completely unaware of this incident. A few breaths later, one of the guards happened to turn his head and saw them, and instantly his face changed drastically. You are. The man was just in the middle of his sentence when his opponent rushed up and chopped off his head with a sword. The black-clothed men who made the move were extremely fast, and were not at all on the same level as those guards, and that alone was enough to illustrate their strength. One must know that there were still first-grade Zhongshe powerhouses among them, and those defenders were just ordinary martial artists at best, if not most of them were ordinary people. It was for this reason that those men in black were killing on the city walls and hadn't yet alerted the other dog defenders in the city, because they were so fast that each guard didn't know how they died, and the lucky ones got to see the killers. Of course, they can only be seen masked. A short quarter of an hour passed, and all the defenders at the East City Gate were cleared, and then these black-clothed men began to slowly open the gates. Just at this time, one of the masked men took off his face scarf, only to see that this person was none other than Wang Yu. He was now standing on the wall of the East City Gate, looking in the direction of the North City Gate, and couldn't help but murmur in his mouth, King Qi, I hope your speed is faster. Don't let this official down. Before taking this place completely, he had his people jump off the city wall at a rapid pace and head towards the military camp where Yellowhorn was located in the north of the Imperial City. Even if they opened the city gates, they could only last for an incense stick at most, because after an incense burnt, it was the time for the changing of the guard at the East City Gate, and at that time, the matter of the gates here being opened would definitely be known by the city's defenders. There are still nearly 200,000 Black Dragon troops in the city. If all of them really came over, then it would be really difficult for Huang Ju to take this place down. Therefore, it was necessary to let Huang Jiao lead the army and come around to enter the city through the North City Gate within an incense burner. As long as they entered the city, those Black Dragon army lost the shelter of the city walls, and both sides fought for brains and force. Huang Jiao had already gathered 300,000 troops outside the city, because in the days since the attack, there were still people joining them to rebel against the Dao regime. Plus, the Black Dragon army within the city and the Dawu court were not necessarily on the same page, and some of them were already from their Wang family. However, their Wang family's army was not easy to show up, so they could not come out to help King Qi, and of course it was unlikely that their Wang family would help. After all, they still needed to preserve their troops. After the army of the Dawu court, and the rebel army led by Huang Jiao fought to a defeat, it was the time for the Wang family's army to stand up and reap the rewards. They want to pick the fruits of victory. Of course, they, the Wang clan, could allow their troops to not clash with Huang Jiao and the others first. In this way, although Huang Jiao and their 300,000 troops were not elite troops but scattered troops, it was not difficult to deal with the city's Dada defenders. Just as Wang Yu was pondering, a man in black ran to him and inquired, "What should we do next, my lord?" The corner of Wang Yu's mouth curled up as he listened. "Just wait here, and when you see Yellowhorn's men killing over, then all of you will retreat. We're the ones who are going to be the hunters of this lion and tiger." It didn't take long for the black-clothed men sent by Wang Yu to arrive in front of Yellowhorn. "King Qi, our lord has helped to secretly open the East City Gate. You need to go there immediately now. If it's waiting until the changing of the guard, it will be a lost cause." Hearing the information provided by this person, Yellowhorn gave him a sly look, but didn't say anything more, only opening his mouth to give orders. Pass on the king's order. All troops move. The Yellow Horn led the way next, taking a detour towards the East City Gate. This battle would determine their success or failure, so Huang Jiao attached extra importance to it, which was why he took the lead for tonight's action. Before the battle began, Huang Jiao had a bowl of wine refilled for each soldier, in order to boost their guts and battle spirit. This was because her people, unlike the regular army, were ordinary people involved with weapons and had not undergone any systematic training at all. In this way, not to mention that they are slightly weaker in combat, but mainly because they do not have the determination to fight to the death. And this small bowl of wine was able to inspire the battle spirit within them, making them fearless of life and death. Therefore, it had to be said that Huang Jiao still had the ability to lead the army, and it was still very unusual to twist this plate of scattered sand into a rope. In this way, Huang Jiao took nearly 2 moments with his army to arrive at the East City Gate. Upon arriving here they found that the city gates were indeed open, making the generals under Huang Ju's hand feel a bit surreal. All of them had heard that the city defenses of the great martial Imperial City were all bronze walls, and they were not confident that they would be able to break through even with a strong attack. So those generals, these days, are fretting about how they can attack the city. To their surprise, the gates of the Imperial City were actually opened for them tonight. There won't be any ambush here, will there? Those generals who didn't yet know the inside story were all tense at the moment, because they felt that only if the enemy had ambushed them, they would dare to open the city gates so boldly. Seeing that they had all come here, Yellowhorn didn't need to continue hiding, so he told them about tonight's plan. He said that someone in the city was helping them, but he didn't reveal that it was the Wang family. The reason for this was that for the time being, he still needed the assistance of the Wang family, and exposing them too early would not benefit him. Those generals heard that, and all of them expressed their support for rushing to attack the city, so that they could take the Imperial City and Palace earlier. Yellowhorn didn't dilly-dally either, completely unconcerned that someone said there would be an ambush, and was the first to charge in towards the city gates. The soldiers after seeing this scene rushed to follow his footsteps and killed right towards the city. It was because the soldiers had not dragged their feet in the slightest way during the operation commanded by Yellowhorn tonight that they had been discovered by the defenders inside only after they had rushed into the city's hinterland. Dang! Dang! Knock! Deafening bells rang out, a signal for all soldiers in the Imperial City to be on alert. As a matter of fact, when they heard the bell, the soldiers all over the city were a bit disbelieving, even wondering if someone was ringing it randomly. However, that bell was guarded by their soldiers, so there was no way anyone could have rattled it. It's bad. The whole city is on alert. An enemy has attacked the city. Meanwhile, Emperor Wu, who was in the palace's Yangxin Hall, had only just fallen asleep when he was awakened by the sound of a bell. Originally, he still had anger in his heart. Who dared to disturb his sleep at this late hour? But when he reacted, his face went violently white. Not good. Our great martial Imperial City has been breached.